Today, the air at Dragon Kingdom High is thick with tension. It's finally time for the sacred awakening ceremony. This moment defines a student's future, but for Lu Fan, it's everything. 3 years after transmigrating from Blue Star, he's determined to awaken a combat class. However, destiny has a shocking twist in store. Lu Fan has awakened the legendary hidden class, Dragon Tamer. On paper, it's hailed as the ultimate, rarest profession in existence. But the reality is far more grim. Throughout the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have indeed been sighted, but not a single dragon tamer has ever managed to domesticate one. To these sovereign beasts, even the strongest humans are nothing more than insects. Attempting to tame a true great dragon is a feat more impossible than reaching for the heavens. A dragon tamer without a dragon is powerless and unable to level up. As word of Lu Fan's class spreads, the students' shock quickly turns into pity. Don't despair. It's still a hidden class with theoretically boundless potential, the principal offered. If you work hard, perhaps you can tame a subdragon one day. His words were meant to comfort, but they sounded completely hopeless. That night, as Lu Fan lay awake brooding over his fate, a translucent system screen suddenly flickered into existence. Ding! Congratulations, you have received your first daily treasure map. A treasure map? On day 1, then it clicked. He remembered that during the ceremony, he had secretly triggered the super treasure map system. Just before awakening his class, Lu Fan had unexpectedly activated this system and gained the unique skill, Eye of Appraisal. It's a powerful ability that reveals basic info, like class, level, and skills, with just a single glance at a target. I've only tested the appraisal function so far. I haven't even touched the core power of this system yet. Curious, Lu Fan tapped the glowing chest on the screen. The treasure maps are ranked from basic, intermediate, and advanced, all the way to God tier. By utilizing the system, I can fuse 3 low-level maps together to forge one of a much higher quality. Every single day, a treasure map of a random rarity will be delivered directly to his inventory. Reaching the coordinates guarantees a treasure perfectly suited to his profession. A treasure for a dragon tamer? My class is considered the weakest because taming the dragon race is seen as an impossible dream. But if I master this system, can I bridge the gap between being the weakest and becoming the strongest? This God-tier treasure map is my final chance to flip the script on my life. I have to go, no matter the risk. Stealing his resolve, Lu Fan opened the map, and the coordinates burned into his mind. The Highlands? Luckily, it's not far from Zhanghai City. Lu Fan set off immediately. But in this dangerous world, trouble has a way of finding you quickly. As soon as he stepped off the bus, 3 shady figures, 2 men and a woman, blocked his path. "Hey kid, want some company?" A scarred man patted Lu Fan's shoulder with a predatory grin. Lu Fan kept his cool. "I'm a summoner. I don't need partners. If things get dangerous, I'll just summon my elemental spirits to handle the mess." Hearing he was a summoner, the thugs hesitated. Realizing he wasn't an easy target, they backed off and vanished into the darkness. Scum. The wild is dangerous, but it's much safer than traveling with backstabbing hunters like them. This is exactly why power is everything. I need to move fast. Ding. You have arrived at the treasure map's designated location. Finally, I've reached the exact spot marked on the map. Lu Fan's heart raced as he headed toward a strange, ethereal glow pulsating in the distance. Target: black dragon egg. Level: unknown. Just as the egg began to crack and a hatchling prepared to emerge, a low rustle echoed from the thicket behind him. The journey here was suspiciously smooth, but it seems I couldn't hide from the keen nose of a wild beast forever. Lu Fan silently drew his only weapon, a standard-issue beginner's machete. It was basic, cheap, and barely better than a toy. A split second later, a massive beast lunged from the shadows. Because he was already on guard, Lu Fan managed to wedge his blade into the creature's snapping jaws, using every ounce of strength to hurl the hungry beast aside. Eye of Appraisal, automatically activated. Bloodthirsty Gray Tiger. Level 10. Skills: Triple Shred. Lifesteal. Experience: 120. Drop: Tiger Hide. Triple Shred and Lifesteal? This is bad. It can strike 3 times in an instant to cause bleeding, and then heal itself. I'm not strong enough to kill this thing alone. My only hope is to stall for time until the dragon hatches, then use my taming skill. But the tiger lunges again, giving him no time to think. Lu Fan narrowly dodges the first lethal claw swipe, his heart hammering against his ribs. But the beast is too fast. The second strike of the triple shred tears through his arm, leaving a trail of crimson blood in the air. Lu Cheng had to end this now. If the beast triggered its bloodlust, he was finished. Bracing himself, he prepared for the final strike. As the monster lunged with its third slash, he seized the opening. One fatal thrust to the head sent the bloodthirsty gray tiger into oblivion. 120 experience points earned. But just as Lu Cheng thought it was over, a chillingly familiar voice echoed nearby. Nice work, kid. You're actually pretty capable. The one-eyed man and his crew stepped from the shadows. You were tailing me? Lu Cheng growled, his eyes narrowing. I told you I wouldn't join you. Red Hair laughed. Oh, handsome, don't be like that. You weren't exactly honest either. A summoner, you said? Then why didn't you use a single skill when your life was on the line? His cover was blown. To avoid a useless fight, Lu Cheng offered them the tiger's remains. Fine, take the loot and leave me alone. Just take it and go. Stop bothering me. Huh, at least you're smart. The one-eyed man stepped forward and snatched up the tiger's body. This is only worth 85 coins. Not nearly enough for our trouble. We want something much more valuable. He turned his greedy eyes toward the spot where the dragon egg was hidden. Did they see him find it? Before Lu Cheng could react, the thugs made their move. Rock slammed a heavy fist into Lu Cheng, sending him reeling. Red Hair pinned him down, a cold blade to his throat. Kid, you underestimated our noses for treasure. The leader sneered triumphantly. Rock retrieved the dragon egg from behind the rocks. Got it. Now, let's get rid of this brat. The leader stepped closer, eyes wide with greed. But as Red Hair prepared to strike, a sharp crack echoed. The egg was hatching. A baby dragon emerged, unfurling its wings and taking to the sky. What kind of monster is that? Panic set in as the hatchling dove toward them like a black arrow from the heavens. The leader threw poison, but the dragon dodged easily. Rock tried to punch it, but with one bite, he was erased from existence. The dragon turned its gaze on the leader. Terrified, the man turned tail and ran for his life. Incredible. Even as a newborn, its power was absolute. So this is why no one could ever tame the dragon race, Lu Cheng whispered. Red Hair trembled. A giant dragon? You mean it's real? A dragon egg? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Red Hair looked back to see the dragon casually cleaning its teeth. Her companions had simply vanished. Forgetting Lu Cheng, she pointed her shaking knife at the tiny, terrifying creature. Your hunter's instinct is pathetic. You tried to steal what was mine, and this is your reward. Lu Cheng shoved her aside and activated his dragon taming art. The contract with the black dragon was sealed. Skills unlocked. Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon's Encouragement. Who are you? Lu Cheng smirked. Now you want to know? I'm no summoner. I am a Dragon Tamer. The dragon bared its teeth. Red Hair fell to her knees, begging for mercy. I didn't know it was a dragon. How many innocents have you rats preyed upon? No, please, I didn't. Her lies fell on deaf ears. Go join your friends in the abyss. In an instant, she became the dragon's meal. It was finally over. After bandaging his wounds, Lu Cheng picked up the dragon, who was curiously sniffing through his bag. He had finally crossed the threshold. He was no longer among the weak. If it was this strong at birth, how powerful would it become as it leveled up? The thought sent a surge of adrenaline through him. With this dragon, the Dragon Tamer class would rise from the bottom. But what should I call you? Little Coal? Black Diamond? As he pondered, he noticed the hatchling licking the blood from his arm. Suddenly, a massive aura exploded from the dragon. Within the light, its form began to shift into a young girl. You can turn into a human? Lu Cheng gasped in shock. The girl nodded innocently. Lu Cheng chuckled and let her play while he opened his status window. Class: Dragon Tamer. Level: 10. Strength: 55. Agility: 53. Intelligence: 60. Stamina: 60. Dragon Taming Art. Active. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a lethal dragon limb. Power scales with his dragon pet. Dragon Fang Strike channels massive draconic energy into a single devastating impact. Dragon's Encouragement boosts all attributes and attack for both himself and his dragon by 30%. Level 1. Black Dragon Stored Value: 239. Lu Fan smiles, realizing his hunch was right. Once a dragon is tamed, every hidden skill finally unlocks. Dragon's Encouragement amplifies his and his pet's attributes and attack by 30%. This skill's raw power far surpasses any high-level priest's buff. Dragon Tooth Strike delivers a devastating blow, while Dragon Claw manifests his own arm into a spectral claw with his pet's might. Even without the hatchling, just looking at these base stats, which are 5 to 6 times higher than an average person's, he could easily crush any combat class at his level with his bare hands. Next, Lu Fan opens the Black Dragon's detailed status. Level 1. Black Dragon. Strength: 342. Agility: 267. Spirit: 359. Endurance: 373. Skill: Great Maw, a vicious lunging bite causing massive bleed damage. Molten Flame unleashes a continuous torrent of fire, incinerating everything in front while simultaneously healing the dragon. The Black Dragon Bloodline passive reduces incoming damage by 50%. and grants total immunity to all debuffs. Self-regeneration is boosted by 500%, and through Soul Link, the Dragon Tamer gains 10% of all the dragon's attributes. Scanning the data, Lu Fan is left speechless. A mere level 1 hatchling possesses skills and stats nearing 400 points across the board. This is a realm of power that humanity could never hope to reach naturally. Even a level 20 human expert wouldn't stand a chance. Thanks to Soul Link, his own power has multiplied exponentially. No wonder he feels this invincible surge of strength. The 3 great hidden classes? Even the rarest hidden classes are absolute jokes compared to the might of the dragon race. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer now stands at the very apex of society. Glancing at the black dragon happily munching on eggshells, Lu Fan rubs his chin. Even in human form, its instincts remain wild. What should I call you? A little black dragon born just before the break of dawn. Suddenly, a perfect name flashes through Lu Fan's mind. He asks excitedly, Xiaoye. How do you like the name Xiaoye? The dragon chirps in pure delight. Lu Fan laughs. I guess you love it then. The danger of searching for treasure was immense, but the reward was worth every second. Lu Fan walks over and pats the dragon's head. Are you hungry? Xiaoye stops eating the shells, its eyes lighting up as it chirps back in eager agreement. Lu Fan stands up, gazing into the distance. Let's hunt some beasts and fill our bellies, Xiaoye. He knows he can't go back empty-handed. The provincial exams that determine his university future are fast approaching. Every other candidate is out there right now, desperately grinding for levels. The dream of being Ningguo Province's top scholar and earning a direct ticket to a top-tier university is finally within his reach. He can't afford to be careless. For now, leveling up and mastering his new skills are the absolute priorities. Filled with excitement, Lu Fan grabs his pack. Xiaoye, let's head deeper in. There are monsters in there far tastier than eggshells. Xiaoye follows closely behind, but before they can go far, the chilling howls of monsters echo from the distance. They both stop and turn toward the sound. A pack of beasts is charging straight for them. It's a pack of plain hyenas monsters far more vicious than the bloodthirsty gray foxes from before. Lu Fan quickly activates his appraisal eye to scan the pack. Level 12. Their sharp teeth bite inflicts bleeding, while their rot ability spreads the rabies debuff to any target hit. Rewards, 380 experience points and dog teeth worth 95 dragon coins. Before this, defeating a level 10 fox left him covered in wounds. As Lu Fan calculates his move, he notices Xiaoye has already lunged toward the hyena pack. If you want them, they're yours. Lu Fan laughs and charges in right behind his dragon. He realizes that in these treacherous highlands, the Dragon Tamer and his dragon are now the ultimate predators. Nothing can threaten them. Within seconds, Xiaoye is hovering directly over the monster pack. It takes a deep breath and opens its maw wide, unleashing a devastating torrent of flames upon the beasts below. Molten flame incinerates the path ahead, dealing massive damage while continuously healing the little dragon. By the time Lu Fan catches up, the monsters are already swallowed by a sea of fire. Notifications begin to flood his vision. Lu Fan gains 380 XP. Black Dragon gains 380 XP. The notifications repeat as the pack is decimated. Not bad, Lu Fan mutters. But to level up truly fast, I need to hunt down some elite rank monsters. Suddenly, Lu Fan senses something. He glances toward a nearby ridge and calls out, Xiaoye, stop playing with these small fry. A real monster has been waiting for us. From the shadows, a massive 3-headed beast emerges, growling as it slowly approaches. Lu Fan instantly activates his appraisal eye. It's a level 25 triple-headed bloodlion, capable of buffing its own attack and defense. Its skills are deadly. Shred deals massive AoE damage, while Triple Inferno summons 3 scorching blazes to incinerate everything in sight. Rewards, 23,790 EXP and fangs, worth 1,300 long coins. Its hide is worth 2,570 coins. Normally, an elite level 25 monster requires an entire hunter squad to even approach, but Lu Fan is a dragon tamer with a black dragon at his side. Unfazed, he calmly commands, Xiaoye, let's go. Xiaoye roars and charges the triple-headed bloodlion. Seeing the dragon strike, the beast's 3 heads snap upward in a savage snarl. It lets out a thunderous, heroic roar to boost its defense and damage. But the monster's assault doesn't end there. Its 3 maws gape open, swirling fire elements into a massive fireball that pulses with destructive energy. The Triple Inferno grows larger, condensing scorching breath into fireballs capable of delivering 3 consecutive hits of devastating damage. Seeing the threat, Lu Fan decisively barks an order, Xiaoye, coordinate now. Interrupt its skill before it fires. Xiaoye shrieks as flames wrap around its body. In a flash of fire, it reveals its true giant dragon form. It dives like a meteor onto the lion, using giant maw to crush the beast and shatter the Triple Inferno cast. Nice, Lu Fan shouts. Not giving the beast a moment to breathe, he follows up with a lethal finisher. Dragon Fang Strike. Lu Fan gains 23,790 EXP, reaching level 14. The Black Dragon also reaches level 9. Staring at the notifications, Lu Fan lets out a laugh. Is it over already? That was faster than I thought. As expected of an elite monster, the experience gain is massive. Just then, a new system notification flashes. System triggered. Daily treasure map obtained. Another map? I wonder what legendary loot awaits a Dragon Tamer this time. Filled with excitement, Lu Fan grins at his companion. Xiao Ye, let's go find some treasure. Our hunt continues. Xiao Ye follows happily as they head deeper. Meanwhile, in the rocky plains, a group of hunters is deep in conversation. Qin Qiu asks with concern, Uncle Jay, are we really going to let this rare opportunity slip through our fingers? Sun Ge gives a helpless smile. Miss, there is nothing we can do. Our options are completely exhausted. This secret realm requires 5 people to open. I suggest Tai Air returns to Jianghai to find more recruits. Tai Air interrupts immediately. Even at my maximum speed, a round trip would take at least 1 full day. Qin Qiu sighs deeply. These secret realms appear at random and hold incredible treasures, but they are fleeting. The rewards are far better than normal dungeons, but it only lasts 1 day. We simply won't make it in time. Seeing her disappointment, Sun Ge tries to console her. Miss, you aren't the type to dwell on what-ifs. With your strength, once you enter the top 10 academies, they will provide you with all the realms you need. I know, Uncle Ge, but it's still a huge waste. Suddenly, Sun Ge's expression shifts to one of extreme caution. Who's there? Tai Air shouts, drawing her weapon and shielding the group as she stares warily into the shadows. From behind a massive rock, Lu Fan calmly steps into view. Relax. I'm just a traveler passing through this area. Sun Ge scoffs at his messy appearance. Look at you, kid. This isn't a place for lowly treasure hunters to wander. Qin Qiu signals him to stop and approaches Lu Fan with a polite smile, extending her hand in greeting. We are from the Qin family of Jianghai. I am Qin Qiu. This is sudden, but could you join our party? You don't need to fight. We just need your presence to meet the player requirement for this secret realm. I'll pay you 100,000 long coins for your time. What do you think? Lu Fan pauses, intrigued. He wonders why the wealthy Qin family is so desperate. This secret realm must contain something incredibly rare. Qin Qiu nods, confirming his suspicions. We just need 1 more person to enter. It's an easy 100,000. Sun Ge adds impatiently. A golden opportunity like this doesn't come twice. Make your choice quickly before time runs out. Lu Fan smirks. I'm not interested in just the money. However, we can cooperate under specific rules. Tai Air frowns, catching his meaning. Are you saying you want to split the rewards based on our performance? Exactly, Lu Fan admits. He wasn't about to settle for a flat fee when legendary loot was at stake. Qin Qiu ponders. Their average level is 20, and this young man appears significantly weaker than her seasoned team. Is he incredibly confident in his hidden strength, or is he just another arrogant fool who doesn't know better? Since the realm won't stay open forever, Qin Qiu stops thinking and reaches out her hand to finalize the deal. Then it's settled. As you wish, let's form a party and tackle this together. To show my sincerity, the promise of 100,000 long coins still stands. Lu Fan shook hands with Qin Qiu. The deal was struck. With the formalities finished, Qin Qiu flashed a bright smile. All right, everyone, prepare to set out immediately. Trailing at the rear, Lu Fan kept his guard up. Revealing Xiao Ye's true identity to strangers in this lawless wilderness would only invite unnecessary trouble. Bear with me for now. I'll summon you once I claim the prize. As they crossed the threshold, a glowing system interface flickered before them. Secret Realm, Death Village. Level 20. Difficulty, high. Warning, minimum of 5 party members recommended for survival. The group pressed forward into the gloom, every sense heightened as they scanned the eerie, ruined surroundings. Qin Qiu was the first to break the silence. This village is unnervingly quiet. I can even hear the echo of my own breathing. Kai Er nodded grimly. The atmosphere is suffocating. There isn't a single trace of life within this thick, unnatural mist. Sun Jing noticed Lu Fan walking casually with empty hands. Hey kid, where's your gear? Don't tell me you're entering a dungeon empty-handed. No gear? Lu Fan smirked inwardly. He extended his hand, and a sudden burst of crimson flame swirled violently around his palm. As the fire dissipated, a heavy blade materialized. Black Dragon Scale Saber. Epic Grade. Required Level, 10. Class Requirement, Dragon Tamer or Dragon Blood Warrior. Skill, Dragon Blood Armoring increases power by dragonizing a limb. Attack plus 65, Durability plus 30. Ever since Lu Fan had struck down the 3-headed Blood Lion, the system had been rewarding him well. He had obtained this masterpiece by following a secret coordinate marked on his map. It was a massive upgrade from his starter dagger. Eyeing the impressive blade, Sun Ge remarked, Not bad, kid. That weapon of yours is quite remarkable. I took you for a veteran treasure hunter, but you're just a freshly awakened student, aren't you? Kai interjected coldly. Uncle, why are you wasting your breath on him? We might be partners for now, but if he shows any ill intent, I'll personally take him down. Suddenly, the earth beneath Sungae's feet erupted. A pale, skeletal hand clawed through the soil. Zombie. Level 15. Experience, 620. Skill, Constrict and Tear. It traps its target with a death grip, shredding flesh with venomous claws. Corpse poison. Every strike infects the victim. Lose health rapidly, or risk being transformed into a mindless undead. More ghouls swarmed from the dirt. Sun Ge, look out. Xiao Jia roared, immediately activating his impact skill. He charged from the backline, slamming his heavy shield into the monsters to knock them away from Sun Ge. Nice work, Xiao Jia, Sun Ge barked. He and Kai dove into the fray, steel flashing as they carved through the rotting horde. Lu Fan held back, his sharp eyes analyzing the group's dynamic. A warrior, an assassin, and a knight. Their formation was solid. Furthermore, Sun Ge was already level 28, nearing his second awakening. At that moment, Qin Chu finished her incantation. Lifting her staff high, she cried, Holy light star rain, gather and descend. A barrage of starlight fell from the heavens, dealing massive area damage to enemies while simultaneously healing her allies. Shimmering light rained down on the front line, restoring Sun Ge's health as it vaporized a large swathe of the zombie horde. Qin Chu turned toward Lu Fan with a satisfied look. This is the true power of my profession. As a holy light hidden mage, I can bridge the gap between devastating offense and vital recovery. However, my raw damage is lower than a pure mage, and my healing trails behind a priest. Lu Fan nodded. I see. He privately evaluated this rare hidden class. Her holy damage was exceptionally lethal against these undead abominations. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a violent force, nearly throwing them off balance. A new wave of monsters tore through the soil. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as the pressure shifted. It seemed they had finally provoked the elite guardians of the village. The sheer volume of their groans was chilling. Blood zombies. Level 20. Experience. 1,340. These were far more dangerous than the common trash. As the pack closed in, Sun Ge shouted, Elite monsters incoming. Kai guard the lady and the kid. Xiao Jia, with me. Don't let these bastards break our front line. Xiao Jia roared in affirmation. Sun Ge gripped his weapon, unleashing a full moon slash that bit deep into a blood zombie's shoulder. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia used a piercing strike, his blade driving straight through the chest of another elite, but his face went pale. The blood zombie didn't even flinch. The wound knit itself shut instantly, trapping Xiao Jia's sword inside its rotting flesh. How? How is this possible? He cried out in terror. Before they could recover, the pack of blood zombies unhinged their jaws in unison, spewing out clouds of lethal corpse poison. Lu Fan's heart sank. Corpse poison. They need a priest to dispel it immediately. But Qin Chu was a mage. She couldn't save them from this. A portion of Xiao Jia's arm is now trapped deep within the gore of a blood zombie. He screams desperately for help. Sun Ge, help me. But Sun Ge is struggling just as much. His own weapon is lodged in another monster's shoulder. Sun Ge, let's go. Drop your weapons, now. Kai take the front line. Grabbing the chance, Sun Ge pulls Xiao Jia to safety. No need to trouble her, I'll handle this. Lu Fan smiles, stepping forward with his blade. Seeing the monsters swarm him, Sun Ge yells, Kid, have you lost your mind? Get back. Lu Fan ignores him. His eyes turn cold as he delivers a blinding horizontal slash. To everyone's utter disbelief, the monster they couldn't touch is cleaved in two by a single strike. Lu Fan turns back with a smirk. Relax. We still have a long way to go, don't we? The group stands frozen in shock, until a pained cry from Xiao Jia breaks the silence. Qin Chu rushes over. Hold on, I'll heal you. Meanwhile, Sun Ge is paralyzed by what he saw. Kid. You. Just what level are you really? His voice trembles with confusion. No newly awakened student should possess such devastating attack power. I'm just level 14, Lu Fan says calmly. I have no reason to lie to you. I'm only here to grind for the upcoming exams. Qin Chu narrows her eyes, deep in thought. The exams? So his goal is the same as mine? She wonders. But a level 14 hitting harder than Sun Ge at level 28? Suddenly, the ground bursts open. A monster lunges at Qin Chu. Miss, look out! Kai screams, leaping to shield her. Before she can fire her crossbow, Lu Fan blurs past her like a gale, piercing the beast. The zombies get stronger the deeper we go, Lu Fan warns, flicking blood off his blade. I'll hold the front line. Any objections? The group stares back in stunned silence. Qin Chu begins to suspect. Could he be the one they're whispering about in Jianghai? She smiles. Then we're in your hands. You and Sun Ge will lead the charge. I'll treat Xiaojia. K.Er guards the rear. The boss must be at the village center. Just call me Lu Fan. Let's move out. He immediately dives deeper into the darkness. Qin Qiu watches his back. Lu Fan, the one with the rumored hidden class? A Dragon Tamer? No way. Aren't Dragon Tamers supposed to be the weakest class? Time passes as they push forward. Qin Qiu focuses on Xiaojia, while the others clear the path. After another wave, Lu Fan glances at Xiaojia, his worry growing. Qin Qiu's healing can't purge the corpse poison. To teleport out, they must slay the dungeon guardian fast. If the poison spreads, Xiaojia will turn. Something's wrong, Kai'er mutters. There's no sign of the guardian anywhere. Behind them, a massive pile of debris tremors. Only Xiaojia sees it. Sunday. Sunja. Behind you. He gasps out a final warning before collapsing into unconsciousness. Xiaojia! Stay with us! Qin Qiu cries out as Sunga whips his head around. Before they can even check on him, a terrifying presence radiates from the shadows. Within seconds, a gargantuan monstrosity towers over the small group. The dungeon guardian. Kai'er gasps. Lu Fan immediately activates his appraisal eye. Level 20, Ironclad Zombie X, 3720, drops scrap metal. Corpse poison. Every strike infects the target, causing bleed and self-healing. Fusion. Absorbs targets to boost HP iron skin. Defensive state plus 40% reduction. The poison in Xiaojia's system must have acted as a catalyst to wake this beast. Lu Fan's eyes widen as he analyzes the monster's dangerous skill set. Kill it now, he roars. It's trying to absorb Xiaojia to complete its evolution. Sun Ge doesn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a powerful full moon slash. But horror dawned on him as he realized his strikes couldn't even scratch the beast. Witnessing this, Lu Fan felt a heavy sense of dread. He calculated that if the corpse poison drew the zombies out, they didn't have a second to waste on a slow approach. Lunging forward, Lu Fan charged the iron-skinned zombie, driving his blade straight into its skull with lethal intent. The result was bleak. The monster had entered an iron body state, boosting its physical defense by 40%. 2 more hits. And I need more speed, he muttered to himself. Lu Fan activated Dragon Blood Armament. This weapon skill allowed him to dragonize his body, surging his attack power to the limit. Meanwhile, lured by the toxin on Xiaojia, the iron-skinned zombie lunged toward him and the resting Qin Qiu. It used fusion absorption to consume and heal itself. Qin Qiu, sync your holy magic with my attack. Now, Uncle Zhou, you and Kai'er guard Xiaojia. With his arm now a terrifying dragon claw, Lu Fan intercepted the beast. Right, we're on it. Responding instantly, Qin Qiu released Xiaojia and stood tall. She raised her staff, unleashing holy light stardust upon the metal monster. Their combined strike hit home. The creature's iron exterior began to crumble, shattering into jagged shards across the earth. Kai'er watched in shock. Its very body is collapsing. It seems it used fusion absorption to maintain that size, Zhou noted. Lu Fan added, then the true form is hidden inside. Zhou stared at Lu Fan. In all his years with the Qin family, he had seen many elite warriors. This kid definitely has a hidden job. Moments later, the zombie's iron shell vanished completely. As the true core was exposed, Lu Fan leaped through the air, throwing a heavy punch. On your knees! Without its iron defense, the creature was defenseless. Lu Fan's single blow tore the monster into bloody pieces. The dungeon guardian is defeated, Kai'er cried out. Qin Qiu frowned, stunned by the power of a skill she'd never seen. Just who are you, Lu Fan? At that moment, a blinding light appeared. A treasure chest dropped from the level 20 iron-skinned zombie. Lu Fan, Qin Qiu said, we'll honor our original agreement. We'll divide the loot fairly. We didn't know you before, and I'll admit I underestimated your strength. That was our mistake. I hope you can overlook it. Zhou slapped Lu Fan's back with a laugh. Kid, you could solo this whole place. We're just here to fill the slots. Lu Fan smiled humbly. You're overpraising me, Uncle Zhou. Qin Qiu, why don't you do the honors? Qin Qiu stepped forward and opened the chest. Inside were 3 items. Strength potions, a powerful consumable. Using one adds 2 points to strength. Next was an antidote, used to purge toxins. It cures corpse poison instantly. Finally, the blood mulberry bracers, requiring level 20 with no class restrictions. Kai'er pouted at the loot. Is this all for a secret realm? Zhou agreed. It felt quite lackluster. Lu Fan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A level 20 secret realm shouldn't be this stingy. Nearby, Qin Qiu handed an antidote to Zhou. Uncle Zhou, give this to Xiaojia right away. She then passed the bulk of the rewards to Lu Fan. Classmate, this is what you've earned. Take the equipment, the antidote, and the strength potions. They belong to you. Lu Fan accepted them. noting that the Qin family truly lived by their word. System. Item equipped. Attack plus 16, defense plus 17. Received 3 strength potions and 1 antidote. Qin Qiu glanced around, her suspicion growing. The boss is down, so where is the teleportation portal? Let's search the area, Kair suggested. Zhou nodded, and they prepared to scout. But before they could move, Lu Fan's voice rang out. Stop. Don't wander off just yet. That thing wasn't the boss. Lu Fan's eyes were locked onto his system screen. The progress bar was split into 4 parts. They had only cleared 3 of them. The final segment, marked with a skull, was still active. The Iron Skin zombie was just the beginning. Zhou turned back, confused. Why do you say that? Have you sensed something new? Before he could answer, Qin Qiu spoke with a grave expression. Uncle Zhou, I'm a holy mage. I can feel an even darker presence lurking nearby. Soon, they reached the shores of the Corpse Village Lake. Qin Qiu pointed toward the center of the lake. It's right over there. Tyre whispers, if the young lady says so, then the boss must be lurking somewhere nearby. Sun Ge adds, this dungeon isn't large. We likely overlooked this spot when we first entered the village. Meanwhile, deep beneath the lake, a multi-tentacled beast slumbers in the darkness. As Lu Fan's group nears the water's edge, countless eyes upon the monster's tentacles snap open in terrifying unison. On the shore, Lu Fan shouts, it's here! An instant later, a mass of eye-covered tentacles erupts from the surface, shattering the lake's calm. Lu Fan attempts to use his appraisal skill, but the result is a total blank. He was right, this is the true hidden boss of the village. Everyone, stay sharp. Find cover immediately. Sun Ge lunges forward, blocking the thrashing tentacles aimed at the party. However, the sheer impact is overwhelming, sending him hurtling backward. Qin Qiu cries out in panic, Uncle Sun! Suddenly, a chilling gaze locks onto her, freezing her blood. She turns to see tentacles lashing toward her. Paralyzed with fear, she can only shut her eyes tight. Young lady! Sun Jae's men scream in despair, forced to watch the impending tragedy unfold. Fortunately, Lu Fan arrives just in time, sweeping Qin Qiu into his arms and leaping to safety. Opening her eyes, Qin Qiu finds herself in Lu Fan's embrace. A faint blush creeps across her face. Tai rushes over, asking, My lady, are you hurt? Suddenly, a suffocating pressure rises as something truly monstrous begins to surface from the depths. They turn to witness a titan far more terrifying than any ironclad zombie they've ever faced. Those previous tentacles were merely a fraction of its true form. Lu Fan activates his appraisal skill once more. Sorrowful Evil Corpse, level 25 boss. Strength, 271. Agility, 183. Spirit, 150. Durability, 266. Skill, Corpse Chi Entanglement. This aura of malice reduces all nearby living beings' attributes by 20%. Next is Phantom Chains, spiraling iron that binds the target. This deals heavy damage through Grudge Burst, a poison-laced shockwave that repels attackers. Furthermore, its unyielding grudge reduces fire and holy damage by 30%. Tai murmurs in awe. So, this is the real master of the dungeon. With a grim expression, Sun Ji steps up. Xiaojia, fall back. I'll hold the line. Xiaojia stubbornly retorts, I can still fight. I'm going to help you stop it. Don't be a fool. Sun Ge barks. Your body hasn't recovered yet. He parries a tentacle with his blade and roars. Lu Fan, the opening is yours. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate, charging headlong toward the gargantuan nightmare. His gaze locks onto its humanoid core. He realizes Sun Ge and Xiaojia are barely holding on. He has to settle this alone. As long as it's still a zombie, destroying the main body is the only way to win. Suddenly, the boss unhinges its jaw, unleashing a deafening shriek. Corpse Chi Entanglement. A debuff icon appears above everyone, slashing their stats by 20%. Their situation has turned from dire to desperate. A massive tentacle slams down toward Lu Fan. He vaults into the air, dancing across the chains to reach the boss's core. The beast is cunning. It senses Lu Fan's intent and shifts its defense instantly. Lu Fan, watch out for the chains. Qin Qiu screams a warning. The boss triggers Phantom Chains. The iron links whip violently, throwing Lu Fan off balance. Damn it, he curses. The monster howls, redirecting its iron chains towards Sun Ge's group. Sun Ge shields Qin Qiu, bracing his sword. Stay behind me. Despite his wounds, Xiaojia raises his shield, joining the desperate defense against the metal storm. Tai notices Lu Fan is mid-air and defenseless against a descending tentacle. She fires her crossbow, the bolt piercing an eye on the limb. The tentacle flinches, giving Lu Fan a split second to recover. Looking down, Lu Fan sees his allies struggling. If this continues, they won't survive another minute. He abandons his solo charge, pivoting mid-air. Kicking off a chain, he dives toward the group. Get back! he yells, unleashing Dragon Tooth Strike to repel the iron onslaught. Dragon Tooth Strike channels draconic energy into the weapon, delivering a blow of devastating proportions. Enraged, the boss lashes out with more chains. Lu Fan counters by activating Dragon Blood Armor and Dragon Claw. Dragon Blood Armor is a unique trait of the Ink Dragon Scale Blade, allowing him to dragonify his body for increased power. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a lethal limb, its strength drawing directly from the Black Dragon itself. This time, Lu Fan meets the chains head-on. With a swipe of his claw, he shreds the iron into useless scrap. Yet, this was merely a defensive maneuver. No real damage has been dealt to the boss's health pool. Seeing the gap in power, Sunga shouts urgently, "Kid, this thing is beyond us. We need to retreat now." Chinchu's voice trembled as she realized the grim truth. "We're just dead weight here. Staying any longer puts everyone's life on the line." Lu Fan remained unfazed, his voice steady amidst the chaos. "Everyone, retreat deep into the village immediately. That area has been cleared of zombies," he added. Chinchu hesitated, her eyes wide with worry. "But what about you?" Lu Fan's gaze didn't waver. "I'll hold the rear. Just go." Kier grabbed her arm, urging her forward. "Miss, we have to move. He's the only one who can handle this monster anyway. We're useless in a fight like this." With one last lingering look at Lu Fan, Chinchu followed Kier's lead and retreated back into the village. With the burden of protecting them gone, Lu Fan stepped forward with lethal calm. He raised his hand, igniting a massive swirling vortex. They wouldn't have made a difference even without that debuff. "It's time for my real partner to take over. Come out and play, Xiao Ye." A roar echoed as Xiao Ye erupted from the vortex, sinking his fangs deep into the boss's tentacles. In the distance, Sun Jae's group froze at the sudden commotion. "What was that?" they gasped. But when their eyes landed on Xiao Ye, their faces turned pale with pure disbelief. A dragon? He actually summoned a dragon. Xiao Ye didn't waste a second, unleashing his great jaw skill to shred the boss's defenses. Moving like a streak of light, the dragon's teeth tore through flesh, inflicting massive damage and a lethal bleeding effect. The boss shrieked in agony as several tentacles were severed, her cries of pain echoing across the lake. Seizing the opening, Xiao Ye extended his razor-sharp claws, diving straight for the boss's true form with intent to kill. With one final, bone-chilling scream, the massive creature lost all strength and crashed into the depths. Sun Gae's group watched, completely speechless. "Is it over?" Kier whispered. Sun Ge could only marvel at the destruction. To dismantle a boss in seconds, that power is terrifying. Even the younger members were awestruck. "I never thought I'd see a true great dragon with my own eyes." Chinchu remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lu Fan as he gently stroked Xiao Ye's head. So the rumors in Jianghai were true, she thought. "You really are the Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan. But every monster has a past. Hidden behind the sorrowful corpse queen is a story of tragedy and betrayal. 300 years ago, the girl who would become this nightmare was born and raised right here in this village. She lived a peaceful life under the protection of the church, shielded from the world's dangers, until a devastating plague struck. Bodies piled up by the lake faster than they could be buried. She desperately wanted to save them, but fate was cruel. Her class was that of a dark witch. She couldn't heal the dying. Her powers were meant for the dead. She could only summon their souls for one final goodbye. Yet, the church that once protected her now branded her the source of the plague. They bound her in heavy chains and cast her into the lake, leaving her to drown in the freezing, silent depths. "I only wanted to help," she cried out in her heart. "I just wanted them to say goodbye. What did I do wrong?" Back in the present, while the others celebrated their survival, Lu Fan's instincts were screaming that something was wrong. He stared at the bubbling surface of the lake, his stance tense. "The exit portal hasn't appeared yet," he warned. "That means the boss is still alive. Leaving now, it would be a fatal mistake." No sooner had he spoken than the sorrowful corpse queen surged back from the depths, her aura undergoing a terrifying evolution. Every single stat, strength, agility, and spirit, doubled instantly. The difficulty had just spiked into a true nightmare. She unleashed a devastating new arsenal. Her lamenting strike released a curse of pure hatred, carrying a dark chance for instant death. And even if you survived the curse, the lingering rot would inflict poison, massive bleeding, and a crushing stun. Then came the deep water cage, a prison of lake water designed to drown all hope. Empowered by malice, she became immune to physical damage, calling upon every corpse in the dungeon to rise once more. "None of you shall leave this place," she shrieked, launching her water cages at Lu Fan and his companions. Thanks to Xiao Ye's protection, Lu Fan evaded the strike, but Kier wasn't so lucky. Caught in the crossfire, she was instantly enveloped by the magical prison. Despite their desperate efforts, she and Sunga couldn't break the cage. "I'm sorry, miss," Kier whispered in despair. "I've failed you." Qin eyes filled with tears. No, it's my fault. I'm the one who dragged you all into this nightmare. Lu Fan's voice cut through her self-blame like a blade. Are you really giving up now? After coming this far? Qin looked up helplessly. I'm the only magic user left, but my damage is far from enough. Sunge realized what Lu Fan was hinting at, and his eyes widened. The boss is immune to physical attacks, and we can barely protect ourselves, Sunge noted. Lu Fan, don't tell me you can use magic too? Before they could even process the thought, the queen lunged again, her lamenting strike, ready to end their lives. The curse of hatred is unleashed, carrying a lethal chance to end a life in an instant. If it fails, it inflicts massive damage and zombie venom. Suddenly, a colossal spectral hand lunges for Lu Fan. I don't know, but my dragon does. Lu Fan tells Sun Ge as Xiao Ye triggers her Hoklong bloodline. Instantly, all incoming damage is slashed by 50%. Immune to all debuffs and her healing boosted by 500%, she cleaves through the monster's spectral arm. The beast howls in agony, desperately conjuring another phantom hand to strike at Lu Fan once more. Qin watches in fear, but Lu Fan knows a dragon's stats are far beyond any human limit. Lu Fan activates Dragon's Excitement, boosting all attributes and attack power for his team by 30%. He commands Xiao Ye to unleash her lava breath, incinerating everything in her path. The flames burn the enemy while healing her master. Xiao Ye hits level 10 as Lu Fan reaches level 15. Successive notifications confirm the boss's demise, bringing a satisfied smile to the young Dragon Tamer's face. Good job, Xiao Ye. It's over. Let's find the portal, he says as Sunge rushes forward. Sunge coughs through the thick smoke, declaring it finished. But strange noises suddenly echo from behind. They turn to see the fallen zombies rising once again, slowly closing in on their position. Before turning to ash, the boss had used its final breath to cast Will of Hatred. This dark spell awakens every corpse within the secret realm with unbridled, vengeful rage. As the group panics, a red-haired girl descends, breathing a torrent of fire that wipes out the undead. Sunge finally realizes the truth. She is the dragon that easily destroyed what they struggled against. Qin watches in awe as Lu Fan proudly introduces his companion, the black dragon, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye seems to enjoy playing with the minions, dancing through the flames while the others stare. The boss is dead, Qin. Relax. Let's divide the loot and leave. Lu Fan moves toward the treasure chest dropped by the boss, ready to claim his reward. By the rules, I pick first. Any objections? None at all. Qin replies quickly. First is the Holy Light Scepter, level 10 required, adding 32 spirit and 19 stamina. Its Holy Light Seal can blind and bind targets based on the user's spirit stat. Next, the Silver Tomb, level 10 required, adding 35 spirit and 15 stamina with a protective skill. It creates a shield that absorbs damage based on spirit. Finally, a rare ring appears, the Ring of Sorrow, level 15 required, adding 57 spirit, 21 stamina, and 12 attack. Its unique passive harvests resentment, eventually adding bleed and stun effects to every single attack. Lastly, a rare class change scroll, a precious item that offers a chance to awaken a hidden profession. After surveying the loot, Lu Fan chooses the class change scroll and leaves the rest for them. Lu Fan, you don't have to do this. By the rules, everything belongs to you. Lu Fan simply smiles, explaining that the other items suit her much better than him. I'm not being a martyr. You need those more, but I definitely need this scroll. If not for you, we'd all be dead, Qin insists, picking up the Ring of Sorrow. She hands the ring to Lu Fan as a token of gratitude, and he accepts it. Lu Fan heads home, leaving Qin to stare at his back with newfound admiration and curiosity. Just how many secrets is he hiding? He truly is an enigma, she whispers. After a 4-hour journey, Lu Fan finally arrives home. Hearing his story, Han Ke bursts into tears. That sounds so terrifying. My heart can't take hearing about such danger. You faced so much without a word. I haven't slept a wink since you left. I was so afraid this was just a dream and you wouldn't return, she sobs as Lu Fan comforts her. It's my fault for leaving like that. I promise I won't let you worry ever again. Han Ke wipes her tears and gently pats Xiao Ye's head, making the dragon girl wag her tail. I was scared at first, but who knew such a cute girl was actually a powerful dragon? Han Ke looked down at Xiao Ye, asking tenderly, You two must be starving after traveling for days without proper meals, right? Xiao Ye nodded vigorously. At that moment, Lu Fan pulled out a class change scroll and handed it to Han Ke. Auntie, I cleared a hidden realm and found this specifically for you. If you switch to a hidden class, you won't have to just run this bun shop anymore. Han Ke quickly refused. I can't, Lu Fan. This is too precious. You should sell it instead. Didn't you say you left the gear for the Qin family lady? Sell this and buy better equipment for yourself. Your upcoming exam results will be much better that way. Lu Fan chuckled and pulled out his phone to show her his bank balance. Auntie, I'm not short on money or gear anymore. Seeing the numbers on the screen, Han Ke was stunned. I made a fortune selling items from this trip, Auntie. Plus, accompanying my classmate Chin Chiu earned me over 100,000 more. Trust me, we won't worry about money again. So please, take it. It's best if you use it right now. This time, Han Ke didn't hesitate. She opened the scroll and successfully advanced to a hidden class, the Phantom Chef. Is there anything special about this new profession? Lu Fan asked excitedly. I have an enchanted cooking skill now. Your cooking was already amazing, and now you have extra skills to boost it. By the way, where did Xiao Ye go? She was just here. Actually, Xiao Ye was fast asleep on the floor after devouring most of the buns. Elsewhere, after returning, Qin Chu reported everything that happened in the secret realm, including Lu Fan's feats, to her father, Qin Shanhai. So this Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan, summoned a massive black dragon and saved everyone? Qin Shanhai asked calmly. Yes, it was my stubbornness that caused it. Lu Fan is just too powerful. Even though we both have hidden classes, comparing me to him is like a firefly next to the moon. Qin Shanhai swirled the wine in his glass, his eyes unreadable. He then asked pointedly, you haven't told anyone else about this, right? No, we made a pact. The Qin family won't reveal it. Qin Chiu answered quickly. Good. If word gets out, those greedy for the great dragon's power won't stay quiet. Qin Chiu asked uneasily. Father, he saved our lives. Do you have designs on his dragon? Her overreaction made Qin Shanhai burst into laughter. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Instead, how do you plan to repay him for saving your life? I promised him 10,000 as a reward when I invited him. Qin Chu replied hesitantly. That's not enough. Tomorrow, deliver a purple vine invitation personally to show our gratitude. Understood. Father, aren't you curious about him too? I truly want to meet this Dragon Tamer. Qin Shanhai sighed. But I have other plans tomorrow morning. The next morning, a special guest arrived. The Princess of Tai Chi Kingdom, Jin Zhou, currently studying in Jianghai. Hearing the bell ring, Han Ke left her fresh buns and opened the door with a smile. Are you here for buns? Sorry. We're closed today. The princess looked Han Ke up and down, then asked the black-armored man behind her skeptically. Is it really here? You didn't lead me to this trashy dump on purpose, did you? I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. According to our investigation, this is the place. Before Han Ke could speak, the guard shoved the door open, knocking her back and spilling the buns. The princess didn't care at all, raising her voice arrogantly. I'm here to find someone. Do you know a dragon tamer named Lu Fan? Hearing his name, Lu Fan headed downstairs. He saw buns scattered everywhere, and Han Ke clutching her bruised arm in pain. Worse, a strange girl was pinching her nose with a look of pure disgust. This place reeks of a nauseating stench. Auntie, are you okay? What happened here? Lu Fan rushed to her side. Han Ke forced a smile. I'm fine. The girl interrupted. Are you Lu Fan? I have personally come to see you today. Lu Fan turned his cold gaze toward the princess. A princess? Who exactly are you people? The armored man stepped forward and introduced her with a bow. This is Princess Jinzhou of the Tai Chi Kingdom. I am her loyal subordinate, Kui Hongtai. Jinzhou spoke with extreme arrogance. I've come to give you a chance to finally stand out. Stand out? Yes. Being a dragon tamer must be frustrating, isn't it? As long as you accept my request, this treasure will be all yours. The princess signaled Kui Hongtai with a subtle nod. He immediately snapped the suitcase open, revealing a glowing egg. Behold, the dragon egg. Lu Fan watched intently. Seeing his shocked expression, Jinzhou smirked triumphantly. Well, stunned? Do you crave this power? The price is simple. Become my loyal servant and obey my every whim without question. A servant? Lu Fan repeated, his voice cold. Han Ke stared at the princess in disbelief. I found this in a legendary nest, the princess boasted. It is a specimen unique to this world. As Lu Fan remained silent, Jinzhou leaned in with a mocking gaze. What's the matter? Lost your voice already? Typical commoner. Utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming majesty of a dragon's presence. But Lu Fan wasn't afraid. He was busy scanning the item with his appraisal eye. Item, low-grade armored dragon egg. Armored dragons are born encased in massive biological plating, specialized for absolute defense. It mitigates all incoming damage and utilizes a sweeping tail strike for area of effect destruction. So, it's just a low-tier earth drake. This thing is basically just a walking rock. And you people actually call this a dragon? Lu Fan sneered inwardly and let out a heavy sigh. The attributes aren't bad. His lack of enthusiasm left Jinzhou completely baffled. Does this fool not realize how vital a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer? How could she be so arrogant? Lu Fan quickly reassured Han Ke. Don't worry, I'm ending this farce right now. Jinzhou stood with her hands on her hips, her voice dripping with disdain. A dragon tamer without a dragon is just trash, right? Submit to me, and you'll become the first in history to master the strongest class ever known. Aren't you trembling with excitement at such an opportunity? Lu Fan responded with a mocking smirk. Oh, I'm thrilled. But I refuse. Jinzhou froze in shock before exploding in a fit of rage. Do you realize what you're saying? You dare reject me? You're throwing away the chance to rewrite the history of dragon tamers? Lu Fan's expression turned icy as he spoke firmly. You'd better stop looking for me. Take your egg and leave. I have zero interest. And as for being a servant? Truly pathetic. Veins popped on Kui Hongtai's forehead. The princess herself gave you a path to greatness, yet you dare act so insolently. A path to greatness? Don't make me laugh. I will never bow my head to anyone. Never before had the highborn princess been so humiliated. She instantly ordered Kui Hongtai to teach Lu Fan a brutal lesson. Han Ke rushed forward to intervene, but Kui Hongtai roughly shoved her aside. The princess has spoken. Move. Since you've rejected our kindness, we'll do this the hard way. Hongtai lunged forward, but before he could strike, a flash of light streaked past, slicing his cheek open. Lu Fan pointed his weapon directly at his face, his voice chillingly cold. You dared to lay a hand on my family. I will absolutely erase you. Xiao Fan. Stop. Don't be reckless. Han Ke cried out in terror. Shaken, Kui Hongtai instinctively backed away. Something is wrong with this kid. What are you waiting for? Jinzhou shrieked. I told you to break him. And you. Suddenly, Lu Fan closed the distance and delivered a stinging slap across Jinzhou's face. I don't care what kind of princess you are. Shut your mouth, take your trash, and get out of my sight. You filthy commoner. How dare you lay a hand on the princess? Hongtai roared and charged, but Lu Fan deflected his strike with a casual flick of his blade. Humiliated, Hongtai scrambled back to the princess. Your Highness, are you all right? The princess wasn't touched. She was trembling with murderous rage. She slapped Hongtai hard. Useless trash. Does it look like I'm okay? Kill him now. Even if I lose the Dragon Tamer, I want him dead. While chaos erupted below, the floor above remained eerily silent. That is, until Lu Fan's phone began to ring incessantly, stirring Xiao Ye from her sleep. On the other end of the line, Qin Qiu grew increasingly anxious. That's strange. Why isn't he picking up? We definitely exchanged contacts before I left. Did I get the number wrong? Back at Lu Fan's residence, Qin Qiu was lost in thought when a massive explosion suddenly rocked the nearby building, jolting her awake. Curious neighbors rushed toward the source of the blast, whispering in shock. Is there a fight? Is it those foreigners? Jinzhou, consumed by fury, brandished her scepter at the crowd. What are you staring at? Scram, you low-life insects. Cui Hongtai fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Princess, his stats are high, and I was incompetent. Useless. You can't even handle a commoner? Fine, I'll do it myself. Jinzhou flashed a sinister grin as her scepter began to glow with a deadly, magical light. Lu Fan watched with a wary gaze. This magic felt like a cheap imitation of Qin Qiu's, likely some kind of hidden class. Qin Qiu rushed over, her face etched with concern. What happened here? Classmate Qin, why are you here? In that split second, a surge of dark malice erupted from Jinzhou's staff, swirling violently around Kui Hongtai. The energy caused his body to swell grotesquely, muscles bulging beyond human limits. His eyes turned hollow, his humanity replaced by a feral hunger. He's turned into a monster, Lu Fan thought, immediately triggering his appraisal skill. Cui Hongtai, level 30, Guardian Knight. Jinzhou, level 15 hidden class user. Leave him to me, Lu Fan. Qin Qiu stepped forward to shield him, but Lu Fan firmly pushed her to the side. Stay back. Go protect my aunt in the shop. At that moment, the buffed-up Kui Hongtai lunged at Lu Fan with a murderous roar. Lu Fan leaped back, narrowly dodging the crushing blow while calmly analyzing his opponent's newfound strength. His attack power has skyrocketed. I'll need to use the dragon's blessing. Seeing Kui Hongtai gain the upper hand, Jinzhou let out a delighted cackle. Yes, that's it. Tear him apart. Witness the power of a princess's blessing. Before the words could fully leave her mouth, a deafening crash echoed as Ziye smashed through the wall, her aura shifting into something terrifying. Jinzhou froze, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure radiating from the girl. Lu Fan's voice was like ice. Fine then. Now it's my turn to vent. As the words fell, Ziye's form blurred and expanded, shedding her human shell. A giant dragon. Before Jinzhou or Kui Hongtai could even scream, Xiao Ye lunged at the massive knight with primal fury. With one devastating strike of her claws, she slammed him into the earth, burying him deep into the shattered pavement. The shockwave sent Jinzhou tumbling backward. Her mind raced in disbelief. How could this be happening? It was impossible. One strike was all it took to dismantle Hongtai. A pained, guttural cry tore from the man's throat. He spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, feebly reaching a trembling hand toward Jinzhou as he gasped for air. Princess. Help. Save me. Jinzhou spat back. Useless trash. Just endure it for a moment. Hurling insults at her broken pawn, Jinzhou aimed her staff at Xiao Ye, desperately beginning a counterspell. Xiao Ye let out a roar that shattered the magic midcast, leaving Jinzhou defenseless. Hongtai, pinned under a massive claw, whimpered, Let me go. With a look of pure disdain, Xiao Ye tossed Hongtai toward Jinzhou like a discarded bag of garbage. Hongtai lay there shivering, his hand still reaching for his mistress. Jinzhou stood frozen, staring at the carnage with wide, terrified eyes. This power. She really is a giant dragon. But how? Besides my own family, how could another dragon egg even exist in this world? Lu Fan stepped toward Jinzhou, his gaze sharp enough to cut through steel. Princess Jinzhou, what was that you were barking about earlier? Something about crushing me to satisfy your ego? Seeing Lu Fan approach, Jinzhou's bravado shattered into tears. She collapsed to the ground, screaming, Don't come near me, stay away. You attacked my subordinate and nearly killed him. Do you have any idea what kind of consequences you're facing for threatening me? You'll become a sworn enemy of the entire Taiki kingdom. Lu Fan merely laughed, drawing his weapon. Still trying to threaten me, I see. You sent your lapdog to hunt my family, and you expect me to care about your title? His eyes burned with cold, lethal intent. What are you doing? Jinzhou stammered. In response, Xiao Ye opened her maw, a sphere of searing fire beginning to ignite. Lu Fan raised his blade high. Stop barking about being a princess or whatever. Even if you were a god, I would make you pay back this debt tenfold. Suddenly, Qin Shanhai descended on a flying mount, shouting, Lu Fan, stop. Qin Qiu gasped in panic. Father! Watch out! Before she could finish the warning, Xiao Ye turned her gaze toward Qin Shanhai, ready to unleash her fire. Xiao Ye, stand down, Lu Fan commanded. With one swift strike, he sliced Jinzhou's staff clean in two before sheathing his weapon. Seeing the threat recede, Qin Shanhai landed his beast and rushed over. There are civilians nearby, Lu Fan. You must be careful. This giant dragon. You need to unsummon her at once. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Ye, his heart hammering in his chest. A true giant dragon is on a different level entirely. Just being in her presence, I can feel a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Qin Qiu joined the plea. Lu Fan, please listen to my father. Trust me, just this once. Lu Fan glanced at her, sighed, and gave the command. Xiao Ye, that's enough. The dragon understood instantly. With a final, resonant roar, she shifted back into her human form. Qin Qiu finally let out a long breath of relief. She grabbed Lu Fan's hand and pulled him aside. Meanwhile, Qin Shanhai approached the trembling Jinzhou with a polite, diplomatic smile. Princess Jinzhou, are you all right? I went to the airport to greet you, but I never expected you to be here. My driver is on his way. Let's get you to a hospital immediately. On the other side, as Qin Qiu pulls Lu Fan into the house, Han Ke rushes over to grab his arm, her face etched with worry. Qin Qiu explains that her father might know the princess and could potentially settle this heated conflict, so she called him over. Lu Fan frowns, doubting that Brat will let things go easily, just as Qin Shanhai approaches with a calm smile. I have handled the situation. It is quite a mess for a first meeting, but I am glad you were there, he tells Lu Fan. Lu Fan offers a sincere apology for the trouble, but admits he had no other choice in that moment. Han Ke cannot help but interject to defend him, but Qin Shanhai simply lights a cigarette and signals for silence. I have sent Princess Jinzhou and her subordinates to the hospital, he begins, his tone turning serious. But we still owe the Jin family an explanation. They hold massive sway within the elite circles of the Tai Chi nation. Han Ke's heart sinks as she worries that the powerful Jin family will seek revenge against Lu Fan for defeating her. Lu Fan's eyes flare with anger, declaring that he will never trade his dignity for anything, regardless of her family status. Qin Shanhai smiles and pats his shoulder, admiring his grit and spirit. Spoken like a true man, I like your attitude. Then, his smile fades into a serious expression. Do not worry just yet. I have a way to keep you safe. However, I cannot do it alone. There is a specific condition you must fulfill first, he explains gravely. When Lu Fan asks for details, Qin Shanhai points his cigarette at him. You must become the provincial top scorer in the upcoming grade exam. If you can achieve that, I will personally hold off Princess Jinzhou until your training is complete. Qin Qiu quickly warns him that this is no small feat, as the competition will be incredibly fierce. Countless geniuses from across the province will be there. Only by surpassing them all can I truly protect you. Lu Fan falls silent and closes his eyes, leaving Han Ke to whisper his name in anxious anticipation. Finally, he opens his eyes, burning with pure resolve. I understand. I accept your condition. Hours later at the hospital, Princess Jinzhou finally wakes up from her state of absolute terror. Finding out Lu Fan is still unharmed, she explodes in rage and immediately calls Qin Shanhai. "Why has that bastard Lu Fan not been arrested yet?" she screams, accusing Qin Shanhai of clear bias. Qin Shanhai calmly explains they have notified the higher-ups and need time to resolve the diplomatic mess properly. Jinzhou snarls in fury, demanding that Lu Fan must be dealt with and forced to disappear by tomorrow. The day of the great exam finally arrives, and the school grounds are swarming with nervous students. "Are you really level 11 already?" one student asks, while others marvel at the gathering crowd. As some boast about mastering mage skills and forming parties, Lu Fan's arrival suddenly steals the entire spotlight. "Hey, look, is that Lu Fan? I figured he would be off selling steamed buns by now." The crowd mocks him, sneering at how a former genius ended up with a useless, low-tier class. Lu Fan ignores the insults, though he inwardly curses the predictable disrespect he is facing so soon. Suddenly, the principal takes the stage, shouting for silence as the Nam Province Great Exam officially begins. Having reached level 15, Lu Fan realizes he still has unused daily maps, though they are only mid-tier. But if I combine 3, I can create a high-tier map. That should be a massive edge for this exam. Amidst his thoughts, a voice calls out, "Lu Fan, you have actually come to participate in the exam?" It is his homeroom teacher, and Lu Fan greets him with a confident smile, affirming his readiness. "I have grown much stronger lately." Teacher Li smiles back, handing Lu Fan a mysterious object. "Good. Give it your all. Here is your teleportation stone," the teacher says encouragingly. A system prompt chimes. "You have received 1 teleportation stone. This item allows a user to warp to specific floors or safely exit a trial zone during an emergency." Before leaving, Teacher Li offers a final word of advice, trusting in Lu Fan's indomitable will. "Willpower is key, but you cannot deny that a chosen profession still carries great weight in this world. Errors can be fatal here. Try to form a party with your classmates for safety and support." Lu Fan politely agrees, but in his heart, he is already planning a much more ambitious path. Parties split the experience points. "And I am not just here to pass. I am here to take the number 1 spot." Just then, Qin Chu comes running toward him, accompanied by another girl and a bright smile. Lu Fan eyes the duo and chuckles. "A coincidence? Is this your teammate?" Qin Chu eagerly introduces her best friend. "Meet Xiao Tao. Don't let her looks fool you, she's incredibly capable." Tao Xiaoman responds coldly, "Hey." Qin Chu blushes slightly before asking, "Lu Fan, why not join our party?" Xiaoman's jaw drops in shock. "Huh?" Lu Fan simply smiles and waves, turning to leave. "Sorry, I'm going solo today. I appreciate the help, but I have a personal promise to keep. I'll head to the assembly point first. Give it your all." Qin Chu nods. "You too, stay safe." A flicker of sadness crosses her face. She knows that with Lu Fan's power, anyone else would just be a burden. Once he's gone, Xiaoman asks suspiciously, "Chu, why on earth would you invite the weakest guy here?" Qin Chu just smiles. "Believe it or not, he's a monster. He's the real deal. He's destined to be this year's top scholar." Xiaoman doesn't buy it, eyeing her friend playfully. "What are you saying?" "Don't tell me. You've actually fallen for that Dragon Tamer?" Qin Chu's face turns bright red as she denies it. Xiaoman giggles. "Oh look, someone's blushing hard." Later, Lu Fan steps through the portal into the Great Trial Realm, finding a sea of candidates already gathered. Once the crowd settles, the principal's massive image flickers onto the screens above. "Listen up. The portals ahead offer 4 distinct paths: normal, hard, extreme, and nightmare. The choice and the risk is entirely yours. In normal mode, you'll face illusions. No fatal injuries, but low rewards. Points are 0.9. Hard mode features real monsters and a multiplier of 1. The crowd murmurs. It seems hard mode is the baseline for most candidates. Anything higher is a death trap, reserved for hidden classes. On screen, the principal continues his warning. Extreme monsters are vicious and bloodthirsty. Party up. Your life is worth more than any score. Extreme level. The score multiplier is 3. Suddenly, a level 14 Qigong master named Hong Wu points at the screen. "Principal, are you watching? I'm taking that number 1 spot for myself." His arrogance instantly draws every eye. Xiaoman whispers, "That's Hong Wu, the top genius of the province." Qin Chu notes, "A Qigong master, with such perfect offense and defense, going solo is smart." A nearby student sighs in despair. It's over. With Hong Wu here, nobody else stands a chance at winning. Candidates vanish into the portals. In the monitoring room, the elite observers watch every single move. The principal of School 1 laughs. "Haha, Hong Wu is my finest pupil. The title of top scholar is already in his pocket. Though Mr. Qin, your daughter is quite impressive as well. A top 3 finish is definitely within her reach." Lu Fan's principal can only sigh. What a waste. If Lu Fan had a better hidden class, maybe things would change. Qin Shanhai suddenly smirks. Gentlemen, I'm actually putting my money on a different winner. Curious. Someone asks, who do you have in mind? Shanhai replies, Lu Fan. From School 3. The School 3 principal gasps. Lu Fan? Intrigued, everyone shifts their focus to Lu Fan's monitor. The School 1 principal sneers and scoffs at the screen. Everyone has entered, yet he just stands there. Giving up? What can a Dragon Tamer even do? Look, Hongwu is already on the 4th floor, ranking first. Suddenly, the School 3 principal pales and screams, wait! He's waiting for the final gate. Terror grips the room. He's choosing Nightmare? That's a suicide mission with no exit. Is he insane? This Dragon Tamer is going to get himself killed. Stop him now. An official's voice booms through the realm's speakers. Young man, stop. Think of your life. No one has ever returned from Nightmare mode alive. Lu Fan just smirks and vanishes into the abyss. The principal is left speechless, frozen in pure disbelief. It has been 8 months since someone last dared to select the Nightmare difficulty. That poor soul was devoured by monsters, meeting a truly gruesome end. The principal of High School Number 1 lost his smirk. Glaring at the principal of High School Number 3, he barked out a sharp critique. This is pure madness. Did your school fail to explain the great exam rules? Turning his gaze toward Qin Shanhai, he continued, Mr. Qin, you really need to sharpen your judgment. This suicidal choice can't even begin to compare to our Hongwu. Others quickly chimed in with agreement. He's right. We should focus on the genius Qigong master instead. Qin Shanhai merely chuckled. Aren't you two jumping to conclusions a bit too early? Why don't we watch a little longer before passing judgment? The principal of High School Number 3 asked skeptically, Mr. Qin, why do you have such faith in him? Suddenly, his expression shifted as a startling possibility crossed his mind. Could it be Lu Fan? Inside the Nightmare Trial, a crimson vortex spiraled into existence, teleporting Lu Fan into the abyss. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lu Fan realized he was surrounded. Monstrous shadows flickered within a dense, black mist. Lu Fan drew his weapon instantly. The first floor of the Nightmare Tower. There are at least 10 of them lurking here, he muttered. As the beasts emerged from the darkness, Lu Fan finally identified his prey. Black mane wolves. Level 10. Their bites cause heavy physical damage and a bleeding effect. Their night howl buffs all allies' stats and resets their cooldowns. Bearing their razor-sharp fangs, the pack lunged at Lu Fan with murderous intent. Well then, shall we get started? With a calm smirk, Lu Fan charged. He unleashed his signature skill, Dragon Fang Strike. Mere seconds later, the system flashed a notification. Nightmare Trial Floor 1. Cleared. Score: 990 points. Back in the observation room, the principal of High School Number 1 bolted upright. Impossible, he screamed. In just a single strike? How could this kid, Lu Fan, be so monstrously powerful? A man sitting nearby began to analyze the situation. His base stats are clearly far beyond his current level. Shaking with shock, the principal of High School Number 3 voiced his earlier suspicion. Lu Fan. Has he actually found a legendary great dragon? The rankings updated. Number 1. Hongwu. Hell difficulty. 3,000 points. Number 2. Lu Fan. Nightmare difficulty. 990 points. Number 3. Qinqiu. Hell difficulty. 900 points. Number 3. Dao Xiaoman. Hell difficulty. 900 points. While the room remained stunned by Lu Fan's overwhelming performance, a sudden interruption came from behind. The door swung open as a man stepped in. Excuse the intrusion. I am a special envoy from Dragon Capital. I apologize for the disruption, but we must take someone into custody for an investigation at Dragon Capital. Where is the Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan? Qin Shanhai glanced at the newcomer, recognizing him as Qian Sheng, a level 57 swordsman. Meanwhile, after wiping out the monsters, Lu Fan didn't rush to the next floor. Instead, he began searching for a hidden location from a high-grade map he'd crafted earlier. It didn't take long. A faint smile played on Lu Fan's lips. Finally found it. The system confirmed he had reached the treasure map's coordinates. To think this high-tier map led right to the very first floor. Reaching out, Lu Fan pulled out a mysterious tome. The system alerted. You have obtained the Growth Acceleration skill book. Growth Acceleration permanently increases experience points gained by the user and their pets during combat. Without a second thought, Lu Fan consumed the book. The system announced the skill had been successfully acquired. An EXP boost? This was perfect for Xiaoye. Since leaving Mulberry Village, his pet's leveling speed had started to plateau. This skill was exactly the spark they needed to keep growing. Back in the monitor room, Qiansheng glared at the screen showing Lu Fan. He turned to the principal of High School Number 3 with an order. Principal Bai, Lu Fan is your student. Terminate his exam immediately and summon him here. Principal Bai stood his ground. Special envoy, no matter the issue, we must wait for the exam to conclude. As his principal, I will take responsibility. Qianzhong adjusted his glasses coldly. You can represent him, but you cannot endure his punishment. Punishment? Principal Bai gasped. Confusion swept through the room as everyone wondered what Lu Fan could have possibly done. At that moment, Qin Shanhai stepped forward and grabbed Qianxiong's arm. Old Qian, for the sake of our old friendship, can we talk? But Qianxiong brushed him off without hesitation. Mr. Qin, stay back. Do not interfere with official business. I don't know why you're shielding this boy, but consider this a warning. Stay out of it. The Jin family and the high officials of Dragon Capital will not let this slide. If you understand, then step aside. Turning back, he barked at Principal Bai once more. Hand him over now. Before the principal could react, Qin Shanhai calmly lit a cigarette and spoke up once more. Old Qian, the situation involving the upper echelons of the Dragon Capital, the Jin family, and the Tai Chi nation is certainly complex, but once Lu Fan's secret is revealed, the top brass and the Jin family won't dare interfere. Today, no one is taking Lu Fan away. Qianzhong frowned, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Shanhai. What secret? Obstructing an envoy. Do you have any idea what the penalty is? Suddenly, Qin Shanhai grabbed Qianzhong's hand, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. If that is how it must be, then so be it. Provoked, Qianzhong snarled a threat. Your reckless actions will be reported to the High Command immediately. Seeing the explosive tension between the two, Principal Bai stepped in to mediate. Envoy, Mr. Qin, please, let's all calm down. Qianxiong's anger simmered as he yanked his hand back, shooting a sharp, icy glare at Qin Shanhai. He demanded to know just who this boy was, for Qin Shanhai to go to such extreme lengths. Qin Shanhai turned his eyes toward Lu Fan's surveillance monitor. Aren't you curious what secret could possibly silence both the Jin family and the High Command? Qianxiong followed his gaze to the screen and froze. Lu Fan had actually selected the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Inside that nightmare realm, Lu Fan stood before the massive gates leading to the second floor. He initially planned to test his own limits, but realized it was far more efficient to summon Xiao Ye and farm experience points now. With a silent mutter, Lu Fan extended his hand, beginning the incantation to summon Xiao Ye. Outside, Qianzhong was reeling. He dared to choose Nightmare? Just what kind of hidden power does this brat possess? Didn't you see earlier? With just one strike. Before the principal could finish, the entire room gasped, their eyes glued to the screen. As the summoning circle flared, and the legendary Xiao Ye materialized, every jaw in the room dropped. Qianzhong pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. That is a giant dragon. Qin Shanhai watched as Xiao Ye obliterated the second-floor gates with a single blow, letting out a wry smile. Even though I have seen it once before, the sight is still absolutely breathtaking. They watched in awe as Xiao Ye effortlessly vaporized the monsters. Qin Shanhai spoke again. As you can see, this is the secret I spoke of. Under their stunned gazes, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye blitzed through the dungeon, reaching and clearing the 13th floor in record time. His score had already claimed the top spot, leaving the competition in the dust. Rank 1, Lu Fan, Nightmare difficulty, 58,500 points. Rank 2, Hong Wu, Hell difficulty, 27,550 points. Rank 3, Qin Qiu, Hell difficulty, 12,570 points. Also rank 3, Xiao Tao, Hell difficulty, 12,570 points. After a moment of observation, Principal Bai spoke gravely. It is not just the dragon, this boy's own attributes. They must all be over 100. Even without that dragon, he would have likely dominated the Jianghai rankings anyway. Qin Shanhai smirked at Qianzhong. Well, old Qian, do you still plan on dragging him before the High Command? Qianzhong replied. I finally see why you would risk a war with the Jin family for him. Qin Shanhai continued. In that case, I will send a recording of Lu Fan's performance to my master. The Jin family won't be a problem anymore. Qianzhong gasped. Your master? You mean? Qin Shanhai smiled. The Marquis of Zhenbei, Tu Jing. Meanwhile, inside the Nightmare dungeon, Lu Fan reached the 20th floor. Blocking his path was the floor's guardian, the level 15 Dark Priest. Its dark envelopment skill slashed the target's attributes by 50%, while boosting its own by 25%. With Shadow Fusion, it could drag enemies into a void, becoming immune to all attacks while controlling Dark Knights and Paladins. With the gear I just equipped, Xiao Ye should be leveling up again very soon, Lu Fan noted. With a sharp command, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Ye to unleash his Molten Flames skill. Obeying instantly, Xiao Ye opened his maw, unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed the entire area and incinerated the monsters. The system chimed, Floor 20, complete. Xiao Ye leveled up, and Lu Fan reached level 16. Lu Fan smiled confidently. Come on, Xiaoye. Let's flatten this entire tower. Rank 1. Lu Fan, Nightmare difficulty, 90,000 points. Rank 2. Hong Wu, Hell difficulty, 31,050 points. Rank 3. Qin Qiu, Hell difficulty, 16,900 points. Rank 3. Xiao Tao, 16,900 points. An hour later, Hong Wu finally cleared the 50th floor of the Hell difficulty. I didn't expect this exam to be so brutal. These monsters belong on floor 70, not 50. But since everyone is struggling, the only one who can challenge me for the top spot is Qin Qiu. She is still in a party, so her points will be halved. This year's top scholar is definitely me. Hong Wu couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh, shouting toward the sky. Principal, are you watching my greatness? Admissions officers from the top 10 universities, hurry up and send me those acceptance letters already. The judges glance at Hong Wu before turning their full attention back to Lu Fan's progress. Floor 50. Previous champions always hit a wall at this exact stage. This floor is the ultimate turning point. Lu Fan, don't you dare get careless now. His climbing speed is bound to slow down. Inside the tower, Lu Fan excitedly opens his system to check Xiaoye's new post-level up skills. Skill acquired, form transformation. Multiple powerful combat states have been unlocked. Hatchling form. All attributes and mana consumption are reduced by 50%. Dragoness form. Unlocked via blood contract. Giant dragon form. Strength is halved, but mental power doubles, granting the skills All Burning Ash and Lava Burst. World Ender form. Mental power is halved, but strength increases significantly, granting Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. As Lu Fan ponders his strategy, boulders rain down from the peaks. A massive beast slowly emerges from the shadows. Level 20 Purple Crystal Mountain Giant. Its mountain sweep skill uses stone arms to crush everything in its path. With Earthshaker, it leaps high and slams down, creating 5 shockwaves that deal 10 to 35% damage. Its purple crystal hide cuts magic damage by half and resists all armor-piercing strikes. Principal Bai watches, filled with dread. A Tier 3 nightmare boss. How can he possibly overcome this? I told you, this is the true hurdle. For the upcoming floors, Lu Fan's pace will definitely grind to a halt. The high school #1 principal sighs, hiding his burning envy. Lu Fan has already secured the top spot in Jianghai. Even the provincial title is practically in his pocket. Why did such a monstrous talent have to come from a school other than mine? Deep within the trial, the mountain giant opens the battle with a devastating mountain sweep. A colossal stone fist hurtles toward Lu Fan. Completely unfazed, he stands his ground, calmly analyzing the boss's data. A 50% damage reduction? I'm halfway through the tower, so I expected the difficulty to spike. Lu Fan smirks with pure excitement. In that case, Xiaoye, let's test out that World Ender form, shall we? Xiaoye catches the giant's massive fist with a single hand, shielding Lu Fan from the crushing blow. With a piercing cry, the dragon soars into the sky, initiating its terrifying transformation into the World Ender state. Though mental power drops, its physical strength multiplies, unlocking the ultimate skills Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. The judges watch the screen, completely stunned. What on earth? It possesses an actual combat transformation? That new form. It radiates an aura that makes everyone's skin crawl. While Lu Fan watches Xiaoye power up, he senses a sudden threat. He leaps aside, narrowly dodging a sneak attack from the giant. It's time to strike back. Lu Fan activates Dragon's Encouragement, boosting all attributes in attack power by 30%. He commands Xiaoye to use Giant Maw, and the dragon lunges forward to shred the Stone Titan's defense. The attack deals massive damage and inflicts a bleed effect. The level 20 boss is literally being torn apart. The rival principal gasps in shock, while Principal Bai breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the boss's defense was shattered instantly. That single strike must have exceeded 2,000 damage. Back in the tower, the fight isn't over yet. Just as Lu Fan thinks the giant is finished, its massive hand lunges through the dust toward him once more. Lu Fan dodges again, activating Dragon Blood armor to manifest a lethal dragon claw on his arm. He delivers a powerful blow directly to the giant's face, triggering a massive explosion. Qin Shanhai turns to the trembling Qianzhong. Old Qian, seeing Lu Fan's strength now, shouldn't you feel lucky that I stopped you earlier? Qianzhong remains silent, unable to argue. Back to Lu Fan's battle. As the smoke clears, the giant tries to stand, but Xiaoye unleashes a world-ending dragon roar, weakening every enemy in range. It follows up with Earth Annihilation, shattering the ground and plunging the boss into a bottomless abyss. The giant is deleted. Floor 50 complete. Xiaoye reaches level 12, while Lu Fan ascends to level 17. Choosing Nightmare difficulty was the right move. The challenge is gone. Now, it's just a matter of farming experience. Lu Fan sets his sights on the next floor, continuing his relentless conquest of the tower. In the observation room, Qin Shanhai calmly puts out his cigarette. With a triumphant look, he tells the rival principal, It seems 50 floors of nightmare couldn't even slow Lu Fan down. A giant dragon. It truly defies everything we know. Principal Bai turns to Qianxiong with a dazed expression. Special Envoy, you're from the Dragon Capital. Can you even estimate how much that dragon's power increased during transformation? Qianxiong replies solemnly. I've seen the legends of the capital move, but this power is something else entirely. If we use that as a metric, its attributes after the transformation must be at least 2,500, right? The principal of School 1 gasps. It's exactly as he predicted, though Principal Bai suspects the reality is even higher. After regaining his composure, the principal of School 1 speaks up. Since he's already cleared floor 50, why don't we activate the X+1 mode? Then everything will be clear. Tan Shanhai asks with a confused look. Principal Bai explains that the X+1 mode was created by the first scholar who built the trial tower. Past floor 50, you'll inevitably face the tower's boss. This makes the trial nearly identical to a real dungeon, where lives can be lost at any moment. However, at the nightmare level, even at X21, everything is replaced by nightmare tier bosses. In Nightmare X+1 mode, there's more than one boss, and their attributes skyrocket. Tan Shanhai takes a puff of his cigarette and tilts his chin toward the screen with pride. Talk is cheap. Just look at Lu Fan. To Lu Fan, this X+1 difficulty isn't even worth his attention. Inside the training tower, Lu Fan also senses that the difficulty has shifted completely after floor 50. But even so, with Xiao Ye's world-ending form, he doesn't need to overthink anything. And so, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye sweep through the floors. In just 10 minutes, they reach floor 70. His level surges, leaving the elders stunned once again. Just 10 more minutes and he's already at floor 70. To be honest, this tower's design is the toughest we've ever seen. With this setup, I originally wondered if anyone could even reach floor 80. But looking at the current situation, the principal of School 1 is speechless as Lu Fan reaches floor 83. Over the years, countless geniuses pushed themselves to the limit, only to die of exhaustion inside this tower. Tan Shanhai nods in agreement. After climbing 70 or 80 floors, they're so close to the final reward. No one could easily give up now. The principal points at the leaderboard with anticipation. Lu Fan might be the first person to ever conquer all 100 floors. Jealous, the bald principal of School 1 snaps back. Not so fast. Even if those bosses are weaker than their dungeon originals, don't forget how insane the difficulty of floor 99 is. Before he can finish, someone interrupts. Look, Lu Fan has already reached floor 99. All eyes lock onto him once more. Lu Fan steps into a ruined palace. 4 headless armors stand like statues in 2 rows flanking the throne. Suddenly, the candles on the walls flicker to life. An eerie blue light radiates from the armor as they begin to move, chanting repeatedly. World-ending headless knights. Level 55. Penetration trait. When a knight lands a hit, the penetration effect triggers, dealing 400% bonus damage. World-ending counter. If one knight is wounded, their blades trigger a counter-strike. World-ending thunder. The knight's twin swords are wreathed in lightning, boosting attack speed and adding lightning damage. World-ending execution. When the target's health drops below 15%, the knights will lock on and instantly execute them. World-ending covenant. The 4 knights share health and defense, boosted by 400%. They hail from the famous Fallen Kingdom dungeon. All dungeons are born from real historical events. Like the Plague Villages, the Fallen Kingdom is the remnant of a nation overrun by the Undead Legion. Lu Fan ponders this as he faces the 4 knights. Intruder, die! One knight roars, unleashing world-ending execution as he swings his axe down. Lu Fan dodges quickly, but the shockwave of the impact sends him sliding back a long distance. Health resonance? In that case, a coordinated ambush is my best bet. Since I lack crowd control skills, I have to take all 4 down at once. Formulating his plan, Lu Fan strikes immediately. He leaps high into the air, preparing for his first counterattack. One knight uses world-ending penetration to respond, but Lu Fan fluidly evades and delivers a powerful slash. To Lu Fan's shock, his strike can't even pierce the knight's heavy armor. As he focuses on a new strategy, another knight suddenly appears behind him, swinging a blade at his back. Lu Fan spins around to block the strike. Just as the knight activates his counterattack, Lu Fan shouts, "Now, Xiao Ye!" Xiao Ye descends like a god, obliterating the entire palace and the 4 knights in a single blast. Just when it seems over, the knights rise again, charging at Lu Fan like moths to a flame. Lu Fan leaps into the air once more to evade. He can't afford to waste any more time. I need to reach the 100th floor as fast as possible. Lu Fan immediately commands Xiao Ye to unleash molten flames, incinerating the knights in a single breath. Lu Fan reaches level 20, while his black dragon hits level 15, unlocking a devastating new skill, Cataclysm. As expected of Xiao Ye, another new skill. Only 1 floor stands between us and victory, Lu Fan exclaims, his heart racing with excitement. As the gateway to the next level rattles open, The entrance to the trial tower's final challenge finally reveals itself. Qin Shanhai can't help but chuckle at the sight of the bald principal standing there, completely frozen in shock. It seems we're about to witness history today. Principal Bai stares at the screen, trembling as the 100th floor appears, a place never meant to be conquered. Lu Fan pushes forward to conquer the tower, but the moment he steps through the gate, a suffocating dark aura swallows him, and Ziye whole. Watching his sword dissolve into nothingness, Lu Fan shifts into a defensive stance, his eyes narrowing at the shadows ahead. This is the 100th floor, the Fallen Kingdom. An army of 500 undead stands ready, led by the level 60 nightmare boss, the world-ending emperor. Lu Fan wastes no time preparing for the ultimate showdown, first checking the details of Xiao Ye's lethal new ability, Cataclysm, a 3-stage destructive skill where the Black Dragon's flight path explodes with massive fire damage, followed by a final, earth-shattering impact on the target. Xiao Ye has been in his world-ending form long enough. It's time to unleash his true destruction form and test these new powers. With a determined look, Lu Fan turns to his companion. This is the final stretch. Let's go claim our prize. Xiao Ye answers with a thunderous roar that shakes the very foundations of the tower. Lu Fan manifests a new blade, pointing it directly at the boss. Xiao Ye, shift to Great Destruction Dragon form. Instantly, Xiao Ye is engulfed in a pillar of incinerating flames, his strength and spirit stats surging to unimaginable heights. The judges watching from the observation room are left speechless, their faces pale with disbelief. A third form? He was hiding even more power? On the battlefield, the Emperor bellows a command. Protect the king. All units, charge. At the command, the undead legion screams and surges forward like a tidal wave. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye meet them head-on without fear. As the two forces collide, Lu Fan signals Xiao Ye to activate the devastating cataclysm. Torrents of dragon fire rain down on the undead ranks, erasing them from existence. The sheer brutality of the scene leaves the judges paralyzed. Is this truly the power of a mere student? The legendary undead legion is being systematically wiped off the map. While Xiao Ye absolutely crushes the army, Lu Fan seizes the opening and charges straight for the boss. Arrogant brat, kneel before your emperor. At his word, the headless knights leap from the shadows to ambush Lu Fan. Lu Fan slides past the strike and shouts, Xiao Ye, now! Xiao Ye triggers the third stage of Cataclysm, creating a massive explosion upon impact. 4 elite headless knights are vaporized instantly, leaving the audience gasping in pure awe. To one-shot the 4 knights so easily, even the tower's hardest floor fails to reveal the true depth of Lu Fan's power. His score hits 9.8 million. For 30 years, no one has even touched the 1 million point mark. Just one step remains. Lu Fan is on the verge of claiming the ultimate grand prize of the entire examination. Since this year's test is the most difficult in history, the rewards will be legendary, likely including 3 ultra-rare items. Inside the tower, the undead army lies in ashes. Lu Fan grips his sword tightly, stepping through the smoke toward the boss. I've cleared out your trash. Why don't you show yourself, you pathetic final boss? You ignorant fool. The world-ending emperor roars in fury, charging at Lu Fan with the force of a collapsing mountain. Lu Fan blocks the heavy blade, using his dragon claw and blood armor, then commands Xiao Ye to unleash a fire tornado. The world-ending emperor is forced to retreat, desperately trying to evade the swirling inferno. It's then he notices his hand won't stop bleeding, and worse, his dark powers are being suppressed. Lu Fan hadn't just used physical force. He activated the Ring of Lament, designating the boss as a target to harvest its resentment. Once the grudge meter peaks, every strike inflicts bleed, stun, and poison, the perfect counter for any high-level boss. You despicable. Before the Emperor can strike, Xiao Ye intervenes with the second stage of his fire skill, boasting immense destructive power. Seizing the moment the Emperor falters, Lu Fan moves like a flash of lightning. He drives his blade deep into the Emperor's chest, delivering a decisive, soul-piercing blow. The boss disintegrates into nothingness. Xiao Ye ascends to level 17, while Lu Fan hits level 22 as the Legion is purged. Back in the observation room, the judges can only stare at the screens in haunting silence. 1 million points. The 100th floor, undefeated for 30 years, has been conquered in record time by Lu Fan. Exams are over, Xiao Ye. Let's head home. Are you craving my cooking yet? Lu Fan smiles warmly. The system erupts with notifications. Level 100 cleared. Congratulations, Lu Fan, for conquering the Nightmare Tier Provincial Trial. Reward: Rare Skill Book, Ice Dragon King's Rage. Requirements: Dragon Tamer, level 20. Upon use, learn the ultimate magic, Ice Dragon King's Rage. It unleashes a devastating frost burst across the battlefield, dealing massive damage while inflicting severe, slow, and time freeze effects on all enemies. The area of impact scales with casting time. Next reward. Rare Tier Spirit Wind Ring. Requires level 20. Boosts. Agility plus 77. Stamina 35. Spirit 32. The Spirit Wind's Blessing grants 35% bonus agility. Legendary Tier Flamebone Cloak. Stats. Stamina plus 20, Spirit 79, Strength 56 and Agility 54. Flamebone Smoke reduces fire and ice damage by 30% and debuffs by half. It boosts all fire and ice damage by 30% for both master and pet. I didn't expect to unlock crowd control skills before my level 32nd job advancement. This synergy with Xiao Ye is going to be lethal. As for this agility ring, it's a shame Xiao Ye doesn't get the bonus, but it's a massive power spike for me. And this legendary cloak. With Xiao Ye's destruction dragon form, the damage reduction and elemental buffs are perfect. Incredible. Loot secured. Lu Fan recalls Xiao Ye and strides out of the dungeon like a conquering hero. Outside, the judges erupt in cheers. Principal Bai rushes forward, face beaming. Kid, how are you this talented? The top scholar. You're the pride of our school. Your portrait will hang on our wall of honor forever. The principal of high school number 1 scoffs. Really, Bai? You're gonna put him there? That wall is for heroes who died in battle. Are you trying to jinx the boy? Move aside. Lu Fan just shattered the all-time record. His future is beyond our wildest imagination. Tan Shanhai steps in. Regardless, Lu Fan truly pushed his limits in this trial. Lu Fan, even though I expected greatness, you still managed to leave me speechless. Uncle Tan, I met the conditions. I assume Princess Jinzhou won't be coming back to throw a tantrum, right? Tan Shanhai grins. I keep my promises. And as for your teacher, news is coming soon. Lu Fan looks puzzled. Don't worry about that now. Just think about which elite university you'll choose. Both principals chime in. Exactly. All 10 top-tier academies will be crawling over each other to recruit you. The provincial tycoons will try to buy your favor too. You'll need to watch your back around them. Where's the dragon? Summon it so we can see. Are you insane? He'd level the entire school grounds. Congratulations, Lu Fan. With a score like this, no one will touch your throne for at least 50 years. While the crowd celebrates, Qian Xiong slinks away in bitter silence. Meanwhile, at the untamed northern border, in a level 60 danger zone, Lord Du Jing sips wine while watching Lu Fan's recording. A subordinate enters with urgent news. The evidence is here, my lord. Tan Shanhai's suspicions were correct. Your student was right on the mark. Through Qian Xiong's testimony, Tan Shanhai deduced that Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official in the Dragon capital, has been conspiring with the Jin family from the Kingdom of Qi. Investigations prove Ruan authorized Princess Jinzhou's study abroad program and her Dragon Tamer escort. Du Jing slams his bottle down in rage. Ruan Changfeng. I knew it was him. On the surface, Ruan and the Jins maintained diplomatic ties. But in the shadows, Ruan traded massive privileges for even greater kickbacks from the Jin family. No wonder he sent an envoy to arrest a Dragon Tamer. The bottle shatters under Du Jing's grip. That traitorous snake. How dare Ruan Changfeng let a foreign princess run rampant in our Dragon Kingdom? Deliver my order. Ruan Changfeng is stripped of all rank and power. There is no longer a seat for him in the Dragon capital. If he has a problem with that, tell him to come settle it with me personally. And if the Jin family tries to reach him again, send the diplomatic envoy to give them a piece of my mind. One more thing. Find out which school our Dragon Tamer chooses, and ensure the principal provides him with top-tier resources. Du Jing commands, a smirk forming. A legendary youth like this appearing in the Dragon Kingdom. It's truly exhilarating. Excellent. Once this mission is over, I must meet him. But when will this duty finally end? Minutes later, Princess Jinzhou receives word of Ruan's downfall. Her face pales with fury as her subordinates scramble to calm her down. Princess, pray, restrain your fury. We have excellent news. Without that old man, how else will we capture the Dragon Tamer? There is no need to waste your precious time on him. The official results of the trial are about to be unveiled. Besides Lu Fan from Jianghai City, we have located another Dragon Tamer residing in Qingzhou City. Jinzhou froze in surprise before a sinister smirk stretched across her face. Splendid news. Let us hope this one is more cooperative. Congratulations to candidate Hong Wu for clearing the Nightmare Level 72 trial with 89,250 points. Hong Wu stepped out of the secret realm, beaming with pride as he envisioned himself being crowned this year's top scholar by the panel of judges and his principal. The moment his eyes landed on the principal, Hong Wu approached him with a confident stride. Ah, Hong Wu, you have finished your exam? Hong Wu replied with feigned humility, yes sir. Though I only managed 89,000 points. I am unsure if it is enough for the top scholar title. Haha, but I am satisfied. The result is exceptional. You can enter any academy you desire. However, remember that while achievements matter, one must never overextend. Your injuries are severe. Go and seek treatment immediately. The principal's cold indifference and cryptic warning left Hongwu utterly bewildered. He wondered if the principal meant his score was decent and nothing more. What did that mean? Could he really be unimpressed by such a high score? Perhaps he is just testing my ego, reminding me to stay grounded. Finding his confidence again, Hongwu bowed quickly. I understand, sir. Thank you for your guidance. 3 days later, the results went live. Lu Fan stepped outside only to find a massive crowd of scouts and businessmen clamoring to offer him gifts and alliances. As Lu Fan stood overwhelmed, Qin Shanhai approached with a knowing grin. The results are out. Now the whole world knows you are number one. It is far too noisy out here. Let us move this conversation inside, Hanke suggested awkwardly. Lu Fan tried to check his official ranking online, only to find that his specific score had been completely hidden from the public. Seeing his confusion, Qin Shanhai stepped forward to present the official rewards. Here is 50 million in cash. The reward from Jianghai City for the southern province's top scholar. Take it. You earned it. Beyond the gold, Principal Bai has sent a special gift for you. Qin Shanhai opened a specialized crate, revealing high-tier items to Lu Fan's system. Skillbook. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Rarity. Rare. Requirements. Dragon Tamer or Dragon Tongue Mage. Level 20. Upon activation, the user learns the devastating magic skill, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This skill unleashes a concentrated blast of lightning, dealing massive area damage and inflicting a paralysis effect on all enemies hit. Post-attack, the user gains 20 layers of lightning affinity. Each subsequent strike consumes 1 layer, with a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Thunder Potion. Rarity. Legendary. Consumable. Permanently increases lightning skill power and lightning resistance by 20%. A Dragon Tongue magic book, and a legendary potion to amplify its destructive force. After mastering ice magic, I finally have lightning at my command. Now I no longer have to rely solely on Xiaoye to provide magical damage. Gale Armor. Rarity. Rare. Level 20. Strength plus 70. Stamina plus 46. Effect. Gale's Grace reduces all incoming debuff damage by 30%. Blink Boots. Rarity. Legendary. Level 20. Strength plus 68. Stamina plus 54. Active skill. Spectral Blink. Instantly teleport to any location within 50 meters. Cooldown. 30 seconds. No other candidate from this year's exam could possibly possess such god-tier equipment. If I equip all of this, my base stats will rival Xiaoye's power when she first hatched. Principal Bai chose these perfectly, especially these Blink Boots. Qin Shanhai nodded. That is a high-level blink skill, usually reserved for mages after their second job advancement. Then I accept them with gratitude. Lu Fan took the items, feeling his power surge. Suddenly, Qin Chu rushed in, breathless. Lu Fan! Sister Han, representatives from the top 10 universities have reached Jianghai. My father has invited them over for your interviews. Already? The results were only just posted. Qin Shanhai chuckled. For a talent like you, they will not wait a second. They mobilized the moment they saw your combat footage. Your video and score are currently under maximum security. The principal saw to that personally. Only the top 10 universities and high-ranking officials in Longdo can see them. You are too unique. We cannot risk another incident like that, Princess. Regarding Jinzhou, the principal has handled everything. He is very eager to meet you. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. That is great news. I truly wish to meet him and offer my thanks in person. Qin Shanhai patted his shoulder. Not just yet. He is currently away on a critical mission. Do not worry. Your paths will cross soon enough. Qin Chu then handed a sleek card to Lu Fan. Please, take this. I intended to give it to you last time, but Jinzhou interrupted. It is a 2 Jing card. This is impossible. We only discussed 100,000, but this card is worth 10 million. Qin Shanhai stepped forward, insisting, this is the Qin family's gratitude for saving Chu's squad. Please, accept it. Seeing Lu Fan's hesitation, Qin Shanhai let out a booming, hearty laugh. Someone's gifting you a mansion tonight. If this card rattles you, how will you handle a provincial top scorer villa? Father, please stop teasing him already. Qin Chu stepped in to protect Lu Fan, quickly pulling him away to meet the waiting university representatives. Elsewhere, Kui Hongtai led Princess Jinzhou to the Qingzhou outskirts to meet their targeted Dragon Tamer. His level? 19. His armored dragon is 14. Jinzhou watched Chen Tianji and his beast with intrigue. A Dragon Tamer truly is different. Already capable of challenging a level 30 boss solo, a colossal boss monster roared, charging toward Chen Tianji with earth-shattering, terrifying force. Chen Tianji commanded his dragon to strike with its tail, while he prepared his signature Dragon Spear skill. Channeling Dragon Qi into a lethal strike, he delivered a killing blow that sent the boss to its grave. Chen reached level 20, while his dragon hit 15. Excellent. That dragon egg wasn't wasted on you. Jinzhou clapped, and Chen bowed. If you were a failure like this guy, I'd be truly disappointed. With a cold, displeased expression, Jinzhou turned her icy gaze toward Kui Hongtai. From now on, your spear belongs to him. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Despite his hidden resentment, Kui Hongtai bowed. I obey, princess. Chen Tianji thanked her with deep gratitude. With this dragon, spear, and your buffs, I will definitely crush the southern province's top scorer. Jinzhou smirked. Chen Tianji ranked second with 210,000 points, while Lu Fan's score remained hidden. Estimates put Lu Fan at 300,000, but Chen Tianji still held a fighting chance for victory. Lu Fan. Remember that name until you slaughter him and seize his black dragon for yourself. I'll make you the greatest dragon tamer. In Saichi, you'll be my servant, standing above 10,000 others. So, regarding this, Lu Fan, do not dare to let me down. With eyes full of resolve, Chen replied, Rest assured, princess, I am honored to be your eternal knight. You're sensible, Jinzhou noted. Unlike Lu Fan, who rejected the chance of a lifetime without any gratitude, she then barked orders at Kui Hongtai. Go to Jianghai, find out exactly which university Lu Fan chooses. Fail this, and you're finished. Thinking of Lu Fan, Jinzhou's heart burned with a vengeful, bitter hatred. Very soon, he will live to regret everything he has ever done to me. Back at the Qin villa, Qin Chu nervously asked Lu Fan, Have you decided on a university yet? I mean, my father wants to know. He thinks we should attend the same school for mutual support. That sounds great. Teamwork is vital at university, and we already make a fantastic duo. You'd be my first choice for any dungeon raid, though I'm still weighing my final options. I'll tell you soon. Qin Chu blushed, her mind racing with a mix of hope and anxiety. She wondered about Lu Fan's true score. If she couldn't keep up, the distance between them would grow. Determined, Qin Chu whispered, I'll work hard to enter the same school as you. Lu Fan simply smiled. He stepped into the meeting room. Hello, teachers. I am Lu Fan, but an older man cut him off. Lu Fan, right? We've all seen your trial footage. It was absolutely breathtaking. The first dragon tamer with a real dragon. Tell us, which prestigious academy has captured your interest? A female teacher chimed in, but the old man's face instantly darkened with competitive annoyance. Forget preferences. Jiangnan Academy will provide you with the most elite treatment in the entire country. A $10 million scholarship, plus unlimited potions, secret realms, and resources, all completely free. The female teacher mocked him. We are all top-tier representatives here. You think those basic offers are enough? She turned to Lu Fan. Beyond what Jiangnan offers, the Northern Frontier Academy has much more. We offer 20 million annually, and access to 20 exclusive, restricted secret realms. Anything they can give, we can match, the old man countered. We even offer high-tier destiny realms. That female teacher wasn't backing down, immediately raising the stakes. Everything is negotiable if you're not satisfied. We will offer even more. Lu Fan watched the heated bidding war with sheer bewilderment. He never expected his university interview to turn into a high-stakes auction like this. Good grief. Making a choice just got 10 times harder. How am I supposed to pick now? Suddenly, Gu Han, the representative from Longdo Academy, broke the silence. This year's national trial participants are being handpicked by Longdo. Lu Fan, we can grant you a slot in this trial. The older man gasped in shock. Was she actually being serious right now? Look, he's undeniably powerful, but he only just changed jobs. How could a rookie possibly be qualified for the prestigious national trial? Past candidates endured grueling selection processes, and other nations have been preparing for years. He's only just hearing about it today. Handing such a critical mission to a freshman through internal selection is madness. Do you think the national trial is some kind of joke? Gu Han ignored the critics, keeping her eyes locked on Lu Fan. The national trial is a super realm, jointly established by 23 world powers. Every 3 years, each nation sends a single representative under the age of 25. It is the ultimate stage of international glory. To ensure the realm's stability, only newcomers are permitted to enter. World-class powerhouses are strictly forbidden from participating. This competition commands the eyes of the entire world. The rewards are legendary treasures that most people only dream of seeing. The female teacher and the old man, who were bickering moments ago, now joined forces to blast Gu Han. They couldn't believe her recklessness. If you're going to give him a chance, at least wait for the next cycle. This year's competition begins in a mere 6 months. Isn't this move far too suicidal? Gu Han remained firm, stating, the winner of the national trial earns the right to become a national-level elite. It is the only path to go from being number 1 in Nam Province to being number 1 in all of Long Country. Longdo offers you that destiny. The national trial didn't just offer unimaginable wealth. It was the gateway to joining the ranks of the world's absolute strongest. As Lu Fan weighed the offer, a system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, Lu Fan. Your daily treasure map has arrived. This was his second God-tier treasure map after a long, grueling wait. His heart hammered against his ribs at the sight of the notification. His first God-tier map had yielded the Black Dragon Egg. This meant that whatever this map held was bound to be world-shaking. Lu Fan saw the map pointing directly at Longdo Academy. Without another second of hesitation, he accepted Guhan's offer, but with one condition. I want an admission slot for Han Ki as well. Her profession is an enchantment chef, an incredibly rare and powerful hidden class. Guhan paused to consider the request. Very well, but the final decision rests on a faculty meeting once we return to the academy. 4 days later, Lu Fan and Han Ke finished packing their belongings. It was time to head toward the legendary Longdo Academy. I never imagined the day we'd actually leave this place. Having lived here so long, it's hard not to feel a bit of heartache. We have a villa now, and plenty of savings. We can live anywhere we want. Don't worry about this old place, Auntie, Lu Fan comforted her. Han Ke looked back with tearful nostalgia. I still remember when we first moved here, you were only this small. Time truly flies by. Suddenly, Qin Qiu and Tao Xiaoman arrived in a sleek supercar. They were there to escort the pair to Qin Qiu's private jet for the flight to Longdo. Did you enroll in Longdo as well, Xiao Tao? Lu Fan asked with a playful, knowing grin. Tao Xiaoman nodded honestly. My score matched Qin Qiu's, and since she followed you to Longdo, before she could finish, Qin Qiu muffled her mouth. I'm truly sorry for all the trouble, girls. I never thought Xiao Fan would do this. When I first got my job, I dreamed of going to university too. I wanted so badly to start my life over. I wanted to see what I was truly capable of achieving. Xiao Fan was so young then, I didn't think he'd remember my silly dream. Tears streamed down Han Ke's face as Lu Fan pulled her into a warm hug. His aunt had spent her life toiling away for his sake. He never forgot the look of quiet devastation in her eyes when she became a lifestyle class. He was determined to fulfill his vow of giving them both a legendary life. This journey was only the beginning of their rise. With everything in place, the group of four departed for the capital. The gates of Longdo were finally within reach. Hours later, as they admired the bustling streets outside the academy, they unexpectedly ran into the spoiled princess, Kim Ju. Stepping out of her luxury car, she immediately began her usual haughty complaining. So, this is Long Country? Even the capital is quite underwhelming. It's him, Lu Fan. Chen Tianji gasped in disbelief. So, the Dragon Tamer from Jianghai, was this brat all along? This saves me the trouble of hunting him down. Chen Tianji prepared to launch an attack, but Kim Ju firmly held him back. We don't have Ruan Changfeng's backing right now. If you start a fight here, we'll be deported instantly. Keep your head on straight. I understand. My apologies, princess. On Lu Fan's side, the sudden appearance of Kim Ju sent a wave of tension through the group. What should we do? My father said she came to Long Country to study, but is she actually entering Longdo Academy as well? Xiao Fan. Just then, Guhan appeared with a beaming smile. Did you two manage to arrive at the exact same time? Well, don't just stand there, come on in. Seeing Lu Fan's confused stare, Guhan looked surprised. Wait, don't tell me you two haven't met yet? You two are the top-ranked geniuses of South Province. Since you're both Dragon Tamers, everyone calls you the Twin Stars of the South. This is Chen Tianji, the second-ranked student of South Province and a fellow Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan studies him closely, but Chen's eyes burn with hostility as he speaks. I've heard your name for a long time. It's about time we finally met. Lu Fan turns to his guide. Miss Gu, now that the introductions are over, we're all exhausted from the long journey. Could you lead us to our quarters so we can finally rest? Guhan nods understandingly. Of course. Follow me to the residential area. If you're not satisfied with the accommodations, we can always make adjustments. I'll also brief you on tomorrow's mandatory freshman assembly. But Jinzhou cuts her off abruptly. We can find our own way. With a huff, Jinzhou vanishes with his lackeys. Guhan leads the rest to the elite villa district, a prestigious area reserved for the top 30 freshmen. Every single year, the faculty meticulously reviews entrance exam footage to determine the rankings. Only the elite top 30 earn the right to stay in these luxury villas. Since Lu Fan claimed the #1 spot among the freshmen, Villa 1 belongs to him. Meanwhile, Chen Tianji, the second-ranked of their province, sits at 18th overall. His new home is Villa 18. It seems Chen Tianji has already sold his soul to Jinzhou. To think a man who trades his dignity for power is called a twin star alongside me is just pathetic. Qin Qiu looks concerned. Miss Gu, with our scores, Daozi and I definitely didn't make the top 30, right? Does that mean we have to stay in the standard student dorms? Guhan nods. That's correct. Qin Qiu, Dao, and Xiaoman, and Han Ka. I'll escort you three to the dormitories soon. Though, obviously the villas are far superior in every way. Wait, can't we just live with Lu Fan? Han Ka's sudden proposal leaves the other girls speechless with shock. Guhan pauses to consider the request. Well, there aren't actually any rules forbidding it, she admits. As long as the owner doesn't object, it's fine. Little Fan, You wouldn't say no to your auntie's home-cooked meals, would you? Lu Fan doesn't hesitate for a second. He welcomes them with a bright smile. Overjoyed, Han Ka links arms with Qin Qiu and Xiao Dao. It's settled then. We're all moving in together. We can bond and build teamwork for future dungeon raids. It'll be perfect. While Xiao Dao feels a bit awkward, Lu Fan steps in. You should stay with Auntie. The dorms are on the other side of the campus, and it'll be a nightmare to meet up for tasks. Staying here saves us a massive trek across the grounds. Xiao Dao eventually gives in with a shrug. Fine. If Xiao Chu stays, I'm in. This place is way nicer anyway. Qin Chu blushes but nods in agreement. Great. I can't wait for you to try my food, Xiao Qiu. While they chat, Xiao Dao leans in and whispers a warning to Lu Fan. Don't you dare try anything funny with her, because mark my words, I'll be watching you like a hawk. Suddenly, Lu Fan's vision flashes with a system notification. You have reached the designated map location. What? The treasure is inside the villa, right behind me? Lu Fan tries to act natural. Miss Gu, do you know who lives in Villa number 2? I only manage the South Province applicants, so I'm not sure about the others. But I believe a lone girl was assigned to that unit. Lu Fan urges the others to head inside first. He claims he wants to be a good neighbor and introduce himself to investigate the second villa. Han Ka hands him a piece of cake, stifling a giggle. She's proud to see little Fan finally showing interest in girls. Xiao Dao, however, just rolls her eyes in pure disgust. He has 3 girls at home and he's already hunting for more? How shameless. Standing before the door of Villa 2, Lu Fan's heart hammers against his ribs. He rings the bell, feeling a wave of nervous tension. I just hope she likes Auntie's cake. If she invites me in, I can finally claim what I came for. I have to secure that treasure before she realizes it's hidden right under her nose. The door slowly creaks open, revealing a mysterious young woman. Lu Fan puts on his most charming smile. Hi there, I'm Lu Fan from Villa 1. I'm from Zhanghai City in the south. Consider this a small greeting gift. I hope we can get along as neighbors. Exquisite pumpkin cake, a rare consumable. First-time use grants a permanent increase of 3 agility points. The girl meticulously inspects the box for any traps. Seeing nothing suspicious, she finally reaches out to accept the gift. Jian Ying, from North Cloud Province. She replies coldly. Her voice is surprisingly adorable, but her icy aura makes conversation nearly impossible. Lu Fan racks his brain for an excuse. So, Jian Ying, I mind if I step inside for a moment? I've developed quite a thirst and was hoping for a cup of tea. It was the most pathetic excuse in history, yet Jian Ying surprisingly gives a slight nod and steps aside. As soon as the door clears, Lu Fan streaks into the house like a bolt of lightning. Guided by the system's radar, he ignores the decor and heads straight for the master bath. There, hidden in a secret chamber she hadn't discovered yet, sat the second dragon egg. Lu Fan swiftly stashes the prize away and bolts back to the living room. Actually, I'm not thirsty anymore. See ya. Nice meeting you. See you at tomorrow's orientation. With that, Lu Fan vanishes into the night. Jian Ying stares after him, stunned. Noticing her bedroom door is open right where her lingerie is, she wonders, is he a pervert? That night at Villa number 1, the long-awaited moment finally arrives. The dragon egg is beginning to hatch. Jade Dragon Contract, Legendary Tier 1. Stats: Strength 122, Agility 153, Intelligence 659, Vitality 216. Skill: Life Spring. It channels the fountain of life to all friendly targets, providing continuous and massive health regeneration. Skill: Jade Light. It grants 3 stacks of blessing, cleansing all debuffs while boosting every attribute by 30%. Each blessing stack negates 1 hit. Natural assimilation allows it to consume equipment, stealing its unique skills and traits forever. Jade Dragon Bloodline. Doubles all skill effects for Dragonkin, grants total debuff immunity, and boosts self-recovery by 5,000%. The Blood Contract. This link grants the Dragon Tamer 10% of the pet's attributes. It turns out the Jade Dragon isn't a combat type. With over 600 intelligence, she's clearly a top-tier support. This doubling effect will skyrocket both mine and Xiao Ye's power. During the trials, Xiao Ye's intelligence surpassed 7,000 during the Great Calamity thanks to a 30% buff. Now, with Jade Light's doubled effect, that stat boost jumps to 60%. That means her stats will hit nearly 12,000. Not to mention, this dragon can literally eat gear to steal its powers. If she keeps leveling up and consuming high-tier equipment, her future potential is absolutely terrifying to imagine. But first, there's a crucial task I need to handle. What should I name you? Lu Fan looks up from the status screen, only to find the newborn dragon and Xiao Ye already trading punches. Hey, knock it off. Lu Fan pulls the 2 gremlins apart and lifts the jade dragon high. I'll call you Xiao Fei. Haha, Xiao Fei it is. From now on, you're Xiao Ye's little sister. Xiao Fei chirps happily in response. Xiao Ye, however, lets out a huff of protest. The two start bickering again until Lu Fan has to shut them down. Quiet! You'll wake the neighbors! The next morning, the grand admission ceremony finally begins. Since life and combat classes have separate orientations, Han-Ke has to part ways with Lu Fan, Qin Chu, and Xiao Tao. Hey Lu Fan, why was your room so noisy last night? Qin Chu asks, but the crowd's roars over her beauty cut her off. Whoa, they're gorgeous. Both of them are total campus goddesses. I'd die happy just to run a dungeon with them. I wish I could be her boyfriend. Keep dreaming, pal. Wait, look at that guy walking between them. Who does he think he is? There's no way he's dating both of them, right? Flushed with embarrassment, Qin Chu quickly hurries toward the hall. Miss Gu mentioned that those with hidden classes have reserved seating in the front row. Qin Chu looks at Xiao Tao apologetically as she and Lu Fan move forward. So, I can't sit with you, Xiao Chu? As Lu Fan walks down the aisle, he spots a familiar face. That guy looks really familiar. Ah, I remember now. He's that loud-mouthed Qigong master from the trials. Seeing Hongwu staring at him, Lu Fan gives a friendly smile and breezes past him to sit in the front. Remembering the principal's mockery about how far ahead Lu Fan was, Hongwu grinds his teeth in a blind rage. Lu Fan, I finally found you. You're the bastard who made me lose face in front of the principal. Reaching the front row, Lu Fan notices Jian Ying is already there and offers a casual greeting. Qin Chu is taken aback. Wait, you two know each other? Yeah, sort of. She's our neighbor from Villa number 2. Wait, so she's the one who ranked second overall? She's beautiful and talented. Qin Chu can't help but be impressed. Soon after, Vice Principal Zhao Shengming, a level 78 lightning mage, takes the stage to deliver the opening remarks. I am Zhao Shengming, Vice Principal of Longdu Academy and Professor at the Magic Institute. On behalf of the Academy, I officially welcome all new students to our halls. I hate empty speeches. Next, the instructors will hand out your ID cards while I explain the Academy rules. These cards are your official proof of membership at Longdu. They aren't just for identification. They track your merit points, which serve as the only currency within these walls. Whether it's unlocking special dungeons or buying gear, you need points. Your starting balance is based on your trial scores. Suddenly, a young man raises his hand to speak. Excuse me, Vice Principal, but the difficulty levels vary by province. Doesn't that mean easier regions get higher points? That seems completely unfair. The Academy anticipated this. Accumulated points are calculated by dividing the raw score by a difficulty coefficient based on each province's exam variation. The higher the exam's difficulty, the lower the applied coefficient. For example, Nam Province was the toughest this year, so they received the lowest divisor of 96. Lu Fan eyes his 13,539 accumulated points. He realizes this number represents his entire starting capital here at Longdu Academy. But these points are fleeting. Your final rank depends on the freshman assessment in 1 month. Only the top 30 will enter the elite Qing Yun class. Those in the Qing Yun class gain legendary perks, like exclusive access to restricted secret realms. You can exchange points for high-tier skills, divine gear, or even residency in the luxury villa district. The Qing Yun class? I've never heard of this. Does that mean we could actually move into the villas? Lu Fan overhears them, realizing that as the current number 1, he has already secured a spot. However, if he loses his ranking, he'll be evicted from the prestigious Villa number 1. I know you all crave a spot in the Qing Yun class, but consider this a warning. Entry doesn't guarantee safety. Any student can challenge a Qing Yun member for their position through a duel. Only the victor earns the right to keep their seat. If a member falls, the challenger takes their place. Qing Yun members are strictly forbidden from refusing any challenge. With those words, Zhao Shengming reveals the current Qing Yun class roster. Claiming the top spot of the 30 is Nam Province's champion, the legendary Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan. Lu Fan stands and waves. What? That brat is number 1? He's the arrogant kid from earlier. A Dragon Tamer at the top? He must actually possess a real dragon. Keep it down. If he hears us and summons a dragon, we're finished. Even an earth dragon would be a nightmare. No wonder he's Nam's champion. But wait, I can't find any videos or scores for Lu Fan's exam. Could he be a privileged noble with no real talent, pushed in by his family's influence? Exactly. Look at Chen Tianji, the runner-up. His dragon is absolutely magnificent. Tianji whispers to Princess Jinzhou. When do we strike? She replies, wait. We must observe his true power first. Qin Chu listens to the vice principal, her heart heavy with sudden anxiety. Lu Fan, the vice principal just put a massive target on your back for everyone to see. Lu Fan chuckles. I didn't expect that. The assembly is finally over. As Lu Fan heads toward the secret realm hall, Hongwu blocks his path. You're challenging me? That's right. The vice principal was clear. Top 30 members cannot turn down a duel. Lu Fan, if you're a true champion, then prove your worth against me. Hongwu sneers, theorizing that Lufan only won by spamming subdragons. He'll just target the summoner directly to win. Lufan laughs. Not brave enough? Fine. I accept your challenge. Excellent. I'll bet 200 points on this fight. Only 200? Well, that's likely a fortune to someone like him. Lufan smirks. Fine, 200 it is. The duel immediately becomes the Academy's center of attention. Jinzhou warns Tianji. Watch closely. This is our perfect chance to witness his hidden strength. Nearby, Xiaodao wonders, can Lufan actually win this? Qinqiu just smiles. You've never seen him fight, have you? Just watch and learn. In the middle of the campus, Hongwu takes an offensive stance, grinning with arrogance. Countdown from 3, start. Hongwu ignites his inner energy, preparing a devastating chi burst strike. This technique doubles damage when striking vital points with concentrated chi. The blow connects, but it only strikes an afterimage. Hongwu freezes in pure shock. A second-tier mage's blink? How? Lufan used his spirit flicker boots to vanish in an instant. They say Qigong masters master both iron defense and lethal offense, but mastering both melee and range. Is that really all you've got? Lufan's taunt enrages Hongwu. He triggers triple mist ascension, unleashing airwaves that boost weak point damage by 5%. Every hit stacks 1 chi point for a relentless follow-up attack. Haha, you're helpless now, aren't you? Hongwu sneers. If he can just prevent the dragon's summon and wait for an opening, victory is his. But his triumph is short-lived. Lufan effortlessly evades every wave, already preparing a devastating counterattack. Panicked, Hongwu burns all his chi for rock-solid defense, creating a seemingly impenetrable barrier. Each chi point spent boosts defense by 5%. Unless your strength exceeds 280, you'll never break this. He couldn't be more wrong. Lufan shatters the barrier like glass, delivering a brutal kick that floors him instantly. The crowd gasps in pure shock. A single strike, no skills required, and the fight is over. Is the Azure Cloud class truly this terrifying? A Dragon Tamer just crushed a Qigong master without even summoning a dragon. It's over already? I actually wanted to see a real dragon. A student eyes the bleeding Hongwu with deep concern. He's bleeding. Is he going to be okay? Lufan sighs in disappointment. You need to do better. I wasn't even trying. Nearby, a restless Jinzhou whispers, Did you see that? What are your actual chances of defeating someone like him? Chen Tianji ponders the question before replying. Lufan hasn't even revealed his dragon yet. Alone, I have a 30% chance, but with the princess's buffs, that jumps to 70%. Jinzhou finally relaxes. The duel ends, and Lufan moves to claim his winnings. A bet is a bet. Since you started this, I'll take my 200 points. He swipes his Longdo Academy ID. Lufan's balance flashes 13,739. Hongwu stares at the screen, frozen in absolute terror. With the South Province's difficulty coefficient of 96, his total score is nearly 1.3 million points. Even the second-ranked Chen Tianji only has 21,000. Hongwu realizes how naive he was to ever challenge Lufan. With the battle concluded, Qinqiu and Xiao Tao head back to the villa to fetch Han Ke. Lufan stays behind at the Longdo Hall to study dungeons. Later, a worried Han Ke rushes over. Already getting challenged? Xiaofan. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Lufan smiles. I'm fine, Auntie. Don't worry. Xiao Tao marvels at how easily Lufan sent Hongwu flying earlier. Haha. I told you he was a monster. He's already stronger than Uncle Gigi. If he's this powerful, imagine how legendary his dragon must be. I can't even fathom it. Well, dragons are meant to defy our imagination anyway. Now that we're all here, look at this. This academy dungeon offers the highest experience perfect for our next level up. Lufan holds up his tablet, though a hint of frustration lingers in his expression. If not for Hongwu's interference, Xiao Fei would have leveled up by now. The Venomous Abyss, a dread rank dungeon. Minimum 5 members required. Entry fee, 45 merit points. Han Ke hesitates while reading. I'm only here for the head count, but this is a level 45 zone. One mistake means death, Lufan reassures her with a smile. Trust me, Auntie, I'll get everyone through this safely. Xiao Tao spots a problem. Even with Sister Han, we only have 4 members. But this dungeon requires 5. As Lufan considers his options, Qinqiu nods toward Jianying, sitting nearby. Lufan, look, the girl from Villa number 2 is right over there. She's ranked 2nd overall, so this dungeon will be easy for her. Go and invite her. Though feeling awkward, Lufan approaches Jianying to make his pitch. But before he can even offer a greeting, she glares at him with eyes full of pure disgust. Great, she totally misunderstood me. Then again, my behavior during that dragon egg hunt was questionable. Talking to her is a nightmare. She'll probably just say, fine, or get lost. Forcing a friendly smile, he asks, I see you're looking for a dungeon too. Care to join our team? After a cold, heavy silence, Jian Ying glares at him with utter contempt. Pervert! The group stares at Lu Fan in total shock. Xiao Fan, what did you do to her? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just coming over to say hello. Lu Fan hurriedly explains, showing the secret realm data on his tablet to Jian Ying. I know our first meeting was a bit unconventional, but I swear, I'm actually a very normal guy. I give you my word. I saw you looking for a party, and I don't really know anyone else here. We just need one more person to enter the Poison Spider Forest. Teaming up together would be perfect, wouldn't it? The moment she hears the name Poison Spider Forest, Jian Ying instantly accepts Lu Fan's proposal. The entire team is overjoyed by her answer. Lu Fan breathes a sigh of relief and offers to cover the entry fee, but Jian Ying coldly declines. She pulls out her ID card, pays for herself, and steps into the shimmering portal of the secret realm. Jian Ying, Poison Spider Forest. Entry cost, 45 points. Balance, 874. Lu Fan stares at her stats deep in thought. She still has over 8,000 points left. I wonder what the difficulty multiplier is here in Yunbei. Even at a top-tier difficulty of 96, her total score would exceed 800,000. This girl is monstrously strong. One by one, the team members step into the realm. Immediately, Han Kei wrinkles her nose in disgust. Good grief, the air here is absolutely putrid. Lu Fan eyes the path ahead. It looks like our destination is right through here. The group ventures deep into the dark, twisted woods. Curious, Xiao Dao speaks up as they walk. Lu Fan, why did you pick this realm? It's level 45 and labeled with frightening difficulty. I scanned the entire hall, Lu Fan replies calmly. Nothing else offers more experience or a higher level than this place. Oh, that's not what I meant. Wait, if we're here to grind, I have something special to share with everyone. Han Kei beams as she pulls out a massive bag. Travel biscuits. Perfect quality, high-tier food. Eating these boosts EXP gain by 20% for 3 hours. With this support, we'll hit the next level in no time. I found this recipe in a blueprint given to me by my professional class instructor. Most people can't pull this off. Luckily, my class has a massive success rate buff, so I nailed it on the first try. Han Kei brags proudly before offering some to Jian Ying. Was that cream cake from before also your work? Jian Ying asks. You mean the pumpkin cake? That's the one. If you like it, I'll make plenty more for you. Sister Han is an incredible cook, and we all live nearby anyway, Tan Chu adds with a smile. You're welcome to visit us any time. Jian Ying is caught off guard by the warm invitation. Then, a rare, soft smile flickers across her icy face. Suddenly, a rustle in the nearby grass catches Lu Fan's attention. Everyone, stay sharp. A monster has spotted us. Seeing its cover blown, the beast lunges out from the shadows. Black-scaled python. Level 40. Experience 9,120. Its venomous fangs alone are worth a fortune. Its bite inflicts a stack of lethal toxins. Each stack reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Death coil. It constricts its prey, paralyzing them while draining 10% of their health every 5 seconds. The moment she sees the beast, Xiao Dao charges forward. Xiao Dao, wait! Don't be reckless, Tan Chu shouts in a panic. Ignoring the warning, Xiao Dao strikes, but her sword barely scratches the scales. It only serves to enrage the python. The monsters here are all level 40 or higher. They aren't opponents we can defeat easily. I can whip up some resistance food if I gather the ingredients. No need for all that trouble, Lu Fan interrupts. Everyone, just focus on the fight. I'll handle the logistics. Lu Fan's palm glows with surging power as he summons Xiao Fei. However, the dragon's tiny, cute appearance leaves the team utterly bewildered. Xiao Dao, who had never seen Lu Fan's dragons, is stunned. Wait, is this supposed to be a great dragon? Stop climbing on my head, you little troublemaker, Lu Fan says affectionately, petting his playful companion. This isn't Xiao Ye. Does Lu Fan have 2 dragons? But the python doesn't give them time for a chat. It lunges at the distracted Xiao Dao. Lu Fan immediately reacts. Xiao Fei, release Emerald Light. A radiant jade blessing envelops the team, instantly purging every single negative status effect. All attributes are boosted by 30%, and the blessing blocks incoming damage. Xiao Dao is sent tumbling back, but she's completely unscathed. Xiao Dao, hold on, I'll heal you. Tan Chu rushes over in a frantic hurry. Xiao Dao gasps, realizing the impact was entirely absorbed. Exactly, Lu Fan explains. With Xiao Fei here, you can fight without fear. Don't worry about debuffs or injuries, just give it your all. Debuff removal, damage immunity, and a massive stat boost. All packed into one legendary God-tier skill. This is even more incredible than a second-tier priest's awakening. Xiao Dao nods in agreement. The dragon race is truly terrifying. Even a hatchling possesses damage immunity and can boost all my attributes. Suddenly, a giant serpent lunges toward Qin Qiu and Xiao Dao. Just as Lu Fan prepares to strike, a bolt of light pierces the beast's skull, erasing it from existence. Stunned silence fills the air as Jian Ying sheathes his blade. "Quit idling," he warns coldly. "We've already been marked as prey." Jian Ying, level 21, Hidden Combat Class Swordmaster. Primary weapon, Bloodbreaker Sword, Epic Grade, level 21. A Swordmaster-specific blade that scales with the user's strength. Strength plus 3,947. Agility plus 126. Unique effect. Ignores 30% of target defense. Lightness. Increases Jian Ying's sword manipulation speed by 40%. So this is the lethal grace of a swordmaster. It's no wonder he holds the rank of number 2. As Lu Fan marvels at the display, Jian Ying's expression suddenly hardens. With a sharp gesture, he sends his blade whistling through the air. Lu Fan follows the sword's path and spots a silver armor spider lunging at Han Ke. Without thinking, he tackles her out of harm's way. This time, Jian Ying's strike only manages to deflect the monster's trajectory. The blade fails to pierce its hide. Immediately, the system interface flashes to life with the enemy's data. Silver Armor Spider, level 45. Experience, 15,750. Drop, Silver Armor Shell. Skill, Venomous Fangs. Inflicts a stacking poison on contact. Each stack of poison reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Skill, Piercing Legs, a dual front strike that can impale 2 targets simultaneously. If the initial strike misses, it automatically triggers a second time. Passive. The Silver Armor trait grants complete immunity to armor penetration. The Silver Armor Spider screeches and pivots, unleashing piercing legs toward Jian Ying. However, Jian Ying's godlike speed leaves the beast striking only at shadows. "Jian Ying, watch out," Lu Fan roars, closing the distance in a flash to deliver the finishing blow. "Focus! That wasn't the only one," Jian Ying shouts. "We aren't just facing spiders, the black net hunters are lurking nearby too." Jian Ying dual wields his legendary arsenal. The Army Breaker Greatsword and the Frost Cold Sword, ready to face the swarm. Army Breaker Greatsword, Epic Grade, level 21. A massive weapon forged specifically for the Swordmaster class. Active skill Mountain Crusher, deals 210% physical damage and splashes 21% of that damage to surrounding foes. Frost Cold Sword, Exquisite Grade, level 14. Passive Frozen Bone, inflicts ice element damage and reduces target movement speed by 30%. Black Net Hunter, level 45. Experience, 39,110. Material, Spider Eye, worth 7,519 dragon coins. Skill, Venomous Fangs. Every successful bite injects a toxin that shreds 10% of the target's total health. Skill, Binding Web, entraps the target in a suffocating silk cocoon. If not freed, the victim perishes within 60 seconds. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lu Fan calls out, "Your weapons are class-locked, aren't they? They look incredibly unique. Swordmasters forge their own destiny. Each blade levels up alongside me," Jian Ying replies sharply. But now isn't the time for a sales pitch. While speaking, Jian Ying effortlessly evades a lunge, triggering the frozen bone effect to freeze the spider's movements by 30%. This class shares a striking resemblance to a Dragon Tamer. One evolves dragons, the other evolves blades. Sensing a silver armor spider flanking Jian Ying, Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei to activate Jade Light. Lu Fan charges forward, his own weapon clashing against the spider's fangs to block the lethal ambush. With the opening provided, Jian Ying unleashes Mountain Crusher, benefiting from a 30% stat buff to send the monster to its grave. "Thanks," Lu Fan grins. He realizes Jian Ying's strategy: Bloodbreaker for penetration, Frost Cold for control, and this greatsword for devastating defense. With 3 blades working in perfect harmony, the Swordmaster is truly an all-purpose combatant. Suddenly, Han Ke's terrified scream shatters the air. Lu Fan and Jian Ying spin around. "Xiao Dao, protect Sister Han." Qin Qiu shouts to Xiao Dao as they are swallowed by a sea of monsters. "There are too many silver armor spiders. I'll hold them off. Go find the Black Net Hunter." Lu Fan orders Jian Ying before rushing to help the others. Careful of the webs, one mistake means death. Jian Ying momentarily loses focus on the battle, allowing an ambush to shatter Xiao Fei's triple-layered jade shields and wounding her. Despite her injuries, Jian Ying tries to push toward the hunter. Lu Fan immediately moves to intercept her. "Stop, Jian Ying. You're hurt. Don't go in alone. Xiao Fei, heal her." Before he can finish, Qin Qiu interjects. "Lu Fan, go with Jian Ying. Our jade light shields are enough for now. Go help her." Lu Fan nods and takes off. Lu Fan and Xiao Fei sprint after Jian Ying. "Let me support you." He commands Xiao Fei to deploy a phantom shield and a massive buff. "I told you, I can handle this myself." Jian Ying snaps, her pride flaring. Just as the words leave her lips, a black net hunter fires a binding web. As Jian Ying stares at the incoming trap, Lu Fan blurs into motion. Activating Dragon Claw, his arm transforms into a lethal talon, shredding the webbing and wounding the beast. Watching this incredible display, Jian Ying stands frozen in absolute shock. We're only one rank apart, yet his casual strike matches my full-power Mountain Shaker. Time to join him. Following Lu Fan's lead, the two unleash a synchronized assault. As Lu Fan triggers Dragon Tooth Strike, he delivers a devastating frontal blow, while his Spirit Wind Ring activates, granting him a 35% agility boost from the Spirit Wind's blessing. Meanwhile, Jian Ying executes Mountain Shaker and Bloodbreaker, shredding armor to finish the monster. Xiao Fei reached level 3. The Emerald Dragon is growing remarkably fast. At this rate, she'll definitely hit level 5 once we clear this stage. As Lu Fan playfully pets his dragon, a strange sensation stirs in Jian Ying's heart. Despite the massive power gap, she feels incredibly safe. Who knew I'd be protected like this? Before Lu Fan can speak, Qin Qiu's group arrives. They finished off the silver-armored spiders. Xiao Fan, did you just level up again? Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying with a firm gaze. You're strong, but no comrade fights alone here. Why didn't you use Emerald Light on yourself? Lu Fan, can your dragon heal the rest of us? Xiao Fei immediately unleashes Source of Life, restoring the entire team's vitality. I feel a surge of power. I'm ready for round 2. Haha, Lu Fan, your head is glowing green. Xiao Fei, stop healing her. Watching them joke around, Jian Ying finds herself smiling. Perhaps having teammates isn't so bad after all. Hours later, Xiao Dao stares at his tablet, looking completely bewildered. The map ends here, but there's a massive area ahead. Lu Fan, are we at the end? Lu Fan gazes silently into the abyss. Qin Qiu follows his look and gasps, the boss's lair. The system flickers to life, identifying the monster. Screeching Broodmother, level 45. Skill, Web Entrapment. It fires sticky webs that bind all targets. If trapped for 60 seconds, death is certain. Skill, Toxic Spit. Creates a poisonous pool that stacks lethal toxins on anyone inside. Each stack drains 5% health. Skill, Cannibalize. It devours its own offspring to restore 5% health per spider. Skill, Swarm Frenzy. Commands all spiders to focus fire, boosting their attributes by 15% for 60 seconds. Skill, Web Weaver. Grants the Broodmother massive speed buffs while moving on her webs. Lu Fan analyzes the threat. Her healing and frenzy rely on the swarm. We must clear the minions first. As Han Ke leans over the ledge, Qin Qiu warns her, Sister Han, you really shouldn't look down there. Xiao Dao nods. Without a combat class, the sight alone might break your mind. I have to learn to endure it. I won't let you kids protect me forever. If I can't even look, I'll only be a burden. Han Ke speaks with unwavering determination, but the moment she sees the writhing sea of spiders, she flees to a tree to lose her lunch. Lu Fan chuckles. Reality is often cruel. To reach that boss, we have to wipe out every single minion first. Jian Ying agrees. Xiao Dao checks his tablet and shares the standard strategy. Previous teams used long-range baiting to pull minions away. It takes at least 4 days to clear the area. Han Ke pales at the news. 4 days? I only brought enough food for 1. Unless you guys want to try roasted spider for dinner? Qin Qiu shudders. No way, we are not eating spiders. We need a different plan. Lu Fan smirks and summons Xiao Ye. He commands the Destruction Dragon to enter its true form and cast Great Disaster. The Destruction Dragon rains fire from above, incinerating the swarm and roasting the spiders in their own lair. Xiao Dao is petrified. A fire dragon? So this is the legendary Great Dragon you mentioned. Even Jian Ying feels the suffocating pressure radiating from Xiao Ye's terrifying presence. While the team is paralyzed with awe, Lu Fan calls out his next move. Xiao Fei, time for backup. Xiao Fei chirps and activates a triple combo. Emerald Bloodline, Emerald Light, and Dragon's Encouragement. Buff to the heavens. Xiao Ye begins an absolute massacre. Lu Fan assigns the protection duty to Qin Qiu and Xiao Tao, then dives into the abyss with Jian Ying to face the Broodmother. Xiao Ye, to my side. The dragon obeys instantly, unleashing Great Calamity 2. Xiao Ye plunges into the target zone, dealing massive damage before immediately following up with Great Calamity 3. The dragon strikes again, igniting the entire battlefield in a second fiery explosion that leaves Jian Ying watching in absolute awe. This triple-stage destruction is terrifying. Standing this close to the Great Dragon feels like being swallowed by a sun. Desperate to escape Xiao Ye's inferno, the spiderlings begin scrambling upward to find any way out of the flames. Worried, Lu Fan shouts, Qin Qiu, you guys okay? Qin Qiu fends off the climbing swarm, yelling back, go take down the boss. We've got this. Reassured, Lu Fan and Jian Ying close in on the monstrous boss to finish the job. But the beast won't go down easy. It immediately spits a stream of lethal venom directly at Lu Fan and Jianying. Xiaofei activates Emerald Light. As Lu Fan protects Jianying, the boss retaliates by firing a massive web at him. Lu Fan reacts instantly, slashing the web, but he still takes a hit. Seizing the moment, he orders Xiaofei to consume his blood. Then, he commands Xiao Ye to trigger the devastating skill, All-Consuming Flames 1. The Destruction Dragon beats its wings, summoning 4 colossal fire tornadoes. Jianying is stunned. Does he have even more skills? This level of annihilation could erase a whole city, or even a nation. He's single-handedly wiping out the entire swarm. Thanks to the massive kill count, Xiaofei hits level 5, unlocking the powerful Emerald Blessing skill. Emerald Blessing grants 3 layers of Emerald Dragon Chi to the target, boosting damage for the next 3 strikes. Suddenly, Xiaofei's body erupts in light, evolving into a brand new form. Just like Xiao Ye before, Xiaofei has ascended to a new state, with even greater power. The boss lunges forward, striking at Lu Fan and Jianying with its massive, blade-like front legs. Empowered by the Emerald Blessing, Jianying counters with all 3 swords simultaneously. To her shock, all 3 blades pierce straight through the monster's armor. Her blood-breaking swords couldn't even scratch the silver-armored spider before. Now, they cut through like butter. Emerald Blessing doesn't just buff raw power, it adds Dragon Tier attributes. Level 5, and she's already this strong? Lu Fan praises Xiaofei with a head pat, his mind already racing with new strategies. If this buff works on Xiao Ye too. Suddenly, the boss launches another desperate venom attack. Dodging the spray, Lu Fan barks an order. Xiaofei, use Emerald Blessing on Xiao Ye, now. With the massive buff, Xiao Ye conjures a wall of fire tornadoes that tear straight through the boss. As the boss struggles in the inferno, Lu Fan, Jianying, and Xiaofei launch a final coordinated strike, finishing it off. Victory. Lu Fan hits level 23, Xiao Ye level 18, and Xiaofei reaches level 7. Breathless, Jianying asks, Lu Fan, what was your score in the last exam? He shrugs. Around 1.3 million, I think. Jianying freezes. 1.3 million? That's the absolute cap for a nightmare rank dungeon. Lu Fan just smiles and calls out, Qin Qiu, Xiao Tao, come on down. Meanwhile, Jianying is lost in thought. Her score is half of his, but the real gap in power feels like an infinite abyss she can never cross. Combined with Hankei's gourmet buffs, the team manages to clear the Hidden Realm in a single run. Everyone leaves with massive level gains, rare materials, and legendary rewards. As for Jianying, she finally realizes the true power of a team, or perhaps, she's found a bond she's never felt before. For the first time, the top-ranked Jianying officially agrees to join their party. To celebrate, they throw a feast at Lu Fan's villa. Hankei cooks up a storm, and the air is filled with laughter. Over the following weeks, Lu Fan settles into the Longdu Academy lifestyle. He spends his days studying combat theory and his free time grinding the Hidden Realm for experience. 2 weeks pass. Just before the freshman evaluation, the team has reached a whole new level of strength. Xiao Ye is level 19, Xiaofei level 14, Lu Fan level 25, and the rest of the team isn't far behind. It's over. Xiao Tao, do the honors. Xiao Tao rushes to the treasure chest and screams with joy. It finally dropped. After a month of grinding, they finally completed the rare Poison Spider set for Swordsman, a level 20 masterpiece. The 2-piece bonus grants a chance to fire black webs, binding enemies for 60 seconds. The 4-piece bonus is even deadlier, dealing 5% maximum HP damage every 5 seconds to trapped targets. Qinqiu beamed with joy. Excellent. Your rank is bound to skyrocket after this trial. Shall we call it a day? It's still early. I'll whip up some dinner, Hankei proposed. Qinqiu nodded, her eyes lighting up with excitement. There was no reason to linger. With the trials looming tomorrow, recharging for the battle ahead was the top priority. The moment Lu Fan stepped out of the dungeon, Guhan was already waiting. Student Lu, a word if you please. Vice Principal Zhao has urgent matters to discuss. Important news? And right before the high-stakes freshman trials, Guhan simply smirked. You'll understand once we arrive. As they walked, Lu Fan caught a conversation between 2 students nearby. Did you hear? An elite from the Azure Cloud Pavilion just hit a 73 Hong rating. I knew he could. Noting Lu Fan's bewildered expression, Guhan chuckled. Intrigued by their little chat, Lu Fan rubbed his neck awkwardly. I've been buried in dungeons lately. Honestly, I'm completely out of the loop. It started with your high-stakes bet against Hongwu. Now, everyone's obsessed with gambling points through fierce duels. It's the new gold standard. Freshmen clash constantly. The victors feast on points, while the losers can barely afford scraps. So, what exactly does this 73 Hong measurement mean? Your battle with Hongwu became the benchmark. His strength is 1 Hong, while yours is set at 100. Gu Han gestured toward Hongwu, who was busy scrubbing floors. Now, he's stuck on janitorial duty just to survive. At least he can scrape together points for daily life. Moments later, Gu Han delivered Lu Fan to the office. Zhao Shengming didn't waste time. The national trials we discussed? It's official. They are opening much sooner than expected. The host, the Taichi Kingdom, suddenly slashed the 5-month preparation period down to just 2 months. Taichi has already announced their champion, Jin Chenghan, the legendary eldest son of the prestigious Jin clan. That monster is expected to hit level 60 and achieve his 3rd job advancement within a single month. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed in realization. So Taiki is rushing the trials specifically to exploit his 3rd advancement advantage? Precisely. Most competitors will barely reach their 2nd advancement. Jin Chenghan will hold an overwhelming godlike advantage. Zhao Shengming slammed his fist onto the desk, his face contorting with sheer frustration at the blatant corruption. Lu Fan grimaced. The gap between advancements wasn't just levels, it was a whole new tier of power. The Jin clan was dirty. The academy promised a fair shot, yet we're faced with this mockery, Zhao sighed. I truly regret this turn of events. In 2 months, you'll be level 30 at best. You'd be facing monsters over level 50 in a death trap. This isn't just a competition anymore, Lu Fan. It's a direct threat to your very life. The Dragon Nation is always the target to beat. Lu Fan, knowing the risks, do you still wish to compete? To Zhao's surprise, Lu Fan didn't flinch. Instead, a sharp, confident glint flashed in his eyes like a predator. Vice Principal Zhao. This is my golden ticket to the top tier of the Dragon Nation's elite forces. I'm not just joining to participate. I'm going there to seize total victory and crush their schemes. Zhao searched Lu Fan's gaze for doubt. Finding none, he laughed. Fine. I'll personally ensure you have every resource available. The morning of the freshman trials finally dawned, the air thick with the scent of ambition and nervous energy. Zhao Shengming stood tall on the podium. I'll keep this brief, he boomed, his voice echoing through the stadium. Follow the rules or face immediate disqualification. This year's format? 2-man tag team duels on the main stage. The crowd erupted into chaos. A team duel? You've got to be kidding. Hey, come join me. I'll carry us. Shut up, you moron. We're both support classes. We'd get slaughtered in seconds. Chin Chu sighed in relief. Perfect. Since the limit is 5, our non-combat group can split into 2 solid teams. I realize many of you lack the concept of teamwork, Zhao continued. But it's never too late to learn or die. Preliminaries start this afternoon. The top 100 will be announced tomorrow. Register with Teacher Gu immediately. The speech concluded, and the hall descended into a frenzy of students hunting for the perfect combat partners. I'm the 7th-ranked dual swordsman. I've watched you since day 1. Partner with me, and we'll be invincible. The arrogant youth was silenced by a cold glare. Without a word, Jian Ying walked straight toward Lu Fan's group. Lu Fan took charge. All right, it's settled. Qin Chu, Jian Ying, Tao Zi, and I will form our core team. The scene shifted to the arena the next day. Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou had become an unstoppable, bone-crushing duo. We've officially broken into the top 7. Do you think we're ready to challenge the number 1 seed next? Jin Zhou smirked. It won't be long now before my brother, Jin Chenghan, arrives to visit me. I'll introduce you then, but you must secure the top spot first. Only then can I truly recommend you. Rest assured, Princess, I will follow your every command. Suddenly, the referee's voice boomed, announcing the next match. The stage was set. Rank 18 Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou versus the Rank 1 powerhouse duo, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow. The crowd erupted. A legendary pairing 2 Dragon Tamers, the absolute number 1 and 2, on a single team. Even Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou were stunned by this overwhelming combination. Rewinding a bit, when Lu Fan first proposed his plan, he wanted to team up with Qin Chi while Sword Shadow paired with Xiao Tao so everyone could rank well, but Qin Chi refused. There's no need, Lu Fan. You and Sword Shadow should aim for the crown together. That way, both of you can maintain your top ranks, she added. Xiao Tao chimed in. I don't want to hold you two back either. Seeing Lu Fan hesitate, Qin Chu pressed on. Don't worry about us. Tao and I will give it our all. Back in the present, Qin Chu screamed from the stands. Lu Fan, take that number 1 spot. Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and smirked. Sword Shadow, taking first place shouldn't be a problem, right? Sword Shadow replied without hesitation. Of course not. A few minutes earlier in the waiting room, Lu Fan was busy fusing several treasure maps together. Most maps from the Dragon Capital Academy were low tier and located far away, so combining them was the better play. To his surprise, the fusion yielded a high-level treasure map. Flying Dragon Cemetery, zone level 45 to 60. I've never heard of this place. I'll check it out another day. Just then, the speakers announced the clash between Team 18 and Team 1. Lu Fan smiled at Sword Shadow. It's our turn. Even if it's just an evaluation, we can't afford to be careless. Back at the arena, the hype was peaking. Look, Rank 1. Lu Fan is teaming up with the rank 2 goddess. Just give them the trophy already. Not so fast, another countered. Chen Tianji is on a 28-game win streak. Besides, past champions weren't always the ones at the top of the initial rankings. Meeting Chen Tianji for the first time, a nervous Sword Shadow asked, I heard he's a Dragon Tamer too. Can you win? Lu Fan grinned. Why don't we make a bet? Let's see if I can crush them using only my own strength. Sword Shadow froze in shock. Without my help? And without even summoning your dragon? Seems fair, right? Back in the Poison Spider Forest, I realized our classes are actually quite similar. If I win, you tell me everything about a Swordmaster's traits. Deal? The match began. The referee barely finished before Chen Tianji and his dragon charged forward with murderous intent. I've waited for this. You won't look down on me anymore. From today on, there's only room for one Dragon Tamer ME. Chen Tianji lunged with a lightning-fast spear thrust, but his blade pierced nothing but Lu Fan's afterimage. While Chen Tianji panicked, Lu Fan's calm voice drifted toward his teammate. It's too late to back out of the bet now. Sword Shadow, watch closely. In a flash, Lu Fan unleashed a kick before activating Dragon Blood Armor, transforming his arm into a devastating Dragon Claw. He landed a heavy blow that sent Chen Tianji's dragon reeling. Seeing Sword Shadow just standing there, Chen Tianji roared in fury. No teammate? No dragon? What kind of insult is this? Lu Fan smirked. It's just a little wager. Why use full power against two pieces of trash? Suddenly, Jin Zhou burst into laughter. Lu Fan, I finally have the chance to destroy you. Her eyes burned with killing intent. You arrogant peasant. Today I'll make you pay double for every humiliation. Armored Earth Dragon, attack. Following the command, the Earth Dragon let out a bone-chilling roar and charged toward Lu Fan like a runaway train. Your dragon's tooth is chipped. It looks uneven. Let me fix that for you. Lu Fan drew his weapon and surged with Dragon Chi. He unleashed the Dragon Tooth Strike, a technique of overwhelming power that concentrated all his energy into one point. The strike tore through the Earth Dragon, shattering the very ground beneath it into a million pieces. The students watching were paralyzed with fear. Good heavens. Did you see that? He stopped a member of the dragon race with nothing but his bare hands. Doesn't he know the gap between humans and dragons? Just how powerful is Lu Fan? This is impossible. Even Chen Tianji himself is left completely dazed by the unfolding scene. What are you just standing there for? Finish him off now. Startled by Jin Zhou's scream, Chen Tianji snaps back to attention. As you command, he commands the Earth Dragon to use Sweep, its massive tail crashing down in a wide arc to crush the target. Simultaneously, he unleashes Dragon Spear Strike, channeling concentrated Dragon Chi into his weapon. He launches a devastating combined assault with his dragon, aiming directly at Lu Fan. Since both are Dragon Tamers, Lu Fan shouldn't have blink skills. Trapped between two lethal strikes, escape is impossible. That's what Chen thinks. But for Lu Fan and his spirit blink boots, this is child's play. He teleports away, sitting mockingly on a nearby rock. When will you and your dragon actually force me to get serious for once? Jian Ying watches Lu Fan in awe. This Earth Dragon's attributes far exceed any beast of the same level. Yet Lu Fan isn't just suppressing it, he's taking on the Dragon Tamer simultaneously with ease. Back off, you failure. Lu Fan still refuses to summon his dragon or let his ally intervene. You're acting so pathetic in front of this crowd. How can I ever introduce you to my brother? Wanting to reach Tai Chi state and become the strongest Dragon Tamer like this? Don't even dream of it. Jin Zhou shrieks in fury, channeling her magic. Thanks to you, I have to step in and save face myself. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Is this the same skill that transformed her servant into a monster last time? As the Earth Dragon's body begins to swell and mutate, Lu Fan finds his answer. Jin Zhou is indeed using that bizarre growth skill again. The armored dragon's unnatural transformation sends shockwaves through the crowd. What's happening to that armored dragon? It looks like a demon crawling out of hell. That's Chen Tianji's partner. Its combat power is skyrocketing beyond belief. Is she an exchange student? That skill looks sinister. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his dragon yet? I want to see the twin dragon clash. In the arena, Jian Ying summons two weapons, hovering at her sides. Epic Army Breaker Sword, level 24. It deals 240% physical damage with 24% splash damage to nearby foes. Epic Bloodshedding Sword, level 24. Another masterpiece reserved only for a true swordmaster. It ignores 32% defense while boosting sword speed by 42%. Jian Ying prepares to strike, but Lu Fan stops her. Jian Ying, I can handle both of them. Remember our previous agreement. Jian Ying hesitates. But I've seen this skill before. It forces a twisted mutation through pure agony. Lu Fan steps forward, facing the mutated armored dragon alone. Across from him, Jin Zhou screams her command. Chen Tianji, crush him to death. Understood. He orders the armored dragon to lunge at Lu Fan with murderous intent. Yet, Lu Fan stands motionless. From behind her beast, Jinzhou grits her teeth, glaring at Lu Fan with burning hatred. I will seize your black dragon for myself. I'll turn you back into trash. Summon your dragon now unless you want to be crushed. Where's that arrogance now? In your current state. Jinzhou's voice trails off as she notices Lu Fan finally making a move. Lu Fan calmly raises his hand toward the beast. Dragon language magic. Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. A wave of absolute zero frost erupts, targeting everything within its icy reach. It deals massive damage while inflicting severe slow and freeze effects. Its potency scales with the caster's focus. A colossal phantom of the Ice Dragon King manifests behind Lu Fan, its roar unleashing a blizzard of pure frost. Being the closest target, the armored dragon is instantly encased in a thick, unbreakable tomb of ice. Though Jinzhou and Chen Tianji are further away, the sudden chill leaves them shivering, their breath turning to mist. Even the spectators in the stands begin to tremble as the temperature plummets across the arena. It's freezing. The temperature just dropped. Is that Lu Fan's dragon? It looks way more legendary than Chen's. Wait, that's just a phantom, not a real dragon. It looks like some kind of high-level magic skill. Holy crap, he can use both physical attacks and magic? Despite the chaotic cheers, Lu Fan remains laser-focused. Sword in hand, Lu Fan's gaze pierces through the frost toward Jinzhou. That dark magic certainly buffed your dragon's stats, but having higher stats doesn't mean you can crush me. And as for my black dragon, you're not worthy. In a flash, Lu Fan closes the distance, swinging his blade at Jinzhou before she can even blink. Princess, watch out, Chen Tianji roars, lunging forward to parry Lu Fan's blade for Jinzhou before barking out a command. Armored dragon, incinerate him. Obediently, the beast unhinges its jaws, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan vanishes instantly, the flames hitting nothing but air. A heartbeat later, he reappears behind the beast. A loyal slave indeed. Since it's come to this, Lu Fan mutters, reaching toward the dragon as ancient dragon speech spills from his lips. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. A devastating shockwave of lightning erupts from the roar, tearing through the air and inflicting massive paralysis on the beast. His subsequent attacks will be imbued with 20 stacks of lightning energy, decreasing by 1 stack per hit. Every strike carries a 20% chance to paralyze the foe. Once again, a massive spectral phantom towers behind Lu Fan, the majestic Blue Dragon King. A jagged bolt of lightning crashes down upon the armored dragon, forcing a soul-shattering scream of agony from its throat. This is terrifying. Lu Fan is actually unleashing yet another brand new magic technique in the middle of battle. It's no ordinary spell that's the legendary and ultra-rare dragon speech magic they're witnessing. He fought with his bare hands, and now he's using high-level magic without even summoning a dragon. Chen Tianji's win streak is over. While the crowd erupts in a frenzy, Chen Tianji stands frozen, his face a mask of disbelief and pure dread. How? How is this possible? We are both dragon riders. So why is there such a massive gap between us? Lu Fan glides back to his original position, facing the duo. He calmly asks, "Since this fight began, I've been wondering something. Why haven't you used a single skill other than Dragon Spear Strike this entire time?" Cowering behind Chen Tianji, Jinzhou shrieks, "What are you doing, you idiot? Make the dragon keep fighting right now." Ignoring her, Lu Fan runs a hand along his blade, coating the steel in a crackling, lethal layer of lightning. He locks eyes with Chen Tianji. Dragon Spear and Dragon Fang are similar because our weapons differ, but the essence is the same. So, tell me, why haven't you used Dragon Claw or Dragon Bone Rain? Chen Tianji flinches, his mind racing in panic. Dragon Claw? Bone Rain? Are those supposed to be my original skills? Seeing her protector paralyzed by doubt, Jinzhou snaps, "You're just as useless as he is. Hoan Tai, you promised me revenge. Get moving." Lu Fan catches the look on Chen's face and lets out a cold, mocking chuckle. "It seems your contract with that dragon didn't unlock its full potential. You aren't holding back, you simply don't have those skills. Give up. You never had a chance. We are different types of dragon riders." Chen Tianji lowers his head, whispering hoarsely, "That's enough." Lu Fan frowns, trying one last time. "We have no blood feud. Don't throw away your dignity as her slave, just to fight me." Hearing those words, Chen Tianji snaps his head up, his expression twisting into something primal. His eyes, now bloodshot with rage, glare at Lu Fan. "Shut up. You're blocking my path to the top. And now you dare lecture me on pride?" Turning to Jinzhou, he pleads, "Princess, your knight will keep his word. Please, grant it to me. I'll show this commoner the price of offending you." The princess is momentarily stunned by his desperation, before a wicked, twisted grin spreads across her face. You said it yourself. Remember, this is your absolute last chance to prove your worth." She raises her wand, channeling dark magic directly into Chen Tianji's body. He screams in agonizing pain. I obey. Lu Fan is baffled by the sight. Why are you so loyal to someone like her? You know exactly what kind of person she is. Without the princess, I'm just a failure. To become a master, to repay her, I'll do whatever it takes. As he bellows, Chen Tianji's body swells, his muscles bulging and warping into something monstrously powerful. 2 additional arms sprout violently from his back. Seeing the transformation complete, Jin Zhou cheers. Now, go and slaughter Lu Fan. Chen Tianji charges like a beast, his left hands gripping his weapon tight as he bellows. Die, Dragon Spear Strike. Lu Fan stops trying to reason with him. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he raises his lightning-clad sword. I thought you were hateful, but now, I just find you pathetic. Thunder! With the whisper of the spirit wind active, Lu Fan becomes a blur of motion. The whisper of the spirit wind grants its wielder a divine blessing, increasing their agility attribute by 35%. Dragon Fang Strike. Lu Fan roars, unleashing a relentless flurry of stabs that pierce through Chen Tianji's defenses. Lu Fan skids to a halt. Behind him, Chen Tianji stands paralyzed, lightning dancing across his skin as his eyes roll back. Forgive me, princess. His consciousness fades, and he collapses heavily. Jinzhou watches, her arrogance replaced by absolute terror. As Lu Fan walks toward her and raises his hand, the princess falls back in horror, screaming, You! What are you going to do to me? Don't you dare get arrogant with me. My brother is the newly appointed leader of the Tai Chi Kingdom. If you even lay a finger on me, my brother will make you pay back that debt 10 times over. Lu Fan completely ignores Jinzhou's desperate threats and delivers a thunderous slap across her face. Consider that a debt I owe your brother then. I highly doubt he has the strength to actually collect it. Without another word, Lu Fan turns his back and walks away. That single, cold strike leaves the entire audience paralyzed in absolute shock. What is wrong with that guy? He already won, so why humiliate her like that? I can't believe he'd actually strike such a cute girl. But wait, what right does that brat have to look down on Chen Tianji anyway? Honestly, she had it coming. Just an exchange student, yet she acts like she owns this place? Suddenly, Zhao Shengming's voice booms over the speakers. Quiet everyone. I hereby declare this match over. The winners are Lu Fan and Jian Ying. He turns to Guhan with a piercing, serious gaze. Have Lu Fan report to my office immediately. You stay here and proceed with the remaining matches for the other teams. Watching Zhao Shengming depart, Guhan nods in silent understanding. Understood. Moments later, Lu Fan arrives at the vice principal's office. Zhao Shengming is the first to break the silence. I initially thought your rage stemmed from that previous national trial involving the Jin family. However, after speaking with Mr. Qin, I've finally come to understand the history between you and Jinzhou. Still, settling personal vendettas on the public stage could easily lead to serious complaints from the powerful factions backing her. Lu Fan meets his gaze with unwavering eyes. I've experienced the same loss as Chen Tianji once did, so I saw exactly how Jinzhou was manipulating his heart. I see. Zhao Shengming sighs and slides a high-tech tablet toward Lu Fan. Let's move past that. Take a look at this. This is the real reason I summoned you here today. The principal and I have been watching your entire performance very closely. You are officially permitted to withdraw from the freshman evaluation entirely. Lu Fan's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Withdraw? Is it because you were dissatisfied with my performance just now? Zhao Shengming lets out a hearty, booming laugh. Quite the opposite, actually. The moment you unleashed those 2 dragon language spells, the principal and I knew you were ready for the national trials. These are high-level secret realms sourced for you by Longdu Academy through the Hunter Guild. Go ahead and choose one for yourself. Intrigued, Lu Fan accepts the tablet. He begins scrolling through the exclusive list of legendary opportunities. He thinks to himself, secret realm hunters must be like resource hunters. They're the powerful guilds that control the world's most valuable assets. These hunters earn massive rewards by discovering new entrances to unknown dimensions. Zhao Shengming smiles and continues. These realms are usually sold through high-stakes auctions. Regardless of your choice, the Academy will secure it for you at any cost. Lu Fan hesitates as he looks at the astronomical figures, but the starting prices listed here, they are incredibly high. Zhao Shengming pushes up his glasses with a confident, sharp glint. Longdu Academy never cuts corners when it comes to the national trials. Whatever resources we promised you, we will win them by any means necessary. Hearing that, Lu Fan casts aside his doubts. He focuses entirely on making the most strategic choice for his growth. Suddenly, Lu Fan's eyes light up with excitement. This is it. Zhao Shengming watches him, curious. Oh? Did you find something you like? Lu Fan smiles and turns the screen toward the vice principal. Vice principal, Zhao, I've made my decision. This is the one. Zhao looks at the display. The Flying Dragon Cemetery. Realm grade, C+. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Capacity, 2 or more people. Starting bid, 1,375,000,000 long coins. The next day, the freshman evaluation semifinals. The first match features Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying, against Team 3's Jiang Feng and Yun Shuxing. As Guhan begins the announcement, Zhao Shengming suddenly raises a hand to stop her. He clears his throat and speaks directly into the microphone. Attention, everyone. I have an official announcement. Team Lu Fan and Jian Ying has withdrawn from the competition. Brackets will be adjusted accordingly. The stadium erupts into a chaotic uproar. What? Lu Fan actually withdrew? I came here specifically to see him fight today. Did something happen after yesterday's match? Who knows? This is unbelievable, Dao Xiaoma mutters, her face pale with frustration. Listening to the crowd's insults, she can't help but feel disgusted. Qin Xiu, sitting beside her, offers a calm hand of reassurance. Just ignore them. Lu Fan and Jian Ying have likely already entered the secret realm by now. Deep within the dense forest outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery, Lu Fan lets out a sheepish laugh and looks at his partner. I'm really sorry about this, Jian Ying. Because you're on my team, you had to forfeit the rest of the tournament. Jian Ying brushes it off with a cool, indifferent expression. The school already confirmed we've secured our spots in the Azure Cloud class, didn't they? Besides, we each received 10,000 merit points as a bonus. There is absolutely no reason for you to apologize. After a brief silence, a small smile plays on her lips. Besides, getting to enter a rare realm like this? I should be thanking you. So all the rewards are yours. For me, the experience is enough. Lu Fan smiled. I know you hate owing favors. Suddenly, Lu Fan barked at the canopy. Who's there? Jian Ying looked up, startled. Heh, over here. A laugh echoed from the branches. A red-haired man leaps down, grinning at them. Relax, relax. He introduced himself. I'm a secret realm hunter. Call me He Shu. Lu Fan pointed to the badge on his chest. We're from Longdu Academy. Are you the guide for the Flying Dragon Cemetery? He Shu inspected the academy badge, then turned to lead the way. If you won the bid, follow me. He chatted as they walked. My job ends at the portal. You Longdu students are truly loaded. What level are you to afford this? Lu Fan replied, I'm level 25, she's level 24. He Shu gasped. Only level 25? Are you two insane? This is a level 55 nightmare realm. He Shu stopped, checking his phone. I must call the academy. Sending unevolved kids here is a death sentence. Lu Fan stopped him. He Shu, don't waste your time. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted a nearby tree, sending it crashing toward them. Lu Fan instantly grabbed Jian Ying and bolted. He Shu scrambled behind. Once safe, Lu Fan turned, mana surging in his hands. He roared, Blue Dragon King's roar. A beast plummeted from the sky with a blood-curdling screech. The massive impact forced He Shu to look back in awe. What? What kind of skill is that? Are you really just level 25? That was a level 50 green-winged wyvern. Lu Fan grinned, lightning dancing on his skin. He Shu, levels don't matter to us. Just show us the entrance. Fine, let's go. He Shu scratched his head and continued leading. Navigating through hidden thickets, they reached a massive, crimson vortex. He Shu gestured. We're here, the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Lu Fan studied it. So the portal to the Divine Wood was hidden here. He Shu waved, leaving. Job's done. See ya. Lu Fan called out. Wait. He Shu, he extended a hand, smiling. Since we met, let's be friends. Hunters travel often. I might need your help scouting locations later. Huh? Just locations? Jian Ying, bored, entered the portal first. Lu Fan added, there will be a reward. Of course. He Shu perked up. You want to buy coordinates? Not secret realm data? The guild forbids selling private info. But locations are fine, right? He Shu calculated, then reached out. 10,000 long coins per location. That's a friend price. Before he could finish, Lu Fan shook his hand firmly. Deal. It's settled. He Shu was stunned by his speed. After Lu Fan entered, He Shu muttered, Is everyone from Longdu Academy? That stinking rich? Inside, Jian Ying urged. Quit chatting. Let's move. Lu Fan surveyed the area. So this is the Divine Flying Dragon Wood? The God-Tier map must be at the peak. Suddenly, Jian Ying felt a tremor. Lu Fan, is this an earthquake? Lu Fan scanned the horizon. Seeing a swarm, his expression hardened. No, it's a swarm of dragons. Zombie flying dragons, level 50. Experience, 37,120. Skill, Swarm Bite. Tears targets apart, calling nearby allies. Skill, Putrid Breath. A foul, fan-shaped mist. Targets caught suffer a 50% attack reduction. Jian Ying readies her blade for the coming onslaught. Without a word from Lu Fan, she summons the Army Breaker Greatsword, unleashing a mountain-shaking strike to crush a rotting bone flying dragon. The shockwave ripples through the pack, damaging nearby foes. Seeing the opening, Lu Fan summons Xiao Ye into the fray. The moment Xiao Ye appears, he unleashes a torrential blast of flames upon the swarm of rotting dragons. Searing lava flames incinerate the enemy while simultaneously mending Xiao Ye's own wounds. As Jianying focuses on her blade, a dragon silently circles behind her, its jaws agape to release a putrid, soul-rotting breath. Sensing the impending strike, Jianying leaps into the air just in time to dodge the lethal mist. Mid-air, she calls forth the blood-piercing sword, driving an armor-piercing strike straight through the assassin dragon's skull. As she descends, she realizes she's beyond the canopy, plunging into a freefall. "Army Breaker, to me," she commands. She desperately tries to command her flying blade to catch her falling form, but before her sword can reach her, a dragon lunges. A swordmaster without her blade is utterly defenseless. Jianying watches in horror, completely vulnerable in this lethal situation. In the nick of time, Lu Fan spots her and dives into the abyss, weapon gripped tightly in his hand. Infusing his Dragon Fang strike with a blood pact, he cleaves the dragon apart and reaches for her. "Jianying, catch my hand," he roars. She grabs hold, and Lu Fan twists mid-air, slamming his weapon into the massive trunk to halt their deadly descent. Finally stopping, they both gasp for air. Lu Fan smirks. "Careful now. Our destination isn't at the bottom of this pit." Jianying smiles softly. "Saved by you again, it seems." As they resume their climb, an eerie, heavy sound echoes through the trees. "Are they back already?" Jianying asks, on high alert. "No, it's from below." Lu Fan peers down to see a massive skeletal dragon head surging toward them at terrifying speed. "Watch out!" Lu Fan yells, pulling Jianying close as they flatten themselves against the bark. He feels the cold touch of bone scrape against his back as the beast hurtles upward, missing them by a hair. Realizing the beast's trajectory, Lu Fan screams out, "Xiao Ye, look out!" Above, Xiao Ye finishes the last of the flying dragons just as he hears his master's desperate cry. Xiao Ye turns, only to see a gargantuan skeletal jaw looming over him, expanding rapidly in his vision. In an instant, darkness swallows Xiao Ye whole as the monster's massive maw snaps shut. Lu Fan carries Jianying back to the ledge. She gasps in terror. That's the Berserk Bone Dragon, a level 55 nightmare boss. Its bone armor creates a near-impenetrable skeletal shell that grows as it fights. It launches lethal bone blades and summons a devastating bone storm that grows stronger as its health drops. Lu Fan sets Jianying down calmly. "Xiao Ye won't go down that easily. I'll handle this monster. You keep moving forward." Jianying freezes in confusion. Before she can speak, Lu Fan is already charging toward the nightmare beast. "Wait. Lu Fan, a Berserk Bone Dragon is a high-tier sub-dragon. It's too dangerous," she cries out. Ignoring the warning, Lu Fan sprints ahead and commands, "Xiao Ye, shift to destroyer form." Suddenly, searing waves of heat begin leaking from the gaps in the bone dragon's skeletal jaws. With a thunderous explosion, Xiao Ye erupts from the monster's mouth in his true, terrifying dragon form. The Berserk Bone Dragon reels, its horns snapped and its lower jaw completely shattered by the blast. "Another transformation?" Jianying whispers. No wonder Lu Fan wasn't worried at all. Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei next. "Xiao Fei, activate Emerald Blessing." Vibrant green emeralds manifest above Lu Fan's head, pulsating with ancient, surging power. The blessing empowers his next 3 strikes. Lu Fan leaps into the air. "Xiao Ye, coordinate with me." Xiao Ye catches Lu Fan mid-air, soaring above the bone dragon before letting out a blood-curdling roar. The devastating sonic wave shakes the area, inflicting massive damage and crippling the beast's defenses. Empowered by both the Blood Pact and Emerald Energy, Lu Fan prepares his final, crushing move. His Dragon Fang strike cleaves the skull clean off. But the nightmare isn't over. Its eyes and core flare with a haunting, violent light. In a flash, leaving only the skull intact, the beast's entire skeleton shatters into fragments, swirling around the energy core at a violent speed, erupting into a bone storm that traps Lu Fan. This vortex shreds targets with escalating damage as their health drops. "If that's how you want to play," he mutters, but as Lu Fan prepares to strike, a crimson flash pierces the air, shattering the bone dragon's remaining horn and canceling its ultimate. Lu Fan turns in surprise toward the source. "What are you doing down here?" he asks as a sword silhouette descends. Standing atop a flying blade, Jianying lands gracefully. "I'm here to fulfill our pact," she replies. "You defeated Chen Tianji alone, so as promised, I'll reveal the true secrets of a sword mage." Lu Fan smirks. "Fair enough. Let's finish this together then." Jianying nods, letting her blade speak for her. She charges the bone dragon on her flying weapon. Every 5 levels, a sword mage unlocks a new blade to command. Behold, my trump card. The Scythe of Karmic Fire. A level 20 epic tier weapon radiates intense heat. This exclusive class weapon allows its wielder to freely swap between fire and darkness attributes during combat. For every soul it claims, its attack power increases by 0.1%, permanently currently sitting at an 8.9% boost. Explaining the mechanics, Jian Ying launches the scythe forward, clenching her fist as she commands, Karmic Eruption. Watching her fight from below, Lu Fan realizes her combat style's true nature. I see. Sword mages don't just learn skills, they master the unique abilities of every legendary blade they obtain. Turning back to the fray, he shouts, Xiao Fei, our turn. Xiao Fei casts Jade Blessing on Xiao Ye, who prepares to rend the earth. Following Lu Fan's command, Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar, his power surging to its peak. He slams his claws into the bone dragon, crushing it into pure experience points. The system chimes. Jade Dragon reaches level 15, unlocking transformation. Lu Fan hits level 26. As his two dragons nuzzle him, Jian Ying watches from the side with a heavy sigh. Despite unleashing her ultimate scythe of karmic fire, Xiao Ye's raw power overshadowed everything. The sheer might of a true dragon is truly beyond human measurement, she thinks to herself with a mix of awe and envy. Feeling slightly discouraged, Jian Ying speaks up. Sorry, Lu Fan, I should have stayed on the upper levels. It's clear now that with or without me, you and your dragons would have decimated this boss in seconds. Lu Fan smiles warmly. Don't say that. Thanks for breaking that bone storm. Besides, today was a massive win for us. I learned about sword mages, and Xiao Fei finally hit level 15. Jian Ying tilts her head. Is level 15 that special? Does she evolve like my weapons? Curious himself, Lu Fan opens Xiao Fei's status window to check the legendary updates. Contract. Jade Dragon. Rank. Legend. Level 15. Strength. 656. Agility. 718. Spirit. 3,459. Current skills, Source of Life, Jade Light, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon Bloodline, and Blood Pact. The Blood Connection now grants the Dragon Tamer 10% of all the Dragon Pet's core attributes. Shapeshifting. As she enters the growth stage, she can freely swap between 4 forms. Whelp form reduces all stats and mana costs by 50%. Dragon Lady form. A humanoid shape born from the Blood Pact. Eternal Guardian. A defensive form infused with the Tree of Life's power. New skills unlocked for this form, Life Pulse and Eternal Sanctuary. Spirit Light form. She sheds her physical body to possess an ally, granting them soul protection and spirit strike abilities. Essentially, at level 15, Xiao Fei gains the same versatile transformations as Xiao Ye, Lu Fan explains. It's a relief. She grows so slowly. I thought it would take ages to see her true potential manifest, but now she has 4 powerful forms to master just like Xiao Ye. I can't wait to test them out. He gently pats Xiao Fei's head. All right, let's continue our climb up the Wyvern World Tree. Before they can move, Jian Ying spots a barrage of fireballs raining down on them. Incoming magic, take cover. Both Lu Fan and Jian Ying shout in unison, diving behind the massive trunk of the World Tree to evade the blast. Lu Fan peeks out from the shadows, narrowing his eyes as he scans the sky for the attackers. A swarm of wyverns circles above. The commotion from the bone dragon fight must have alerted the entire floor, he grumbles. Xiao Fei. Use Spirit Light on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, guard us. Jian Ying. It's time to fight our way up. Tactics set. The group charges out from cover, ready to face the winged horde. Xiao Ye enters World Ender form, while Xiao Fei vanishes into a streak of light, fusing her spirit with his for the ultimate assault. By utilizing the Soul Light transformation, Xiao Fei has officially unlocked a brand new skill. Soul Guard and Soul Shock are now online. Thanks to the Jade Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those sharing a blood bond. Soul Guard boosts the target's total attributes by a staggering 100 to 200% when enveloped in Soul Light. With every hit taken, it absorbs all incoming damage to generate 1 to 2 layers of Spirit Chi. Once 10 layers are stacked, a devastating Spirit Shock is unleashed. The power of the blast equals the total damage absorbed from all 10 strikes. The accumulated damage reaches 12 points as Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar. His presence has transformed, radiating a power far beyond his previous limits. Every stat explodes upward. His strength surges from 4,374 to a massive 26,244. Agility climbs to over 10,000, spirit reaches 5,986, and stamina hits 12,288. Jian Ying is left speechless at the sight. Xiao Fei's buffs on Xiao Ye are absolutely insane. Lu Fan nods, offering a calm explanation. Indeed, Xiao Fei's unique traits are specifically optimized for the dragon race. Glancing at his 2 dragon pets, Lu Fan calculates the math in his head. With World Destroyer and Soul Guard combined, Xiao Ye's strength has peaked at 26,000. Once I reach the world tree and use Dragon's Cheer, his power will break 30,000. Suddenly, the first wave of enemy magic rains down directly on Xiao Ye. Lu Fan instantly issues a tactical command. Ignore the counterattack. Xiao Ye, keep pushing forward and let Xiao Fei handle the damage absorption. Xiao Ye maintains his flight speed as magic spells collide with a glowing green barrier. Each impact creates a ripple before being completely neutralized and absorbed. A green icon appears above Xiao Fei, tracking the spirit chi layers as they climb with every absorbed hit. By the time the barrage ends, the count hits 10. Seeing the moment is right, Lu Fan roars, "Xiao Fei, unleash the spirit chi shock." At that command, Xiao Fei erupts, releasing all stored chi in a massive counterblast. The concentrated damage from those 10 attacks creates a wide-scale devastation among the monsters. Watching the monsters fall like flies from the sky, Jianying asks in total shock, Is that Xiao Fei's new power?" Lu Fan replies, "Exactly. Soul Guard doesn't just grant immunity, it stores energy for a counterattack, doubled in power due to their dragon heritage." Hearing this, a wave of discouragement washes over Jianying as she whispers to herself, "I thought dragons just upgraded stats like my weapons, but they unlock entirely new abilities. Even with my Scythe of Karmic Fire, I'm still leagues behind Lu Fan." Suddenly, a violent gale sweeps through the area, forcing Jianying and Lu Fan to a sudden halt. "The boss is right ahead. We're almost there," Lu Fan warns. As he speaks, a colossal beast emerges from the shadows, blocking their path. Jianying gasps, "It's the steel-boned wyvern!" It's a level 60 steel-boned wyvern, a nightmare-tier boss. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summons a raging storm. The high-speed winds deal massive damage while crippling the target's movement speed. Its steel bone-piercing move allows it to impale targets. Anyone with less than 10,000 stamina will be utterly crushed. Its steel frame passive cuts incoming damage by 50% while boosting defense. The wyvern lets out a piercing screech before lunging at Xiao Ye with a bone thrust. Panicked, Jianying shouts, "That thing and the Berserk Bone Dragon are both sub-dragons. Lu Fan, we have to help Xiao Ye." Reassuring her, Lu Fan calmly directs, "Xiao Fei, prepare to activate Soul Shock." In Soul Light state, Soul Shock continuously draws in Dragon Chi to charge up. Every second of charging grants 1 to 2 layers of energy. All accumulated Dragon Chi is unleashed in one strike, with a maximum charge limit of 30 to 60 layers. As Xiao Fei gathers the Dragon Chi, Lu Fan casts Dragon's Cheer on Xiao Ye, boosting all his stats by 30%. "Xiao Ye, the rest is up to you." Xiao Ye charges headfirst into the steel-boned wyvern. In an instant, the three dragons collide in a spectacular clash of power. On Xiao Ye's side, his stamina has reached 13,911. Since he's well over the 10,000 mark, the wyvern's bone thrust is completely useless. But for the enemy, Xiao Ye strikes with over 34,000 points of strength, while Xiao Fei triggers Soul Shock. Infused with 8 layers of Dragon Chi, the attack tears right through the wyvern's shoulder, severing it completely. The steel-boned wyvern screams in agony. Burning with hatred, its eyes lock onto Lu Fan. Realizing who the real threat is, it charges at the commander. Jianying gasps, "Oh no, it's coming straight for us." She quickly summons her twin weapons, her face hardened with grim determination. "I might be nothing compared to a Dragon Tamer, but as a teammate, I have to act." She switches her Scythe of Karmic Fire to the Shadow attribute. Channeling her Bursting Karma skill, boosted by an extra 9.5% power, she lunges toward the bone-eating flying dragon. Yet, protected by its reinforced steel bone skill, the beast remains unscathed. Jianying's strike fails to leave even a scratch. Disappointment clouds her face as she mutters, "My strongest move." It didn't even faze him. Lu Fan turns back with a calm smile. "Don't sweat it. I appreciate your heart for looking out for your teammate." But at that exact moment, the bone-eating flying dragon unhinges its massive jaws right behind him, ready to swallow him whole. "Look out!" Jianying screams in terror. Lu Fan finally pivots, weapon in hand, and roars, "Xiao Fei, give me some backup." Hearing the command, Xiao Fei instantly detaches from Xiao Ye and zips over to bond with Lu Fan. The fusion takes less than a second. With a swift, decisive arc, Lu Fan cleaves through the dragon's maw, sending the crippled beast to its grave. A system notification chimes. The black dragon has reached level 20, unlocking a powerful new skill, Intimidation. "Job done," Lu Fan remarks. Xiao Ye finally hit level 20. Meanwhile, Jianying has ascended to level 25 herself. Watching the two dragon pets bicker, she marvels. Xiao Fei is only level 15, but already possesses such incredible power. At level 20, Xiao Ye could probably crush that bone-eating flying dragon in a single blow, right? I can't even fathom that level of strength. Lu Fan chuckles in response. To Xiao Ye, those dragons are nothing but pests. Come on, let's keep moving. Jian Ying suddenly lets out a small laugh, catching Lu Fan off guard. What's up? He asks. I just remembered something Tao Zi once told me. She smiles. She mimics Tao Xiaoman's tone perfectly. With a dragon this powerful by your side, even a literal puppy on a leash could conquer the world. Lu Fan bursts into laughter. Wait, you actually have a sense of humor? That's definitely a first for you. I guess spending so much time with you guys is rubbing off on me, Jian Ying admits softly. I don't feel like my old self anymore. You're definitely more talkative now, and that's a good thing. To be honest, I've liked the sound of your voice since we first met. Her face flushes a deep crimson. You think my voice is nice? She asks shyly. Lu Fan grins. Yeah, of course it is. You're actually quite cute, too. Has no one ever told you that before? Her blush intensifies as she stammers. No. I rarely talk to anyone, and I never really had any friends. Hey, let's not dwell on the sad stuff, Lu Fan says gently. Let's keep going. She gives a soft nod and follows behind him, head down. Behind them, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei are still hissing at each other. Lu Fan snaps. You too, knock it off already. Meanwhile, high atop the divine wood, giant cocoons lay dormant and motionless within a hidden nest. At the heart of it all, a brilliant azure egg suddenly begins to quiver. Back on the ground, Lu Fan's group continues their journey, chatting along the way. Jian Ying shares excitedly. Defeating that bone-eating dragon actually pushed me up to level 25. Lu Fan perks up. Does that mean you've unlocked a brand new weapon? She summons a new blade to show him. Yeah, it's called Manhwa. It's an agility-type weapon with some pretty impressive skills. The only downside is that it's still level 1, so it lacks real punch for now. Still, it's a perfect grade, Manhwa. Level 1 weapon, restricted to the Swordmaster class. Its skill, 1000 Sword Dance, splits the blade into 1000 fragments, each dealing 10% of the original's damage. After the strike, the fragments reform. Lu Fan grins. It might be weak now, but once you level it to 25, it's going to be absolutely lethal. Jian Ying nods, but a private thought crosses her mind. Even if all my swords reached level 25, would their combined power even come close to a single strike from Xiao Ye? The pressure of teaming up with a monster like Lu Fan is real. The comparisons are inevitable. With a heavy sigh, she says, if anyone else told me that, I'd believe them in a heartbeat. Why not believe me? Lu Fan asks with a chuckle. Once Wanhua levels up, there won't be many in Longdu Academy who could stand against you with just that one sword. Pushing those doubts aside, Jian Ying decides not to dwell on the power gap any longer. She points toward the two dragons up ahead and smiles. Fair enough. We'd better hurry. Xiao Ye is already miles ahead of us. They resume their trek, but before long, the air grows cold as they stumble upon a cluster of gruesome corpses. Lu Fan's eyes narrow with suspicion. An old camp. Who looks like explorers were here before us. Judging by the state of the remains, Jian Ying guesses they've been dead for quite some time. Tense, the two move in to investigate the bodies. Every victim belonged to a combat class, yet they perished at different times. Could there be a predator lurking in ambush? Lu Fan's expression hardens. He draws his weapon, his eyes scanning every shadow for signs of movement. Jian Ying, stay sharp, he warns in a low voice. There's a high chance monsters have claimed this territory as their hunting ground. Just above them, a creature slithers silently through the dense canopy. You mean, this is a trap? Jian Ying asks, instinctively stepping closer to Lu Fan. That single, coincidental step was the only thing that saved her, as the monster's lethal pounce whistled through the air right where she had been standing. A sudden noise shatters the silence. Jian Ying and Lu Fan whirl around, coming face to face with a looming monstrosity. A level 60 bronze flying dragon, a nightmare tier leader. Its bronze sub-armor grants a massive defense boost to its entire squad. Its barrier cuts attack power by half, but doubles its own defense. Suddenly, another shadow eclipses the sky as a second beast emerges. The level 65 three-headed elemental dragon. Another nightmare-class terror has joined the fray. 3 heads, 3 elements. Fire, ice, and lightning erupt in unison, dealing a devastating 300% area damage. As long as one head remains, the others will endlessly regenerate. A true, immortal cycle of elemental destruction. The resurrection time increases with each death. Lu Fan grits his teeth. 2 bosses. At the exact same time, Jian Ying pales. They're hunting in a pack. The 3-headed dragon opens its maws, channeling a lethal triple-layered spell. Sensing the danger, Xiao Ye streaks through the air. He strikes directly at the center head to break its focus. The lightning orb shatters, but the beast doesn't even flinch. Jian Ying shouts a desperate warning. With the bronze flying dragon's buff active, its scales are impenetrable. Normal attacks won't even leave a scratch. Xiao Ye's strikes are useless right now. We have to take down that bronze dragon first to break the shield. Lu Fan draws his blade with a confident smirk. Relax. Just pull out your myriad flower sword and get ready for some easy experience. Before Jian Ying can even blink, Lu Fan is already a blur of motion. He charges head-on into the bronze dragon, barking out commands. Xiao Fei, soul light form. Get ready for a soul shock while Xiao Ye enters his world destroyer state. In a flash of light, Xiao Fei merges with Lu Fan. The surge of spiritual energy is palpable. He closes the distance in an instant, swinging his blade with fury, but the bronze scales hold firm, deflecting the strike with a metallic ring. Meanwhile, the other two heads unleash their elemental wrath upon Xiao Ye. He pirouettes through the sky, narrowly avoiding the lethal blasts. Lu Fan checks the status 4 layers of Dragon Qi. Xiao Ye. Use your new skill, Dragon's Pressure. Dragon's Pressure. The black dragon's roar ripples through the battlefield. Fear, paralysis, and stun effects wash over every enemy in range. Xiao Ye lets out a heaven-shaking cry from above. Below him, the 3-headed dragon freezes, locked in place by pure terror. Jian Ying stumbles, clutching her head in agony. What insane crowd control. The shockwaves are tearing through my mind. Keep it together, Jian Ying. Lu Fan sees Xiao Fei reach 12 layers of Dragon Qi and orders the Soul Shock. Xiao Fei releases a devastating spiritual blast against the bronze dragon. The air trembles as the beast's mental defenses are obliterated. Lu Fan follows up with a powerful dragon tooth strike. The bronze dragon collapses, its life extinguished in a single, surgical blow. The defense buff finally vanishes. Xiao Ye, the armor is gone. Finish it. Xiao Ye dives like a meteor, pinning the 3-headed dragon to the dirt. He crushes the middle head, sending tremors through the very earth. Lu Fan catches the staggering Jian Ying just in time. Easy there. Xiao Ye tends to get a bit carried away. Xiao Fei flies over to join the celebration. Good work, little one. But you have to listen to me, okay? Don't go mimicking Xiao Ye's reckless, chaotic fighting style. Perched on a dragon's corpse, Xiao Fei waves happily. The little spirit nods her small head vigorously, promising to be good. Lu Fan finally checks the stats after the carnage. He's hit level 28, while his pets reach level 22 and 17. Jian Ying stares at her level 6 myriad flower sword in silence, but a shadow of doubt clouds her heart. Compared to Lu Fan, her Northern Cloud Genius title feels like a total joke. Lu Fan gives her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. That 3-headed dragon needs all its heads taken out simultaneously. Let Xiao Ye play with his food for a bit. While he's busy, let's go scout the rest of this camp. She nods, following him deeper into the ruins. But Lu Fan is miles away, eyes fixed on his system interface. As darkness falls, Jian Ying emerges from the tent with a steaming plate. Lu Fan, Sister Han prepared some food. Let's eat. But the clearing is empty. Lu Fan is nowhere to be found. A cold sense of abandonment washes over her. He finally realized it, she whispers. I'm nothing more than a burden holding him back. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan is already scaling the peak of the divine tree. To protect his system secrets, he had to leave her behind. Forgive me, Jian Ying, he mutters to the wind. This god-tier treasure map is the real reason I came to this cemetery. As he nears the nest, a massive cocoon suddenly shatters. Out bursts the level 70, Flying Dragon King's soul, a nightmare-tier nightmare. The wyvern's elemental breath erupts in a chaotic storm, unleashing fire, ice, lightning, and wind. A direct strike to the very soul. Having severed its physical tethers, the Wyvern King lunges forward, dealing lethal piercing damage to its helpless prey. Ancient dragon language. Unsealing. The seal on draconic sorcery finally shatters. Elemental breath is forged into dragon magic. Forbidden spells and soul raids evolve into a catastrophic descent. Doomsday's fall. Wyverns. The closest bloodline to the legendary true dragons. The Wyvern King's scales negate 50% of all incoming damage. A level 70 boss in a rank C+ nightmare realm? Lu Fan's eyes narrow in surprise. Summoning Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei, he smirks. A level gap this massive can't be taken lightly. We need to give this monster our full attention. The massive tremor catches Jian Ying's eye from below. She looks up, startled, only to lower her head in bitter shame. He has to save me. Over and over again. Lu Fan must be fed up with me. Is that why he's fighting alone? I can't keep dragging him down. The so-called genius of Yunbei finally faces the crushing reality of the Dragon Tamer's shadow. Do I even have the right to help him? As self-doubt consumes her, Lu Fan's words echo in her mind. For now, it's like this. But once you hit level 25, it'll be magnificent. I felt your desire to help. Don't worry about it. Thanks for saving me from the bone storm. I gained a lot today because of you. That smile and those words. Confidence begins to spark within Jian Ying once more. Clenching her fists with iron resolve, she whispers, I might not be Lu Fan's equal, but I can still clear his path. High above, Lu Fan slides back after parrying a heavy blow. Level 70 is no joke, it's far more dangerous than the World Ender Emperor from the exams. Xiao Ye, prepare the lava flame. Lu Fan casts Dragon's Encouragement, igniting Xiao Ye's hidden potential. Fire elements condense in Xiao Ye's maw before he dives, bathing the boss in a sea of purgatory. The beast roars in agony, but as the flames dissipate, the boss ignores the dragon. It triggers Soul Raid, vanishing to strike Lu Fan from his blind spot. Lu Fan leaps back, shouting, Xiao Fei! Eternal form now! The Jade Dragon transforms instantly, manifesting as an unbreakable shield before her master. Jade Dragon Evolution. Eternal form. New skills unlocked. Life Pulse and Eternal Protection. Before Lu Fan can command the next move, a rain of swords descends from the heavens, pinning the boss to the earth and shattering its momentum. Stunned by the familiar sight, Lu Fan gasps, Is that? Myriad blooms? Emerging from the mist, Jian Ying stands firm, her eyes locked on the enemy. Controlling the heavenly sword dance, she declares, Let me back you up. Don't worry, I'll stay safe while I provide cover. Lu Fan smiles, a weight lifting off his shoulders. Understood. Xiao Fei, release Life Pulse. A brilliant jade radiance erupts, granting the Jade Blessing to all allies and multiplying their active buffs fourfold. Jade Blessing infuses them with up to 12 layers of Dragon Chi. Explosive power surges, amplifying the damage of their next 12 strikes. The Jade Light purges all debuffs while boosting every attribute by 60%. Each blessing layer acts as a perfect shield against incoming attacks. Life Pulse granted 2 distinct buffs simultaneously, then doubled the stacks. With Bloodline Link active, the effect is doubled again. Lu Fan seizes the opening. Xiao Ye, tear it to pieces. The dragon lunges, dealing a relentless barrage of strikes. Coordinating the assault, Lu Fan chants a dragon language spell. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupts from the inferno as a blinding light ascends. Jian Ying asks in shock, What is that? Lu Fan's face turns grim, the dragon language unsealing. The boss is about to unleash its ultimate forbidden magic. Emerging from the light, the beast invokes Doomsday's Fall, streaking toward them like a world-ending meteor. This is the ultimate sacrifice. At the peak of its flight, the dragon offers its own life force to fuel the descent. A suicidal strike, dealing 120,000% of its sacrificed health. The beast is sacrificing 100% of its life. It's a suicide attack. Lu Fan screams, Xiao Fei. An earth-shattering explosion follows. Fire and smoke consume the entire summit of the divine tree. As the chaos settles, a faint, emerald glow begins to pulse through the thick curtain of ash. As the dust settles, a vibrant green barrier emerges, shielding Lu Fan and his comrades from the devastation. It's the Eternal Protection, a skill that manifests a divine shield to safeguard everyone within its range. The damage absorbed by this barrier scales directly with the user's total health and regeneration capabilities. With the Jade Dragon Bloodline, all skill effects for Dragonkin are doubled, granting debuff immunity and a massive 5,000% recovery boost. As for the boss, after its desperate final strike, it was reduced to a mountain of experience points for Lu Fan's team. Jian Ying hits level 28. The Myriad Flower Sword reaches level 10. Xiao Ye climbs to 23. And Lu Fan reaches level 29. Xiao Fei also hits level 18. Checking on his friend, Lu Fan asks, Jian Ying, are you alright? Jian Ying wipes his brow with a smile. If it weren't for Xiao Fei, we'd be meeting our makers right now. Lu Fan nods and gently pats Xiao Fei's head. Her eternal protection saved us all, thanks to her incredible recovery speed. Seeing Xiao Fei get all the praise, Xiao Ye pouts and lets out a jealous huff. Sensing the tension, Lu Fan quickly adds, Of course we wouldn't have won without Xiao Ye's overwhelming damage output. After catching his breath, Jian Ying sighs. I thought level 20 battles were child's play, but I just stared death in the face. Lu Fan agrees solemnly, facing a level 70 boss for the first time. I didn't expect a near-suicidal stalemate. This experience truly opened my eyes to the real dangers of this world. Scratching his head, Lu Fan awkwardly explains, Jian Ying, I never intended to leave you. I was searching for something when the boss appeared. Jian Ying chuckles, dismissing the apology. I know you're not the type to abandon a brother. I remember what you told me once. Now, I'm giving those words back to you. You're strong, but I'll never let you face the darkness alone. With the dungeon cleared, a treasure chest materializes before them. Lu Fan cracks the lid open to find 3 legendary items inside. First up, the Soul-Winged Wyvern. This legendary item requires level 60, boosting agility by 356, strength by 291, spirit by 246, and stamina by 234. Its high flight ability grants the user the power of flight and a significant boost to aerial speed. For those with Dragon Tongue magic, it unlocks Dragon Language Seals, granting access to a high-tier ancient spell. Lu Fan's eyes widen. A legendary tool that grants flight and unlocks dragon magic? I could finally cast Judgment Day. But his excitement quickly fades into a sigh. Flying isn't as simple as just putting on a pair of wings. Only specific classes can utilize this, and his level is still far too low to equip it. Next is the epic Dragon Rider's saddle. It's level 30 pet gear, exclusive to the dragon and wyvern races. Once equipped, the pet becomes a mount, allowing the rider and beast to synchronize their total attributes. Every basic attack is infused with dragon chi, dealing massive long-range damage. Lu Fan is stunned. A mount? If Xiao Ye hits level 30, I'll become a true dragon knight for the national trials. Finally, the dragon calling bone flute, an epic consumable that summons the vengeful spirit of the twin wyvern kings. The summons level matches the user's, though it can only be activated 3 times before breaking. Incredible loot, though the limited uses are a pity. Just as Lu Fan stores the items, Jian Ying calls out, "Lu Fan, forget the loot. Come, look what's going on with Xiao Fei." Lu Fan rushes over to see Xiao Fei acting on her own, casting her Spring of Life skill. The Spring of Life radiates outward, showering all friendly targets in a continuous, life-giving aura. Watching the green light sink into the massive tree, Jian Ying gasps. Is she trying to heal this giant plant? Lu Fan realizes something. Spring of Life only targets allies. Does that mean, is this divine wyvern tree actually a living ally? Suddenly, thick vines surge from the trunk toward Lu Fan. They intertwine at his feet, rising to his knees before blossoming into a glowing green bud. The bud unfurls, presenting a mysterious seed. It seems the tree wants Lu Fan to take its legacy. Lu Fan accepts the seed of the wyvern. Ever since the abyss-devouring demon dragon invaded, the tree's divine power has been fading. Now, a hero has finally arrived who might be able to save this withered ancient god. By slaying the demon dragon and drenching this seed in its blood, he can earn the favor of the origin of all things. The master of the divine tree watches closely. Jianying asks in awe, "Did we just trigger a hidden quest?" Lu Fan nods, eyes fixed on the seed. It seems Xiao Fei can talk to the tree. This is the start of something big. Lu Fan stares at the quest description, deep in thought. His next target is a Dragon King, the Abyssal Devourer. A Dragon King is far more terrifying than any nightmare tier, likely reaching level 100. Since there's no time limit, he isn't in a rush. He can wait until his 3rd advancement at level 60, or even his 4th at level 90, before facing this beast. Pushing those thoughts aside, Lu Fan turns to praise Xiao Fei. "Well done. Without you, we would have never discovered this hidden quest to heal the divine tree." Xiao Fei chirps happily, but Lu Fan isn't finished. He pulls out the dragon bone flute, a rare summoning item. "Xiao Fei, can you actually eat this?" The group stares at him in pure confusion. Realizing they misunderstood, Lu Fan quickly explains himself. "I'm not just feeding her random junk. Xiao Fei has a skill called natural assimilation. She can devour items to gain their unique traits and abilities. I know she can consume equipment, but I'm not sure about consumables." Before he can finish, Xiao Fei snatches the flute and gulps it down. She begins to chew with an expression of pure delight. Natural assimilation allows her to turn an item's power into her own permanent skill. Lu Fan gasps. "She really did it." Jian Ying is just as shocked. "Wait, is that even possible? You didn't just waste an epic tier item for a prank, did you?" Lu Fan doesn't answer immediately. He waits for Xiao Fei to finish her meal, then checks her status window. The transformation is instant. Jade Dragon Covenant. Natural assimilation has evolved through the Dragon Bone Flute. She can now summon the souls of the Twin Wyvern Kings. Their levels will always scale directly with hers. Lu Fan's eyes light up with excitement. Incredible. Now Xiao Fei can summon 2 Wyvern Kings whenever she wants. The item's effect is now a permanent skill with no usage limits. Xiao Fei activates her new power. Moments later, 2 massive Wyvern Kings materialize behind her, possessing the same level and deadly skill set as the original boss. Jian Ying lets out a startled cry. "The boss we just fought? It's become her summon?" Lu Fan chuckles. "Yeah, though they've been shrunk down quite a bit. Looks like Xiao Fei finally has her own pets." Jian Ying watches in envy. A dragon with its own dragon pets? Lu Fan's growth is becoming truly incomprehensible. Exhaustion finally sets in. Jian Ying sighs. Conquering a high-level secret realm is draining. Let's head back. Sister Han must be worried sick. Lu Fan checks his system map. "You go ahead. I still have one very important task to finish." Later that night, inside Villa Number 1 at Longdo Academy, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei stare curiously at a mysterious blue egg while Lu Fan takes on a serious tone. "We've lived together for a while now, so let's get things straight. Xiao Ye, you're always picking on Xiao Fei. Don't you want a new sibling so you can finally relax? And Xiao Fei, are you really okay with being bullied every single day? Don't you want a chance to turn the tables and show someone else who's boss? Well, here's your chance. Are you two even listening? I know you're excited, but stay calm. This is the newest member of our family. Bottom line, everyone has to get along. Before them sits the starry sky dragon egg, its rank still unknown. Lu Fan sits down eagerly and places his hands on the egg, activating his dragon taming art. This technique should be able to tame any creature of the dragon kin. However, as the seconds tick by, the egg remains completely motionless. That's strange. The dragon taming art usually works instantly. Puzzled, Lu Fan scratches his head and pulls up his system interface. Covenant 1, Black Dragon, Legendary, Level 23. Covenant 2, Jade Dragon, Legendary, Level 18. The third slot is locked. Condition: reach level 30 for the second class advancement. He realizes he only has 2 pet slots available. Lu Fan looks at his current level 29. He's just short. Looks like I'll have to hit the poison electric forest to grind that last level. He sighs. Forget it. Let's sleep. No new family member for us today. Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei ignore him, continuing their intense conversation over the egg. What is this thing? Xiao Fei chirps. No clue. Xiao Ye huffs. Lu Fan finally loses his patience. Go to sleep. The next morning, Qin Qiu and Dao Xiaomong rush toward Villa Number 1. Qin Qiu pounds on the door urgently. Lu Fan, are you back? Get up, now. A sleepy Lu Fan opens the door, rubbing his eyes. What's the emergency? Qin Qiu shoves a tablet into his hands. Look at this. It's spreading all over the school. Lu Fan blinks at her. Wait, you woke me up this early just to show me some gossip? Qin Qiu shakes her head. It's about your withdrawal from the freshman evaluation matches. Someone posted it on the school forum yesterday, and it became the top trending topic overnight. Lu Fan finally focuses on the screen. The headline reads, "The top ranker of the pavilion responds to the number 1 contender. Withdrawing was nothing but a display of cowardice. The Fongyun Pavilion has stormed into the finals, dominating the freshman assessment without question." Xu Xing previously posted during the match between Lu Fan and Chen Tianji, claiming Lu Fan only fled because he feared facing her and Jiang Fengyun. User A comments that while the post was originally anonymous, it was quickly traced back to Xu Xing himself. User B joins the fray, claiming rumors say Lu Fan only pulled out because Chen Tianji had already left him severely injured. After all, Chen Tianji's massive winning streak proves he is no weakling, making the rumors of Lu Fan's defeat seem plausible. User C speculates that since Lu Fan was slated to clash with the duo of Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing, he likely vanished out of pure terror. User D rants. Unless those two actually fight, I'll never accept the Academy's biased decision to favor Lu Fan. Even if the school considers Lu Fan number 1, Jiang Fengyun is the real champion who fought his way through the trials. User E scoffs. So he's just a coward? Keeping Lu Fan at the top spot after this would be an absolute joke. Anyone who witnessed Jiang Fengyun's overwhelming performance yesterday knows Lu Fan is unworthy of the top rank. Reading through the toxic comments, Lu Fan narrows his eyes and murmurs the name, the Fongyun Pavilion. Qin Qiu explains it was started by 4 elites ranked 3 through 6, but has now swelled into a 30-member faction of powerful classes. At the helm stand Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan merely covers a yawn, his expression filled with total indifference. Dao Xiaomong clarifies, "You're the school's hand-picked ace, but Jiang Fengyun is the one the students recognize as the strongest." This morning, Jiang Fengyun issued a public statement to his followers, vowing to prove that he alone is the rightful number 1. The moment tomorrow's finals conclude, he plans to march over and personally clear out Villa number 1. Qin Qiu adds that holding the top rank is the ticket to the national trials, a prize Jiang Fengyun is clearly hunting for. Hearing this, Lu Fan muses, I see. He wants the prestige and the spot in the national trials all for himself? Too bad for him. He doesn't realize that I've already secured everything he's so desperately chasing. Seeing Lu Fan's lack of concern, Qin Qiu fumes. That Jiang Fengyun is too arrogant, slandering you the moment you left campus. Dao Xiaomong sighs in frustration at Lu Fan's apathy. I don't even know who this guy thinks he is. If he wants to show up tomorrow, let him. I'm gonna go warn Jian Ying about this incoming storm. Suddenly, Lu Fan smirks. If the Fongyun Pavilion wants to target me, then I'll give them the opportunity they're begging for. Confused, Dao Xiaomong asks, what do you mean? Lu Fan reaches for the tablet saying, let me borrow this to send them a reply. I accept the challenge. Meet me at the Longdu Academy Arena, VIP room. Don't be late. Xu Xing, the hidden class magic sealer, is scrolling through the forums when she suddenly bolts upright, shouting, Brother Jiang! Inside the training grounds, Jiang Fengyun, the hidden class shadow warrior, pauses mid-swing, his eyes still bound by a black blindfold. Despite the interruption, he effortlessly faces 2 challengers charging at him with lethal intent. With cold precision, Jiang Fengyun triggers his skill, summoning multiple shadow clones that overwhelm his opponents in a blur of motion. Wait, Brother Jiang, why are you getting so serious? This was just supposed to be a light sparring session. Ignoring their pleas, Jiang Fengyun lets his shadows ruthlessly finish the job and clear the arena floor. He unties his blindfold and turns to Xu Xing. Heal them. Now, what did Lu Fan have to say for himself? Xu Xing hands over the tablet. He just posted on the forum. Look at this. He responded directly to us. Jiang Fengyun reads the post and lets out a dark, mocking laugh. This Lu Fan has guts. He's actually challenging the entire pavilion alone. He tosses the tablet back to Xu Xing. Reply to him. Tell him we'll meet in the arena right after tomorrow's finals. Startled, Xu Xing asks, Brother Jiang, are we really going to go through with this duel against Lu Fan? Jiang Fengyun grins. Of course. Bring everyone. If he wants to fight the whole pavilion, we'll show him exactly what he's asking for. I'll teach him the difference between a school-appointed puppet and a real warrior who bled for his rank. The next morning, Qin Qiu checks the forums again. Lu Fan's response has set the entire academy ablaze. If you want to prove you're the best, face me like a man instead of hiding behind pathetic rumors and insults. And yes, I'm talking to all of you. To the entire Fengyun Pavilion, you're nothing but trash in my eyes. Bring as many people as you want. Let's settle this once and for all, after the freshman assessment concludes. The comment section explodes with hype. Whoa! Lu Fan is finally clapping back. The pavilion has officially responded. It's going down. Rumors are flying everywhere. Was Lu Fan really injured? His reply is legendary. The ultimate showdown for rank 1 happens tomorrow. Haha. The entire Fengyun Pavilion is mobilizing for war. This is going to be the most epic bloodbath we've ever seen. Qin Qiu gasps at the comment section. Look, Jiang Fengyun has finally accepted the challenge, she cries. Dao Xiaoman watches in surprise. His semi-final is today. Wanna go? Lu Fan scoffs. Honestly, I have zero interest in Jiang Fengyun's actual power. We'd be better off heading to the leveling hall instead. Han Ke sets the food down and sighs. Lu Fan, don't be so dismissive. Arrogance leads to defeat. Understanding your opponent is the only way to ensure a certain victory. Dao Xiaoman agrees immediately. Exactly. Show your face. You probably have more supporters than the Fengyun Pavilion by now. Qin Qiu looks worried. Lu Fan is currently the hottest topic on the school forums. If he's caught scouting Jiang Fengyun, the rumors will be relentless. Han Ke grins. Then let's just use a disguise. Lu Fan remains silent, completely speechless. Later, at the arena, Dao Xiaoman whispers to Qin Qiu. Is Jiang Fengyun up next? Qin Qiu nods. Yes, look at this crowd. The Fengyun Pavilion really is quite popular. In the front row, Han Ke turns to Lu Fan. He is currently buried under a heavy hoodie and a cap, wearing giant sunglasses and a mask. How is it? My disguise is perfect, right? No one will recognize you. Lu Fan says nothing. The freshman assessment semifinals are about to begin. Both teams, please enter the arena. As the announcement blares, Lu Fan suddenly stands up. Han Ke is confused. Where are you going? The match hasn't even started. This match is boring. I'm going for a walk. Call me when you guys are finished. Lu Fan walks away without looking back. In the VIP section, Zhao Shengming narrows his eyes, watching him thoughtfully. He recalls his recent conversation with the principal. Zhao Shengming had stood outside the office door, knocking softly. Principal, have you seen the school forum lately? People are obsessed with the fight between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun. The door stays shut as the principal's voice echoes from inside. Is that you, Zhao Shengming? Petty freshman squabbles can be handled by Gu Han. Don't bother me with this. Zhao Shengming frowns with deep concern. Based on Lu Fan's strength, I suggest the school stops this match. I fear he won't know how to hold back. After all, Chen Tianji is still in the infirmary because of him. The principal scoffs. You're worrying too much. Instead, you should focus on what happens in 1 month. A long-due envoy is coming to see if Lu Fan is worthy of the national trials. Zhao Shengming is stunned. 1 month? That's so soon, the principal continues. The trials are earlier this year, so the envoy is too. How is Lu Fan's progress? Zhao Shengming reports. He's nearly at his second-class advancement. Don't worry, I've heard about the long-due envoy. Even though Qiansheng is arrogant, he wouldn't dare make things difficult for a talent like Lu Fan. Your news is old. The envoy isn't Qiansheng anymore. It's a man named Ruan Changfeng. Upon hearing that name, Zhao Shengming's expression turns pale. His heart sinks. Ruan Changfeng. Elder Qin mentioned him when telling the story of Lu Fan and Jinzhou. That incident cost Ruan Changfeng his high-ranking post. He surely holds a massive grudge against Lu Fan. The principal continues. He was once powerful, but now he's just a lowly envoy. How interesting. Why are you so quiet? Zhao Shengming snaps back to reality and bows. Forgive me. If he is the evaluator, I fear Lu Fan will face many unfair challenges. Lu Fan is my chosen candidate. You know what needs to be done, don't you? Zhao Shengming nods. I understand. I will find more resources to help him reach his second-class advancement quickly. We must overcome his level disadvantage. But, regarding tomorrow's match with Jiang Fengyun, a loud laugh echoes from the room. I'll watch it. I have to. How could I miss something this entertaining? Back at the Longdu Academy's Point Arena, suddenly, a student is blasted out of a duel room, causing everyone to start gossiping. How many is that now? This 100-point arena shouldn't be this hard. A second-class expert must be smurfing for points. There is no way this is a level 29 match. The loser crawls up, shouting a warning. Don't go in there. No one can win. Hey, who is the owner? Someone asks. The loser replies, he felt very familiar, but I didn't recognize him. Meanwhile, inside the point battle room, after kicking his opponent out, Lu Fan sighs to himself. Why did I even come to watch this? I should have just gone to the venomous spider forest to level up. Thinking he's done for the day, Lu Fan suddenly spots a figure standing at the entrance. Another challenger? Driven by curiosity, Lu Fan looks closely and sees a mysterious white-haired girl stepping into the room. The white-haired girl approaches and offers a greeting. Hello there, is there still time for a match with me? Lu Fan responds with a respectful nod. Hello, senior, she chuckles softly. You're so polite to someone with a much higher level. Should I go easy on you then? Lu Fan replies. No need, senior. Please, fight with everything you've got. Is that so? Then let's begin. She raises her hand, and in an instant, a massive surge of fire elements converges into her palm. Lu Fan watches in shock, realizing this woman is far from ordinary. Before the thought even settles, his heart skips a beat as the white-haired girl vanishes into thin air. A second later, she reappears right behind Lu Fan, brandishing a trident forged from pure, scorching flames. I'm not like those weaklings outside. You'd better give me everything you've got too. She thrusts the trident at his back. Lu Fan reacts instantly, drawing his weapon and spinning to parry before launching a counterattack. After several intense exchanges, Lu Fan is forced back, his boots skidding across the floor. His expression turns grim as he glares at her. So powerful. Just what level is this woman? Instead of attacking again, she stands her ground and giggles. You actually blocked that? Impressive. But that last move. Were you afraid of hurting me? If you keep holding back, I'll have to teach you a real lesson. Lu Fan's gaze sharpens. I understand. Once more, the two warriors collide in a flash of steel and fire. Inside, the room trembles from the impact. Outside, a crowd of curious students gathers, whispering and waiting for the outcome. That girl is brave for entering such an abnormal room. Shh, quiet. I think they're still fighting in there. I only lasted 2 minutes. She must be struggling to survive. Suddenly, an announcement blares. The mock examination matches have officially ended. Someone shouts excitedly, Look, Jiang Fengyun's match is finally over. Over at the freshman examination arena, victory is declared for Team Jiang Fengyun over Shu Tingsheng. Thunderous applause erupts from the stands. The crowd chants in unison, Jiang Fengyun, Jiang Fengyun. On the stage, Jiang Fengyun basks in the glory, a smug smile plastered on his face. Shu Tingsheng leans in and whispers, Brother Jiang, the pavilion says Lu Fan was lurking in the stands, watching you fight today. Jiang Fengyun snorts. Trying to study me, is he? He's clearly terrified. But little does he know, I haven't even revealed half of my true power yet. Jiang Fengyun points a finger toward the sky, laughing arrogantly. Lu Fan, your arrogance ends here. Don't you dare be too scared to show up for tomorrow's match. The crowd goes wild, screaming his name. In the stands, Dao Xiaoman sighs. Whatever, let's get out of here. She turns, only to realize Lu Fan is nowhere to be found. Wait, where did Lu Fan go? Qin Chu asks, her voice laced with worry. Did Jiang Fengyun realize he was here? Han Ke starts dialing a number. He said he was bored and left ages ago. Let me call him. Back in the training room, Lu Fan is blasted back again. His hat and glasses fly off, clattering to the ground. Steadying himself, Lu Fan gasps for air. She's too strong. Where did this monster come from? She could have finished me in seconds if she really wanted to. It feels like she's intentionally guiding me. Visa. Exposing every flaw in my movements. Why would she do this? Who is she? Across from him, the white-haired girl hooks his hat with her trident, smiling playfully. Excellent defense. In just 15 minutes, you went from being clumsy to predicting my next move. Your growth is stunning, though your stamina needs work. She steps closer, looming over him. And with a face this handsome, why hide it away? As she leans in close, Lu Fan flushes and stumbles backward in a total panic. Suddenly, his phone rings. I'm sorry. I have to take this. Feeling like he's been granted a pardon, Lu Fan rushes to answer. Hello? Yes, I'm on my way back now. Hanging up, Lu Fan turns back to the mysterious senior, scratching his head awkwardly. Thank you. You taught me so much about close quarters combat today. Before I go, could I have your contact info? She lets out a teasing laugh. A fresh-faced junior already asking for a lady's number? You're quite the player, aren't you? Lu Fan waves his hands frantically. No, I just wanted to schedule our next training session. Please, senior, I still have much to learn from you. There's no need. If you want to see me again, just open a points room like today. If fate allows, I'll return. With a casual wave, the white-haired beauty vanishes, leaving Lu Fan standing there, completely lost in thought. Who exactly is this mysterious woman? She looks far too young to be a senior. In that last exchange, she completely overwhelmed me. There's no way her strength is on the level of a mere student. Could she be a professor? Does Longdu Academy really have a teacher like that? Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Longdu Academy ID. Lu Fan's balance has increased by 100. I actually received the merit points? She didn't take them? He mutters. Snapping back to reality, Lu Fan dashes out of the room, shouting at the top of his lungs. Wait, senior. In his haste, he accidentally bumps into several students, sparking a wave of annoyed complaints. Hey, watch where you're going. Ignoring the grumbles, Lu Fan continues his frantic search, calling out for the mysterious girl. He wonders who she could be, someone with such unfathomable power, yet she refused the points and kept her identity a secret. In the blink of an eye, she's gone. Is she truly from Longdu Academy? Or did I just encounter some kind of beautiful ghost? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. Lu Fan turns around to find Hankei and his group approaching. Seeing him, Hankei waves with a grin. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Let's head back. Tanthu looks on, curious about the senior he was chasing. Dao Xiaoman chimes in with a smirk. Lu Fan, what's with the act? You were only gone for a second and you're already flirting with girls? Giving up the search, Lu Fan walks back to his friends with a defeated sigh. I lost her. She really is a mysterious one. The next day, even after the freshman final exam has ended, the stadium remains packed. No one wants to miss what's coming next. One spectator remarks, everyone stayed behind. It seems the clash between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun is the true grand finale. Another chimes in eagerly. He's taking on the entire Fengyun Pavilion solo. We'll soon see if he's a genius or just a madman. Down on the arena floor, Jiang Fengyun and the elite members of the Fengyun Pavilion have already gathered. After waiting for what feels like an eternity, Jiang Fengyun's patience wears thin. Where the hell is Lu Fan? If he's too scared to show, we'll drag him out of Villa number 1 ourselves. A member sneers. Calm down, Jiang. Let's give him a few more minutes. Just as Hua Xing finishes speaking, someone points toward the entrance and shouts, he's here. Lu Fan has arrived. Jiang Fengyun snaps into focus, his voice booming. Everyone, get ready. Contrary to their intense focus, Lu Fan strolls in casually, munching on a piece of bread. Let's get this over with, Lu Fan says through a mouthful. I've got things to do later. Jiang Fengyun eyes him coldly. You certainly know how to make an entrance. Lu Fan shrugs. I'm right on time, aren't I? I don't care how many of you are in this Fengyun Pavilion. If you're all here, then come at me at once. Hearing his arrogance, a burly, bald student points a finger and snarls. Don't get cocky, kid. You're talking to Big Brother Jiang. Jiang Fengyun raises a hand to silence the hothead, his eyes narrowing with irritation. If you're going to look down on us like that, then words are useless. I'm betting 7,000 merit points on this match, Jiang declares. Lu Fan pauses, nodding. Right, almost forgot the stakes. Lu Fan pulls out his academy card with a confident smirk. 17,000 points, all in. Longdu Academy ID. Lu Fan. Balance. 17,642. The Fengyun Pavilion members gasp at the staggering amount. Hua Xing panics, whispering urgently, that's way too much. Jiang, we don't even have enough points to match that bet. Shut up, Jiang Fengyun barks, though his heart is racing with greed. He's really playing this big? If I win those 17,000 points, I can live like a king at Longdu Academy for the next 4 years. Steel settles in his eyes as he clenches his fist. The Fengyun Pavilion bets everything we have. You want to play? We're all in. Hua Xing and the others quickly fall in line. Listen to Big Brother Jiang. If we pool everything together, we can match the 17,000, right? Stop doubting. Just follow Jiang's lead, and we'll take everything he's got. Once the chatter dies down, Lu Fan cracks his neck and smiles. Good. The bet is set. Let the massacre begin. Jiang Fengyun shoots a meaningful look at Hua Xing. With that level of confidence, he's definitely going to summon his dragon immediately. I'm on it. Without hesitation, Hua Xing raises his weapon, his mana beginning to swirl violently. Jiang Fengyun bellows. Fengyun Pavilion, prepare for battle. Every member of the pavilion draws their weapons, their eyes locked onto Lu Fan, waiting for the signal to strike. As Jiang Fengyun gives the command, Hua Xing unleashes a specialized binding curse directly at Lu Fan. Skill. Binding Chain Curse. It locks the target in place, preventing all movement and skill usage for 5 agonizing seconds. Seizing the window, the other members unleash their most devastating attacks, all converging on Lu Fan at once. Jiang Fengyun leads the charge, a triumphant roar escaping his lips. Perfect. Now, let's see you try to summon your dragon. Behind him, the pavilion members roar in excitement. Tear him apart! Across from them, Lu Fan watches the charging mob and simply clicks his tongue. With a sudden flex, the binding chains shatter like glass. He draws his blade, effortlessly parrying Jiang Fengyun's desperate opening strike. Jiang Fengyun's heart skips a beat as he gasps. He broke free already? While the leader is dazed, Lu Fan's hand flashes out, seizing his collar. He slams him into the dirt like a bag of worthless trash. The stands erupt in a deafening roar. The audience can't believe their eyes. The legendary Fengyun was just taken down barehanded. On the field, the charging disciples freeze mid-step. Their eyes bulge at the sight of their invincible leader pinned helplessly to the ground. Zhang Jie! Shuxing screams in panic. He frantically unleashes a stiffening curse directly at Lu Fan's retreating figure. Focus fire. Long-range attacks, now. The curse takes hold, aiming to slash Lu Fan's speed by 75% for 7 long seconds. Snapping out of their stupor, the mages coordinate their power, unleashing a barrage of destructive magic skills. A torrential rain of elemental magic crashes down on Lu Fan's position, drowning the arena in chaos and fire. Massive explosions rock the ground, burying everything in thick smoke. But as the dust clears, Lu Fan stands unscathed, his boot firmly on Jiang Fengyun's head. The top-ranked freshman is only at this level? Lu Fan sneers. Your quality is honestly a bit disappointing. Jiang Fengyun groans, clawing at Lu Fan's leg while trying to look at his teammate. Shuxing! What's wrong with your curse? He bellows. Shuxing trembles, his face pale with pure disbelief. How is this possible? There's no way. I'm certain I hit him with everything I had. Lu Fan chuckles at their confusion. Don't blame him. My Dragon Tamer stats are just too high for low-tier trash skills to affect me. Humiliation turns to pure rage. You arrogant bastard! Jiang Fengyun screams, his face contorting with fury. He rips off his headband, masking his eyes as he summons a swarm of phantasmal clones to encircle Lu Fan from all sides. The pavilion members cheer wildly. Jiang Jie is using his ultimate. It's over for Lu Fan now. He's dead. Only Shuxing remains silent, staring at his trembling hands. Just how monstrous are his attributes, he whispers to himself. The terrifying realization sinks in. Are his elite skills truly nothing more than a mild breeze to this man? Surrounded by clones, Lu Fan merely raises his hand high. Fire elements begin to swirl violently around his palm. I'll admit, this move looks pretty cool, Lu Fan says with a confident, chilling smirk. Since you're the top freshman, I'll show you something even Chen Tianji hasn't witnessed yet. Dread washes over Jiang Fengyun as he realizes what's coming. Wait, what does he mean? Is he summoning again? Within seconds, the sky darkens. Xiaoye descends in her terrifying world-ending form, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Upon her arrival, a massive shockwave of pure flame erupts, incinerating the very air around them. Jiang Fengyun's clones are the first to go, evaporated instantly by the scorching heat of the dragon's aura. The wall of fire spreads, sending the pavilion members into a frantic retreat. Save me! My legs! I can't even stand anymore! A real dragon! Run for your lives! Panic grips the crowd as the stadium descends into total fiery mayhem. Is that Lu Fan's pet? It's terrifying. The spectators scramble, desperate to escape the impending doom of the dragon's wrath. Shuxing screams as he flees, noticing his leader standing frozen in place. Jiang Jie, get out of there! Retreat! Jiang Fengyun doesn't move. He gazes up at Xiaoye, his soul trembling in awe. This is different. Entirely different. This isn't just a beast like Chen Tianji's. This is a legend from the ancient myths. Lu Fan's voice cuts through the chaos. Hang on tight, Jiang. It's finally my turn to strike back. On cue, Xiaoye lets out a sky-shattering roar, unleashing her absolute draconic pressure. Everyone left on the field is instantly hit with paralyzing fear, dizziness, and total immobility. Their minds scream in agony as if their skulls are splitting. Make it stop. Please, have mercy on us. Jiang Jie, save us. But Jiang Fengyun is barely conscious, his vision spinning as his entire body begins to fail. What is this monster? How can anyone win? His body refuses to obey as he desperately tries to flee the nightmare. His vision fades to black. With a heavy thud, the top freshman collapses, completely losing consciousness. Lu Fan picks up the point card, looking down at his fallen foe with a grin. So, who's number 1 now? I'll be taking all of Fengyun Pavilion's points. Lu Fan's total skyrockets by 12,941 points. Job's done, Xiaoye. Let's go. We still have important business to attend to. Xiaoye transforms back into her dragon girl form and glides to his side. Moments later, they head toward the Longdo Academy point exchange. Lu Fan is currently on the phone with Qin Chu. She sighs. We would have been there to cheer for you if we didn't have class. So, how are you? Any injuries? Lu Fan chuckles in response. Of course not. I'm perfectly fine. I even racked up a massive pile of points. I'll share some with everyone tonight when I get back. Just then, the door swings open. Actually, let's talk at home. I have to go now. Hanging up, Lufan stares at the entrance, waiting for his next opponent to step inside. When he realizes the visitor is the mysterious white-haired beauty, Lufan brightens up. Senior, you actually showed up. She smiles and replies, I happen to be quite free today, but hearing you say that, were you actually waiting for me? Lufan grins. Of course, fighting others is just boring. Only sparring with you actually teaches me anything. After all, you are over level 70. In fact, you aren't really just an upperclassman, are you? Hearing this, the white-haired girl is momentarily startled. She glances back at the sign outside the door. Level 70 limit, 100 points required. Meanwhile, at the arena, Zhao Shengming rushes over to check on the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion. After a moment, he exhales in relief. It seems this kid knows restraint. No one sustained any life-threatening injuries. Back to our hero. The mysterious beauty pouts with annoyance. You little brat. Are you trying to play me? Lufan quickly tries to explain himself. Not at all. You see, this room allows for level restrictions to be set. Since you could enter, it proves you are over level 70 and definitely no mere student. So, why the sudden change in attitude? Who exactly do you think I am? The beauty asks, looking quite intrigued. Lufan rubs his chin thoughtfully. Based on your looks, you're a senior. But your strength screams professor. She laughs. Just keep calling me senior. Speaking of appearances, she suddenly leans in close to Lufan. You didn't hide your handsome face this time. It's a much better look. But stop trying to scout for my information like this. If you want to see me again, don't set the level limit any higher, or I won't show up. Understood, Lufan replies with a sheepish smile. Deep down, he's disappointed. He was planning to set the limit to level 80 next time. I'm impressed you could apply the combat techniques I showed you against Jiang Fengyun so quickly, she remarks. She draws her weapon, ready to spar. So, Senior was watching my match earlier? Lufan grins and readies his blade. Within moments, he summons a dragon, sending shockwaves of awe through the entire arena. You're a bit impatient, aren't you? Still, countering and dropping Jiang Fengyun so fast shows your reflexes are top tier. My training clearly paid off. Heh, thank you for the guidance. My close quarters combat still has many flaws that need fixing. As they chat, she suddenly lunges forward with a lightning-fast strike. Lufan is caught off guard and takes a hit. What was that for? Lufan shouts, clutching his wound in shock. You've improved, but you aren't skilled enough to be fake humble yet. She scolds him with a serious expression. No, you've got it wrong. I'm not being fake. I truly want to learn from you. You're powerful and kind. Last time, you didn't just teach me, you gave me 100 points. You're like a big sister to me. If you keep guiding me, I know I'll reach a whole new level of strength in no time. If you aren't comfortable with that, I can even pay tuition. She bursts into laughter. Treating you like a younger brother. Am I? You certainly know how to win people over. Keep your money. I heard your sister is an amazing cook, right? If you want my lessons, just bring me some of her homemade dishes. Consider it done. Lufan beams. Internally, he notes she's actually his young aunt, but calling her sister isn't exactly wrong either. Since you've been waiting for me, come at me. Show me what you've learned. Then, excuse me. Lufan charges. She gracefully parries his strikes, observing his movements. Oh, you've definitely gotten much faster than before. Tell you what, if you can land just one hit on me today, I'll gift you a brand new weapon. Deal? Your current gear can't keep up with your growth. Wouldn't you rather have something like mine? He can't deny it. This black dragon scale sword has been with me forever. It's hard to part with its unique special effect. He's referring to the ability that allows a partial dragon transformation, massively boosting the sword's draconic power. Then what else do you want? I want the level requirement removal enchantment. She freezes in her tracks, her face darkening. Do you have any idea how insanely rare and precious that item is? She immediately unleashes a brutal assault on Zhou Yi, venting her frustration. Why did I even ask? Just die. That night, Zhou Yi staggers home, completely broken. After hearing his exhausted explanation of the day's events, Han Ke finally lets out a long sigh of relief. While massaging Zhang Yi, he sighed. No need to be so panicked. I thought I'd put up a fight, but I couldn't even land one hit on Jiang Fengyun all afternoon. My entire body is screaming in pain. Yet she didn't even break a single drop of sweat. Jian Ying narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Based on what you said, that senior is likely not a standard teacher at Longdu Academy. At least, I've never met anyone like her. Tan Qiu, who had been glued to her iPad this whole time, suddenly gasped. Lufan, you're trending on the school forum again. There's a video of you and Xiaoye posted by the Fengyun Pavilion. She turned the screen around for everyone to see. Did someone actually record the entire thing? I was there. I nearly died from the shock. Is that a real dragon? Lu Fan's dragon sent Chen Tianji flying 10,000 miles away. The crowd was so thick I couldn't get close. Then I heard a terrifying roar and saw everyone running for their lives. The rumors were true. Lu Fan really did take down Jiang Fenyun. This video proves everything. I told everyone Lu Fan was #1 for a reason, but no one believed me. Seeing that dragon must have changed their minds. I'm so jealous I missed it. I regret not going to watch. Does anyone want to form a group to stake out Lu Fan's villa? If I can't see the dragon, a signature will do. Reading the comments below, Han Ke flashed a playful smile. Wow, it seems the whole school knows you won. I guess all that gossip from before is finally settled, huh? Jian Ying spoke up with a warning. I don't think things will stay peaceful. You've likely become their new target of obsession, replacing the Feng Yun Pavilion. Lu Fan let out a long sigh. I already got a taste of that nightmare back when the national exam results were announced. But, whatever. We just need to stay focused on our goal. When asked what that goal was, Lu Fan didn't answer with words, but with action. A short while later, they were deep inside a level 45 poisonous jungle, a dungeon of terrifying difficulty. I can't believe your goal was just to grind levels. I thought you'd want to focus on learning from that senior, Jian Ying said while slicing through monsters. Of course I need to level up. If I grow stronger, I'll finally be able to gain the upper hand against her. Once the final boss collapsed, Lu Fan successfully reached level 30. This meant he finally met the requirements for his second-class awakening. The group immediately left the dungeon and headed for the promotion hall. However, the moment Lu Fan appeared, the other students in the academy, especially the girls, swarmed him like a crazed mob to express their admiration. Left with no choice, Lu Fan used his old trick, slipping away to put on a disguise. 10 minutes later, hidden behind a mask and glasses, Lu Fan finally dared to return. Where did he go? He was just here. As expected of the #1, he's a master of vanishing. Tan Qi watched the group of new fans rush past them and let out a sigh of relief. We made it. Lu Fan looked apologetic. Sorry everyone, but am I really going to have to walk around looking like this from now on? Xiao Tao said enviously. You're living the dream while others starve. I'd love to have a crowd of handsome guys chasing after me like that. By the way, there are no records of a Dragon Tamer's second-class awakening. You won't have any reference materials to help you. While Jian Ying was worried, Tan Chu was vibrating with excitement. Doesn't that mean Lu Fan is about to make history? Exactly. No one can give me advice for this promotion. No matter the result, I have to rely entirely on my own strength. As Lu Fan fell into deep thought, Xiao Tao patted his shoulder. Lu Fan, we're at the promotion hall. Lu Fan stripped off his disguise. Before stepping inside, he didn't forget to reassure his friends. Don't worry, everyone. I have my own way of figuring out the Dragon Tamer's second stage path. The ritual is private, so just wait here for my good news. Inside the promotion hall of Longdu Academy, Lu Fan entered the designated chamber. After the system verified his eligibility using his academy ID, a mechanical voice announced, Student Lu Fan, the second stage class awakening is prepared. Please step onto the promotion platform. Lu Fan followed the instructions, his mind racing. Unlike the initial awakening, the second stage offers multiple specialized branches for me to choose from. For well-known classes, every choice made by predecessors is recorded as a guide for those who follow. Promotion platform activated. No data found regarding the Dragon Tamer class. Please do not leave the platform during the ritual. Current class. Dragon Tamer Level 1. Second stage promotion branches. No records found. As expected, there's nothing on the Dragon Tamer branches. Luckily, I can scan through the system myself. Let the ritual begin. Longdu Academy wishes you a successful promotion. Moments later, 3 distinct branches for the second stage Dragon Tamer appeared in a flash of light. Class name, Dragon Priest Level 2. 2 vital attributes, Spirit and Stamina surge, as the Dragon Pet unlocks the Northern Dragon Priest path. This class leans heavily into a supportive role, granting him powerful skills like Dragon's Encouragement. Through this path, he grows stronger by buffing his dragons, transforming into a versatile support with devastating abilities even when his summons aren't active. Lu Fan then shifts his gaze toward the mysterious purple panel. The class name is Dragon Hexer, focusing on the 2 core attributes of Spirit and Agility. This path offers mastery over Dragon Tongue magic and crowd control, even allowing him to absorb and wield the unique skills of his dragons. It appears to be a mage-type build, centered on ancient Dragon Tongue spells while granting him direct access to draconic powers. Then there is the Dragon Slayer Warrior, a class that prioritizes raw strength and stamina. It focuses on brutal melee techniques and damage reduction, eventually granting the ultimate power to transform into a great dragon on the battlefield. If the Dragon Hexer is the evolved form of a dragon mage, then the Dragon Slayer Warrior is surely the peak of the Dragon Blood Warrior path. He would gain enhanced versions of skills like Dragon Claw, but with far more advanced partial transformations. He could eventually become a full great dragon, capable of dealing and tanking colossal amounts of damage. One path offers support through Dragon's encouragement, another offers the arcane might of Dragon Tongue magic, and the last provides reinforced melee through Dragon transformation. Every single branch seems incredible, but the thought of becoming a literal dragon as a Dragon Slayer warrior is seriously tempting. These were all the standard second stage branches for a Dragon Tamer, but suddenly, a brand new panel flickers onto the screen. A hidden second stage path, Dragon Rider Knight. No prior records exist for this class. Its core attributes, pure agility and strength. The description promises a unique set of skills designed for perfect synchronization with his dragon pets. His solo combat capabilities will skyrocket when paired with a dragon, leaving him unrestricted by any specific skill type. This path offers total development, and his synergy with his dragons will be unmatched. It is obvious which path Lu Fan will choose. Upon becoming a Dragon Rider Knight, his contract limit increases from 2 to 3. His base stats see a massive jump, and several skills are instantly upgraded. A true Dragon Tamer can now dominate any draconic creature. Dragon's encouragement now buffs both him and his dragons by 30% in all stats and attack power. Dragon Claw evolves into Dragon Annihilation. His arm manifests as a Dragon's Claw, unleashing 6 high-speed consecutive strikes. It can be used for long-range assaults and combined with his dragon's attacks. Dragon Tooth Strike becomes Skybreaker, a dual slash enhanced by Dragon Key. Meanwhile, outside the hall, everyone who entered after Lu Fan has already finished their trials and left, yet there is still no sign of him. The atmosphere grows tense with worry. Hey, does the ceremony usually take this long? I'm getting really nervous. Did something go wrong in there? Xiao Tao, stay calm, Han Ke says, though her own hands are trembling. This is a life-changing moment for Xiao Fan. Seeing her distress, Jian Ying tries to reassure her. I understand your worry, sister. But Lu Fan is exploring new heights. His choice might just rewrite the rules of this era. We have to believe in him. The 800-year dark history of Dragon Tamers is finally coming to an end. Just as Qin Shu finishes speaking, Lu Fan steps out of the hall. Lu Fan! Is it over? What happened? What's your new class? Xiao Fan, are you okay? Lu Fan smiles back. Sorry for the wait, everyone. It went perfectly. Let's talk while we walk. After hearing about the new class, Xiao Tao can't help but be in awe. Dragon Rider Knight? That sounds incredibly badass. Han Ke asks curiously, does that mean you have to learn how to ride them now? Exactly. I chose this partly because I already found a dragon saddle back in the Flying Dragon Graveyard. Once Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei reach level 3, I can finally use it, Lu Fan replies, feeling a surge of excitement. Not only are Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei growing stronger, but he now has a 3rd contract slot. Time to find a new dragon to tame. Upon returning to Villa Number 1, Lu Fan is shocked to see a familiar figure waiting at the door. Senior? Why are you here? I should have just asked for your contact info instead of wasting my time waiting out here. Seeing the beautiful woman, Xiao Tao nudges Lu Fan with a mischievous grin. So, this is the senior who beat you to a pulp? Why didn't you tell us she was such a beauty? Xiao Tao, chill out, Lu Fan says awkwardly. Seems like everyone knows who I am now. The beautiful senior laughs, then turns to Han Ke. If I'm not mistaken, you're the enchanted chef, Han Ke, right? Yes. Does Xiao Fan Senior know me too? Of course. Actually, I came here specifically to discuss something important with you. Do you mind if I borrow your Xiao Fan for a little while? Her words leave Lu Fan and his friends completely frozen in shock. Haha, it's just a small matter in the city, don't overthink it. Han Ke smiles warmly and replies, oh, if you two have an appointment, then go. Xiao Fan has learned so much under your guidance lately anyway. Thanks, Sister Han. Let's move, Lu Fan. The mysterious beauty drags him away before he can speak. Sword Shadow watches silently, her suspicious gaze lingering until they vanish. On the road, as the beauty drives, Lu Fan receives a ping from Qin Shu. Sword Shadow is convinced after meeting this senior. This woman is definitely not an instructor from Longdo Academy. Lu Fan, you must be careful. Lu Fan stares at his senior, sensing something is off. She notices his gaze and smiles. What's wrong? Why the long face? Senior. Where are we going? Why the sudden departure from school? To get your gift, obviously. That ultra-rare consumable you mentioned before. The level removal enchantment? Wait, seriously? She speeds directly toward the Tianhe auction house. Senior, are we really going in there? She explains. The exact enchantment scroll you need is up for grabs today. We must seize this chance. The vice principal paid a fortune for the Flying Dragon Cemetery, so expect this rare item to be just as costly. Lu Fan hesitates. Senior, maybe we should just forget it. She laughs at his worried expression. Where's that bold guy who demanded a reward? Trust me, I'm wealthier than you imagine. I can't keep owing her favors like this, Lu Fan thinks, especially since I don't even know her true identity. Senior, I'll find a way to pay you back. Minutes later, the auction officially begins. The opening item is exactly what Lu Fan needs, a legendary, rare enchantment scroll. This incredible item can strip away level restrictions from any gear or artifact. With a craft success rate of only 0.35%, the starting price is 95 million dragon coins. Bids explode instantly. 125 million. 185. 200 million. Lu Fan is paralyzed with shock. I wanted to pay her back. But how is the price spiraling out of control so fast? 230 million. Any higher? Watch and learn, kid, the senior whispers to Lu Fan. In auctions, don't play safe. You need a decisive, crushing blow. She raises her hand. I'll pay, but her words are cut short. 300 million. I'll pay 300 million dragon coins. Every eye in the room turns toward the bidder. Lu Fan is no exception. When he realizes who it is, Lu Fan can't hide his shock. Jinzhou? Is she after this scroll too? Senior's eyes narrow. The little princess of the Taichi kingdom. She's loaded. This might get bloody. Lu Fan gapes. Senior, how do you even know who she is? My sources are vast. I know all about your little history with her. Today, I'll settle the score. She won't touch this scroll, no matter the price. This is your gift. She raises her paddle with a smirk. 400 million. The auctioneer screams in disbelief. Who the hell is that? Jinzhou slams the table, her face twisting in rage. Princess, stay calm, Kui Hongtai urges. We have 500 million. We can still win this. But the senior strikes again. Actually, change of plans. I bid 500 million. The auctioneer loses his mind. Unbelievable. 500 million. She's outbidding her own offer. Going once. Going twice. For 500 million. Going 3 times. Sold. Jinzhou erupts. Who is the bastard trying to ruin me? Seeing Jinzhou's miserable, red-faced expression, the senior grins. That Lu Fan is the decisive blow I mentioned. Lu Fan smiles weakly, but his heart is bleeding. How will he ever pay back 500 million? Sold. Congratulations, ma'am. Please follow us to the VIP lounge. Following the auctioneer's lead, the duo leaves their seats for the private room. Kui Hongtai finally spots them. Lu Fan? Jinzhou's eyes snap toward the sound instantly. Her teeth grind together as she confirms it. It's him again. That lowly insect dared to sabotage me. Kui pleads, Princess, please, I'll find another scroll for you. Jinzhou didn't even spare Kui Hongtai a glance. She turned on her heel and barked an order to move out immediately. You're truly pathetic, she sneered. Just wait until my brother arrives. You'll see how useless you really are. Elsewhere, Lu Fan and his senior were relaxing in the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house. Suddenly, a stunning woman entered, carrying the treasure they had just won. Upon seeing the senior, the woman clicked her tongue with a playful smirk. I knew it was you. Only you would dare bid like that in my establishment. The senior rushed over and hugged her tightly, acting like a spoiled child. Sorry for the surprise, she giggled. The woman replied, You really should have called. Since you spend so much here, I have to treat you like royalty. It was then that the woman finally noticed the other person sitting in the room. She eyed Lu Fan suspiciously. And who is this? The senior beamed. He's my junior. This scroll is actually a gift for him. Oh? A little brother? Du Yakyu smiled knowingly and introduced herself. You can call me Big Sister Du or Auntie Du, whatever you like. I run this place. If you're ever looking for something rare, I'm the one to see. Lu Fan shook her hand politely. Hello, Sister Du. I'm Lu Fan. I didn't realize you and my senior were so close. Du Yakyu laughed. We aren't just close. I'm her sister-in-law. My husband and I run this auction house together. Lu Fan's eyes widened. It all made sense now. No wonder she bid so fearlessly during the auction. The entire house belonged to her brother. Lu Fan felt a bit silly for insisting on paying her back for the gift. He still needed 480 million more to settle his 500 million debt. But as his senior urged him to open the gift, his worries vanished. With this enchantment scroll, he could finally bypass the level 60 requirement for the soul wings of the Flying Dragon King. By the way, have you found anything new for the encyclopedia lately? Du Yakyu asked with a grin. The senior pulled out a powerful black card to pay and sighed deeply. Nothing at all. You've already recorded all my junk. Done. Payment received. Du Yakyu beamed as the funds cleared. Make sure to come back and support me again soon. Seeing Lu Fan lost in thought, the senior started teasing him playfully. Little Fan, you better start thinking of how to pay back those 500 million. Sister Han expects you back in one piece. But you look like you're plotting something sneaky. Lu Fan ignored the joke. His curiosity piqued. Excuse me, but what is this encyclopedia you both mentioned? Ah, I almost forgot to tell you, the senior exclaims. This was actually one of the reasons I brought you here. She tapped on her iPad and turned the screen toward Lu Fan. The secret to how I make so many dragon coins is right here, the 100 Treasures Encyclopedia system, exclusive to this auction house. If you find something not yet recorded in this book, you get paid. Simple as that, Duyakyu added with a laugh. The money she makes is just pocket change. The value of truly legendary treasures is beyond calculation. Lufan scanned the list and asked in shock. Wait, you mean I just have to record the info, not actually sell the item? Exactly, Duyakyu confirmed. Just record a rare treasure in the encyclopedia, and Tianhua will appraise it and pay the owner a percentage of its value. It's a way to gather data on rare items to boost our reputation, the senior explained. My sister-in-law only deals in high-end business, Duyakyu added. But of course, if you ever want to sell, we'll take that too. A 3% commission just for recording? Lufan realized that if he logged enough rare gear, he could wipe out his debt in no time. Having made his decision, Lufan took a deep breath. He pulled the legendary soul wings of the Flying Dragon King from his storage ring. Duyakyu's jaw dropped in pure shock. What? Level 60, legendary wings? This is the real deal. Young man, this is worth at least 2 billion. Please, let us record this in our encyclopedia. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. The senior grins. See? I told you it was easy money. Lufan nodded inwardly. It was a great start, but 60 million was still far from 500 million. A sharp smirk played on Lufan's lips. Actually, Sister Du, I have something even rarer than those wings. Duyakyu leaned in, eyes sparkling. You have more? I wonder, how would you appraise this dragon egg? Lufan revealed the starry dragon egg, leaving Duyakyu paralyzed with shock. A dragon egg? Wait, are you the Dragon Tamer from the southern province? Even his senior couldn't hide her utter disbelief. Lufan, you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? Lufan remained silent, feeling a pang of regret. In reality, if he counted the 2 dragon kings summoned by the bone flute, he'd have 5 dragons by now. Unfortunately, the bone flute was eaten by Xiao Fei. Otherwise, he could have recorded even more to make a fortune. If unranked soul wings are considered the peak of luxury, then this dragon egg is a legendary relic beyond anything ever seen. I take back my previous words, some treasures simply cannot be priced, Duyakyu admitted. Lufan watched her, feeling completely bewildered by her sudden change of heart. So, this dragon egg won't be in the catalog? Lufan asked. Duyakyu grabbed his shoulders, shouting excitedly. No, you must list it in the 100 Treasures catalog. With a dragon egg in our prestigious Tianhua auction list, our name will echo across the entire nation. Actually, it won't just be the country. We'll be immortalized in world history forever. How about this? Come to our auction house and visit us at least once every month. Pick whatever you want, and it's yours. I'll handle all the costs behind the scenes. What do you say? Lufan didn't hesitate for a single second. It's a deal. Please add these 2 items to the catalog. But tell me, when do these monthly perks officially begin? Really? Fantastic. Your exclusive privileges are officially active, starting right this moment. Lufan grinned broadly. Perfect, because there's something I want to take for free right now. Moments later, he walked out with a top-tier enchantment scroll. Cost, $0. Possessing just 1 dragon could make someone the strongest contender for the world's #1 spot. Yet Lufan now held a second dragon egg in his possession. I truly placed my bets on the right person, the beautiful senior thought, watching him. Hey, I'm not backing out, but you're giving that 500 million back, okay? Lufan laughed. Of course, don't worry about it. Since Sister Du said it starts today, I'm just claiming this level removal enchantment as my monthly perk. He hadn't expected her to agree so easily and return his money without a moment's hesitation. The senior felt a pang of regret. Returning the money so quickly made it awkward to ask for interest. Tianhua has incredible treasures. I'll definitely be back every month, Lufan noted. Lufan added, as they walked through the hall, the Tianhua catalog refreshed with the new updates. The moment the dragon egg appeared on the screen, it triggered a massive shockwave of excitement. A dragon egg? Did Tianhua actually manage to find a real dragon egg? A dragon? The legendary creature capable of destroying entire nations? Good heavens! An overexcited youth grabbed a guard's collar, screaming, "How much for that egg? I'll go bankrupt if I have to, but I'm buying it." The guard stuttered in panic. "I'm sorry. I really don't know anything." Nearby, a man frantically called his friends, trying to convince them of the impossible news breaking right now. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Tianhua has officially listed a real dragon egg in their catalog. Lufan watched the chaos, deeply impressed. Sister Du moves fast. Tianhua's name is going to be legendary from today on. Don't just celebrate for her yet, kid, the senior warned, tilting her head forward. Look at that mob rushing in to see the egg. If we don't move now, we'll be trapped here all night. After a fierce struggle through the crowd, Lufan and the senior finally tasted the fresh air outside the Tianhua auction house. We're out, she sighed. Your sister-in-law is going to be filthy rich. You should have demanded 3 or 4 treasures a month. Lu Fan felt a sting of regret deep down, but played it cool. That might have been a bit too much, don't you think? Anyway, where's your car? Right here, she replied with a playful wink, walking toward a heavy-duty motorcycle nearby. Lu Fan was baffled. But isn't this different from the vehicle we arrived in? That was just a loaner for my sister-in-law. This beast has been here the whole time. Lu Fan stared at her, genuinely surprised by her style. He expected a summoned beast like Uncle Chin's, or a personal driver like Jin Zhou, not a senior who loved tearing through the wind. What are you waiting for? Hop on and hold tight. I ride fast if you fall off. I'm not coming back for you. Lu Fan scrambled onto the back seat, his heart racing with anticipation. Before he could settle, the bike roared and shot forward, nearly sending him flying. Wait! I'm not ready yet. Lu Fan screamed in terror. She laughed at his panic. You've finished your second job advancement. Your agility and stamina stats shouldn't be this low. Scared of a little speed? You're quite the character. Lu Fan was shocked. Wait, how do you already know about my second advancement? She continued chatting over the roar of the engine. After the second advancement, you'll have 3 pet slots available. Wait. If you had 2 slots before, one was for the black dragon. So why wasn't that unhatched egg in the other one? She suddenly turned her head, eyes wide with realization. Wait. Don't tell me that egg is actually your 3rd dragon? The 3rd, Lu Fan stuttered, his face turning pale. Eyes on the road. Please, just watch the road. You lucky brat. You have no idea how blessed you are. Most people struggle their whole lives for just a glimpse of such divine power. And here you are with 3 legendary beasts already. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan finally asked, Senior, why are you helping me so much? And when will I finally get to know your true identity? The beauty replies gravely. The time isn't right, Lu Fan. You still have one final hurdle to clear. One final hurdle? Precisely. A special envoy is arriving at Longdu Academy to judge if you're worthy of the national trials. You must earn his approval to pass. He is over level 70, and I suspect he's coming specifically for you. Lu Fan lets out a confident laugh. So, you're the mentor the school sent to help me through this? You could say that. But what exactly is so funny? She asks, narrowing her eyes. Lu Fan smirks. Level doesn't matter. With you guiding me, that envoy is the one who should be praying. I'm making it to those trials no matter what. He better not play games, or he'll be tasting bitter defeat. Huh, you've got quite the ego. Just make sure you actually back it up when he arrives. She laughs heartily, glancing at the darkening sky. Is it that late already? I need to get you home. I promised the girls at Villa Number 1 I'd return you tonight. Hold on tight. I'm accelerating. Before she can move, Lu Fan activates his flying dragon soul wings and gently takes her hand. Senior, just hold on. Let me fly you back for once. With a surge of power, they soar into the clouds. Moments later, they land. Lu Fan asks with a hint of regret. Are you sure you don't need me to walk you further? I'm fine. Head back. She smiles as he obediently departs. That kid, he's such a blockhead. Any other man would have insisted on seeing me to my door, but I suppose this passive charm isn't bad. Her joy vanishes as she realizes her motorcycle is still back at the training ground. That idiot Lu Fan, she screams. While she fumes, our protagonist finally makes it home. The aerial commute was draining, but it gave him precious mastery over his soul wings. After a quick rest, he returns to the task he started, hatching the void dragon egg. He issues a warning first. Xiao Fei, Xiao Ye, are you ready? We failed once, but you two must learn to coexist peacefully from now on. The 2 dragons nod. Lu Fan takes a deep breath and channels his dragon taming art into the void egg. My 3rd dragon. Come forth. The shell shatters. Blinding starlight erupts, filling the room with a cosmic illusion as a magnificent, unique dragon emerges. Contracted. Level 1. Void Dragon. Strength, 795. Agility, 276. Spirit, 109. Stamina, 370. Skill, Star Crush. It pulverizes a star to deal massive area damage. The destruction scales with his raw strength. Skill, Starlight Scales. It forms a crystalline armor that absorbs all incoming damage for 60 seconds. When the skill ends, it detonates, returning all absorbed damage to nearby enemies. Brave Star also increases stamina over time. A physical powerhouse? Lu Fan muses. At level 1, its strength is already a staggering 795. He cradles the hatchling. Its base stats rival Xiao Fei, but its strength is double Xiao Ye's starting power. By the time it hits level 20, even without buffs, its strength will easily surpass 10,000. I thought Xiao Ye was my physical specialist, he thinks, but she's more of a balanced dragon knight type. This void dragon, however, is a different beast entirely. Starlight Scales looks like a defensive buff, but it's actually a terrifying counterattack mechanism. It turns 60 seconds of enemy pressure into a devastating explosion aimed right back at them. Combined with Brave Star, it can fight indefinitely. It's a dragon built for the longest, bloodiest wars. And it's not just a mindless bruiser either. Star Crush is a high-tier magic skill. He'll need to test its true destructive potential in the field very soon. Suddenly, Xiao Ye tries to snack on a piece of the eggshell. The hatchling aggressively slaps it away. The shell clatters to the floor. Xiao Ye glares at her new sister with sparks of fury in her eyes. All right, calm down. It's time to name the newest member of the family. Since you're all Xiao or Little, let's go with Xing Chen. Xiao Fei pouts in the corner, feeling ignored. Xiao Ye growls in Draconic, clearly hating the choice. Lu Fan sweats. What now? It's just a name. Don't look at me like that. I'll think of something better later, okay? Just bear with it for now. Xing Chen, do you like it? The dragon ignores him with a cold, haughty stare. Wow. She's got quite the attitude. At least they aren't tearing the house down yet. For Lu Fan, that's a victory in itself. Elsewhere, the Taiji Nation's new top-tier level 60, Kim Song-han, is grinding in the Great Expanse. This level 60 to 70 zone is where he receives a call from Kim Ju's lackey. Understood. Song-han hangs up coldly. His companion, clad in white armor, notices his shift in mood and asks what happened. You don't look so good, Seong-han, the warrior notes with concern. Kim Seong-han doesn't hide the truth from his teammate. My sister sent word. She wants me to hunt someone down for revenge. The two girls in their party lean in, their curiosity piqued. Isn't Kim Ju studying abroad in the Dragon Country? Did someone actually dare to bully her over there? Exactly. She's been pestering me for days about some brat who thrashed her, and apparently it wasn't just once. She's fully grown, yet acts like a spoiled child. I suppose I'm to blame for overindulging her. Song-han sighs, ignoring the massive colossus rising behind him. A youth wearing glasses remains unfazed by the beast, focusing instead on the drama. So, are you heading to the Dragon Country then? Of course I am, Song-han declares. He casually manifests a dark illusion, a phantom of pure shadow, that instantly obliterates the monster before it can even strike. As her doting brother, it's my duty to erase any nuisance in her path. However, the national trials take priority. We need to clear this secret realm at least one more time first. Once I secure the final piece of the Doom-cursed set, I'll depart for the Dragon Country immediately. Beyond handling my sister's little problem, I have another objective for this trip. I need to scout the Dragon Country's representative. This year's championship belongs to the Taiji Nation, and no one else. His teammates burst into laughter as if they've just heard a hilarious joke. That goes without saying. Victory is guaranteed with Seong-han on the field. Honestly, scouting those Dragon Country weaklings is giving them way too much credit. Back with Lu Fan, a week has passed since he obtained the Dragon Spirit. With the Storm Pavilion silenced and Kim Ju gone, his life has stabilized. Lu Fan spent his days sparring intensely with his seniors. His squad continued raiding the venomous spider forest daily, allowing his 3 dragon whelps to gain significant levels. Meanwhile, Jian Ying successfully completed his second job advancement, evolving into a formidable level 2 sword dancer. Qin Chu and Xiao Tao were slightly behind, but eventually, the entire team met the requirements for their second stage promotions. At the advancement hall, Jian Ying is stunned by Qin Chu's new path. I chose sword dancer to retain my martial skills, but I thought you'd go for support. Qin Chu shakes her head with a smile, clarifying her tactical choice. I considered it, but with Xiao Fei already handling the healing, my support spells felt redundant for this team, so I pivoted to the offensive branch. My light elemental attack magic is now devastatingly more powerful than before. Lu Fan grins, looking over his reformed squad with pride. Now we have a perfect balance of physical, magical, and utility roles. Once Xiao Tao finishes Speak of the Devil, Xiao Tao emerges from the hall, her face glowing with triumph. That was incredible. Qin Chu rushes over, dying to know the results. Xiao Tao plays it coy, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Care to guess what my new class is? Wait, did a hidden class appear in the second advancement tree? Jian Ying asks. Xiao Tao beams, demonstrating a series of fluid, lethal movements. The Water Lotus Swordsman. It's a specialized magic swordsman path that commands the power of the tides. Noticing the shock on Jian Ying and Qin Chu's faces, Lu Fan asks about the rarity of such a feat. Hidden classes can appear, but the odds are abysmal, even lower than getting one during the first advancement. Xiao Tao's pride swells. See? I told you I was a natural genius. Finally, I don't feel like the weak link standing next to you monsters. Lu Fan can't help but poke fun at her sudden burst of confidence. So, because you couldn't make any waves in the team before, you decided to become a water swordsman? You little. Get back here, Lu Fan. Before Xiao Tao can retaliate, Lu Fan receives an urgent call from the vice principal regarding the envoy's arrival. Wasting no time, the team rushes toward the Longdu Academy's combat hall to meet the high-ranking visitor. While they wait for the envoy to make his grand appearance, Guhan leans in to share some critical intel with Lu Fan. The envoy is Ruan Changfeng, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight. Word is, he already has a grudge against you. Lu Fan recalls his senior's warning about being targeted. Who exactly is this Ruan Changfeng, and why is he after me? His thoughts are interrupted by a shock. The Brahma staff, the top treasure from the scroll, is now held by a mysterious, hooded figure on stage. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispers to Guhan, "Teacher, do you know who that cloaked person with the staff is? That's our new principal. He's technically held the position for 2 years, but he's finally decided to step into the light. Word on the street is that he's a Tier 4 master. Is it possible that nobody knows the principal's true strength?" Guhan nodded in response. True. Aside from the vice principal, the principal is a complete enigma to everyone. They never attend public events, and even their voice is masked by magic. No one even knows if they're a man or a woman, or what level they've reached. For them to personally welcome him, this envoy Nguyen Trongfong must be someone truly dangerous. Just as Guhan finished speaking, Nguyen Trongfong made his grand entrance. He barked out the moment he entered the hall. "Who's the principal?" Zhao Shengming rushed over with a fake smile. "Welcome, envoy. I am the vice principal of Longtu Academy. I'm looking for the principal. If you don't have the authority to choose the trial candidates, stop wasting my time." Nguyen Trongfong brushed past Zhao Shengming with pure contempt. He glared at the stage and asked, "Are all the seed candidates here yet?" The principal remained silent, offering only a single, slow nod. Fed up with the envoy's arrogance, Zhao Shengming dropped the pleasantries and stated coldly, "There are no other candidates. Longtu Academy only nominates Lu Fan." The air grew heavy with the scent of gunpowder as the students in the hall began to whisper. The vice principal said the envoy wants to pick the candidates himself. The school only nominates the best, so the envoy must be absolutely furious right now. Lu Fan watched Nguyen Trongfong for a moment before turning to Guhan. "I can feel it. This envoy is no ordinary man. He reeks of bloodshed." Guhan agreed. "Yeah, it seems the principal and vice principal really value you if they're willing to offend an envoy just to nominate you. The envoy came prepared, yet we have no other candidates." With the vice principal refusing to back down, this is one hell of a gamble. Nguyen Trongfong whipped his head toward Zhao Shengming, his eyes like daggers. "Lu Fan? So you've already decided for me? I guess the opinion of a newly appointed envoy like myself doesn't matter at all then, does it?" Zhao Shengming gave a polite but hollow smile. "You're overthinking it, envoy. Longtu Academy has absolute faith in Lu Fan. We're certain he will satisfy you." "Satisfy me? I've seen his file. The boy has potential. I'll give him that." Nguyen Trongfong paced toward Lu Fan's seat as he spoke. Level 32. Dragon Rider top scholar. The #1 freshman from Southern Province. From Jianghai to Longtu. From the Qin family to the Marquis of Zhenbei. Does a lucky brat like you even understand real effort? Can a mere level 32 hope to stand against the level 50 or 60 Tier 3 masters from other nations? Lu Fan stared back at Nguyen Trongfong in total silence. He thought to himself, "This old man is off. He's radiating pure hostility toward me. If Longtu Academy trusts you so much, let's see if you actually have the right to stand there." Nguyen Trongfong smirked, then suddenly unsheathed the blade at his waist, launching a lethal strike at Lu Fan. Luckily, Lu Fan was on guard and parried the blow. The school board immediately erupted in outrage at the envoy's reckless move. "What kind of test is this? That's completely unfair, envoy. Envoy, you are a level 76 expert. Dueling a level 32 is nothing short of bullying." Nguyen Trongfong ignored them, raining down relentless attacks. "I don't care if he joins the national trials or not. His level is irrelevant to me. My mission is to find someone strong enough to crush the other 22 nations. If you can't even get past me, you're not fit to represent the Dragon Nation." Lu Fan struggled against the ferocious onslaught, thinking, "I can't keep this up. Melee combat with him is suicide. His level is too high, and this room is too cramped to summon my dragon without hurting others. Damn it. Come on, Lu Fan. Show me the power that got me kicked out of Longtu's high ranks and demoted to a lowly envoy." Nguyen Trongfong grew even more frenzied as the battle intensified. His strikes grew heavier with every second. For level 32 Lu Fan, it was like a fly fighting a mountain, and soon, his weapon was sent flying. Just as the envoy lunged for a finishing blow, a massive surge of power suddenly slammed into him. The envoy seems a bit too excited, don't you think? Let's take this test somewhere a bit more appropriate. With a wave of their staff, the cloaked principal activated a magic circle, teleporting everyone to the Longtu Academy arena. "There's plenty of room here. Test him to your heart's content. Not that a change of scenery changes the result." Nguyen Trongfong snorted coldly. "Enough games, Lu Fan. Show me everything you've got. Fail this, and the 2 principals who endorsed you will be humiliated." I knew this entire test smelled like a setup from the very beginning. Since we finally found a place with enough room, I'll show you exactly what I can do, just as you requested. Lu Fan downs a spirit blink potion, allowing him to instantly warp to any spot within 50 meters with a 30-second recharge. He blinks directly behind Nguyen Changfeng, summoning Xiao Ye to deliver a brutal lesson. This is the black dragon that haunted the Jin family. It's identical to the footage. But it's a pity. No matter how legendary that dragon looks, it won't be enough to bridge the gap between us. Before a level 76 Holy Shield Knight like me, you're nothing but a wet behind the ears brat. Nguyen Changfeng erupts with power, as a massive spectral shield begins to condense around his left arm. You better watch closely, Special Envoy. As Lu Fan speaks, Xiao Ye unhinges its jaw, unleashing a terrifying draconic pressure that cripples Nguyen with debuffs. Nguyen Changfeng raises his shield to weather Xiao Ye's devastating roar, bracing for the impact. Though immobilized and dazed by the sheer force, he manages to keep his footing, sneering with misplaced confidence. A great dragon's pressure is indeed intense, but your level is far too low. Zhao Shengming watches the clash, his heart sinking with worry. Last time, Lu Fan's dragon wiped out the entire Fengyun pavilion with this move. The principal beside him chuckles. You think that's all he has? Just keep your eyes peeled. The real show is about to begin. This trick might fool your classmates, but against me, Nguyen's boast cuts short as his knees buckle, overcome by the primal fear embedded in the aura. How is this possible? A Holy Shield Knight. Trembling in fear? While Nguyen reels in shock, Lu Fan clicks his tongue in mockery. How can you test me if you're this pathetic, Special Envoy? Does it hurt your pride? Infuriated by the jab, Nguyen Changfeng shakes with pure rage. He immediately triggers his steadfast stance, a knight's ultimate technique for mental fortitude. This stance instantly purges all stuns, fears, and charms, granting him absolute immunity to all crowd control for the next 12 minutes. Now free to move, he lunges toward Lu Fan with murderous intent. You little brat, how dare you try to humiliate me? Humiliate you? I'm just getting started. Lu Fan smirks, waving his hands to tear open two shimmering portals that put Nguyen on high alert. 2 portals? What in the world is he summoning now? Could it possibly be? Nguyen's worst fears are realized in an instant. Xiao Fei and Xing Chen officially make their grand entrance onto the battlefield. If you want me to go all out, you'll have to make it worth my while. Before Lu Fan finishes, Xing Chen strikes with lightning speed. Nguyen Changfeng barely manages to intercept the blow with his sword, the sheer impact vibrating through his entire soul. He gasps in utter disbelief. 3 dragons? You have 3? Lu Fan snaps his fingers dismissively. Wrong. You're missing a few. He issues a sharp command to his companion. Xiao Fei, summon the twin flying dragon kings. Xiao Fei activates nature's assimilation, blowing a bone flute to summon the spectral souls of the twin flying dragon kings as ordered. Principal, did you know he had 5 dragons this whole time? I can't even process what I'm seeing right now. The principal stays silent, watching Lu Fan with growing pride and fascination. You never cease to amaze me, Lu Fan. So, Special Envoy, do I finally have the right to join the national trials? Lu Fan stands coolly, one hand in his pocket. On command, all 5 dragons unleash a deafening roar and charge at Nguyen Changfeng in a coordinated, devastating strike. This is impossible. What do I do now? How can this brat possibly overpower me like this? Trapped in a state of pure panic, Nguyen Changfeng desperately triggers his ultimate defense, Holy Light Protection. Xiao Ye leads the charge, smashing into Nguyen's position. A massive explosion erupts, shrouded in a swirling storm of dust and debris. Zhao Shengming shields his eyes from the grit, shouting to the principal in a panic. The Special Envoy. He's finished. No one survives a direct hit from a great dragon like that. Suddenly, a laugh rings through the chaos. Thanks to Holy Light Protection, an invincible barrier formed, negating all damage for 10 seconds. While the shield is active, his movement and casting speeds are boosted by 100%. With a 16-hour cooldown, this was his ultimate escape. Nguyen Changfeng narrowly evades Xiao Ye's killing blow. Mounting a bloodthirsty bat, he flies off into the sky, gloating. In your dreams, you'll need another 8 years to ever kill me. Zhao Shengming watches the retreat in disbelief. He ran away? Well, I suppose that's better than dying under a dragon's claws. The principal sneers at the pathetic display. To think the high and mighty Nguyen Changfeng would flee so miserably. Seeing his prey bolt, Lu Fan shouts with biting sarcasm. Truly impressive. Special Envoy, your mounting speed is world-class. The provocation hits its mark perfectly. Hearing the mockery, Nguyen Changfeng grinds his teeth and immediately turns his mount back around. You bastards think having dragons makes you special? Without them, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. I only need 1 hit to end this. My Holy Light Protection still has 4 seconds left. Gritting his teeth, Nguyen Trong Fong spurs his mount toward Lu Fan. A novice is still just a novice, even with dragons. His defense is full of holes. He lets out a roar, unleashing holy light judgment and channeling divine radiance into his blade. The strike deals 420% holy damage and doubles the next hit. With 2 seconds of protection remaining, he aims for Lu Fan's life. But just as the blade is about to strike, a shimmering green barrier from Emerald Light intercepts the blow. Emerald Light grants 12 layers of Jade Blessing, instantly cleansing all debuffs and boosting all stats by 60%. Remarkably, each layer of this divine blessing can negate 2 separate instances of incoming damage. Now that's more like it. One more strike and I'll finally shatter a single layer of that Emerald Light. Lu Fan chuckles. Holy Light Judgment only managed to chip away half the shield. Even at point-blank range, the envoy is helpless against the dragons. As Holy Light protection expires, Nguyen Trong Fong tries to retreat on his mount, but Lu Fan instantly blocks his path. Is the special envoy trying to run away again? Don't blame this novice for not letting you escape so easily. As he speaks, Lu Fan begins channeling the devastating power of the Blue Dragon King's Roar. The roar unleashes a massive lightning surge, dealing heavy damage and paralysis while stacking 20 layers of lightning attribute. Each subsequent strike consumes a layer, carrying a 20% chance to leave the target completely paralyzed. Distracted by Lu Fan's movements, Nguyen Trong Fong fails to notice Stardust suddenly appearing before his bloodthirsty bat. With a casual swat from the dragon, the bloodthirsty bat is sent spiraling toward the ground in a dazed stupor. Nguyen Trong Fong is caught in the chaos, plummeting toward the earth along with his mount. Watching the envoy crawl pathetically on the ground, Lu Fan laughs. Where's that grand envoy who was so eager to teach me a lesson? As Lu Fan finishes his sentence, the Blue Dragon King's Roar reaches full charge. Wait, just a second. Ignoring the envoy's desperate pleas, Lu Fan unleashes the concentrated lightning blast directly into his face. The bloodthirsty bat is vaporized instantly. Nguyen Trong Fong survives the blast, but he is left heavily wounded as Lu Fan slowly approaches. Looking down with pure disdain, Lu Fan sneers, "My apologies for your mount, Mr. Envoy, but in the heat of the national trials, taking down an opponent's mount is considered a standard move. You certainly went to great lengths just to test me." Fearing a fatality, Zhao Shengming quickly intervenes to reason with the envoy. "Mr. Envoy, the evaluation has gone far enough. It's time to grant Lu Fan his qualification." "Shut your mouth. I'll be the one to decide when this ends." Nguyen Trong Fong barks in a blind rage. Zhao Shengming tries to speak again, but the principal stops him. "Let him be. Nguyen Trong Fong won't last much longer. With Blink, damage immunity, dragon language magic, and 5 dragons. Any other person would already be the star of the national trials. But you are a monster that stands alone at the peak." Blinded by hatred and refusing to yield, Nguyen Trong Fong suddenly seizes his weapon and charges wildly at Lu Fan. "I won't accept this. A low-life brat from a bun shop will never be the reason for my downfall." Little Phi growls, ready to incinerate him, but Lu Fan holds her back. He chooses to face Nguyen Trong Fong head-on. "You caused the Kim family and Dragon Capital to abandon me. You ruined my career. Today, you will die by my hand." Screaming in madness, Nguyen Trong Fong swings his blade down with nothing but lethal intent. Yet, Lu Fan effortlessly evades every frantic strike, ending the exchange with a kick that sends the envoy flying 10 meters. Fighting someone who has lost their mind is meaningless. I have no interest in taking advantage of your pathetic state. If you still think I haven't passed your evaluation, then get up. We can keep this going. And if my grudge with Kim Chow ruined your life, I'll be waiting for your revenge whenever you're ready. But remember this next time, I won't stop." Nguyen Trong Fong glares weakly before falling into total unconsciousness. "Hang in there, envoy. I'll get you to a priest." Zhao Shengming rushes over and hurries the broken man away. Silence finally falls over the massive arena, leaving only Lu Fan and the white-robed principal behind. The principal finally offers his praise. "You've hidden your strength well. Even I didn't expect you to have 5 dragons. Tell me, how much of your true power did you actually use?" Lu Fan replies honestly, "To be fair, not even 1%. The dragons were just warming up. They haven't used a single real skill yet." "Excellent. Choosing you was the right decision." With those words, the principal taps his staff on the ground, vanishing into thin air before Lu Fan's very eyes. Lu Fan gazed at the empty space where the principal had vanished, a strange sense of familiarity tugging at his heart. That night, at the far north border, a dangerous level 60 uncharted zone within the Long Kingdom, Du Jing burst into a booming laugh after receiving Ruan Changfeng's assessment, confirming Lu Fan was qualified for the national trials. "This kid is something else. Lu Fan really is the one to represent the Long Kingdom. I bet Ruan Changfeng was holding back tears when he signed this recommendation, wasn't he? Haha, Vice Commander, get in here." Immediately, the door swung open as his adjutant stepped inside. Lord Marquis of the North, what are your orders? Du Jing commanded. Ready the Griffin. I'm heading to Longdo Academy. Sir, you're leaving the camp? Lately, our exploration routes have been under fire. And every single attack came from that thing. Du Jing's expression hardened as his aide worried. Do you think I'm never coming back? Tell the Griffin units to maintain their routes as planned. I'm going both to meet our nation's newest representative and to personally investigate that mysterious threat. I'll be back in 2 days. Meanwhile, back with Lu Fan. Now officially qualified by Ruan Changfeng, Lu Fan used his spare time to hunt for treasures, contacting He Shu for fresh intel. Over 3,000 kilometers. Lu Fan sighed, looking at the level 20 to 30 Jingtide Bay on the world map. He couldn't believe such a massive distance only led to a mere mid-grade treasure trove. Lu Fan sighed into the receiver. Forget it. I'll hit you up when I need something else. Wait, you're really passing on this? I can hook you up with a teleportation mage, though it'll cost you extra, He Shu urged, trying to close the deal. Suddenly, a system alert pinged. Congratulations, Lu Fan. You have discovered today's treasure map. Good grief. After all this time, a God-tier map finally dropped. Lu Fan muttered. Hey, Lu Fan? You still there? Hold on. I have another location for you to check. The far north border. Before he could finish, a massive fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, slamming directly into Villa Number 1. A figure in a black cloak stood high above, watching as the villa was swallowed by a sea of roaring flames. Thinking the job was done, the assassin turned to leave until Lu Fan soared from the inferno atop his soul-winged wyvern king. Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye had already whisked the others to safety. Where do you think you're going? Stay right there. Enraged, Lu Fan lunged forward, his blade shredding the assassin's hood to reveal a shocking face. You're the teacher who was with the principal. The massive explosion drew students from all over, rushing toward the chaos to see what happened. Call the fire department. What was that blast? Is everyone all right? What's going on? Han Xiu pointed a trembling finger at the cloaked man. He attacked us. He's trying to eliminate the witnesses. If I've been exposed, I have no choice, the rogue teacher snarled, activating scorching flame chains to bind Lu Fan, stripping him of all buffs for 8 seconds. Even if he broke free, his movement and casting speed would be crippled by 90% for the next 4 seconds. Just like that, Lu Fan found himself completely immobilized. But the assassin wasn't done. He ignited his very life force to create a blazing core, a suicidal explosion dealing over 1,250% of his spirit attribute as damage. As the energy charged, the blast radius grew. He was determined to take Lu Fan down with him to the grave. Han Qiu and Jian Ying realized the deadly intent and immediately took action. They desperately cast spells to break Lu Fan's chains, but their efforts were completely futile. Blazing core charging. 23%. 59%. 72%. The energy surged as the teacher's body began to bloat and swell like a gruesome, overinflated balloon. Trapped and facing death, Lu Fan's only thought was for the safety of his friends. Xiao Fei, activate eternal protection. Xiao Ye, protect everyone, now. You're finished, Lu Fan. We die together. Ha ha ha. Just as the blazing core reached its breaking point, a white-robed principal's staff suddenly pierced the assassin's chest, ending him instantly. The chains shattered, allowing Lu Fan to narrowly escape before the final explosion. The Academy's board members finally arrived to handle the aftermath of the devastation. They scrambled to extinguish the flames, calming the panicked students while immediately launching a full-scale investigation. Xiao Fan. That was terrifying. Are you hurt? Drenched in tears, Han Ke rushed forward and threw her arms around Lu Fan the moment he landed. I'm fine, Auntie. Please, don't worry anymore. I made it. Qin Chu hurried over, her face pale with shock. That was horrific. Lu Fan, do you have any idea who that mage was? I saw him the day the envoy came for the assessment, Lu Fan replied grimly. He was standing right next to the principal. Zhao Shengming stared down at the blackened, charred remains of the traitor. Lu Fan, it's truly unthinkable that someone within the academy plotted your assassination, he says grimly. Even more shocking, the culprit was an honorary professor, a level 81 fire archmage. It defies all logic. Why did he do it? Was he an agent of Ruan Changfeng? Lu Fan asks, his brow furrowing as Hanke fumes beside him. Vice Principal, we demand a thorough investigation, Hanke cries out. We were inches away from a cold-blooded execution. Qin Shu nods in fierce agreement. Upon realizing Lu Fan survived, that monster tried to trigger a final suicidal blast. Zhao Shengming stands stunned, completely overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the women's fury. Everyone, please, stay calm. I swear on my position that I will uncover the truth and bring you justice. The next morning, at the Longdu Academy principal's office, the air is thick with dread. This was only the beginning. This failed attempt only ensures that the next strike will be even more calculated and lethal. That professor was a veteran here. To think a viper was coiled in our midst for years, it's absolutely chilling. Even with the entire academy under my sensory field, a second's delay would have resulted in an unthinkable tragedy. The principal glares at the man across from him. Are you even paying attention to a word I'm saying? Tu Jingshu drains his teacup in one gulp and scoffs. You need better hospitality. This tea is as tasteless as water. He lets out a boisterous laugh. Relax, I'm all ears. It's been ages since we've met, and I've traveled quite a distance. Aren't you even going to ask what brings a man like me all the way to your doorstep? The principal's anger softens. My apologies. I've been completely consumed by Lufan's situation since you arrived. Tell me then, is your secret mission in the far north finally complete? Not quite, but from what I hear, Lufan is a walking target as long as he stays within these walls. Since you and the vice principal are tied up with the investigation, let me lighten your load. I'll take the boy north. Even if he doesn't fear assassins, the constant trouble will eventually drown him. In the far north, I can guarantee his safety while keeping his friends out of the crossfire. It's the perfect solution. Safety is one thing, but what's your angle? A man like you doesn't just babysit for fun. I've had my eye on Lufan for a while. His growth rate is monstrous. He won't be a burden for long. Besides, I believe his unique talents are exactly what I need to investigate that phenomenon. I see your point. Fine, but keep him alive. Tu Jingshu finds a hidden bottle in a drawer and begins chugging it down greedily. He'll return in one piece, trust me. Ugh, this tastes like garbage. What even is this? The principal sighs. That was a rare vintage gifted to me by a high-ranking official. The next morning at the academy gates, Kim Jo lunges at Kim Song-han as he steps from his vehicle. Am I more important than your gear? She pouts. Of course, but the national trials in Tai Chi require peak preparation. I came the moment my sets were ready. I'd never leave my little sister waiting. She asks if he'll get revenge. He smirks. Anyone who dares trouble my sister will learn the meaning of pain. With Villa 1 under renovation, Lufan and Han Ke move into Jian Ying's Villa 2 temporarily. That night, Lufan reaches out to the informant He Shu to purchase a map to a god-tier treasure. Planning a trip? Jian Ying asks, noticing Lufan's intense focus on the ancient parchment. This location intrigues me, but I won't move until the investigation into the school attack is settled. Jian Ying nods softly. The others are exhausted and sleeping upstairs. Just promise you'll tell them before you disappear. Don't worry, I'm not leaving in the middle of the night. And thank you for looking after them. Suddenly, the doorbell echoes through the villa. I'll get it. It's likely the vice principal with an update. Lufan swings the door open, asking, Did you find out who was behind the hit? He freezes. It isn't Zhao Shengming, but a rugged man with a jagged scar cutting across his left eye. I don't know the results, kid, but relax. I'm not here to kill you, the stranger says, calmly. He points behind him with a sheepish grin. Those guards being unconscious? That was just a little misunderstanding. Can you fix them up? They tried to get physical, so I had to show them some justified self-defense. Lufan's blood runs cold. If the elite guards were taken out so easily, could this be another elite hitman? Lufan draws his weapon in a flash, his eyes cold with suspicion. Who are you and what do you want? Just then, Qin Qiu descends the stairs and stops in her tracks. Spotting Du Jing, she gasps. Uncle Du? What brings you here so suddenly? Her eyes widen as she notices the bodyguards slumped on the ground like discarded dolls. What on earth happened here? She cries out in alarm. After the misunderstanding is cleared, Lufan bows with deep regret. I apologize, senior. So you are the master Uncle Qin always spoke of. Qin Qiu nods in confirmation. Indeed. I have called him Uncle Du since I was a child. But uncle, you really went overboard this time. Du Jing lets out a boisterous, hearty laugh. It is lucky little Qiu arrived when she did, or this young lad and I would have truly leveled the place. Please forgive my rudeness, senior. I truly thought you were an assassin sent to attack us, Lufan admits, his voice filled with sincerity. In truth, I have wanted to meet you for a long time to thank you for dealing with the mastermind behind Jinzhou. Ruan Changfeng used his status as a special envoy to seek revenge even after being stripped of his rank. You were the one who truly defeated him. No thanks needed. Qin Qiu chuckles softly, shaking her head. It is quite ironic to think the bodyguards failed to recognize a living legend like you. After all, you are the hero who once rode a griffin alone to hold back an entire beast tide, a one-man army against a sea of monsters. When I studied at Jianghai, there was a wall of honor dedicated to the brave souls who fell fighting those beast tides, Lufan recalls. Lufan springs to his feet, eyes gleaming with admiration. So you are the legend who repelled the invasion? Du Jing waves it off. Haha, that is ancient history. Every era births its own geniuses, and right now, Lufan, you are the one I have my eye on. Du Jing stands and claps a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. His expression turns dead serious. I came here for one reason. I want to take you to the far north border for the ultimate training. I have already cleared everything with your principal. You will travel to the far north with me immediately. There, you can level up in peace for the national trials while avoiding the relentless eyes of those who wish you harm. But Uncle Du, the far north is an uncharted wasteland. Qin Chu protests. Lu Fan is our national representative. We cannot risk his safety before the trials. Understanding the valid concerns of Qin Chu and Jian Ying, Du Jing speaks with a calm, reassuring tone to settle Lu Fan's heart. The conditions there are brutal, I know, but that harsh environment is exactly what you need to forge your true strength. Besides, once you vanish, those hunting you will stop threatening the people you care about. Lu Fan falls into a contemplative silence. A secret thought flashes through his mind. My God-tier map points exactly to the far north. This is destiny. I must go, but will everyone truly be safe? Can I trust that the shadows won't find them once I am gone? As if reading his mind, Jian Ying speaks up with a supportive smile. Lu Fan, if you want to go, then go. Do not let us hold you back. We have all reached our second awakening. We can hold our own. I will take your place in protecting everyone here while you are away. Qin Chu chimes in, her voice filled with confidence. Exactly. We will keep your aunt safe. You have nothing to worry about, so just focus on getting stronger. Relieved of his burdens, Lu Fan finally accepts the proposal. Du Jing booms, haha. Excellent. I knew I didn't misjudge your character. Chu, go fetch some fine wine. We must throw a legendary farewell banquet for this brat. Qin Chu laughs and shakes her head. Uncle, we can't handle that dragon breath liquor you love. Besides, I usually eat at your villa. There are no ingredients here for a feast. Lu Fan stands up, offering a solution. Let me go buy the supplies. It is the least I can do for everyone. We will eat once my aunt and Daozi wake up. Plus, I need to say a proper goodbye to my senior before I depart. Suddenly, Du Jing remembers his handiwork. Little Chu, go heal those guards at the door. It is embarrassing to leave them in that state. Qin Chu looks awkward. Actually, since I became a Holy Light Inquisitor, I have lost my traditional healing abilities. Du Jing turns to Jian Ying, hoping for a miracle. Don't look at me. I have never had a healing skill in my entire life. In the end, Lu Fan has to summon Xiaofei. The small creature quickly works its magic to mend the fallen guards. Before leaving, Lu Fan heads to the arena. He sets up a point match room just to see the beautiful senior one last time. I am heading north soon. We won't meet again until the national trials. I will miss our sparring matches. Training alone is going to be incredibly boring. The beautiful senior steps forward and pinches his cheek with a playful grin. You dummy. The far north will teach you things I never could. With the dangers lurking there, boredom is the last thing you will feel. Stay safe, and give everyone a proper goodbye tonight. Just as Lu Fan turns to leave, the senior suddenly pulls him into a tight, warm embrace from behind. You are leaving so suddenly that I didn't have a gift ready, she whispers, slipping a string of vibrant red prayer beads onto his wrist. Keep this for protection. Don't you dare take it off. She releases him and winks. Give it your all in the far north and the trials. Take care of yourself. And remember to bring me back a piece of everlasting ice when you return to us. On the long walk back, Lu Fan remains silent, the weight of the journey ahead pressing on him. But as he nears home, he stops. How much longer do you plan on following me? He asks, coldly. A figure emerges. Oh? You noticed? Jin Chenghan smirks. Tracking you was a challenge. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, his voice laced with suspicion. Who are you? And why have you been stalking me all this time? You may not know me, but your reputation precedes you. I am Jin Chenghan, Jin Zhou's elder brother. I'm here to repay the care you showed my sister. Lu Fan dropped his bags and drew his blade, his gaze sharpening. So, the top expert of the Tai Chi Kingdom has finally arrived? Is Jin Zhou hiding nearby too? Tell her to show herself. As Lu Fan spoke, a haughty voice echoed from the shadows. Still as arrogant as ever. I'm here to watch my brother put you in your place. She stepped beside Jin Chenghan, who wore a confident, deadly smirk. Whether you survive this lesson or not is entirely up to you. Lu Fan, I'll give you one chance. Let my sister return those slaps from before, and we'll call it even. Lu Fan scoffed with pure disdain. Does the Jin family suffer from selective memory? Jin Zhou, didn't you tell your brother what happened the last time you made a demand like that? Infuriated, Jin Zhou shrieked. Brother, he's still stubborn. Stop talking and just kill him already. Jin Chenghan sighed, slowly raising his hand. Lu Fan, you truly won't repent until you're in a coffin. Prepare to die. As he spoke, an eerie, glowing magic circle flickered within his palm. Dark energy pulsed outward, making Lu Fan frown. He sensed a twisted summoning aura similar to Jin Zhou's. It was just as grotesque. Time for your journey to the underworld, Jin Chenghan roared. A monstrous entity erupted from the void, instantly spewing a stream of corrosive green acid at Lu Fan. Lu Fan leaped back, narrowly avoiding the spray. He looked at his ruined supplies, his expression turning cold. That was a basic attack, yet the corrosion was incredible. I need to focus entirely on dodging this thing. But the horror was just starting. The summoned beast began a horrific mutation right before Lu Fan's eyes. Its body bloomed into a sphere, sprouting lashing tentacles and trunk-like legs that hoisted it upward. Suddenly, a grotesque head tore through the center of its mass. Lu Fan stared in disbelief, glancing between the beast and the summoner. The monster's new face was a twisted mirror of Jin Chenghan. The transformation was complete. Abyssal walkers, seize him. The three monstrosities let out a bone-chilling howl and lunged toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan gripped his weapon, ready for impact, when a massive shadow suddenly eclipsed the sky. What is that? Before he could react, a legendary beast descended like a falling star. It crushed the abyssal walkers under its talons. The Frost King Griffin? Jinzhou cried, shielding her face. What's happening? Through the gale, Jin Chenghan saw a formidable figure standing guard over Lu Fan. Did you honestly think this was the Jin family's playground? A booming voice demanded. The figure landed firmly. Jin Chenghan's heart sank. A griffin. And that voice. It can't be. Cold sweat drenched his back as a terrifying name crossed his mind. Insolent fools, the voice thundered again. Jin Chenghan gasped as he finally saw the visitor's face clearly. It was the Northern Marquis Tu Jing. In a flash, Tu Jing appeared before them, his spear thrusting like lightning. Get back! He's too dangerous! It was too late. The spear tore through Jin Chenghan's chest, making him cough up a spray of crimson. Jinzhou screamed. Tu Jing ignored her, hoisting her brother high on his spear. Recognize me now? Tu Jing. Jin Chenghan gasped, his trembling hand trying to activate one last magic circle. Tu Jing looked down with icy indifference. Give it up. Your summons can't save you. Nothing escapes the talons of my griffin. Jin Chenghan glanced at his abyssal walkers, pinned and helpless beneath the legendary beast. The light of defiance faded from his eyes. Nearby, Jinzhou watched her invincible brother crumble in terror. She collapsed, sobbing helplessly. Jin Chenghan coughed more blood, staring at the Marquis with fading eyes. So, this is the power of the Northern Marquis. With his final breath spent, his head slumped forward. Brother! Jinzhou wailed in utter despair. Lu Fan watched in stunned silence. Senior Tu. He actually killed him? But Tu Jing's expression remained grim. Abyssal symbiosis. As long as their beast lives, these summoners never truly die. Lu Fan froze, struck by a chilling realization. He noticed something horrifying. Jin Chenghan's body had vanished, leaving only a hollow skin behind like a molting serpent. Was he still alive? Before the thought could settle, Tu Jing unleashed a devastating spear strike toward the three abyss walkers. Show yourself this instant, or I'll slaughter your summons and end your life for good. Realizing the truth, Jinzhou turned toward the monsters, with eyes full of desperate hope. A second later, the grotesque forms of the abyss walkers began to warp and tear. Jin Chenghan's head forced its way out of the summon's flesh, his face contorted as he let out a pained shriek. This was abyss symbiosis. As long as his summons lived, the summoner remained eternally linked to the abyss. The initial cooldown for this revival was 12 hours, but every subsequent death would double that time. With a current cooldown of 12 hours, Jin Chenghan stood revealed as a level 60 hidden class fighter. Dragging his weakened frame from the summon, the abyss summoner gasped, "You can't kill me. I represent Tait." Attacking a national representative before the trials is a crime recognized by 23 nations. Lu Fan watched in awe as Tu Jing stepped forward, pointing his spear tip at the coward's throat. "I am well aware of that law," Tu Jing replied, his voice dripping with cold disdain. "But I also know that if a representative is attacked, neutralizing the aggressor carries no penalty." Jin Chenghan's eyes widened in terror. "What did you say? Lu Fan is the representative of Long Country? I take no pleasure in mindless slaughter, and since the trials are in Tait, I'll spare you today. But mark my words. Stay out of my sight. I have no patience for the likes of the Jin family." With a flick of his wrist, Tu Jing hurled his spear, obliterating the abyss walkers instantly. It was a brutal warning. Trembling, Jin Chenghan grabbed his sister. "Jinzhou, we're leaving, now." The two siblings limped away in disgrace, supporting each other as they fled the scene. But before disappearing, Jin Chenghan glared back at Lu Fan with pure, unadulterated venom. "Keep praying, kid. Once you're in Taite, there will be no one left to protect you." Lu Fan watched them leave, completely unfazed by the threat. That man is as pathetic as he is annoying. He was just at death's door, yet his mouth is still running like a fool. Tu Jing chuckled. "That's tight for you, stubborn until the very end. Let's go inside, the others must be worried." Then, Tu Jing paused. "By the way, where are the groceries you bought? Your aunt has been waiting." Lu Fan's heart sank as he realized the truth. Oh no, they were completely disintegrated by that monster's aura. That night, at the farewell feast, The tension of the earlier attack finally began to fade. A drunken Tao Xiaoman draped an arm over Tu Jing, laughing loudly. "Old man, don't quit yet. Let's drink." Amidst the laughter, Han Ke clung to Lu Fan, her eyes red from crying. "Xiao Fan, please be careful out there." Lu Fan gave a forced smile, trying to comfort her. "Don't cry. I'll be back in just 1 month." Qin Chu leaned against him, her face flushed. "You must take care of yourself. Don't worry about us." Lu Fan knew his departure was necessary. As a primary target, staying would only bring danger to those he loved. With the national trials only a month away, the dark secrets of the northern border were waiting to be unveiled. The following afternoon, Lu Fan and Tu Jing soared toward the frozen frontier atop a majestic griffin. "Brace yourself," Tu Jing shouted over the howling wind. "Don't let the frostbite take your limbs." They soon reached the uncharted level 60 death zone, the hidden location of the God-Tier map. Suddenly, a massive, glowing crimson circle appeared on the horizon, catching Lu Fan's eye. He was instantly struck by the haunting beauty of the sight. "Senior Tu, what is that? It looks like a blood moon." Tu Jing smiled grimly. "That phenomenon is exactly why I brought you to this frozen hell." Upon arriving at the fortress, Tu Jing began leading Lu Fan through the bustling camp. "This is my elite Griffin Legion. Every soldier here is a master of high-altitude combat." He stopped before a massive tactical map. "We have already explored 114 dangerous routes." Lu Fan stared at the map, his mind racing. "Is it all leading to that blood moon?" Du Jing's expression darkened as he replied, "Indeed. We haven't been able to get close enough to identify it, so we simply refer to it as that thing." But just seconds later, Du Jing burst into a hearty laugh. He clapped Lu Fan's shoulder repeatedly, declaring, "But now that our legendary youth is here, I'm certain this exploration will reach a new breakthrough." Lu Fan smiled and leaned in to study the map closely. It seemed Senior Du had his own motives, but they aligned perfectly with his own goals. He could hunt for the divine map while grinding experience in a high-level rank 60 zone. These two paths were the closest routes to the divine map's coordinates. Decision made. Lu Fan pointed toward the frontline sectors and asked, "Can I join the operations on routes 77 and 78? Du Jing glanced at the sector and immediately advised, "Youthful energy is good, but you're being far too reckless. Route 78 is crawling with savage beasts despite the outposts. If anything happens to a level 32 like you, your principal will have my head." Lu Fan replied with a serious gaze, "Senior, I didn't come here just to seek refuge. I came to push my limits. A safe path holds no meaning for my growth." Seeing Lu Fan's unwavering resolve, Du Jing stopped protesting. He huffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "You brat. You're exactly like I was when I first enlisted, always diving headfirst into danger." With a flash of light, a weapon appeared in his hand, and he thrust it toward Lu Fan. "Take this." Lu Fan reflexively caught it, his confusion rising. "Wait. This is..." Suddenly, a system interface flickered into existence. Legendary grade, Serpent's Bane. Required level, 70. Enchantment, level requirement removed. Strength plus 591. Agility plus 756. Support weapon. Increases all attributes by 10% when equipped. Skill. Serpent's Arrow. Serpent's Bane consumes no ammo, firing pure magical bolts. It can unleash 12 magic arrows simultaneously without drawing the string. Each bolt deals 20% damage, but a 3-second charged shot fires the Snake Shadow, dealing 500% damage. Lu Fan gasped inwardly. A legendary support-type bow. This meant he could dual-wield it alongside his black dragon-scale sword. The stats were insane, and the level removal enchantment alone must have cost Senior Du over 800 million gold. Realizing the staggering value of the weapon, Lu Fan tried to hand it back. "Senior Du, this bow is far too precious." Du Jing waved him off with a grin. "Don't play coy. If you're serious about Route 78, you'll need every bit of help this gear provides." Hearing that, Lu Fan stopped hesitating and accepted the gift. He equipped the bow instantly and cheered. "Thank you, Senior. With this, you can leave the exploration and national trial to me." Du Jing laughed and cursed. "Quit the smooth talk, kid." Internally, his heart bled. "I only gave it away because I can't use bows. Otherwise, no way." Right then, an officer arrived carrying a heavy tactical cloak. Reporting, "Commander, the specialized cloak is ready for the guest." Du Jing took the garment and handed it to Lu Fan. "Put this on, Lu Fan. I'm taking you to see that thing. If you still want Route 78 after that, I'll let you join the squad tomorrow." Lu Fan didn't waste a second. He threw on the cloak and nodded. "Let's go, Senior Du. I can't wait any longer." Moments later, Du Jing soared through the sky on his griffin. He looked at Lu Fan, who was using a pair of wings to fly alongside him. "Why aren't you riding your dragon?" Lu Fan explained with a sheepish smile. "Xiao Ye's level isn't high enough for a mount form yet, but she's already reached level 29, so that skill should unlock very soon." Du Jing roared with laughter. "The moment you can ride that dragon, I'll personally scout you into the Griffin Legion. Lu Fan was about to respond when a piercing screech tore through the air. He turned to see 3 monstrous shadows diving toward them. Level 60, Demon Owls. Their toxic plume skill fired 3 lethal feathers at the target, with a 30% chance to inflict a 30-second poison debuff. Once poisoned, the victim loses 2% of their health every second. Multiple hits would stack the duration indefinitely. Then there was the Phantom Song, a continuous screech that could shatter a target's consciousness within 30 seconds. It leaves the victim in a confused state for 5 minutes, and the owls can maintain the song while using other skills. Seeing the demon owls lunging at Du Jing, Lu Fan shouted in alarm, "Senior, watch out." Du Jing remained unfazed. He took a casual swig from his flask with one hand while summoning his spear with the other, impaling the nearest owl in a blur of motion. Simultaneously, his griffin shredded another owl with its massive talons. "You're the one who needs to be careful, kid." On Route 78, slow reactions like that mean death. With a powerful swing, Du Jing hurled the impaled carcass like a projectile, slamming it into the final demon owl. The 2 monsters collided and plummeted to the earth, dead before they hit the ground. The skirmish was over in an instant. Lu Fan stood frozen in shock. Every member of the Griffin Legion was rank 70 or higher for a reason. Senior Du might have joked about recruiting him, but his current performance must have been disappointing. This wasn't school anymore, he had to get serious. As Lu Fan sank deep into his thoughts, Tu Jing looked down and broke the silence. "We've arrived." Lu Fan snapped out of it and peered below. Seeing a massive crimson orb embedded in the snow, he asked uncertainly, Is that an eye?" Tu Jing smiled grimly. "Exactly. It belongs to a creature so gargantuan that even now, we have no idea what it truly is." Lu Fan frowned, realizing the surrounding mountains looked like the skeletal remains of a dragon's head. Was it really a dragon? Its body was so vast that even the Griffin Legion couldn't map its true scale. Noticing Lu Fan's pale face, Tu Jing asked, in shock? "The first time the Griffin King came near this thing, even he was paralyzed with fear. We only found it by pure coincidence." Lu Fan didn't respond. He immediately activated his system to identify the eye. The result? Information, unknown. His brow furrowed deeper. "Even the system can't find a single shred of data on this thing?" he muttered to himself. Tu Jing let out a weary sigh. "The truth is, humanity has barely scratched the surface of this world. Most of it remains uncharted territory, waiting for legions like ours to explore. When I first found this place, it didn't look like this. It was during a mission to clear out owl demons above a resource mine. We were in the middle of a rescue when it suddenly opened its eye. That was exactly 1 year ago. Countless experts have come to study it since then, but they've all come up empty-handed. One thing is certain, it's alive. If it ever fully awakens, will our world ever know peace again?" Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted figures approaching on flying mounts in the distance. "Senior 2, it looks like members of the Legion are heading our way." But as they drew closer, Lu Fan realized he was dead wrong. These weren't allies, they were monsters. Tu Jing gripped his weapon, his voice laced with sorrow. Legion members? They were once. But not anymore. These were level 65 fallen cadavers. Each nearby ally increased their defense by 25%. Their death-to-life passive boosted defense by another 25% every time they took non-lethal damage. Their despair trait allowed every strike to trigger 1 to 2 additional instances of damage. The bonus damage scaled directly with their current defense. With a bone-chilling screech, a fallen cadaver lunged straight for Lu Fan. Lu Fan strained as he parried the blow with his blade. A fallen cadaver? Could these be the Griffin soldiers who vanished here? Doubts swirled in his mind. He turned to Tu Jing and asked, "Senior, what exactly are these monsters?" Tu Jing remained silent, his head bowed in a heavy, suffocating gloom. After a few tense seconds, Tu Jing finally moved. "These things are a nuisance, and I have no desire to destroy them." With a sharp command, he steered the Griffin King high into the air. He unleashed Absolute Zero Net, a massive magical web that ensnared the fallen cadavers, pinning them helplessly into the snow. The Absolute Zero Net was a specialized frost skill that lasted for 15 seconds. Any target caught in the web suffered continuous minor ice damage and would be completely frozen solid within 5 seconds. Tu Jing's hesitation confirmed Lu Fan's darkest suspicion. "Senior, were they once your subordinates?" Tu Jing avoided the question entirely. He turned the Griffin King away and said coldly, "Let's go. It's time to head back." Seeing the pain in the old man's eyes, Lu Fan suppressed his questions and followed Tu Jing into the horizon. Below, the fallen cadavers broke free from the ice. One of them stood perfectly still, watching the 2 figures until they vanished before finally turning away. Early the next morning, inside Tu Jing's office, Tu Jing took a long swig of wine and eyed Lu Fan. "Are you absolutely sure?" Lu Fan nodded firmly. "Yes. Regardless of the cadavers or that giant creature, I want to be on the front lines." Tu Jing let out a boisterous laugh. "Well said. Lieutenant, bring them in." Moments later, The lieutenant escorted 3 individuals into the room. Reporting, "Sir, they've arrived." A man with white hair stepped forward, snapping a sharp salute. Reporting, Squad 78 is present and accounted for. This was Luffy, a level 76 Divine Punishment Knight, and the captain of Squad 78. Next to him, a blonde man scratched his head. "It's rare for us to get a break. What are your orders, Lord of Genbei?" That was Lu Changkong, a level 70 Holy Shield Knight and a member of the squad. Finally, there was a brown-haired woman who had remained silent since entering. Shen Tai, a level 70 Falcon Knight of Squad 78. Tu Jing gestured toward Lu Fan. "Old La, I've brought you a new recruit today. This kid is Lu Fan, the #1 genius from Longdu Academy." Lu Fan gave a polite smile. "I look forward to learning from you all." While Le Fei and Shen Tai remained indifferent, Lu Changkong stepped forward with a warm grin to shake Lu Fan's hand. "Yeah, Longdu Academy. What a coincidence, Lu Fan. I'm also a Lu, and a graduate from the elite Qingyun class at Longdu." Lu Fan replied with surprise. "Is that so? Thank you for your dedicated service on the front lines, senior." Lu Jiangkong laughed and threw a friendly arm around Lu Fan's shoulder, pulling him aside. "Don't you worry about a thing," he assured. "I'll make sure you don't lose a single hair on your head." Lu Fan felt slightly overwhelmed by his enthusiasm and gave a forced smile. "I'm in your hands then." Then, Lu Fan pointed to the captain's chest. "Senior, what does the badge on Captain Lu's uniform represent? Why is he the only one with it?" Lu Jiangkong explained. "That's a military merit badge. Captain Lu earned that bronze rank, which is why he leads this unit. Above that, there are even silver and legendary gold badges. In our entire Griffin squad, only 8 warriors hold gold badges. If Lord Du is away, those 8 hold absolute authority." In a quiet corner, Captain Lu Fei's expression turned grim as he whispered to Du Jing, "Lord Du, I have a concern. I don't understand your intentions. What exactly are you doing? Bringing a mere student for an internship fame? Don't joke, sir. Squad 78's missions are grueling. We have no time to babysit a kid." Du Jing's voice turned cold and serious. "Luo Fei, do I look like I'm joking? If things get dangerous, leave him. If he dies, that's his fate. Out there, we're brothers. But here, I am your superior. From this moment on, Lu Fan is an official member of your squad. Stop seeing him as a student and use him as needed. This is a direct order." Realizing Du Jing wasn't joking, Lu Fei reluctantly gave in. "I understand." He then marched straight toward Lu Fan. Lu Jiangkong straightened up immediately. "Captain." Lu Fei nodded, giving Lu Fan a cold, piercing glance. "Shen Tai, take Lu Fan to the briefing room. We're discussing the mission now." Shen Tai pushed up her glasses with an annoyed sigh. What a pain. Moments later, inside Squad 78's briefing room, 4 people sat around a massive map, Lu Fan included. Looking at the map, Lu Fei analyzed. "According to the scouts, a massive blizzard hits in 4 days. This means we must complete the mission within 4 days. The round trip to the outpost alone takes 2 days. Once we reach the outpost, we only have 2 days left to scout the treacherous Route 78. Lu Jiangkong frowned at the tight schedule. 2 days? We'll barely be able to cover any ground at that rate. Lu Fei grunted. "Since we have a newcomer, we'll consider the mission a success if we expand 100 miles. Shen Tai scoffed. "We're basically on a field trip for a student. Shouldn't we keep things light and easy?" Noticing the contempt in Shen Tai's voice, Lu Jiangkong signaled her to stop. Lu Fan, however, ignored her words completely. His eyes were locked onto the map, his mind racing. A God-tier map located in the uncharted zone? If we push through this mission successfully, I might actually be able to claim it for myself. Lu Fei stood up abruptly, ending the discussion. "Time waits for no one. Prep your mounts. We move out in 15 minutes. Shen Tai complained under her breath. "He's like a robot. We could just wait for the storm to pass." Lu Jiangkong gave a helpless laugh. "Come on, Shen Tai. That's the burden of being the vanguard squad, isn't it?" Lu Fei turned to Lu Fan with a final reminder. "Lu Fan, you can house your mount in the squad stable. We have the finest feed there." Lu Fan hesitated. "My mount is still too low level. I can't ride it yet." Shen Tai's eyes widened. "What? I'm not waiting for you. Let the captain handle it." Lu Jiangkong looked worried. "Then how do you plan to keep up with us in the air?" Lu Fan simply smiled. "No need to wait for me, everyone." 15 minutes later, while the others soared on their griffins, Lu Jiangkong stared in shock as Lu Fan glided effortlessly, using wings on his back. Whoa! A junior with rare flight gear? Personally assigned by Lord Du himself? Don't tell me Lu Fan is some high-ranking noble's son from Longdu. Lu Fei remained silent, but his eyes narrowed as he watched Lu Fan. Mid-flight, Lu Fan pulled up next to Shen Tai. "Sister Shen, those 2 small eagles flanking your mount. Are they scouting the perimeter?" Shen Tai shot him a sharp glare. "This isn't the time for small talk. We're about to enter the cloud layer." Soon, as they plunged into the thick mist, Lu Fei's voice boomed over the wind. Visibility is near zero. Stay sharp and be ready for anything. Lu Zhongkong shouted to Lu Fan with a grin. Junior, stay close to me. Don't get lost. Lu Fan started to answer, but suddenly, a violent gale slammed into him, throwing him off course. By the time he stabilized himself, the others had completely vanished into the white void. Lu Fan's voice was laced with urgency. Senior, Captain, where are you? But he went silent instantly. A chill ran down his spine as he felt a pair of bloodthirsty eyes locking onto him from the shadows. Lu Fan spins around just as a screeching beast lunges, its maw wide enough to swallow him whole. It is a level 75 corrupted sky-hunting lion. Using its cloud camouflage skill, it merges with the mist, moving with lethal speed while hidden from sight. Its phantom hunt strikes with blinding speed. Upon impact, it creates an 8-second illusion that perfectly mimics the original's every move and attack. Now fully corrupted, this sky-hunting lion wields the dark, hopeless powers of the rising undead tide. Another corrupted monster. It seems that Cursed Blood Moon is warping more than just humanity. Thinking fast, Lu Fan reacts instantly, driving his blade into the lion's skull and forcing its deadly jaws shut. Refusing to retreat, the enraged beast raises a massive claw, unleashing its phantom hunt. These corrupted monsters are a different breed. Lu Fan realizes he cannot risk summoning his dragons here. As Lu Fan hesitates against the incoming strike, Lu Chongkong's roar pierces the air. Junior, get out of the way. In a blur of motion, two winged creatures streak through the sky, slamming violently into the sky-hunting lion. Lu Fan stares in shock. Those are Shentai's escort eagles. Lu Fan wasn't mistaken. Shentai has arrived, utilizing her twin eagle diversion to pull him from the brink of death. The twin eagle diversion forces her summons to crash into the target, effectively drawing all enemy aggression. Charging forward on her griffin, Shentai screams, "Stop that beast before it can manifest its illusion." But as only one eagle returns to her side, she curses in fury. "Damn it! I just lost one of my birds!" Lu Chongkong reaches Lu Fan's side, instantly casting a buff on him while shouting, "Stay close to us! These clouds are crawling with elite monsters. Let me protect you. Dealing with these freaks is our daily routine." Lu Fan stands firm. "I appreciate it, Senior, but I can't just stand back and watch you fight alone." Seeing more hunters arrive, the lion vanishes back into the mist. Shentai glares at Lu Fan, warning the rookie to follow orders. Lu Chongkong strikes a confident pose and points at himself, shouting, "She's right. Leave this lion to us. We've relied on the captain for too long. It's time we earned our keep." Shentai sighs, glancing at him with an exhausted look. "Honestly, you're unbelievable." Suddenly, a colossal roar erupts from the depths of the clouds, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Lu Fan asks, his voice trembling, That wasn't the sky-hunting lion, was it?" Shentai and Lu Chongkong fall silent, their eyes fixed on the horizon as pure, unadulterated terror washes over them. The griffin bolts in fear as Lu Chongkong screams, "Forget it! That's a heaven swallower. This isn't part of the routine. Run, kid!" Remembering his duty, he warns Lu Fan one last time as the shadow looms. The heaven swallower has arrived. Lu Fan looks up in awe at a titan that dwarfs the lion. It is the level 75 corrupted heaven swallower. This monster devours everything in its path, draining 1% of its target's maximum health every second they are trapped. To the heaven swallower, the sea of clouds is its personal hunting ocean. If it leaves the mist, Whalefall triggers, dealing 9,999% damage to everything in its crash zone, including itself. Now corrupted, the heaven swallower possesses the devastating skills of the hopeless undead legion. Lu Fan shudders, realizing this thing is even more terrifying than Xiao Ye's world ender form. Lu Fei arrives, shouting, "Move it, now." Snapping back to reality, Lu Fan accelerates, following Lu Fei's squad through the thick haze. Lu Chongkong cries out in relief, "Captain, you're here. What do we do? A heaven swallower is on our tail." "Shut up and fly," Lu Fei barks. "The clouds are teeming with corrupted monsters." Lu Fan looks back, deep in thought. Even without a heartbeat, that massive titan is single-handedly rewriting the laws of this world. He glances back one last time, horrified to see the heaven swallower opening its maw to consume the entire sky. There is no other way. Risking the Blood Moon's influence or not, they will all be eaten if he doesn't summon his dragons. Determined, Lu Fan skids to a halt in midair, reaching out to summon his power. "Captain, let me handle this." Lu Fei roars back, "Don't be a fool. Keep moving." Shen Tai spots a glimmer of light ahead and cheers. "There. We can escape through that opening. Once we're out, we're safe." The team pushes their speed to the absolute limit. Moments later, the four of them burst out of the clouds. Right behind them, the heaven swallower lunges into the open air. But without the clouds to hold it, its devour skill fails, and the massive beast begins its terminal whale fall. Only now did Lu Fan find the breath to ask, "Is it safe?" It stopped chasing us. Lao Fei nodded. If it leaves the devouring clouds, it falls. Lu Fan realized every corrupted soul required a unique strategy. These were lessons bought with the blood and lives of the Griffin Legion's veterans. Suddenly, the devourer slammed into the earth with a bone-shaking thud. Chang Kong, Shen Tai, prepare for landing. Lao Fei ordered. We need to regroup. Shen Tai exhaled in pure relief. That was too close to death. They touched down near the massive crater. Lu Chang Kong frowned. Lao La was too reckless this time. Entering those clouds with a rookie was a gamble. We should have taken the long way. Lu Fan lowered his head. I'm sorry. I'm still learning the North. Chang Kong clapped his shoulder. Don't sweat it. No one is born knowing these horrors. Blood moons, corrupted souls, devouring clouds. We all had to see them to believe them. Shen Tai's voice cut through the air. At this rate, our scouting mission is doomed. We only have 3.5 days left. Lao Fei sighed. He's just adjusting. He'll find his pace. That was the final straw. Shen Tai snapped, leaping to her feet in a rage. Adjusting? We don't have time. I'm worried we won't even survive until day 4. She marched up to Lu Fan, her finger stabbing into his chest. Listen closely, Lu Fan. I don't care who pulled strings to get you here, but this isn't a playground for amateurs. Think carefully about the path ahead. One mistake here means the end. If the thing buried beneath us awakens, it won't just be the Dragon Kingdom. The whole world will burn. Go back to the camp and play logistics. You're a liability on the front lines, and we can't keep saving you. Lu Fan didn't flinch. He looked her dead in the eye. Sister Shen, he began firmly. The captain and Chang Kong have taught me much. I'm ready. Please, trust that I can pull my weight. Sensing the tension reaching a breaking point, Lu Chang Kong stepped in to play peacemaker. Easy now, why are we shouting? Lao Fei added. Enough, this ends now. Master Du sent him for a reason. Rest up, we move out shortly. Chang Kong nodded in agreement. Understood. Lao Fei pulled Shen Tai aside. Just let him be. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, we'll see what he's made of. Being trouble-free is asking for a miracle, she muttered. Suddenly, her escort eagle shrieked a frantic warning. Strange noises echoed from above, drowning out her words. What's that? She looked up, only to see massive slabs of ice hurtling toward them. Scatter, now! Lao Fei roared. Chang Kong, deploy the shields. The team dove in separate directions. Lu Chang Kong didn't hesitate, activating his signature defensive skill. The Guardian Shield manifested, capable of absorbing damage equal to 200% of his maximum health. It lasted 10 seconds, converting all absorbed energy into a massive burst of healing. As the dust settled, Chang Kong cried out, I'm hit, I'm injured. Lu Fan and I are separated. Lu Fan stood alone, scanning the frozen mist. Is it more corrupted souls? From the distance, Lao Fei shouted, Shen Tai and I are safe. Where is Lu Fan? There was no response. Lao Fei yelled again, Lu Fan! Report in immediately. But Lu Fan couldn't answer. He was staring at a literal sea of monsters. He was surrounded by level 80 elites. These were the Frost Plain snow monsters. Their ice throws could freeze a target solid for 30 seconds. And they possessed a terrifying berserk state. Once their health dropped below 50%, their attack power surged by 350%. Worse yet, they were corrupted. They possessed the relentless, death-defying instincts of the fallen. Lu Fan, answer me if you're alive, Lao Fei screamed. Shen Tai hissed, quiet, you'll draw them to us. Lao Fei ducked behind a pillar of ice, peering out. It's over. The kid doesn't stand a chance. A pack of 30, level 80 monsters. This wasn't a fight. This was a slaughter. We must escape now, Shen Tai urges. Captain, I'll use my escort eagle as a distraction. Lu Fei pauses, his expression grim. Chang Kong is still alive. Listen to me carefully. Once you start the distraction, I'll seize the chance to rescue Chang Kong. Suddenly, Lu Fei senses danger. He grabs Shen Tai and lunges forward, narrowly dodging a frost giant's ambush. Lu Fei barks a new order. Plan change. I'll hold them off. Go find Chang Kong and don't look back. Lu Fei stays behind to face the monsters, while Shen Tai vanishes into the blizzard. Perched on an ice block, Shen Tai scans the area, only to see Lu Fei struggling against a beast. Captain! Shen Tai cries out, her heart heavy with dread. Worse yet, the roar of battle draws even more frost giants toward Lu Fei's position. There are too many, she realizes. She must act, even if it exposes her location. With a sharp whistle, Shen Tai commands her escort eagle to find Lu Chang Kong at any cost. The eagle's cry pierces the air, diverting the monster's attention and easing the pressure on Lu Fei. Drawing her blade, Shen Tai prays silently. Lu Chang Kong, please, tell me where you are. Elsewhere, Lu Chang Kong lies bleeding, his abdomen pierced by a jagged shard of ice. Slumped against the ground, he watches Lu Fan face 3 monsters. Lu Fan, Can you handle them? Don't talk, Lu Fan says calmly. Just hold on. Once I kill them, I'll heal you. Lu Fan draws his weapon, energy surging. Can his Dragon Fang strike truly provide healing? Don't be reckless, Chung Kong gasps. You can't defeat level 80 monsters alone. Ignoring the warning, 2 monsters lose patience and unleash their glacial bash directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan activates Dragon Fang strike, obliterating one and slashing the other's shoulder in a blur. The strike carries the power of Dragon Chi, delivering 2 consecutive hits in perfect synchronization. Current status, Black Dragon Soul. Chang Kong watches in total shock. This is impossible. Lu Fan smirks. Nothing is impossible for me. I am the Dragon Master of the South. Suddenly, the final beast hurls a massive boulder of ice straight at Lu Fan's head. Lu Fan calmly switches to Star Dragon Chi and readies his spear for another strike. He slices the ice in 2. A level 32 Dragon Master. Beating a level 80 elite? Chang Kong gasps. Was his power hidden all along? Just then, Shen Tai arrives, supporting a wounded Lu Fei. Shen Tai's heart stops as she sees Lu Chang Kong's devastating injury. Chang Kong, your wound, Lu Fei yells in disbelief. And Lu Fan, you're still alive? I'm hanging in there, Chang Kong wheezes. Lu Fan, he's the one who saved my life. I'm glad you're safe. Lu Fan turns, just as the last monster lunges at him from behind. Lu Fan, watch out, Lu Fei roars, throwing his Blade of Triumph to intercept the beast. The Blade of Triumph is a divine knight skill that pursues the target until impact. It deals massive physical and holy damage for 10 seconds upon hitting the prey. Lu Fei coughs blood but manages to speak. Don't be reckless. Let me think of a way. We must retreat, Shen Tai urges. My eagle can carry 2 of you to safety. Lu Fan lets out a dry laugh. Why run? We're safe once we kill every last monster. Are you insane? Shen Tai snaps. This is no time for jokes. We must fall back to the nearest outpost immediately, she insists. I'm not joking. Lu Fan's gaze turns ice cold. I can heal everyone right here. Stop talking nonsense, Shen Tai screams. But Lu Fan is already done arguing. Sensing a horde approaching, Lu Fan summons a legendary bow. There's no more time for talk. Shen Tai, take the wounded and get out of here now. Lu Fei's eyes widen. That's the Soul Piercer. The Bao Lord 2 used against the King of the South. Shen Tai gasps in horror. What? You mean, that legendary weapon? She thought in awe. Master Du's legendary bow is reserved for crushing empires. Yet he gave such a relic to Lu Fan? Was he actually serious? Lu Fan let out a confident laugh. Captain Lao, relax. Once you're clear of the snow monster's encirclement, I'll turn these husks into nothing but dust. No one dared to object this time. Shen Tai immediately summoned the escort eagles to evacuate the group. Before retreating, Lao Fei looked back. We won't hold you back then. Lu Fan, stay sharp. Watching the eagles vanish into the horizon, Lu Fan whispered, reach the outpost safely, everyone. A sharp smirk played on his lips. He activated Snake Shadow Arrow and locked eyes with the approaching horde. All right, let's see what Master Du's bow can really do. Elsewhere, Shen Tai was still feeling uneasy. I'm still thinking about Lu Fan. Is it really okay to leave him alone? Lu Changkong smiled confidently. Don't worry, I've seen him fight. We're the ones who were dead weight. After all, he's the legendary Dragon Knight of Southern Province. The snow monsters launched massive ice boulders at Lu Fan using their frozen volley skill, but every projectile was vaporized by his Snake Shadow arrows. Frustrated, the entire horde charged him head-on. Still coming? You stubborn pests. Then try this on for size. Without even drawing the string, Lu Fan unleashed the Phantom Snake Strike. This divine skill fires 12 magical arrows, with each one dealing 20% damage. He then summoned Xiao Ye and Xing Chen. Struck by the arrows, the monsters entered a frenzy state, stacking powerful buffs. Once health drops below 50%, Berserk triggers boosting attack by 350% and doubling speed. Their Corpse Bond skill also increased the entire group's defense by 25% for every nearby ally. Furthermore, their Defy Death buff granted another 25% defense every time they took a fatal hit. To counter them, Lu Fan ordered Xing Chen to activate the Star Crush skill. This creates a massive star and detonates it for overwhelming area damage. Xing Chen soared into the sky. Energy coalesced in its claws, forming a miniature star aimed directly at the heart of the enemy army. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Lu Fan. Xing Chen, back off. Let me be the one to shatter it. As the star fell, Lu Fan charged his Snake Shadow arrow. By drawing back for 3 seconds, damage surged by 500%. The ordinary Star Crush had now evolved into the star-shattering Snake Arrow. He fired a perfect shot, detonating the star mid-air. The blast expanded, fueled by 500% of the Astral Dragon's strength. The monsters couldn't even scream before they were disintegrated by the sheer heat of the explosion. The shockwave rocked the entire region, nearly knocking the group's griffin out of the sky and throwing them into the snow. Moments later, Lao Fei, Lu Changkong, and Shen Tai were dragged from the deep drifts by their mounts. Lao Fei coughed, staring back at the massive mushroom cloud in pure disbelief. Is this Lu Fan's true power? Below the cliff, the monsters were wiped out instantly, not even ashes remained. This was the true, terrifying might of a dragon knight who had perfectly synchronized with his dragon. Lu Fan smiled, patting Xing Chen's head. Great job. Go rest. I'll let big sister Xiao Ye handle the rest. He turned to the black dragon. Xiao Ye, scan the area. If any monsters are left, finish them. Otherwise, let's regroup. Just as he spoke, a familiar voice called out to him from the distance. Lao Fei's team emerged from a spatial portal, catching Lu Fan off guard. Captain, why did you guys come back? Lu Fan. Was that explosion you're doing? Lao Fei asked, his eyes landing on Xiao Ye. Feeling threatened, the girl glared back. Lu Fan chuckled at her reaction. It's okay, Xiao Ye. They're allies. Change back into your true form. Xiao Ye let out a piercing cry and took to the skies, transforming into her massive destruction dragon form. Xiao Ye, if you hate this place, just wipe it clean. She didn't hesitate, unleashing Catastrophe Level 1 across the battlefield. The sheer scale of the destruction left Lao Fei's team paralyzed with absolute shock. I can't believe it. You really are that Dragon Tamer from Southern Province. Lu Fan, is she your dragon? Lu Fan blinked in surprise. Yes, she's the Black Dragon, Xiao Ye. You've actually heard of me? Lao Fei spoke with excitement. Heard of you? For months, Master Du hasn't stopped talking about a young dragon tamer. He said you possessed a legendary dragon and were the most promising talent he'd ever seen in his life. Shen Tai added, even I've heard the rumors. To think Master Du sent us someone this incredibly powerful. Lu Changkong chuckled, eyes beaming. Lu Fan, you've certainly been hiding your true strength. Lu Fan replied with a humble smile. You flatter me too much, everyone. I'm a newcomer and still learning the ropes. I've caused quite a bit of trouble for you all, and for that, I'm truly sorry for the burden. Lu Fei stepped forward, patting Lu Fan's shoulder with deep gratitude. I've led many young warriors, but you're the most mature and responsible of them all. Thank you for saving us when death was at our doorstep, Shen Tai added, his voice tinged with regret. To think I targeted you and looked down on your abilities before. I should have known that anyone handpicked by Lord Du would be extraordinary. We were destined to meet, weren't we? I'll be counting on your strength from now on. Thank you for understanding, Lu Fan replied, his heart lightened by their words. Suddenly, Xiao Ye let out a thunderous roar, releasing a shockwave of power that left the trio trembling. Lu Fan, what's happening to your dragon? Xiao Ye had reached level 30. With this breakthrough, her base stats didn't just rise, a powerful new ability awakened within her. Black Dragon Covenant 1 evolved into Black Dragon Covenant 2. A new skill was unlocked, Dragon Sense. In her second stage, the Black Dragon gains razor-sharp intuition, allowing her to see through any enemy's stealth or camouflage. When activated, this skill forcibly strips away all hidden and disguised states from every foe in the immediate area. Just as he suspected, level 30 brought a massive transformation, mirroring his own second job advancement. Every attribute now soared past 10,000, and the new anti-assassin skill was a complete game-changer. Even if he faced high-level shadow assassins now, he had absolutely nothing to fear. Lu Changkong suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Lu Fan, didn't you say your mount was too low level to be ridden? Now that she's evolved, does that mean? Yes. Finally, I've become a true dragon knight. With a flash of light, Lu Fan withdrew the Dragon Sovereign Saddle from his storage ring. Epic grade, Dragon Sovereign Saddle. Requirements. Level 30, dragon or sub-dragon species. Once equipped, it allows the pet to serve as a formidable mount. While mounted, the attributes of both the rider and the dragon resonate, merging their power into one. Every basic attack is infused with dragon breath, dealing devastating long-range damage. Lu Fan. Look at her. Terrifying flames erupted, illuminating the dark sky like a second sun. Seeing Xiao Ye like this for the first time, Lu Fan felt a wave of concern. However, that worry vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of pure joy. Xiao Ye's strange behavior was merely the herald of her metamorphosis. By reaching stage 2, her form was becoming more powerful and majestic than ever. Before their very eyes, she had fully transformed into a legendary great dragon. Lu Changkong's jaw dropped in disbelief. So this is Lu Fan's true mount, a great dragon. That's incredible. Even the veteran Lu Fei was stunned into silence. That fiery aura just now sent chills down my spine. I never expected a dragon's growth to be so earth-shattering. To ride such a legendary beast, you'll need a specialized saddle. Wait here, Lu Fan, I'll get you one from our reserves. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. That's not necessary, sir. I'll just use the one I have. You don't understand, kid. The custom saddles of our Griffin Legion are high-tier military gear. They grant you 10% of your mount's total attributes. They are incredibly rare. Shen Tai chimed in, trying to persuade him. He's right, Lu Fan. With an extra 10% of a great dragon's power, you'd be unstoppable in the skies. Lu Fan simply smiled and showed them his epic gear. This Dragon Sovereign saddle is specifically forged for dragons. It grants me 100% of Xiaoye's attributes and adds dragon aura to every strike. 100%? And it buffs normal attacks too? What kind of god-tier equipment is that? Lu Fan, you really are a bottomless pit of surprises. Compared to this masterpiece, our Legion saddles are nothing but trash. To think I was bragging about it. How embarrassing. Lu Fei coughed awkwardly, his face turning a shade of red. Well, since you've got such a legendary saddle, don't keep us in suspense. Let us see it in action. This morning I thought Lu Fan was a burden, but now everything he touches is a masterpiece. I want a saddle like that so badly. Shen Tai smirked and teased her. Keep dreaming. That's for dragons. Does your bird have even a single drop of dragon blood in it? Fine. I know my bird can't use it, but just being near this dragon energy is enough of a thrill for me. As Lu Fei and Shen Tai bickered, Lu Chengkong's eyes never left the boy. Quiet, you two. Look at Lu Fan. We are witnessing a historical moment, the birth of the world's very first true dragon knight. Xiao Ye, thank you for staying by my side and helping me rise above the weakest class. From now on, we face every battle as one. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Fan stroked Xiao Ye's head before firmly securing the Dragon Sovereign saddle. The moment he settled into the seat, Lu Fan felt a violent surge of power. His body was undergoing a magnificent evolution. This sensation, an incredible power is surging through my entire body. It feels like I could shatter the heavens and earth with just a flick of my wrist. Mounting the dragon has granted me the primal strength of the dragon race. At level 32, the stats of this dragon knight are insane. My strength has skyrocketed from 1,412 to a staggering 10,047. Agility leaped from 985 to 9,431. Spirit reached 10,107, and my endurance hit 10,473. The Dragon Tooth Strike has evolved. Without dragon energy, it unleashes 2 claw strikes. With it, Dragon Claw transforms into Dragon Destruction, morphing my arm into a Draconic Claw. This allows for 6 consecutive high-speed strikes, even from a distance. When perfectly synchronized, the dragon simultaneously unleashes 6 layers of devastating magic damage. Even my basic attacks are now infused with ranged dragon energy. Dragon Knight Lu Fan. This is what a true dragon rider looks like. The first, the one and only. I knew he was strong when he saved me, but seeing this gap? Even though we're both knights, compared to Lu Fan, I'm nothing more than a total loser. Lu Jiangkong remained silent, a bitter taste in his mouth. He had fought for 10 years to enter Longdu Academy's Qingyun class and join the Griffin Legion. Lu Fan. Those achievements were supposed to be my lifelong pride, but standing before you, they mean nothing at all. Suddenly, Xiao Ye let out a sharp cry, sensing something in the distance before bolting into the sky. Lu Fan guessed what was happening immediately. Xiao Ye, are there more enemies ahead? Use your perception. Sure enough, as Xiao Ye's perception flared, humanoid shadows with butterfly wings began to materialize behind the thick veil of snow. Lu Fei's team quickly mounted their flying beasts, but they were frozen in shock. He actually detected those hidden enemies? Look! Their camouflage is breaking. Those things, they aren't human. They're hovering in the air. Lu Fei's expression turned grim. Those are snow moths. They're extremely lethal, everyone. Stay back. Snow moths. Level 85. They are masters of the blizzard, using the swirling snow to remain completely invisible. Their cloak only breaks when they attack or take damage. And then comes their most terrifying trait, blood drain. A snow moth can drain 10% of a target's health every single second. If they strike from stealth, you won't even notice them for the first 4 seconds of the drain. It's a silent death sentence. These nocturnal hunters wait until their prey is sucked dry before they're even spotted. Lu Fei explained the danger, but Lu Fan just smirked. Dangerous? That's exactly what I need. With a glint in his eye, Lu Fan drew his weapon. He and Xiao Ye dove straight into the swarm to give those snow moths a taste of hell. Watching the carnage, Lu Jiangkong couldn't help but marvel. Those snow moths have slaughtered so many of our comrades, yet Lu Fan is crushing them like they're nothing. Shen Tai blinked in disbelief. The coordination between Lu Fan and that great dragon, it's beyond imagination. Lu Jiangkong turned to Lu Fei with a grin. Captain, with him here, do we even need to fear these moths anymore? Lu Fei was about to answer when his face went pale. Jiangkong, behind you. Before the warning even finished, a flash of light tore through the air, obliterating the moths closing in on Lu Fei's group. It was Lu Fan. Does he even have long-range support skills? Lu Fan had unleashed Dragon Destruction, His arm transformed into a claw, striking 6 times with blinding speed from afar. As his dragon simultaneously blasted them with magic damage, Lu Fan shouted, "Stay sharp." With Xiao Ye's perception active, they can't hide from us. After a whirlwind of violence, the last of the snow moths were wiped out by the unstoppable duo. They're finally all dead. That was incredible. Lu Fan, you've saved us once again. With the dragon's senses and Lu Fan's skills, we've got nothing left to fear, right, Captain? Hearing that, Shen Tai curled his lip in a playful sneer. Look at you. It's Lu Fan this, Lu Fan that. Act like a senior for once and stop making him rescue your sorry butt. Lu Fan just laughed. Captain Lu, I've mastered our synchronization. Even if a blizzard hits, I can lead the scouting mission safely. Lu Fan, I know you're capable, Lu Fei said, looking up. But look at the sky. A starless night in the far north is the ultimate omen of a coming blizzard. It's arriving much faster than we thought. It'll be here by tomorrow. My worst fear has come true. If the storm hits early, we won't have enough time to make it back to camp. Shen Tai stared at the horizon. Scouting in a blizzard while carrying an injured man like me? No, it's too risky for everyone. But seeing their spirits sink, Lu Fan stepped forward with a proposal. The deadly snow moths weren't even a challenge for us. If we take down the beasts within the storm and finish the mission, this is our best chance to rake in some serious military merit. Lu Fan reached out a hand to Lu Fei, his face radiating pure confidence. Trust me, I would never gamble with everyone's lives. Trust me, I can lead this mission safely through the blizzard. Captains Shen Tai and Lu Changkong turned to La Fei, waiting for his final decision. I understand. With you here, I have no more doubts. Regardless of the weather, we proceed with the scout. La Fei smiled and shook Lu Fan's hand. And so, the team's dangerous journey continued into the white abyss. They soon reached 100 miles past the outpost. With a swift flash of his blade, Lu Fan struck down a snow wraith. Suddenly, the monster dropped the very item Lu Fan had been searching for this entire time: everlasting glacial ice, an epic-grade material found only in the extreme north. It never melts and is prized for divine accessories. It is said that during a blizzard, the drop rate for this rare treasure increases slightly. Finally, all those kills were worth it for this piece of ice. Everyone come here. This area is secure now. La Fei's group struggled against the howling winds, their faces filled with pure amazement. These monsters are everywhere in this storm, crawling out like vermin in the rain. Lu Fan, you've been clearing them out since we started. You must have slain thousands of beasts by now. I lost count a long time ago. It's mostly just snow wraiths. I'm actually getting sick of them. Lu Changkong let out a heavy sigh. Level 32 and already bored of killing level 85 monsters? If I had your power, I'd stay here until the storm cleared. Commander Du Jing would surely award me a gold medal for such a feat. Shen Tai slapped Lu Changkong's back. You think you're Lu Fan? Why don't you go tell the commander yourself? Let him give you a real piece of his mind. Lu Changkong chuckled. Hey, let a man dream a little. La Fei ignored the bickering and turned to Lu Fan. The 100-mile scout is complete and supplies are low. Shall we head back to camp? Let's go home, Lu Fan. If we wait any longer, my wounds will have healed themselves before we even arrive. Yeah, it's time. We haven't had a proper rest in 4 days. Hearing this, Xiao Ye transformed into her tiny, adorable form and let out a soft cry. You've been hungry and cold for too long, haven't you? Let's head back and rest. With that, the entire team reached a unanimous agreement. Mark the location before we withdraw, La Fei ordered. Lu Changkong watched Lu Fan pamper Xiao Ye and turned to tease Shen Tai. Lu Fan really loves his dragon. Your giant eagle must be starving after these past few days, right? He's doing just fine. You don't need to worry about him. Shen Tai replied coldly and slammed a massive pillar into the frozen ground. She pulled the trigger, firing a red beacon straight into the heavens. This specialized mission tool belongs to the Griffin Legion. It is essential for mapping the treacherous northern territories. It secures a signal pillar to the ground, transmitting coordinates back to the mainframe at base. Lu Fan asked, Sister Shen, what is that? This is a positioning gun. We use it to mark our current location for the future. Once the weather clears, the construction crew will come here to build a temporary outpost. As they flew back toward camp, a chilling shadow corpse watched them from beneath the beacon. The next day at the northern camp, I'm going to report to Commander Du. Everyone else, dismissed. La Fei headed toward Du Jing's office. As Shen Tai prepared to rest, Lu Fan quickly called out to her. Sister Shen, wait. Do you know anyone in camp who can process everlasting glacial ice? Old Joe at the armory is quite skilled. Oh? Is this a gift for a girlfriend? Lu Fan's face turned bright red. No, it's not like that. She's just a normal friend. Right. No need to explain. I get it. Shen Tai laughed playfully. I'll go find the blacksmith then. See you later, Sister Shen, Lu Fan called to Xiao Ye. Come on, Xiao Ye. I'll show you where the best meat is hidden. Shentai watched him leave, then pulled out a pendant made of the same ice. She gazed at it with a look of deep, hidden sorrow. At the armory, Lu Fan handed the ice to old Zhou. Suddenly, Du Jing appeared and patted his shoulder. So, this is where you ran off to. I've been looking everywhere for you. Old La already gave me the full report on your mission. On your first mission, you saved everyone and led the team through a deadly blizzard. If I didn't trust your power, I would have assumed you'd all perish. Exceptional work. This bronze badge is yours. Du Jing personally pinned the medal onto Lu Fan's chest. Thank you for the recognition, Commander. Lu Fan beamed with pride. This medal was equal in rank to the captains, La Fei and Lu Changkong. By the time other squads located them, the corruption had already taken hold. There was no choice left but to put them down for good. It was a tragic outcome, yet such grim discoveries are common during these perilous scouting missions. Thankfully, your dragon remains untouched by the blight. Elder Lu praised your flawless coordination with it, making me eager to witness your synergy firsthand. Lu Fan ignored Du Jing's praise, sinking into a heavy silence. It seemed the closer the blood moon drew, the faster creatures were consumed by darkness. Despite his inner turmoil, he noted that Sister Shen's Great Eagle and Xiao Ye were still showing no signs of corruption. By the way, I caught a glimpse of your dragon's appetite earlier, Du Jing remarked. That creature certainly knows how to eat. A unique species truly possesses a unique way of feeding. Du Jing laughed heartily, recalling Xiao Ye's savage, tiger-like hunger. Lu Fan offered a faint smile. Xiao Ye hasn't been forced to go hungry for this long before, so I expected as much. Let your companion feast. In the meantime, there is something of grave importance you need to see. Du Jing's expression turned grim as he slid a stack of photos toward Lu Fan. Our spies in the Star-Spangled Nation uncovered this at the Sacred Mountain ruins. Their national representative, Charlie Morgan, is currently leading an expedition into those ancient ruins near the border. After shadowing the Morgan family, our agents managed to capture these images, the remains of a colossal, humanoid skeleton. This mysterious, towering entity bears a chilling resemblance to the giant we witnessed within the Blood Moon. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. It looks familiar. Compared to that titan, the excavators in the photo are like invisible ants. There is more. Our intelligence team managed to record a video after infiltrating the Morgan household's inner circle. A video that could pull back the curtain on a world-shattering secret. The scene shifts to the base of the massive skeleton. A man in a sharp suit broke the silence. Sir, we have arrived. Beside him, a voice gasped in pure awe. It looks like a six-winged angel. A blonde woman gestured behind them, asking, Where did young Master Charlie go? A cold voice answered her. He went toward the temple. The suited man gazed at the distant structure. We sent a reconnaissance team in already. Even with a top-tier master, they had lost all contact. As he spoke, a sharp, panicked cry rang out. What was that sound? The blonde woman shrieked. Those are the sacred mountain puppets. The golden radiance emanating from the temple has twisted every living thing nearby. They have mutated into monsters far more violent and powerful than before. Suddenly, the suited man tensed. Wait, someone is coming. The woman turned, her eyes widening. Isn't that the rank 4 master from the scouting party? The expedition had returned, but something was wrong. Don't move, he's not himself, the man hissed, staring at the mutated wings. Suddenly, the sacred mountain slave lunged with terrifying speed. Run, he's been turned into a slave, they screamed in pure horror. Back in the dimly lit room, the projection cut to black. Du Jing sighed. The footage ends there. It was a miracle our agent escaped with their life to deliver this recording to us. A sacred mountain slave, Lu Fan whispered. Du Jing nodded. A higher-tier horror compared to the common puppets. Both the puppets and the slaves are abominations born from the influence of the giant skeletons and that cursed temple. Lu Fan deduced that, like the guardians spawned by the blood moon, these entities were transforming their environment as they awakened. Exactly, Du Jing agreed, looking at the dark screen. This discovery has already been sent to the high scholars of Long Tu. Those experts suspect that these two skeletons are not the only ones of their kind hidden across the world. They are remnants of an era so ancient they defy history. Now, we call them ancient gods. Lu Fan's brow furrowed at the weight of that title. He stared at the photograph of the Titan, lost in thought. Where did they come from? Why are they here? Their power is absolute. Calling them gods is perhaps no exaggeration at all. Du Jing reached for a flask, his gaze steady. I know exactly what is crossing your mind right now. The truth of these ancient gods remains elusive. It feels as if we have only just glimpsed a tiny corner of the world's greatest secret. He took a drink before continuing. The sacred mountain creates puppets and slaves, while the blood moon produces those we call guardians, Lu Fan interjected, finishing the thought. Then the guardians should also be categorized into puppets and slaves. Du Jing glanced at him, impressed by his sharp intuition. An image of a cloaked figure standing before a colossal skeleton flashed in his mind. I believe you are right. The guardians we have faced were merely mindless shells. You and Elder Lu must be careful. If a guardian slave truly exists, it will be a nightmare. I understand, Senior Du, Lu Fan replied firmly. Did anything else happen after that slave attack at the ruins? Du Jing looked away, his eyes clouding over as he searched his memory for the next piece of the puzzle. This holy mountain slave slaughtered every member of the Morgan family at the ruins that day, yet he spared one man, Charlie Morgan. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. Charlie? From the Stars and Stripes Kingdom? Du Jing confirms the grim suspicion with a heavy nod. Precisely. Our intelligence officers escaped the massacre only to witness a chilling meeting between that monster and Charlie at the temple gates. The holy mountain slave reached out, clutching a mysterious object and offering it directly to Charlie. Instead of a lethal strike, the creature opened its palm to reveal a legendary treasure known as the Holy Mountain Essence. Lu Fan's voice drops to a whisper, repeating the name in shock. Holy Mountain Essence. Du Jing explains that Charlie was already a powerhouse, but after consuming that essence, he evolved into a saint class, a hidden profession shrouded in mystery. Watch your back, Du Jing warns, patting his shoulder. Lu Fan stands frozen, murmuring the words to himself. Saint class. Resolve ignites in his eyes as he turns back. Senior. Don't worry. No matter the foe, I will claim that #1 spot. 48 hours later, the heat of the forge pulses within the logistics district's blacksmith shop. The master blacksmith holds up his masterpiece with a grin. Satisfied? This beauty would fetch over 100,000 long coins on the open market. Lu Fan beams with excitement. More than satisfied. Your craftsmanship is truly legendary, Master Chu. He presents a large jug of premium liquor to the smith, the high-proof spirit Senior Du loves most. Please, accept this, Master Chu. You've worked incredibly hard these past few days, Master Chu chuckles, clearly impressed by the youth's etiquette and sharp mind. Sharp kid, knowing exactly what I like. Suddenly, Shen Tai's voice cuts through from behind. Lu Fan, it's time to move out. Chang Kong chimes in with a smirk. The new expedition mission is live. We're just waiting on you, hero. Master Chu waves them off with a grin as Lu Fan grips his new necklace. It's a deal. See you when I return. Chang Kong throws an arm over him, teasing. Unbelievable. A bronze badge already? I've been risking my life for a year and still haven't earned mine. Shen Tai sighs in mock defeat at his rapid growth. He's a monster. You've been here for only a few days and you're already our superior. Talk about a talent gap. The next dawn, Lu Fei barks orders to the group. Supplies are set for 15 days. We're pushing deeper into the unknown wilderness this time. Understood, the young warriors shout in unison. But as Lu Fan glides over the frost, a sense of unease takes root. Strange. The coordinates match perfectly, but I don't see the signal beacon we left behind. Lu Fan, over here, Shen Tai shouts. She points to a beacon buried in the drifts. Must have been the blizzard. 2 days and it's already junk. Such poor quality. Lu Fan remains silent, scanning the horizon. Something is wrong. This feels less like an accident and more like a baited trap. Chang Kong adjusts his cloak, stepping forward into the white void. Well, let's get this mission started. Lu Fan's heart skips a beat as he roars. Wait, get back, it's an ambush. As Chang Kong turns in confusion, a legion of nightmares emerges from the freezing shadows behind him. We're surrounded. Chang Kong pales. We're in deep trouble now. Lu Fei curses under his breath. He never saw this coming. Lu Fan stays calm, tracking every movement. Lu Fei's eyes widen as he finally recognizes the nature of their attackers. Follower, slaves. The very monsters Senior Du warned us about? Suddenly, a chilling, oob-like voice echoes through the pass. Correct. These are the loyal servants of the glorious god. Lu Fan shifts his gaze, tracking the source of the dark energy. Who's there? Chang Kong trembles. A pale, withered hand reaches out and pulls back a tattered hood. Li Luo? Lu Fei gasps in horror. Even Shen Tai stands frozen in utter disbelief as the figure speaks. A Tai. It's been a long time. Li Luo. A level 76 fallen slave and former spear knight. Lu Fan glances at his trembling team. You know him? Lu Fei explains he was a silver officer and Shen Tai's fiancé before vanishing. As Lu Fei details the tragedy of his disappearance, Chang Kong abruptly cuts him off. Captain, stop. Look at her. Lu Fan watches as Shen Tai collapses, tears streaming down her face in agony. Sister Shen. Li Luo, I missed you so much. Please, just come home with me. A pair of boots appears before her blurred vision. A deep, familiar voice whispers, A Tai, I missed you too. He kneels, his cold hand brushing her cheek. I finally found you. Overwhelmed, she throws herself into his arms. Come back with me. Everyone will be so happy. But suddenly, a sickening black miasma erupts from Li Luo's skin. I can't go back. But you could stay here with me forever. Shen Tai looks up, confusion turning to pure dread. In an instant, his humanity shatters into a monstrous form. You will all stay, as sacrifices for the god who awakens. Shen Tai screams in terror as Lu Fan's desperate shout rings out through the blizzard. Sister Shen, get away from him! Li Luo glares with haunting crimson eyes, tempting her to serve his dark god. Meanwhile, Lu Fan fights to pull her mind back from the brink. Sister Shen, don't listen. Stay away from him, Lu Fan yells. Li Luo only tightens his grip with a chilling threat. Refusal leads to only one fate, he sneers. To be torn apart and turned into a soulless puppet. Shen Tai begs through tears as Lu Fan's voice echoes in her ears. Sister Shen, look at me. Lu Fan holds the trembling woman tightly. You have to wake up right now. Perched atop a massive skeleton, Li Luo's voice drips with eerie darkness. Tai, answer me. Will you stay and serve the gods by my side? Old Fei watches tensely. Lu Fan, we can't let him take her. Look at these puppets. Can we even break through this horde? Shen Tai whimpers in despair. What do we do? Chang Kong argues. Captain, there are thousands of monsters. We'll lose the group if we follow him. If we don't fix that signal tower, we'll be lost in this wasteland forever. Who cares about a tower right now? Old Fei snaps. We run as far as our legs carry us. Lu Fan suddenly smirks. A breakout is too much trouble. Actually, we don't need to run at all. His words leave the entire team in shock. Chang Kong sees magic in Lu Fan's palm. Wait. You're not planning another massacre, are you? Lu Fan just grins. Correct. A massive bow appears in his grip. This much combat experience is hand-delivered to us. We must accept. Li Luo's gaze turns cold. So, that is your answer? How tragic. To reject a god is to embrace the end. He roars, Die, join the ranks of my soulless puppets. The horde charges like a tide of death. Lu Fan aims his serpent shadow arrow. Senior Lu, deploy the shield. Without hesitation, Lu follows the lead. A golden barrier erupts, encasing the three of them in safety. I've got the shield. What's next? Lu Fan's smile widens. Nothing. The rest is my job. The serpent shadow arrow screams toward Li Luo. Simultaneously, a system notification flashes before Lu Fan's eyes. Chang Kong screams in a panic. What do you mean nothing after? Are you insane? My protection only lasts 10 seconds. Lu Fan stays calm. Trust me. 10 seconds is enough. Shield remaining. 10 seconds. Li Luo senses the danger and barely dodges the arrow at the last millisecond. Shield remaining. 8 seconds. But Lu Fan has already vanished, reappearing like a ghost directly behind him. Xiao Ye, Dragon God Descent. A titanic dragon manifests from the void, its roar shaking the very foundations of the earth. Shield remaining. 6 seconds. Old Fei watches the sky. Lu Fan. It's all up to you now. Captain, watch out! Chang Kong yells as the monsters close in. Shield remaining. 4 seconds. Lu Fan draws a gleaming short sword. Xiao Ye, with me, Dragon Breath. Lu Fan blurs into motion, raining strikes on Li Luo. Shield remaining. 3 seconds. The system activates the Void Break skill. Enveloped in primordial flames, Xiao Ye roars. The great cataclysm begins. The surrounding beasts are vaporized instantly by the dragon's inferno. Shield remaining. 2 seconds. Chang Kong stares, breathless at the sheer destruction. No, Old Fei explains. This is the true power of a dragon knight. To them, monsters are just grass to be mown. Li Luo falls, wounded and broken. My god. How is this possible? Shield remaining. 1 second. Xiao Ye exhales one final blast, incinerating the remaining horde. Shield remaining. 0 seconds. Silence falls as the battle ends. Lu Fan approaches Shen Tai, who is cradling Li Luo's body. Are you okay, Sister Shen? Thank you. I'm fine, she whispers. Chang Kong offers to bind Li Luo with holy chains, but Lu Fan stops him. Shen Tai gazes at her lover's face. He is Li Luo. And yet, he isn't. Li Luo groans in agony. Suddenly, a violent surge of dark energy erupts from his body. Lu Fan recognizes the corruption immediately. As the darkness fades, Li Luo's eyes clear for one final moment. Tai, you have to leave this place. Shen Tai grips his hand, tears streaming down. Li Luo, you're back. Please, just stay with me. With his dying breath, Li Luo whispers a final secret about the signal station. His hand turns cold, leaving Shen Tai in silence. Shen Tai's heart sinks as he desperately grasps his hand. Li Luo, you finally returned. Please, just hold on a little longer. After whispering his final, heavy words regarding Tino, Li Luo's strength completely fades. His hand falls limp before Shen Tai's devastated eyes. Her screams of agony echoed his name through the bitter cold. Shen Tai cried out through a veil of tears. Even if it was only for a few seconds, that was truly him. He returned, Lu Fan noted. Amidst the snow mountains, he saved us. This anomaly is serious. We must report to camp. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Understood. Sister Shen needs some time to find her composure anyway. Suddenly, a streak of violet light tore through the sky. LV Fei shouted in shock. What is that? The mysterious energy refused to vanish. Lu Fan reacted instantly, his hand tightening around his blade. This was the protective energy from Li Luo's body, and it was surging directly toward the blood moon. A second later, he lunged toward the radiance. This essence was vital for the fallen guardian's dissection. He couldn't let it escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed the fallen corpse essence, a legendary item of immense power. Its true effects were still a mystery. Holding the gem, he wondered if it shared the same power as the Holy Mountain's essence. A notification flashed. Fallen Guardian Essence successfully acquired. Could this essence be the key to a hidden class? The Ancient God's Slave? LV Fei's group rushed over, faces full of concern. Lu Fan, is it safe to hold that thing directly? Lu Fan's mind raced. If his logic held, Sly had been a loyal servant to the ancient gods. Visions of dark oaths to the ancient gods flashed before him. I'm fine, he told LV Fei. Captain, get this to Senior 2 immediately. LV Fei glanced at the two figures nearby, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. I understand, but we need to wait just a moment before we head back. Lu Fan sensed his worry. Captain, let's go help her. Time is short. Finally, the old leader nodded in agreement. They approached Sister Shen, who was still whispering, I truly hope you missed me as much as you said. A single tear rolled down her cheek. But perhaps. It was all just my beautiful delusion. In her hands lay the ever-frozen necklace, an epic tear accessory of tragic beauty. Lu Fan stepped up behind her, offering a firm answer. It was real. We all heard him. She removed her glasses and wiped away the tears. Lu Fan, thank you. When she put them back on, the resilient Sister Shen had returned. Captain, I'm ready. What's our next move? They treated her with silent respect, and she no longer avoided the mention of Li Luo's name. Seeing the team regrouped, LV Fei gave the order. Good. Squad 78, prepare to return to base. They answered in unison. As they descended the snowy peaks, the landscape fell into a lonely silence. That day, she finally said goodbye to her past and began looking toward the future. High noon the next day. Tu Jing stared at the violet orb, realization dawning on him. Everything makes sense now, Lu Fan noted. Senior 2, I have a theory based on what happened. Tu Jing stroked his chin. Let's hear it, Lu Fan explained. Becoming an ancient god's slave requires specific conditions. The fallen legion members and mutated beasts were mere mindless puppets, forced to serve as guards. The dead cannot become true slaves of the ancient gods. They lack the necessary intelligence, just like the wild beasts do. True slaves retain their cognitive abilities, unlike Li Luo, who was completely consumed by the guardian essence. Therefore, becoming a slave requires the ancient god's personal selection and recognition. Tu Jing looked at the essence solemnly. So you're saying, to gain this power, one must be chosen by the god? Exactly, Lu Fan confirmed. Living beings with high intelligence are the most likely candidates. Li Luo mentioned that these slaves could even leave this place, a thought that intrigued Tu Jing. He lowered his voice, recalling dark rumors from the outside world. Over the past few years, strange cults have appeared across a dozen different nations. These fanatics claim to have received divine protection and are heralding the awakening of their gods. He gripped the gem tightly. If Li Luo was right, these heretics are either slaves or their devoted followers. Lu Fan's eyes darkened with concern. A dozen nations. Does this mean over a dozen ancient gods are beginning to wake up? Lu Fan's eyes sharpened as a chilling realization struck him. Senior Du, is this camp truly the only human outpost left in the far north? Du Jing's heavy nod confirmed his fears. What's on your mind? Du Jing asked, sensing the tension. Lu Fan pressed further, regarding Li Luo's legion. How many of those warriors are still officially missing? The weight of the question hit Du Jing like a physical blow. Do you mean they've all been turned into fallen thralls? Lu Fan's expression grew grim as he laid out the cold logic. If any survivors left this place, there is a high probability they've already succumbed to the corruption. We must issue a pursuit order immediately. To protect the realm, we have to find and eliminate these hidden threats before the danger spreads. Silence fell over the room as Du Jing processed the harsh reality. He stood there, speechless, and haunted by the fate of his comrades. Finally, he spoke, his voice thick with grief. To think my brothers-in-arms men who bled for this country must now be hunted down like common monsters. Lu Fan placed a steady hand on the old man's shoulder. It's a cruel fate, but there is no other choice. They would have understood the sacrifice for the greater good. Du Jing let out a long, weary sigh, acknowledging the bitter necessity. I understand. The order is set. We do what must be done. Lu Fan then turned his gaze toward the fallen essence, shimmering on the table. Now, let's use this to put my theory to the test and see what we're truly up against. Du Jing looked confused, his brow furrowing. A test? On whom? Surely you aren't suggesting we use a human subject for this madness? Lu Fan offered a calm, confident smile. Let one of my dragons handle it. Du Jing nearly jumped. Are you insane? I won't sacrifice a human, but I won't let you throw away a dragon either. Xiao Ye might be immune to the blood moon, but what if this essence is different? The risk of losing your companion is too high. Lu Fan quickly raised his hands to calm the veteran. Senior Du, you misunderstand. The dragon I'm talking about isn't my main companion. The one I intend to use as a subject is a different kind of summon altogether. Du Jing's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Wait, what? Soon after, both men stepped out into the biting wind and swirling snow. I watched your battle with Ruan Changfeng, Du Jing remarked. Besides your 5 main dragons, I didn't see you command any others. Lu Fan gave a knowing smirk. 2 of those 5 aren't actually my direct pets. They are summons belonging to my own dragon summon. Du Jing gasped, his mind reeling. A summon's summon? Lu Fan didn't waste another second and raised his hand toward the sky. Come forth, Xiao Fei. Summon the twin flying dragon kings. In a flash of light, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared, hovering in the air. With a graceful wave of her hand, she manifested a massive, imposing dragon before them. This was the soul of the twin flying dragon king, called forth by the dragon bone flute. Its power level mirrored that of its master. Du Jing watched, mesmerized by the incredible spectacle. It was true this dragon was merely a subordinate of Lu Fan's pet. Even the legendary flying dragon boss was nothing more than a servant's pet to Lu Fan. Truly, every beast under this boy's command was a monster. Before them stood the level 22 soul of the flying dragon king, radiating a cold, ancient power. Its breath could unleash a devastating storm of elements, fire, ice, lightning, or wind, obliterating anything in its path with ease. Lu Fan analyzed the creature with a calculating gaze. The flying dragon is the weakest among my 5. Even if it turns, Senior Du and I can easily take it down. The best part is, it can be resummoned after death with 0 loss. It's the perfect, disposable test subject. With his mind made up, Lu Fan signaled the veteran. Du Jing nodded grimly. Let's begin. Lu Fan then gave the command. Xiao Fei, feed it to the dragon. She obeyed instantly, tossing the fallen essence into the air toward the flying dragon king. The massive beast snapped its jaws, swallowing the cursed gem in a single, effortless gulp. The transformation was instantaneous and violent. Surges of purple miasma erupted from within, wrapping around the dragon's body like a suffocating shroud. The flying dragon king let out a bone-chilling roar of pure agony. The sheer intensity of the mutation caught everyone off guard. Xiao Fei cried out in alarm. Du Jing snapped into a battle stance, his aura exploding. Lu Fan, get back. It's turning into a corrupted thrall. Wait, Senior Du, just a little longer, Lu Fan shouted, his eyes locked on the thrashing, shadowed beast. It would be a waste to kill it now before we see the true result. Du Jing was frantic with worry. If we don't act now, we'll have a full-blown monster on our hands. Lu Fan quickly formulated a desperate plan. Xiao Fei, you are their master. Break the ancient gods' control and reclaim them. She surged forward, unleashing her emerald light. The radiant glow began purging negative effects, boosting attributes by 30% while shielding against the corruption's bite. Lu Fan watched intently, calculating the odds. The flying dragon is only a half-dragon, so it can't fully benefit from Xiao Fei's dual effects. She was desperately using the emerald light to sever the ancient god's tether. Du Jing remained skeptical and tense. Is that even possible? That dark energy isn't fading at all. It's getting stronger. Waves of emerald energy clashed against the dark miasma, swirling violently around the flying dragon king's transforming form. The struggle reached a fever pitch. The dragon's screams grew louder as Xiao Fei's eyes ignited with a brilliant, piercing green light. With a burst of sheer willpower and energy, she lunged toward the corrupted beast, prepared to fight for its very soul. Below them, the 2 warriors watch in utter shock. What on earth is happening now? The rampaging beast has suddenly regained its composure. Instead of turning into a mindless thrall, it has ascended with the ancient god's power, becoming a level 22 fallen demon dragon. Its very essence has shifted, granting it a completely revamped set of devastating skills after this evolution. Du Jing can't hide his amazement. Xiao Fei, you actually snatched the Wyvern King right from the ancient god's grasp? You are truly incredible. Turning to Lu Fan, Du Jing adds, it seems your intuition was spot on. The ancient god devours the spirit when its essence is consumed. Lu Fan offers a knowing smile. The twin dragon's evolutions will now resonate and mutate in unison. This development was beyond his wildest predictions. Taking a deep breath of relief, the elder sighs. I'm thankful you stayed my hand, or I would have ended their lives. With these 2 demonic dragons, young man, fortune has truly smiled upon you. Lu Fan gently strokes the creature's head. Xiao Fei's eyes gleam with anticipation. I'm dying to test these new powers. Can Team 78 finally resume our interrupted mission? Without a moment's hesitation, Du Jing gives the command to proceed. With the thralls and essence accounted for, only one mystery remains: the Divine Temple. Lu Fan turns away, whispering the word location under his breath. By high noon the following day, the expedition is back on track. Mounted atop his beast, Chang Kong asks, "Are we looking for a grand temple, or just ancient ruins?" Lu Fan clarifies the objective. The ruins Li Luo mentioned and the Golden Light Temple discovered by the Star Empire are one and the same. Finding it is key to understanding the ancient gods' awakening. Just then, the system chimes in. They are nearing the destination marked on the legendary treasure map. Is the God-tier treasure truly hidden right here in this wasteland? Suddenly, Shenziru catches a glimpse of something and shouts. A brilliant flash of light ahead fills her with hope. We've finally made it. We're finally out of the blizzard's death grip. A vibrant, peaceful green horizon stretches before them as birds soar through the sky. Lu Fan feels a surge of relief. It's like they've escaped the frozen clutches of the north entirely. Chang Kong's gaze is drawn to a massive body of water nearby. Shock colors his voice. Wait, is this an actual sea? Realization hits Du Jing. This is where our journey first began. But what could be tethered to those massive chains beneath the ice? Chang Kong wonders aloud. Could the ruins Li Luo spoke of lie along this path? A system notification pulls Lu Fan's focus. He has arrived at the map's coordinates. His eyes widen with joy as he pivots back. Found it. This presence. It's definitely a dragon egg. He frantically claws through the thick layers of frost and snow. Moments later, a discovery is made. Glowing intensely beneath the white shroud is a mysterious prize. A blue dragon egg of unknown power levels. His hands tremble with excitement as he claims it. The fourth dragon egg is finally in his possession. But something else catches his eye. Digging deeper, he pulls a sleek, black, cubic box from the snow. As he pries it open, the system immediately identifies the ancient tome hidden within the container. His mind races as he reads the description. Dragon Tongue Magic, a skill capable of amplifying power by 100%. A dark, determined grin spreads across his face. Once he tames the blue dragon, its abilities will surely echo the roar of the Blue Dragon King. With this dragon tongue resonance, the magic cast by both myself and the blue dragon will double in devastating force. He sits in deep thought, calculating his next move. He only needs to reach level 35 to unlock this godlike power. He decides to contact Sister Du at the Tianhua auction house to use his monthly privilege for a pet slot expansion scroll. Shentai and Chang Kong approach his resting spot. Shentai waves, calling out, "Lu Fan, what are you doing over there?" Chang Kong leans in playfully. Is our junior taking a private moment to admire the scenery? Lu Fan stands up with a bright, cheerful expression. It's nothing. Just taking a look around. I have a feeling we've reached the edge of the far north. Across this frozen lake lies an uncharted world. Lu Fei returns on his eagle, looking back with a sigh. We may have skirted the blizzard, he says somberly, but the far north is vast. This is merely the gateway. The wind howls through the towering peaks, nearly drowning out Lu Fei's words. The Blood Moon mountain range, which stretches for miles, finally ends here. Perhaps we are standing at the tip of the ancient god's tail. Chang Kong gazes at the horizon, awestruck. It's massive. The body alone spans miles without the head. Lu Fei continues his grim assessment. Though the ancient god's true form is a mystery, these titanic chains are undeniably linked to the Blood Moon. Lu Fan interjects. They're like reins, meant to bind the Blood Moon god. Shentai gasps. Then the ancient god is just a mount? And its master is at the end of the chains? Lu Fan crosses his arms, lost in a sea of dangerous possibilities. Speculating won't help us now. We must follow the chains forward and see what nightmare awaits at the end. Chang Kong slaps his shoulder, his face set in grim determination. He's right. Who knows? The ancient ruins or even a legendary temple might be hidden just across this lake. Captain Lu Fei cuts in with a sharp warning. Listen up. As your leader, I'm telling you we have no idea what horrors lurk within these unexplored waters. Chang Kong, remember your last scar? Chang Kong's expression instantly sours. I know, Captain. Don't remind me. I won't overstep again. Shentai pats his back with a smirk. Forget about riding coattails for easy merits. Come on, help me set up the location markers. While they bicker, Lu Fan steps forward toward the captain. Captain Lu, rest easy. I'll scout ahead and return in a flash. Lu Fei sees but nods. Normally, I'd say no, but with your current strength, we won't stand in your way anymore. A blinding light erupts from Lu Fan's hand as he roars. Xiao Ye, World Arbiter form. Xiao Ye unleashes a primal scream of pure, overwhelming power. Lu Fei stands with hands on hips. The rest of us will recover and wait for orders. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. I've given Shentai the teleportation scrolls. If things go south, we'll warp straight back to camp. Shentai adds a final stern reminder. Keep your eyes peeled. Safety is the priority. She playfully swats Chang Kong's head, making him yelp in surprise. Lu Fan spreads his wings, casting a confident look back. Understood. No problem at all. He turns to his dragon partner. Xiao Ye, let's move. 2 hours into the scout, Lu Fan sits atop Xiao Ye, breathless with wonder. This place, it's unnervingly massive. He frowns, staring into the infinite distance. We've been flying for ages, yet these chains seem to have no end. Suddenly, a system alert blares. Warning, entering regional grade fallen corpse ruins. He gasps. So, the ruins and the rumors, they finally match up. Xiao Ye accelerates. But Lu Fan is lost in a whirlwind of thought. This aligns with the Star Stripe Union's data on the ancient gods' mystery. But what happened to the pilgrims to turn them into sacred mountain slaves? Whatever it was, this ruin likely holds the same dark, terrifying secrets. Xiao Ye halts abruptly, letting out a low, guttural growl. Lu Fan's heart sinks. Xiao Ye, what's wrong? Below the frozen surface, a massive shape looms in the dark water. His eyes widen. Is that a giant black coffin? He frantically checks the system. This is the secret of the fallen corpse ruins. Just like the blood moon, it can't be appraised. He freezes as a silhouette moves near the coffin. Xiao Ye spots it too, screeching a warning at the top of her lungs. Lu Fan forced himself to stay calm. Easy, Xiao Ye. Stay focused. He grits his teeth. If Xiao Ye is this agitated, she's no match for that shadow. Since I can't even appraise it, we can't risk a fight. The shadow beneath the ice suddenly bolts toward them. Crap! It's spotted us! The ice cracks violently as the shadow surges forward. Lu Fan shouts in a panic. Xiao Ye, get us back to the other side. He glances back, terrified. Damn it, its speed is even higher than Xiao Ye's. Xiao Ye ascends sharply, radiating a brilliant azure light that consumes the entire horizon. Lu Fan looks back, checking the pursuit with bated breath. When the shadow finally vanishes, he exhales a breath he didn't know he was holding. It stopped. We finally lost it. His face hardens. Thank God for the perfect attribute stack from dragon riding. What used to be a personal buff, Spirit Whisper, can now be shared with others to boost our escape. Hearing the commotion, Chang Kong turns and cheers. Lu Fan, our junior is back. Seeing Xiao Ye's fuming expression, he asks, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Lu Fan's reply is heavy with tension. The fallen corpse ruins are ahead. But something lethally dangerous is lurking under the ice. He continues urgently. We need to report back to base immediately. The team stands frozen in shock. Chang Kong stammers, what? Even someone as strong as Lu Fan had to run from it? 15 minutes later, back at camp, Tu Jing reviews the report. A black coffin and a shadow. Beneath the chains and fallen corpses. He turns to the map, his voice grave. If that's the case, we stop the search. We can't risk a massacre like the Morgan family suffered. Lu Fan adds, it felt like a seal. Whatever is in that lake made even Xiao Ye tremble with unease. Tu Jing marks the map with a heavy hand. If even the dragon race deems it a taboo, the frozen lake of the fallen corpse ruins is now a forbidden zone. He looks up at Lu Fei and barks a final order. Captain Lu, cancel all routes near those ruins immediately. Send the lake's coordinates to the dragon capital scholars at once. La Fei immediately accepts the order. Du Jing then announces that the search mission for the 78th Squad is officially cancelled. Their new objective is to support the Longdu scholars in researching the fallen corpse ruins. The team shouts their understanding in unison. Du Jing turns to Lu Fan, noting that in less than a month, the boy has already led his squad to such a monumental discovery. He holds out a badge toward Lu Fan, telling him to accept this official recognition from the Lion Regiment. Lu Fan hesitates, thanking the senior, but reminding him that this badge represents the sacred mission and duty of the entire regiment. He has only been here for 1 month, and he already possesses a silver badge. Du Jing shoves the badge into Lu Fan's hand, explaining that if he joins the regiment after graduation, he can start as a commander immediately. La Fei smiles, mentioning that in this entire sector, only 19 newcomers have ever earned a silver badge. He jokes that if Lu Fan enlists, even he would follow his lead, while Chang Kong pouts, claiming he is not jealous at all. Lu Fan raises the badge with a confident smile. He accepts the honor, while Chang Kong clings to his arm, desperately begging for just a small chance to touch the badge. Shentai watches them with a look of pure exasperation, clearly finding the whole display incredibly embarrassing. La Fei turns back to Du Jing, asking if there are any other matters before they go to contact the Longdu scholars. Du Jing dismisses them to rest after their hard work, but then tells Lu Fan to stay behind, taking the boy by surprise. While searching for a book, he admits that since Lu Fan arrived at the north border, their search efficiency has skyrocketed. He truly wishes he could keep him there, But unfortunately, the time he borrowed Lu Fan for is nearly over. Du Jing hands over a file containing data on the national trial representatives from various countries. He explains that in 1 week, he will take Lu Fan back to Longdu Academy, and Lu Fan realizes the trials are only 2 weeks away. Noticing Lu Fan's silence, Du Jing asks if he forgot about the national trials or if he simply does not want to leave the regiment. Lu Fan admits he will miss this place, but he has never forgotten his ultimate goal. With his dragon-mounted synergy skills, he is fully confident he can seize victory at the national trials. Du Jing laughs, explaining that the principal specifically searched for these public documents for him to study. Lu Fan turns to leave, confirming he understands the weight of the task ahead. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Tai Chi, a monster finds itself surrounded by eerie, pulsing purple lights outside a dense forest. Chung Han, the representative of Tai Chi, appears with a sinister grin, as ghostly, laughing faces swirl around him in a dark energy. Kim Ju hides fearfully behind Tianji, asking her brother about his summon. She wonders if his abyssal walker can finally evolve, considering how long they have been grinding in this area. Chung Han manipulates the demonic energy in his hand, claiming it only needs to devour a few more lives to reach the next stage. A commoner suddenly appears, bowing deeply before the prince and princess. He asks if they are personally hunting beasts, while his wife adds that it is a great honor to meet them. She invites them into their home to rest, and Cheng Han accepts with a chilling smile. He summons the grotesque spirits, saying it would be rude to decline such a kind invitation. The spirits lunge directly at the couple, leaving the man to scream in terror, asking the prince what he is doing. His wife shrieks about monsters, while Tianji warns the prince to be careful not to accidentally harm civilians. Cheng Han does not stop, the air filling with the agonizing screams of the couple as they are consumed. He glares at Tianji, coldly stating that it only takes these few lives for his summon to finally evolve. He sneers that lowly commoners should be honored to provide nutrients for his summoned beast. Cheng Han walks away in a rage, telling Tianju that despite being with the Kim family so long, he still says such stupid things. Kim Ju runs after him, leaving Tianji standing alone in contemplative silence. At the same time, inside the spirit hall of Han, 4 individuals sit under flickering candlelight to discuss their secret plans. Ji Lan, the representative of Han, declares that they will be allies in the upcoming national trials. Wei Ji, the representative of the Han nation, grumbles that since the country arranged it, she has no objections. She warns them that if anyone leaks the news of this alliance, they already know how dire the consequences will be. Jia Shanlai, representing the South, calmly notes that while the trials are the foundation, their 4-nation alliance will surely take the lead. They toast to their happy cooperation just as the candle suddenly blows out. Meanwhile, at the Snow Country volcanic crater, near a roaring volcano, a messenger rushes forward. "Young master, your father sent word it's time to move." Andre, the powerhouse of the Snow Country, shoulders a massive axe. After crushing a beast, he smirks. Finally, the national trial begins. Meanwhile, at the Holy Mountain Temple of the Starstripe Kingdom, a courier rushes toward a waiting group. A refined man steps forward with a sharp gaze. Sally is heading to the Tai Kingdom soon. Are the combat preparations complete? Sally, radiating with glowing golden wings, bows confidently. In this trial, I will be the sole victor. 2 days later, Lu Fan is deep into his research when a knock interrupts him. Du Jing peeks in. "So, has our Long Kingdom representative finished studying the materials yet?" The team gathers at his door with bright smiles. Zhang Kong grins. "Take first place, Junior Lu," Lan Fei adds. "As captain, I officially grant you leave from the squad." Shen Tai cheers. "I'm rooting for you." Du Jing smiles brightly at Lu Fan. "Ready? It's time to return to Longdu Academy." Lu Fan smirks back. "Let's move out." Next morning, Lu Fan knocks at the vice principal's office. "Come in," a voice calls. He steps inside politely. "Excuse me." Zhao Shangming greets him with open arms. "You're finally back." "It's been a while, hasn't it? The principal is away on business, so I'm handling the national trial logistics for now." He gestures to Shadow Guards Yue and Zhen. These 2 were sent by the High Brass to ensure our representative's safety on the way to the Tai Kingdom. He continues passionately, explaining that the Shadow Guard is different from the standard escort teams. Their sole purpose is protecting the elite officials of Longdo. It seems the higher-ups are paying special attention to this year's trial. Shangming then motions for Lu Fan to sit. Lu Fan asks, "Will you be accompanying me to the Tai Kingdom instead of the principal?" He responds, "Yes, the principal is tied up for at least 2 weeks. I've chartered a special flight under our school's name for tomorrow noon." He emphasizes, "You just got back from the far north, and now you're off again. Rest well today. If there's anything you need within reason, the Academy will provide it to your satisfaction." Lu Fan lets out a soft chuckle. "Actually, there is one thing I need." He asks boldly, "Does the school have a pet slot expansion scroll?" Shangming nearly chokes on his tea. He gasps. Lufan, do you have another dragon? Lufan plays it cool, just being prepared for anything. Zhao Shangming sighs, closing his eyes. Those aren't cheap, and the school doesn't have any in stock. My apologies. Lufan turns to leave with a smile. No worries then. I'll spend the rest of my time getting organized. Is that all right? Zhao nods. Of course. Don't mind the shadow guards. They won't interfere with your plans. Back at Villa number 2, 2 guards follow him home. The moment Lufan arrives, Hankei rushes out to embrace him. Xiao Fan, you're finally home. I missed you so much these past 2 weeks. Qin Chu adds, we've been waiting since last night for your return. Lufan smiles wryly. I guess the vice principal spoiled the surprise. It's a shame. I wanted to shock everyone. Hankei beams, pulling him toward the dining table. Don't just stand there. You couldn't have eaten well in the far north. Come, eat. Dao Xiaoman chimes in. I've been starving waiting for you. Hurry up. Qin Chu laughs. Sister Han started prepping before dawn. Lufan's eyes light up at the feast. There's so much. In the north, I missed your cooking most of all. Qin Chu beams. Now tell us, how much stronger did you get during this past month? 2 hours pass as Lufan recounts his journey. He learns everyone has been safe from any further attacks. But beyond his close friends and family, Lufan's mind drifts to someone else. He gazes at a blue gemstone accessory, thinking, I met her just before I left. Suddenly, Dao Xiao Man pounces. Ooh, who's that expensive gift for? Lufan snaps his hand back. Scared me to death. None of your business. Han Ke reminds him. You leave early tomorrow. Get some rest. Xiao Man teases. How boring. It's obviously for that senior sister, right? Lufan huffs. I'm heading out for a bit. An hour later, in a quiet room, Lufan sits on the floor, deep in thought. Looks like she isn't coming today after all. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignites in Lufan's mind. He still has Du Yakyu's contact information. Could she be the bridge to reaching his senior sister? It is the perfect timing. He can also check if the Tianhua auction house has any pet slot expansion scrolls left in their inventory. Inside the opulent VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house, a playful voice echoes. Well now, has my little brother finally decided to call? It is the unmistakable voice of Du Yakyu. On the other end, Lufan quickly asks, Sister Du, can you help me get in touch with my senior sister? Yakyu teases him instantly. What is this? A single month apart and you miss her already? Lufan's face flushes with pure embarrassment. Actually, I have a gift for her, but she is nowhere to be found on campus, he explains. Yakyu sighs, her tone turning somber. That will be difficult. Her family is facing a crisis, so she rushed home. There is no telling when she will return, and even I cannot reach her, she reveals. However, since you have arrived in Longdu, you should drop by. Before she left, she entrusted me with a gift specifically for you. That afternoon, Lufan arrives to meet Yakyu. She greets him with a knowing grin. My, you certainly look different than before, little brother. You even have personal bodyguards following you now. Lufan just chuckles. They are top-tier professionals, sister. They will not bother anyone. As they settle into conversation, Lufan looks around in awe. Sister Du, business at the Tianhua auction house seems to be booming more than ever, right? The crowd downstairs is massive. Yakyu laughs brightly. And who do you think we have to thank for all this fortune? Ever since you registered that dragon egg in our illustrated catalog, crowds have been flocking here daily just to catch a glimpse of it. Lufan realizes the sheer impact. A single astral dragon egg was enough to propel Tianhua's reputation to the absolute peak of the industry. He contemplates the azure dragon egg in his possession, but decides to keep it hidden for now. Suddenly, Yakyu produces a mysterious box and opens it. This is the treasure she left behind for you. Go ahead, take it. Lufan looks inside and gasps in pure shock. A legendary tier weapon. The Flowing Fire Heavenly Flame Sword. Level 30 required, boasting a staggering 256 strength and 204 agility. He grips the hilt with excitement. The blade is incredibly light and possesses the rare ability to store fire damage as if forged specifically for his soul. Yakyu beams with pride at his reaction. Of course it feels perfect. The Grandmaster Blacksmith your senior sister found spent an entire month perfecting this masterpiece. She truly understands your every need, Lufan. Even in her absence, she ensured he had the ultimate weapon for the path ahead. Lufan's heart races with overwhelming gratitude. The cost of forging such a blade is immeasurable. It dawns on him that she must have analyzed his every battle with meticulous care. His senior sister's devotion is truly unparalleled. Deeply moved, he whispers a heartfelt, "Thank you, senior sister." Wait, I am not done yet. There is more, Yakyu adds. She slides over another item, a fire element demonic dragon magic tome. It is the Molten Eruption skill book. Requirements: Dragon Tamer or Dragon Mage. Level 25. a devastating addition to his growing power. He grins wildly. Once he reaches level 35, he can synchronize with Xiao Ya to trigger Dragon Tongue, supercharging his new blade's destructive fire damage. While lost in thought, he pulls a letter from the box. His senior sister has truly paved the way for his legendary ascension. With these gifts, his power in the national trials will skyrocket. He only wishes she were here so he could thank her properly. Suddenly, Yaku's playful voice snaps him out of his deep reverie. What is that? Could it be a secret love letter? The letter begins. Junior brother, it has been a long time since we last met. An emergency forced me to leave abruptly, so I will not be there to witness you seize the championship at the national trials. By the time you read this, you should have received my gifts. Tell me, do you like them? I promised you a reward before, but then you went and found a dragon egg yourself, even paying me back for the scroll. So, I commissioned a legendary successor to forge this unique gift. Let us see you try to return this one. I have much to settle here. Upon my return, the first thing we will do is share a meal, then I am dragging you to the arena for a real match. If I do not show up at Villa number 2, do not be a fool and wait for me at the sparring room. I truly wanted to travel to the Taichi Kingdom to cheer you on, but my current situation makes it impossible. However, you must give it your all. If you fail to take first place, it will be a massive disgrace to my name. Expect a severe punishment if you lose. Remember that. Reading this, a confident and warm smirk plays on Lu Fan's lips. And about the ever-frozen ice you promised. You haven't forgotten, have you? Ensure you have it ready for when I return. Du Yaku glances at him with concern. Are you all right, little brother? He chuckles warmly. I am fine, sister. Thank you for delivering this to me. Don't mention it. You are Tianhua's most valued guest. If there is anything else you need, I will personally see to it. His eyes gleam with a sudden, sharp intensity. Actually, Sister Du, do you happen to have a pet slot expansion scroll in stock? When Lu Fan asks, Yachu frowns and sighs. Sir, I'm truly sorry. Our auction house doesn't have that specific scroll. She explains. The scroll market is tiny, only used by summoners, so we rarely keep stock. Lu Fan felt a twinge of regret, but he simply nodded. I understand. Thank you, Sister Du. He sighed, realizing that since neither the academy nor the auction house had what he needed, his plan to hatch the green dragon egg was officially on hold. With his spirit level stuck at 11, increasing his mental strength remained the priority. Yathu offered a reassuring smile, telling the young man not to worry. Clutching the box, she made a firm promise. If any Dragon Tongue scrolls or magic books appear at future auctions, I will secure them for you. Lu Fan accepted the box with a grateful grin. I'll be counting on you, Sister Du. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. As he stepped into the moonlit night, he realized time was against him. Even with her help, he was departing tomorrow, making a quick acquisition impossible. He remained deep in thought. In the North Pole, hunting the fallen only raised his military rank, leaving his actual level stagnant. To sharpen his spirit, he had to push for a breakthrough before the national trials officially began. Jian Ying was waiting at the gates. Seeing his calm demeanor so late at night, she noted he didn't seem nervous about the upcoming journey at all. Jian Ying? Why are you out here alone? He asked. She looked up, admitting she had been waiting specifically for him. We didn't get to talk during dinner, she said. Since you're heading abroad tomorrow, care for a quick sparring match? Lu Fan smirked. Perfect. I was just looking for a chance to test this new weapon. They headed straight to the Longfu Academy's training arena. He drew his weapon with majestic flair. Having already mastered the Molten Burst skill book, he was ready to unleash its devastating power. As the new skill surged through him, Jian Ying drew her blade. A new technique? You've certainly brought back some treasures from your trip. Her voice dropped to a whisper. After your time in the North Pole, I'm dying to see just how powerful you've truly become. With a sharp cry, she lunged forward, swinging her massive blade toward him in a blur of lethal steel. Lu Fan raised the sword gifted by his senior sister to parry. The blade hummed with unexpected power, feeling lighter and more responsive than he ever imagined. He arched his body into a counterattack, the weapon responding as if it were an extension of his own will. Jian Ying's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, vicious karma erupted. His attack attributes shifted instantly, wreathed in the devastating power of infernal fire. Every soul harvested permanently boosted his hellfire damage by 0.1%, currently sitting at a 12.4% increase. Lu Fan dodged her strike with ease. His senior sister's gift was truly exceptional. This blade suited him far better, proving he needed to master a wider variety of armaments to stay ahead. He leaped into the air, his mind racing as the sword became increasingly intuitive with every passing second. It was finally time for the Mo Longlin sword to retire. Jian Ying, watch out, he warned, as she unleashed her Heavenbreaker strike. A colossal explosion of energy rocked the arena as their powers collided head-on in a spectacular display of force. Jian Ying was stunned. Despite using an unfamiliar weapon, Lu Fan had effortlessly neutralized all 5 of her spirit swords. Lu Fan, she breathed. You truly never stop growing stronger. He countered. I can feel your progress too. Your 5-sword offense is incredibly sharp, she sighed. Is that so? Sadly, it seems even my combat techniques can no longer keep pace with your growth. With a roar, she unleashed a mountain crusher strike, the sheer force of the impact pushing him back across the arena. She stepped closer, her gaze soft. You're always charging forward, Lu Fan, being by your side. It makes me feel like everything will be all right. Jian Ying reached out her hand. The national trials. First place is a guarantee, right? Lu Fan met her hand with a confident grip. Count on it. The next morning, Han Ka waved a bittersweet farewell. Leaving so soon? Please, stay safe out there. The crowd behind her erupted in cheers. Have a safe journey. We'll be rooting for you all the way. Lu Fan waved back as he departed. His brief stay at the Long Fu mansion had vanished in the blink of an eye. Boarding the plane, he reflected on the 3 days remaining until the trials. The weight of everyone's expectations rested heavily on his shoulders. Leaning against the window, he watched the clouds. This was his chance to join the elite ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's top masters. Zhao Shengming approached him. Lu Fan, we've arrived. The Dragon Kingdom's inspector is already waiting for us. An inspector? Lu Fan asked, curious about the title. During the national trials, Zhao explained, each nation sends a representative and an inspector to oversee the rules. They stepped onto the tarmac. Our inspector was chosen by the High Council, Zhao added. When you meet them, ensure your etiquette is absolutely flawless. Lu Fan started to agree, but Zhao Shengming suddenly froze. His shadow seemed to shrink as he dropped into a deep, respectful bow. Vice Principal? What's wrong? Lu Fan asked, bewildered. The inspector stepped forward, his voice calm. Stand up. There is no need for such formalities. The man smiled warmly. I assume this is our Dragon Kingdom representative? Is this Lu Fan? They had arrived in Jinyu City, Kingdom of Taizi. At the international airport, Zhao Shengming's face turned pale as he recognized the man. Elder Han Feibai? Is that really you? To have you personally greet us. This is far too great an honor. We don't deserve such respect. Before he could finish, Han Feibai waved him off with a hearty laugh. Nonsense. How could welcoming our kingdom's representative ever be considered a burden? Zhao Shengming could only smile helplessly as he gestured toward his student. This is Lu Fan, the pride of our Dragon Capital Academy. He is currently a second awakening professional, a Dragon Knight. Lu Fan stepped forward, awkwardly scratching his head in greeting. Greetings, Elder Han. Han Feibai stroked his snowy beard and let out a booming, hearty laugh. Welcome, welcome. A Dragon Knight at such a young age? Your future is truly limitless. He looked at the boy warmly. True heroes emerge in youth. I am certain that after these national trials, you will be a legend of our Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan didn't let the praise get to his head or act arrogant. He bowed deeply in respect. You flatter me, Elder Han. I will do my absolute best. Feibai turned back with a grin. Tu Jing and I are close friends. If you face any trouble, just go to him. And, if Tu Jing can't handle it, tell him to come find me. With that, he marched straight toward the waiting car. Before boarding, he didn't forget to signal the group. Come on, let's get moving. As they headed toward the banquet, Lu Fan watched the old man's silhouette, unable to contain his curiosity. Vice Principal Zhao, who exactly is Elder Han? Zhao Shengming's expression turned dead serious as he cut the boy off. Elder Han is one of the 3 great elders of the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief, heavy pause, Zhao uttered the name with pure reverence, Han Feibai. Hearing that name, Lu Fan gasped in shock. What? His expression instantly hardened as his mind began to race. The 3 elders were the ultimate authorities in the Dragon Capital, holding the power to shape national policy. Even a powerhouse like Senior 2 reported to them. No wonder he was escorted by shadow guards. Zhao was too thrilled to notice Lu Fan's inner turmoil. We'll follow right behind them. Lu Fan's lips quirked upward as a calculated plan formed in his mind. Elder Han's willingness to help meant he likely knew Lu Fan's true potential. He never expected the national trials to lead him to such a legendary figure. A short while later, as their car sped down the highway, Lu Fan finally voiced his confusion. Vice Principal Zhao. Elder Han is one of the 3 elders, but why can't I feel any powerful aura from him? He asked curiously. Is it because my level is too low to see his true depth? Zhao burst into laughter. Han Feibai isn't hiding anything. The truth is, he's just a level 40-something cook. Lu Fan froze. Wait, what? How is that possible? Zhao looked at the stunned boy and explained calmly. I had the exact same reaction back then. In this world, the strong are respected, but power isn't always measured by raw combat stats. Among the 3 elders, only one is a peak 5th awakening combat specialist. The second is an enhancer. He lacks combat power, but is considered a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. He continued. As you saw, Elder Han is protected by his personal guard, the 4 absolute blades. It was rumored that these 3 elite swordsmen were so moved by Han Fei Bai that they chose to follow him voluntarily. Elder Han's true brilliance clearly lay in a different, much greater domain. Lu Fan fell into deep thought. He couldn't imagine how mysterious these 3 elders truly were, each hiding their own unique power. A warrior, an enhancer, and a cook. None of them were simple. Suddenly, a shadow guard turned to them. "Representative, we have arrived." The car slowed to a halt before the massive hotel entrance. A sea of reporters had already laid siege to the building, completely swarming the entrance. A sharp-eyed journalist spotted the vehicle and shouted to the crowd, "The Dragon Kingdom representatives are here." Flanked by Zhao and 2 shadow guards, Lu Fan stepped out. Immediately, he was blinded by a barrage of camera flashes and screaming questions. "Mr. Lu, please accept our interview. As the nation's only Dragon Knight, how do you feel right now?" "Representative Lu, rumors online say you're at odds with the Jin family. Is that true?" "Mr. Lu, look at the camera. Does the Dragon Kingdom have confidence in winning the championship this year?" Lu Fan frowned, his irritation growing. Jinyu City was small, so the trip was short, but this atmosphere was incredibly loud and chaotic. Zhao struggled to push through the crowd, shouting, "Make way, everyone! Do not obstruct the representative's schedule." Just as Lu Fan reached the door, a loud cry erupted from behind. "Another representative has arrived." By that afternoon, the atmosphere shifted to the main hall, where elite groups had gathered into small circles, whispering intensely. Lu Fan let out a long sigh as he finally found a secluded corner to sit down. "That was exhausting," Lu Fan muttered. "There are way too many reporters at the door." He glanced at Zhao. "It's impossible to even go for a walk." The vice principal immediately warned him. "There's nothing to see out there anyway. Just stay put in the hotel." Lu Fan scanned the room before asking, "Vice Principal Zhao, hasn't the representative from the Star-Spangled Nation arrived?" Zhao poured a glass of wine, smiling calmly. "They're always like that. They won't show their faces until the competition begins." Suddenly, something caught Lu Fan's attention. Lu Fan's brow furrowed in immediate annoyance. Not far from him sat Cheng Han, laughing and boasting loudly with the rest of his group. Lu Fan's gaze must have been too piercing, as Cheng Han instantly sensed the pressure and snapped his head back defensively. Suddenly, Kim Jae-an stood up with an eager grin. "Well, if it isn't Elder Han, I never expected the Dragon Kingdom to send such a heavyweight this year." The surrounding crowd erupted into whispers at his words. "Elder Han? Wait, do they mean one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom?" Jae-an rushed over to Fei Bai, his hand outstretched in a warm and overly enthusiastic greeting. "I am Kim Jae-an, the Chief of War for Taejae, and the official in charge of these national trials." Fei Bai let out a booming laugh. "A pleasure, truly." The onlookers continued to buzz with curiosity. "It really is one of the 3 elders. Does that mean the man beside him is from the 4 absolute swords?" "No doubt about it. I saw him once during the Roman International Conference," someone shouted in sheer awe. "Good heavens, it seems the Dragon Kingdom is going all out this time." As Elder Han approached, Lu Fan and Sheng Ming quickly rose to offer him a seat. Fei Bai looked at Lu Fan with a kind, gentle expression. "Lu Fan, it seems we meet again," a nearby participant murmured in shock. "If even Elder Han knows him, does Lu Fan have ties to the highest leadership of the Dragon Throne?" Before the gossip could spiral, a hand shot into the air, accompanied by a shout that commanded the entire room's attention. Jae-in spread his arms wide, his voice echoing with authority. "Now that everyone has arrived, tonight's banquet officially begins." Kalon couldn't contain her excitement and let out a cheer. "Woohoo! It's finally starting!" Jia Shanlai chimed in beside her. "During these national trials, the part I look forward to most is always the grand banquet." Kalon watched the approaching food carts with sparkling eyes. "Exactly. This is a state-level feast, so the quality is bound to be legendary." On the other side, Sheng Ming leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, "I should warn you about something. We're used to the food in the Dragon Kingdom, but you must be careful with the cuisine here in Taejae. Don't embarrass our hosts." Lu Fan nodded blankly. "Huh? Oh, okay." Without further delay, the covers were finally lifted from the dishes, but the moment they saw what was inside, Kalon and Shanlai's faces froze in shock. Even Lu Fan's expression became incredibly grim as he stared at the meal. Unable to believe his eyes, he turned to Sheng Ming for confirmation. Vice Principal Zhao, is this really the state banquet?" Fei Bai offered a calm, apologetic explanation. "Taejae is quite resource poor. Aside from their minerals, they have very little development. Their culinary culture is best left unmentioned." Lu Fan forced a dry, awkward laugh. "I see that now." Lu Fan let out a long sigh, complaining silently. He missed his aunt's cooking. Even her simplest dish would be 1,000 times better than this. Suddenly, he paused as a memory surfaced. Wait a minute, didn't his aunt pack some home-cooked food in his luggage? Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from a nearby table as a massive hand slammed down in fury. It was Andre, a level 60 blazing warrior. "This garbage is inedible," he roared. "Is this how you people treat your honored guests?" A bearded man standing behind him immediately tried to intervene and calm him down. As Andre struggled to contain his temper, Cheng Han scowled, his tone dripping with disdain. "If you don't like it, starve. Losers wouldn't know how to appreciate fine dining anyway." The insult struck like a match to gasoline, and Andre's face turned a violent shade of red. Veins bulged on his neck as he snarled. "What did you just say? Say it again to my face if you have the guts." In the blink of an eye, he was towering over Cheng Han, his presence suffocating. "Say it." Jaeon stepped in quickly, sensing the situation was spiraling. "Calm down, Cheng Han. The national trials haven't even started yet." The bearded man also scrambled to hold Andre back. "That's enough, Andre. Control yourself." But Andre was blinded by rage, completely ignoring their pleas. He pointed a trembling finger at Cheng Han and growled, "You're Kim Cheng Han, aren't you? Pray that I don't run into you during the trials." At that moment, a chilling aura of killing intent erupted from Cheng Han. He let out a cold scoff, his eyes filled with mockery. The feeling is mutual. Andre didn't linger another second. "I'm out of here. This food is an insult. Throw my portion in the trash," he barked as he stormed off. The bearded man hurried after him in a panic. "Wait. Where are you going? Get back to your seat." As he was walking away, an incredible, mouth-watering aroma wafted past him, making him freeze in his tracks. He took a deep breath. "That smells amazing." He followed the scent to Fei Bai's table. The elder was laughing, savoring the food before him. "This taste is truly magnificent." Sheng Ming was equally stunned by the spread in front of Lu Fan. "Wait, Lu Fan, where did you get all this incredible food?" Lu Fan scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "My aunt prepared it. She was worried I wouldn't be able to stomach the food in Taijie." Sensing Andre's intense and hungry gaze, Lu Fan jumped slightly and turned around, their eyes meeting. Instead of getting annoyed, Lu Fan offered a friendly smile. "Want to join us? This tastes way better than the state banquet." Lu Fan offered a warm, polite smile. It would be a shame to miss out on the kingdom of Taichi's famous delicacies. Andre didn't hesitate for a second, quickly sliding into a seat beside him. "Much appreciated." He clutched the steaming bun, his hunger barely contained, but managed a quick nod before eating. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." The words had barely left his lips before Andre took a massive, impatient bite. That first taste was an absolute flavor explosion, surging through him like a volcanic eruption. "This is incredible," he cheered. "No need to be formal, let's all eat," Lu Fan urged gently. Andre blended in instantly, grinning. "Thanks, brother." Lu Fan then produced a fresh salad, offering it toward Fei Bai and Sheng Ming. "Vice Principal Zhao Han, you two should try some as well." Fei Bai laughed heartily. "Well, we certainly won't refuse." Andre spoke through a mouthful of food, praising them loudly. "Brother, your Dragon Kingdom's cuisine is truly world-class." Their laughter reached the ears of Jaeon and Cheng Han. Those nearby could only watch enviously, whispering about the delicious aroma. Sheng Ming leaned forward with a look of pure admiration. "Your aunt's culinary skills are legendary. A true master chef." Cheng Han's rage boiled over as he listened. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white, snapping his chopsticks clean in half. Jaeon instantly reached out to steady him. "Keep your cool," he whispered calmly. Then, Jaeon stood up, his face a mask of perfect hospitality as if nothing had happened. "Everyone," he projected. The room fell silent as all eyes turned toward him, every guest waiting with bated breath. Jaeon held a remote, clicking it with a sharp beep. The banquet is nearing its conclusion. Lu Fan and his companions focused their attention forward, curious to see what his next move would be. Jaeon, a master of silver-tongued rhetoric, continued. "Allow me to reveal the map and rules for this national trial." A massive screen flickered to life. "As you can see," Jaeon shouted, "this is the official map for this year's trial." Someone gasped in awe. "Is this a composite map?" "It's massive, far larger than any previous year." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. 9 different terrains, each crawling with unique, deadly beasts. A larger map meant a longer match. "Perfect," he thought. "More time to recuperate and sharpen my spirit." Seeing their reactions, Jaeon spread his arms wide. "Correct. I am sure you have all noticed by now. This year, our Kingdom of Taichi has curated 9 distinct terrains from across the entire globe. This is the largest map in history, with beasts ranging from level 50 to 80 scattered throughout." His expression turned grave as he issued a final warning. "Points will be awarded based on the rarity of the monsters slain. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. That is an absolute certainty." Switching the display, he added, "We have also introduced a new way to earn points. Task points. Task locations have been strategically placed across every single terrain. Complete these random missions to earn bonus points. The objectives are entirely unpredictable. Every face in the crowd grew solemn. Lu Fan listened intently, absorbing every detail of the announcement. However, you can only hold one mission at a time. You must finish it to unlock the next. Lu Fan glanced at those around him, a realization dawning as he watched the other teams whisper. Every rule explained so far focused solely on how to accumulate points. On the surface, it seemed player versus player combat wasn't encouraged, but the reality was far more sinister. These rules were a hidden trap designed to incite mutual slaughter. Lu Fan crossed his arms, observing the growing greed. Once the points accumulated, the real goal would be to kill rivals and steal their entire horde. Beside him, Fei Bai let out a dark, intrigued laugh. Keelan pointed at the screen. "Mr. Kim, what do those skull icons on the map represent?" Jaeon grinned widely. "Excellent question. Those represent our newest rule, the Dark Spires." "Dark Spires?" Keelan repeated. Everyone's gaze locked onto the ominous skull markers displayed on the map. Within each terrain, a Dark Spire will move randomly, Jaeon explained. Each one imprisons a legendary demonic army. Their leader? The infamous Nine Realms demon. The crowd erupted in sheer terror. "What? That's impossible! The beast that nearly destroyed your country. You're putting that in the trial?" Jia Shanlai sighed, looking bored. "Are you kidding me? This can't actually be real, right?" Wei Qi spat out coldly. Utter madness. Lu Fan watched the scene with growing curiosity. The Nine-Realm demon? Sheng Ming stepped forward to explain. It was the legendary beast sealed within the great Taizhe nation. An unexpected disaster 50 years ago caused the seal to shatter. The entire Taizhe nation was nearly wiped out by that demon and its monstrous army. Fei Bai suddenly cut in, noting that it took 5 fourth-turn masters multiple attempts to finally reseal the Nine-Realm demon. These 5 were top-tier national heroes of the Taizhe nation. Lu Fan frowned. It took 5 powerhouse experts just to defeat one ancient beast. Jilan gave a faint, elegant smile. "Mr. Jin, monsters placed in national trials usually have their attributes nerfed. I wonder what percentage of its true power this Nine-Realm demon actually possesses." Zian smirked sinisterly, praising the question as the most thrilling part of this year's trial. He then shouted with visible excitement, "The Nine-Realm demon in this trial is the original unsealed entity. Its power hasn't been weakened in the slightest. Even the beast army within the Dark Spire remains in its primal state." Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in a wave of pure outrage. "What? The demon and its army are the real deal? That is way too dangerous. If they break out of the secret realm, we're basically being sent on a suicide mission. Putting a boss that slaughtered millions in Taizhe directly onto the map is pure insanity." Another shouted that the new rules were completely absurd. 5 fourth-turn masters were needed to win. "This is madness." Andre joined the chorus of protests. With 23 representatives clashing, forming a 10-man team is impossible. For level 60 players like us, only a full squad of 10 would even dare to try. Amidst the heated argument, a hand suddenly shot up. "Mr. Jin, a question please." Lu Fan spoke with deadly seriousness. "Will successfully subjugating the Nine-Realm demon grant a massive amount of points?" Wei Qi couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Jilan turned to Lu Fan with a playful tone. "Representative of the Dragon Nation, this design is meant to test your limits under pressure. It's not some playground for you to farm points." Zion flicked a switch, causing the massive screen behind him to vanish in an instant. He smiled at Lu Fan, wondering if the boy was serious or just lightening the mood. "As the lead coordinator, I shall answer that. Every ferocious beast within the National Trial's secret realm will provide points. Slaying the Nine-Realm demon will indeed grant points, massive ones." Saying this, Zian bowed to conclude his presentation. "If there are no further questions, we'll end here. Thank you all for coming." The crowd began to disperse toward their quarters. Jia Shanlai sighed in deep frustration. Wei Qi snorted, his face twisted in annoyance. Before leaving, Fei Bai turned back with a grin toward Lu Fan and Sheng Ming. "Vice Principal Zhao and Representative Lu, get some rest. We'll meet again tomorrow." They both bowed. "Goodbye, Elder Han." Fei Bai laughed heartily as he walked away. Points from the Nine-Realm demon. I'm truly looking forward to Lu Fan's performance. Time flew by, and soon Lu Fan lay on his bed, lost in deep thought. Real ancient beasts, a massive map of 9 terrains, and point stealing allowed. I'm not sure about Sei Li, but Jin Cheng Han will definitely move. Suddenly, his eyes drifted toward the smartphone resting beside him. As Lu Fan opened it, the top notification displayed the predicted rankings for the national trial. He stared at the bird in disbelief. To his shock, he was ranked number 1. He sighed, blaming the hype-hungry media. He could only grumble internally. Who in their right mind would group him with Jin Cheng Han? It felt so reckless. He stared at the screen, contemplating. Though the source wasn't entirely reliable, Lu Fan noticed one more person on his team he needed to watch. This person was also ranked first, a true threat to be wary of. Time marched on, and soon the morning of the national trial's opening ceremony arrived. The host's voice boomed through the arena. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for was here. The national trial, hosted by the Taizhe Nation, begins now. Everyone, look toward the heavens. Following the host's cue, Lu Fan looked up. The announcer shouted, "The secret realm portal is officially activating." As the words fell, every representative was instantly sucked into the swirling vortex of the gate. Lu Fan closed his eyes. Everything was ready. Landing near the dark spire would be best. A moment later, his eyes snapped open with confidence. Let's begin. A system notification flashed before him, currently entering the national trial secret realm. Simultaneously, the spectators outside were glued to the massive screens. The host's voice continued to echo. The final representative has entered the fray. The battle for glory begins now. Let the point tallying commence. Confidence radiated from every face as they gazed at the screens. Their final rankings would depend entirely on the scores they carved out. Du Jing watched in brooding silence, knowing that only the one who claimed rank 1 would truly be the winner. Nearby, Fei Bai and Sheng Ming focused intently on the massive display. The trial had begun. Every candidate was now inside the secret realm. Who will seize the throne of rank 1? Let us wait and see the drama unfold. The scene shifts to Lu Fan, who cautiously opened one eye to survey the area. A system alert chimed. National Trial Secret Realm initialized. Lu Fan scanned his surroundings with a discerning gaze. This terrain. It felt strangely familiar to him. I must be at the very edge of the far north, he realized. The system confirmed. Ice Plain National Trial Secret Realm. With a serious expression, Lu Fan raised his arm and tapped his smartwatch. Instantly, a glowing holographic interface projected into the air. Checking his position on the map, he noted that he was currently stationed right in the middle of the boundary. The rankings haven't updated, so no one has scored yet, he observed. But there's a mission point at the bottom right of this ice map. That will be my first objective, he declared, his eyes narrowing with determination. With these bracelets, representatives from various nations can monitor real-time rankings and the number of survivors. The constant pressure of the leaderboard was a natural temptation for anyone. Simple and direct, he smirked. I like it. He swept his arms wide, summoning two massive portals, one icy blue and one blazing red. In an instant, two ferocious dragons appeared. Leaping onto the head of the dark dragon, he commanded, "Show yourself, Xiao Ye." The spirit dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames before soaring into the sky with a powerful beat of its wings. Lu Fan rode effortlessly on Xiao Ye's back and turned to Xing Chen. "Ready to level up with your sister, Xiao Ye?" The little dragon pouted and clung to his shoulder. "Chi-chi," it chirped. Lu Fan could only chuckle at his little companion's rebellious streak. "No more delays. Let's go, Xiao Ye. We're heading for the Shadow Spire." As if answering his call, the dragon let out a cry and accelerated through the freezing winds. Elsewhere in the desert secret realm, a lone figure trudged through the shifting sands. Cheng Han smirked, pulling off his gloves. He opened a swirling purple portal, grumbling with annoyance. "Back to this wasteland? The desert always feels like home, unfortunately." Raising his hand, he barked a command. "Abyssal-bound splitters, emerge and serve me." Instantly, countless grotesque faces, twisted in various emotions, poured out from the void of the portal. The system flashed. Abyssal Bounder 2. Level 61. The evolved form of the Abyssal Walker 3. These haunting visages streaked through the air, beginning their sinister splitter transformation process. These abyssal summons sever their limbs to hide them at specific coordinates. Each limb grants a stealthy, symbiotic link within the abyss. Cheng Han watched with cold indifference as the severed head sprouted legs and scurried across the burning dunes. System notification. Abyssal symbiosis. As long as the summon lives, it remains eternally bonded to the abyss. Even after death, these creatures can be resurrected within the abyssal spirit beast. The cooldown is 12 hours. However, every subsequent revival doubles that time. He glanced at the countdown timer showing 12 hours and let out an arrogant laugh. "Including my main bodies, I have 9 lives in total," he boasted. "I am essentially immortal." Suddenly, a cold blade pierced through one of the crawling heads, pinning it to the sand. Musaitan watched the creature dissolve into ash against her blade. "A pity," she sneered. "Now you only have 8. Cheng Han's watch flashed her profile, but he was far too enraged to care about the details. "Musaitan," he roared in fury. "Why the hell did you kill my summon? Aren't we supposed to be allies?" She calmly sheathed her sword. "Don't be so dramatic. Of course we're still allies. I was simply curious if butchering your summons would boost my own score." "Then go kill Lu Fan if you want points," Cheng Han snapped. "We had a deal. Every summon you kill destroys one of my lives." Musaitan remained unfazed. "You still have 8 left, so stop whining. I'll even let you take the finishing blow on a few bosses." Is that fair enough for you? Or do you need more coddling? Cheng Han scoffed, refusing to waste another breath. I'm done talking to you. Get out of my way. Musaitan quickly scrambled to catch up. Hey, don't just leave me behind. Jin Ziyan is watching this battle. Teleport me to your side. You're supposed to protect your allies, remember? Cheng Han merely gave a cold, sharp reminder. Stop talking so much, unless you want the supervisors to overhear us. Abruptly, he halted, his face a mask of ice as he turned to Zhang Tian. This alliance is strictly business. I'll take Lu Fan's life, you handle the Black Dragon. Furthermore, I'll let you in on what Kim Jae-an intentionally omitted during the Spike Tower briefing. He flashed a sinister smirk before continuing. The Dark Spike Towers move randomly across every map. If they detect a participant, they will hunt them down aggressively. Zhang Tian gasped in disbelief. What? Why wasn't something that Critical mentioned earlier? No wonder you've prepared so many chances to cheat death. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her, and she screamed in panic. If we run into the Spike Towers of the 9 Realm Demons, you can revive. But what about me? Cheng Han raised his hand, now radiating a pulsing purple energy. Since you're my ally, I'll ensure your life is protected as well. Without warning, he slammed that energy directly into Zhang Tian's chest. The impact was so sudden she stumbled back, unable to react in time. She stared at the flickering purple aura covering her body in confusion. What is this? Cheng Han gave a smug, triumphant smile. Don't resist. This is the Abyss contract. Instantly, spectral chains erupted, binding Zhang Tian's soul. She shuddered violently, her body frozen and unable to move an inch. After a grueling silence, she bent over, dry heaving uncontrollably. Cheng Han didn't even glance back as he casually walked away, leaving her behind. From this moment on, if you perish, you will respawn within my Abyss-summoned beast. Our fates are now bound by the Abyss contract. He paused, glancing back with a freezing gaze. Of course, if I truly fall, you'll be joining me in the afterlife. Zhang Tian let out a frustrated huff. He talked of alliances, but his heart was full of mistrust. Relax. I won't be stabbing you in the back. Walking away with effortless grace, Cheng Han replied, don't overthink it. Aligning with our Tai Chi nation is your only path to survival. Once this trial ends, I'll dissolve the contract. Zhang Tian hurried to catch up, her curiosity piqued. Wait for me. Are we going to find Lu Fan now? Cheng Han shook his head. No. First, we secure points through missions. We wait for the 9 realm demons to cull the other representatives before we strike. She looked around the landscape, puzzled. A mission? Isn't that just a standard task point? Cheng Han turned back, his expression twisted with malice. That is a mission trap. Kim Jae-an placed one on every map, and only I know their locations. Once you accept it, you're locked out of all other tasks. Zhang Tian was stunned. A trap? What kind of mission is it? Cheng Han gave a sly, mysterious grin. You'll see soon enough. After all, this is a quest that is fundamentally impossible for anyone to complete. 5 hours flashed by. Back at the monitoring room, a crowd gathered around the massive screens, their whispers filling the hall. The big 3 of the national trial are struggling? Wait, who exactly are the big 3? One observer stared at Lu Fan's feed, speaking slowly. The Dragon Country, the Star-Spangled Nation, and the Snow Nation. They've always held the top spots. But what on earth is happening to the Dragon Country this year? The media ranked their representative as Tier 1, but it seems they're just riding on past glory. The hype is clearly fake. He's only at 257 points. You'd get more just by hunting common beasts. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water broke the tension. Kim Jae-an turned his head as a slender hand elegantly poured tea into a small cup. Fei Bai lifted his cup and let out an unexpected, boisterous laugh. The onlookers exchanged confused glances. Truly bizarre. What exactly is this Dragon Country representative planning? Kim Jae-an remained silent, his eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. The scene shifts to Lu Fan. He was checking his watch, monitoring his current stats and status. Lu Fan frowned. Where was that spike tower? He had been searching for so long, yet there wasn't even a trace of it. Suddenly, a notification flashed before his eyes. Sky Hunter Master, level 60. Reward, 84 points. In that exact heartbeat, 2 Sky Hunters lunged from the heavens. Fortunately, Xiao Ye reacted instantly, spiraling away from their lethal talons. Lu Fan stared down at the massive, ferocious beasts, quickly calculating their threat level. Sky Hunters. They're far weaker than the fallen corpses I fought in the Cloud Realm. A few dozen points isn't worth the effort. To top the rankings, I need boss subjugations or to start hunting other representatives. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A massive explosion rocked the area ahead of Lu Fan. He immediately shifted into a combat stance, his palms glowing with raw power. His watch buzzed a notification warned of a nearby task point. He frowned and signaled his companion. Xiao Ye, let's check it out. Below them, Jia Sanlai was already in the thick of it, swinging his blade with a roar against a colossal monster. He swung his blade with a series of savage slashes, carving deep wounds into the beast as it let out a pained, guttural shriek. Huh. After finally slaying the monster, Jia Shanlai panted heavily and muttered in frustration. Going without the third advancement is truly exhausting. He continued his relentless grumbling, but at least he had finally secured this mission. However, the moment he turned around, his voice died in his throat. Jia Shanlai's eyes widened in sheer terror, his face instantly twisting into a mask of pure panic and confusion. Standing before him was a colossal, ferocious dragon that radiated an overwhelming pressure. Paralyzed by fear for a split second, he immediately turned tail and bolted. Jia Shanlai screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from the dragon's back with effortless grace. Realizing who the newcomer was, he let out a horrified shriek. It was Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom, who ignored him completely, eyes fixed on the system interface. After a heavy silence, Lu Fan deactivated the holographic display on his watch. With a calm, indifferent expression, he walked toward Jia Shanlai. Feeling threatened, the man immediately raised his sword in a desperate defensive stance. But to his utter shock, Lu Fan simply brushed past him in silence, leaving him standing there in a state of bewilderment. Jia Shanlai glared at Lu Fan's departing figure, his heart seething with resentment at the thought of being looked down upon by such a brat. The Dragon Kingdom's genius had once humiliated the king of the South Kingdom. If I can take Lu Fan down now, I can save our nation from collapse. He pulled up Lu Fan's information on his virtual screen, a sinister and twisted smirk slowly spreading across his face. Rank 23 but only level 32? This is a gift from heaven. Hold it right there, he roared, swinging his blade toward Lu Fan's back. Jia Shanlai unleashed his scaly water cage technique, aiming the strike directly at the young man. The scaly water cage sprayed torrents of water that formed an inescapable prison, locking the designated target inside with no hope of flight. The duration was 19 seconds. Seeing his trap succeed, he let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Lu Fan, representative of the Dragon Kingdom. You thought you could just sit back and reap the rewards of my hard work? Jia Shanlai shouted arrogantly, but suddenly, a massive black claw lunged toward him with lightning speed. Before he could even react, the claw slammed into him, sending him flying backward as he screamed in absolute agony. Tossed aside like a broken doll, Jia Shanlai's body crashed hard against the solid, unforgiving earth. He scrambled to get up while clutching his mangled arm. With a look of bitter resentment, he thought, "Damn it, this dragon's power is the real deal. I think my bones are shattered." Lu Fan, silent until now, finally spoke. He reached out, his hand passing effortlessly through the scaly water cage. "Reaping your rewards?" he said, with a chillingly cold tone. "You're overthinking things, aren't you?" With a simple flick of his wrist, Lu Fan shattered the scaly water cage, looking down at Jia Shanlai with nothing but pure disdain. "Your 5,000 points aren't even enough to tempt me. I've decided to spare your life." Jia Shanlai sat there, mouth agape in disbelief. "My crowd control skill was neutralized just like that?" he thought in shock. "There's no way. He's only level 32. Refusing to back down, he scrambled up to strike. "Spare me? Don't make me laugh, you bastard. Even if I fail this national trial, killing the Dragon Kingdom's representative will make me a hero of the South Kingdom." But before he could make a move, a ferocious roar from Xiao Ye blasted Jia Shanlai backward with sheer force. The beast didn't stop there. Looming over him as its maw began to glow with gathering flames, Jia Shanlai let out a pathetic whimper of terror. Lu Fan gave a mock kindly warning. "I suggest you stay still. This mission is mine. Do you have any objections?" And no. His watch soon flashed a notification. Mission accepted. Epic boss hunt. Earth Fiend of the Nine Realms, level 85. Lu Fan's expression turned grim as he stared intently at the glowing screen before him. Back with the two, Jia Shanlai retreated unsteadily, his voice trembling as he muttered, "This time, it's all over for me." Suddenly, a dark shadow with glowing crimson eyes leaped out from behind him, causing his heart to stop in terror. The shadow lunged toward Lu Fan's position, the impact shaking the earth and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the chance, Jia Shanlai screamed and ran, only to trip and tumble headfirst onto the dirt. He turned back, stammering in pure horror. That's the mission's guardian boss. It was the Frost Snow Beast King, level 75, worth 245 points. It let out a blood-curdling, aggressive roar. Jia Shanlai laughed with wicked glee, thinking to himself, "The heavens haven't abandoned me. To think Lu Fan would die right before my eyes." Suddenly, the Snow Beast King swung its massive arm, brutally swatting Jia Shanlai away before glaring down at him with murderous red eyes. Jia Shanlai's face drained of all color, his eyes bulging in pure, unadulterated horror at the monster looming over him. His entire body shook uncontrollably as tears welled in his eyes. He bit his lip, knowing he was completely finished. Suddenly, a strange red light erupted behind the Snow Beast King, instantly catching its attention. The beast let out a confused growl. He turns back to see what it is, only to witness a blinding flash of light. A massive gash opens across the Snow Monster King's body as green ichor sprays in every direction. Jia Sanlai screams in pure terror. Before the beast can recover, Xiao Ye lunges with lethal precision. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Ye buries its razor-sharp claws deep into the monster's frozen flesh. The system chimes. Void slashes imbued with dragon breath triggered twice, followed by double dragon strikes. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice rings out. Humph, you're nothing but a big, slow target. Xiao Ye hides behind Lu Fan, letting out a sharp cry. Lu Fan sneers at the corpse. It's weaker than a common zombie. System update. Dragon Breath Black Dragon Country's Lu Fan. Current points, 257. Total, 245. Jia Sanlai's eyes bulge in total shock, sweat pouring down his face like a summer rain. He stands frozen, petrified. Beside him lies a bottomless abyss, freshly carved out by Lu Fan's raw power. Trembling, he stares into the dark void. One shot destroyed a boss? Is Lu Fan really just level 32? If that blade had hit him, his face pales as the terrifying realization hits him like a physical blow. Even breathing feels heavy now. Lu Fan, eyes glowing crimson, slowly approaches Jia Sanlai with his blade drawn. It's over, he whimpers internally. Is this how I die? Is this my final moment at his hands? He shuts his eyes tight, raising his hands in a desperate plea. Please, have mercy. Don't kill me. But Lu Fan doesn't even glance at him, walking past with a look of total indifference. When Jia Sanlai finally opens his eyes, the area is empty. Only a biting, cold wind slaps his face. He turns around, utterly bewildered. Lu Fan didn't kill me? He actually let me live? Suddenly, a brilliant glow erupts behind him. He spins around, even more confused by the new notification. Quest accepted. Slay the epic boss Earth. Fiend Demon of the Nine Realms. Level 85. What kind of crazy quest is this? Jia Sanlai gasps. He finally realizes Lu Fan was serious about hunting it. Meanwhile, outside the national trial, the atmosphere is reaching a boiling point. Sheng Ming, watching the monitors, slams the desk. Why is a quest like this inside a secret realm? He glares at Taiyan. This is impossible. If he's trapped, how can Lu Fan earn any points? Taiyan replies coldly. Calm down. You're making far too much noise in this room. Sheng Ming snaps, lunging forward to grab Taiyan by the collar, with a look of pure rage. Calm down? This design is broken. I'm filing an appeal. Remove this suicide quest immediately. Taiyan just smirks, effortlessly shoving Sheng Ming away. Keep acting up, and I'll have you removed. Let go. I know the Tai Chi Nation did this on purpose. Sheng Ming's face darkens with fury. Seeing the tension, Han Feibai finally speaks up. Vice Principal, Zhao. Lower your temper for a moment. Sheng Ming turns, his frustration still boiling over at the old man's calm intervention. Han Feibai pours tea. They're cheating to help their own. You're our inspector, aren't you? You think an appeal will work? Sheng Ming asks, his confusion growing by the second. Feibai lifts his cup, explaining softly. Even if you appeal, nothing will change. It's rigged from the start. But do you really think Lu Fan getting this quest was just a stroke of bad luck? Sheng Ming is stunned. Elder Han, you know it's unfair. Why aren't you standing up for him? Han laughs. Underhanded schemes are meaningless when faced with absolute, overwhelming strength. Looking at the steaming tea, he adds, this impossible quest. It's exactly what Lu Fan was looking for. I believe in him, and deep down, so do you. Sheng Ming finally takes a deep breath. He turns back to the monitor. I see now, Elder Han. But then, his eyes widen in disbelief. On the screen, Lu Fan is mounted on Xiao Ye, moving with a terrifying sense of purpose. He's actually hunting the Spire of the Nine Realms. Back on the cold battlefield, riding atop Xiao Ye, Lu Fan scans the horizon until a warning flashes. Dark Spire detected ahead. He grins fiercely. Finally found it. Let's go, Xiao Ye. It's time for a total bloodbath. The dragon roars in response, surging forward. At the spire, monsters begin to swarm from all sides. The system alerts me. The demonic beast army has awakened. Level 60, bloodthirsty bats are swarming, worth 84 points each. Lu Fan smirks with pure delight. Aren't these the precious mounts belonging to Yuan Changfeng? With a sneer, he commands Xiao Ye to strike. To him, they're nothing but free experience points and easy loot. He glances back, calling out to Xing Chen. Wake up, Xing Chen. It's time for battle. The dragon responds with two thunderous roars. Flames erupt around him as he shouts the command. Transformation. Destruction. Colossal dragon. The system confirms the black dragon's new form. As the Destruction Colossal Dragon emerges, Xiao Ye's stat window flickers into existence before his eyes. Raging infernos blast outward, incinerating the bat swarm. He bellows a warning. Xiao Ye, watch the ground. Earth ghouls surge from below. The system identifies them. Level 75, worth 127 points. He draws his blade. These earth ghouls arrived just in time. Bring the whole damn army, he challenges as the system flashes again. Draconic chi surges. Xiao Ye's mighty roar sends monsters flying, blasting them straight into the lethal lava nearby. System note. The Dragon Tamer's basic attacks now carry draconic chi, dealing massive long-range damage. Reeling from the shockwave of Xiao Ye's roar, the monsters are thrown back, collapsing in heaps. Lava flames surge forward as he breathes fire, dealing heavy damage while simultaneously healing his own wounds. Watching the distant swarm approach, he realizes there are too many. Picking them off one by one is a waste. He raises his hand, activating Dragon's encouragement. This buffs both him and his pets, boosting all stats and attack by 30%. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye erupts with a thunderous roar that echoes through the battlefield. Level 30, Xiao Ye's stats soar. Strength hits 6,661, and Spirit reaches 266,000. Charging forward, he signals Xiao Ye. It's time to unleash the ultimate skill. Great Cataclysm. Xiao Ye's roar ripples with dominance. The Great Cataclysm explodes across the battlefield, incinerating everything in its wake with massive damage. From above, Lufan watches Xiao Ye. Her spirit attribute has surpassed 26,000. Time to test this. Snake Shadow Arrow. Charging for 3 seconds, this shot boosts damage by 500%. The countdown begins as system notifications flash before his eyes. 1 second charged. Xiao Ye roars, unleashing a sea of flames as the Cataclysm slams into the target zone. A massive explosion erupts. The system updates. 2 seconds charged. 3 seconds. He fires. The arrow weaves through the monsters, screaming toward the target. The arrow strikes Xiao Ye's location perfectly, triggering a second, devastating blast that shatters the earth. This is it, the ultimate combo. Cataclysmic Snake Shadow. Firing into the marked zone, the explosion incinerates everything, scaling with 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit. Notifications flood in. Lufan's points jump to 22,758. He's now rank 1. The demon army has awakened. Xingchen reaches level 12, while Lu Fan hits level 33. The world watches the leaderboard in shock. He's back. The top ranker has returned. Lu Fan actually dared to raid the Black Magic Spire. Taking the points and running is the only smart move. Sally and Andre are on the same quest, but their scores haven't moved. Zhao Shengming watches, breaking into a sweat. Elder Han was right. This suicidal mission isn't a trap for Lu Fan, it's his personal stepping stone to greatness. Setting down his tea, he chuckles. Lu Fan and his Black Dragon. Their power is truly a sight to behold. Han Feibai continues. And to think, he still has so many dragons he hasn't even summoned yet. Elder Han, please wait, he replies quickly. I'll have the servants bring out some fresh, hot tea. Han raises a hand. No need, tea can wait, but Lu Fan's spectacular performance is something we cannot miss. Lu Fan's growth has far exceeded our wildest imaginations. Once he slays the Earth Demon, then we'll celebrate with tea. Jin Zion sneers inwardly. Enjoy the show now, because the demon will soon leave Lu Fan a corpse. The boss is coming, yet he stays? Lu Fan doesn't understand the concept of quitting while he's ahead. The Beast Army hasn't fallen yet. It seems he truly intends to wipe the entire Black Flame Spire clean. Suddenly, massive chains snap. An enormous object crashes into the earth with a bone-shaking thud as the restraints shatter. Startled by the deafening impact, Lu Fan spins around, his gaze locked onto the source of the commotion. The gates of the 9-demon tower swing open, revealing monstrous shadows lurking within. The real nightmare begins now. He raises his weapon, alert. Honestly, if he had known they'd all swarm out at once, he would have wiped them in one go. This is a total waste of time. New monsters surge forward as the system alerts chime in. Level 75 Abyss Demon, 135 points. Level 75. Two-Headed Ogre, 297 points. Roar. Demon Scout, level 60, 50 points. Facing the horde, he doesn't flinch. Xiao Ye, one more round of hard work. Let's eradicate this demon army completely. He continues. Xing Chen, you're finally willing to join the fray? Xing Chen ascends, blocking him protectively. Roar. Lu Fan pauses, hesitating. Wait, are you planning to take them on yourself? The monsters don't hesitate, lunging with deafening shrieks. Xing Chen stands his ground, answering with a thunderous, powerful roar. Lu Fan shouts in concern. Xing Chen, fall back. Seeing it's useless, he calls out to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, cover Xing Chen. He He curses inwardly, this stubborn kid never listens. At such a low level, he's bound to get hurt. The two-headed monster freezes as an object blurs toward it. It raises its weapon, howling to alert its kin. Lufan charges forward atop Xiao Ye. Xing Chen's personality is fiercely independent. Forcing him to follow orders seems nearly impossible. Suddenly, a memory flashes. Wait, he has never seen Xing Chen's true potential. Maybe it's time to let him fight on instinct. Xing Chen bellows, preparing his star-glow scales. The scales coat him in starlight, absorbing all damage for 6 seconds. Once it ends, the stored energy devastates all nearby enemies. A sapphire vortex erupts, sweeping the surrounding monsters into the air. The whirlwind traps the two-headed giant, pinning him down. The impact is so immense it sends the beast flying backward. The monster uses his club to stand, roaring in primal fury. Lufan observes. Xiao Ye, hold on. The star-glow scales already absorbed the blow. It seems we don't need to worry about him. The two-headed beast flinches again at the incoming power. Even if he's disobedient, his combat skills are undeniable. Star-glow scales forces every enemy in range to endure the full weight of the absorbed damage. A massive blue explosion detonates, scattering the monsters like leaves in a storm. The two-headed monster shrieks. Shattered Star creates a celestial body before crushing it for massive area damage based on mana. Xiao Ye, let's keep our distance, Lufan orders. Following Xiao Ye's roar, a brilliant blue surge of energy explodes. The two-headed monster, frozen in place, is instantly consumed by the energy. The other demons scream in despair as they share the same fate. Xing Chen spreads his wings, unleashing a wide-range strike. Well done, Xing Chen. If it weren't for the 5 times damage of the X-Shadow arrow, this Shattered Star would rival Xiao Ye's disaster. Lu Fan has leveled up to 34. Hearing the praise, the little dragon puffs out his chest in pride. I'm the best, right? Lu Fan chuckles. This little guy is quite the egoist one compliment, and he's already acting like a king. Not to be outdone, Xiao Ye roars. Lu Fan quickly adds, Xiao Ye, you're incredibly powerful too. I'll let you handle the next boss. Xing Chen sticks out his tongue playfully. Man, I shouldn't compare these two. Xiao Ye is getting restless. Suddenly, a massive purple explosion erupts in the distance. Xiao Ye and Xing Chen both turn instantly. A giant green foot emerges from the thick smoke. A colossal toad monster appears. Level 80, Black Mountain Horned Beast, worth 429 points. Lu Fan smiles. Look who showed up. Xiao Ye, Xing Chen, get ready. Let's send this thing to the afterlife together. The green beast senses them, lashing out its long tongue. The system alerts sync with Lu Fan's commands. Molten Burst activated. Current Dragon Breath, Black Dragon 11. Xiao Ye, get ready. Use Molten Burst. Star Courage triggers, surging energy that grows stronger as the battle continues. All three charge into the fray. Void Cleave adds 2 consecutive slashes. When the master strikes, the pet dragon follows with claws and dragon breath. The toad monster stomps in frustration. It fires a beam of emerald energy from the horn atop its head. The horn glows as the green energy projectile hurtles toward them. Lu Fan shouts, Xing Chen, show this toad what you're made of. Xing Chen obeys, manifesting a shield of light. He seizes the opening. Xiao Ye, now's the time. Xiao Ye's chest armor slides open, revealing a core of burning red energy that fires directly at the giant toad. System alert. Molten Burst. A violent explosion that leaves a searing pool of lava in its wake. Once the target is submerged in the lava pool, they slowly sink while enduring massive, continuous damage. The beast leaps high to evade a lethal strike, but a crimson flash streaks across the sky, pinpointing its landing spot. Lu Fan plunges straight down. Using his mental power, he seizes the monster's severed horn mid-air. This is true control. He flings the horn back with a sharp precision strike that tears through the beast. A satisfied smile crosses his face. Perfect teamwork. The Darkspire really is the ultimate place for speed leveling. The Starry Sky Dragon reaches level 13. Lu Fan's score skyrockets from 23,000 to over 28,000. The spectators gasp in awe. The total points harvested from the demonic army have already surpassed 50,000. What an incredible combination. Now I see how a level 30 Lu Fan has the guts to challenge level 60s. He's twice as fast as Jin Chenghan. This Long Kingdom representative is a true eye-opener, Zhao Shengming remarks. Has young Lu Fan truly become this monstrously powerful after his journey to the distant north? Han Feibai chuckles. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-an slams the wall in fury. Damn it, what happened to Lu Fan? The demonic army showed no signs of weakness, yet they've been completely annihilated in an instant. How did his score eclipse Jin Chenghan's by so much? Get to the back room now. Verify the Darkspire's data immediately. This Long Kingdom representative must have exploited some hidden glitch in the system. Report every single anomaly you find. Do you hear me? He barks at his subordinates. Jae-an schemes internally, No one but their own supreme hero should be able to conquer the 9 worlds demon. Just you wait, Lu Fan. The moment I catch a single slip-up, I'll strip you of your qualification. 30 minutes later at the Kim Nagok City Arena, his men rush back. Director Kim, the investigation is complete. The national trial system is functioning perfectly. There are 0 errors within the Darkspire's parameters. Jae-an grabs a subordinate's collar, refusing to believe it. What did you say? The man stammers. Sorry. We'll reinvestigate. You useless trash, go back, he roars. Don't stop until you find a loophole. Move. Now. The 2 subordinates scramble away, desperate to escape his wrath. He grits his teeth. Their plan to intimidate other reps has backfired, becoming Lu Fan's personal point farming tool. I can't let his score climb any higher. If necessary, I'll force buff the 9 worlds demon to make him retreat. That thought restores his confidence. As for the ranking, he'll have to put all his faith in Jin Chenghan. Against a level 30+ second awakening class, surely Chenghan won't struggle, right? Jae-an calms himself and approaches the cheering crowd, his eyes accidentally locking with Han Fei Bai's. Suddenly, his eyes bulge in shock. On the screen, the battlefield has turned into a chaotic hellscape of flames. Arrows and monster carcasses litter the earth. Lu Fan stands majestically atop the mountain of corpses. A new wave appears, led by a massive chieftain. Lu Fan raises his hand. It's time for the level 85 boss, Xiao Fei. Calling Xiao Fei might split the experience points, but he needs this sweep to be absolutely flawless. The monster horde charges with bloodthirsty roars. Come forth! Lu Fan shouts as Xiao Fei triggers Eternal Form. Notification. Emerald Dragon has shifted into the Eternal Form. The Emerald Bloodline activates, doubling all skill effects for the Dragon race, and those with connected bloodlines. Life Pulse pulses outward, granting Emerald Light and Blessing to all allies, boosting effects by 2 to 4 times. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar in response to the massive buff. Emerald Blessing grants 12 layers of Dragon Chi and 12-fold damage. Emerald Light provides 12 layers of Divine Protection. All debuffs vanish as stats surge by 60%. Each blessing layer can nullify up to 2 incoming attacks. Lu Fan takes his stance. Xiao Ye. Spirit, let's go. The system notifications begin to flood the screen. Level 30. Black Dragon. Xiao Ye's power explodes. Strength hits 8,000, Agility 15,000, and Spirit 32,000. A torrent of lava surges forward, incinerating everything in its path while simultaneously healing the caster. Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, and Spirit charge together as Eternal Guardian manifests a massive shimmering barrier. Every ally is now shielded beneath the impenetrable protective dome. The barrier's durability scales with the Eternal One's HP. Spirit, release the Astral Scale Armor. Lu Fan commands. The astral scales wrap around them in a celestial glow, absorbing all incoming damage for the next 60 seconds. As the skill concludes, every enemy in range is struck by the stored energy. Spirit charges forward, his astral scale armor soaking up every hit. Lu Fan glances back, a sudden realization hitting him. He recalls something vital. His current Dragon Chi stands at Black Dragon 11. With a smile, Lu Fan summons the Dragon Language Magic Tome. It is an epic tier item he has been waiting to use since reaching level 35. Upon activation, he learns the powerful passive skill, Draconic Resonance. This skill allows the Dragon Knight and his dragon pet to synchronize their magic, boosting the power of shared draconic spells by 100%. The system confirms the acquisition. Draconic Resonance is now active. Lu Fan clenches his fist, remembering the Molten Burst skill gifted to him by Dan Ji. Now, he can finally trigger the resonance with Xiao Ye. A crimson light erupts, fracturing the earth beneath them. Are you ready, Xiao Ye? He asks. Following a thunderous roar, Lu Fan activates his newly mastered draconic magic. Xiao Ye surges with power and unleashes a massive molten burst. A sea of flames erupts, engulfing the entire battlefield. A lake of lava forms, trapping enemies in its scorching depths and dealing massive continuous damage. Xiao Ye stands firm, gathering an immense amount of energy. At Lu Fan's command, the dragon prepares for the final strike. Molten Burst. A wave of fire incinerates everything in its path. The explosion of lava turns the entire area into a blazing inferno. Enemies caught in the molten pool are slowly consumed by the intense heat, suffering devastating casualties. Draconic Resonance triggers as both Knight and Dragon cast the same spell, doubling the total output of their magic. Lu Fan charges ahead, the dual molten bursts amplifying the destruction. The combined power is 4 times stronger than a solo attack. Lu Fan looks at his hands, stunned by this overwhelming force. He feels perfectly in sync with Xiao Ye's heartbeat, as they drown the world in a violent tide of fire. Nothing survives the heat. Even the monster leader begins to melt under the relentless temperature. Lu Fan shouts, Xiao Ye, World Ender form, finish him! With a roar, the system announces the transformation. Xiao Ye reaches level 30. Stats explode. Strength hits 32,790, while Spirit soars to over 80,000. The boss struggles to resist, its powerful jaws attempting to counter, but the high-level pressure causes it to bleed out rapidly. Seeing the beast clinging to life, Lu Fan prepares his dragon chi for the final blow. A massive explosion ripples through the air, centered exactly where the monster leader stood. Spirit sticks out his tongue playfully, taunting the dying foe. "Just drop dead already, you ugly freak." One last strike from the astral scale armor reflects all absorbed damage back at the enemies, wiping out the remains of the beast army. System notification. Xiao Fei has reached level 23. Damn it, Spirit. Did you really just steal that kill? Lu Fan laughs as Xiao Ye hits level 31. Spirit finally reaches level 15. It is time to unlock his true dragon form. The system confirms Spirit's level up and the acquisition of the form shift skill. Lu Fan quickly opens the interface. He is shocked by the numbers. The stellar and galaxy forms are far more powerful than he ever imagined. The stellar form boosts Spirit's power 5-fold, completely eclipsing Xiao Ye's World Ender transformation. However, this incredible power comes with a price. It only lasts for 60 seconds. When combined with his other abilities, this form will undoubtedly be Lu Fan's ultimate trump card. The galaxy form is even more surprising. It reminds him of Xiao Fei's soul light. By discarding a physical body, Spirit becomes untouchable, lurking near enemies as an undetectable nebula. I need to find a worthy monster to test these powers on, Lu Fan thinks. But as he looks around, he realizes something. Why hasn't another beast appeared yet? It seems the entire army has been annihilated. Spirit stands tall, looking smug as if saying the monsters were too scared to show their faces. Suddenly, Xiao Ye raises his head and roars. The system alerts Lu Fan to the Black Dragon's sensory ability, which detects hidden foes. Activating this skill will strip away the camouflage and stealth of any nearby enemies. Xiao Ye senses a presence within the tower. "There is no mistake," Lu Fan mutters. "It is the Shadow Assassins." Mounting Xiao Ye's back, he takes to the sky. Spirit and Xiao Fei follow closely as they head toward the next challenge. "If it won't crawl out, then we're going in to hunt it," Lu Fan declares, as Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar of agreement. Soaring on Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan calls out to Xiao Fei and Xing Chen. "Listen up, you two, remember this well." With that, the four of them dive into the massive violet portal leading into the Dark Spire. Inside the tower, they're met by a boundless void under a haunting, mystical sky. Lu Fan realizes just how pitch black it truly is. Judging by the echo of his footsteps, the space within this spire is absolutely immense. Suddenly, a flicker of violet flame catches his eye, forcing him to halt. Moments later, a trail of purple fires ignites, one after another. A massive path unfolds before them. Lu Fan remains calm, signaling his dragon. "Xiao Ye, let's move out." Xiao Ye tilts his head in confusion but follows. Lu Fan treads carefully, sensing an eerie void, not a single creature in sight. Is the Earth Fiend luring me in? Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind sweeps past, sending a shiver down his spine and stopping him dead. Instantly, the lanterns lining the road flare with brilliant light, bathing the area in a sinister, magical aura. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock as the scene unveils. Rising before him is a throne of truly titanic proportions. Xiao Ye snarls restlessly, while Lu Fan's heart races with anticipation. "Earth Fiend, show yourself." The sky turns pitch black as a booming voice echoes. "Humans and a dragon. I remember being slain by your kind ages ago." Above the massive throne, a colossal vortex of black smoke begins to churn and take shape. The voice within the smoke continues. "Ah, I see. I've lost my physical form. This isn't my castle. I was sealed away." He erupts into a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha. Those foolish humans actually kept my soul alive." Lu Fan is more alert than ever. A crimson arm, bound by heavy chains, emerges from the darkness. How pathetic. I was once one of the 9 lords of the demon realm. To be treated as a plaything and imprisoned here after death. It is a cruel, bitter joke. Finally, he reveals his true form. A crimson demon with a single piercing eye and writhing tentacles covering his body. This is the Earth Fiend, a nightmare rank boss. Level 85. Strength, 37,951. Spirit, 30,582. Agility, 39,034. Endurance, 40,658. He possesses 3 lethal skills, including layered killing shadows, a technique that gathers the essence of the Earth Fiend. If the target is struck, they receive a shadow mark, which can stack up to 3 times. Each stack increases the damage the target receives by 40% for every subsequent hit. His second skill, Ghostly Shadow Walk, allows him to merge with fiendish energy, granting absolute invisibility and free movement. While active, He is undetectable and immune to all attacks until the effect is broken. Finally, his blood blade claws. He unleashes 5 high-speed claws that deal massive damage upon impact. His physical power surges by 200% for 5 seconds. He lunges at Lu Fan, claws bared and ready to shred. "Are you and this hatchling trying to play hero and seal me again?" He roars in pure rage. He activates layered killing shadows, sneering with arrogance. "Go ahead, say your final words, you insignificant ant." Yet, Lu Fan stands his ground, unfazed and completely motionless. As the razor-sharp claws strike, a brilliant barrier erupts to protect him, Xiao Fei's Jade Light Shield. Lu Fan shoots a look of pure disdain at the demon. "Last words? Why don't you save those for yourself?" He turns to his companion. "Xiao Fei, swap to the fallen corpse demon dragon form." Before the demon's stunned eyes, Xiao Fei transforms. The Earth Fiend recoils. This aura. What kind of power is this? Lu Fan calmly unsheathes his blade. "That's something you don't need to know." He commands Xiao Ye to unleash lava flame. The dragon opens his maw, firing a colossal sphere of molten fire. The fireball blazes like a falling meteor, hurtling straight for the Earth Fiend, but the demon doesn't even flinch. Upon impact, the flames pass harmlessly through his body. Lu Fan's eyes narrow in disbelief. "It went right through? Is this phantom impossible to strike?" Seeing his confusion, the demon laughs hysterically. "A pathetic human and a newborn dragon. What a weak and foolish combination." He had used ghostly shadow walk to phase through the attack. Lu Fan realizes Xiao Ye's senses can only track standard stealth. The Earth Fiend's specialized invisibility is completely beyond their current detection range. Like a predator, the demon vanishes and reappears behind Xiao Fei, preparing for a lethal backstab. He strikes at Xiao Ye with full force. Luckily, the dragon's shield holds firm. "Die, you little brats." The Earth Fiend cackles like a madman. "Ha ha ha, I can do this all day. Let's see how much longer you can survive." Lu Fan grew frustrated with the beast's relentless pressure. 2 brutal strikes had already shattered 4 layers of his defensive barriers. Though Xiao Fei kept channeling her jade radiance, staying on the defensive was a losing game. It was finally time for a counter-offensive. He reacted instantly as the Earth Fiend lunged forward. The monster unleashed its shadow kill, a flurry of lethal strikes meant to end him. "You're finished, human!" the beast roared. Fortunately, Lu Fan raised his blade just in time to parry the devastating blow. A cold smirk played on his lips. "There's no running away this time," he declared with chilling confidence. A barrage of strikes rained down, forcing the monster out of the shadows. Confused, it stared at the incoming onslaught in utter disbelief. This was Shadow Walk. The precise strike completely nullified the creature's invisibility, exposing its true form to the world. Overjoyed, Lu Fan shouted, "Show yourself, Xing Chen. It's time to test that new skill." Terror finally gripped the Earth Fiend's heart. The beast stood frozen, screaming in denial. "This is impossible." Above them, a pair of majestic, otherworldly wings unfurled brilliantly. It slowly raised its head, revealing a flawless transformation. Behold the starry sky dragon in its breathtaking galaxy form. The Earth Fiend seethed with confusion and rage. "Did this beast enter with you? Has it been here the whole time?" Pointing his blade directly at the monster's throat, Lu Fan coldly replied, "That's none of your concern. Have you prepared your final words, you insect?" The fiend finally realized Xing Chen had been using Shadow Walk to remain hidden. A guttural roar escaped the beast's throat as it descended into a state of pure, unbridled madness. Glaring at him, the beast spat out, "Don't think your petty tricks will save you." Its sudden aggression caught Lu Fan off guard. It charged toward him with a thunderous roar. "Lighting up this darkness won't change your inevitable fate, human." He and Xiao Fei vaulted into the air to evade the strike. "Xiao Fei, switch to soul light now," he urged quickly. Lu Fan leaped onto Xiao Ye's head as the 3 launched a coordinated assault. "There's nowhere left for you to hide. Xiao Fei, with me." He activated Dragon's encouragement, while Xiao Fei synchronized with the Jade Dragon system. Xiao Ye activated her soul concealment, letting out a deafening roar as her hidden power surged forth in devastating waves. The Earth Fiend's eyes widened in disbelief. How can a mere human wield the majestic power of dragons like this? Atop Xiao Ye's head, he raised his blade high. "Xiao Ye, it's time. Let's end this together." Their joint strike collided with the Earth Fiend, but the beast managed to block it, continuing its mocking taunts. Why would a being as divine as a god willingly submit to the servitude of a lowly insect? Realizing the monster was trying to sow discord, Lu Fan stayed focused. Xiao Ye roared, initiating a devastating demon dragon strike. Strikes rained down incessantly. "With such mysterious power, why do you still take orders from this weakling?" the fiend shouted. Infuriated by the taunts, Lu Fan vowed to silence the beast forever. "He's talking nonsense, right, Xing Chen?" Xing Chen gave a simple nod in agreement. Enraged by their bond, the Earth Fiend screamed, "How dare you be so arrogant? then perish alongside your hatchling. Xiao Ye lunged forward with a heavy blow, but the monster barely managed to parry. Great job, Xiao Ye, he shouted, beginning to gather energy for a finishing blow. Just hold on a little longer. As he prepared his shadow release arrow, the Earth Fiend lost its patience, unleashing its vicious blood blade claws. The tension mounted as his shadow release arrow reached its peak charge after 2 critical seconds of concentration. Xiao Ye struggled against the onslaught before seizing the beast's arms. "Let go of me, you beast," the fiend roared. Seizing the opening, he shouted, "Now, let's finish this." He ignited a flaming arrow and released it with deadly precision. The arrow struck true, engulfing the Earth Fiend in a towering inferno as it shrieked in absolute agony. Xiao Ye followed up with an air shock, while Xing Chen triggered Star Crush, boosting their destructive power by 500%. Enveloped in flames, the Earth Fiend wailed. Impossible. How can a human possess such overwhelming power? A massive explosion rocked the area, and the Earth Fiend was finally reduced to nothing but scattered dust. Inside the Jinyu City Forge, Zhao Shengming and Lim Taiyan watched in utter disbelief at what they were seeing. Stunned, they wondered if Lu Fan truly won. Impossible. A 9 Realms demon can't be defeated by some brat from Long Country. That's a level of power only the 5 legendary national heroes are supposed to be capable of reaching. No, I must recalibrate the Earth Fiend's stats immediately. Meanwhile, Han Feibai remained strangely calm, deep in thought. They scrutinized every pixel on the screen. The dust settled, revealing that the Earth Fiend was somehow still alive. They let out a collective sigh of relief. As expected, an ancient demonic beast isn't so easily conquered. Look closely. It's severely wounded. Kim Taiyan laughed as the Earth Fiend struggled to stand amidst the ruins, coughing and cursing. Struggling to his feet, the demon snarled, "To think a mere insect could push me this far. I'll never forgive you." Lu Fan met his venomous gaze with nothing but cold disdain. "Forgive me? I'm not finished yet. Didn't you notice 2 dragons are missing?" Behind the Earth Fiend, twin lights suddenly ignited. It was his legendary dragons, and they were already channeling their ultimate, Doomsday Descent. Even with his health fully restored, the demon roared arrogantly. "So what? How dare mere human pets be so insolent?" Lunging toward the dragons, he screamed, "I refuse to be brought down by an ant ever again." He unleashed his bloodblade claws. The 2 devastating powers collided, releasing a shockwave that tore the earth apart. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Through the billowing smoke and embers, the Earth Fiend began to slowly collapse. Spitting blood, he hissed in pure agony. "Damn it, curse you, this is impossible." Delirious, he began to rave. "Me? Lose? This wretched body failed me, reborn only to die by a human's hand? I refuse to accept this. I won't accept it." Desperate to survive, he secretly triggered his Phantom Walk skill, attempting a pathetic escape into the shadows. But a volley of arrows pierced the dark, shattering his skill. Lu Fan approached, bow in hand. "It's over, Earth Fiend." Driven to pure madness, the demon shrieked. "Human? You think it's over? I couldn't kill his dragons. Couldn't even wound him. Is this truly my end?" Suddenly, the demon's body convulsed violently as a tide of forbidden power surged through him, shocking him to his core. Even Lu Fan recoiled in surprise. The Earth Fiend howled as a terrifying, malevolent aura erupted from within. His limbs twisted and mutated in a grotesque display. "This power," he screamed through the agony. "This incredible power." As the fiend laughed maniacally, Lu Fan quickly pulled up his system interface. What on earth was happening? He'd clearly won, so where was this energy coming from? Could this be the Earth Fiend's Phase 2? It seemed the 9 realm demons hid terrifying secrets, the very reason the heroes of Taichi had to seal them. Suddenly, Lu Fan's eyes widened as he checked the stats. "What?" The fiend's laughter echoed, his aura skyrocketing. "Still think it's over, Ant? This is just the beginning." Lu Fan stared at the status window. The attributes were rising to unmeasurable levels. They're still climbing? Something's wrong. Even the Earth Fiend began to scream as the power became too much to contain. What is happening? Back at the observation base, the staff watched in horror, unable to comprehend this transformation. The combat values were spiraling out of control, defying all logic. This shouldn't be possible within the Spire's rules. Against such insane growth, victory seemed impossible. Vice Principal Zhao turned to Elder Han, his face pale. "Elder Han, look at those stats. For Lu Fan's safety, we have to do something. Should we order him to evacuate the Spire?" Han calmly sipped his tea. "Vice Principal, remember our promise? We were going to brew a fresh pot of tea. After Lu Fan slays that demon." Zhao froze in disbelief. "But a life is at stake. This isn't just a trial anymore. This demon is abnormal. Its power level has already surged past 100,000. Han remained unfazed, explaining that Lu Fan's previous battles proved his transcendent combat instinct and vast experience. I've never seen a genius like him. I won't let his light be extinguished here. Vice Principal, I believe in Lu Fan. The question is, do you? Zhao exhaled, his panic finally subsiding. I believe in Lu Fan as well. He sighed in relief. If you're guaranteeing his life, Elder Han, then I can rest easy. Longdu Academy has invested everything into his growth. Forgive my earlier outburst. Han laughed it off, understanding his concern. Meanwhile, Jin Ziyan smirked, thinking his sabotage was going unnoticed. Those two useless trash actually did something right for once, Jin thought maliciously. Even legendary heroes couldn't withstand a 9-realm demon with absolute stats like these. Now, I just have to wait for the news of Lu Fan's death. Ha ha ha. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan faced the grotesque, mutated monstrosity looming over him. Your phase 2 is completely absurd, Lu Fan smirked. But don't start celebrating just yet. Lu Fan drops into a low combat stance, his mind racing. He can't let this monster's attributes evolve any further. It's time to unleash his ultimate weapon. Activating the level 2 Black Dragon Soul, he chooses natural assimilation. Xiao Fei, possess me now. Then, he summons the fallen corpse dragon once more. The Earth Fiend demon's eye bulges completely out of its socket, a truly grotesque and terrifying sight. It lets out a hideous screech before lunging at him. Die, you insect! Lu Fan roars, ordering Xiao Ye to unleash the world-destroying breath. Instantly, Xiao Ye releases a devastating world-destroying roar, blasting the monster with pure destruction. But the beast counters with dragon language unseal. It laughs maniacally. Foolish human, you and your lizard can never kill me. Lu Fan bellows back. Fallen corpse magic dragon unseal, as his blade erupts into a searing holy blaze. 2 fallen corpse dragons chant a forbidden curse to strike the beast. Lu Fan stacks the world-destroying roar with the curse to inflict a massive debuff. The Earth Fiend loses its mind. Enough. Witness the true price of underestimating an ancient calamity. For the dignity of the 9 realms, fiends, it roars, but suddenly stops. What? What is this? A blinding radiance erupts before its eyes. Lu Fan declares boldly, it's time you learned the final fate of those who mock a Dragon Tamer. And, that is, death. The starry sky dragon shifts into its starlight form. Remaining duration, 59 seconds. The Earth Fiend stares in utter disbelief. How could that mere hatchling possess such overwhelming power? The starlight dragon triggers its ultimate skill, Brilliant Light, firing a colossal beam of energy straight at the demon. Taking the hit head-on, the demon howls in agony. No, this cannot be my destiny. He screams in helpless rage. I lost? I just regained my power, and I already lost to a human? As his body crumbles into ash, his voice fades to a sinister whisper. You won't leave alive. Stay, and be buried with me. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. Lu Fan senses something is horribly wrong. Damn it, this monster wants to take us down with him. The tower is collapsing. Xiao Ye, get everyone out of here now. Cracks spiderweb across the tower walls as massive tremors shake the entire structure to its core. The tower shatters and falls. Luckily, Lu Fan's group manages to fly out just in time, escaping the ruins. Lu Fan exhales sharply in relief. Phew, that space was massive. We barely made it out of there alive. System alerts chime. Emerald Dragon reached level 24. Starry Sky Dragon reached level 17. Lu Fan leveled up to level 36. The Black Dragon reached level 32. He thinks, that was exhausting, but the Earth Fiend is dead. Increasing his spirit by 2 levels made it all worthwhile. Checking the leaderboard, he sees his score. Over 500,000 points, finally. I can take a breather. Back in the monitoring room, everyone stares at Lu Fan's rank in stunned silence before shouting, a genius, a true monster. A gap of 440,000 points, his coordination with his dragons was flawless. That final laser was the game changer. Did you see that? Of course I did. This representative's combat instinct is clearly top tier. Zhao turns to Elder Han. Elder Han, just as you predicted. Lu Fan won. Elder Han laughs heartily. To have such fighting spirit at his age, he's truly something else. Zhao agrees. Our Longdu Academy worked hard to scout him. We won't let such raw talent go to waste. Elder Han continues, looking at the screen with deep admiration. To showcase the true power of a Dragon Tamer, this boy must have trained like a demon. Zhao nods in agreement. Right before the national trials began, the one who trained him was, a loud crack cuts him off. Kim has slammed his phone into the floor, shattering it. He's seething with rage at Lu Fan's victory. The others rush over. Mr. Kim, are you all right? It's nothing. Excuse my rudeness, he growls before storming out. The crowd begins to whisper about his outburst. Taigi Nation is trailing by 440,000 points, but they're still second. Why is he so furious? Zhao is equally baffled. What's wrong with Mr. Kim? Elder Han just laughs. Don't mind him, let's brew some fresh tea instead. Out in the corridor, Kim slams his fist into the wall with a deafening thud. The Earth Fiend. Lu Fan actually killed it? Unforgivable. This is absolutely unforgivable. This brat handled a threat that only national heroes should face. Just then, two subordinates run up. Director Kim, we found you. We couldn't reach you earlier, sir. Kim immediately grabs his assistant by the collar, his eyes wild. Tell me, did you really max out the Earth Fiend's stats like I ordered? The subordinate stammered in fear. Yes, sir. That Dragon Nation representative's movements are lightning fast and lethally precise. Even after being buffed to its absolute limit, the Earth Fiend demon was obliterated instantly. Kim was livid, convinced that Lu Fan had to be exploiting some sort of glitch. They had manually cranked the demon's stats to the maximum through the backend, yet he still crushed it. There had to be a fatal flaw in Lu Fan's performance. Just then, Elder Zhao and Elder Han strolled past the group, their presence alone causing the schemers to break into a cold sweat. Are we heading out now? Zhao asked. Elder Han chuckled. No need to rush. That boy Lu Fan really knows how to put our minds at ease. Elder Zhao added, it's not just that his raw combat power is terrifyingly high, but looking at how he handled that Earth Fiend demon, no one in this national trial can stand against him. Elder Han let out a booming laugh. Haha, dominating the field all night long. Even this old man can't sit still anymore. Let's go get some fresh air. Kim Jae-an was seething with rage upon hearing this. As his assistant tried to calm him down, Kim snapped, pointing a trembling finger right in the man's face. There's something wrong with that Dragon Nation representative. Their overseers definitely know the secret. Keep a tight watch on those doors. The moment anyone tries to contact those two from the Dragon Nation, I want a report on my desk immediately. The subordinate bowed quickly. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-an continued to lurk in the shadows, eavesdropping on the elder's conversation. I'll expose your little secret soon enough, Kim hissed. I want to see how you survived when even the Nine-Realm demon couldn't stop you. Elder Han mused aloud. If everything continues smoothly, the top spot in this national trial belongs to our Dragon Nation, doesn't it? Elder Zhao nodded, confidently. I believe it's already a done deal. Elder Han, you're always so calm. I feel embarrassed for panicking so much earlier, Zhao admitted. Behind them, Kim's blood was boiling. Enjoy it while it lasts, Kim thought. Once I find your weakness, I'll rally the other nations to kick you out of the 23-country alliance. Elder Han kept laughing. I've actually grown fond of your nervous side, Zhao. Zhao could only smile sheepishly in response. Well, Elder Han, we've arrived, Zhao said. Suddenly, a streak of light whistled through the air toward Kim's hiding spot. A sword slammed into the wall right in front of Kim's face, the impact vibrating through his very soul. Panic surged through him. He was sure he'd been spotted, yet no one emerged from the shadows to confront him. A level 90 Shadow Harvester, he realized. That weapon. It's the 4 Absolute Sword. I was careless and forgot about Han Feibai's personal guardian. He touched the blood trickling down his cheek. There was no follow-up attack. This was a clear, silent warning to back off. Kim turned and bolted. He couldn't risk following Han Feibai any longer. If that sword had been aimed to kill, he'd already be a corpse. 10 minutes later, the two elders were making their way back. Zhao spoke up eagerly as they walked. Elder Han, let's hurry back to the monitoring room. I can't wait to see more of Lu Fan's incredible performance. Elder Han stopped briefly by the fresh sword mark on the wall, his eyes narrowing as he inspected it. He let out a mocking laugh. Those puny nations are just as shameless as I expected. Zhao just stood there, completely bewildered. Kim Jae-an arrived back at his station, fuming with silent rage. His two underlings rushed over, relieved to see him. Manager Kim, you're finally back. One assistant handed him a spare phone. Sir, please check this backup device immediately. You've had non-stop calls while you were away. Kim's face twisted, veins bulging with suppressed anger. The assistant recoiled in fear, stammering. Manager Kim, are you all right? Sir, your face? It's bleeding. Kim snatched the phone away and roared. What are you staring at? Get back to the monitoring room and do your jobs. The assistant scrambled away instantly. Left alone, Kim glared at the smartphone in his hand, his expression a mask of pure resentment. After reading the messages, Kim growled to himself. Do they really think I don't want Lu Fan gone? I've been searching for his weakness this entire time. He vowed that if he found even a shred of evidence proving Lu Fan was cheating, he would make his move. Outside, the crowd was erupting in cheers. That Dragon Nation representative is legendary. He's earning points while just sitting there. Winning while lying down? Kim muttered, confused. He pushed through the crowd to see the display for himself. When he saw the system board, he froze. Lu Fan's points were skyrocketing. He was literally auto-farming points. Overjoyed, Kim immediately dialed a number. Finally, I've finally found your Achilles heel, you brat, Kim thought triumphantly. You're finished, Lu Fan. Exploiting a system glitch like this will get the Dragon Nation permanently banned from the national trial. The person on the other end picked up instantly. Hello? Finally. Where have you been? The rumors are flying. You better have proof of his cheating. Kim stared at the screen in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Why? Why is the Earth Fiend army itself farming points for Lu Fan? While the world was in an uproar, Lu Fan was actually on the other side, relaxing and watching the monsters do his work for him. He leaned back with a sigh of relief. Ah. Finally. A chance to get some real rest. Rewind 1 hour. Lu Fan narrowly escapes the spire, finally exhaling a breath he'd been holding. Whew. That interior was massive. I almost didn't make it out of there in time. He falls into deep thought. The Earth Fiend demon is finally dead, and with his points skyrocketing, he can finally afford a moment's rest. Gazing at the sky, a cold truth crosses his mind. He never truly viewed those two as actual partners. Yet, during the clash with the Earth Fiend, the fallen corpse magic dragon had reached a terrifying new level of power. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes as he surveys the tombstones. Wait, I have a way. He recalls the events outside the northern camp. That moment when the twin Wyvern Kings underwent their dark evolution, mutating into the fallen corpse magic dragons. Xiao Fei had reclaimed them from Gu Shen, granting them the energy of the fallen, without enslaving them as mere puppets. He and his senior had already decoded the vital difference between a true fallen corpse and a mindless thrall. Controlled puppets are usually just dead husks or beasts, but he now commands 2 dragons brimming with primeval fallen energy. Before him lie the massive remains of the Earth Fiend and the fallen heavenly demon army. Xiao Ye and the others watch, bewildered by his intense focus, until he suddenly shouts, "This chance is too good to pass up." As confusion grips the group, the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons unleash a deafening, blood-curdling roar. Lu Fan sighs, his shoulders slumping. I guess it's a bust. They can't seem to command the dead after all. Perhaps they lack the puppeteer trait needed to bind thralls. Just as he's about to quit, a small hand touches his. A tiny, ethereal girl with shimmering green wings descends from the sky like a forest spirit. He stares in shock. Xiao Fei, the system blares. The Emerald Dragon's soul form has evolved. New bloodline skill. All effects are doubled when applied to Dragonkin or those with equivalent bloodlines. Soul protection activated. Target attributes are surged by 100 to 200% when bathed in soul light. Every strike taken generates layers of Imperial Chi. Upon reaching 10 layers, a devastating shockwave is unleashed. The damage dealt is the total absorbed power, multiplied by 2 after the 10th layer. Lu Fan's eyes widen in disbelief. Even the magic dragon's dark bloodline receives Xiao Fei's massive passive buffs. Did the fallen essence truly evolve the Wyvern King into a true dragon? Xiao Fei clearly sensed its new potential. It wasn't that the fallen corpse magic dragon lacked the ability to command. Its base stats were simply too low to bind high-level monsters. If that's the case, Lu Fan smirks, then I've got this. He commands Xiao Fei to unleash the Emerald Light, instantly purging all debuffs and skyrocketing their attributes. Each layer of this divine blessing can nullify up to 2 instances of incoming damage. Their level might be lower than the Earth Fiends, but their raw stats are now reaching God-tier levels. Xiao Fei, switch to eternal form. Release the pulse of the north. Lu Fan bellows across the battlefield. Xiao Fei transcends into her eternal state, igniting her emerald bloodline and the pulse of life simultaneously. As the emerald light and blessings intertwine, the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons undergo a monstrous surge in Pacus. Their stats finally eclipse the Earth Fiend, Lu Fan cries. Now, release your energy. Claim the Earth Fiend as your puppet. A primal roar shatters the air as skeletal hands erupt from the scorched earth. Under the absolute command of the magic dragons, the fallen begin to stir, rising as loyal thralls. Groaning and snarling, the level 75 heavenly demon soldiers rise. Success. The entire army is now mine to command. With this undead legion, he can farm infinite points while he kicks back and relaxes. A system alert flashes. New skill acquired: fallen corpse manipulation. He realizes these puppets can be controlled from afar, or even summoned back into his personal storage. This means he can bring this heavenly demon army out of the secret realm and into the real world. He grins at the terrifying legion standing before him. In other words, if he chooses, he can unleash a calamity that would make the tragedy of the Tai Chi kingdom 50 years ago look like a joke. At that moment, the colossal earth fiend demon lurches to life, thrashing with mindless, puppet-like fury. Lu Fan stares at the beast that once nearly wiped out a nation. Now, it is nothing more than his loyal servant. There is only one word to describe this feeling: absolute, intoxicating power. An hour later, a man named Kim answers his phone, trembling. What? The Earth Fiend is obeying Lu Fan's orders? Wait, Where is the evidence of the Dragon Kingdom's cheating? Zhao froze in disbelief as his phone clattered to the ground. It was all over. The recording was now under Lu Fan's control, and their scheme was utterly destroyed. Public opinion online is exploding in rage. Suddenly, a chillingly familiar voice echoes from behind the desperate man. Look at that. Didn't I tell you Lu Fan would always be number one? With such a massive score gap, no other representative can catch up. Zhao mutters to Elder Han. You're right, I was overthinking. Elder Han chuckles. Accepting reality is a vital part of building a proper strategy. If the other nations have already lost, what's left to play for? He turns a cold gaze toward Kim. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Kim's blood boils with fury, his fists clenching until they tremble. He thinks of his family's dignity and the public outcry, while the old man's mockery rings in his ears. Gritting his teeth with bulging eyes, he snarls. If that's the case, I'll just have to give you a special mission, Lu Fan. Currently, Lu Fan is lounging comfortably, while his powerful summons do all the heavy lifting. He commands Xiao Fei, who summons the magic dragon, who controls the earth demon, who then orders the heaven demon bottle. There are so many layers to this. Meanwhile, his points continue to skyrocket every single second. Suddenly, a notification pings. He opens the message log, wondering if there is more news already. He hasn't even had time to rest when he sees a new quest point appear on the map. At the Icefield National Trial, a pillar of blue system light pierces through the endless white snow. Jia Sanlai hides behind a massive tree, watching the light with a sigh of relief and a wicked smirk. He was unlucky enough to meet Lu Fan last time, but this quest is finally his. But that smile quickly vanishes. As Jia Sanlai spots something, his brow furrows and his lips tighten in pure frustration. His face goes dark as he spots Xiao Ye. He lets out a desperate groan. No way, not again. Drenched in sweat, he laments. I worked so hard to find this quest point. Why do I have to meet Lu Fan again? He freezes as a thought strikes him. Wait, if he's here for a new quest, doesn't that mean the Nine Realms demon mission is already finished? Sensing something, Lu Fan casts a sharp glance backward. Jia Sunlai panics he's been spotted. He shouts a frantic explanation. My voice was a bit too loud just now. Please, don't mind me. Lu Fan ignores the excuse and decisively draws his blade. System notification. Dragon Chi active Black Dragon 2. Jia Sanlai's jaw drops as he screams. You said you'd spare me last time. Why are you attacking now? System. Dragon armor normal attack. Infused with Dragon Chi to create a long-range shockwave. Lu Fan's strike was aimed at a beast behind Jia Sanlai, but the man simply cowers, howling in fear. System. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom. Total points 551,470. Jia Sanlai stands stunned. Was he being stalked by a monster? Lu Fan wasn't aiming for him at all. Phew. Thank goodness. He scratches his head awkwardly. Thanks for saving my life back there. Lu Fan's interface shows the quest point ahead. With a cold face, he replies, Saving your life? I wouldn't go that far. It was just convenient. Jia Sanlai laughs nervously, thinking he was dead. System. Rank 17. Jia Sanlai of Nam Nation. 23,000 points. Lu Fan grunts coldly. He wonders why the guy has so few points after a full day of battle. Inside, Jia Sanlai is crying rivers of tears. He wanted to explain he skipped sleep just to grind out those 20,000 points. Lu Fan considers taking his points, but they are so pitifully low he decides to let him farm more first. Lu Fan walks over and gives Jia Sanlai a heavy, motivational pat on the shoulder. Staring into his eyes, he says, Your point gain is way too slow. Rank 17 is a disgrace to the Nam Nation. He waves a hand as he walks away. Work harder. I hope your rank is much higher the next time we meet. Jia Sanlai stands frozen for a moment before crying out with deep emotion. Is Lu Fan actually cheering for me? He realized the rumors about the Dragon Kingdom being arrogant were wrong. Unaware of the details, Lu Fan's victory over the Nine-World Demon had both saved and inspired the boy. Jia Sanlai, eyes brimming with tears, curses his own utter stupidity to the heavens. He quickly recovers his spirit for the Southern Kingdom's pride, vowing to repay Boss Lu Fan with more points, then shouts, I understand now. Next time we meet, I'll be even stronger. Jia Sanlai watches Lu Fan ride Xiao Ye away, sweating in confusion. Lu Fan is surprised people are already dying in round 2 as the notification for Quest 1-1 appears. His current mission: eliminate a mysterious target lurking within the treacherous 6th sector of the marshlands. He analyzes the unknown target. Is it Jin Chenghan or Seol Ri waiting in the shadows of the swamp? Staring ahead, he fuels his resolve. No matter who it is, this mission must be completed. Xiao Ye, to the swamp. Lu Fan commands. Xiao Ye roars with terrifying intensity. Meanwhile, in the National Trial realm, the afternoon sun hangs heavy over the swamp, where monstrous beasts lurk in every shadow, their crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness like patient predators waiting for a fatal misstep. A massive black snake strikes like lightning, sinking fangs into a boar's back. Jilan, perched atop the snake, smirks at the sight. Gilan glances back as the boar collapses with a thunderous thud, completely defeated. A calm figure carrying a brush approaches. A hunter? Let him come. It turns out to be Wei Ji. Smirking, she notes he won't expect a four-nation alliance. System intro: South Korea's Wei Ji, rank 10. A level 60 malevolent god inheritor with 26,642 points. She complains about this damp, toxin-filled wasteland. Jilan admits he didn't expect this meeting either. The four nations agreed to gather and farm points together. Wei Ji leans against a tree, arms crossed. Why am I the only one here? Where are Jia Shanlai and Ba Dan? Gilan explains, Ba Dan is close, but Jia Shanlai is just alive somewhere. Wei Ji scoffs, I'm done with that guy. In my opinion, we shouldn't wait for him anymore. Checking her system, she adds, I rushed here, only killing the beasts that blocked my path. If not for meeting you, I'd be ranked much higher than 10th. Wei Ji eyes Gilan. So, has that hunter arrived yet? He sighs, hoping the target has plenty of points. Once Ba Dan arrives, we'll launch the ambush. They boast, we'll show him who the real predator is. 4 hours later, Lu Fan lands in the swamp. Mist blankets the area, and the air turns frigid. Lu Fan dismounts, thinking they've finally reached the heart of the marsh. The terrain is treacherous, filled with poisonous insects and deadly miasma, making escape impossible without wings. He quickly realizes he's being hunted when he notices the eerie lack of beasts. With a sharp gaze, Lu Fan reaches back and issues a cold command. Xiao Ye, release your perception. The dragon obeys. System: the black dragon's perception reveals hidden or camouflaged enemies, actively stripping away any stealth effects from nearby foes. Lu Fan smirks after a moment. An ambush, as expected. But he's surprised to find 3 of them. Drawing his blade, he challenges them. You heard me, so why hide? Fine, let me help you. The system flares. Current dragon aura. Black dragon level 2. Come out. Lu Fan roars, plunging his sword into the earth. Violent shockwaves explode like lethal fireworks. A massive black snake recoils in agony before him. System alert. Mission target detected. Gilan, sitting cross-legged on the snake, marvels that Lu Fan actually found them and wounded his beast. Data: Gilan, South Korea, level 65 poison shaman. Points: 66,375. Rank 6. Lu Fan's voice is cold. With so few hiding spots, it wasn't hard. But I am disappointed. My target isn't Jin Chenghan or Seol Ri. Gilan sneers, you're nobody. I expected a true master and prepared accordingly. But it's just a low-tier representative from the Dragon Nation. A hunter warning appears. Gilan's smirk vanishes instantly as he reads the status of the man before him. Name: Lu Fan. Nation: Dragon Nation. Level 36 Dragon Master. Score: 551,292. Rank 1? 550,000 points? Jilan broke into a cold sweat, staring in utter disbelief. Just yesterday, this representative from the Dragon Nation was at the very bottom. He flashed a predatory grin. He never expected to stumble upon such a golden goose. Even with your freakish strength, I'll definitely take what's yours. Gilan snaps to his feet, summoning his weapon while sneering at Lu Fan. You've gathered quite a haul of points. Do you actually think you're some kind of legendary hunter? Wake up to reality, he barks. Lu Fan ignores the chatter, silently raising his blade with a gaze as sharp as a god of war, ready for anything. Jilan ignites his power, and a glowing green orb manifests at the tip of his spear. He mocks Lu Fan. In our eyes, you're just a piece of prey that delivered itself right to our doorstep. Jilan cackles with arrogance, declaring those points already his. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts between them. Blown back by the impact, Lu Fan lands atop Xiao Ye and issues a chilling challenge. If you want them that badly, then come and try to take them. Lu Fan points his blade at Jilan and roars, Xiao Ye, lava flame. Xiao Ye unhinges her jaw as a massive sphere of molten lava forms. Gilan quickly tries to calm the white snake coiled around him. Don't be afraid, Xiao Qi. A dragon is nothing. He screams a command with pure disdain. It's only level 30-something. Tear him apart. They clash head-on. The beast unleashes toxic mist spray, relentlessly spewing venomous clouds toward its target to rot their flesh. It deals heavy damage and inflicts lethal poison. Xiao Ye counters with lava flame, bathing the field in fire to heal her wounds. The black snake suddenly rears up, radiating a sinister green aura as its massive body begins to sink into the ground. It vanishes into the swamp at lightning speed. Hiding? Lu Fan wonders, before realizing 2 more enemies are lurking in the shadows. Wei Qi charges toward Lu Fan, intent on a lethal ambush. But Lu Fan sees right through her desperate gambit. Skidding to a halt like a car on a slick road, Wei Qi pivots and swings a massive iron flail with all her might. She hurls it at Lu Fan with devastating power. He dodges like a shadow, delivering a sharp slash that severs the heavy chain. Suddenly, a colossal hand descends from the heavens, targeting Wei Qi. Her face pales in absolute terror. It's Xiao Ye. Wei Qi crumples like a cooked shrimp as Xiao Ye's massive claw slams directly into her body. Eyes bulging, she spits out blood, her mind racing in fear. He's only level 30, yet so powerful? This man and his dragon are monsters. Seeing her comrade fall so easily, Ba Dan breaks into a cold sweat, her confidence crumbling under the pressure. She grits her teeth with a low grunt. Lu Fan observes her coolly. This woman is built, but is she actually smiling right now? Wei Qi screams in agony. Guh, Lan, Ba, Dan, do something. The black snake strikes from above like a guided missile. It coils tightly around Xiao Ye, making her shriek in pain. Lu Fan remains calm, delivering a powerful slash to the serpent's scales. Xiao Ye seizes the serpent's throat as it bites her arm. With a furious roar, she slams its head into the dirt with crushing force. Gulan calls out in shock. Ba Dan screams in pure frustration. Damn it, how could we have failed like this? System, rank 14, Ba Dan of Jinxiang Nation. Level 57, Dark Spirit Hunter 2. Points, 34,831. Is this really happening? Wei Qi gasps. Ba Dan snaps back. Worry about yourself. You're failing just as hard. This guy is no ordinary level 36, Gilan mutters. But no matter how tough he is, we have to take him down. His points will put us in the top 3, Lu Fan scoffs. Your ambush was a joke. Imagine failing a sneak attack and getting hurt. If you want my points, how much of a chance do you really have? Wei Qi's blood boils as she prepares to strike. Don't get cocky. You're stronger than we thought. But let's see who's laughing when the dust settles, she snarls. Lu Fan smirks with a cold, piercing challenge. Then, let's settle this face to face. Let's see who truly owns this swamp. Jielan roars a command for Xiao Qi to use poison spray. The beast obeys, spewing a corrosive green sludge at Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. A system alert flashes. Poison spray. Deals continuous damage over time, while inflicting a severe poison status on the target. Lu Fan isn't one to back down. He roars for Xiao Ye to launch a devastating counterattack immediately. Xiao Ye, finish it now. Xiao Ye lunges like a blur, seizing Xiao Qi by the throat and body, leaving the beast screaming in a futile struggle. A notification pops up. Poison immunity. Thanks to the Black Dragon bloodline, all status ailments have been completely nullified. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Debuff immunity active. Self-regeneration speed has been boosted by 500%. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Ye tears Xiao Qi's body into 2 halves. Corrosive green blood sprays violently across the muddy battlefield. Gilan stares in pure horror as his companion's mangled remains fall from the sky, his voice cracking in disbelief. To think my Xiao Qi was killed in one. He's cut off as a shadow blurs past. I'll cover you. Gilan, keep going. Lu Fan watches the incoming arrows with a cold gaze. A follow-up? Look at that light around Gilan. What is he planning? Raising his staff high, Gilan roars a final threat. The magic circle is complete. It's over for you, Lu Fan. Stop right there. With a roar, he slammed his staff into the earth. 1,000 serpent array. Xiao Qi's corpse began to hiss and crackle instantly. In a gruesome flash, countless serpent heads erupted from the hollow neck. The system display updated. 1,000 serpent array. This 5 poison shaman spell requires 60 seconds to manifest. Once complete, it summons billions of venomous vipers at will. It inflicts 750% spirit damage on the caster's targets, leaving them hopelessly poisoned. Lu Fan watched the swarming vipers with a cold gaze. He drew his blade, decapitating dozens in a single, fluid motion. I can't let this drag on, he muttered, calculating his next move. This was Jilan's signature skill. These snakes were an endless, shifting tide. Jilan laughed triumphantly. He's trapped. You two, go kill that black dragon now. The masked man hesitated, glancing back in fear. Wait, won't these snakes turn on us too? Wei Qi, losing her patience, screamed. No more stalling. Ba Dan, move out. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked Jilan's position. What? How? He shrieked in disbelief. A clawed hand emerged from the inferno. A mocking voice echoed. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm right here. The screen blinked, world-ending roar. A devastating cry shook the entire battlefield. It dealt massive damage to all nearby targets and applied a weakening debuff. Xiao Ye let out a ferocious, blood-curdling howl. Lu Fan stepped through the smoke, blade in hand. Your little array? Nothing but a cheap imitation. The vipers at his feet were incinerated by white-hot flames. New data appeared. Dragon Claw. Dragon Ruin. His arm transformed into a draconic claw, a lightning-fast 6-hit combo that strikes from a distance and buffs his dragon pet. Jilan's face twisted with arrogance. An imitation? You'll regret those words. He raised his staff, creating a violent vortex that sucked up the mangled snake remains. Wei Qi. Badan, strike now, he barked. Wei Qi lunged forward with terrifying speed. With a piercing cry, she swung her massive mace directly at Lu Fan's skull. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He raised one hand and caught the heavy weapon with effortless ease. As he blocked her, Ba Dan unleashed a relentless hail of arrows. Xiaoye intercepted them instantly. Her iron-like wings formed a shield, protecting Lu Fan from the volley. Lu Fan's expression darkened as he scanned the perimeter. Something was wrong. The ground began to quake. Jilan let out a maniacal laugh that echoed through the ruins. Rise again. Shaoqi, consume the serpents. Release the ultimate venom. Thousands of snakes fused into a titanic, multi-headed beast. System alert. Frenzied resurrection. This giant python is fueled by the shaman's spirit. As long as the master lives, it is immortal. It regenerates through spirit energy. Even if severed, the pieces split into even more monsters. The two massive heads lunged forward. They unhinged their jaws, ready to drench Lu Fan and Xiaoye in acid. The warning flashed. 1,000 serpent lethal poison. These snakes do not vanish upon death. Their remains turn into a corrosive mist, poisoning everything within the strike zone. For 120 seconds, targets suffer 900% spirit damage every single second. Xiaoye, get over here now, Lu Fan commanded. He realized the python was a physical manifestation of Jilan's class. Cutting it only doubled the threat. Xiaoye dove behind him instantly. She wrapped her armored wings around them, shielding Lu Fan from the torrent of glowing green venom. Wei Qi wasn't so lucky. The toxic spray drenched her, and black veins began to bulge across her face. Jilan! You bastard! You're attacking your own allies? She screamed in agony. System icons appeared over her head. The lethal poison effect was already eating her alive. Jilan had lost his mind. He didn't care about anything but Lu Fan's demise. So what if the dragon is immune? Standing atop the python, he sneered. Lu Fan, you're just a human. One breath of this and you're history. Wei Qi collapsed, her voice a desperate wheeze. Jilan, give me the antidote, please. I can't breathe. Jilan only gave her a cold, murderous glance. In his mind, Lu Fan was already a corpse. He watched Wei Qi writhe on the ground, completely indifferent to her suffering. She gasped for help. Save me. Meanwhile, a sinister thought crossed Kailan's mind. If Wei Ji and Ba Dan died right now, every single point would belong to him alone. From below, Ba Dan saw no movement from Kailan and screamed in a frantic panic. Wei Ji, what's happening? Kailan, help her. But it was too late. The poison had already claimed her life. Her eyes bulged and her mouth hung open, frozen in death, but suddenly, Wei Ji bolted upright. She gasped for air as a notification appeared. Blood fusion grace had successfully dispelled the lethal poison. Kailan pointed his staff toward her, his voice devoid of any real remorse. My apologies. That was a slight oversight on my part. From now on, I'll grant our allies poison immunity before the battle begins. To show my sincerity, I'll give you over 10,000 of Lu Fan's points. The screen quickly displayed the details of blood fusion grace. The target gains poison immunity for 10 minutes. If the target is already poisoned, the effect is instantly purged. Once the blood fusion grace effect ends, a 5-minute cooldown period begins. After the cooldown, the grace can be reapplied. Kailan's expression turned grim as he calculated his next move. With Andre and Sly still around, he couldn't abandon the four-nation alliance just yet. With that thought, he turned back to Wei Ji and added, Fine, fine. I've granted you both protection. Now, go and check if Lu Fan is finally dead. Wei Ji was fuming with resentment, but the urgency of the situation forced her to comply. We'll settle this debt once we return. Ba Dan, you go check him. Ba Dan blurted out in shock. Huh? Me? Suddenly, Kailan's face turned deathly pale as he shouted in disbelief. What? Out of the swirling green mist, Lu Fan slowly emerged with a chilling smirk. No need to check. I'm obviously still alive. Lu Fan's sudden reappearance sent a jolt of pure terror through Ba Dan. Wei Ji was no different. Her eyes went wide, her face masking a look of utter confusion. Riding atop Xiaoye, Lu Fan's mocking voice echoed through the air. That was quite a theatrical performance you all put on. Are your allies really this pathetic? Beside him, a notification flared. Immunity active. Black Dragon Bloodline. All damage received is reduced by 50%. Immune to all debuffs. Natural health regeneration increased by 500%. He's not dead, Ba Dan shrieked. He's riding a dragon and ignoring every debuff. Kailan's face turned ashen as he instinctively recoiled. He realized that if both the boy and the dragon were immune to debuffs, then his entire class kit was completely useless against them. Andre and Saki were nothing compared to this. Lu Fan was the true catastrophe. Driven to the edge of madness, Kalon snapped. Pointing at Lu Fan, he shrieked hysterically, "Kill him! He must die! Do it, and I'll give you each 20,000 points." Wei Ji gripped her mace, letting out a cold, contemptuous snort. Her teammates were useless burdens. In the end, everything relied on her. "Badan, coordinate with me. Let me." Before she could finish, a massive explosion erupted behind her, cutting her off. Lu Fan frowned, wondering if their reinforcements had arrived. "Who's there?" Wei Ji barked, fearing that perhaps the girl from earlier had returned. Suddenly, a blazing fireball slammed into her. Wei Ji screamed in agony as thick, scorching smoke billowed from her body. The newcomer was none other than Andre. He laughed heartily, shouting, "Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here to clear the way for you." 3 against 1? How shameless! "If you're men, come and fight me." A status window flickered before him. Snow Country, Andre. Level 60 Flame Warrior. Points, 80,167. Lu Fan gasped in surprise. Andre slammed his axe into the ground, laughing with exuberant energy. "Your big dragon is incredible, my friend." Lu Fan patted Xiao Ye's head gently to calm him. "Relax, Xiao Ye. Andre has no ill intent." He then looked down at Andre and replied, "Your fire skills are impressive too. You sent that lady flying quite a distance." Andre chuckled and explained, "That's my third job skill. Flame God's true form. Dealing with these small fries isn't even enough to warm me up." Meanwhile, Wei Ji finally groaned and crawled out from the dust. Lu Fan, still oblivious to her recovery, continued his casual chat with Andre. "True, she hasn't even used her main skills yet. She must be quite strong." Andre blinked in shock. "Wait, did you say lady? That's a woman?" Wei Ji, having just regained consciousness, overheard their entire conversation. She roared in fury. "You bastards!" Andre looked confused. "Strong, you say? Then I'll handle her first. Brother, can you take on the Snake Rider and the Archer?" Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, that won't be necessary." Seeing herself completely ignored, Wei Chi's voice trembled with pure, unadulterated rage. "You pests!" A massive wave of energy radiated from her body as she roared, "How dare you look down on me?" Suddenly, a colossal bear materialized behind her. The giant bear spirit body summoned a divine beast, transforming her into a behemoth. This form boosted her endurance by 120% and health by 175%. With a 16-hour cooldown, the spirit swung its massive mace, while Wei Chi screamed that everyone would pay. Andre swung his axe to intercept the heavy mace, struggling against the blow. He yelled to Lu Fan, "Brother, protect yourself. I'll handle this girl myself." At that moment, a glowing system notification flashed across the screen. Flame God Body, summoning the primordial power of Shirong, the god of fire. All attributes are boosted by 100%, granting fiery wings for temporary flight. The duration depends entirely on the user's spirit attribute. Andre leaped back as the giant bear spirit let out a thunderous roar and charged once again. Lu Fan watched the two clash and sighed, rubbing his temples. While Andre was reliable, he was undeniably a magnet for trouble. The real problem was that this felt like a blatant attempt to steal his kill points. Honestly, they didn't need help. He hadn't even summoned his Earth Demon army or his elite forces yet. Suddenly, glowing sparks rained from the sky. Lu Fan dodged, while Jilan and Badan watched in frustration as Xiao Ye's wings blocked their entire assault. "Damn it, Jilan, I failed to land the hit again." Badan cursed under his breath. Jilan dropped his act, leaping from the serpent's head and shouting at Badan. "How embarrassing. Just stick to the original plan." Pointing his mace at Lu Fan, he commanded his beast, Xiao Qi, "Unleash your poison bone mist now." The creature opened its maw, spewing a thick emerald fog. The system displayed the skill. Poison Bone Mist, a deadly cloud spreading across the battlefield. It continuously sprays toxic gas at the target, dealing massive damage while inflicting a lethal poisoning status effect. Perched atop Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan looked down with utter disdain. "You're pathetic. You know my dragon and I are immune, yet you use this?" "Wait." His expression darkened. "Where is Jilan's other giant python?" Lu Fan's eyes darted around, scanning every corner of the chaotic battlefield for the missing threat. He realized the beast must be lurking behind him, preparing for a deadly pincer attack. He gripped his blade, channeling Dragon Chi into the steel. He unleashed 2 consecutive strikes, coordinating with his pet's Dragon Claw strike, infused with energy. Spinning around, Lu Fan slashed into the empty air. In an instant, a hidden giant python was cleaved cleanly in half by his blade. Looking at the falling carcass, he mocked, "You almost had a taste of us. Truly a shame. You're too slow." Xiao Ye, let's go. Jilan watched Xiao Qi's defeat and spat out another curse. Damn it all. Suddenly, a twisted smile crept across his face as he laughed. Did you think Xiao Qi was dead? He shouted at the remains. Rise, mad python resurrection. This spirit-born beast will never die as long as its master breathes. By channeling mental energy, these creatures can be restored to full health instantly. Even if their bodies are shattered, they split into multiple giant segments. Lu Fan muttered, they keep multiplying. What a persistent bunch of pests. Raising his blade high, he gave the final command to his loyal companion, Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, switch to your destruction dragon form. Burn these vermin to ashes. Xiao Ye let out a piercing screech as hellish flames erupted around her. The system updated. Black dragon transformation initiated. Destruction dragon, Xiao Ye. Level 32. She unleashed magma flame, a devastating fire breath that deals massive damage while healing the caster. The intense torrent of fire engulfed the pythons, leaving them writhing in agonizing pain as they burned. Seeing his beasts falter, Jilan desperately cheered. Hang in there, Xiao Qi. Don't give up. He turned to his ally and barked, Ba Dan, are you ready yet, you useless fool? Ba Dan looked strained, his face contorted as he gripped his bow tightly. Almost there. Aiming his arrow directly at Lu Fan, he shouted, charge complete. Jilan, cover me while I fire. An evil eye spirit thunder arrow materialized. Ba Dan roared, die, while Xiao Ye continued her relentless firestorm on the snakes. Evil eye thunder gathers lightning at the tip of a shadow arrow to create a devastating ocular blast. It deals 4 hits of 29% shadow damage and 91% lightning damage. Longer charge times result in catastrophic power. Lu Fan reacted instantly, forming a sphere of crackling lightning. He smirked, a lightning skill? Seriously? I'll show you what real lightning looks like. Dragon tongue magic, roar of the blue dragon king. A beam of pure electricity surged forward. The blast deals massive damage and paralysis. Subsequent strikes now inflict 20 additional stacks of lightning attribute damage. Each strike strips away a layer of defense, with a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Panic seized Ba Dan as the legendary dragon tongue magic surged toward him. What? It possesses lightning attributes too? He gasped. And it's the ultra-rare dragon tongue magic to boot. A colossal dragon materialized, its deafening roar shaking the very air. In an instant, Ba Dan's body was sent flying like a broken doll. Jielan and Meng Xia were caught in the devastating blast radius. Even amidst the chaos, Jielan desperately signaled for Xiao Qi. Paralyzed and smoking from the electrical discharge, Ba Dan turned to Jielan with a trembling, fear-stricken gaze. Jielan, he wailed, you have to hold on. I can't withstand this monstrous power alone. But seeing Jielan's cold movement, Ba Dan's voice rose in a frantic scream. Coldly, Jielan issued a command. Xiao Qi, instant submergence. Jielan, what are you doing? Don't leave me behind. Ba Dan pleaded, but his cries fell on deaf ears as Jielan and Xiao Qi plummeted toward the earth. Xiao Qi and Jielan vanished with blinding speed. Behind them, Ba Dan's helpless screams echoed as deadly bolts of lightning began to converge on his exact location. Stripped of all defensive support, Ba Dan was forced to tank Xiao Ye's devastating ultimate head-on. System. Ba Dan of the Golden Fragrance Kingdom has been eliminated. Survivors remaining. 22. Lu Fan stared into the dying embers, lost in thought. That bastard sold out his own ally again. Such a treacherous pact. You won't get away this time. Lu Fan locked eyes with Xiao Ye and commanded, Xiao Ye, get ready. Activate. Dragon Tongue Resonance. Obediently, Xiao Ye lunged forward, wreathed in the incinerating heat of the bursting magma. Lu Fan's voice rang out with cold authority. We're turning this mud lake into a funeral pyre. Hellfire poured from Xiao Ye, amplified by the staggering power of the dragon resonance. Lu Fan extended his hand toward the target. This will be your final resting place. The absolute power of the magma lake reduced the enemy to nothing but scorched bones. As they soared past the wreckage, Lu Fan declared the hunt over. System. Galan of South Korea has been eliminated. Survivors. 21. Lu Fan glanced at his status window, watching the numbers shift in real time. Mission complete. His total points had skyrocketed to 710,000, a massive jump of 160,000. This life and death PvP mission was undeniably brutal, but the rewards were well worth the risk. Currently, Lu Fan sat firmly at the rank 1 spot. Just as he was calculating his next move, a voice called out, "Brother, catch!" A massive explosion rocked the earth, destabilizing the entire hidden realm of the swamp nation below. Emerging from the smoke, Wei Qi, still in his beastly bear form, struggled to maintain his footing. His fear peaked as Andre loomed over him, brandishing a weapon with eyes that promised certain death. As the heavy blade closed in on his throat, Wei Qi could only stammer out a pathetic plea for mercy, but it was too late. Andre's weapon shifted into a massive hammer, slamming directly into him. He then hoisted the giant bear into the air. Rats who hide in the shadows and plot against others don't deserve mercy, Andre growled with a cold intensity. With a powerful heave, Andre tossed Wei Qi toward Lu Fan. Brother, catch this trash. Lu Fan paused. According to the national trial rules, only the one who delivers the final blow claims the points. Only the slayer can harvest the points accumulated by a fallen representative. A dark serpent arrow streaked through the air, piercing Wei Qi instantly. Lu Fan smiled. Such a gift was too good to refuse. His score surged once more. As Andre walked toward them, Xiao Ye remained on high alert. Andre waved his hands dismissively, looking somewhat exhausted. Don't get the wrong idea. I came to help, though it seems I worried for nothing. Those 3 cowards were no match for you. Lu Fan stepped forward with a smirk. Thanks. I don't mind receiving freebies like that every once in a while. No problem, Andre replied heartily. After all, you did provide me with all that delicious Dragon Kingdom food. If you're all good here, I'm heading off to sweep up more points. Suddenly, a familiar rumbling echoed. The massive drain on his power had left his giant stomach completely empty. Andre rubbed his neck sheepishly. Actually, brother, do you have any more of that Dragon Kingdom cuisine left? Moments later, the trio touched down in a lush forest to enjoy a spontaneous barbecue feast. Tearing into 2 massive meat skewers, Andre marveled at the taste. Can I trade points for this? How about 5,000 points for 1 chicken? Sipping his coffee, Lu Fan listened to the absurd offer and simply shook his head in refusal. I don't need your points. If you're hungry, consider it a gift from me. Andre couldn't accept that. That won't do. At the very least, let's call it 2,000 points per bird. Andre's jaw drops in utter disbelief as he sees Lu Fan's score. Over 700,000 points? How the hell is your score so high? Lu Fan casually glances at Andre's watch to check his stats. Lu Fan wonders if Andre received the 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest too. Andre looks stunned, stammering back, You too? Brother, with a score like that, did you actually level the entire Dark Spire to the ground? Lu Fan remains calm and composed. From the very beginning, the Dark Spire was my only target. Points scale with the monster's strength. The Spire is simply the best place to farm them. Hearing this, Andre is completely paralyzed by the sheer gap in their power. What kind of monster is this guy? Without his unique class traits, Andre would have died during the 3rd wave at the Spire. Yet, Lu Fan talks about the Dark Spire like it's just a convenient place to grind points. Andre stands there dazed, feeling lucky they aren't enemies. He and Charlie were stuck on this quest, clearly no match for Lu Fan. After a long moment of hesitation, he lets out a heavy sigh and speaks. I planned to show you a secret farming spot, but that's a pipe dream now. I could never pull off your methods. Lu Fan quickly tries to play it down. The Dark Spire was actually quite formidable. It took everything I had to clear it. Andre watches Xiao Ye devouring a chicken leg. A dragon pet changes everything. No wonder Dragon Knight is a top-tier hidden class. Xiao Ye notices him staring and lets out a low hiss, guarding its food. Andre flinches, a look of pure terror crossing his face. Okay, maybe it's a little too fierce. Lu Fan shifts the subject. So, about you. You've attempted this quest before and failed, haven't you? Andre doesn't deny it. He breaks into a cold sweat, remembering how he narrowly escaped death. This cursed mission is stuck on me. As long as it's active, I can't take on any other quests. A faint smirk plays on Lu Fan's lips. I have an idea. How about we team up for once? As they head out, Andre can't help but asks, Brother, about your dragon. Why does it look like it wants to eat me? Lu Fan explains it's just naturally aggressive toward the living. Deep down, Lu Fan knows the truth. He probably shouldn't mention he accidentally ate Xiao Ye's snacks earlier. Soon, they arrive at a familiar sight as a massive pyramid looms over the horizon. Warnings suddenly start blaring in their ears. The system detects the Dark Spire ahead. Level 60 Rotting Corpse Eagles appear, worth 84 points each. Level 60 Skyhorn Bulls roar from below. Andre grips his weapon tightly, asking for the plan. Lu Fan gives a sharp smile. You handle your business, I'll handle mine. Every man for himself. Screams of spirits echo through the air as the battle begins. Mounted on Xiao Ye, Lu Fan looks at Andre. With your strength, these eagles and bulls shouldn't be a problem, right? Andre looks hesitant but nods. Their stats aren't that high. Despite their numbers, I can manage. Lu Fan grins. Perfect. You take care of the mobs out here. I'm heading straight inside to kill the boss. Andre agrees, instantly before the realization hits him. Wait, what did you just say? Before he can protest, Lu Fan ignores him and shouts to his other companion, Jing Chen. Switch to Starry State. Instantly, Jing Chen transforms amidst a swirl of mysterious blue smoke. Using Star Void, it teleports into the spire. In this state, Its power surges by 500% for 60 seconds. Blue lightning crackles through the atmosphere. Lu Fan finally explains his logic. Waiting for waves of monsters to crawl out is a waste of time. It's much faster to dive straight into the heart of the spire and slaughter them all at once. Star Void tears through the fabric of space, creating a rift leading directly to their target. The portal lasts 6 seconds and ignores all magic seals or barriers. Lu Fan turns back to Andre one last time. Take care out here. I'll be done clearing the spire before you know it. Andre stands frozen in shock. Since when did this guy have a second dragon? Lu Fan and his 2 massive beasts vanish into the dark spire. Now this, he muses, is what I call a grand welcome. Before him loomed a 4-winged nightmare with crimson eyes, a level 75 abyssal moth with 223 points, alongside a level 85 burrow swallower boasting 652 points. A chilling voice echoed through the cavern. Pathetic human, you are nothing but a lowly insect. Beside them stood a level 85 Dark Knight steed with 423 points, surrounded by more red-eyed monstrosities. Sharpened pincers clicked in the dark level 65 carrion beetles with 127 points as the earth demon offered a sinister welcome. If you have the courage to step into my domain, I shall grant you the mercy of choosing your own death, hissed the level 85 earth demon, a nightmare tier boss. Its stats were monstrous. Strength at 30,951, spirit at 37,582, and agility reaching 48,034, with stamina at 30,658. Its death coil skill used its very limbs to create an unbreakable lock, ensnaring its prey. Once trapped, enemies suffered from paralysis, poisoning, and extreme vertigo, while its leg joint strikes dealt stacking laceration damage that tore through flesh. Its shadow break ability allowed its body to assimilate with the very fabric of space during combat. This granted total invisibility, allowing it to bypass any shadow barrier undetected while rendering all physical and magical attacks completely useless. Even in death, the terror didn't end. The undying shell skill meant its husk would shatter only to give birth to a brand new, lethal form. This reborn body gained a 100% attack boost, though its defense vanished as its life force burned rapidly until the shell finally rotted away. Lu Fan stood his ground, summoning his resolve as his sharp gaze locked onto the towering demon. What a pity, he remarked coolly. It seems I'm not exactly a welcome guest here. Too bad I brought such a massive gift. I guess I'll just have to deliver it later. He activated his level 24 Jade Dragon Covenant, boasting 4,256 strength. With agility at 4,318 and spirit over 7,000, the Jade Dragon's bloodline doubled the effects of all Dragonkin skills. Lu Fan shouted, "Xiao Fei, activate Soul Shield now." As the light of the soul enveloped them, the Soul Shield boosted all of the character's attributes by a staggering 200%. Every hit taken was absorbed, generating 2 layers of defensive aura around them. Once 10 layers accumulated, they would unleash a massive defensive shockwave, dealing damage equal to the total amount of power absorbed. Facing the swarm, Lu Fan didn't flinch, laughing. Trying to win with numbers? You'll need more than that to scare me. He then unleashed the level 32 Black Dragon Covenant, with strength surging to 30,183 and agility hitting 50,262. His spirit skyrocketed to 105,807, while his stamina reached 56,769. Clear the area, Lu Fan commanded, launching a dual strike of Void Slash infused with Draconic Aura. Synchronizing with his dragon pet, he unleashed 2 devastating claw strikes charged with the catastrophic dragon aura, summoning a great destroyer dragon. It exploded across the battlefield, incinerating everything in its path before he summoned a shattering star to crush the survivors. The massive area of effect damage scaled with his strength during his 10-second divine state. Jingshen, use Shattering Star now. He began charging his next move, the Snake Shadow Arrow. After 3 seconds of focus, the Underworld Snake Bow unleashed an arrow that amplified damage by 500%, merging with the Shattering Star. The star shattered upon impact, creating a colossal explosion of cosmic energy boosted by the 500% power of the Astral Dragon's strength. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, every creature unleashed its full power as Lu Fan triggered a spirit shock. The absorbed damage was released tenfold, creating a wide-range counterattack that leveled the surrounding monsters. Star Annihilation Light. He gathered the power of the stars within his body, firing a devastating beam that ignored all defenses and could not be blocked. The sheer destruction was calculated based on his immense level and strength attributes. The damage from the Star Annihilation Light surged from 23,280 to a massive 349,200. Lu Fan smiled as the experience poured in. At this rate, I'll level up in no time. I need to move even faster. Within the Dragon Kingdom rankings, Lu Fan's score climbed to 763,383. He then faced a level 24 Fallen Demon Dragon, which unleashed its dragon breath to turn its victims into mindless puppets. Any target killed by this breath rose again to fight for him, as the dragon wrapped itself in demonic armor to charge the enemy. This armor reflected damage and neutralized incoming debuffs using the Forbidden Dragon language. With the seal broken, the dragon breath was replaced by the devastating Forbidden Dragon magic. The standard charge evolved into the Forbidden Demon Dragon Curse, a high-tier magical assault. The Fallen Dragon bloodline reduced all incoming damage by 75%, but Lu Fan wasn't finished. Xiao Fei summoned the Fallen Demon Dragon. He activated Nature's Assimilation and the Dragon Flute, summoning twin Fallen Demon Dragons whose levels scaled directly with his own. The two forces collided in a violent explosion of power as the Astral Dragon took its final form, the Fallen Galaxy Stars. The Galaxy form unleashes a meteor shower across the entire battlefield. As long as the casting holds, these celestial stars fall eternally. Level up. The Emerald Dragon hits level 25, the Starry Sky Dragon level 18, and Lu Fan reaches level 37. Flawless strategy, Lu Fan whispers, privately admiring his own tactical brilliance. This is how you farm points. The Black Dragon reaches level 33, while the level 75 Abyss Moth racks up 223 points. Corrosive Breath activated. The Abyss Moth vomits a viscous green venom, drenching the target area in seconds. Once the venom strikes, it bubbles and melts everything in a corrosive haze. Then, a black hole emerges, dragging every nearby enemy into its crushing depths. At its limit, the singularity erupts. The blast deals massive damage equal to the total health of all trapped foes. Truly, anyone challenging him is just seeking death. Lu Fan's smirk vanishes, replaced by a deadly seriousness. He grips a mirror shard, deep in thought as his presence fades. Shadow Break. His body melds with the void, granting perfect invisibility. He can now slip through dark barriers without leaving a trace. While Shadow Break is active, all physical and magical attacks pass through him like mist. Lu Fan feels a prickle of unease. The enemy is elusive. Meanwhile, the battlefield ahead is turning into a chaotic inferno. Death Wrap. A swarm of insectoid limbs weaves into a suffocating cage, binding the enemy tight. Trapped and paralyzed, the target suffers from poison and stun effects as the sharp legs rend through their armor. Damage stacks infinitely. The enemy gasps in shock. What? Shadow Walk? My concealment is gone. Suddenly, a massive force blows Dequimo back. He snarls, "You? Why are you here, helping a mere human?" The Disha demon merges with the Earth's killing intent, vanishing from sight. He glides through the shadows undetected. Only a direct attack or casting a skill can reveal his hidden form. Dequimo remains silent, launching a ruthless counterattack. Bloodblade Claws. 5 crimson slashes tear through the air, raining down a barrage of lethal strikes. Dequimo's hand expands into a massive zone of destruction. The resulting explosion incinerates everything in a sea of fire. Lu Fan watches the spectacle from the sidelines. A reunion between old friends. How touching, he chuckles. I hope you enjoy my little gift. Scene shift. The National Trial Secret Realm, deep within Dequimo's dark spire. Dequimo's rage boils over. An ancient demon god like you, killed twice by a puny human, and now you've become his pathetic puppet? How far you have fallen, he sneers with pure contempt. To think we were equals. Die along with these lowlifes. Boss. Dequimo, level 85. Nightmare Grade Leader. Power, 64,852. Agility, 69,427. Spirit, 69,924. Stamina, 8,758. New skill, Shadow Split. 8 clones materialize for 15 seconds. Each one inherits 60% of the original's health and attack power. The Disha demon narrows his eyes. This boy's aura is unsettling. He must be eliminated today. Without hesitation, he strikes. Death Wrap. His chitinous body twists into a binding chain. The enemy is locked down. Paralysis and poison take hold instantly. Stunned and broken, the victim's health plummets as the damage multipliers stack. But suddenly, the skill is cancelled. Disha, he screams. But the demon doesn't stop. The onslaught is relentless. Shadow Split activates again, summoning 8 more phantoms. For 15 seconds, these clones, with 60% of his power, soak up every incoming hit. Lu Fan finds the performance amusing. If you like my gift that much, let me add some fuel to the fire. He summons the heavenly demon soldiers. Puppet Mastery, Fallen Corpse Control. He commands every puppet converted by the Fallen Corpse Dragon. Upon death, their energy returns to the dragon to be reborn. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers flood the area. An endless tide of death. Dequimo's heart sinks. The sheer number of soldiers is overwhelming. Impossible. He's conquered the entire Disha army within the spire. Lu Fan smiles. Two ancient beasts. Let's see who's superior. Neither side yields as they collide in a world-shaking clash. The tide turns in favor of the heavenly soldiers. Dequimo trembles. How can a mere human possess such power? The demon soldiers alert the earth spirit demon. Your turn, you hideous freak. He scoffs. You think a few nobodies can take me down? Pure delusion. But reality strikes hard. A relentless barrage forces him back as Lu Fan unleashes a new technique. Dragon's Encouragement. It boosts the dragon's attributes and attack power by 30%. No escape for you. Xiao Ye, come forth. Level 33 Black Dragon, with 8,700 strength. Agility reaches 16,197. Spirit peaks at 45,255, with over 17 million durability. Lu Fan turns to Xiao Fei. Buff my spirit. Star Destroyer activated Starry Dragon transformation. Star Radiance form. 59 seconds remaining. Star Destroyer beam is now charging. He signals Xiao Ye. Magma burst. Roaring flames erupt as he unseals the dragon language. Dragon magic evolves into forbidden curses. Dragon Strike transforms into dragon language magic. Doomsday Fall. By sacrificing his own health, he summons a cataclysmic strike. The impact is devastating, dealing 2,000% of the sacrificed health as damage. Now, Doomsday Fall consumes 100% of his health for the final blow. The battlefield turns into an inferno. Star Destroyer Light focuses into a lethal laser beam. It ignores all defenses, its power determined solely by his strength and level. Damage numbers explode over 700,000 from the Star Destroyer Light. Magma Burst. Enemies are trapped in a lake of fire, slowly sinking into the molten rock. Dragon Language Resonance. When Knight and Dragon cast the same spell, its power doubles. Resonance. Magma Burst. Trapped in the heart of the inferno, the demon's agonizing screams fill the air. I won't accept this. The scene shifts to the swamp outside the Dark Tower. Andre glances back, a roaring beast hot on his heels. He unfurls his fire wings, soaring high before smashing his weapon into the monster's skull. As the smoke clears, the ground is littered with the carcasses of his foes. He approaches the tower. Why is the gate still shut? Where is the third wave? Suddenly, the tower's core explodes, sending him flying. What's going on? 5 minutes later, a massive dragon emerges from the ruins of the tower. A voice calls out, Andre, you're fast. You've already cleared the army out here. Below them, heaps of monsters lie in a mountain of corpses. Lu Fan tosses a massive severed head down. You doing okay down there, brother? The head lands near Andre, terrifying him. What on earth is this thing? It's undead persistence. 10 minutes after death, the creature regenerates using its full health. Attack doubles while defense plummets. It loses health every second. 4 minutes left. Seeing the glowing red eyes and green mist, Andre marvels at the bizarre creature. Lu Fan hops off Xiao Ye. Don't just stand there staring. This is the Earth Spirit Demon's head. Finish it before its revival skill kicks in. Andre is stunned. What? You're giving these points to me? Lu Fan smiles. I already took the tower's points. If I kill this, your quest fails. Andre grabs his weapon, wreathed in flames. Brother, you really are a true friend. One final strike shatters the head. The nightmare ends, giving way to a beautiful swamp sunrise. Sitting by the fire, Andre laughs heartily. Meeting you was the best luck I've ever had. I just earned 200,000 points. Andre, a level 61 flame warrior from the Snow Nation, is now ranked second. Total points, 271,220, rank 2. Lu Fan asked calmly. So, is this where our temporary alliance comes to an end? Andre stood up, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. It's a shame this is the national trial. In the end, we're destined to be rivals. If we'd met before all this, I definitely would have treated you to the finest wine. Andre sighed. Lu Fan offered a smirk of encouragement. Don't look so defeated. There will be other chances. Andre's face lit up as he extended his hand. Then it's a deal. Neither of us is allowed to die here. Once the national trial ends, we're drinking until we drop my treat. The two shared a hearty laugh as they sealed the promise with a firm handshake. A man's word is his bond. Beside them, the Black Dragon watched the display of camaraderie with confusion. Andre then opened his interface to transfer his accumulated points to Lu Fan. By the way, you absolutely have to accept these points. He quickly navigated the system menu. Current points, 271,229. Commencing point transfer, clearing temporary balance. Lu Fan watched his score surge by 50,000 points. Wait, what is this for? He asked, noticing the sudden fluctuation. Points adjusted, plus 50,000. Method, external point transfer. Source, Snow Nation representative. Andre of the Snow Nation rubbed the back of his neck, looking slightly bashful as he moved the points. I've eaten so much of your food, dragged you into PvP, and now you even carried me through the mission. I know these points are nothing to a monster like you, but please, take them otherwise, my conscience won't let it go. For a rugged-looking guy, he was surprisingly earnest. Lu Fan chuckled. Seeing you act this sentimental is a bit weird. Fine, I won't turn them down. Andre hesitated for a moment. Ever since meeting Lu Fan, one question had been burning in his mind, and he had to ask it before leaving. His expression turned dead serious. You're terrifyingly strong, and your dragons are straight up broken. Why waste time playing around with these weaklings? Couldn't you have finished them in 2 or 3 hits? Andre gestured toward the black dragon. Lu Fan explained that this trial was packed with top-tier rising stars from every nation. Many of them possess hidden classes I've never encountered before, Lu Fan noted. This is the perfect chance to observe their traits and specialties. It's not a waste of time at all. Besides, the final victor is already decided. It's me. Andre turned away, unfurling his wings of flame with a laugh. Always with the cool lines. I can't let you get too far ahead, so I'm off to grind some points of my own. He soared into the sky, his voice echoing back to Lu Fan. Until we meet again, my friend. They parted ways under the soft glow of dawn. Watching Andre fade into the distance, Lu Fan thought he was a decent guy. He truly hoped he wouldn't receive a PvP hunt quest for him later. With the farewells over, Lu Fan looked down at the severed head nearby. It was time for the real work to begin. Now, for the main event. Fallen Corpse Puppet Legion is about to gain a powerful new member. Meanwhile, in a different sector, Andre's teammates were erupting in cheers as they watched the leaderboard. Inside the National Trial Command Center, the room was buzzing with excitement. Andre did it. He jumped straight to rank 2, surpassing the Star-Spangled Nation. Incredible. It seemed conquering the 9 Realms demon wasn't an impossible feat after all. However, others remained skeptical. Don't get ahead of yourselves. The Snow Nation only pulled that off because they were carried by the Dragon Country's representative. Exactly. If any other representative got stuck on that mission, they wouldn't have stood a chance. A bald official approached Elder Han, bowing deeply to show his gratitude. Elder Han, please accept our sincere thanks for everything Lu Fan has done for our representative. Elder Han offered a friendly smile. Andre is a righteous young man who steps up when he sees injustice. He deserves respect. A guard nearby glanced at the rankings and whispered, the host from the Tai Chi Nation has officially dropped to rank 3. In the corner, Mr. Kim's face was twisted in fury. People began to whisper, keep it down. Haven't you noticed Mr. Kim hasn't said a word for ages? He was seething with rage. Even that muscle-brained idiot surpassed Kim Chang-han, he thought bitterly. If the Star-Spangled Nation makes their move, the Tai Chi Nation won't even be able to hold on to rank 3. Glancing at the screen only fueled his rage further, until he finally smashed his phone, the glass shattering under his grip. Controlling the missions and adjusting the 9 Realms demon stats hadn't worked. He was down to his very last resort. A guard peeked in, calling out nervously, President Kim, there's an urgent report. Please follow me. Kim barked back. Don't bother me. What could possibly be more important than this? The guard pressed on. It's serious, sir. The scroll. It's finally been completed. Those words caught his attention. A sinister grin slowly spread across his face. What kind of dirty trick was he planning now? Excellent. The final phase can begin. Take me there at once. On the 3rd day of the national trial, Kim Tai-an hurried off to secretly inspect his new weapon. Is it truly finished? He hissed, as the guard presented a sleek suitcase. Yes, President Kim. Fortunately, we kept those back doors open when we constructed the secret realm, the guard reported. Since it was a rush job, we haven't had time for full testing, but the enhancement master guarantees it's operational. Inside the case lay a forbidden consumable, a portal scroll that could open a path to a specific location within the national trial for exactly 180 seconds. A prototype experimental item. The teleportation portal it creates will be extremely unstable. Handle it with care, it must never be exposed. Kim Jae-on gripped the scroll, his mind racing over its dangerous instability. As he analyzed the item, a bodyguard spoke up with a hesitant tone. Director Kim, we've monitored Lu Fan from backstage for ages, but we haven't found anything unusual. Jae-on snapped back in a rage. That's because you're all incompetent fools. He reached a desperate, risky decision. Since they couldn't trap Lu Fan here, he had to initiate the final plan immediately. Before turning away, he commanded, You two, guard this corridor. Let no one near until I return. The guards acknowledged the order instantly, though one asked in confusion, Director Kim, what do you mean? Jae-on hurriedly activated the scroll, tearing open a massive, swirling vortex. Exactly what I said. I'm using this scroll to enter the secret realm and deliver the intel personally. The system flashed a notification. Teleportation portal established. National trial. Desert zone. Warning. Portal status is highly unstable and may collapse at any second. The bodyguard panicked. Director, this is too dangerous. That scroll is just a prototype. The other guard also tried to plead with him. If another supervisor spots you or your face appears on the live stream, we'll be in serious trouble. Ignoring the warnings, Jae-an prepared to plunge into the danger. He barked at his men. I've already briefed the person in charge. Under no circumstances is the desert map to be changed until I get back. Hold this position. If we're exposed, the honor of Taichi Nation will be ruined forever. Do you understand? A final notification flickered. Portal remaining time, 179 seconds. The guards had no choice but to obey his command. We understand, sir. Suddenly, Jae-an remembered one more crucial detail. He gestured toward the monitors. Go and trigger the ultimate quest. Lu Fan has already found a new Nine Realms demon quest. Time is of the essence. Meanwhile, deep within the blistering heat of the National Trials desert zone, a sudden pillar of azure light descended from the heavens, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye watched it in silence. A level 85 Nine Realms demon, the Earth Blood Demon, had appeared as his next epic boss hunt. Turning around, he realized a tower had materialized behind him. It seems this Dark Shadow Spire won't make me hunt for it this time. He calmly analyzed the situation. According to the tournament rules, quests with such high points should be extremely rare. Having 3 quests, 2 of which are Nine Realms demons, felt suspiciously frequent. Lu Fan called for Xiao Ye. Mounting her head, he charged straight toward the Dark Shadow Spire. Despite his resolve, a sense of unease lingered. He felt as if his quests were being orchestrated in the shadows. His suspicions were hard to confirm. Clearly, the Taichi Nation organizers were playing a very dirty game. Lu Fan cleared his mind to focus on the fight as Xiao Ye roared, surging toward the tower. As they drew near, the mobs were alerted. Bat-winged wolves bared their fangs and shrieked in a predatory fury. Xiao Fei, Xing Chen. Wake up, break time is over, Lu Fan shouted, and they instantly materialized. He ordered the use of Star Void Piercer. Xing Chen transformed into the Star Void Dragon in its celestial form. With a thunderous roar and only 59 seconds left, Xing Chen unleashed a bolt of pure Star Void energy. The power tore through space itself, carving out a rift that led directly to their target's location. The rift would stay open for 60 seconds, completely bypassing any forbidden magic or seals. With 59 seconds remaining on the piercer's timer, Xiao Ye dove through the rift, bypassing the swarm of mobs. Just like that, Lu Fan successfully breached the Dark Shadow Spire, safe and sound. Now, he and his dragonflight faced a new nightmare. Beyond the venomous serpents and scorpions stood the Earth Blood Demon. How dare a mere human invade my domain? You must be looking for death. Level 85. Boss rank, Demon Lord. Its stats were monstrous. 42,151. Power, 40,183. Agility, 29,210 Spirit, and 35,884 Endurance. Lu Fan summoned his blade with cold indifference. Forgive the intrusion, but you're the one who won't be leaving this place alive. With Black Dragon Chi 2 active, he unleashed Nature Assimilation. Dragonbone Flute. The twin undead dragons, Earth Wraith and Earth Slayer, were summoned forth. At your command, Master. Their levels surged to match Lu Fan's own. Lu Fan gave the simple command. Annihilate them all. I'm in a rush. His undead manipulation allowed him to control every puppet they converted, summoning or recalling them at will. If a puppet fell, its energy would simply return to the twin dragons. Meanwhile, outside the tower, 2 figures were locked in conflict. One, a horned brute, sat trembling in the sand. I beg you, please don't kill me. Just let me live. Zhang Tian remained unmoved, pressing the cold steel against his throat with a sneer. Begging me? The one holding the blade is Zhang Tian himself. How exactly do you plan to beg for your life? The man trembled in terror, stammering. Anything. I'll give you all my points and forfeit the match immediately. Just please, spare me. This pathetic coward was Wu Sibeng of the Micah Nation rank 14, a level 59 warrior with 42,175 points. Zhang Tian taunted him with a cruel smirk. That sounds incredibly dull. I could just kill you and take those points anyway. How about this? Zhang Tian suddenly thrust his sword toward Sibeng's face, making him jump in absolute fright. She laughed mockingly. Lick my boots and shout at the top of your lungs that everyone from Micah is nothing but a pack of dogs. The humiliation was unbearable. No, I can't do that. Zhang Tian's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. You refuse? The spineless Sibeng quickly folded. Wait, I'll do it. Please just spare me. He slowly lowered his gaze toward her feet. Everyone from Micah is. Zhang Tian interrupted him maliciously. I can't hear you. Scream it louder. Sibeng wailed with his tongue out. We people of Micah are all pigs and dogs. This pathetic sight made her burst into laughter. It seemed there was no limit to his cowardice. Suddenly, a shadowy hand materialized out of nowhere, flying through the air. It tore straight through Sibeng's torso, killing him instantly. A system notification flashed. Wu Xibeng of the Micah Nation has been eliminated. Zhang Tian stared in shock, unable to process what just happened. Looking over, she saw Cheng Han was the one who struck the blow. Kim Cheng Han, what the hell are you doing? I wasn't finished playing with him yet. His points surged by 42,175. He had to die anyway. I don't believe you were actually going to let him go. Zhang Tian sighed with a bored expression. You're no fun at all. I should have been the one to do it. You just stole my points. Cheng Han frowned, dismissing her complaint. You were being too inefficient. I didn't kill him for the points. We have far more important matters to attend to. Zhang Tian sheathed her sword, becoming cold and serious. Important matters? Cheng Han demanded. From now on, just shut up and listen. Before he could finish, a strange sound echoed through the air. Tai On was emerging from a highly unstable spatial portal. Cheng Han seemed unfazed by the arrival. Entering like this? Does the Overseer have urgent intelligence? The portal could collapse at any second. Zhang Tian watched with her mouth agape. Is that even possible? Terrible energy radiated from the Blood Demon as its data flashed before them. Earth Blood Demon, level 85. Nightmare Tier Boss. Strength, 42,151. Spirit, 29,210. Agility, 40,183. Constitution, 35,884. Its Phantom Step skill creates translucent tiger illusions that manifest randomly around players. With every strike, the phantom clones vanish, dealing massive area of effect magic damage to everyone nearby. Thunder Explosion Strike, it slams its lightning-charged claws into the ground, leaving behind crackling marks that erupt with massive electrical surges. This deals heavy AoE lightning damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds. Then there is the Soul Hunting Tiger ability. Any target struck by this skill has their spirit torn into fragments, temporarily losing a portion of their maximum health. Max health is reduced by 60% for 8 seconds, while healing effectiveness is cut by 30%. Lu Fan stood with his blade drawn between the Blood Demon and the Shell Demon. Thunder Explosion Strike sends lightning-infused claws tearing into the earth. The marks left behind erupt into devastating electrical waves in a matter of heartbeats. This generates massive AoE shock damage and cripples the target's speed by 70% for 10 full seconds. Suddenly, another ferocious beast lunged forward with Death Wrap. Using its limbs to create a biological cage, it binds the enemy completely, causing paralysis, poisoning, and leaving them unable to move. The victim suffers from a comatose state as the piercing damage from the limbs stacks exponentially. A tense exchange began between the two monsters. The Blood Demon was the first to speak. Earth Shell Demon, why are you here? Before the shock could settle, the Bloodblade appeared. The Blood Demon let out an enraged roar as the Bloodblade claws manifested. These 5 lethal claws shred targets from above. After dealing massive damage, the user's power surges by 200% for 12 seconds. The Blood Demon screamed in disbelief. Even the Earth Slaughter Demon is here? Finally, Lu Fan spoke up, hands in his pockets with a casual smirk. Lu Fan of the Dragon Nation. Points, 13,135,671,800. These 2 9-realm demons were already this terrifying. If all 9 of them were to launch a coordinated attack on a single person, behind him, Xipeng lets out a world-shaking roar, ready for slaughter at any second. The state of Tai Chi never imagined their perfect plan would end up as a gift for him. The monstrous beast finally collapsed. It stood no chance against such overwhelming numbers. As the dust of battle settles, Lu Fan emerges with an imposing stride, his razor-sharp blade gleaming with cold light. Accompanied by his supportive demon beasts, he prepares to unleash this monstrous legion upon the world. He smiles. What kind of terror will they sow? Elsewhere, amidst a swirling sandstorm, a frantic voice cries out, "Slow down, just a little slower." Cheng Han stands tall upon his demon mount, surging forward while a girl clings desperately to his cloak behind him. "I'm going to fall." "Shut up. Your screaming is giving me a headache." Zhang Tian shouts back, paralyzed by fear. "If your instructors already revealed the location of that ultimate quest, why haven't we claimed it yet?" Shifting back to a past meeting with the Jin family, his gaze remains dark. The time for brevity hasn't arrived. The teleportation array is unstable. I must deliver this intel to you quickly and then depart immediately. Damn it, the state of Tai Chi is truly shameless for sneaking a teleportation channel in here. Cheng Han carefully pieced the events together. These accumulated points feel completely fraudulent. Why hasn't his eligibility been stripped away directly? Jin Zion replies coldly. The rules of the secret realm appear normal. Nothing stands out as a violation. Therefore, I have no legal grounds to force his removal. His eyes narrow dangerously. Simple monster hunting won't be enough now. To secure more points, they must uncover how the Dragon Kingdom's representative managed to wipe out the Dark Spire. If that brat can achieve such a feat, then so can you. He glances toward the shimmering portal. The teleportation array is starting to flicker and fail. I have to leave. Oh, and Cheng Han, the ultimate quest is active. Make sure you exploit it to the fullest. Cheng Han and Wu Zongtian stand in stony silence, watching the space where he stood. Moments later, he closes his eyes, weighing his options. That ultimate quest was originally intended to take down Sei Li. Now isn't the time to waste it on Lu Fan? We need to find a Dark Spire first, and figure out how he crushed the Nine Realms demons. His thoughts drift toward the ranking tower. That ultimate quest marks the top-ranked player as a target for extermination. Its value is only realized when used against the strongest. Beside him, Zongtian sighs in frustration. Fine. Whatever you say goes. It seems your state of Tai Chi has quite the talent specifically for finding ways to cheat. Suddenly, Cheng Han leaps onto the purple demon orb once more. She is caught off guard, slamming face first into the dirt with a cry of pure agony. Aching and furious, she snaps back. Your sense of vengeance is way too strong. Was one comment really worth that? Keeping his eyes fixed ahead, he simply replies, You idiot, look in front of us. Hearing this, Zhang Tian jerks her head up. A legion of soldiers, dragging massive, clanking chains, is advancing toward the pair. Level 75 Fallen Sky Demon Soldiers, worth 165 points each. Zhang Tian instantly regains her focus, hand on her hilt, while he drops back into a support stance. So this is the Dark Spire. The sheer pressure radiating from it is suffocating. Cheng Han unleashes his power, bolstering Zhang Tian's spirit. Don't falter. With our combined strength, we can handle this. Is this the best the Nine Realms army can offer? Zhang Tian draws both blades, ready to strike. Let me see what they've got. Simultaneously, a massive purple-headed demon beast emerges from the shadows. This ancient beast army once terrorized your state of Tai Chi. Witness how truly formidable they are with twin blades in hand. The purple beast hoists its swords high before delivering a crushing blow that sends the surrounding monsters flying. Ghost Breath Sickle Demon, Wind Cleave. It releases high-speed spinning air blades, shredding enemies within range and dealing massive physical damage. Cheng Han remains unyielding, defying both heaven and earth. So what if he has a dragon pet? Unless there's a hidden trick, could he really clear the Dark Spire on raw strength alone? A soldier is blasted back as Cheng Han's face contorts. Whatever he can do, I can do better. Soon, the carnage ends, leaving only a trail of broken corpses. How is this possible? Every monster has been eradicated, yet the point total hasn't increased by a single digit. Sensing the anomaly, Cheng Han looks toward the sky, lost in thought. Something is definitely wrong here. We need to head inside and investigate immediately. He finds himself trapped in a loop of questions. What did Lu Fan discover in there? They step into the main hall. No monsters. Has it already been picked clean? Suddenly, they both freeze. A presence is here. They snap into a defensive stance, eyes scanning the shadows. Their hands gripped their hilts, ready to draw steel at a moment's notice. Who could it be? A sudden chill left them both paralyzed with shock. From the shadows, titans began to emerge. First the Corpse Fiend, then the one-eyed Plague Demon, and finally the Blood Fiend, its eyes burning with a murderous crimson glow. Jin, Cheng Han, and Zhang Tian stood frozen before the nightmare. Three of them. Three massive monstrosities were staring them down with hunger in their eyes. The Nine Realms demons. Zhang Tian trembled as a crushing pressure weighed down on her soul. This can't be right. Something is terribly wrong. Lu Fan's voice suddenly drifted from behind them, sending a jolt of terror through their hearts. To their surprise, he was wearing a calm smirk. So, you finally found this place? Zhang Tian's knuckles turned white. You. How did you get here? Lu Fan gave a playful wink. Don't look so surprised. I went through quite a bit of trouble to track you both down. After all, you did decide to raid the very base I worked so hard to build. On his way here, Lu Fan had already finished his preparations. As he captured more fallen corpse puppets, his control over them grew absolute. Now, he could use the Nine Realms demons to steer his army far away from the hunting spires. Each demon now commanded an entire legion, meaning 3 separate armies were currently out there, farming massive amounts of experience and points for him. The fodder could be sent out to do the dirty work, while these 3 remained here to guard the Dark Spire with their lives. Zhang Tian's lip curled into a venomous sneer. Coming for us? You're just begging for a grave. She checked his status. Lu Fan, nationality, long country, class, Dragon Rider Knight, points, 1,736,853. He was ranked number 1. She stared at the information panel with a mocking laugh, her eyes glinting with greed. Jin Cheng Han. Look at those points. Let's kill him and split the loot. Jin Changhan let out a disdainful chuckle. No rush. This brat and I have some history. Giving him a quick death would be far too merciful. I want to see him crawl. Jin Changhan narrowed his eyes at the three demons, his mind racing. Lu Fan was easy prey, but the Nine Realms demons were another story. One was a disaster, three were certain death. He watched Lu Fan, sweat trickling down his neck. If this kid dared to stroll into the spire alone, he must have found a way to win without fighting those monsters. Lu Fan leaned casually against the cold stone wall. Ignoring me already? Discussing my fate right in front of my face. How rude. Jin Changhan raised his hand, ready to strike, while Zhang Tian stood her ground, eyes full of malice. Tell us the secret of the Dark Spire, Zhang Tian demanded. And we might just let you leave with your life. Forget the talk, Jin Changhan barked. Just break his bones and he'll spill everything. Lu Fan sighed. Secrets? You really think I'm just exploiting some bug? Zhang Tian's smirk turned ugly. How else does a nobody like you rack up millions of points? We aren't idiots. We didn't see a single soul on the way in except for 2 guards. The place was empty. Do you really think anyone will believe a level 30 weakling can clear a dark spire on his own? Tell the truth. Lu Fan slowly closed his eyes, his voice dropping to a whisper. Empty, you say? He gestured toward the shadows behind them, making their faces turn ashen. Then what do you call the 3 titans looming over your shoulders? Jin Changhan glanced back, cold sweat drenching his back. Something was wrong. The Nine Realms demons were too quiet. By all logic, they should have torn any intruder to shreds the moment they stepped inside. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could Lu Fan be controlling them? No, that was impossible. No human could tame these beasts. Lu Fan crossed his arms, stepping closer to Jin Changhan. Is the trick to farming points really that shocking? Don't tell me your precious Tai Chi country is clueless, especially since you're so used to rigging system quests whenever you please. Jin Changhan flinched. He knows we cheated. He spun around, his mind spinning with fear. Zhang Tian lost her patience, drawing her blade and lunging forward with a scream of rage. Shut up and die. We don't need your explanations. Lu Fan smiled thinly and snapped his fingers. It's a shame, really. I worked so hard for those points, and you wanted to erase them with a few words. If you won't believe me, the sound of the snap echoed like a death knell, awakening the 3 demons. Then allow me to show you what true power looks like. Zhang Tian and Jin Changhan scrambled back in terror. He's actually commanding them. Run! As they fled for their lives, Jin Changhan screamed internally. A bug! It has to be a bug! No one can control the 9 Realms demons. How can our hard-earned trial belong to him now? This is impossible. Fear finally took root as the monsters cut off their only exit. They were trapped like rats. System notification. Death's entanglement activated. Consuming flesh and bone to form the cage of despair. The target is bound. Inflicting paralysis, poison, and coma status effects. Calculating stackable bone-shattering damage. The end is near. The demonic onslaught is too much to bear. Both are sent flying, screams of agony echoing as they slam into the earth. Kim Seong-han stares in pure terror at the behemoth looming over him. No, please, stop. It was the Abyssal Entangler, a level 61 summoned beast. This was the evolved form of the Abyssal Stalker. Its blood blade claws were designed for one thing: shredding targets mid-air with 5 lethal strikes. Upon dealing massive damage, its power surges by 200% for 12 seconds. Seong-han turns pale, paralyzed by the demon's venomous claws. Truly terrifying. Is this the power level of a threat that could shake an entire nation? The Abyssal Entangler's strike was impossible to block. Driven by a desperate will to live, Seong-han's only thought is escape. I have to get out of here. I can't die. He was supposed to be the pride of Tianqi. Before he can finish the thought, a massive demonic hand strikes, smashing him into the stone wall like a rag doll. Lu Fan sits calmly as 2 girls embrace him. I told you, I didn't cheat, he scoffs. I slaughtered those beasts and turned them into my puppets. Wu Zhangtian struggles to her feet, her mask shattered and her body heavy. I won't fall here, she screams in defiance. I am the top genius of the Sakura Kingdom, the future powerhouse of this world. She lunges forward, slashing like a madwoman. How could I die like this? She unleashes her demonic scythe strike. High-speed wind blades erupt, swirling around the target to inflict devastating physical wounds. But the demon's claws crush her pride instantly, pinning Zhangtian down. This can't be, she cries in despair. Lu Fan checks his status window with a mocking smirk. Everyone claims to be the greatest genius of the future, yet they're all dead before I even lifted a finger. My summons were more than enough. His stats are staggering. Lu Fan, Dragon Kingdom, level 38, Dragon Rider Knight. Total points, 136,853. Rank. Number 1. Lu Fan notices something strange. Why didn't his points increase? Then, it finally clicks. He remembers Kim Song-han. That guy used a summon to resurrect. It seems Wu Zongtian possesses a similar ability. Meanwhile, in the desert of 10,000 miles, a desolate, scorching wasteland of endless sand. Bloodied and gasping, Seong-han and Zongtian crawl from the dunes. Their split-lurk lives have dwindled to 6, then 5. Zongtian coughs violently, her eyes wide with shock. We actually came back to life. The abyssal symbiosis is now on a 24-hour cooldown. Incredible, she whispers. With this, we are essentially immortal. Song-han wipes the blood from his mouth, his expression grim. Don't be naive. He knows Lu Fan commands a massive army of 9 realm demons. If we can't kill Lu Fan, resurrecting 1,000 times won't save us, especially since we only have 5 lives left. Zongtian gestures wildly, frustrated. Meeting you already cost me 1 life? Song-han's gaze turns cold. His voice is absolute ice. We can't waste any more lives. We need to find another Dark Spire and figure out how he controls those demons. He's just a dragon rider. That control isn't a class skill, it's something else entirely. If he can do it, so can I. Zongtian raises her hand, determination flaring in her eyes. Exactly. Let's use these remaining 5 lives to find a way to end Lu Fan. Suddenly, she falters. Her body feels like lead. Why? Why do I feel so weak? The weakened debuff. 9 minutes remaining. Song-han closes his eyes. Resurrection comes at a price. Health and mana are at rock bottom. We need 10 minutes to recover. Zongtian panics. Then aren't we sitting ducks right now? Song-han drops to one knee. We move slowly. Our goal is the ultimate Dark Spire. Suddenly, flames erupt from nowhere. Song-han's eyes widen as he grits his teeth in shock. A spear pierces Zongtian, and she collapses as fire consumes her. A voice echoes, "Talk about luck. Finding 2 prey in this god-forsaken place." The fire rages as a stranger rips the spear from Zongtian's body. Well, if it isn't the little prince of the Kim family. Didn't I warn you not to show your face in this dungeon? Sweat pours down Seong-han's face. Disaster has struck. They are facing a monster while stuck in a weakened state. 7 minutes of weakness left. He stares at the newcomer's terrifying status window. Rank 2. Andre of the Snow Kingdom. Level 61. Flame Warrior. Points. 239,700. What are you two doing digging in the sand? Andre sneers, stepping closer. Playing whack-a-mole, he activates Flame God Avatar, channeling the power of the high-level Flame God, Swarok. All stats increase by 100% as fiery wings erupt. Andre laughs manically as he lunges forward. Whack-a-mole is a very fun game. Kim Seong-han collapsed in a cold sweat, his mind racing. He just respawned, yet death was already closing in again. Andre lunged forward with a twisted grin. Let's play a little, shall we? One devastating blow, and Kim Seong-han's world turned black. Andre stared at the floating interface, his brow furrowed. Something's wrong. I definitely finished those 2 off. Why didn't the kill count rise, or the points update? 10 days later, day 14 of the national trials. The Jinyu City arena was buzzing with tension. Ladies and gentlemen, it is hard to believe our eyes. The national trials hosted by the Taejay Kingdom have reached day 14. We are nearing the end. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 2 at Longdo Academy, Han-Kei watched the screen intensely. This was the most brutal tournament in history. The death toll had reached an unprecedented, soul-crushing high. Every student at the Longdo Combat Academy was glued to the broadcast. Out of 23 elite candidates, 11 had fallen in battle, and 2 surrendered. Now, only the final 10 remained in the hunt. The rankings for the top 5 were practically set in stone. Inside Tu Jing's office at the Northern Frontier Barracks, the atmosphere was heavy. It seemed standard point farming missions no longer shifted the leaderboard. Only hunting other players could cause a real upheaval now. Deep within the magma volcano dungeon, Takeo was relentlessly slaughtering monsters. Representing the Sakura Empire, Takeo held rank 5 with 460,000 points. Rank 5. Takeo. Level 61 warrior. Total points. 462,853. Not far behind, the points kept rolling in for our own Prince Kim Seong-han. With 510,000 points, he secured rank 4. Rank 4. Kim Seong-han of the Taejay Kingdom. Level 62 Abyss Summoner. Total points. 519,776. Over at the Grassland Trial Zone, Andre lay back leisurely in the tall grass. Rank 3. Andre from the Snow Nation with 680,000 points. A level 62 Blazing Warrior. He closed his eyes, savoring the cool breeze. This wind feels absolutely incredible. Unfortunately for him, Andre's hold on the second-place spot only lasted 4 days. Inside the magma volcano, Charlie from the Star-Spangled Nation surged forward. He officially overtook Andre to claim Rank 2. Rank 2, Charlie. Level 62, Holy Cleric. Total points, 728,115. This candidate rarely fought directly. By hunting 5 other representatives, he had seized a massive hoard of points. Then, there was Lu Fan. The final candidate possessed a score so staggering it defied all logic. It's coming. My master will find him very soon. Lu Fan from the Dragon Kingdom sat at rank 1. With over 7 million points, his lead was absolute and terrifying. Deep within the dark spire of the magma volcano, a piercing scream echoed through the halls. Lu Fan commanded his demonic horde to tear through everything in sight. The epic boss, the level 85 Nine-Realm Demon, was finally annihilated. That was the 9th one. The last of the Nine-Realm Demons had fallen. The Black Dragon reached level 38, while Lu Fan himself ascended to level 41. A smirk played on his lips as the mission cleared. Finally, I can build my army of the fallen with all 9 demons. The Starry Dragon hit level 29, and the Jade Dragon reached level 35. Lu Fan's score skyrocketed to over 7.5 million points. The demons knelt before him in absolute submission. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. New skill acquired Dragon Domain. Lu Fan checked his status window in surprise. Xiaofei, what kind of power did you just awaken? As he spoke, a holographic display shimmered into existence from his smartwatch. Dragon Domain deploys a 100-meter zone of draconic power. All allies with dragon bloodlines receive a 50% boost to all attributes. Any outsider trapped within will have their attributes slashed by 50%. Movement, teleportation, and summoning are completely sealed within the domain. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he read the description. A dragon domain? Wait. These effects. Realizing the terrifying potential of this skill, Lu Fan let out a dark chuckle. Xiaofei never disappointed. A 50% stat boost was insane, but the true power was the absolute isolation from the outside world. If I use this against Kim Seong-han, he won't be able to summon his abyss creatures, and he won't be able to escape death by teleporting away. A cold calculation formed in his mind. He could truly end him this time. Lu Fan reached out and patted Xiaofei's head with a satisfied grin. Incredible job, Xiaofei. Now, we can finally crush that unkillable cockroach for good. Xiaofei beamed at the praise. Suddenly, the virtual screen turned blood red with a new alert. Warning, you have been targeted for assassination. Lu Fan froze, his eyes narrowing. Someone is actually hunting me? Sensing his opponent's true identity, Lu Feng lets a mysterious smirk play on his lips as he mutters, interesting. It looks like a massive windfall of points is about to hit my account. Sometime later, deep within the scorching atmosphere of the Volcano Nation's hidden trial realm, Charlie gazes intently at the gem in his palm, whispering to himself, is this truly it? Does it actually exist? At that moment, his interface flashes with a new notification. Mission 1 accepted. The current objective, Ultimate Hunt Rank 1 PvP. He lets out a cold snort, hissing. So this is the pathetic scheme you're using to eliminate the top ranker. Suddenly, 2 shadows materialize from the darkness behind him as a gravelly, haunting voice echoes through the air. Charlie, the mission is in your hands now. Are you absolutely certain you can take him down? The one questioning him is Cheng Han, standing tall beside his personal guard. Charlie doesn't even spare them a glance, maintaining a chillingly calm demeanor. Of course. You know my capabilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have crawled to me for an alliance, would you? Cheng Han scowls, staring intensely at him while inwardly shivering. He and Wu Zhangtian had to burn 4 high-tier skills just to bring down a single lava giant. Yet Charlie had just pulverized one with a single, effortless strike. He realized then that his original plan using the ultimate mission to hunt Charlie was nothing but a naive pipe dream. Staring at Charlie's back, Cheng Han clears his throat. It's not that I don't trust you, but even with the 3 of us combined, killing Lu Feng isn't a guaranteed victory. From the shadows, Zhang Tian chimes in. Lu Feng has already subjugated the 9 Realms demon and its entire legion. We've faced him before, and we weren't even in the same league. Charlie listens as if hearing the most ridiculous joke in the world. Charlie erupts into mocking laughter. Taming that demon? I could do that in my sleep. That's not his own strength. He's merely exploiting a power that isn't his. These words leave Cheng Han utterly bewildered. Exploiting another power? Seeing their stunned expressions, Charlie raises an eyebrow. Don't you want to know exactly what loophole Lu Feng used to dominate the 9 realms and farm those points? Give me 3 minutes. In exactly 3 minutes, I will show you the truth. Meanwhile, at the National Trial Control Center, Shadow Guard Yue stands in solemn silence before speaking. Director Jin hasn't contacted us since he teleported back. He asks in a low, anxious voice, do you think we've been fired? The man frantically typing at his desk snaps back, don't jinx us. For all we know, He's just handling the situation personally. The bald man adds firmly, Director Jin told us to monitor Lu Feng, so just do your job and stop looking for trouble. As Shadow Guard Yue turns his back, a faint, ghostly silhouette flickers across the edge of his vision. But a second later, the hall is empty. He frowns, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Am I just seeing things? The bald man suddenly barks, Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? He fails to see the woman with a razor-sharp blade appearing behind him. Without a word, she executes a perfect strike, drawing a crimson line across the bald man's throat to claim her prize. A surge of agony forces a single scream from him before his life is snuffed out completely. Startled by the noise, Shadow Guard Yue spins around only to witness his comrade collapsing, desperately clutching a neck that won't stop geysering blood. Hey, what happened to you? He screams in terror. Suddenly, the woman presses against his back, whispering a chilling threat. Don't scream. Shut your mouth, or your death will be agonizing. Paralyzed by fear, he wails, begging for his life. Please, no, spare me. His desperate plea only fuels her twisted excitement. In the blink of an eye, her blade dances across his throat, silencing Shadow Guard Yue forever. With both sentries eliminated, a voice crackles through the communication line from the other side. Status report. The 3 minutes are almost up. Gripping the central wiring, she replies, Don't worry. She rips the power source out and chuckles. The Morgan family never misses a mark. Outside, the massive monitors instantly lose signal, forcing the host to scramble to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. We are currently experiencing minor technical difficulties. That's right, just a technical glitch. We're fixing it immediately. Please wait a moment. But the audience in the stands is already reaching a breaking point. The live stream is cut. Why did the signal die? What the hell is going on? Is it a blackout? Are you guys incompetent? Where is the manager? Angry shouts echo throughout the grand hall. What's the deal? I was waiting to hear what the representative from the Star-Spangled Union had to say. Inside a secure room, Sheng Ming whispers, Elder Han, this has to be the work of the Taichi Nation. After a long silence, Phi Bai mutters grimly, the Star-Spangled Union is far more dangerous than they look. Suddenly, a man in a suit spins around in a panic. Mr. Jin, you're the one in charge. Find out what happened. But before he can finish, Jin Taiyan is nowhere to be found. He furrows his brow in confusion. Where did Mr. Jin go? Someone nearby immediately answers, no idea. It looked like he was called away just a few seconds ago. The scene shifts to a secluded hallway outside the command room. Taiyan is holding a secret meeting with a member of the Morgan family. The man smiles thinly, probing for information. You've been awfully silent since we started. Mr. Morgan, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Suddenly, a voice crackled in the man's earpiece. The Makan clan never fails. It was the signal they waited for. He glanced coldly at his watch and delivered a sharp, mocking smirk. I told you I'd only take 3 minutes. I have nothing left to say. Jaeon stood there, stunned and fuming. He barked back in a rage. Are you mocking me? I'm a busy man, with no time for your games. The man turned his back, leaving with one final word. Time's up. Farewell, Mr. Kim. Back at the scene, Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You're saying Lu Fan became a slave to the fallen corpse god? And he's using that ancient god's power to manipulate the 9 Hell's demons? Cheng Han gasped, completely overwhelmed. A being that defies the flow of time. This is absolutely impossible. Sensing their shock, Shaley cleared his throat. It's unimaginable, so I understand your disbelief. But an ancient god's power is a divine blessing. Even a fragment can trigger a legendary, soul-deep evolution. He suddenly summoned 3 stones, glowing with primordial fire. Behold the sacred mountain essence, gifted by my master. Zhang Tian squinted as the raw energy blinded him. Just feeling the aura radiating from the stones was staggering. It was power beyond comprehension. The system display flickered. Sacred mountain essence. Quality. Legendary. Consumable. Effects. Unknown. Cheng Han stood frozen. This strength. It makes the 9 Hell's demons look like ants. Is this the source of your power? Shali burst into a dark, triumphant laugh. No. 2 of these are actually meant for you. Their jaws dropped in shock. For us? If they're truly this powerful, what's the catch? Zhang Tian immediately pushed for answers, his eyes full of doubt. Hidden classes are one thing, but items this rare don't just come for free. Shaley's gaze turned razor sharp. He frowned and lowered his voice. Then, let's be clear, this is a transaction. Accept my master's baptism for greater power, and the Makan clan gets to excavate the dormant gods in Tai Chi and An Hoa. Cheng Han narrowed his eyes, weighing the heavy cost. As a prince, he doubted the Makan clan would dare betray him openly. Ancient gods aside, this essence offered immediate, absolute strength. Zhang Tian whispered, should we do it? After a moment of agonizing tension, Cheng Han finally gave in to the lure of power. Fine, I accept. Once Lu Fan is dead, your Your clan must explain everything to the Kim family. Zhang Tian looked at him, startled. Is this really necessary? Cheng Han roared. Of course it is. Do you want Lu Fan looking down on us forever? If he can use a god's power, then so will we. Shali smiled, handing the second essence to Zhang Tian. Have you reached a decision? Once we leave this space, the world will be watching. You won't get another chance. Biting his lip, Zhang Tian finally took the stone. I accept the deal. Shali let out a wicked laugh. A wise choice. Do not resist the change. Shali stared intensely at Zhang Tian, his eyes gleaming. My master will make you invincible. He then looked at the final stone. And this one is reserved for Lu Fan. An image of Lu Fan flashed in Shali's mind as he smirked. I'll turn him into my perfect sacred mountain puppet. Meanwhile, the atmosphere elsewhere turned deadly. At the National Trials Control Center, 2 guards lay motionless in a gruesome pool of blood. A man stood before the flickering monitors, reporting the grim discovery. The cameras missed the killer, but the live stream feeds are restored. The blood on the floor was still warm. They had been killed recently. Investigators moved quickly, capturing every detail of the bloody scene. The girl beside Kim Jae-an whispered urgently, Director, are we really not reporting this? Jae-an snapped back. No, we handle this ourselves. Not a single word of this leaks out. He remembered his warning to the old man. The Ma Kan clan was behind everything. Back in the trial, Lu Fan soared on his dragon. He muttered, It seems this final match will only end through total slaughter. The ones hunting me are waiting just ahead. As he patrolled the skies on Xiao Ye, Lu Fan checked his quest log, only to freeze as he noticed something unexpected. That avatar belongs to Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom. Lu Fan spots him instantly and commands, Xiao Ye, land up ahead. Let's go greet this old friend of ours. With a sharp signal, Xiao Ye lets out a deafening roar, diving through the clouds to obey his master's decree. Xiao Ye scans the terrain for a clearing. She touches down with perfect grace, and Lu Fan leaps from her back before the dust even settles. He glances around, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, where did he go? Not far away, Jia Sanlai spots Lu Fan and gasps in shock. Lu Fan? His eyes light up with pure joy. It really is you, boss. You scared the life out of me. He thinks to himself, thank goodness. Lu Fan isn't just a powerhouse. He actually encouraged me. He's nothing like the other cold-blooded monsters in this competition. Lu Fan offers a faint smirk. Your luck isn't half bad, Jia Sanlai. I'm impressed you've survived this long. Jia Sanlai scratches his head with a sheepish grin. I honestly thought someone was hunting me down. I'm just glad it's you, boss Lu Fan. Lu Fan points to the interface, his voice questioning. Why are you still hanging around here? You only have 150,000 points. The rank 10 display shows Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom, a level 49 Lotus Swordsman, with exactly 155,920 points. Watching the man grin like an idiot, Lu Fan wonders if he's lost his mind. Is this guy sick or something? It's the final stage of the match, yet he's acting like he's at a class reunion. Lu Fan's expression turns serious. Jia Sanlai, you need to wake up. In this final round, no one is going to play nice. He summons his bow, the air humming with sudden tension. As he prepares to draw, he stops. Xiao Ye, what do you sense? The Black Dragon's passive triggers. She can detect any enemy lurking in stealth or camouflage, instantly stripping away their hidden status. Suddenly, something erupts from the earth. Monstrous hands snare Jia Sanlai's legs, forcing a scream from his throat. Lu Fan whips around, but it's too late. A massive claw surges upward, clinching Jia Sanlai's entire body and dragging him into the depths. Help! Someone help me! Jia Sanlai shrieks in pure terror. It's a summoned beast, the Holy Mountain Puppet, the Abyssal Ground Crawler, a level 62 legendary evolution of the Abyssal Vulture, stands revealed. Seeing this, Lu Fan's blood begins to boil. He draws his bow, his eyes narrowing. This is Jin Chenghan's summon. But it's been infused with the Holy Mountain's curse. From the shadows of the abyss, spectral hands reach out, crawling closer and closer toward him. He readies his skill. The Hydra arrow, even without a full draw, can unleash 12 magic projectiles, each dealing 20% damage. Jia Sanlai's cries echo one last time before fading. The National Trial Secret Realm announcement rings out. Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom is dead. 2 figures emerge from the gloom, Jin Chenghan and Wu Zhangtian. We meet again, they sneer. Humph, Lu Fan. We accidentally snatched your points. I hope you don't mind. After all, your points will belong to us very soon anyway. Lu Fan stares them down, unfazed. It's been a while. You've both grown stronger, as Holy Mountain slaves. Jin Chenghan, he identifies them. Jin Chenghan, a level 62 hidden class fighter, now a rank 3 Abyssal Warlock. And Wu Zhangtian, a level 61 hidden class fighter, now a rank 3 Holy Land warrior. Lu Fan realizes the truth. They've joined Shali. The ones hunting me are these puppets. The hunter finally shows himself. Shali stands between his two subordinates, a twisted smile on his face. Ha ha ha, it seems we both understand the true nature of this power. Shali, a level 63 Holy Mountain Slave, rank 3 Saint. His face is twisted with arrogance. Before I erase you, Lu Fan, I'm feeling generous. I'll give you a single choice. Lu Fan looks at him with pure skepticism. Shali holds out the Holy Mountain Essence, a legendary consumable, with unknown, terrifying effects. Shali continues his pitch. Abandon your pathetic loyalties. Devote everything to my master, and you shall receive supreme, divine power. Lu Fan eyes the glowing orb, his mind racing. That Holy Mountain Essence, that energy, it's identical to the corrupted corpse essence. That's how Jin Chenghan and Wu Zongtian were transformed. Shali thrusts the essence forward. Join us, and we won't have to kill you. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate for a second. No, me? Serve your master? Don't make me laugh. I'm nothing like you broken shells. Shali's face contorts in rage. Still acting superior. Are we? You dare look down on us? Lu Fan points a mocking finger. Even with that borrowed power, you've only barely reached the level of my dragon's summons. The trio's expressions darken instantly. I see. Negotiations are over. Jin Chenghan, Wu Zongtian. Weren't you dying for revenge? The man who killed you is right here. Kill him. The two warriors howl with murderous delight. We've waited long enough for this. Lu Fan, every grudge, every humiliation. I'll make you pay back double. The abyssal hands strike, but Lu Fan leaps into the air with ease. He pulls his bowstring taut, disgust filling his heart. These fools willingly threw away their humanity to become pets for an ancient god. They have no dignity left. He ignores the trash talk and aims directly at Wu Zongtian, who is charging like a madman, but Lu Fan's arrow fails to find its mark. With a single, arrogant stroke of his blade, Wu Zongtian deflects the projectile into the dirt. He dons a grim mask, his voice dripping with malice. Only the wise survive, Lu Fan. And a fool like you? You're destined to die by my blade. Join the Holy Mountain Slaves as our lackey, the Hanya masked ghost sneers. It's the only way to keep your pathetic life. With every wound taken, his normal attack power surges by 10%. His attack speed skyrockets by 30%, stacking up to 6 times as Wu Zongtian and Shali continue their taunts. Shali lifts the essence high, threatening, surrender, or I'll slaughter you, and turn your corpse into my puppet. Lu Fan scoffs, recalling the endless waves of ancient god minions he slaughtered in the frozen far north. Slaves like you dare threaten me? Lu Fan smirks, his eyes cold. I understand now, not a single one of you leaves alive. Wu Zongtian points and laughs with pure disdain. Look at him. The Holy Mountain's power has driven him mad with fear. Lu Fan ignores the mockery, raising his blade toward the sky. Xiao Ye, form shift, destruction giant dragon. None of you three are walking out of this secret realm. The shift to Black Dragon mode is instant. Xiao Ye charges a massive sphere of flame and unleashes it. Facing the inferno, Wu Zongtian remains arrogant. A surprise attack? You've already lost the chance to defeat me. Magma torrent erupts forward, dealing devastating damage while healing his own wounds. Suddenly, Lu Fan lunges not at Wu Zongtian, but deep into the abyss to strike Jin Chenghan. Jin Chenghan just laughs, showing no fear. Struggle all you want, boy. Today is your funeral. Lu Fan leaps back onto Xiao Ye's head, his voice dripping with contempt. One by one, your arrogance will be your downfall. He summons Xiao Fei, thinking of how the corruption essence could transform his zombie dragon. If he feeds Shali's essence to it, their lives and their treasures will all belong to him. Magma burst. The ground transforms into a violent, bubbling lake of molten slag. Dragon language magic. Magma burst. Xiao Ye exhales a sea of fire as the dragon language resonance triggers. When Dragon Rider and Pet cast in unison, their magical potency doubles instantly. Jin Chenghan barely leaps away, narrowly avoiding the incinerating blast from Xiao Ye. Wu Zongtian draws his blade to block, but the sheer heat forces a scream from his lungs. Stop sending these weaklings, Lu Fan taunts. Summon something that can actually challenge my dragon. Jin Chenghan fumes in silence. Damn it. Does he not realize I've summoned the strongest abyss crawler already? Look at you, trembling before the fight even starts, Lu Fan sneers. Maybe you should just go to sleep forever. Wu Zongtian grits his teeth in pure humiliation. How is this possible? A level 30 juvenile dragon is somehow defying the laws of nature itself. Lu Fan turns to Shali. Thanks for the gift. You're basically handing me free points. Shali remains stone-faced. Shali draws a massive cruciform blade. You arrogant fool, you'll pay for your ignorance with your soul. He swings the giant cross, unleashing a golden tide of holy fire, known as the Flames of Heavenly Retribution. The holy fire incinerates everything in its path, dealing 500% divine damage to the target. For the next 10 seconds, the victim suffers an additional 20% holy burn every single second. Lu Fan just tilts his head. Is that the best you've got? Your master is quite disappointing. Dragon Ruin. Activate. Lu Fan's arm morphs into a lethal, scaled dragon claw. A lightning-fast 6-hit combo erupts, synchronized perfectly with his dragon's devastating magic. Xiao Ye and Lu Fan counter with a volley of fireballs. Shali's rage finally boils over. You idiot! Shali crushes the essence in his palm, shattering it into a million glowing shards. Behold the true power of the ancient god. A massive geometric seal appears behind him. A pillar of light descends, revealing a golden-winged projection wielding a divine blade as Shali sprouts wings. Charging power? Not on my watch. Lu Fan draws his bow, aiming straight for the heart. Hydra arrows fly. Even without a full draw, 12 magical shafts streak forward, each dealing 20% damage. 4 arrows slam into the golden projection. It's stronger than a 9-world demon, but Lu Fan isn't backing down. Dragon's encouragement. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar, boosting all attributes and attack power by 30%. Level 38, Xiao Ye, Black Dragon Form. Strength, 12,717. Agility, 23,578. Spirit, 51,028. Stamina, 26,497. Snake Shadow Arrow. By channeling for 3 seconds, the Snake Shadow Arrow's devastating power is amplified by 500%. 1 second into the charge, a black dragon manifests from Lu Fan's bow as he commands Xiao Ye to prepare the magma burst. The dragon chi intensifies within the armor, and with 2 seconds on the clock, the magma burst continues to surge. The golden phantom lunges forward, its celestial blade clashing violently against a massive, roaring fireball. System alert. Magma burst activated. Scorching flames erupt across the battlefield, transforming the earth into a molten lake. Any target caught within this magma lake will be swallowed by the sludge and suffer continuous, massive damage. 3 seconds. Seizing the ultimate opening, Lu Fan roars. Now is the time. Instantly, the black dragon coiled around his bow strikes with lethal, shadowy precision. The combo notification flashes. Snake Shadow Arrow and Magma Burst collide, turning the area into a literal hellscape. Enemies trapped in the molten depths are incinerated, as the power surges by 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The Golden Phantom continues its relentless assault without a moment of hesitation. And then, the two titanic forces collide, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the world. Shali scowls at the sight, muttering that the ancient god's phantom has barely revealed its true power. As the smoke clears from that earth-shattering blast, the Black Dragon's rage only burns hotter. It streaks toward Lu Fan's group like a vengeful storm, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Transforming into its world destroyer form, the dragon lets out a soul-shaking roar that weakens all enemies and deals heavy damage. Facing the pressure, Lu Fan calmly raises his hand, condensing raw energy into a massive bow as he shouts, "Nether Snake Arrows." This skill unleashes 12 magical projectiles instantly, each dealing 20% damage without needing to charge. Inspired by his lead, the rest of the party charges at the Black Dragon with savage determination. The Demon Reaper's Gale Slash releases high-speed wind blades, shredding every enemy within its reach with physical force. While Xiao He is restrained by golden chains, a colossal wave of energy hurtles directly toward Lu Fan. The Saint's Heaven's Punishment Flame erupts, threatening to consume him with 500% holy damage. And for the next 10 seconds, the nightmare continues. Every passing second will inflict 20% holy burn damage, but Lu Fan doesn't panic. He simply turns to face the light. With a effortless flick of his wrist, he carves the massive energy blast into 4 harmless fragments. Shali and his followers cheer in triumph. It's over. Without his dragon's enhancement, he's absolutely nothing. Shali sneers, convinced that forcing him away from his pets has stripped him of his legendary strength. In that split second, wings erupt from Lu Fan's back as he gazes down at them with cold arrogance. Are you truly certain that I'm the one who walked into a trap? The group recoils in shock as they turn toward him. Shali barks back in a rage. What do you mean by that? Stop acting like you're still in control. Lu Fan's posturing won't change the fact that his defeat is already written in stone. Suddenly the ground shatters as Shali stands atop a massive beast, looking around in confusion. When did he summon these monsters? These are 9-realm demons. Lu Fan chuckles at their bewilderment. I saw through your pathetic scheme long ago. I only pretended to be caught, to use your own plan against you and distract your focus. Shali points furiously at the screen before him, screaming in desperation. Do you really think a few fallen corpse puppets are enough to stop us? Lu Fan smiles thinly and replies, Of course not. As his words fall, the savage beasts behind him glare at Shali's group as if they were nothing more than prey. He looks at them with pure disdain and asks, Just a few? Jin Chenghan stammers in horror, There are 9 of them. Shali is frozen in disbelief, wondering how he could have gathered so many in such a short time. He realizes with dread that Lu Fan has captured every single nine-realm demon. Lu Fan asks calmly, "Now, who do you think is the winner?" Sha Li desperately gathers his energy, masking his growing fear with a mask of arrogance. No matter how many puppets you summon, he declares through his holy shroud, "You cannot defeat us, the holy servants." This technique grants his entire team a massive buff, increasing their holy power by 100% for 60 seconds. Wu Zongtian and Jin Chenghan let out a thunderous war cry in unison. They unleash the Heaven's Punishment Flame once more, aiming to incinerate everything with 500% holy damage. 10 seconds of Divine Burn ignite as the Demon Soul Sickle unleashes a high-speed whirlwind of blades. Sha Li scoffs, claiming the fallen corpse's demon is weak, while Jin Chenghan mocks Lu Fan's chances. "Through our sacred baptism, we've transcended our former selves." Wu Zongtian boasts with arrogant pride. Xiao Fei transforms into the eternal Jade Dragon, but Lu Fan remains unimpressed by their meager power. Compared to his own pets, they're nothing. The Jade Dragon's bloodline merely doubles skill effectiveness. Xiao Fei, Life Pulse. Lu Fan commands, triggering an explosion of Jade Light that stacks twice over. With Jade Blessing and Dragon Chi active, the tide of battle shifts as their stats fluctuate wildly. The monsters let out blood-curdling screeches, surging forward with a murderous, drug-like frenzy for blood. Xiao Ye receives the full stack of Jade Blessings, Dragon Chi, and Radiant Emerald Light buffs. Her energy swells to twice the monster's power as the great dragon Xiao Ye roars in dominance. She strikes with a devastating jaw crush, sinking her fangs into Sha Li's projected mountain form. A high-speed charge follows, inflicting a lethal bleed effect that leaves Sha Li paralyzed with pure shock. The strengthened Holy Mountain projection crumbles then. A crimson eye pierces the sky amidst crackling lightning. "Keep your eyes open, Sha Li," Lu Fan warns coldly. The real show is only just beginning. Hovering above, he manifests the Dragon Domain, a massive, shimmering sphere of absolute draconic authority. 100-meter radius of dragon power unfolds, leaving Jin Chenghan trembling at the sight of a true domain. Sha Li reels in disbelief. A level 30 class changer shouldn't be capable of wielding such high-level magic. Regaining his composure, Sha Li summons the flames of Heaven's Punishment to tear through the perceived illusion. "Witness the true gap between us," Sha Li bellows, swinging his ultimate strike with fanatical arrogance. Lu Fan stands unmoved as a spectral eagle intercepts the blow, nullifying the attack instantly. Sha Li's jaw drops. His attack power was boosted by 300%, yet it was neutralized effortlessly. "My strength is fading," Wu Zongtian cries, while Jin Chenghan loses all connection to his summoned beasts. "It's not just us," Sha Li realizes in horror. "These monsters, they're getting stronger by the second." The domain systematically crushes enemy attributes while empowering allies, leaving the duo screaming in total futility. Lu Fan gazes down from the heavens with cold disdain. "Is this really all you've got?" Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts, violently blasting the encroaching monsters back into the shadows. Gripping a golden feather, Sha Li glows with celestial energy, claiming he had intended to spare Lu Fan. "I offered you a chance to serve the ancient gods," Sha Li screams. "But you're too dangerous." His holy mountain projection reforms, surging with even greater, more malevolent power than before. "If you won't serve in life, you'll be my puppet in death," Sha Li declares, as the earth shatters. "Infinite holy light," Sha Li roars, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that tears the ground beneath Lu Fan apart. Powered by the ancient god of the holy mountain, the divine light incinerates everything in its path. Zhao Shengming watches in terror, fearing the worst for Lu Fan as the dust settles. Han Feibai remains silent, watching as a stunned Sha Li suddenly collapses to his knees in despair. Xiao Ye deployed Eternal Protection, shielding Lu Fan with the Jade Dragon's absolute bloodline power. All recovery skill effects increase 5,000%. "How?" Sha Li gasps. "How could anyone survive a direct strike from the ancient god's essence?" Lu Fan calmly raises his blade. "That was your final shot. Now, it's my turn." Xiao Ye unleashes her Black Dragon's majesty, radiating a crushing wave of pressure over the battlefield. Blind terror consumes the enemies as they claw at their ears, begging for the agonizing noise to stop. "Quick, form the Abyssal Covenant," Jin Chenghan pleads with Wu Zongtian, desperate for a second life. But before the contract can close, a cold blade flashes, piercing through Wu Zongtian's chest. Lu Fan sheathes his sword with lethal grace as Jin Chenghan watches his comrade's lifeless body fall. "I'm afraid there are no second chances today." Lu Fan's voice echoes like a death knell. "It's over. I can't feel Wu Zongtian's presence anymore." Jin Chenghan whimpers in absolute terror. Chung Han is descending into madness, staring wide-eyed at his trembling hands. Why? Why can't he establish a connection with his summoned beast? Amidst his desperate screams, another hand suddenly clamps down on Cheng Han's wrist. It's Shali, whose condition is just as pitiful. Form a contract with me. I refuse to die in a place like this. Hearing such an absurd demand, Cheng Han breaks into a cold sweat. I can't, he stammers. Watching their pathetic struggle, Lu Fan tires of the sight and unleashes a sharp sword key. Save your breath, he coldly interrupts. He's a dead man walking. Besides, within the dragon realm, I am the only one permitted to use summoning arts. Without a beast to call upon, he has nothing to offer you in a contract. Lu Fan's status window flickers to life. His total points surge by 519,776. Staring at Lu Fan's overwhelming presence, Shali hisses the boy's name through gritted teeth. He never imagined being pushed this far. How can a fellow servant of the ancient god possess such monstrous power? Driven to the brink, Shali gathers energy in his palms, his eyes locked onto Lu Fan with murderous intent. I saved this for you. But your eyes are blinded to the true divine grace. My lord, grant me strength to crush this sinner. As the prayer ends, a violent, suffocating aura explodes from Shali's body. But this isn't a show. Lu Fan isn't about to wait for a transformation. He delivers a swift, decisive strike. Do you take me for a fool? I'm not giving you time to power up. Caught completely off guard without any defense, the attack carves a fatal wound across his chest. After one last blood-curdling scream, Shali collapses. His aura condenses into a silver stone that streaks toward the sky. Lu Fan watches it go, unfurling his wings instantly. Abandoning your loyal servant to flee on your own? Pathetic. Even Kim Cheng Han couldn't escape. What makes you think you can run while using someone else's scraps? With a powerful beat of his wings, Lu Fan rockets into the air, staying hot on the stone's trail. A smirk plays on his lips. After all this waiting, a complete holy mountain essence is finally within his reach. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a massive crowd is gathered around the leaderboards, buzzing with excitement. Look, the scores for the Star Nation, Taejae, and Sakura Nation representatives. They've all vanished. They're dead. Did the Dragon Nation's representative truly wipe out the three strongest contenders single-handedly? In the meeting room, Sheng Ming is paralyzed by the results. He turns to old Fei Bai, voice trembling. Master Bai. Behind them, Zion stands in shell-shocked silence. This is impossible, he mutters. Seeing Zion's crumbling composure, Fei Bai lets out a cold, mocking snort. Once outside, Zion slams his fist into a wall. With everyone dead, how is he supposed to face the Kim family? Kim Cheng Han was the sole hope for the future of their entire clan. Taejae Nation had bet everything on this trial, and now they were officially disqualified. Then, the shadows moved. The world around Zion plunges into unnatural darkness as writhing tentacles emerge to ensnare him. As space warps before him, a masked figure steps forth. Is my son truly dead? The man asks. The voice chills Zion to the bone. His legs give out, and he collapses in terror. Forgive my incompetence, my lord. The Dragon Nation's representative is a monster. Every attempt I made to eliminate him failed miserably. Even the Star Nation's Shali and Sakura Nation's Wu Zongtian fell by his hand. As the tentacles tighten around his throat, Zian gasps for air. The mysterious man pulls back his hood, revealing himself as Cheng Han's father. The prophecy of doom was real. The grip on Zion's neck turns crushing. He thrashes in agony, but the power is absolute. The father hoists him high into the air. You gave me your word. Now my son is dead, and Taejae has lost everything. His rage boils over. And all you can tell me is that he's too strong? As the air leaves his lungs, Zian claws desperately at the tentacles. Please, just one more chance. Cheng Han's father drops him like trash and issues a chilling command. That boy must not leave Taejae alive. Once the trial ends, use every means necessary to trap him here. My 4 companions and I will erase him personally. With that, they vanish into a void. Drenched in cold sweat, Zian whispers his compliance. Meanwhile, back with Lu Fan. Lu Fan had pursued and finally seized the sacred mountain essence. He gazed at the shimmering stone, the prize for the 3 lives he had just extinguished. A single stone earned through blood. Yet, its true power and consumption effects remained a complete mystery. Looking back at the massive shadows behind him, Lu Fan wondered, what would his corrupted corpse magic dragons become after devouring this? Let's see what you've got, he smirked, tossing the essence into the air. The abyssal dragon snapped its jaws shut, absorbing the divine power instantly. Suddenly, blinding shafts of golden light erupted from deep within their massive frames. The world trembled violently. The evolution of the 2 corrupted corpse magic dragons had begun. Xiao Fei, in her eternal form, spread her radiant wings. She stood firm, shielding Lu Fan from the raining debris of the collapsing mountainside. He watched in awe as the once black beasts were enveloped by a majestic golden aura. Within the dragon domain, the very air began to burn. If anyone else were there, they would see two pairs of colossal wings, dominating the sky like gods of old. Ding! Lufan looked up at the notifications. 2 legendary new skills unlocked, Gate of Holy Light and Universal Holy Radiance. A double skill gain from a single evolution? He checked the interface. Corrupted Corpse Magic Dragon, level 35. Skills: Magic Breath, Dragon Raid, Universal Holy Radiance, Gate of Holy Light, Unsealed Dragon Tongue and Dragon Bloodline. Lufan scanned the system's new data with a cold, calculating gaze. Universal Holy Radiance utilized the Sacred Mountain's power to boost core attributes by 30% while providing constant life regeneration. While the healing couldn't rival Xiao Fei's, a 30% stat boost was enough for his corpse army to crush an entire nation. But it was the Gate of Holy Light that truly satisfied him. Previously, summoning his dragons required his direct presence. Now, he could deploy or retract them through the gate at any moment. He looked up at the evolving dragons. If he found essences from other ancient gods, could they reach even greater heights? Lufan's eyes narrowed as he watched them soar through the clouds. He hungered for the future. What would be the ultimate, final form of these twin dragons? Suddenly, a priority alert flashed. The national trial voting had concluded. It's over already? Only 6 survivors remained. Even Andrea had conceded, clearly unwilling to face Lufan's wrath again. As the system screen flickered, Xiao Cui and Xiao Ye shifted into their human forms, peeking over his shoulder with curiosity. What does it say, Master? It means the game is over. We're going home. Lufan nodded and tapped the screen to confirm. Let's end this. The system announced the vote had passed. The trial was officially over. Final rewards based on accumulated points were being distributed to the remaining representatives. A spatial vortex swirled before him, spitting out a magnificent, glowing treasure chest. He stepped forward and knelt by the chest, his heart racing with anticipation. Ignoring the 2 girls playing behind him, he focused on the moment he had worked so hard for. This was a super-secret realm involving 23 nations. What would the champion's prize actually be? Click. The lock snapped open. Inside lay a black belt adorned with winding, golden dragon scales. A level 90 legendary set piece, he exclaimed. Even a single part could activate world-shaking set bonuses. This belt alone granted the unique transformation skill, Golden Dragon King. Obtaining the full 5-piece set would unlock 3 more legendary abilities, turning him into a true dragon slayer. The stats were staggering. This was the pinnacle of legendary tier equipment. Strength, agility, spirit, and endurance all soared. It even featured the Golden Dragon Shield to nullify devastating damage. Lufan grinned ear to ear, quickly moving to the next item hidden in the chest. A level 40 skill book, Dragon Tongue Magic Mimicry. Finally, a spell he could learn immediately. No more tedious studying. He could now replicate his pet's magic and trigger perfect Dragon Tongue resonance with ease. But the final item made him pause. It was a lucky expansion pouch. A total gamble. Upon use, it would grant 3 random scrolls of rare quality or higher. The sharp chime of the system echoed as the item was added to his inventory. Not bad, Lufan smirked. A world-class reward that relies on luck. Those organizers really have a sense of humor. Xiao Ye and Xiao Cui crowded around him as he gripped the pouch. Wish me luck, girls. He tore it open. 3 scrolls materialized. First, a summoning slot expansion scroll. Epic quality, enchantment rank ups, and even level requirement removal. Oh heavens. This is absolutely incredible. Even at the Tianhua auction, these 3 scrolls are nearly impossible to find. Lufan tucks them away with a satisfied smirk. The summoning scroll's slot expansion came at the perfect time. Now, he can finally hatch the blue dragon egg before his 3rd awakening. The level removal scroll is the perfect match for this belt. He doesn't need to wait for level 90 to wield the Golden Dragon King's power. Without hesitation, he fuses the items and activates the enchantment. The interface for the Dragon Hunter Warrior's will flickers. The level 90 requirement has instantly dropped down to 0. He draws his blade with a sharp whistle. He can upgrade its quality by 1 tier, potentially reaching the legendary rank. Lufan is burning with curiosity. He wonders just how much a legendary weapon can truly evolve. The decision is made. It's time to upgrade the weapon. He activates the quality enhancement scroll. The Meteor Firefall sword hits legendary plus rank. Its level skyrockets from 30 to 40, and every attribute surges with raw power. Holding his upgraded gear, Lufan feels his strength reach a whole new realm. These 2 items have evolved his combat potential entirely. With Dragon Tongue Resonance and Replication, he can now cast spells like a Dragon Canter. Plus, the Blue Dragon Egg finally has an incubation slot. His Dragon Knight prowess has ascended to a new tier. This God-tier belt has granted him the legendary abilities of a Dragon Hunter Warrior. Lufan's eyes snap open, a draconic slit glowing in his pupils. The system roars as the effect activates. He unleashes the lingering power of the bloodline, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit soar by 50 points, while durability jumps by 200. However, while in this form, he cannot enter a mounted state. Goal achieved, Lu Fan steps through the portal into Jinyu City, in the Taite Kingdom, the heart of the national trial arena. Instantly, a deafening wave of cheers, and the MC's booming voice slam into his ears. Lu Fan, the champion representative of the Long Kingdom, has finally returned. The crowd is a chaotic mix of worship and jealousy, making him knit his brows. Fans beg for signatures while others glare in envy. Some cry out for their fallen prince, while others demand to know how it feels to have killed 3 people in a row. The Long Kingdom's security detail quickly moves in to clear a path for their hero. Sheng Ming leads the way, pushing through the frantic crowd. "Step aside, please." Lu Fan is not taking interviews at this time. Elder Han Fei Bai catches sight of him and beams, stroking his long white beard while laughing heartily. "Our hero has returned in glory." Vice Principal Zhao Han greets him, and Lu Fan responds with a respectful, silent nod. Fei Bai grabs his hand, ecstatic. "Congratulations on taking the top spot in this year's national trial. We only expected a top 3 finish. None of us could have imagined you'd bring back such a massive surprise." Sheng Ming stands behind the elder, nodding in fervent agreement. "You've worked hard, Lu Fan. Your performance over the last 2 weeks was absolute dominance, not just first place, but a total landslide." Suddenly, Lu Fan feels something cold pressed into his palm. "This is a promotion to the prestigious gold medal, which you've more than earned." Hearing the elder's words, Lu Fan stares at the medal. He remembers the legends of the gold medal. His comrades in the Lion Legion mentioned it before. Only 8 people hold this military honor. Even Captain Lu only had a bronze. Above bronze is silver, and at the very top is the elusive gold. In the entire Lion Legion, only 8 people possess one. And Lord Tu isn't even stationed at the barracks. Fei Bai grins widely. "As of this moment, you are the 9th holder and the youngest gold medalist in history. With this medal, your status is absolute. In the entire Long Kingdom, only the 3 elders and 2 Xing are your superiors." Sheng Ming adds that this medal makes him a national guardian hero. He is now highly favored by both the Lion Legion and Elder Han. "Lu Fan, you've truly ascended to the heavens in a single bound." Being praised by the Long Kingdom's top figures, Lu Fan scratches his head awkwardly. "I'm honored that you hold me in such high regard, Elder Han." The national trial finally comes to a close. Kim Taiyan steps onto the podium to congratulate the survivors. "I will now officially announce the results of this year's national trial competition. First place goes to Lu Fan of the Long Kingdom, with 8,436,942 points, 91.8% of the total. Second place is Andrea from the Snow Kingdom, with 725,629 points, a mere 6%. Third place goes to the Fire Kingdom. Hearing the official tally, Elder Fei Bai's smile stretches from ear to ear. Haha. Not only did he take first place, but he seized over 90% of the total points in the entire trial. The youth of today are truly formidable. Elder Han, you flatter me, but this result is exactly what I expected. Seeing his unwavering confidence, the old man smiles, ready to leave the noise behind. Sigh, I'm getting too old for this. I'm heading back to rest, and you boys should do the same. Safe travels, Elder Han. Stopping suddenly, he adds, I almost forgot. We return to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow. The 3 elders have prepared a special national reward just for you, don't miss it. Lu Fan is momentarily stunned by the news, blinking in surprise. He looks at Sheng Ming, who is equally shocked. A national-level reward? Lu Fan, my boy, you've truly hit the motherlode this time. Back at the hotel, Lu Fan admires his golden military merit medal from the Lionheart Legion. His 9th gold medal? He falls back onto the soft mattress, crossing his legs with a satisfied smirk. From today on, his status is second only to the legendary seniors. Just as Vice Principal Zhao said, even Director Feng would have to kneel before him now. This gold medal truly carries absolute authority. The more he thinks about it, the more he loves it. He sits up abruptly. The medal can wait, it's time for the main event. He's waited long enough. With a wave of his hand, a scroll appears. The system chimes. Blue Summoning Expansion Scroll activated. Finally, the Azure Dragon Egg can be unlocked. As the golden light fades, a massive egg appears on the floor. All right, everyone, get ready to welcome our newest member. Hearing his call, his 3 dragon pets gather around, staring curiously at the glowing blue egg. Wasting no time, he casts Dragon Taming on the egg. Soon, cracks begin to spiderweb across the shell. Sudden arcs of lightning erupt, forcing Lu Fan and his mini-dragons to scramble back in surprise. It's a level 1 Azure Dragon. Its skills include Thunderous Roar, Heaven's Tribulation, Fountain of Lightning, and the Azure Bloodline. Reading the stats, his jaw drops as he watches the hatchling busily munching on its own shell. It's a male dragon. Lu Fan cheers wildly. Incredible! We finally have a little handsome guy on the team. Xiao Ye and Xiao Cui crowd around the newcomer, leaving the tiny dragon looking completely overwhelmed. Lu Fan observes him, imagining his future majestic form. You need a name, don't you? How about slave? At the name, the dragon lets out a sharp cry. Oh? So you like it? Then Abu it is. But it seems Lu Fan has gravely misunderstood the dragon's reaction. Abu flies up in a rage, biting Lu Fan's finger hard. He screams in protest until Xiao Ye and Xiao Cui step in to restrain the feisty beast. Lu Fan sighs. This Abu bites everyone he meets. He must be a real troublemaker. Another defiant spirit to handle? He's starting to get worried. Suddenly, a system alert blares. Congratulations, Lu Fan. You have discovered today's treasure map. His eyes widen as he examines the notification. Isn't this the God-tier treasure map he hasn't seen in ages? Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom's western border, Lady Ye sits alone in the family courtyard. She giggles while scrolling through the news on her iPad. The top headline: Lu Fan wins the national trials for the Dragon Kingdom. I knew he could do it, she whispers. With the weapon I gave him, no matter his rank, he's a master of his craft. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit strikes. She looks down to see blood staining her palm, a crimson trail escaping her lips. Her gaze turns somber as she looks into the distance. The Imperial clan. Their methods are truly ruthless. Hurried footsteps echo from outside the courtyard. Miss Ye, it's bad. The Imperial clan's men are back. Wiping the blood from her hand, her voice drips with irritation. Again? What do they want this time? They're still after Cloudwater Mountain, miss. She clutches her handkerchief tight, her anger flaring. That mountain has belonged to the Ye family for nearly a century. The Imperial clan keeps coming back for more. They're clearly looking for any excuse to swallow the Ye family whole. They're exploiting the fact that we're leaderless to seize our resources, the servant adds. Now they're using old debts as a pretext to harass us. She sighs and stands up. For a prominent Western clan to stoop this low, it's pathetic. And the Long family? Has there been any word from them? Nothing yet, miss. They haven't responded. Upon hearing this, Lady Ye slams her hand onto the table. Ungrateful wretches, every last one of them. The surge of emotion triggers another fit. Blood spills from her throat, leaving the servant trembling in fear. Miss, please, control your anger. Your body can't take this. I'm fine. Take me to the Imperial clan's representatives. She gnashes her teeth. I want to see for myself just how shameless these people can be. Meanwhile, the sky bleeds into a deep purple sunset. High above the clouds, Lu Fan scans the latest intel. His next target, the Death Sea, a level 70+ nightmare dungeon. This national tier reward from Elder Han couldn't have come at a more perfect time. His mind drifts back to the Jinyu International Airport in the Tai Chi Kingdom. Elder Han had offered him 10 legendary resources from a pool of 460. Lu Fan was stunned. These were high-frequency dungeons, secured by the Long Kingdom, globally treasures money simply cannot buy. Is there anything here that catches your eye? The old man had asked with a grin. Most were level 60+ useless for his current growth. But as he flipped the page, he froze. There it was, still unselected. The Death Sea. Level 70+. Nightmare difficulty. It was the exact location marked on the God-tier treasure map he'd just acquired. Elder Han noticed his focus. Found what you were looking for? Yes, Elder Han. I want the Death Sea, nothing else. The old man let out a hearty laugh. You certainly have a sharp eye, kid. I'll have Vice Principal Zhao scout the border and construct a private teleportation point for you. Lu Fan didn't hesitate to accept. Thank you, Elder Han. I'll be back shortly after meeting Andrea. I'll head back first then, the old man replied, waving him off. I'll have Zhao pick 9 high EXP dungeons for your remaining slots. Suddenly, a hand grips his shoulder. It's Sheng Ming, joking around. Hey, number 1, it's time to get off the plane. Lu Fan looks out the window and his smile instantly stiffens. A massive crowd is waiting. As he steps onto the tarmac, thunderous cheers erupt to welcome the hero of the Long Kingdom. Lu Fan, our champion. The fans are going wild, screaming his name in pure adoration. Feeling the awkward pressure of fame, Lu Fan freezes. Sheng Ming steps in to save him. Not used to the spotlight? Let's get you back to the academy. Please, get me out of here. 30 minutes later at Longdu Academy, Lu Fan finally lets out a long, relieved sigh. Peace at last. He's back in familiar territory. Though this hype will likely last for weeks. Just stay low and rest, Sheng Ming advises. I'll call when the Death Sea portal is ready. Xiao Fan. A sharp, familiar voice cuts through the air. It's his aunt, Han Ke. Behind her are Qin Chu, Xiaoman, and Jian Ying, holding a massive welcoming banner. Welcome back, legendary champion. Lu Fan cringes in embarrassment. Why did you guys do this too? Han Ke is moved to tears. Xiao Fan, you had your auntie so worried. I watched the stream every day. So many people wanted you dead. Lu Fan gently comforts her. Seeing her genuine love, The tension finally leaves his soul. He is truly home. After the vice principal leaves, Lu Fan settles in to eat, sleep, and tend to his dragons. It feels incredible. At the dinner table, his friends and family begin their interrogation. The school report was delayed. Did something happen? No. Everything went smoothly, Auntie. I just made a friend from the snow country and attended a banquet. Drinking? You're learning bad habits. Chin Chu giggles as Han Kei starts her lecture. Aunt Han, you're being way too dramatic. Xiao Man shakes her head. Actually, snow country people drink until they collapse. It's dangerous. Surrounded by warm food and laughter, the exhaustion of his journey vanishes without a trace. He gazes out the window. Does his senior know he took the top spot yet? As night falls over a sprawling skyscraper, a cold voice asks, "Is the report confirmed?" Inside the Tai Chi Jin Fu Hall, Zai An bows deeply before a menacing figure. Absolutely. Our spies at the airport confirmed Lu Fan is heading for the Death Sea. The Death Sea. The Forest of Divine Bones on our border. The perfect place for an ending. Deploy the God Legion and the Lu Shen Legion immediately. What? 2 elite legions for one boy? Isn't that overkill? Kim Song-han's father cuts him off with a chilling glare. A dark tentacle suddenly crushes Zion's throat. The hunt for Lu Fan has officially begun. I will obey your commands. Seeing his submission, Jin Chenghan's father finally released his grip. To avenge my son, mobilizing the entire nation's might isn't enough. Yes, you are absolutely right. He gritted his teeth. The killing intent has peaked. Let the Secret Realm Legion strike. I want 4 national heroes to kill Lu Fan together. A few days later, at the entrance of the Dead Sea of Death dungeon, located at the border of the Dragon and Tai Chi kingdoms, the teleportation gate was heavily guarded by elite soldiers. Lu Fan's team stepped through the portal. Xiao Man scanned the area with excitement, shouting, "I can't believe it! One day, I'd actually become the first challenger of a national-level dungeon. It really is incredible. Without Lu Fan, we'd never have this chance. I wonder if there are any rare cooking ingredients here." While the 4 girls chatted happily, Lu Fan remained hyper-focused, scanning the perimeter for any hidden danger. The Dead Sea of Death. I'll find my 5th dragon soon. Suddenly, his eyes caught a familiar flag, sparking confusion. Why is the Tai Chi kingdom here? A voice from behind suddenly answered Lu Fan's silent question. Ever since we built this teleportation array, they've been stationing troops along the border. Their numbers are small, so don't worry. Everyone turned around. Ah, Teacher Gu, why are you here? Teacher Gu patted Lu Fan's shoulder. Relax. The school was worried about safety, so they sent me to assist. If you face any trouble, just find me. Lu Fan nodded, impressed by the academy's foresight. Han Kei stood nearby, deeply grateful. Thank you for looking after our Xiao Fan like this. Xiao Man pouted in envy. This is infuriating. Is this the privilege of a top student? Shh, keep it down. Teacher Gu smiled warmly. Follow me. I'll lead you to the dungeon entrance. The group followed closely behind her. Stopping at the gate, Teacher Gu turned to him. Now, Lu Fan, it's time to claim your reward. He nodded and entered the Dead Sea dungeon. But immediately, they were met with a sudden obstacle. To their surprise, the dungeon had guardians. Xiao Man stepped forward, eager to show off. No need for you to act. We'll handle this monster. Are you sure about that? Lu Fan scanned the info. Tyrant's skeleton follower. Elite rank, level 65, wielding the deadly underworld bone slash. Xiao Man and Qin Chu stepped up boldly. Don't think you're the only one who improved. Just watch us. Instantly, Xiao Man activated Water Split. She swung her blade, releasing 4 water lotuses that locked onto the target. Xiao Song blinked behind the skeleton in perfect sync. With a swing of the cold water sword, the monster was frozen solid. Not to be outdone, Qin Chu activated Star Glow Annihilation. A beam of holy light blasted from her staff, striking the skeleton's skull. The attack caused intense burning damage every second, inflicting persistent light attribute harm. Seeing their perfect coordination, Lu Fan praised their relentless and effective assault. Impressive. They all knew the power gap was widening, so they worked tirelessly to avoid being a burden. For 2 months, these girls had been training every single day, with everything they had. After the kill, the 3 girls ran back to brag. How was that? Our coordination was flawless, right? We can fight by your side now. We definitely won't be a weight around your neck. Lu Fan nodded. At level 30, killing a level 65 elite without taking damage was top tier even in Longdu Academy. As they laughed, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened with killing intent. Shouting, "Watch out!" Lu Fan drew his Hydra bow. Without even pulling the string, 12 magic arrows erupted forth. The projectiles grazed Xiao Man's shoulder, obliterating the threats behind her. She gasped in terror. Lu Fan. Several elite skeletons were obliterated in a single move. The girls watched, jaws dropping, as 8 monsters vanished instantly. Is this the true gap between us? He lowered his bow and smiled. I can't let them hurt the people important to me. You're still smiling? We were just making fools of ourselves. Han Ke, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject to lighten the mood. Right, Xiaofan, where are your dragons? Release them so they can level up together. Mentioning them made him scratch his head. Well, I actually just obtained a new dragon, but its personality is a bit difficult. The girls were stunned. No way. You have 4 dragons now? With them here, we have nothing to fear. Hurry, bring out your new friend so your auntie can see him. Under the pressure of his team, Lu Fan finally gave in. Fine then, if Abu truly loses control, he would just have to force a recall. As Abu emerged, thunderous lightning began raining from the heavens. The girls scrambled frantically to dodge the sudden electrical storm. Xiaoman stared in shock at the newborn dragon. Was every single one of its entrances meant to be this earth-shattering? Now that's presence. Jianying nodded in approval, feeling the sheer weight of the dragon's overwhelming magical energy. Lu Fan watched the flashy spectacle, his lip twitching in annoyance. Abu, could you try being a little more humble for once? Immediately upon arrival, Abu unleashed its lightning roar. A massive pillar of lightning struck down from where it soared. The shockwave formed a localized storm, instantly paralyzing the skeleton minions. Lu Fan felt the static tingle against his skin as he looked up. Energy gathered in his hand as the lightning grew even more violent. Was this the true power? Blue Dragon King's roar, Lu Fan shouted, commanding Abu to release a devastating bolt of lightning that tore through the monster ranks. Dragon Tongue resonance activated. Both Dragon Rider and Pet received a 100% magic boost, completely vaporizing the enemy horde. As the dust settled and the skill ended, the system chime rang out. The Azure Dragon had reached level 2. It was confirmed. Abu's roar could trigger the powerful Dragon Tongue resonance. The sheer scale of that last attack had cleared out every single monster in the vicinity. Then, the monotonous system voice announced a new item, a fragment of the Tyrant's Retreat route map. New dungeon quest. Collect and assemble 500 map fragments to locate the Tyrant's hidden treasure. Current progress, 1 out of 500. Han Ke peeked at the fragment in Lu Fan's hand, asking curiously, so the mission is to find the Tyrant's treasure? Tyrant's Retreat route fragment, a quest-exclusive item, Jianying read aloud after a quick glance. In other words, once we have 500 fragments, we can piece together the map and claim the treasure. Xiaoman's jaw dropped. 500 pieces? That was a massive grind. Lu Fan frowned at the notification window. Han Ke and Qin Chu leaned in to check the quest details. Assemble the Tyrant's map and uncover the legendary horde. Progress, 1 out of 500. Xiaoman swung her sword, buzzing with excitement. What are we waiting for then? Let's level this entire desert. Lu Fan was speechless, but he quickly stepped in to offer a stern warning. Calm down. This place is nothing but sand. Who knows what's lurking beneath? One wrong step could lead us into a trap. Han Ke walked up behind him, curious. Xiao Fan, do you have a plan? In response, Lu Fan raised his hand and summoned Xiao Fei. Of course. We send out a scout first. Xiao Fei took to the skies, activating frost transformation and summoning the twin corrupted holy dragons. The corrupted holy dragon's level was now synced perfectly with its masters. Corrupted holy dragon, level 35. Skill, magic dragon breath. It spewed a torrent of draconic flames, dealing massive magic damage. Any target slain by this breath would rise as a magic dragon puppet. It also used Dragon Raid, coating itself in corrupted energy. It charged like a meteor toward its target, dealing devastating impact damage while cloaked in shadows. This move also negated 99% of incoming damage and reflected all status effects back at the enemy. Then came Saint Light's Radiance, boosting allies' main attributes by 30% and healing 1% health every second. Saint Light Portal followed, allowing the dragon to teleport itself and all corrupted puppets to any designated location instantly. This skill had no range limit, bypassing all area restrictions through the Dragon Tongue unsealing. With Dragon Tongue magic unlocked, Dragon Breath was replaced by a far more potent ancient spell. The Forbidden Dragon Curse took the place of the standard Dragon Raid attack. Doom's Descent allowed for the total manipulation of corrupted puppets, letting him summon or dismiss them at will. When a puppet fell, its energy returned to the Holy Dragon. Furthermore, its dragon bloodline reduced all incoming damage by 75%. The twin corrupted holy dragons roared, their wings beating as they asserted control over the vast puppet army. Any fallen puppet's essence would simply flow back into the source, making the army virtually inexhaustible. The Heaven Demon Soldiers, level 75, were summoned. The Undead Tide passive increased defense by 25% for every nearby ally. Every non-lethal blow they took only served to strengthen them, granting another 25% defense boost through life from death. Every strike from these undead soldiers triggered 1 to 2 additional echo attacks. The bonus damage scaled directly with their current defensive stats. Xiao Man and the others could only watch from the sidelines. The sight of thousands of Heaven Demon soldiers suddenly appearing left her breathless. Is this a dream? He actually brought that entire army out of the dungeon, Qinqiu stammered, while Jian Ying stood there, utterly paralyzed with shock. With wide eyes, she asked, "How did you manage to do that?" Xiao Fei landed beside Lu Fan, who finally turned to explain everything to the group. The undead holy dragon summons the Gate of Saint Light, teleporting itself and its puppets anywhere, completely bypassing distance, barriers, or seals. Sword Shadow stared in shock. This skill far surpassed any necromancer's power. Xiao Man gestured toward the horizon. "Does that mean you can bring the Nine-Realm Demon too?" Lu Fan grinned with pride. "Why leave such a useful pawn behind?" Right then, the Nine-Realm Demon materialized. It unleashed a deafening roar that shook the earth, forcing Xiao Man's group to stumble back in terror. Lu Fan smiled calmly. "Let them handle the grunt work and clear our path." Transitioning deep into the dungeon, Lu Fan's party followed behind the unstoppable Nine-Realm Demon. Elites and minions swarmed the path, as skeletal warriors clashed fiercely with the tyrant's heavenly demon soldiers. Level 65. Elite. Withered Bone. Experience. 10 to 1000, 2 to 160. It unleashed its nether bone slash, channeling death energy into its massive blade. The strike deals 150% physical damage and inflicts a devastating corrosion effect on enemies. Lurking behind them, a massive desert spider joined the fray, tearing through Lu Fan's vanguard soldiers. The spider snatched a soldier in its mandibles, its dozen eyes flickering with predatory hunger. Desert Spider. Level 70. Elite rank. Experience. 11,750. Using Poison Sting, it lunges with blinding speed to impale foes with lethal toxins. This attack deals 120% damage and inflicts severe poisoning, draining 30% health every second for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the Nine-Realm Demon leaped into the air, swirling like a cyclone as it prepared to strike. It roared ferociously before slamming its mace down, sending a shockwave that launched the skeletal minions flying. A flash of lightning tore through the sky as a bow soared above, unnoticed by the monsters below. A bow unleashed a thunderous howl, calling down a barrage of lightning strikes that incinerated the battlefield. The lightning surge created a massive storm zone of pure electrical destruction. Massive thunder damage blasted every enemy within the storm, instantly plunging them into a paralyzed state. Even the elites couldn't withstand this celestial wrath, screaming in agony as the lightning tore them apart. Xiao Man's lip quivered in disbelief. "This is just impossible. I was proud of 2 months of training, but he clears dungeons like it's nothing. Life just isn't fair." Sword Shadow stood speechless. Once the monsters were wiped out, a massive treasure chest appeared on the ground. Lu Fan stepped forward and slowly opened the lid to claim his prize. Coordinate match confirmed. Divine treasure map activated. He looked surprised as he pulled out the first item. "Huh? It's not a dragon egg this time?" Blazing Dragon's Will, level 90. Requirement. Blood Dragon Warrior Dragon Knight. Agility plus 840, Spirit plus 31, 87, Strength plus 1081, Stamina plus 1248. Active skill, Gilded Body. Transmutes the user into gold, granting total immunity to all damage while locking movement and attacks. This state lasts up to 3 minutes and can be deactivated at any time to regain mobility. Set effect. Release the bloodline power to transform into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, Agility, and Spirit increase by 50 levels, while Stamina surges by 2 to 100 levels. While in Golden Dragon King form, riding is disabled, further unlocking grants more primal power. Transforming into the Golden Dragon King also grants the Judgment Wings and Boiling Blood skills. At full power, the Golden Dragon King gains the Supreme Shield. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with greed. "Now, for the next item," he muttered, his grin widening at the sight of the next reward. "No leveling required, just instant power. This is exactly what I needed for the fight." Shadow Dragon King's Contract Blueprint. Legendary item. Used to craft the Shadow Dragon King's Summoning Contract. This contract summons the Shadow Dragon King, a black blade that fights by your side for 1 hour. Can be used 3 times. The summons level matches the user's. Required materials: Void Glass Stones, Ancient God, Crystal, 0 of 1. Shadow Island Breath, over 3 to 100. Shadow Springs, 0 of 50. Lu Fan clenched his fist in excitement. A true God-tier artifact. Xiao Fei shifted back into dragon form as Lu Fan began to calculate his next move. Lu Fan decides to let Xiao Fei utilize nature assimilation. By consuming the contract, she can become a permanent summon just like the undead bone dragon. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Lu Fan watches intently as the collection quest for the 500 map fragments finally hits completion. The system asks if he wishes to synthesize the tyrant's retreat route map. Meanwhile, the Jade Dragon's level surges to 36. He flashes a satisfied smirk and taps the screen. He didn't expect this objective to be finished so soon. Outside the teleportation zone, the system confirms a scene change as heavily armed Tai Chi Kingdom soldiers march forward. The Dragon Nation officer on guard duty signals them to halt, announcing that the secret realm is currently occupied. Li Tai couldn't care less. He charges forward with his blade drawn. The officer shouts a final warning to stay back. Before he can finish his sentence, Li Tai cleaves him in two, sending a spray of crimson across the stone. A nearby guard fires a warning shot into the air, screaming for a total alert. An explosion rocks the sky as the enemy raid begins. Hearing the distant commotion, Guhan's heart sinks with suspicion. What on earth is happening? The Tai Chi soldiers unleash a ruthless massacre, quickly staining the portal area with the blood of Dragon Nation defenders. Kill them all. Amidst the roars of kill. Kill. Guhan watches in horror as a mangled soldier barely escapes the fray, covered in deep wounds. He collapses right at Guhan's feet. She rushes to catch him, screaming for him to hold on. Gasping for air, the officer forces out a final warning. It's the Tai Chi Kingdom. Run! Get word of this ambush back to the Dragon Nation. Tears well up in Guhan's eyes as she grits her teeth. I understand. I'm going. She glances toward the portal, only to find it crawling with Tai Chi troops. Damn it. There's no way to reach the exit now. She pulls a rare scroll from her pocket, one she had been far too hesitant to use until this desperate moment. It's a random teleportation scroll, her only shot. Just then, Li Tai swings his blade down with lethal intent. Luckily, Guhan's sharp reflexes allow her to narrowly dodge the fatal strike. She sprints away while unfurling the scroll. This one-time consumable will warp her to a random location on the current map. Li Tai strikes again, but he's too slow. In a flash of light, Guhan completely vanishes from his sight. Li Tai, the commander of the Tai Chi 6 Gods Legion, lowers his hand and stares into the distance with cold suspicion. Back in the realm, a system chime rings out. A new skill has been acquired. Jade Mirror Image. Lufan stares at the notification in shock. Xiao Fei has actually unlocked a brand new ability. The system details reveal that Jade Mirror Image can replicate 2 clones of any allied unit. These clones inherit all of the original skills while possessing 30% of the base attributes. Each unit can have a maximum of 2 clones active. For those with dragon bloodlines, the power of this effect is doubled. Xiao Fei remains in her eternal form. Standing to the side, she suddenly flashes a mischievous smile. Lufan's eyes sparkle with excitement. A cloning skill? This kind of tactical advantage is absolutely insane. He begins to calculate the possibilities. If 15 dragons attack at once, not even a god could withstand that onslaught. As Xiao Fei approaches, Lufan gently strokes her head while lost in his strategic thoughts. At only level 30, she has already mastered both the Jade Dragon Domain and Mirror Image. Such a broken skill doubles their team's combat power instantly. In many ways, Xiao Fei is the ultimate dragon pet. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently as water sprays into the air. 3 grotesque monsters erupt from beneath the surface. Lufan's system immediately identifies the new threats. Level 70 Tyrant's Followers. Each kill grants over 14,000 experience points. They wield the underworld mirror dance, massive blades surging with power. Infused with death energy, their strikes deal 200% physical damage to any unfortunate soul. To make matters worse, their attacks carry a corruption effect. Behind them, a massive golden wheel begins to roll forward. Jianying narrows his eyes. Looks like the boss of this route has finally decided to show its face. Lufan smirks, his eyes burning with battle spirit. Good. Saves us the trouble of hunting it down. The leader of the mob emerges a terrifying tyrant, riding atop a grand, golden mechanical engine. The scan completes. Level 80 Cursed Tyrant. It's a nightmare rank boss. Its stats are monstrous, over 20,000 strength and nearly 30,000 agility and spirit. With 10,000 durability to burn through, Jianying looks at Lufan. So, how do you want to handle this? Xiaoman steps forward with a proposal. She suggests the Heaven Demon Army take the lead, allowing Lufan's dragon to sweep the survivors. Lufan turns back, his voice calm. No need for such a hassle, the Earth-Mad Demon will end this alone. Xiaoman interrupts urgently. The Earth-Mad Demon is strong, but they face a level 80 nightmare boss and countless level 70 elites. She stares at him, needing confirmation. Does he really intend to let the Earth-Mad Demon solo this entire army? Lufan's gaze is unwavering. Why not? He replies coolly. He turns to Xiao Fei and calls out, Xiao Fei, show them your brand new skill. As he speaks, Xiao Fei's eyes ignite with a blinding white light. Simultaneously, the system interface flickers to life with her new details. Skill: Emerald Mirror. It targets an ally to create 2 identical mirror projections. These clones possess every skill of the original, though their attributes are 30% of the main body. Max clones per unit is 2. However, for those with dragon bloodline, the effect is doubled. Xiao Fei unleashes her new power with a sharp cry. Instantly, a perfect duplicate materializes beside her. Xiaoman gasps in shock, a cloning technique. But it doesn't stop there. The first clone splits again, creating another copy. Xiaoman's eyes widen in disbelief. 2 clones? If he summons all 9, that would be 27 demons on the field. The duplication completes. Both clones let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Qin Qiu stands frozen, her jaw dropping. That's incredible. Hanke nods in agreement beside her. Xiao Fei's new skill is truly top tier. Suddenly, the cursed tyrant erupts into a chilling laugh. It activates Sand Abyss, Wrath. A massive vortex of quicksand and a raging sandstorm consume the area. Enemies inside take continuous erosion damage. 120% attack power. Plus 1.5% max HP every second. Movement speed drops by 60% as sand tornadoes launch targets into the air. The ground trembles violently. Hanke screams in the chaos. Lu Fan, what do we do? Qin Qiu panics, she can't find her footing. Xiao Man collapses to the ground. The earth is shaking too much, I can't even stand up. Lu Fan remains unfazed. Don't worry, take this chance to rest, he says. Suddenly, a massive boulder hurtles toward the tyrant. The cursed tyrant looks up, eyes widening in horror at the giant rock closing in at high speed. With no time to react, the boulder smashes directly into its face with a sickening thud. Before the monster can recover, 3 versions of Xiao Fei charge forward simultaneously. Lu Fan smirks. Watch closely, the Earth Mad Demon is about to put on a show. All 3 clones brandish identical weapons. Their weapons swell, growing 1,000 times larger in an instant. The trio lets out a bloodthirsty howl. A rain of colossal weapons descends, slamming down on the cursed tyrant's position. This is the Northern Sky Chaotic Staff. It conjures a violent, unstoppable storm of destruction. Within range, enemies take 36 strikes per second. This effect cannot be dodged or interrupted by any means. As the onslaught continues, enemy defense crumbles by 40%, and the shockwaves slow their attack speed by 30%. The tyrant is sent flying. Its minions watch in terror before they, too, are swept away by the devastating force. In seconds, the cursed tyrant and its entire legion are utterly annihilated. Nothing remains but a massive, gaping crater. Lu Fan walks over and scoffs too weak. His companion can only laugh nervously. You always find a way to surprise me, she says. Xiaoman approaches, her face a mask of confusion. Is it over already? I didn't even see what happened. Just then, the system notification chimes. Rewards for the Sea of Death dungeon are ready. A treasure chest materializes before the trio as Lu Fan steps forward. What will the system grant us this time? The interface announces Lu Fan has reached level 42. As he pries open the lid, a horde of rare, shimmering items spills out. The first item appears, the Level Removal Scroll. A legendary consumable that bypasses level requirements for gear. Lu Fan is ecstatic. A level removal scroll? This is exactly what I needed. This just saved me a fortune in future costs. Next, the system reveals the second reward, the Seeker Paperman. A specialized tracking tool appears. It pinpoints an enemy's exact location, but is restricted to 3 uses by high-level professionals. Lu Fan smirks. If he lets Xiao Fei consume this to bypass the limit, it'll be the ultimate tool for raiding and looting. Next is a rare culinary blueprint, the Flying Horned Sesame Candy. A must-have for the chef subclass. Learning this recipe grants the secret to crafting these mystical, gravity-defying treats. Once consumed, it provides extraordinary flight capabilities for 2 full hours. Then comes the 4th item, the God's Steps. Platinum quality, level 30, boasting massive boosts to power and agility. The wearer gains explosive movement speed for a short duration. It maximizes evasion, and every successful dodge restores a portion of the user's health. Finally, the Ring of Tides. A platinum rank, level 30 forged weapon. It grants significant power and agility. Its special effect summons a protective shield made of pure water elements. This barrier effortlessly blocks incoming enemy strikes. The shield doesn't just absorb physical damage. It deals elemental retribution to any enemy that touches it. Lu Fan quickly gathers the loot. I'll take the scroll and Paperman. The rest goes to those with the right classes. We can raid this place multiple times until everyone is geared up. Any objections? Everyone nods in agreement. Jian Ying follows the plan with a smile, while Zhao Ming is buzzing with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's clear it. Meanwhile, Li Tai stands before a massive spatial gate. A subordinate reports in. Sir, we've dispatched units to hunt down the woman who escaped. Li Tai orders him to inform Lord Jin. The bone forest has been wiped clean. Once Lu Fan emerges, I'll trap him and his allies in one fell swoop. The subordinate bows, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the shadows. "No need for that. I'm already here." A sinister, purple tentacle creeps forward. It slowly approaches a fallen body on the ground. The tentacle drains the corpse's energy instantly, leaving only a withered husk. Lu Fan. I will kill him with my own hands. But this is Sai Shi, now a puppet under Lu Fan's direct control. Li Tai and his men drop to their knees in terror. "Greetings, Great One." Lu Fan orders them to frame the cult of the old gods for the massacre. Sai Shi's expression turns cold and ruthless. "The Dragon Kingdom must never suspect our involvement in this." At the vice principal's office, Zhao Shengming tries to make a call, but only static responds. Strange. "Why is there no signal?" he mutters, growing anxious. Finally, the line connects. "This is Zhao Shengming from Longtu Academy. Answer me. Is Gu Han still stationed at the Death Sand Sea outpost?" The voice on the other end trembles. "Vice principal? You haven't heard?" Shengming bolts upright, his face pale with shock. "What? What happened?" "Cultists launched a sneak attack on the outpost." The report came directly from the Taiki National Guard. International cult groups have been raiding Dragon Kingdom outposts recently. This was a brutal, coordinated strike. There are no survivors left in the camp. Shengming is struck by sheer horror and disbelief. The caller urges him to stay calm and stabilize the students. Border Defense is currently verifying the grim news. Shengming can only nod in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Jin Ziyan of the Tai Chi country relaxes with his feet on his desk. He listens to his headset with a smug grin. "Verify? What's there to verify? Do you doubt the word of the Tai Chi country?" He slowly stands up, radiating arrogance. He dismisses the Dragon Kingdom's concerns with a wave of his hand. The Death Sand Sea is a desolate wasteland. Even gods would take weeks to reach it. If that's all, then we're done here. Suddenly, Tuvan bursts through the doors. "Lord Jin, 2 urgent documents arrived from the Dragon Kingdom." He scowls at the interruption. "What's with the panic? What does the Dragon Kingdom want now?" Tuvan bows low, presenting the files. "These are personal documents sent by Han Feibai and Tu Jing." Zion's eyes widen in shock. He frantically flips through the pages. What do they say? Han Feibai blames our failed heresy investigation for this mess. To uncover the hidden truth, he decides to let Du Jing take command of the operation. Tu Yun reports that Du Jing's Lion Legion is already mobilizing at the border. Tai An remains silent, then suddenly explodes in a violent rage. He slams the desk, crushing the documents in his grip, cursing their blatant arrogance. Their message is clear. Any interference will be seen as an act of war. Tu Yun warns him, "Director Kim, we cannot hope to oppose Long Country's Lion Legion." Tai An remains stubborn, refusing to listen to a single word of her warning. He insists that nothing shall derail Lord Kim Taeyan's master plan. He orders Li Tai to alert their hero, while deploying the God-slaying Legion to stall the Lion Legion at the border. Tai An believes if they delay long enough to eliminate Lu Fan, the evidence will vanish. Without proof, Long Country has no reason for war. Tu Yun bows. "I understand." Tai An's expression turns grim. The mission to kill Lu Fan must go perfectly. Elsewhere, Xiaoman sighs in exhaustion. "Raiding is tiring. Let's eat and sleep." Qin Chu replies, "Tomorrow depends on Lu Fan." Lu Fan laughs off the pressure. "Haha, even a short walk would tire you out, Xiaoman." The group of 5 finally exits the portal, stepping back into the world. A horrific sight greets them instantly. Han Kei screams in absolute terror. "Ah!" Qin Chu gasps. "What happened here?" "Everyone. They're all dead." Jian Ying rushes to a corpse. "Lu Fan, look, their life force was completely drained, just like the Sac Li you defeated. Has the ancient god's cult finally arrived?" Lu Fan scans the area. "No," he explains. "It isn't the cult. I feel no ancient god power, only energy similar to Jin Chenghan." She is baffled. "But Jin Chenghan is already." A chilling voice cuts her off. "Impressive. You are just as sharp and intelligent as rumored. The man is Kim Taeyan." She snaps to attention. "Who's there?" Jian Ying summons her blade. "System alert. Tai Chi, King Kim Taeyan. Class, Hidden Decapitator. Level 97, Abyss Lord." He sighs. Sadly, "Your intelligence won't save your life today." As she prepares to charge, Lu Fan steps forward to block her path. Jian Ying, "Don't. He's level 97, radiating the same abyssal aura as Jin Chenghan." She gasps. "Level 97? Qin Chu whispers from behind. "Lu Fan, my father knows him. That's Kim Taeyan, Tai Chi's national hero." Lu Fan realizes the connection. "What? Then Jin Chenghan was his own son." Another voice echoes from the trees. "Lord Kim, I expected a real monster. Why summon us for a mere child?" System scan. The drunkard, Lin Zihe. Class, Hidden Fighter. Level 95 Wandering Sword Saint. Lin Zihe sprawls on a branch, face flushed with wine. He casually clutches a gourd, looking completely unbothered by the situation. He leaps down, speaking his mind with a lazy, arrogant grin. This kid doesn't look like a third advancement. Why not let Li Tai handle this execution? Li Renying, hovering on a flying arrow, issues a stern warning. Zihe, don't be careless. He's low level but defeated our old friend, the Nine Realms demon. System alert. White Gull. Li Renying. Class. Level 95 Windrunner. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. Han Ke loses her balance. An earthquake? Qin Qiu catches her instantly. Sister Han, be careful. Xiaoman panics. What's happening? The massive footsteps of Xun Shuo shake the earth. He bellows with rage. Who cares about the Nine Realms demon? If we killed him once, we can do it again. They say this brat has a real dragon. My battle axe is thirsty for dragon blood. The system displays his stats. Wild Beast. Kui Xun Shuo. Class. Hidden Fighter. Level 96 Hell Blood Axe. Suddenly lightning strikes the sky. Xiaoman stares up in pure shock as the atmosphere turns deadly. What new mystery is unfolding now? A mystical staff, its core shimmering with an embedded gemstone, slowly emerges from the light. The system identifies the wielder as the dark-robed Liu Shangshan, a formidable level 95 combat specialist. The lightning mage, Qi He, stands nearby watching Shangxian while hiccuping. He mutters that old Liu is still the same as dry and boring as a piece of wood. Renying sighs in exasperation before explaining, his name is He Bao. Just forget it. He has always been a man of few words and quite dull. Jian Ying quickly speaks up to clarify the situation. Could these four be like Kim Jae-yeon? Are they all National Guardian heroes? Qin Qiu immediately responds, that seems to be the case. Lu Fan, these are 5 National Guardian heroes of the Taijie Nation. What is our move? Lu Fan slowly steps forward, his gaze hardening with every pace. It turns out these so-called heroes were the ones who ruthlessly slaughtered everyone at the base camp. Rage erupts within him as he bellows, unforgivable. Not one of you will escape. I will make you pay for this blood with your own lives. Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei and issues a deadly challenge. Step forward, national heroes. Kill me now, or you shall be buried alongside these innocent souls you've murdered. Seeing the escalation, Han Ke rushes forward to stop him. Xiao Fan, wait, they are all elite masters above level 90. Lu Fan ignores the warning and whispers a command. Jian Ying, Qin Qiu, make sure my aunt is well protected. He observes the 5 of them and suddenly realizes the truth, leaving the girl beside him confused. Humph, Qi, he roars in fury. You arrogant brat who knows nothing of the world. He swiftly unsheathes his blade and lunges toward Lu Fan like a lightning bolt. Pay for my son's life with your own. Die. Simultaneously, Ren Ying and Zai Shi unleash their skills to support Qi He's assault. Sun Shuo snarls with murderous intent. Perish, you little punk. Without hesitation, he throws a devastating punch, but Lu Fan and Xiao Fei narrowly evade the strike. At that moment, Ren Ying draws her bow, aiming straight for Lu Fan's heart. Faced with this onslaught, Lu Fan signals Xiao Fei to prepare. The system screen flashes. The Jade Dragon is transforming into the Eternal One, awakening the Jade Dragon bloodline. All skill effects are amplified for the Dragonkin and those with connected bloodlines. It grants immunity to all debuffs, and self-recovery power surges by 5,000%. The Eternal Guard skill activates, manifesting a radiant shield that protects everyone beneath its light. The shield's damage absorption is fueled by the Eternal One's health and regeneration. This sudden explosion of power leaves Ren Ying in absolute shock. What is this? In the next second, Lu Fan's power erupts as he shouts, if you want me dead, come for me. How dare you slaughter the innocent people of the Long Nation? I will make you watch as I hunt down every single person serving under the banner of your Taijie Nation. From a distance, he charges back like a flash of lightning, screaming that the brat is dead. As he swings his sword, the system interface reappears. Skill. Sword Pierce. The Wandering Sword Saint strikes the target with a lethal thrust. This attack has a 90% chance to penetrate the target, dealing double damage and inflicting a 3-second stun. Qi. He screams, you dare speak such treason against Lord Kim? But his confidence shatters when the strike lands. He can't believe his eyes, the attack had no effect. Impossible! It failed to penetrate. Xun Shuo quickly dives into the fray, shouting for the others to move aside. Despite the Bloodhell axe being blocked, Qi He becomes even more aggressive, mocking Lu Fan as nothing more than a coward hiding in a shell. The Bloodhell axe calls upon the totem power of the Abyss, throwing war axes that deal 300% physical damage, with 25% of that stored for the next strike. However, Sun Shuo's grand plan fails, as his twin axes are caught in the crushing claws of the fallen corpse holy dragon. The dragon's roar echoes across the battlefield while Exun Shuo stands frozen in disbelief. My attack was countered? Nature assimilation. Summoning the dragon bone flute, he calls forth the twin fallen corpse holy dragons, their levels matching the user's power. How unfortunate for them. That cold, disdainful remark catches Lu Fan's attention immediately. Did you just call me a coward? Fueled by burning rage, he releases a wave of energy. Jian Ying, get back and protect my aunt. Lu Fan's absolute command leaves Jian Ying stunned. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of the Gate of Holy Light. The fallen corpse Holy Light releases the energy of the sacred mountain, tearing open the Gate of Holy Light. This allows the user and all corpse puppets to teleport instantly to the target's location. The skill ignores all restrictions of distance, domains, magic circles, or even different planes of existence. Amidst the dragon's roars, Lu Fan concentrates a massive vortex of power in the sky. I will be the one to end them all. Corpse manipulation allows him to control every puppet transformed by the holy dragon, with the ability to summon or retract them at will. When a puppet falls, its energy returns to the holy dragon. Lu Fan's surging power quickly summons the legendary Nine Realms demons. We obey your command, Master. Sun Shuo is paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from them. What on earth is this? Even Ren Ying cannot believe her eyes. He actually managed to bring the Nine Realms demons out from the secret realm into the real world. The atmosphere is suffocating, yet Zai Si remains unnervingly confident. Even if the beast is unleashed, what of it? To him, it's nothing more than a flashy, ornamental pet. Shangxian quickly nods in smug agreement. We slaughtered the Nine Worlds demon back then. Doing it again is no challenge. Lu Fan smirks, his gaze sharp and provocative. Then prove it. Show me exactly how you plan to kill my Nine Worlds demon. After a tense moment of observation, he senses a chilling anomaly. Careful, something is wrong with this creature. Just as he warns, two identical replicas of the demon materialize. As the monstrous army forms, they roar in unison. Eradicate the enemy. Terror grips the ranks at the sight. This is bad. The Nine Worlds demon is multiplying. Desperate to restore order, Shangxian frantically searches for a weakness in the clones. The system confirms his suspicion. Emerald Mirror activated, creating two perfect mirror projections of all allied targets. These projections possess every skill, with 30% of the original's attributes. Current count, 18. Zai Shi grinds his teeth, barking orders. Stay calm. If they're just clones, their stats must be pathetic. His prediction seems right, as one demon falls easily. Current count, 17. Confidence returns to Zai Shi's eyes. See? It's just a parlor trick. These clones are weaklings compared to the original. Sun Shuo finds hope in those words. The sovereign is right. We'll wipe out these fakes first. Suddenly, Shangxian's eyes lock onto a strange radiance swirling around Lu Fan. What is that brat up to now? Zai Shi scoffs, dismissing it as another desperate bluff to deceive them. But Shangxian is wary. That bizarre light. It's been intensifying since the very beginning. Lu Fan's lips curl into a triumphant grin. So, you finally noticed? Good. I've been waiting for this skill to fully charge. In an instant, he transforms into a majestic, awe-inspiring golden dragon. With the Dragon Warrior's will active, your only choice now is to embrace your end. The system notification blazes. Set effect triggered bloodline seal released. Transformation. Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit surge by 50%, while vitality triples. In this state, mounting is disabled. Dragon Knight level 42. Strength hits 4,316. Vitality skyrockets to 10,648. Xiao Man can only stammer in absolute disbelief at the legendary spectacle. Lu Fan. He turned into a dragon. Even Qinqiu is stunned by the impossible sight, while Hankei trembles with worry. Shangxian is paralyzed with fear. He controls dragons, and can become one himself? Before Zai Shi can react, Sun Shuo's desperate cry for help pierces the air. Sovereign, old hay, we need backup, now. The tide has turned. They are being utterly overwhelmed. Why can't we even scratch it? He struggles against the Nine Worlds demons' crushing new power. They could kill the clones moments ago, but now, the system declares. Dragon Domain deployed a 100-meter sanctuary of the Dragon Tribe. All allied dragons and bloodline-connected beings within the domain gain a 50% attribute boost. Enemies are stripped of 50% of their power and trapped. All movement, teleportation, and summoning are sealed. No one enters, and no one leaves this field of absolute draconic authority. Cloaked in a blinding emerald aura, Lu Fan's voice booms like divine thunder. With these stacked buffs and my Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects for my kin are doubled. The Emerald Blessing and Vital Pulse surge through every ally within the range. The stacks are doubling again. Even the demon you once defeated will now trample you into the dirt. Holy light descends as the Holy Dragon's energy erupts into a divine shockwave. Within 100 meters, every ally's primary attributes soar by an additional 30%. Vitality regenerates every 15 seconds. With godlike pressure, Lu Fan delivers the final blow. And for me, these buffs are doubled yet again. Dragon Knight level 42, strength surges to 13,844, agility hits 12,000, spirit 13,000, and vitality peaks at a staggering 40,460. The sheer pressure turns Zai Shi's face ghostly pale. This is impossible. Lu Fan doesn't wait. He lunges with razor-sharp claws. It's over. Now, perish. Realizing his inevitable end, Zai Shi trembles. I'm dead. With a single flash, Lu Fan shreds him into 100 pieces. Coughing blood, his heart burned with resentment. Zai Shi had actually lost. But how? How could Lu Fan be this unfathomably powerful? Before he could utter a final word, a soul-shattering scream from Ren Ying drew his attention. Ren Ying was being devoured alive by the Nine Realms demon. It hurts. King Kim, save me. Seeing his own pathetic end and his comrade's fate, Zai Shi's heart filled with bitter regret. Is this truly the power of a Dragon Tamer? At that moment, Shangxian's terrified shriek pierced the air. King Kim, help me! Regret gnawed at Zai Shi. They never should have provoked Lu Fan from the start. Suddenly, he was blasted another 800 meters away. Trembling in the dirt, Zai Shi finally surrendered to despair. I truly underestimated you. Having reverted to his human form, Lu Fan walked over slowly, declaring the dragon domain was still active. He would die here like the others, unable to escape the agony. Zai Shi begged for mercy. I've lost. Just give me a swift death. Knowing his enemies' schemes, Lu Fan calmly exposed them. Killing a national hero will cause trouble with the Tai Chi kingdom. Do you remember what I said? Lu Fan's eerie composure made Zai Shi grit his teeth in terror. What do you plan to do? In the next heartbeat, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'll let you watch me slaughter every last one of your Tai Chi subordinates. Lu Fan's blade was already drenched in fresh, crimson blood. Sword Shadow watched the scene intently, curiosity rising. All 5 national heroes are dead. How will we explain this to their kingdom? Nearby, Han Kei's voice rang out with concern. Xiao Fan, how do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere? Qin Qiu turned to Sword Shadow, suggesting, perhaps we should clean up this battlefield first. Meanwhile, Xiao Man stood frozen in disbelief. Who could have imagined Kim Zai Shi, the strongest hero, would be slain so easily? Lu Fan, silent until now, finally spoke up. Who said they were all dead? Sensing his dark intent, Qin Qiu gasped in shock. Don't tell me you mean? Before she finished, Lu Fan summoned the fallen Saint Dragon. As its dark aura enveloped the Tai Chi survivors, he growled coldly. They slaughtered so many of our people. A simple death is far too merciful for them. The scene shifts to a land echoing with galloping hooves. Li Tai was leading an army, searching for Zai Shi and the others. After scouring the area, he spotted something moving ahead. Just as expected, the 5 heroes of Tai Chi appeared. The lords are all here. He immediately signaled his men to halt and dismounted. Li Tai and his subordinates knelt in deep respect. Reporting to the lords, Kim Zai An has sent word. The Dragon Country knows the array is destroyed. Han Fei Bai and the Marquis of Zhenbei, Du Xing, have moved toward the border. But after his report, a deathly, eerie silence hung over the group. Receiving no response, Li Tai grew anxious. Was he being punished for being too slow? Surveying the area, he assumed Zai Shi had already finished Lu Fan. Then, Lu Fan's voice rang out, chilling him to the bone. Who gave you the courage to strike at the Dragon Country? Li Tai screamed in disbelief. Lu Fan, you're still alive? In a desperate panic, Li Tai barked out an order. Kill him. Now. But before his men could move, their own attack was deflected back, leaving the soldiers trembling. Commander. Then, a puppet like Ren Ying emerged under Lu Fan's control, sending Li Tai into a spiral of terror. As he stood dazed, his men rushed over. Commander, are you okay? Suddenly, they were all obliterated by Zai Shi's signature technique. As Zai Shi's tentacles, now puppets of Lu Fan, reached out for him, Li Tai broke into a cold sweat. Lord Kim, why? Lu Fan smiled coldly at the sight. Because they are my dogs now. With a single glance, Li Tai realized the truth. You dared to kill Lord Kim? You're a dead man. Lu Fan let out a mocking sneer. Even Kim Zai Shi couldn't last 2 rounds against me. He ordered Sun Shuo to pin Li Tai to the ground, his expression turning ice cold. What makes you think you have the right to challenge me? Sun Shuo's crushing force drained Li Tai's strength. Kill me then. Before he could finish, Lu Fan cut him off, sparing just enough of his life. His next move filled Li Tai with primal dread. What? What are you doing? Lu Fan remained unbothered. I'm giving you one chance to tell the truth. Moments later, Li Tai began to stammer. I'll talk. After relentless torment, he begged piteously for the suffering to end. I swear by the heavens, I've told you everything I know. Li Tai's confession seemed to ignite a cold fury within Zhao Man. It's unthinkable. Taizé Kingdom deployed 2 elite ace divisions just to hunt you down, alongside their national heroes. Qin Chu theorized that since Gugu's body wasn't found among the corpses, she might still be alive. She must have escaped, he noted. Han Ke then asked, her voice trembling with worry. Lu Fan, what do we do now? The teleportation gate is gone. We're 10,000 miles from the Dragon Nation, and the God-slaying Legion is nearby. Sword Shadow quickly interjected. Should we head to the border and regroup with the Marquis of Zhenbei first? After weighing his options, Lu Fan revealed the plan. The random teleportation scroll only works within the current region. Their most urgent mission was to locate Gugu before the God-slaying Legion's scouts picked up her trail. Just then, Li Tai's ragged gasps filled the air. I've told you everything. Please, let me go. Without warning, Lu Fan's killing blow landed. Even as his life ebbed away, Li Tai shrieked with his final breath. You lied to me! Lu Fan smirked, exposing the man's fatal oversight with a chilling laugh. I never promised you mercy. Your death is the only way to appease the fallen heroes of the Dragon Nation. High in the obsidian sky, a paper effigy began to flutter. It glowed with an eerie light, drifting toward its target. It descended gracefully as it reached its destination. The effigy had been sent directly into the God-slaying Legion's camp. Inside the command headquarters, the high-ranking officers were busy boasting about their inevitable victory. By the time reinforcements arrive, Lord Jin will have finished off that Dragon Nation brat, right? The other general agreed. They were oblivious to the fact that death itself was looming behind them. 5 national heroes had struck at once. How could a mere second awakening professional survive such an onslaught? The scene shifts deep into the enemy headquarters. Lord Jin, one of the soldiers screamed, his eyes widening as a wave of dark energy surged forth. The soldier rushed inside and stood at attention, his voice cracking with an undeniable sense of dread. Report. Commander Li Tai headed toward the Dead Sea of Sand to deliver his message, but we haven't heard. Before he could finish, a spray of crimson erupted. In a flash, the soldier's life was snuffed out. Terrified screams echoed through the room as the slaughter began. The soldiers were plunged into a nightmare they'd never forget. Lord Jin! Lord Jin has murdered the commanding officer! One man shrieked, his face drained of all color. Chaos took hold as soldiers scrambled in every direction. The sound of frantic footsteps drowned out the blaring alarms. Lord Jin is killing everyone. We need to get out of here, now. Men trampled over one another in a desperate bid to escape. Get out of my way, but the exit was barred. Wicked tentacles snaked out, skewering their prey one by one. Don't just stand there. Run for your lives. Suddenly, a severed limb flew past the soldier's head, cutting his words short. Those left standing were forced to witness a scene more horrifying than death itself. The most ruthless monsters imaginable had appeared, the 9 realms demons. There was nowhere left to run. Screams rang out as Jin Zaishi's tentacles pierced through his own men. The entrance had become a literal slaughterhouse. Once the weaklings were purged, Jin Zaishi stepped into the light, looking like a monster reborn from hell. The air grew heavy with thick smoke and dust. His gaze was cold, radiating a murderous intent that shook the earth. Meanwhile, at the Jin Mansion in Taizé Kingdom, the emergency line rang incessantly, but no one picked up. Suddenly, a deep voice answered the radio, sounding stern and professional. This is God-slaying Legion Command. Jin Zion pushed up his glasses, his voice sharp with command. This is Jin Zion speaking. Send a team to the Dead Sea of Sand immediately. Find Li Tai and have him contact me at once. On the other end, a voice trembled with pure terror. Commander, it's bad. Outside, there's an explosion drowned out the voice. Jin Zion gripped the handset, shouting, Hello! What's going on? Answer me! The line went dead, leaving only a haunting silence. Jin Zion's eyes narrowed, a cold glint reflecting his growing suspicion. Has something happened? He didn't waste a second, immediately ordering a squad to investigate the chaos. A female staffer rushed in, her face pale as a ghost. Lord Jin, we have an emergency report. The God-slaying Legion failed to stop the Dragon Nation's advance. A powerhouse from the Dragon Nation is breaking our perimeter and heading for the Bone Forest. Jin Zion's voice turned thunderous. What did you say? High above the Kaiji border, archers mounted on massive bat-like beasts loomed over the Dragon Kingdom's path. Every bow was drawn tight, the tension in the air thick enough to cut. Lethal arrows were aimed straight at the intruders, ready to rain death from above. LV Fei's voice rang out with cold authority. Squad 78 of the Dragon Kingdom's Lion Division is here to investigate heretic attacks. Grant us passage immediately. Below, The ship remained motionless on the waves, neither advancing nor retreating. The Kaiji commander stepped forward, his eyes as cold as steel. This was their territory, and any uninvited guest was a target for execution. A scout leaned in, whispering urgently to his superior. Worry was etched on his face. "Commander, that's the Dragon Kingdom's Lion Division. Crossing them could lead to a bloodbath we can't win." But the commander sneered. "They say the Lion Division is legendary, don't they? If they die by our hands, our God-slaying legion will finally be hailed as the world's supreme power." Without a shred of hesitation, he barked the order. "Prepare to engage. Crush their arrogance with fire." LV Fei's patience had reached its limit. The three elders and the Marquis of Zhenbei have already notified the Jin Mansion. Stand aside now, or face the consequences. The commander's only response was a feral roar as he signaled the battery to fire. In an instant, the cannons roared to life, unleashing a terrifying wave of crimson heat that incinerated the horizon. Blazing orbs of fire streaked toward LV Fei's forces, but they maneuvered with supernatural grace, dodging the opening volley. Seeing the first strike, Lu Zhongkong didn't hesitate. Since they drew blood first, he would show no mercy. LV Fei unsheathed her blade, her mount diving into the fray. "I'll cover the flank. Tear down their defenses." The sky turned a violent crimson as pillars of fire tore through space like a descending meteor shower. Even the flying beasts struggled to stay airborne as the energy slammed into the hulls below, detonating the massive warships one by one. A devastating surge of magic descended from the heavens. It took the form of a flaming spear, wreathed in ancient golden runes and pure destruction. Terror finally gripped the commander's heart. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized a single strike had annihilated 3 of his best ships. "The ship is sinking!" a soldier screamed. "Abandon ship! Run for your lives!" The commander stood frozen, his mind racing in shock. Wait, the Burning Heaven staff? No way. He is here too? That person's power rivals a national hero. Our god-slaying legion stands no chance. After the devastating blow, the legendary Burning Heaven staff flew back into the hands of its master. Ye Wushan's voice boomed across the battlefield like rolling thunder, crushing the morale of every enemy soldier. "Kaiji soldiers, listen well. If you continue to bar my way, I will turn this border into a graveyard. The choice is yours." By the following morning, Jinyu City was buzzing with a shocking report. The Spirit Bone Forest and several nearby towns had been ravaged by a mysterious, overwhelming monster tide. Citizens watched the screens in horror. What kind of monsters are those? Wait, aren't those the 9 Realms demons from the national trial? Confusion spread through the crowd. But the national heroes sealed them away long ago. They shouldn't be able to escape the secret realm. Even more terrifying was the news that a national hero-level traitor was leading the horde. The Jin Mansion immediately declared a state of emergency. Panic erupted in the streets. "Even a national hero has turned against us?" Some cried out in disbelief. "What about the people near the Bone Forest? Why is our own protector slaughtering our soldiers? Look at the footage. That's definitely the White Hag, Li Renying." Meanwhile, in Tianfu City, the 3 great legions were mobilizing. "Citizens, please remain calm and trust the Jin Mansion's response. Refrain from spreading unverified rumors regarding our national heroes." But the people were beyond calm, taking to the streets in massive protests. Signs and banners filled every corner, demanding more than just martial law. "The Jin Mansion owes us an explanation. Why would our greatest protector betray the very people she swore to save?" The return of the 9 realms demons signaled a dark omen. Doubts about the original sealing mission began to surface. Outside the Jin Mansion, the situation was nearing a breaking point. Protesters blocked every entrance, clashing with guards. "Kim Tae-hee, come out. Tell us why the national hero has abandoned the country." The evidence was undeniable. Photos had surfaced showing Li Renying and the 9 Realms demons launching a joint assault on the southwest towns. Why is the Jin family evading the truth? How did the Asura demon escape from the secret realm? A guard is backed into a corner. Sensing the escalating tension, he desperately tries to pacify the mob. "Please, everyone, stay calm. The Jin estate will definitely provide a full explanation soon. The state has no evidence, yet the national hero has supposedly betrayed us." The crowd's rage explodes the moment he speaks. "Get lost. Tell the Jin family to come out and beg for mercy. Is martial law their only skill? Down with the Jin family." Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, a lone figure treks through the dust. The echoes of the news broadcast linger in the cold air. "Resign and apologize. Step down now." At the southwest Bone Forest, protesters swarm the Jin estate. They fiercely condemn the family for hiding the truth about the demon. Casualties have now surpassed 10,000. Every single outpost along the border has completely lost contact. 3 great legions are marching toward the border to suppress the beast tide. Please follow the curfew. Do not panic. Citizens living near the Bone Forest are currently being evacuated to designated safe zones. Wu Xian listens in silence, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a strange sound forces her to snap her head back. The Asura demon is currently toying with the soldiers of the Tai Chi kingdom. The scene is absolute carnage. Corpses of soldiers lie scattered among the ruins. Atop the wreckage, the Asura demon bellows, "By my master's command, perish." Wu Xian analyzes the situation. Since Lu Fan's little pet is still following orders, Lu Fan must be safe. It seems her worries were misplaced. The one in true peril isn't Lu Fan, but the entire Tai Chi kingdom. But she cannot let Lu Fan vent forever. The Jin family are merely puppets. Wu Xian vanishes like a bolt of lightning. If Lu Fan draws the attention of the true rulers, his current strength won't be enough to survive the fallout. Even with a legion of dragons at his side, it simply wouldn't be enough to protect him. At the Jin estate, Tai-an gazes down at the chaos from his balcony. The protesters refuse to disperse. Calm down? The Jin family is a fraud. Down with the traitors who side with the Asura demon. Su-yun stands behind him, her voice trembling. Director Tai-an, the crowd is growing. The internet is full of condemnation. Though 3 legions are mobilizing, the Godslayer and Godshield units are. Tai-an's mind is elsewhere. He never imagined that the wretched Lu Fan would drag the Asura demon out of the abyss for revenge. The national hero was supposed to have already conquered the Asura demon in the past. So why is Lord Bai Ao now under Lu Fan's control? Could our great hero have actually failed? Is Lord Jin also? Su-yun notices his silence and raises her voice. Director Tai-an. Tai-an snaps back and issues a cold order. Tell the guards to enforce the emergency curfew. Crush all protests immediately. Su-yun hesitates, her face pale. But, Director, isn't that far beyond our legal authority? He steps forward and grips her chin. Lord Jin is missing and suspected of treason, he whispers chillingly. That makes me the supreme authority of the Jin estate. Do you understand? Su-yun nods in pure terror. He shoves her away with a snarl. Then get moving. She scurries off, nodding frantically in fear. Tai-an leans against his desk, a predatory smirk forming. This was a God-given opportunity for power. He just needs to find a new hero to execute Lu Fan during the curfew. Then, the demon will be erased forever. He will frame Jin Zion for placing the demon in the trial, proving their treason once and for all. Soon, the Tai Chi kingdom and the Jin estate will be his. Meanwhile, Lu Fan bellows, "A bow! Listen and return." The air vibrates with A Bao's overwhelming power. A sword shadow shields Xiao Man. Dao Zi, watch out! Xiao Ye stands as a shield for Lu Fan. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning crashes down before them. Terrified, she beats her wings to escape. The massive shockwave forces Lu Fan's group back several steps. The blue dragon has reached level 10. A bow soars through the sky, mocking the defeated monster with a roar. A bow, get back here. If you keep acting up, I'll punish you myself. The dragon freezes as lightning coils between its claws. Lu Fan gasps in surprise. Enveloped in a blinding radiance, A Bao spreads its limbs as the lightning begins to fuse. With a thunderous cry, another bolt of lightning strikes the ground, making the very earth tremble with its might. Qinqiu reaches out desperately. Dao Zi, hurry! Dao Zi dives toward her, shouting, "A new skill, morphing transformation." Lu Fan's eyes widen in disbelief as he gasps. Wait, just a minute. Could this be? A Bao raises his head and lets out a roar that shakes the earth like a thunderclap. Yes! Lu Fan shouts in excitement. At level 10, A Bao has finally unlocked his giant dragon form, just like Xiao Ye. A Bao roars again, his body shifting violently. He grows massive, his scales turning jagged and far more menacing than before. Behold, the Blue Dragon Covenant. Level 10 legendary rank. Strength, 501. Agility, 738. Spirit, 4,107. A massive jump of over 20,000 points. Endurance, 717. Awakening the Blue Dragon bloodline, he enters his adult phase, capable of shifting forms across millions of days. World-destroying thunder. He summons a catastrophic tempest, raining down 3.3 million forbidden lightning curses upon his enemies. These strikes are blessed by the source of thunder, making them completely unstoppable and immune to any interference. Chain lightning. He discharges a bolt that jumps between 10 targets, with every leap increasing the destruction by 30%. In his world-destroying form, the very essence of his Thunder Jade begins to evolve. Currently, he wields the Crimson Jade. In his hatchling form, all energy costs are slashed by half. But in his world-destroying form, his spirit surges by 500% as he becomes the avatar of the storm. He transforms into the living embodiment of ruin. Qinqiu and Xiaoman scramble back, their faces pale with shock. She trembles in awe. Even though she's seen dragons before, she can never get used to this soul-crushing pressure. Lu Fan regains his calm and quickly analyzes A Bao's new status screen. He realizes that while Xiao Ye has multiple forms, Abao focuses everything into this one singular, massive dragon evolution. With a 5-fold spirit boost and that 3 million bolt forbidden curse, his raw power is absolutely terrifying. This skill, it's easily on par with Xiao Ye's star-annihilating light. The name World-Destroying Thunder fits him perfectly. Under this form, the Crimson Jade's power is unleashed. Lu Fan concludes that Abao's evolution is specifically designed to maximize the potential of the Thunder Jade. If his theory is correct, Abao's Jade will continue to grow and evolve alongside him. The Crimson Jade grants all Blue Dragon skills a staggering 50% power increase. Every lightning spell now creates a thunder barrier, dealing massive bonus damage to any enemy foolish enough to move within it. Suddenly, Xiao Ye spins around, sensing a threat. "Xiao Ye, what is it?" Lu Fan asks, as a strange light pierces the sky. A level 75 divine bone flying corpse descends, a monster capable of infinite bone reconstruction. This creature can harvest nearby bones to instantly heal its wounds. It marks its prey with a deadly wind mark. Anyone marked takes 50% more damage from its relentless gale attacks. Upon death, it triggers Bone Whisper, a final explosion that turns its body into a suffocating cloud of jagged shards. Sword Shadow rushes forward to strike the elite monster, but Lu Fan quickly blocks her path. "Relax," he says with a confident smirk. "Let Xiao Ye and Abao show you how it's done." Xiao Ye lunges forward as Abao unleashes a deafening thunder roar. He strikes the earth, calling down a lightning shockwave that creates a localized storm zone. The massive electrical discharge paralyzes everything in sight. Even Xiao Ye is blown back by the sheer force of the blast. She's stunned she hasn't even reached the target yet. Below, the survivors scramble for cover. "Everyone, watch out!" Xiao Man screams. "Stay clear of the lightning." Qin Qiu watches the crimson bolts in disbelief. This power, it looks like the lightning of heaven's judgment. Lu Fan gazes at the spectacle, his eyes gleaming. "You're exactly right," he whispers. Abao hovers in the sky, red electricity arcing from his body like a crown of thorns. This is the Crimson Jade's true strength, amplifying every dragon skill by 50%. Every strike births a lethal thunder barrier that traps and shreds the enemy. Moving inside that zone is a death sentence. Suddenly, more divine bone-flying corpses crawl out of the darkness. Their cries are hollow and eerie, echoing from the pits of hell. Annoyed by the noise, Abao begins to charge his power. Xiao Ye retreats toward Lu Fan, unsure of the plan. "Abao, get back here," Lu Fan commands. There's no need to chase them. The flying corpses are frozen in fear, suppressed by the sheer weight of Abao's aura as heaven's tribulation locks on. He unleashes a high-speed barrage of lightning, obliterating everything in a series of catastrophic explosions. As Abao fires his final strike, the entire sky is dyed a haunting blood red. The true nightmare for his enemies has only just begun. The skeletal flying corpses couldn't fight or flee. Under Abao's absolute fury, they could only let out agonizing, pathetic screams. Xiao Man gasped in horror. "Whoa, that nearly killed me. I thought that strike was aimed right at my head." Qin Qiu squeezed her eyes shut in terror, unaware that a stray bolt of lightning was hurtling toward her. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Lu Fan pulled her into his arms, shielding her. "Are you hurt?" he asked gently. Qin Qiu, still trembling, managed to stammer, "No, I'm okay." Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Man teased, "Ooh, look at that. I'm about to be electrocuted, and you two are playing hero." Han Ke gripped his shoulder, worriedly asking if Abao had lost control. Xiao Man smirked at a blushing Qin Qiu. "Nah, he's just showing off." Lu Fan remained calm, his hand still resting firmly on Qin Qiu's shoulder as he surveyed the area. He narrowed his eyes, speaking seriously. "Abao is getting too reckless. His rampage will only delay our search for Aunt Gu." A freezing wind swept through the shattered remains of the skeletal flying corpses. Xiao Ye grew alert, and Lu Fan sensed a shift. A bone-shattering vortex began to swirl, lifting the fragments into the air. Jian Ying looked at Lu Fan, confused. "What's happening now?" Abao tightened his claws, his body crackling with energy as if he were ready to unleash another massive lightning strike. The bone fragments began to fuse together, driven by a dark force. Jian Ying gasped. "Is this the bone god's death curse? They're reforming." Lu Fan saw it clearly now. He stood frozen, realization dawning on him as the fragments clicked into place. Those weren't just random shards. The remains were assembling into a single, massive, and terrifying bone dragon. Now towering over Abao, the bone dragon let out a thunderous roar. "Abao, get back!" Lu Fan shouted. "Don't be reckless." A sinister purple light emanated from the bone dragon's wings as a violent surge of energy pulsed through its skeletal frame. It suddenly took flight, vanishing into the darkness. Abao lunged but caught only thin air. Frustrated, he shrank down, stomping his feet. Even Xiao Man couldn't hide her shock at the creature's speed. "Damn, that thing is fast." It disappeared in an instant. Lu Fan watched the bone dragon dive deep into the forest. Suddenly, Qin Chu's soft, hesitant voice broke his focus. Lu Fan. Could you let go? She asked, her face flushing. He had been holding her close since the moment he saved her. Startled, he quickly released his grip, his own expression turning awkward. Ah, sorry. I didn't realize I was still holding you. High above, Xiaoye grabbed A Bao by the beak, scolding him. You were way too wild. Get back here. A Bao struggled defiantly. Jianying approached, her eyes filled with curiosity. What exactly was that monster? It felt far more dangerous than anything we faced. It's scarier than the bone war dragons from the Flying Dragon Cemetery, she added. Lu Fan nodded, likely the leader of this forest. He weighed the risks carefully, his mind racing to decide their next move. We can't let curiosity lead everyone into a trap, he decided. We have to abandon the chase for that mystery monster, for now. Turning to Xiao Fei, he commanded, focus on the objective. We must find Aunt Gu. She nodded, producing a tracking paper charm. Natural assimilation, paper seeker, she chanted. The charm fluttered, absorbing energy to point toward their target's exact location. Lu Fan watched the paper man drift into the wind, but his expression quickly shifted from focus to confusion. Wait, look. The paper man was flying in the exact same direction as that mysterious bone dragon from earlier. Under a gloomy sky, a swarm of bone dragons took flight. But A Bao wasn't about to let them escape so easily. He unleashed a blood-red roar, firing a devastating blast of crimson lightning toward the retreating group of monsters. The lightning impact created a massive electrical storm, paralyzing every enemy caught within the surging, high-voltage gale. Lu Fan watched the dragons struggle to keep moving. Where are they all heading in such a desperate hurry? Qin Chu looked up in awe, while Xiaoman gasped. I never imagined I'd actually witness a legendary seven-dragon procession. Despite A Bao's relentless attacks, the bone dragons refused to fight back, stubbornly pushing forward through the agony. Lu Fan watched them with a calculating gaze. What kind of overwhelming power is driving them to be this obsessed? The path to the summit was paved with ancient, dry bones, and the very air was thick with the chilling stench of death. Finally, the bone dragons landed, casting menacing, hollow glares back at Lu Fan and his group. Xiao Fei's paper seeker finally stopped its flight. Lu Fan looked ahead. They had finally reached the end of the trail. What secret is this mountain hiding? Lu Fan wondered, glancing at the peak just as Jian Ying and the others caught up. Shading her eyes, Jian Ying asked. The paper seeker stopped at the mountain. Is Aunt Gu trapped somewhere inside? Xiaoman's eyes widened as she pointed. Look! Those bone dragons! They're merging directly into the mountain itself. Lu Fan signaled the group to retreat. Get back. I'll open a path. Xiaoman warned. Be careful. Don't hurt Aunt Gu. His arm shifted into a lethal dragon claw. It was time to unleash the black dragon's power. Lu Fan's arm shifts into a lethal dragon claw. With a violent swipe at the mountain's base, the earth shudders, unearthing buried skeletons. He speaks with absolute confidence. Relax. I have everything under control. As the bone dragon swarm descends, the ground trembles and they soar again, their crimson eyes locked onto Lu Fan's group. Heavens, why are these dragons flying again? Han Ke asks, her voice trembling with worry. Xiao Fan, what do we do? Qin Chu adds in a panic. There are so many. We're completely surrounded. But Lu Fan remains ice cold. He calms them, saying, Don't be afraid. These are just level-up materials delivering themselves to our doorstep. Beside him, A Bao lets out an excited cry, clearly relishing the prospect of the coming feast. Xiaoye seizes the moment and lunges forward first, with A Bao following close behind. Lu Fan watches them go, smiling. I'll leave this to you two. The bone dragon swarm lets out a deafening roar. Blue Dragon 1. Initiate transformation. World-ending thunder peak. Xiaoye halts in midair, puffing her cheeks before unleashing a torrent of molten flames. The fire incinerates the enemies while simultaneously healing her. A Bao joins the fray, his roar summoning a chaotic surge of lightning toward the target zone. A massive bolt of thunder strikes, manifesting into a devastating storm area. Massive electrical surges tear through the enemies, leaving everyone trapped within the storm completely paralyzed. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoes from the void. Human. Cease your actions. Lu Fan pauses, confused. Whose voice is that? He glances at the others, but their lack of reaction proves they can't hear it. As if sensing his confusion, the voice speaks again. Human. I wish only to speak with you. The others are far beneath my notice. Alert and wary, Lu Fan opens the system to investigate. However, no data appears. His appraisal eye returns a single result. Unknown. A memory flickers in his mind. This chilling sensation is just like the giant coffin from the far north. Could this be an ancient god? The eerie voice interrupts his train of thought. Human? Are you a fallen corpse, or a holy mountain slave? By now, Lu Fan has figured out how to communicate with the entity. He counters with a question. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking me? It replies instantly. I am the Bone Kingdom ancient god. If you serve the fallen or the holy mountain, leave at once. I shall spare your life for now. But if you dare disturb my slumber again, I will show no mercy. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, recalling his battle with Se Li. The projection of the holy mountain ancient god knew he had fallen energy, yet still tried to kill him. It seems there is no love lost between these ancient gods. This one is likely just posturing. It clearly hasn't regained its full power, yet the might of an ancient god is still something to be feared. The bone god's voice grows impatient. Human, my patience is wearing thin. Make your choice, now. Lu Fan looks at Xiao Fei's paper doll, which is still waving at everyone to follow it. But Miss Gu is still trapped here. If they leave now, she's dead for sure. With a grim look, he commands, Xiao Fei, activate eternal protection for everyone. He steals his resolve. To save Miss Gu, he has to gamble everything. Xiao Fei obeys, transforming as she ascends into the sky. Emerald Dragon 2. Initiate transformation. The Eternal One. Eternal protection. Shield generation. Everyone beneath the barrier is safe. The shield's durability is tied to the Eternal One's health and self-regeneration. Emerald Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects are doubled for the Dragon Clan. All debuffs are neutralized, and self-regeneration is boosted by 5,000%. Lu Fan steps out of the protective circle alone. Stay here, he warns. Do not step outside, no matter what. Han Ke asks anxiously, Xiao Fan, what are you doing? He raises his hand, his voice steady. A powerful god is about to awaken. Roar. Star Dragon 1, initiate transformation. Galaxy form. The Bone Kingdom ancient god hisses from the shadows. So, this is your choice? Suddenly, the bone dragons shatter into dust as the earth trembles violently. A massive vortex of sand and debris clouds the air. Han Ke stumbles. An earthquake? Jian Ying rushes to the center of the barrier, reaching out. Sister Han, take my hand. As the dust settles, the ancient god's voice turns frigid. If you seek death so desperately, then become my bone puppets. Bone God Clone, level 90. Difficulty, Nightmare Boss. Strength, 49,957. Agility, 48,334. Spirit, 40,592. Endurance, 46,658. Eternal Loop. The clone spreads its arms, summoning 6 massive tornadoes, each 30 meters wide. They move erratically across the battlefield, leaving behind trails of cursed wind that last for 10 seconds. Anyone touching the trail receives a stack of debuffs every 2 seconds, reducing their total defense by 5%. It stacks up to 5 times, unleashing curved bone blades from the cyclone. Targets entering the strike zone lose 15% of their total health with every hit. Bone reconstruction. Every time the avatar of the bone god takes damage, and its health drops by 10%, bone reconstruction triggers. All scattered bones in the area fly back to reform its massive body, restoring 10% health each time. The avatar's life force permanently increases by 5% and its attack power by 3%. If healing exceeds 50%, its size grows by 10%. Then, Return to the Abyss activates, igniting every undead rune to summon a swarm of soul vortices. These soul vortices relentlessly hunt down their prey. Upon contact, they deal massive shadow damage and inflict soul erosion, cutting the target's healing effectiveness by 20%. This lasts 15 seconds while bone spikes erupt from the earth. Anyone struck loses 50% of their maximum health instantly. Xiao Man gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was colossal, even larger than Xiao Ye. Lu Fan analyzed the situation silently. This was merely an avatar of the ancient god. Massive cyclones swirled around the divine skeletal frame. The beast growled, calling them mere ants, and told them to turn to dust within the eternal corridor. As the eternal corridor opened, the bone avatar's arms generated 6 massive vortices, each 30 meters wide. They moved erratically through the area, leaving behind a 10-second trail of ghostly wind. Standing on these tracks stacks a debuff every 2 seconds, shredding the target's defense by 5%. This effect stacks up to 5 times. The cyclones hide curved bone blades. Entering the attack zone inflicts 15% health damage per strike. Xiao Fei deployed a defensive barrier from the rear, while Xiao Ye, Abao, and Jing Shen charged forward to clash with the storm. The sweeping cyclones carried a terrifying, undeniable power. Lu Fan shielded his face, but a stray gust sliced his hand. His blood sprayed across Jing Shen's body. Energy points on its body began to connect and glow brilliantly. Within the blinding light, Jing Shen's new form finally emerged. Lu Fan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Jing Shen had unlocked a new form at such a critical moment. He stared at the shimmering figure. For the longest time, he doubted Jing Shen would ever take a human shape. Qin Qiu cried out in surprise. It was her first time seeing Jing Shen look like this. Xiao Man excitedly touched the barrier, exclaiming that it looked exactly as cool as she had imagined. The avatar's eyes flared with an eerie red light. It beat its wings and roared for the ants to face their end. Heavenly thunder descended in its world-ending form. The Thunder Jade was replaced by the power of the Crimson Jade. With the Crimson Jade, all blue dragon skills gained a 50% power boost. Every lightning spell cast now generated a thunder field. Enemies moving within the field suffer bonus, star-crushing damage, forming a stellar core. Crushing it triggers a massive area of effect explosion based on strength. Then came the thunderous roar. The roar blasted the target zone, calling down a lightning strike that erupted into a chaotic storm. It dealt massive lightning damage, leaving every enemy trapped within the storm completely paralyzed. Molten flames followed, a continuous stream of fire that burned the enemy while healing its caster. Xiao Ye, Jing Shen, and A Bao struck together, launching a combined assault on the bone avatar. Their energy merged, lighting up the entire sky. But as the flames died down, the bone avatar stood unscathed. It sneered at them with pure malice. "Is this all the power you possess?" It mocked their stunned expressions, adding that they were truly a disappointment. "Keep struggling, it's all meaningless." Below, Lu Fan barked an order. "Xiao Fei, use Emerald Mirror." The Emerald Mirror failed. Lu Fan looked up in disbelief. "It didn't work?" The bone avatar laughed arrogantly. "No illusion could ever deceive the eyes of an ancient god, you foolish human." Lu Fan's voice turned cold. "Is that so?" A radiant golden light enveloped him. He clenched his fist, his voice low. "Constructing a dragon from white bones proves that you, a so-called god, don't even have a real body anymore. You're nothing but a lingering soul." The will of the Dragon Slayer activated. Set bonus 1 of 5 triggered, unsealing the dormant bloodline power. He transformed into the Golden Dragon King. His strength and agility surged. His spirit increased by 50, and his durability rose by 200. While in this form, he cannot enter a mounted state. Dragon Rider Class 2. Level 43. Strength jumped from 2,265 to 4,415. Agility rose from 1,841 to 3,991. Spirit climbed from 2,151 to 4,310. Durability skyrocketed from 2,287 to 10,887. Xiao Ye roared, shifting into the catastrophic Black Dragon form. Xiao Ye. Level 39. Black Dragon Covenant 2. Strength, 2018, plus 108. Agility, 18,607. Spirit, 19,915. Rising to 39,830. Durability, 20,924. Spirit's gaze becomes incredibly sharp as it reverts to its dragon form, the Starry Sky Dragon, manifesting its galaxy state. Lu Fan completes his own transformation, his entire body radiating a golden brilliance so blinding it rivals the sun. He lets out a thunderous roar. "Since you crave a dragon's body so desperately, I'll give you a taste of true draconic power." Enraged by his mockery, the Godbone clone hisses with pure contempt. "Your arrogance will invite divine punishment. I shall sacrifice your souls to atone for your ignorance." Eternal Corridor. The Godbone clone manifests 6 massive vortexes, each spanning 30 meters in diameter. These cyclones drift erratically across the battlefield, leaving lethal wind bamboo trails that linger for 10 seconds. Any foe caught in these tracks suffers a stacking debuff every 2 seconds. Each stack shreds defense by 5%, stacking up to 5 times until they are utterly vulnerable. Within the storm, crescent bone blades deal 15% max health damage. Xiao Ye's crimson flames erupt in pure fury. Spirit channels the raw energy of the stars while A Bao crackles with volatile lightning, ready for the slaughter. Spirit strikes first. Xiao Ye and A Bao follow instantly, surrounding the Godbone clone in a flawless, inescapable pincer maneuver. Shattering Star. A celestial sphere is crushed, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shakes the very foundations of reality. Myriad destruction. The dragon's wings are torn asunder by the sheer force of the onslaught. 4 blazing fire vortexes are unleashed, consuming everything in their path with apocalyptic intensity. Heaven's Wrath. Divine lightning locks onto the target, raining down high-speed strikes that obliterate the clone's defenses. With his 3 companions pinning the enemy down, Lu Fan sees his opening to strike the Godbone clone. "A pity," he sneers. "You have the bones of a dragon, but none of its soul." He lunges, pinning it down before tearing into its neck. Even as it suffers a brutal blow, the Godbone clone continues its arrogant screeching. Unforgivable. To wound a supreme deity. Suddenly, the scattered bone shards on the ground begin to twitch with a life of their own. Even as Lu Fan holds it down, he watches fragments ascend, weaving themselves back into the clone's frame. A chilling, hollow voice echoes through the howling gale. Fools belong in the abyss. Bone reconstruction. This terrifying regenerative skill triggers every time its health drops by 10%. Every bone fragment in the vicinity is pulled in to mend its shattered form. It recovers 10% health while permanently gaining 5% max health and 3% attack power with each activation. Healing past 50% causes its massive frame to grow by 10%. Lufan realizes it's using the environment as a battery. He doesn't hesitate. Xiao Fei. Deploy Dragon Domain, now. Xiao Fei soars high, her roar turning the sky blood red. The Dragon Domain expands, covering a 100-meter radius. Within this space, all allied dragons and blood-bonded warriors receive a massive 50% boost to all attributes. Enemies are crippled with a 50% stat penalty and find themselves trapped, unable to teleport or escape the domain. The Godbone clone finally feels true fear as it realizes it is cut off from the outside world. Just as despair sets in, Lufan's voice cut through the silence like a blade. In my domain, our strength is absolute. Your tricks end here. Xiao Ye unleashes a torrent of eternal flames, incinerating every bone fragment in sight. Dragon language replication. Lufan copies his pet's magic, unleashing a catastrophic lava burst. The ground ruptures into a boiling lake of molten slag, swallowing the clone whole. Trapped in the inferno, the target is dragged into the depths, suffering relentless, soul-searing damage. Dragon language resonance. When Dragon Rider and Pet cast the same spell, its destructive power is amplified by a staggering 100%. A haunting laugh echoes from the ancient god as its bones blacken. Spirits, freed from their seals, begin to swirl. It is preparing a final, desperate gambit. Destroy this shell if you must. As long as bones remain, I am eternal. But can you survive our mutual destruction? Soul return. Every undead rune ignites, summoning a localized apocalypse of soul vortexes. These phantoms relentlessly hunt their prey, inflicting massive shadow damage and soul corrosion, which slashes healing by 20%. For 15 agonizing seconds, the ground becomes a forest of lethal bone spikes, seeking to impale anyone left standing. Direct hit. The target's health plunges by 50%. The undead swarm Lufan at the Bone God's command, but Xiao Fei intercepts them before they can strike. Eternal protection. A divine barrier manifests, shielding every ally within its perimeter. The shield's endurance scales with the user's health and recovery. Simultaneously, Abao summons a torrent of crimson lightning. Driven by fury, he and Xiao Ye launch a relentless, coordinated assault. 3.3 million bolts of world-ending thunder tear through the sky, unleashing the catastrophic dragon's reign over the battlefield. Empowered by Qinglai's thunder, the skill remains unaffected by any external mana sources. The last of the Bone God's remains shatter into dust, leaving only a blood-red sky as Xiao Ye descends. A remnant of the Bone God's soul still flickers within the hollowed skull, burning with a hidden, venomous hatred. I will remember you and your dragons, it snarls. One day, I shall return to destroy you all. With the battle over, everyone reverts to human form. Except for Abao, a flurry of level-up notifications rings out. The Starry Dragon C reaches level 30, Blue Dragon 1 climbs to level 2, while the Jade Dragon hits level 38, Black Dragon 2 reaches level 40, and Lufan himself hits level 44, a growth rate that exceeds all expectations. Transitioning to the Valley of Bones, the Paper Man lead them forward before stopping abruptly, halting before a small mountain of skeletal remains. Qin Shu is the first to notice and cries out, "Look, Miss Gu is over here." Spotting the woman lying unconscious amidst the white bones, they shout in concern, "Miss Gu!" Qin Shu hovers anxiously. "How is she?" "She's alive," Lufan reassures her, "but she is currently in a deep coma." Han Ke steps forward to help. "Lufan, let me take care of her." He nods and steps aside to let her take over. Xiao Fei can't seem to wake her. "Please, look after her for me," Lufan requests the others. Qin Shu kneels down, her voice heavy with regret. "I've become a holy inquisitor. I don't have the skills to help her heal." Han Ke comforts her while offering water to the unconscious woman. "Don't blame yourself, Shu. Just help me get her to drink." Lufan glances over, noticing his dragon rummaging through the debris. "Abao, what did you find?" The dragon proudly holds up a glowing crystal. The dragon roars in triumph. Lufan stares at the object, his mind racing to analyze its properties. This bone crystal resembles an ancient god's essence, but the system doesn't register it as such. Bone crystal. Quality, legendary. Effect, unknown. Lufan snatches the crystal to inspect it closely. If this were an essence, the corrupted holy dragon could evolve again. Did the bone god fail to fully reconstruct its core? Without a complete body, perhaps the essence couldn't form. Frustrated, Abao whines and reaches out to reclaim his treasure. The dragon's cries trigger a sudden memory in Lufan's mind. Wait, Isn't this bone crystal a type of ancient crystal? His eyes widen. This is a key material for the Shadow Dragon King Covenant. Requirements: 3 obsidian stones, 1 ancient crystal, 300 shadow bird breaths, and 50 shadow spring waters. Abao continues his noisy protests, until a sharp rap on the head silences him, leaving him with a comical bump. Lu Fan turns back, filled with excitement. Daozi, quick, use one of your skills. I need to wash this thing off. She blinks, confused by the strange request. As a hidden class fighter, she never expected to be used this way. The Water Lotus Swordmaster sighs as she channels water into her blade. Lu Fan, do I look like a water faucet? I'm supposed to be a top-tier warrior. Lu Fan grins sheepishly. Sorry, there's no water source nearby. I'll have to trouble you just this once. As the stream from the sword hits the crystal, it begins to crumble into smaller shards. Lu Fan stares in shock as the fragments fall. What? What is happening? The bone crystal is destroyed, but it reveals the bone essence within. The system updates. Bone essence uncharged. Legendary quality. Consumable. Effect: unknown. Xiaoman stops the flow. Are we done? This costs a lot of mana. Lu Fan clutches the shard, breathing a sigh of relief. It's okay. The crystal's core effect is still intact. Lan Ming watches, stunned. Unbelievable. It can still be used as a material. The status window blinks. Bone essence. Quality: legendary. Effect: unknown. He ponders. Can an uncharged, semi-finished product still trigger evolution? He signals with a wave of his hand. Xiaofei, summon the corrupted holy dragon. She nods instantly. Understood. Xiaofei closes her eyes, starting the synchronization. Natural assimilation. Dragon bone flute. Summon twin corrupted holy dragons. The Worm King's power now mirrors its master's level. 2 majestic golden dragons materialize behind her. Lu Fan smiles, beckoning the golden beast forward. Come to me. The third ancient god essence. The dragon roars as blinding light consumes its form. Gao. Lu Fan clenches his fist, watching intensely as the divine transformation begins. The evolution has started. The dragon spreads its wings wide before freezing in midair. Lu Fan blinks in confusion. Is that it? Even the dragon looks dazed, unsure of its own change. Lu Fan quickly pulls up the system interface to investigate the status. The essence wasn't fully charged, stalling the evolution. But a powerful new skill emerged regardless. Abao points and mocks the dragon, calling it a useless failure. I found it! It should be mine! The system flashes. Rotting Corpse Holy Dragon. Level 38. New skill: Demon Dragon Breath. Demon Strike. Holy Radiance. Gate of Light. Dragon Language. Corpse Control. And Bone Fusion. The Holy Dragon can now decompose its own summons into skeletons for total absorption. It converts 1% of all stats into its own power. Lu Fan frowns. Only 1%? But with Corpse Control, he can create an infinite puppet army. Limitless growth. Lu Fan muses, stroking his chin at the terrifying potential. The heavenly demon soldiers are the perfect fuel for this. It's time to call them back. The 9 world demons and 5 heroes must stay behind to continue destroying the Tai Chi kingdom. Suddenly, Han Kei shouts, Miss Gu is finally waking up. The team rushes to her side. How are you feeling? Miss Gu coughs, still half conscious and muttering in a daze. Enemy raid, she screams. Retreat to the Long Kingdom. Our camp is under fire. Han Ke jumps back in shock, nearly dropping her in the sudden panic. Ah! Lu Fan places a steadying hand on her shoulder. Calm down. You're safe now. Xiaoman beams. Lu Fan already slaughtered those bastards. Miss Gu's terror finally fades into relief. Tanthu sighs. We've been searching everywhere for you. She gently helps Miss Gu to her feet. Lu Fan, can we actually make it back to the Long Kingdom border from here? Sword Shadow crosses his arms, sensing trouble. The Tai Chi army is likely waiting for us. Lu Fan casually pockets his hands, unfazed. Don't worry, just follow my lead. By tomorrow, we'll leave this kingdom behind. 6 hours later, sirens blare through Tai Chi's capital. A police cruiser streaks past a dark alleyway where the group lies hidden. Lu Fan scans the street before gesturing for them to follow. The coast is clear. Move out. Tanthu's face turns bright red as she reads the hotel sign. A love hotel? Wait. Why on earth are we staying here? She stammers in pure embarrassment. It's the perfect cover, Lu Fan explains. Security is tight, but these places never close. Xiaoman waves them on, while Miss Gu sighs. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this. Tanthu squeezes her eyes shut, avoiding the suggestive posters plastered on the walls. I can't believe we've actually sneaked into the capital city. She whispers nervously. Xiaoman pumps her fist in excitement. That flight here was insane. Total Godspeed. She recalls the Bone Dragon, their new, ultimate high-speed private jet. With that thing, flying back home would be a breeze. Tanthu looks around nervously. Even on the ground, the tension of the capital is suffocating. Lu Fan remains silent, calculating. The bone clone is even more powerful than he imagined. The rotting corpse dragon absorbed every demon soldier to manifest this perfect puppet. I can pilot this ancient god's body while retaining every single skill. It can even carry 20 people. Suddenly, Han Ki's voice breaks his concentration. Hey Lu Fan, everyone's waiting at the desk. How are we splitting the rooms? The man behind the counter gives Lu Fan a sleazy, knowing smirk. Under such strict martial law, seeing a young man with so many beauties is quite the sight, the receptionist remarked. Lu Fan ignored the chatter, stepping to the counter. 3 rooms. We'll check out by tomorrow evening. The man rubbed his chin, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Lu Fan's face. He didn't hand over the keys immediately, his brow furrowing in deep thought. Wait, have I seen you somewhere before? Behind him, the television flickered with an urgent news update. Headlines flashed. Jin Estate formalizes national trials. Lu Fan declared a top-tier fugitive of the Dragon Kingdom. It was confirmed the Jin Estate would take full responsibility for the recent terrorist strikes, while Tianzhou City remained under lockdown. The receptionist glanced back at the screen, scratching his head as he struggled to connect the dots. After a tense silence, he shrugged and tossed the keys onto the counter. Must be my imagination. Here are your keys. Lu Fan handed the 3 keys to Jian Ying, telling her to lead the others to their rooms. She took them, her eyes full of concern. Are you heading out? He didn't hide his intentions. Yes. I need to scout the Jin Estate's next move. Han Ke supported Gu Han from behind, asking softly, Miss Gu, how are you feeling? Gu Han managed a weak smile, nodding in reassurance. I'm fine now, don't worry about me. Along the hallway, provocative photos of beautiful women lined the walls. Xiaoman pointed at one, shouting excitedly, Look everyone, that's so bold. Qin Qiu turned away with a blush, covering her mouth in shy agreement. Lu Fan patted Jian Ying's shoulder, his expression grave. I'll return late tonight, or by tomorrow morning at the latest. Keep everyone safe while I'm gone. She gripped the keys tight and nodded. Understood. Please, be careful. Lu Fan turned away, pulling his hat low to vanish into the shadows. Don't worry, everything ends tonight. As he left, the rest of the group headed to their rooms. Qin Qiu overheard their exchange and asked Jian Ying nervously about Lu Fan's departure. Jian Ying tried to calm her nerves. Relax, he'll be back before you know it. Behind the counter, the receptionist watched them go with envious eyes, sighing at the young man's luck. Meanwhile, night fell over the Jin Estate. Outside the main gates of the kingdom of Saye, a weary guard sighed heavily. Our national heroes have all been defeated, he lamented. The city's troops have already rushed to the Valley of the Gods for backup. His partner crossed his arms with a stern warning. Stop complaining. Guarding the Jin Estate is better than dying on the front lines. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the earth. A nearby skyscraper erupted in flames, lighting up the night sky. What was that? A frantic officer screamed into his radio, desperate for answers. Disaster! A 9 Realms demon has appeared in Tianzhou City. We need immediate reinforcements. The guard froze in disbelief. What did you say? A 9 Realms demon? How could one appear here? As if answering him, the monstrous beast tore through the main street, charging straight for the Jin Estate with a blood-curdling roar. The guard panicked. We're doomed. Our remaining forces are all we have left to defend the city. A hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. Officer, get inside quickly. It was Kim Soo-yun, her voice calm amidst the chaos. The high officials are still deliberating. I'll handle things here. I am Kim Soo-yun, of the Jin Estate's Imperial Guard. The guard nodded frantically. I'm counting on you. The ground trembled as thick dust choked the air. 2 9 Realms demons now loomed before the gates. The guard nearly collapsed in terror. There's another one. Recall all units to the city walls immediately. We need everyone back for the defense. Su-yan narrowed her eyes, gazing into the distance as if waiting for a specific presence. Suddenly, Lu Fan leaped from a neighboring rooftop into the courtyard. Su-yon drew her blade. Finally, the little rat shows its face. Lu Fan felt a jolt of surprise. So, I've been spotted. Lu Fan unsheathed his blade, crimson flames spiraling around the steel like a waking fire dragon. His gaze turned icy. You alone won't be enough to stop me. The scene shifts to the Jin Estate's office as night deepens, city lights shimmering against the glass. Inside, Kyung-sung spoke with a sneer. What's the matter? Do you think I'm not up to the task? Jae-ah frowned, choosing his words carefully. You share the same bloodline as the sovereign, but handing the Jin Estate to you just for killing Lu Fan? It's too reckless. Besides, you don't know Lu Fan. Not even the sovereign could handle him. Kyung-sung snatched off his glasses, his eyes sharp enough to cut the chatter. You think I'm incompetent, don't you? Living under the sovereign's shadow. Because I didn't take an abyss class. You think my path to the peak is blocked? Kim Kyung-sung, the former imperial guard of the Jin Estate, radiated a terrifying killing intent. Zian stood in cold silence. He recalled when this trash was exiled by Jin Ziyan, a pathetic loser shivering in fear. Never did he imagine this man would return as a nightmare. He couldn't let him ruin the plan to seize Jin Manor. Jin Qingxing stood up impatiently. "The Abyss class is just a hollow threat," he scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Is Lu Fan truly strong? I'll decide that for myself after I crush him." Zion sighed, massaging his temples in exhaustion. He looked at the fool with pity. "You don't understand Lu Fan's true terror. You aren't enough to stop him. Leave now." But Qingxing wouldn't listen. He curled his lip into a haughty smirk. "Who said I was alone? I brought a legendary beauty to handle things." Suddenly, the entire building shuddered under a violent, bone-rattling explosion. Zian rushed to the window, his eyes widening in horror at the carnage below. He let out a strangled scream. "It's over! Lu Fan is already here!" Qingxing froze, his confidence wavering. "Have the Nine Realms demons breached the city?" Zion pointed a trembling finger. "Move! Send your expert out now!" Qingxing stammered, his bravado vanishing instantly. "But I planned to fight Lu Fan, not these monstrosities from the Nine Realms." A massive force sent Xu Yan flying through the glass. Shards rained down as she hit the floor, coughing black blood. Qingxing stood paralyzed, watching his strongest guard lose consciousness. What just happened? Lu Fan descended on obsidian wings, his voice cold as the grave. "You wanted a duel? Fine, I'll grant your wish. One strike, that's all you'll get." Zion collapsed to the floor, his legs turning to jelly. "Lu Fan, how are you here?" He turned to Qingxing, desperate. "Jin Qingxing, do something. Where's your pride now?" But Qingxing was a statue of terror. He stared at the broken body of Xu Yan, the guard's strongest warrior. Lu Fan raised his hand, ancient power swirling around his fingertips. "Another member of the Jin family to harvest. Observe closely. You are about to witness the true form of an ancient god." Space cracked as the bone god avatar was summoned into existence. Level 90 Fallen Divine Bone. Skill: Eternal Rebirth Wind. 6 apocalyptic cyclones roared, tearing through the target zone. Each vortex deals damage equal to 15% of the enemy's maximum health while shattering their physical defenses. Passive: Bone Reconstruction. Every time the avatar's health drops by 10%, its skeletal frame instantly regenerates. It absorbs all surrounding debris to mend its form, becoming an immortal engine of destruction. Skill: Soul Return. Every hit taken grants a spectral rune. At 10 runes, the true nightmare begins. Soul Cyclone activates. An inescapable vortex of shadow damage hunts down the target with relentless cruelty. Once locked by the Soul Cyclone, all healing abilities are completely negated. The magnificent tower crumbled into dust within seconds. Zian lay trapped under the wreckage, groaning in agony. He glanced over to see Qingxing lying motionless in a pool of blood. His eyes rolled back in death. What kind of monster is this?" Zian gasped, coughing violently as he struggled to move. He reached into his robes, pulling out a teleportation scroll. "I can't die here. My plan for Jin Manor was almost complete." Epic Grade Teleportation Scroll. A rare consumable that warps the user to a designated safe zone. It was his final trump card, his only hope for survival. But before he could activate it, a flash of cold steel sliced the scroll in two. Lu Fan's blade drove through his chest. "This strike was reserved just for you." Zion died clinging to his greed. Lu Fan turned away coldly, his mission complete. "Did you see everything clearly?" he asked the shadows. "Your Jin Manor is gone. And Zai Shi. You are now nothing more than my puppet." Zai Shi stood stiffly, his voice devoid of emotion as he bowed. "I see everything, master." Lu Fan locked eyes with him, his gaze piercing. "There is still one more person left." He leaned in, his voice a low, terrifying whisper. "Your youngest daughter, Jin Zhou. Once I find her hiding spot, her life ends." With a powerful beat of his wings, Lu Fan took to the skies. He looked down at the ruins with a mocking sneer. "Stay here, Zaizi. Let the people rescue their hero." Lu Fan accelerated into the clouds, his command echoing through the air. "Bone God, level this city to the ground." Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted. An echoing roar shook the horizon from afar. Lu Fan froze. He gazed up, wondering if his prediction was finally coming true. As the familiar silhouette emerged, he called out with a wave of relief. Principal Wuxian sighed beneath her heavy cloak. "It seems I made it just in time. You really are a handful." Staring at the ruins of the once grand Kim mansion, she was left utterly speechless. Maybe I should worry about the Taiki nation instead. A moment later, and Tianshou City would have vanished, wouldn't it? Lu Fan approached coldly. "This is what the Kim mansion deserves. I was truly prepared to level this city." Wuxian fell into a heavy, contemplative silence. Lu Fan explained the situation, adding gratefully, "Thank you for traveling so far to find us, Principal. Aunt Gu and the others are safe. I'll have Xiaofei use his paper dolls to guide you to them immediately." Before he could finish, Wu Xian firmly grabbed his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. She exposed his intent sharply. "You want me gone so you can finish destroying the Tai Chi nation, don't you? Withdraw your summons. We're taking the others home." Lu Fan brushed her off. "Principal, why are you stopping me now?" Memories of the Sea of Death secret realm flashed before his eyes. The bodies of Dragon Nation soldiers lay scattered at the portal, no survivors. The Kim Mansion and their dogs in Tai Chi never stopped hunting me. They threatened my family and slaughtered our innocent people. Rage boiled within Lu Fan at the memory. He spoke through gritted teeth. "If Aunt Gu hadn't escaped, would you still be this calm? Death is too merciful for these monsters." Wu Xian placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Lu Fan, I understand your pain. My fury matches yours." Her voice turned stern. "I'm not stopping you because I'm heartless. I'm doing this to protect you." Lu Fan froze in shock. "Protect? Me?" he whispered in disbelief. Wu Xian turned away, her voice softening. "The commander of the northern frontier told you, this world is vast, and few reach the peak." She landed softly on the ground. "That is the harsh reality of our society." Lu Fan followed as she continued. "Most believe level 90, the fourth transition, is the absolute peak of power. Her face was hidden by her cloak, but her eyes shone like cold stars. But beyond the fourth transition, every level is a mountain to climb. Level 100 is a myth." She turned to Lu Fan with piercing intensity. "I'm telling you now. There are fifth transition experts at level 120, and they reside right here, in the Tai Chi Nation." Lu Fan gasped. "What? Tai Chi has fifth transition experts?" He frowned. Fourth transition experts were no threat, but if fifth transition monsters backed the Kim Mansion, he had to eliminate them. Otherwise, this conflict would never end. Wu Xian's voice shattered his train of thought. "Don't even think about it," she warned. "These hidden fifth transition masters belong to no nation. They are the shadows, manipulating entire countries to satisfy their own desires." Walking toward the paralyzed Sashi, she continued. "And Tai Chi is the easiest nation to control. That's why those true rulers reside here." Lu Fan realized. "So, the Kim Mansion were just puppets all along? If I keep destroying Tai Chi, I'll be provoking those monsters, won't I?" "Exactly. You succeeded in ending the Kim Mansion. Stop now, or you'll invite a catastrophe you can't handle." She shot him a sharp, warning look. "At that point, only the three great elders of the Dragon Nation could save you. You aren't a mindless warmonger, are you?" Lu Fan exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. "I understand." He raised his hand, commanding his legions. "All puppets, return to me. Corpse manipulation. Control all thralls converted by the fallen holy dragon. Summon or recall them at any time." Every fallen puppet and their lingering energy surged back into the fallen dragon. The guard, hunted by the nine-realm demon in the rubble, screamed in terror. Lu Fan clenched his fist, and the demon's energy vanished into his palm. He chuckled boldly. "Since the Jin Mansion is gone, I'll spare the Tai Chi state this once." Wu Xian, seeing matters were settled, turned to leave the area. "Take me to the next front. I'll send the lion squad." But Lu Fan called her back. He pulled out a necklace, smiling. "The gift I promised, it's finally time to hand it over. Everfrost necklace. Epic tier." Wu Xian turned back coldly. "What's the meaning of this?" Lu Fan burst into laughter. "Senior, stop acting. I know you're excited. You can't fool me forever. I see right through that poker face." As she stayed silent, he teased. "Fine. I'll just give it to my aunt instead." Wu Xian finally snapped, snatching his hand. "You brat! How dare you give my gift away?" Removing her hood, she muttered. "I only hesitated because of some family issues." She asked shyly, "But really, how did you even figure it out?" Lu Fan pointed to his nose. "Your scent." Wu Xian froze, sniffing her sleeve. "I smell? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Fan suddenly leaned in. "Relax. It's a beautiful fragrance." He bolted away immediately, leaving a fuming Wu Xian behind. "You're becoming quite the rogue. Just wait until we're back home. I'll deal with you then." During the chase, Lu Fan mentioned a love hotel. Wu Xian blushed, sensing the awkward atmosphere. "Wait, everyone is just resting there. I didn't mean anything else." Flustered and angry, she snapped. "Let's go. The principal will discipline this naughty student." Meanwhile, at the Long family's western border, news arrived that the conflict had ended. Longdu Academy's principal had personally entered the Bone Forest to rescue the survivors. Laughter echoed in the room. "Ha! I thought Ye Wuxian was busy finding reinforcements." Long Xing spoke from behind a screen. "So, she actually cares about Longdu Academy?" Watching the incense smoke rise, he noted the imperial family was too restricted by rules. He smirked. "Our Long family won't miss this golden opportunity. Men, prepare the teleportation scrolls. I'm heading to Longdu personally." The servant obeyed immediately. Back at Longdu Academy's Villa 2, Xiaoman collapsed onto the sofa, sighing in relief. Qinqiu teased her. Ever since joining Lufan's team, you've become quite lazy. Xiaoman recalled Lufan waving goodbye to the group at the portal. Take care, everyone, Xiaoman countered. Who says I didn't work hard? I helped restore that portal, Jian Ying chimed in while serving tea. Qinqiu giggled. See? Even Jian Ying sees right through you now. Xiaoman fumed. Jian Ying is being corrupted by you all. She never used to tease me. Han Ke laughed softly. We can finally relax now that we're home. But knowing Xiaofan Sr. is our principal, I'm still in shock. With her secret out, Wuxian spoke freely. Keep this a secret, everyone. Even Professor Gu just found out. Qinqiu replied. Don't worry, we'll keep quiet. No wonder Lufan was always thinking about you, principal. The straightforward Xiaoman clenched her fist. Trust me, my lips are sealed. Wuxian winked. Call me Senior Wuxian in private, but keep it professional at work. To her surprise, Qinqiu and Xiaoman responded in perfect unison. Understood, principal. Wuxian sighed, hands on hips. Forget it. Old habits die hard. She suddenly realized someone was missing. Wait, where is Lufan? Jian Ying brought over the drinks. He's upstairs. Said he had a call to make. Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the stairs. The matters regarding the tombstones were heavy. Lufan descended with his laptop. Please convey our deepest condolences to the victims. Lufan turns the screen around to show everyone. Meet my family and my closest friends, he introduces warmly. If we had entered the portal just a moment later, we could have met in person. LV Fei greets them with a bright smile. Hello, everyone. Lufan asked us to build a monument for the fallen at the Forest of the Divine Valley camp. The joyful atmosphere vanishes instantly as Han Ke whispers, a memorial. LV Fei continues the introductions. I am Captain LV Fei of Squad 78, Lion Division. I am currently working under Lufan's direction. We are here on the commander's orders to investigate the border raid. Zhang Kong adds with a sigh of regret. Too bad Lufan settled everything before we even managed to break through the border. Shen Tai shoots him a sharp look. Stop exaggerating. It was the headmaster of Longdu Academy who actually broke the blockade. Xiaoman and Qinqiu tense up, struggling to stay silent. Wuxian raises a finger to her lips. Shh, keep it a secret. Zhang Kong turns back to Lufan with a grin. Anyway, it has been a while, brother. To think you can now crush fourth-turners like they are nothing. Lufan feels a wave of nostalgia. It really has been over half a year since we last met, he replies softly. LV Fei gazes at the towering monument behind him, his eyes filled with emotion. This is the nameless tomb for the victims. Once we identify every single person, we will engrave their names there for eternity. Lufan shuts his eyes tight, holding back his grief. They stayed behind just to help me teleport. I hope the destruction of Jinfu brings their souls some peace. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cuts through the air. Once the tension with the Tai Chi state eases, you should come and pay your respects in person. Lufan snaps his eyes open. Li Fei has stepped aside, standing at a rigid military salute as a new figure appears on the screen. Zhuo Yu speaks with authority. Under the commander's orders, I will be the one drafting and releasing the official investigation report. The truth we will present to both nations is this. Cultists raided the Long Kingdom camp repeatedly before turning their sights on the Tai Chi state. Jin Fu's forces were annihilated due to negligence, while the Lion Division and Longdu Academy successfully rescued the survivors. Lufan is stunned. But that is not the truth. You are pinning all of Jin Fu's sins on the cultists. A heavy hand claps onto his shoulder. Lufan, Wuxian says calmly as she steps forward. This is the best resolution. It is like killing two birds with one stone. Qinqiu tilts her head in confusion. Two birds with one stone? On the screen, Zhuo Yu's icy expression softens into a rare look of praise. Your friend is exceptionally sharp. This report prevents the Tai Chi ruler from finding any leverage against you, while simultaneously baiting the cultists into action. Lufan clenches his fist but eventually nods. I understand. Business concluded. Zhuo Yu offers a sharp salute. Thank you for your cooperation. This will greatly aid our hunt for those cultists. Wuxian watches the interaction, her mind racing. She stares at Lufan's back, deep in thought. That commander, a Golden Glow officer, just saluted Lufan. He treats Lufan as an equal, which means Lufan's status must at least be at the Golden Glow rank. The call ends. Han Ke snaps out of her daze and smiles. It is good that Xiaofan is safe. Is anyone hungry? I will get dinner started. Qinqiu jumps up to help. Xiaoman raises her hand eagerly. Food! I want food. Wuxian stays behind, her arms crossed as she gazes intently at Lufan. Is something wrong, senior? Lufan asks awkwardly. She lets out a mischievous chuckle. Hee, nothing. You have just grown quite a bit, haven't you? Lufan feels a chill run down his spine from her gaze. Just then, A loud knocking echoes from the front door. Knock, knock. Seizing the chance to escape, Lu Fan bolts. Jian Ying, I have got it. Getting stared at by senior like that. Even I feel a bit terrified. Jian Ying is baffled but nods anyway. Wu Xian stands alone, sighing. Truly the man I have my eyes on. Before even opening the door, Lu Fan calls out, coming. Who is it? On the other side stands Andre, a level 64 Blazing Leaf warrior. He beams at Lu Fan. Who else could it be but you? Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock. Andre? Good heavens, what are you doing here in the Long Kingdom? He quickly waves his friend inside. Seeing you here at Longdu Academy is a total shock. Andre's massive frame fills the doorway, his voice booming. Haha, I came all this way just to find you. He stops and sniffs the air. Whoa, something smells incredible. Han Ke peeks out from the kitchen. Is that Andre? Xiao Fan mentioned you. She gestures to the table, loaded with steaming dishes. She sets down a final tray, calling out loudly, everyone, come and eat. Andre's eyes light up like searchlights. Oh, thank you so much. My timing really is impeccable. Without a second thought, he pulls up a chair. The aroma is unbearable. I have been dreaming of this ever since we said goodbye, Lu Fan. Xiao Man can't help but huff. Wow, you really do not believe in being a stranger, do you? Chin Thu flinches, frantically gesturing for silence. Daozi is blabbering again, but Han Ke looks genuinely delighted. She beams, eat up. I'll cook more if you're still hungry. Wu Xian rests her chin on her hand, teasing playfully. Sister Han's skills are legendary. Even international students are hooked. Andre quickly snatches a drumstick to enjoy. Gnawing on the meat, he clarifies, I'm not just a student. I came specifically to invite Lu Fan to the Snow Kingdom. To the Snow Kingdom? Lu Fan asks, stunned. Andre, mouth full, pulls a brilliant glowing stone from his pocket. Take a look. This is the very essence of Shadow Island. Epic quality. A blessed light stone, tainted by Shadow Island's corruption, now radiating the island's dark aura. Lu Fan freezes. The breath of Shadow Island? He recalls the Death Desert loot. To fulfill the Shadow Dragon King's contract, he still needs 3 rare materials. This is 1. The Shadow Dragon King's contract, a legendary grade artifact. Required. 3 obsidian, 1 ancient god crystal, 300 shadow auras, and 50 shadow spring waters. Andre continues between bites. My family took a high-paying commission to destroy the shadow spring at the island's heart, but the black mist was stifling, and the monsters were relentless. I barely escaped with these materials before retreating. He swallows hard, reaching for a bun, only to find it's already been snatched away. But a deal is a deal. I thought of you. If anyone can clear that island, it's you. Lu Fan takes a massive bite of the bun. I'm in, he declares. Suddenly, heavy, powerful footsteps echo outside. Andre had a whole speech prepared to convince him. Lu Fan's instant agreement leaves him speechless. Wait, just like that? Outside, a man's shadow glides past, drawing the gazes of every girl on the street. Wow, he's gorgeous. Did you see him? The girls whisper in awe, eyes wide with curiosity. Dressed like that. Is he from a great noble house? Inside, Andre keeps rambling about how great the island is for leveling. These materials are worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Longxing stands silently before the door, hands behind his back. Lu Fan is still deep in conversation, turning to Wu Xian for her final thoughts. I've been looking for Shadow Aura and Shadow Spring. Senior, can I take this mission? Before she can answer, Wu Xian erupts into a violent coughing fit. Despite her efforts, blood stains the corner of her lips. Covering her mouth, she smiles weakly. Of course. It's perfect for your growth. Lu Fan's face pales with worry. Senior, you're just then. A sharp knock sounds at the door. Han Ke rushes to support Wu Xian. Is it a cold? Let me help you to the sofa. You need to rest. Wu Xian's eyes flutter as she leans back, exhausted. I'm fine. The knocking grows more insistent. Xiao Fan, the door. Lu Fan pushes his chair back. On it. More guests? He wonders, swinging the door open. Longxing speaks first. Greetings. Is Miss Ye Wu Xian within? Inside, Wu Xian's eyes snap open in terror. That voice. It haunts her very soul. Lu Fan eyes the stranger warily. And you are? Longxing snaps his fan shut. I am Longxing. I've come to discuss the future of the Western Territory with Ye Wu Xian. Wu Xian stumbles out, screaming, Longxing, why are you here? We agreed. I wasn't supposed to return for another month. Lu Fan has never seen her this rattled. Senior. She sways, nearly collapsing. Lu Fan catches her instantly. Watch out! Longxing smirks, his voice smooth as silk. Ah, so you were here after all. This makes things easy. His eyes gleam with cold calculation behind a mask of false politeness as he fans himself slowly. Let's skip the wait. Merge the Ye family into mine, and I'll help you crush Huang Yutian. I'll even let you keep Cloud Ridge Mountain. After all, the Yi family once did us a favor. Wu Xian's face darkens. You bastard. Lu Fan tightens his grip, his heart racing with concern for her. Senior, what's happening? Talk to me. Wu Xian forced a pained smile, trying to hide her agony. It's nothing. Just an old wound acting up. Lu Fan's heart sinks. He had no idea she was suffering. You're hurt? Why didn't you tell me? Longxing interjects, his words turning the air cold as he reveals the severity of her condition. I forgot. Huang Yutian's strike left deep internal damage. It won't heal in a mere month. Longxing's smirk widens cruelly. Judging by your current physical condition, standing against the Long and Huang families is utter suicide. He offers a condescending warning, hoping she will simply surrender. I suggest you weigh your options very carefully. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan shuts him down completely. There is absolutely nothing to think about. Lu Fan's eyes pierce through Longxing like daggers. His resolve is unshakable as he declares, she will never agree. Ye Wuxian gasps in shock at his boldness. Meanwhile, Longxing's gaze overflows with pure, vitriolic mockery. Has the prestigious Ye family fallen so low that they rely on a green brat? Oh, wait, I almost forgot. I should address you as the great hero of the Dragon Kingdom now. Ye Wuxian frantically warns Lu Fan. Lu Fan, stay out of this. The power struggles of Western frontier families are beyond anything you can imagine. He doesn't flinch. Turning back to her, he says softly, you have guided me every step of this journey. Now that you are in trouble, how could I possibly just stand by and watch? Longxing scoffs, viewing Lu Fan as nothing more than an insolent child. His face is twisted in sheer disgust. Kid, the title of hero is paid for in blood. Do minor victories make you think you are invincible? Lu Fan ignores him. His only goal is victory. Whatever you think, crushing someone like you is still light work for me. Suddenly, as the tension reaches a breaking point, a voice echoes from behind Lu Fan. Hey brother. Andre steps forward, offering to school the arrogant noble in Lu Fan's place, accompanied by Tao Xiaoman and Jian Ying. It is not a good look for you to act. Let me handle this. Lu Fan declines the backup. No need. Consider this battle a grand opening gift I am personally delivering to this Western frontier family. Longxing erupts into mocking laughter. With a wave, dozens of swords manifest, aiming directly at Lu Fan's heart. How dare a mere clown lecture me? Ye Wuxian steps in, challenging him. Longxing, will you break your oath? Longxing's face twists into a hideous snarl as he replies coldly. Don't worry. Within 1 month, I will. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's battle cry pierces the air. She drops from the sky, delivering a brutal kick to Longxing. As she touches down, the ground behind her erupts in a massive explosion. Lu Fan calmly suggests fighting outside. Villa number 1 is still under repair. I won't let a stray dog like you wreck Villa number 2. Infuriated by Xiao Ye's strike, Longxing flares his aura. His presence sharpens like a blade being unsheathed. Lu Fan, he initially planned to hold back, but Lu Fan's attitude changed everything. I was going to settle for a small punishment. Blinding lightning erupts from Longxing's body as his hair lashes wildly. Lethal blades manifest in a storm of electricity. But now, I have changed my mind. Lu Fan meets his gaze with a sharp grin. What a coincidence. So have I. The Black Dragon, Xiao Bai, lets out a deafening roar. His strength, speed, and durability skyrocket in an instant. Form, World Destroyer. Strength, 40,904. Agility, 19,037. Spirit, 10,207. Longxing stares at the majestic beast in awe, yet a sneer remains. Even this legendary sight is not enough. This overwhelming pressure. Pressure, truly worthy of the title of the world's mightiest spirit creature. Today, I shall become a dragon slayer and bring eternal glory to the Long family name. Lu Fan commands Xiao Bai to strike. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye activates her aura as the system interface flickers to life. Skill, Dragon's Inspiration. All attributes and attack power for the user and dragon pet are boosted by 30%. The system reveals the terrifying stats of the level 40 Xiao Ye and her rank 2 Black Dragon. Strength, 40,000. Strength, 50,175. Agility, 24,748. Durability, 27,794. The Black Dragon's assault carries a devastating force that warps the very atmosphere with pure, unadulterated power. A relentless pressure radiates from the beast, inflicting fear, bind, and dizziness on every enemy within a massive radius. Longxing barely manages to deflect the blow, but the strain is visible. He is pushed to his absolute limit. Xiao Bai's power is suffocating, his body trembles instinctively, and even his will to fight is being crushed into dust. Is this the true, terrifying majesty of a dragon? Yet, Longxing refuses refuses to yield. He spits out a defiant sneer. Anyone else would be begging for mercy. Unfortunately, I am Longxing. He unleashes a secret heirloom technique, Dragon Skybreaker, summoning a barrage of swords. The swords roar toward Lufan, but at the last second, they pivot, aiming directly for the black dragon, Xiaobai. The blades strike home, but Longxing's face turns ghostly pale. His full power cannot even scratch the dragon. What a joke. My blade can't even scratch his defense. Lufan's aura surges violently as he delivers his cold judgment. Look closely. This is the true gap of absolute power. The black dragon, Xiaobai, unleashes her fury. A massive, hellish fireball forms within her jaws, radiating intense heat. The impact is devastating. Longxing's screams of pure agony tear through the air. Xiaobai doesn't stop there. She dives into the fray, turning the ground into a chaotic storm of flying debris. The massive weight of the black dragon's claw crushes Longxing into the dirt. As he shrieks in terror, Lufan offers some kind advice. You should really keep it down. My friend here isn't nearly as patient as I am. Lufan towers over his fallen foe, speaking with absolute confidence. I told you before, dealing with you is effortless. Even pinned under a dragon's weight, Longxing's pride remains. He barks that the Long family will never let this slide, but the bravado vanishes instantly. Fear paralyzes him, as Lufan's blade slams into the earth right next to his head. Lufan's voice is cold, a warning to the powerful families backing his enemy. Understand this, I'm not sparing you because I'm afraid. Go back and tell the Huanglong families this. In 1 month, my senior and I will return to the Western Territory for justice. With the judgment passed, Lufan orders his companion to finish the job. Xiao Ye, see him out. Xiaobai scoops up the arrogant noble like a discarded toy. His desperate threats continue to echo as he's hauled away. Just wait until I get back, he bellows, right before the dragon launches him into the distant horizon. The black dragon lets out a satisfied huff after her perfect throw. Lufan turns to Ye Wuxian with unwavering resolve. From now on, senior, our fates are tied. Before he can finish, she pulls him into a tight embrace. She clings to him, her heart finally finding peace. A rare, genuine smile of happiness touches her face. Thank you, Lufan, she whispers. The young hero turns beet red, stammering that there's no need for such formalities between them. However, the shadows return to Ye Wuxian's eyes. She remembers the heavy price her family has paid over the last 6 months. It all began half a year ago during a disastrous expedition into an unknown territory in the west. Vivid, painful memories of the ruins and the broken battlefield flood her mind. 4 Tier 4 experts were lost, including her own grandfather. To make matters worse, the Huanglong families immediately moved in to devour their resources. Images of her standing alone in the pouring rain flash back. She had been desperate, fighting tooth and nail to save her legacy. She remembers the crushing weight of every door slammed in her face while she begged for help. I traveled everywhere, but no one dared to cross the 2 great families of the West, she thinks bitterly. She had already prepared for the total collapse of the Ye family, hoping only to find a safe place for her people. She lets out a soft sigh. Though she's deeply grateful, she can't help but worry about the risks Lufan is taking. In my eyes, what you did today was incredibly reckless, she admits softly. But as she looks at him, a warm smile replaces her worry. The pain of the past finally begins to fade. But, thank you. For showing me that I'm not fighting this battle alone anymore. Lufan meets her gaze, his eyes shining with conviction. Don't say that. You were the one who taught me how to fight and helped me find those vital enchantments. You ignored your own family's troubles and pushed through your injuries for my sake. You traveled 10,000 miles to the Tidy Kingdom just to save me. Lufan's voice is like steel, a vow to protect his benefactor. So when those families try to bully you, did you really think I'd just stand by and watch? Ye Wuxian is stunned, her heart racing. To think that the boy I once protected has now become my greatest pillar of strength. The onlookers can't help but feel a wave of relief, seeing the 2 of them finally standing together. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the primordial forest, the secret realm gifted by Elder Han. Knowing the war with the Western families is looming, Lufan leads his team deep into the realm to push their limits. The training is brutal, but the results are undeniable. Their collective strength reaches heights Lufan never thought possible. Lu Xiaoman reaches level 34, Hanke hits level 33, and Qin Chu climbs to level 34. Jian Ying reaches level 35, while Lufan himself surges to level 45. Even the blue dragon evolves to level 25. A legendary transformation begins. The dragon's crimson orb shifts into a brilliant imperial gold. All of the blue dragon's skill multipliers skyrocket, doubling from 50% to a massive 100%. Every lightning strike now leaves behind a devastating thunder barrier at the point of impact. The counterattack is ready. Any enemy caught within this barrier will suffer devastating damage. This new skill interface is the key to unleashing a transcendent lightning assault. under the form of world-ending thunder. It can perfectly replace the effects of standard thunder jades. He currently wields the Emperor Jade. A powerful voice echoes Apu is truly worthy of being the supreme magic dragon. Upon reaching level 25, the Crimson Jade evolves into the Emperor Jade, doubling Apu's destructive power. A new skill awakens on the screen. A swirling lightning storm waits to unleash its heavenly fury upon his enemies. The green dragon unlocks a new ability, Thunder Vortex. Above them, the sky churns with rolling storm clouds. 1 week later, Andre announces that the teleportation array to Breaking Wave Port is ready. Since Shadow Island is lethal, I decide to accompany him. Before departure, Ye Wuxian arrives with a gaze of unshakable determination. Her piercing resolve makes it impossible for Lu Fan to refuse. My senior sister insists on joining the journey, no matter the cost. Her prowess is formidable enough to earn my trust. Surely, she is strong enough to handle the terrors of Shadow Island. I do not refuse her. Yet, while accepting her help, I remain silently worried about the internal injuries she is still nursing. The scene shifts to the massive docks of Breaking Wave Port within the snow country. A familiar voice rings out through the biting, icy winds of the harbor. My brother in arms beams with excitement as Lu Fan and Ye Wuxian emerge. Andre rushes over to welcome us. My friend, I have finally been waiting for your arrival. Andre introduces 3 rank 4 powerhouses from his clan, their presence heavy and imposing. Level 91 Victor, level 92 Mihai, and level 91 Ivan. Andre turns, gesturing proudly to the colossal vessel behind him. A squad of 20, rank 3 experts waits on deck. They will be our vanguard as we head toward Shadow Island. Now, witness our ultimate trump card, Andre declares with a grin. A massive dreadnought looms before them, its silver hull shimmering with a domineering, soul-crushing aura. This Sea Emperor-class magic dreadnought is forged from 1,000-year silver-plated dragon bone. 36 magic cannons can level half an island. No expense was spared to ensure our absolute victory. Lu Fan stares in awe, offering a playful, impressed smirk. Not bad. Truly, you have lost all sense of frugality. Andre rubs his neck bashfully. For this expedition, I had to come fully prepared. He pats Lu Fan's shoulder confidently. With your help, this mission is practically already a success. The scene shifts as the massive ship sets sail, cutting through the dark, restless waters. The weather turns foul as lightning strikes. Suddenly, a monstrous beast erupts from the depths. It lunges at the ship in a blind rage. But then, a true predator appears in the sky above. Suddenly, celestial light cascades from the heavens, making the very air shimmer with stardust. This is Starfall. Galaxy fire rains down relentlessly, and I can cast other spells while the stars continue to fall. Severely wounded, the beast abandons its prey and retreats into the dark abyss of the ocean. Another skill activates. Divine lightning strikes the locked target without mercy. Each strike is as precise and devastating as a god's blade aimed at the beast's heart. Heavenly tribulation locks onto the enemy, unleashing high-speed lightning strikes that deal catastrophic damage. Andre exclaims in awe, "Brother, your class is truly terrifying. My last trip wasn't nearly this smooth." The system updates as our power surges. On the way to Shadow Island, Star Sea Dragon reaches level 34. Simultaneously, the Green Dragon ascends to level 26. Andre can't help but laugh at the display. Winning while lying down. This feels more like a vacation. Lu Fan checks his stats, quietly satisfied. These unexpected gains on the road are a welcome surprise. Both Stardust and Apu have leveled up. If I find the right synthesis materials on the island, it will be perfect. A shout echoes from the crow's nest. Their destination finally emerges through the thick, eerie fog. Boss, Shadow Island is dead ahead. In the gloom, the ship's beacon cuts through the darkness, revealing the cursed island they have been seeking. All eyes turn toward the mysterious shore. Tension and excitement ripple through the crew as they face the unknown. Andre's voice drops low. Excited? This is just the shore. The real nightmare is waiting deep inside. Andre chuckles softly, his calm voice echoing. No need for concern. Suddenly, azure light and lightning strike. I'll guide our ship through a safe path to the misty island. Amidst the thunder, the ship slices through waves like a predator hunting its prey. The crew gathers on deck, staring ahead. The time has come, with Lu Fan leading the charge. Brother Lu, we've reached Shadow Island. It's all up to you now. Everything depends on your move. Deep within the island, amidst the roaring surf, inside a temple, a deep voice echoes. The royal ancestor appears, his sword intent, slicing the air. You've arrived. Footsteps approach. It's Huang Yutian, a level 98 peerless sword cultivator. Huang Yutian bows with deep respect. The ancestor acknowledges him with a brief, majestic nod. Huang Yutian clasps his hands. The Ye family's flying immortal shrine is truly divine. In days, I'll shatter the level 97 shackles and reach level 98. Seeing this progress, the ancestor sighs. You truly are a once-in-a-century genius of our family. My brothers and I gained nothing compared to your results today. Despite the praise, Huang Yutian remains humble. He shakes his head. It's not just talent, it's the nature of my class traits. You are heaven priests, but this shrine honors the ancient sword immortal. Without that connection, the deeper truths remain hidden. The ancestor is deeply impressed. Yet, Huang Yutian feels the limits. It's a pity we can only enter once for 3 days. If I had a year here, I could surely challenge level 100. As night falls, the royal ancestor lifts his tea. Yutian. He smiles faintly. After the 4th advancement, simple experience grinding is no longer effective. What truly matters is understanding your own class's essence. Once you master that power, leveling up becomes effortless. Hearing this, a wave of clarity washes over Huang Yutian. It wasn't an illusion. The constant experience gain in the shrine was because his new insights were lowering the experience required to level up. He bows deeply, eyes lowered. Yutian has learned much. Suddenly, Huang Yutian remembers something crucial. He looks up. Ancestor, I heard rumors about the Ye and Long families. The ancestor scoffs. That Long family brat broke the rules. He insulted a Ye family lady, only to be humiliated by her student in public. Huang Yutian is stunned. A student? Is he also a 4th advancement master? Even if Longhang is average, he has reached the 4th advancement. He should be able to last 3 moves against me. The ancestor counters. What if he's only level 45, the only Dragon Tamer in history? The ancestor's eyes gleam with interest. He's the Dragon Country hero who won the national trials and crushed Longhang. Despite the facts, Huang Yutian remains skeptical. In the end, the Dragon Clan's power is likely carrying a common human. The image of Longhang flashes in his mind. He left a message through Longhang. He claims he'll return in a month to settle scores with our families. Huang Yutian's lips curl into a cold, mocking smile. He doesn't know the height of the heavens. He doesn't understand the power we represent. The fires of youth burn bright, but the fall will be devastating. Huang Yutian pauses. He may be reckless, but those dragons are no joke. If he truly dares to cross into my western borders next month, I might just let him keep his life. The royal ancestor's voice dripped with hidden agendas. If this boy submitted, he'd become a legendary asset for the crown. He responded smoothly, playing along with the momentum of the conversation. To be chosen by our royalty. Unless he's a fool, he'll be drowning in gratitude, the ancestor noted, finalizing the plan. However, the Long family shared the same hunger once the Ye family fell. A bloody shadow war would surely erupt. Huang Yutian confidently stepped forward, accepting full authority over the matter from the ancestor. Rest easy, ancestor. If the Longs don't know their place, I'll show them the true power gap between our families. The ship carrying Lu Fan and his companions finally docked, and the team began to disembark onto the island. Andre frowned, questioning the decision. Are we really leaving the others behind? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes at the swirling fog. The outer mist is manageable, he replied softly. But the deeper we go, the faster life itself withers away. Vitality drains and stamina collapses. Bringing more people only creates liabilities that will slow us down to a crawl. As expected of the national trial's top seed, Yan's voice drifted from behind, dripping with icy sarcasm. A mere second awakening brat calling third awakenings baggage? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds, doesn't it? Without a priest to sustain you, you won't last a minute in this god-forsaken place. Lu Fan didn't argue. He simply smirked. My dragon familiar can provide better support than any priest. Yan stared in disbelief. Are you mocking me? A dragon. Are you mocking me, a dragon? Performing the sacred duties of a priest? Impossible, Victor chimed in. Dragons are apex predators built for destruction. When it comes to healing, they can't match a specialist. Suddenly, a firm voice cut through the heavy tension, silencing the brewing argument. Enough. Lu Fan has his reasons. Andre sighed and ordered Ivan's group to remain on the vessel. Everyone stay on the ship until we return. No exceptions. Lu Fan sighed. He'd managed to attract more unwanted resentment. The trio pushed into the mist toward their objective. Ye Wuxian's brow furrowed as the atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy. My body. It feels like lead, he muttered, trying to steady his breathing against the crushing pressure. The fog is accelerating our life drain. We can endure it now, but further in, it becomes a death sentence. Suddenly, Lu Fan raised his hand, gathering a concentrated swirl of spiritual energy. With a surge of power, he summoned Xiao Fei. As the biting wind howled, he turned to his loyal companion. Xiao Fei, release the emerald light. A brilliant, jade-colored radiance erupted from Xiao Fei, washing the team in pure, revitalizing energy. Emerald light bestows 3 layers of emerald blessing upon all designated targets, cleanses all debuffs and boosts all attributes by 30%. Each blessing layer can nullify one instance of incoming damage. Andre frantically checked his status window, his eyes widening in absolute shock at the divine tier effects. Holy hell, every single debuff is gone. Even a high-level priest couldn't pull off a miracle like this. Ye Wuxian gasped as his exhaustion vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of overwhelming power. My strength is skyrocketing. Is the support magic of the dragon race truly this legendary? Andre gripped his weapon, his eyes flashing with a thirst for battle as he shattered the gloomy silence. I feel invincible. Let's charge straight for the Shadow Spring and end this. Suddenly, Lufan's gaze snapped forward. Sensing a lethal presence, he threw up a hand to signal an immediate halt. Stop. Something's here. Andre dropped into a low combat stance, scanning the edge of the fog with predatory intensity. What is it? Lufan's eyes narrowed into slits as he whipped his head toward a shifting shadow in the mist. A dagger hissed through the air toward Lufan's throat, but he dodged effortlessly, letting the blade bury itself in stone. Counterattacking instantly, he drew his bow and loosed a devastating shot. System notifications flooded his vision. Soul Reaper Arrow. In its uncharged state, it fires 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. A silhouette emerged from the swirling gray. Shadow Swordsman. Level 80, Ghost Raid. The Shadow Swordsman dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. A heartbeat later, it materialized behind its prey to unleash a brutal strike, dealing 200% physical damage. Bastion of the Dead. Generates a shadow shield for 5 seconds, reducing all incoming physical damage by 70%. Requiem Echo. The Shadow Swordsman detonates its internal energy, dealing 300% explosive shadow damage within 10 meters. Andre spotted the Shadow Swordsman and immediately alerted Lufan. Watch it. This monster dealt us a devastating blow last time. It can negate 70% of physical attacks and vanish like a ghost within the thick black mist. Hearing this, Wuxian grinned with interest. So, it's a tough nut to crack, huh? Unsheathing her weapon, her battle spirit ignited. I'd like to see if it can actually withstand my next strike. Without another word, she lunged at the Shadow Swordsman, delivering a brutal, direct slash. Lufan watched in awe, realizing her spear and staff were a single, dual-purpose weapon. As the clash intensified, Wuxian eventually emerged victorious. Despite the heat of battle, she caught Lufan's words and called out to him. She explained that her weapon could fluidly shift between melee spear and magical staff forms. I rarely need to switch. But suddenly, a cold shiver of pure dread raced down her spine. Simultaneously, Andre drew his own blade, his voice urgent. Stay sharp. These wretched things never hunt alone. If you see one, an entire swarm is lurking nearby. As his weapon gleamed, the system announced, Flame God's Descent. Andre channels the power of the high fire deity, Swarok. All attributes surged by 100%, and explosive wings manifested, granting him temporary flight. His duration depended on his spirit stat. Looking at the encroaching shadows, he muttered, These things are relentless, they never let go of their prey. Recalling their past tragedy, he gritted his teeth in suppressed rage. During our last search for the Shadow Island, we were slaughtered by these very monsters. We lost over half our brothers, and even a 4th job expert perished here. We barely escaped with our lives. Lufan suggested that with 4th job power, a safe retreat should be possible. However, Andre shook his head bitterly. Don't even mention it. Last time, deep within the map, even with 3 healers, we couldn't keep up. We were nearly wiped out in an instant. Despite the grim tale, Lufan remained unshaken. Relax. This time, the outcome will be different. He swiftly summoned his pet. Xiao Fei. Call forth the cursed bone holy dragon. At his command, the dragon manifested from the abyss. The system flashed. Natural assimilation active. The dragon bone flute resonates, summoning the cursed bone holy dragon. Its level perfectly syncs with the summoner's current strength. Andre stared in disbelief, cursing under his breath. Damn, this defies all logic. An item that summons a beast this strong? Not wasting a second, Lufan ordered the assault. Xiaofei unleashed Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing. Following his lead, the little dragon fired off 2 powerful spells in rapid succession. Emerald Blessing boosted attack power significantly, while Dragon Energy amplified total damage by 6-fold. The Emerald Light purged all debuffs, boosting all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each layer of blessing acted as a shield, negating incoming strikes. To support her, Lufan joined the fray. Dragon's Inspiration. This skill surged through him and his pets, raising all attributes and attack power by 30%. Empowered by the buff, the dragon's aura exploded with terrifying intensity. Lufan charged toward the Shadow Swordsman, but paused to warn Xiaofei, Your wounds aren't healed. Stay back. I'll handle this. Behind him, Andre charged forward too. Wait for me. You only brought 2 dragons. Lufan replied coolly without looking back. 2 is more than enough. Just as he said, his two dragon pets began tearing through the shadow swordsman with ease. Even Lu Fan dove into the thick of it, and soon, the Shadow Knights were being executed one by one. Suddenly, a chill wind blew. Amidst the chaos, Andre roared a warning. "Look out! These bastards strike from the dark. If that scythe touches you, it drains your very life force until you're useless." While they stood on high alert, Lu Fan sensed a deadly projectile whistling through the air. A hooked chain swung from the shadows, aiming directly for Wu Xian's neck. Lu Fan screamed, "Watch out!" But Wu Xian was no damsel in distress. "You really think I'm an easy target?" she scoffed. She swung her staff with precision, parrying the sneak attack. A smirk played on her lips as she hissed, "I'm the one you should fear." With a powerful thrust, she knocked the assassin back, proving they had picked the wrong victim. As she moved in for the kill, a dragon suddenly loomed behind her, breathing a torrent of fire that incinerated the shadow assassin instantly. Wu Xian watched the enemy disintegrate into dust, her voice trembling with awe. "Is this the true power of a dragon? It's completely beyond anything I ever imagined." Staring at her weapon, Wu Xian realized that against a level 85 elite, her two new skills could now deliver a guaranteed one-shot kill. A thrill of excitement surged through her. Seeing it from afar was one thing, but experiencing the White Dragon's insane buffs firsthand was a total game-changer. Suddenly, she pleaded, "Lu Fan, forget the Western Territory disputes for a moment. Just lend me Xiao Fei. With her at my side, I could flatten the Huang and Long families all by myself." Xiao Fei let out a terrified whimper. "Senior." Lu Fan sighed, asking if she was quite finished showing off. Seeing the poor dragon girl shaking, Lu Fan quickly gathered the loot, acquiring 2 Shadow Island breaths. Noticing Xiao Fei was on the verge of tears, he gently patted her head to reassure her. "Don't be scared, Xiao Fei. I'd never let anyone take you away." Wu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Honestly, with Xiao Fei around, it's impossible not to feel invincible. Andre laughed in agreement. "I definitely know that feeling." Lu Fan checked his system interface, letting out a dissatisfied sigh at the current numbers. The drop rate for Shadow Island breath was abysmally low. He needed a massacre. A system alert flashed. The Shadow Dragon King's Covenant, a rare consumable map. Collecting the necessary materials would allow him to summon the Shadow Dragon King, the Black Blade, to fight for 60 minutes, usable 3 times. Current progress: Distilled Wine, 0 of 3, Bone Crystal 1 of 1, Shadow Island Breath 17 of 300, and Shadow Spring 0 of 50. Andre clapped a hand on his shoulder, teasing him for his greed. "Relax," he assured. "The road ahead is crawling with monsters." Lu Fan's eyes lit up with battle intent. "Then let's keep moving." Andre didn't hesitate, pointing the way deeper into the darkness. "No problem. The source of shadows lies right in this direction." As they traveled, Lu Fan summoned his dragon pets to clear the path. "Convert these shadow swordsmen into attribute points immediately. Don't let a single one go to waste." Right at that moment, the trio sensed a shift. A fresh horde of shadow swordsmen emerged with twisted, mocking grins. They weren't afraid. They were hungry for blood. Andre charged forward with a roar. "Speak of the devil. More materials have delivered themselves to us." Lu Fan turned to Wu Xian with concern. "Senior, watch your injuries. Leave this trash to me and Andre." Wu Xian brushed off the concern with a confident smirk. "With Xiao Fei's buffs, I'm perfectly fine, and I'm not about to let you two hog all the glory." A fierce battle erupted, but the outcome was never in doubt. 4 hours of relentless slaughter later, the final Shadow Swordsman fell. A notification popped up. Shadow Island Breath acquired. Total count, 72 out of 300. Ignoring the alerts, Lu Fan gazed at the horizon in wonder. "Finally, we've reached the heart of the island." Andre cursed under his breath. They had officially arrived at the center of Shadow Island. Looking at the ruins, Andre gasped in disbelief. The center of the island is actually a massive ancient city? Lu Fan scanned the perimeter. The scale was staggering. The city was as vast as Zhanghai City itself. Andre noted the eerie surroundings. "This is the city gate, yet it's covered in nothing but endless graves." Wu Xian added grimly, "No signs of life. Not even a single monster can be seen." Andre checked his map. The shadow source is definitely inside these ruins. But Lu Fan felt a sudden chill. Something was terribly wrong. Without warning, a sphere of pure energy materialized right behind Wu Xian's back. Lu Fan reacted instantly, lunging toward her with a desperate shout. "Senior, look out!" The magic sphere slammed into the earth, triggering a massive explosion. Wu Xian, trembling after the rescue, whispered, "Thank you, Lu Fan." But he pointed to the dragon girl. "Thank Xiao Fei. That sneak attack was far too fast for any normal human to react to." Andre scanned the shadows, roaring in fury. "What was that? Who's there? Show yourself." The trio huddled within Xiao Fei's protective barrier, eternal guard, shield activated. The shield's durability was fueled entirely by the Eternal One's health and her massive self-regeneration. Lu Fan knew the situation had turned dire. He shifted into a combat stance, eyes narrowing. There are invisible monsters here, and we are completely surrounded. He immediately summoned his dragon pets to the front. Xiao Ye, use your perception. Find them now. With its keen perception, the black dragon can sniff out any foe lurking in stealth or submerged in shadows. It unleashes a skill that shatters the invisibility of every enemy on the field, leaving no room for cowards to hide. A swarm of monsters suddenly materializes, forcing a startled gasp from Lu Fan as the ambush is revealed. They're here. Level 95. Elite monsters, the Shadow Dirge Singers, surround them, leaving even Wu Xian shaken by their numbers. Over 1,000 monsters have appeared. Just then, the system interface flashes with the deadly details of these creatures. Shadow Dirge Singer, level 95. Their shadow stealth allows them to vanish if they avoid damage for just 10 seconds. Their death song unleashes a melody of despair, forcing everyone within 100 meters to suffer through terrifying hallucinations. Using shadow magic, they launch spheres of concentrated darkness at their targets with lethal precision. These attacks deal massive shadow damage and cripple movement speed. While the others tense, Andre wonders why Miss Ye is worried. With Lu Fan and his dragon, this is child's play. Andre scoffs. But in that moment, Lu Fan senses a disturbance. Hold on. Do you hear that vibration from underground? Lu Fan warns. Wu Xian lets out a terrified scream. Could it be a boss? Lu Fan scans the area, sensing a presence far more dangerous than anything they've faced. Xiao Ye. On his command, Xiao Ye activates its detection skill once more to flush out the hidden threat, but the results are inconclusive. Lu Fan notes the monster is still burrowing deep below, its level lower than the others. Strangely, its skills remain hidden from identification. Andre pales, realizing they could be struck by a lethal ambush at any second. Wu Xian quickly formulates a plan. In that case, Andre and I will keep our eyes glued to the ground. Lu Fan focuses on clearing the enemies in the sky first. He agrees that securing the perimeter is their priority. Senior is right. We must wipe out these Shadow Dirge Singers before we can safely enter the city walls. Without a second of hesitation, she charges forward with Andre. Get ready, Andre bellows, drawing his heavy weapon. Here it comes. Lu Fan chants, summoning the majestic flame god avatar to manifest by his side. Xiao Fei? He notices her gesturing toward a narrow crack in the ruins. Nestled deep inside is a mysterious letter. Driven by curiosity, Lu Fan reaches into the debris and pulls the stuck parchment free. Reading the script, his eyes widen. It's a hidden quest. Their objective, hunt the underground boss. Lu Fan looks at Xiao Fei. You've done it again, Xiao Fei. Great job. Together, they pore over the details of the secret mission. The Shadow Burrower's fate is finally sealed. Who wouldn't be thrilled about gaining an unexpected bonus reward? Reward order for the Shadow Burrower. Acquired. Suddenly, a surge of hostile energy erupts, prompting a warning from Wu Xian. Lu Fan, look out! He draws his blade in a flash, activating his Emerald Dragon bloodline to meet the threat. Every skill is now twice as potent for the dragon race. The Black Dragon's majestic chi begins to surge powerfully. Bolstered by Xiao Fei's power, Lu Fan delivers a devastating slash to parry the incoming strike. His Emerald Void, severing stacks jump to 6. All debuffs vanish as his core attributes skyrocket by 60%. Each blessing layer blocks multiple hits. Infused with Dragon Chi, he unleashes a double strike synchronized with his pet. Wu Xian watches with a knowing smile. Not even level 95 skills faze him. Lu Fan has truly been underestimated. Flames erupt with a roar as Andre bellows. The burrower has finally shown its face. Massive dragon wings sprout from Lu Fan's shoulders. Seizing the moment, he summons Xiao Ye to unleash the world-ending roar. Under the influence of the Emerald Dragon bloodline, every ability is now amplified to its absolute peak performance. He gives the signal. Xiao Fei, activate Emerald Mirror for the fallen Holy Dragon. The dragons are enveloped in a golden sheen, as the skill duplicates them into 4 shimmering projections. These mirror images inherit every skill of the original, with their power scaled up to 60%. 8 majestic dragons now fill the sky, their roars shaking the earth. Everyone, charge. Lu Fan commands with authority. Andre lets out a boisterous laugh. Send them to their graves. Wu Xian readies her strike, while Xiao Ye soars. The world-ending roar erupts with fury, inflicting massive damage and crippling every enemy with debilitating weakness. Like a storm of golden light, the dragons rain down relentless strikes upon their terrified foes. The system announces Demon Dragon Raid. Lu Fan is cloaked in corrupt energy, propelling him forward at godlike speeds. He tears through the enemy, slashing their attack power by 99% while amplifying every negative status effect. Incredible, brother. Andre cheers, witnessing 10 monsters fall every second. Beside him, Wuxian pierces the enemy lines. The Shadow Earthshaker is closing in. Is there time? Lu Fan smirks. More than enough. He leaps, unleashing a devastating cleave upon the enemy. The system triggers the space-severing strike. Infused with dragon chi, the blade strikes twice in a lethal sequence. By syncing with his dragon pet, he unleashes a dual-layered dragon chi surge. Andre watches, completely stunned by the display. Damn, he wiped them out that fast? Wuxian snaps him back to reality. Stop daydreaming, Andre. Focus. She senses something writhing deep beneath the soil and shouts a warning. The Shadow Earthshaker is finally here. A level 90 monstrosity, the Shadow Earthshaker. Its skills are unknown, emerging from the ground like a colossal, haunting larva as the system identifies it. Miasma chrysalis, Stage 1. The Earthshaker begins devouring all nearby shadow miasma to fuel its evolution. It encases itself in a cocoon, but not before resurrecting every nearby corpse to serve as sacrificial summoning materials. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Is it evolving? Wait. The graves around us are shifting. Suddenly, bloated orange hands burst through the dirt. These grotesque creatures are level 85 summons, the Dusk Walkers. Beside them, a horde of shadow-infused zombies begins crawling out from the depths of the earth. These are level 90 summons, the frenzied revenants, brought back to life by the Earthshaker's dark will. Andre's greatsword carves through the undead. There's too many. Lu Fan, what's the plan? Wuxian stabs through a ghoul, grimacing. Disgusting creatures. Lu Fan gives the command to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, reduce these abominations to ashes. The system announces the Black Dragon's shift into the Dragon of Destruction. Simultaneously, Lu Fan directs Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei transforms, unleashing the Spirit Guardian. The system confirms the Emerald Dragon's secondary form activation. The Spirit Light of the Emerald Bloodline activates. All skill effects are doubled for the Dragon Tribe and those sharing the bloodline. Xiao Ye exhales a torrent of cataclysmic flames. The blast incinerates the area, causing massive explosions that engulf the battlefield in fire. Andre cheers at the carnage. Incredible, brother. Now that's the kind of firepower we need. Look, the Earthshaker is moving. The system buffs the Spirit Guardian, boosting all attributes from 100 to 200%. Every time they take a hit, the Guardian aura absorbs the impact. Each hit generates layers of defensive chi. After reaching 10 stacks, it triggers a massive chi shockwave. The reflected damage is amplified 10 times, doubling the total absorbed power into a devastating counterattack. Andre is amazed by the damage reduction and constant healing. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the Shadow Earthshaker activates its next move. Miasma Chrysalis, Stage 2. While inside the cocoon, the boss reduces all incoming damage by 90%. If its health drops below 50%, it will consume nearby summons to instantly regenerate its life force. 3 seconds remain until the chrysalis breaks. 2 seconds left. Lu Fan yells, "Brace yourselves, it's coming out." 1 second. The transformation is complete. Its true form emerges from the darkness. I am reborn. The system identifies the new threat. The Shadow Dragon General, level 95. In night form, its physical and magical attacks are boosted by 25%. Then comes the Sub-Dragon form. In this state, the Dragon General takes a draconic shape, increasing its physical and magical strength by another 25%. Shadow Miasma Drain. If the General's health falls below 25%, it will drain life from the surrounding miasma. Wu Xian stands frozen in awe at the sheer pressure. The Shadow Dragon General. The cocoon was just a shell. This is the true boss. Andre can't believe his eyes. Is this even possible? Lu Fan, what do we do? Lu Fan gathers his power, looking completely unfazed. What else? We kill it. He summons a bolt of divine lightning as Xiao Ye transforms into a terrifying thunder dragon. The system announces the descent of thunder. In this form, the world-ending lightning replaces all previous Jade effects. With the Emperor's Jade active, all of the Azure Dragon's skill powers are increased by 100%. Every lightning spell now creates a thunder domain. Any enemy moving within this field takes massive bonus elemental damage. Lu Fan charges forward, shouting to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, protect the others and provide support. She casts Emerald Mirror on Wu Xian and Andre. Understood. She flies toward them, initiating her own transformation. Emerald Dragon form, the Eternal One. She manifests the Eternal Guardian Shield to wall off the battlefield. Within the shield, damage is absorbed based on the Eternal One's health and self-regeneration capabilities. Wu Xian is worried. Lu Fan, you're going alone? Before she can finish, Xiao Ye creates massive illusions to strike. Xiao Ye unleashes a primal roar, activating her ultimate, Emerald Mirror. This skill clones allies, turning 2 into 4 Jade reflections. These mirrors inherit all original skills with 60% of the base attributes. Through the Emerald Dragon lineage, all skill effects are doubled for Dragonkin and those sharing their bloodline. The battlefield is instantly flooded with 8 powerful jade clones. As the monster spews relentless flames, Lu Fan soars high, channeling green dragon energy for a preemptive strike. He commands a total annihilation as red and blue energies collide in a violent explosion. This is Lava Burst, an area of effect skill that erupts into a sea of intense, scorching flames. A pool of molten lava forms, trapping enemies and inflicting massive, continuous burn damage. Next comes Rolling Thunder, summoning storm clouds to strike the target with 3 consecutive lightning bolts. Its devastating power scales with his spirit attribute. The monster screams in agony, unable to believe its defeat. The dual energies incinerate the beast instantly. Lu Fan lands the finishing blow, securing their path into the ruins. The system chimes. Lu Fan reaches level 46, while the Black Dragon hits level 45. The Emerald Dragon reaches level 40, and the Green Dragon hits level 27, unlocking a new skill. As the smoke clears, Lu Fan examines Xiao Fei's new ability, Mobile Guardian. It provides a 5-minute damage reduction shield that grants total immunity to all debuffs. At level 40, this skill reduces damage by 30% while shielding the target from any negative status effects. Lu Fan realizes that thanks to Xiao Fei's traits, he and the dragons receive double the protection. With this, they no longer need to constantly spam Jade Light just to survive the toxic miasma. Lu Fan turns to his dragon companion. Xiao Fei, cast Mobile Guardian on everyone. She roars in affirmation. Andre exhales in relief, amazed by Lu Fan's ever-growing arsenal of skills. Wu Xian agrees, noting that the debuff immunity finally allows them to brave the island's poison. Andre kneels, placing his hand on the fallen monster. The Shadow Island's toxins can no longer touch them. Seeing their advantage, Wu Xian suggests they assist Lu Fan in gathering rare materials immediately. Suddenly, a notification appears. Divine Bone Fusion allows the fallen Saint Dragon to dismantle remains. By absorbing these divine husks, it converts 1% of the target's total attributes into its own power. Andre notes that having the dragons consume the corpses makes the material harvesting much cleaner. Without hesitation, Wu Xian rushes over to help secure the battlefield's spoils. Lu Fan watches them, grateful for his allies. With their help, the collection will be finished in no time. He quickly halts the fallen Saint Dragon, preventing it from consuming the Shadow Dragon General's remains. A level 95 hidden boss is far too valuable to waste as mere attribute points. The beast rises, now a loyal level 95 fallen Shadow Dragon General puppet. In night form, it engages in human-sized combat, boosting physical and shadow damage by 25%. In subdragon form, its physical and shadow power scales even higher, crushing enemies with pure strength. Its most terrifying trait is the Shadow Miasma, a desperation move for when health is low. Below 25% health, it releases a toxic cloud that drains the life force of all nearby enemies. The general bows deeply, its soul bound in eternal servitude to its new master. Lu Fan now commands 5 legendary guardians, each capable of overwhelming a 4th-class expert with ease. Once he finds stronger puppets, he can let the Saint Dragon absorb these 5 for a massive stat boost. He pulls out a quest scroll, eager to see the fruits of his labor. The Shadow Earth Digger quest is complete. A golden treasure chest materializes out of thin air. It's an epic tier reward bag from the Royal Archmage's personal collection. Lu Fan pulls out a rare quality upgrade scroll. This is even better than a weapon drop. This enchantment scroll can elevate any epic item to legendary plus quality in a single use. A short moment later, the group regathers under the dark sky. Andre smiles, showing off their haul. They've successfully harvested every ounce of essence from the island. The status window flickered 397 Shadow Island essences had been successfully harvested. This should be more than enough, Lu Fan muttered. Thanks everyone. Total essence count, 569,300. Andre eyed the scroll in Lu Fan's hands. That is a high-tier item. Your luck is truly insane today. Wu Xian smiled gently. Your soul wings are already legendary. Upgrading them to Legendary Plus is definitely the smartest move. Lu Fan summoned his draconic wings. You are right, Senior. He channeled his mana, letting intense flames envelop his entire body. Since his destructive power was already maxed out, enhancing his aerial mobility was the perfect tactical upgrade. You look way cooler than before, Lu Fan, Wu Xian chirped. He felt weightless as his flight mastery reached a new peak. System notification. Upgrading Flying Dragon King Soul Wings from Legendary Quality to Legendary Plus. Requirements. Agility, 356. Strength, 291. Spirit, 246. Durability, 234. Perk. Level restrictions removed. Advanced flight and speed capabilities have been further enhanced. Burst flight. All attributes increased by 20% while airborne. Lu Fan beat his wings, testing the surging power. The stat boost while flying is incredible, Lu Fan noted before soaring high into the dark clouds. Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei, Follow me. We are heading to the central palace to find the Shadow Spring. A bow lunged forward with a competitive roar. It seemed the dragon wanted to race Lu Fan to the center. Hey, don't leave us behind, Andre shouted, while Wu Xian urged the team to remain on high alert. Suddenly, a phantom whisper echoed in Lu Fan's ears. Help! Please help me. It was a magical transmission. The voice was desperate, sounding just like when the principal spoke through Wu Xian. Please. I beg of you. The group halted. Andre looked around nervously. Did you hear that? It is coming from the palace ruins below. Wu Xian shook her head quickly. Don't look at me. I have no reason to pull a prank like that. We will only find answers inside, Lu Fan declared, as they descended toward the Shadow Island's central palace. As they touched down safely, the mysterious voice resonated again. Yes, you can finally hear me. Lu Fan scanned the desolate courtyard. The voice is getting stronger. The source must be right here. Andre nodded, gripping his weapon. This is it. The Shadow Spring should be close. Suddenly, a hooded figure emerged. 3,000 years. The old man wheezed. A hero has finally come. Please, do not be afraid of me. But then, he saw the massive dragon. A dragon! Help! It is going to eat me! He scrambled behind a door. A bow let out a frustrated huff, which basically meant, shut up, you old fossil. I am not interested. Whack. Xiaoye delivered a sharp chop to a bow's head. Stop causing trouble, Lu Fan commanded his pet. So he was the voice, Andre realized. Wu Xian added, he seems harmless, but keep your guard up. Lu Fan stepped toward the trembling ghost. You were the one calling for help. What do you need? Forgive me, great hero, the ghost stammered, regaining his composure. I lost my mind for a moment out of fear. He began his tragic tale. Long ago, this beautiful place was known as the Island of Heavenly Blessing. I was the royal archmage. I perished trying to protect our sacred blessed spring from a terrible darkness. 3,000 years ago, a black dragon descended. Its toxic miasma brought absolute ruin to our kingdom. None could stand against it. The corruption tainted our waters, turning our king and his people into monsters. His form began to flicker. Please, free my king. Let our souls find peace and restore this tragic island. Andre stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that is why no one has reached this depth for 3 millennia. Wu Xian sighed. It seems the Shadow Spring you're looking for is being guarded by the corrupted king himself. The source of the curse and the spring are one and the same, she added, looking toward the throne room. New quest. The Royal Archmage's final plea. Objective. Purge the corruption from the Island of Heavenly Blessing. Details. The king has mutated into a half-dragon abomination. His subjects have become restless, mindless undead. The Archmage has pinned his final hopes on you to end the eternal nightmare of this island. Mission goal, slay the Shadow Dragon Man King. Progress, 0 out of 1. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he read the final line. The reward. The entire territory of Heavenly Blessing Island? Wait, the whole island becomes mine? Suddenly, the sound of heavy, clawed footsteps echoed through the hall. My king. He has arrived, the old man whispered. Lu Fan turned, sensing a terrifying presence approaching. Heavy footsteps echo as glowing eyes pierce the gloom. The old man's voice trembles once more. Please, restore Tianfu Island so we may finally rest. The Shadow Dragon Man King is closing in. Everyone, prepare for battle. Andre shouts that no matter the cost, they must crush this beast to reach the source of obsession. A twisted figure emerges wearing a royal crown, a literal walking skeleton. The elder's final plea rings out. Set my king free. The system chimes, Shadow Dragonman King, level 95. Skill, Shadow Erosion. The king dissolves into a toxic mist, launching lethal strikes while completely hidden. Skill, Death Sentence. A massive blade cleaves the target for 490% shadow damage. This strike cannot be dodged. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Dragonman Roar, a draconic blast that severely weakens all enemy attributes. Using a haunting human voice, it inflicts mental control. Andre gasps, the Ghost King has been corrupted into this half-man, half-dragon freak. Wu Xian turns to Lu Fan, her face pale. The pressure is overwhelming. Lu Fan, what's the plan? He replies calmly, Andre, stay back and don't be reckless. Senior, fall back to the mages. I'll take the lead. Once it's suppressed, Andre will hunt for the source. System, Flame God True Body activated. All attributes increased by 100%. Wings of Immolation granted, allowing temporary flight. Duration depends on the spirit attribute. Andre grips his axe with a wild grin. I'm not used to the rear guard, but I'll make it work. Wu Xian is battle ready, her judgment sharp. Xiaoye ignites a blaze and screams, let's go. System, Current Dragon Chi Black Dragon 2. Lu Fan draws his blade. Xiaoye, prepare for destruction Great Dragon form. The king roars, lunging forward to cleave Lu Fan with death sentence. a massive overhead strike dealing 490% shadow damage. It's an undodgeable death blow with a 90-second cooldown. Lu Fan reacts instantly, invoking Eternal Guardian to summon a shimmering protective barrier. The shield absorbs damage based on the Eternal One's health and self-recovery power. He smirks. Nice work. Now, it's your turn, Xiao Ye. She quickly conjures a massive sun-like fireball. It's the Molten Burst. After a brief charge, the searing sphere hurtles toward the king. System. Molten Burst creates a violent explosion of flames, leaving a deadly pool of lava behind. Any enemy caught in the pool sinks into the molten rock, suffering massive continuous damage. The king howls, swinging his hand to shatter the flames. Meanwhile, Wu Xian and A Bao move in for a lightning-fast assassination. This boss is no pushover. Wu Xian hurls her spear as A Bao pounces with savage intent. Lu Fan commands the assault. Wu Xian clenches her fist, shouting, "Bind." The king is instantly frozen in place. The opening is here. A Bao transforms, channeling the descent of thunder. In Doomsday Thunder form, the effects of the Thunder Jade are replaced by the Imperial Bright Jade. System. Imperial Bright Jade active. All Azure Dragon skill power is boosted by 100%. Every lightning spell cast now generates a devastating lightning field at the impact point. Enemies moving within the field take massive extra damage. The king screams as electricity racks his body. System alert. 3,300,000 Doomsday lightning bolts summoned within the storm's range. This is the Dragon Guard Forbidden Curse. Its power remains absolute, unaffected by any external lightning sources. Lu Fan blurs forward. I'm not finished yet. He brings his sword down in a lethal arc. Void Slash. System. Dragon Chi Black Dragon 2. A relentless double slash follows, synchronizing with his pets. The king is suddenly caught in a swirling, violent purple vortex. System. Shadow Erosion. The king turns into a toxic gas, preparing to strike from his untrackable state. Lu Fan's eyes widen. What? Andre gasps. The boss. He's gone. Wu Xian yells. Lu Fan, have Xiao Ye track his position. He grits his teeth. It's no use. His stealth can't be broken. Andre, now! Lu Fan bellows. Andre ignites his wings and charges headfirst. Wu Xian screams, Wait! Don't be so reckless! Why are you two acting so foolishly? The king's roar shakes the air. Wu Xian panics. Watch your back. Deploy your defense. Lu Fan, what on earth are you planning? Andre speaks with icy calm. The timing is perfect. The shadow spring must be right here. Suddenly, the king lunges, slamming a devastating fist that buries Andre into the earth, leaving Ye frozen in shock. She whirls around, her voice trembling with rage. Lu Fan, how can you just stand there and be so indifferent? Suddenly, a firm hand rests on her shoulder. Miss Ye, there is no need to worry. The system blares. Jade mirror image activated, creating two identical projections of the ally target. These mirrors inherit every skill, though their current power level sits at 30% of the original. Andre chuckles, stepping out of the shadows. Relax, I am still breathing. That was just my mirror image. The system confirms one active mirror image. He continues. Lu Fan knew the boss wouldn't show its face easily, so he had Xiao Fei help me lure it out. So? Even you were fooled. Our teamwork was pretty flawless, wouldn't you say? She lets out a long sigh of relief. You two nearly gave me a heart attack. But wait, where is Lu Fan? Lu Fan raises his blade, his eyes sharp. I was waiting for the perfect opening. With Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye providing cover, he and A Bu charge. The system alerts. Lava burst charging in progress. Divine retribution charging in progress. Xiao Fei, deploy the dragon domain. Lu Fan roars. Don't let him escape through that toxic mist. Xiao Ye. A Bu prepare for the finishing blow. The king finally realizes the trap, but it is far too late. The party is already unleashing their ultimate strikes. Lu Fan delivers a devastating horizontal slash. The system announces, Dragon Domain deployed, covering a 100-meter radius. All attributes for allied dragon kin and those with linked bloodlines within the domain are boosted by 50%. Enemies lacking dragon bloodlines suffer a 50% attribute penalty and are completely immobilized. All forms of teleportation and summoning into or out of the domain are now blocked. Lava burst erupts into a violent inferno, transforming the ground into a molten lake. Targets caught within sink into the magma, suffering massive, continuous damage. Divine Retribution has locked onto the target and is tracking its every move. A barrage of lightning strikes descends at blinding speeds, dealing catastrophic thunder damage. As the king's form begins to disintegrate, the system chimes. Green Dragon reaches level 28. Black Dragon 2 reaches level 46. Only his crown remains. The system continues. Jade Dragon reaches level 46. Lu Fan has ascended to level 47. Lu Fan stands amidst the ashes, pondering. If my theory is correct, This crown contains the Shadow Radiance Stone. The Shadow Dragon King contract is nearly complete. The system alerts. Royal Archmage's request. Quest updated. Progress. 1 of 1 Shadow Dragonoid Kings slain. 0 of 1 souls laid to rest. Lu Fan examines the artifact. I can dismantle this. It really is the Shadow Radiance Stone. The system display flickers to life. Item. Shadow Crown. Grade. Legendary. Formerly known as the Laurel of the Deceased, worn by the King of Tianfu Island. After the Shadow Radiance Stone was embedded, the evil dragon's corruption transformed the wearer into a twisted monstrosity, neither human nor dragon. Effect. Can be dismantled into 3 Shadow Radiance Stones. The crown shatters into countless fragments. After a moment, only 3 obsidian-colored stones remain in Lu Fan's palm. A confident smile plays on his lips as he tallies his gains. Except for the Shadow Spring water, we have everything. There are even enough surplus materials to net a fortune in dragon coins. The system confirms Demonic Shadow Radiance Stone acquired. Inventory. Shadow Radiance Stones. 3 of 3. Ancient God Crystal. 1 of 1. Shadow Island Essence. 569 out of 300. Shadow Spring. 50 plus. From behind, Ye huffs in annoyance, poking him with her staff. Seriously, if you two were going to pull off such perfect teamwork, why didn't you tell me? You scared the life out of me. Andre tries to soothe the situation. Easy now, Miss Ye. Please, calm your anger. Lu Fan scratches his head with a sheepish grin. Well, it was my first time using the mirror image with another person. It was an emergency, so we had to communicate with just a glance. I promise I'll keep you in the loop next time. She just scoffs, turning her head away. Suddenly, a voice echoes nearby, catching Lu Fan's attention. You are truly extraordinary, my king. He is finally free. The spectral form of an old man reaches toward the blade. Hero, please accept my deepest gratitude. I have waited for this day for far too long. The info panel appears. Shadow Greatsword, a quest item symbolizing the lost authority of Tianfu Island's king. Corrupted by the evil dragon's miasma, it became a vessel imprisoning the souls of the people. Returning it to the Royal Archmage will finally grant them eternal peace. The spirit calls out to Lu Fan once more. Young hero, please, accept the respect of a fallen nation. I have truly lingered in the shadows for much too long. Once Lu Fan grasps the sword, the old spirit declares, I entrust this blade to you then. May the wandering souls of this island finally find rest. His spectral image begins to fade, as the long-suffering people of Tianfu Island are liberated at last. As the old spirit vanishes into the earth, 2 delicate flowers bloom in his wake. Thank you, hero. You have finally restored Blessing Island to its true form. The system chimes. Quest complete. Shadow Dragon King slain, and the restless souls have found peace. I shall keep my promise. The future of Blessing Island now belongs to you. The screen flickers. Shadow Island has officially become Blessing Island. Victor looks up as the eternal storm finally breaks. Ivan stands nearby, his eyes wide with realization. Andre, and that Dragon Master, they actually succeeded. Inside the palace, the sword in Lu Fan's hand dissolves into stardust. The old man's voice echoes once more. From this day forth, this land is yours. The system confirms. Mission complete. Territory system unlocked. Lu Fan smiles, his eyes scanning the glowing data floating before him. I've finally secured my own territory. Wu Xian approaches him. Congratulations. Unlike my family inheritance, you earned this alone. Lu Fan analyzes the interface, fascinated by the new territory functions. It generates daily resources, provides a steady income, and features monster spawns that act as a perfect XP farm. The stats scroll by. Blessing Island, Level 2. Total area, 43,838 square kilometers. Location, Black Saba Sea. Resources, Blessing Light Spring, Sacred Stones, and Tier 2 gold mines. Current inhabitants 4,658, Level 80 swordsmen, and 4,484, Level 85 infantry. Defenses include lightning storms and toxic fog. It's confirmed the purified Shadow Island is now Blessing Island. Lu Fan immediately adjusts the settings, deactivating the storms and the deadly mist, for now. He envisions a bustling trade port, a hub for monster-clearing quests, or even his own private summer resort. But the island's true power is its versatility. He can revert it at any moment. Re-enabling the storms and fog would ban outsiders and transform all resources back into their shadow versions. Production cycles. Blessing Spring 24 hours, Sacred Stones 24 hours, and Gold Mines 48 hours. Even the scenery stones reset every 24 hours, and monsters revert into the ferocious beasts from before. I can leave my dragons and puppets here to farm levels automatically. Lu Fan continues navigating the system. Along with the land, he has unlocked a legendary skill, Territory teleport. He can return here instantly. The notification confirms. New skill acquired territory teleport. The Lord may open or close portals to his domain. Each activation requires 10 seconds, and only one teleportation gateway can exist at any given time. Wu Xian looks back at him, her face beaming. Is it true? That's absolutely amazing. The island is beautiful and safe now. You should bring everyone here to see it. Nearby, Andre sighs heavily. Lu Fan notices his frustration. What's wrong, Andre? Andre scratches his head. My mission was to destroy the Shadow Spring, but I've searched the entire palace and only found one spring. And it's definitely not the Shadow Spring. Wu Xian tilts her head. Maybe there's a hidden area? I'll help you look for it. Lu Fan raises a hand to stop her. Wait. Take me to the water source you found. I might be able to change it back into the Shadow Spring for you. Andre blinks. Change it? How? Wu Xian just giggles and follows Lu Fan. This island belongs to him now, he can do anything. 10 minutes later, they reach the ruined palace courtyard. Lord Lu Fan, my family has land, but nothing like this. Lu Fan stares at the spring and exhales. I was expecting a small fountain, but this. He trails off in awe. It isn't just a spring, it's a massive, shimmering lake. Andre looks at Lu Fan as the realization hits him. You meant reverting the island to its shadow state, right? Lu Fan nods. Exactly. If this is the source, shifting the island back will restore the shadow spring you need. Wu Xian dips her hand into the crystal clear water. It's so pure, it makes me want to take a swim. Lu Fan looks encouraged for a second, then quickly stops her. A swim? Please. Wait, no. Definitely don't do that. Wu Xian scoops some water into her palm, her gaze turning sharp. Lu Fan watches her, curious. Senior, what is it? Wu Xian turns to Andre. This water is miraculous. Look at this. Just touching it makes my attributes increase. Andre's jaw drops. For real? I have to try this. Andre cups the water and yells in excitement. Oh my god, it's true. I can feel the power. Lu Fan finally reaches into the lake himself. So this is the true effect of the Blessing Light Spring. Each level grants a massive boost, 3 to 30% to all attributes. Wu Xian kneels by the pool, stunned. Incredible power. Wait, doesn't that mean I can upgrade 90 times? Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Legendary item, Radiant Spring Water. This divine consumable requires the user to maintain contact with the spring for 10 seconds per level to activate. Warning, attribute boosts far exceed current tiers. If used again after a level's limit is reached, the effect is nullified. Andre is already mesmerized, frantically splashing the mystical water onto his face. Oh, this feels amazing. Wu Xian gives a thumbs up. A single bottle of this stuff would sell for a king's ransom. Should I set up a deal with boss Tianhua? I'll only take a small commission. Lu Fan sighs, cutting her off. Senior, stop being greedy. I'm not selling. We need to focus on Andre's quest first. He taps the interface, shifting the territory's state. The island transforms into Shadow Island. Andre centers himself and calls out. Alert. Radiant Island is now Shadow Island. Defensive array. Lightning, storms, miasma, and fog activated. Nearby, Ivan gazes at the sky in shock. What's happening? Why is the weather changing so fast? Victor panics beside him. What is this? Did Andre and that Dragon Tamer fail their mission? On the other side, Lu Fan gives the command. Xiao Fei, deploy the mobile protection. She ascends into the air, exhaling a swirling blast of azure energy to shield them. System. Shadow Spring, epic grade. Contaminated by darkness, the Radiant Spring has turned into a source of lethal miasma. Andre rests his weapon on his shoulder, looking grim. Lu Fan, I just realized, destroying this spring actually ruins your territory's resources. Lu Fan just shrugs it off with a smile. Don't sweat it, brother. Once your quest is done, I'll find a way to fix it. Wu Xian adds, honestly, the whole city could use a renovation anyway. Andre regains his spirit, hoisting his massive hammer high. Now that sounds like fun. Leave the repairs to me. He slams the ground with earth-shattering force. I'll turn this place into a vacation paradise for you. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Island journey was finally over. It was time to head back. The haul was massive. Not only did I gather tons of materials, but I also unlocked my own territory and became a lord. Andre's quest reward was legendary. Feeling guilty for wrecking the island's resources, he didn't just offer to rebuild everything, he also handed over a gift. It was a skill book of unimaginable power. System. You have received the skill book. Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. Legendary rank, level requirement, 45, teaches the ultimate active skill, Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. The Dragon Tamer merges with all dragon pets, transforming into the myriad Dragon King to unleash an unparalleled strike. Once the world-ending attack concludes, the fusion state dissolves instantly. Now, I just need the Shadow Spring fixed. Then, all materials for the Shadow Dragon King Covenant will be ready. 1 week later, Radiant Island, now Shadow Island, was thriving. Lu Fan reviewed his progress. With the defenses down and the puppet army grinding monsters, this place had become the ultimate leveling zone. To make travel easier, I linked the portal directly to my second villa. But then, an unexpected shout rang through the sunny sky. Ultimate strike. Xiaoman, Hanke, Qinqiu, Xiaofei, Jianying, and Xiaoye were all busy playing beach volleyball. I've got it, Lu Fan sighed helplessly. The scenery was so beautiful that no one wanted to go home. Suddenly, Radiant Island had become a top-tier vacation spot. The only downside was the Shadow Spring, still damaged from Andre's quest. I'd have to wait for him to finish the repairs before I could harvest the spring water again. Deep in a secluded forest, a pristine pool of dark blue water shimmered under the canopy. Bubbles broke the surface of the silent water. Suddenly, Lu Fan, in his majestic dragon form, surfaced, sending spray everywhere. His sharp, powerful dragon claws gripped the shore as he hauled himself out. Amidst the swirling white mist, Lu Fan closed his eyes, exhaling slowly as he shifted back into human form. A voice suddenly whispered in his ear, making him jump. "So this is where you've been hiding?" Lu Fan froze. "Wait! Stay back!" Wu Xian leaped into the water without warning. "You found a hot spring and didn't tell us? You're really something." Sneaking off like her foot slipped on the moss-covered rocks. Her body lurched forward. "Ah!" she screamed as she plummeted toward him. Lu Fan stands upright in the stream, panicking as Wu Xian slips and falls right onto him. The rocks here are dangerously slick. He turns his head away, blushing, and unable to look her in the eye. "What are you doing here?" he stammers. Wu Xian smirks, teasing him for his red face. "Are you actually shy?" she mocks. Lu Fan shuts his eyes tight, loudly denying it. "No way, it's just… the water in this hot spring is way too hot, that's all." Wu Xian straightens up, meeting his gaze with a serious look. "Playtime's over. Andre sent word the Shadow Spring has finally been restored." A satisfied grin spreads across Lu Fan's face. The wait is finally over. This was the moment he'd been anticipating. He dips a glass tube into the stream, carefully collecting the shimmering water. Holding it up, he realizes he finally has everything he needs. Wu Xian crosses her arms, watching him with intense curiosity from behind. "You've been busy for so long. What exactly are you making?" Lu Fan glances back at her, raising a single finger. "You're about to find out." Suddenly, his system interface blazes to life. Notification. Shadow Dragon King Contract Blueprint. A legendary tier special item has been identified. Once activated, it crafts a unique contract capable of summoning the legendary Shadow Dragon King. The Black Blade will fight as his ultimate weapon for 1 hour. The contract itself is limited to only 3 uses. The Black Blade's level will sync with the user. Materials: 3 wine scene stones, 1 ancient god crystal, 300 shadow essences, 50 shadow spring waters. A prompt flashes before his eyes. "Would you like to synthesize this legendary item now?" Lu Fan taps yes. In a flash of light, a mysterious black scroll appears instantly in his hands. "It's done," Lu Fan exclaims. Wu Xian's eyes widen in disbelief. "Is that a summoning scroll?" she gasps. Lu Fan shouts and tosses the scroll behind him. "Xiao Fei, eat it." Summoned instantly, Xiao Fei appears in a blur of motion. Obeying his command, she opens her mouth wide and swallows the flying scroll in one gulp. "Are you insane?" Wu Xian screams, watching Xiao Fei munch on the legendary item. Lu Fan remains perfectly calm. "That scroll has limited uses," he explains. "But once Xiao Fei consumes it, it becomes one of her permanent skills." He declares with absolute confidence, "From now on, we can use this power as much as we want." System alert. Assimilation successful. Shadow Dragon King contract integrated. Summoning the Black Blade level scaled to the user. Lu Fan points dramatically at the sky. "Showtime. Let's see your true form." 5 minutes pass, and Lu Fan is still holding the pose. Xiao Fei hasn't moved an inch, simply staring back at him. Wu Xian stands there in awkward, heavy silence. Lu Fan scratches his head, frowning as he frantically checks his system logs. "Wait, didn't the summon work?" he wonders. He dives into the status window for the Shadow Dragon King contract. It's at level 47. Strength over 10,000. Agility at a staggering 35,000. And Spirit over 4,000. Durability is over 11,000. It even lists transformations: Shadow Dragon form, Combat form, and Lord of Death form. The Shadow Dragon scales can weaken any attribute attack by 90%. This bloodline is truly terrifying. It grants massive resistance to negative effects, clearing all debuffs. Plus, its healing rate is boosted by a ridiculous one, 500%. Its shadow blades ignore 90% of physical defense, coming with a built-in shield-shattering effect. The Shadow Cloak allows it to enter a stealth state that won't break even if hit, resisting all forms of attack. Shadow Cloak Assassination. It blinks behind targets for a 1/600% damage boost to weak points. It can also trigger Shadow Wind, an explosive burst that deals massive AoE damage to all surrounding enemies. It strips away all enemy buffs. Its Shadow Hell skill even grants the entire team stealth for 6 minutes. Then there's the Domain of Death, a terrifying field of darkness. Within this mist, all enemy stats are drastically reduced. Shadow Flash allows it to teleport forward instantly. Every enemy in its path takes 800% damage. In the Domain of Death, Shadow Flash can be triggered continuously, for 1 full minute. Lu Fan is stunned. This skill set is broken. It's like a system cheat code. Wu Xian, losing her patience, snaps. How much longer are you going to just stand there? Did it fail or what? Before she can finish, Lu Fan cuts her off. Deactivate stealth, he commands sharply. Above them, dazzling motes of light begin to coalesce, forming a massive, shimmering silhouette in the air. The light fades to reveal colossal, pitch-black dragon wings unfurling across the sky. A moment later, a terrifying black dragon appears, its crimson eyes glowing with a lethal light. A thunderous roar shakes the earth. Wu Xian's jaw drops in pure shock. You got another dragon? And it can turn invisible? Lu Fan turned his head, locking eyes with her as he asked, "This is no ordinary dragon. Are you interested in testing its true might?" Deep below them on the ground, a massive Shadow Dragon General prowled back and forth. The system interface flickered. Shadow Dragon General, level 95. This Knight-class beast takes a humanoid form for combat. Every strike deals both physical and magical damage, boosting its strength by 25%. Beware its Shadow Miasma. When its health drops below 25%, the Shadow Miasma thickens, relentlessly draining the life force of all nearby enemies. Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, and Wu Xian soared high above on the back of Shadow Dragon King 2, looking down at their prey. This beast was the second most powerful boss on Shadow Island. Lu Fan watched it closely, deciding it was the perfect target for practice. With a slight tilt of his head, Lu Fan looked at the dragon behind him and whispered a command, "Hidden Shadow." Understanding his master's intent, Shadow Dragon King 2 began its descent, circling and releasing a surge of energy to catch the general's attention. Sensing the strange surge of power, the Shadow Dragon General looked up, his voice a low growl. "Humph, who dares to intrude?" Spotting Lu Fan in the sky, the general slammed his foot into the earth with shattering force. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Extending its razor-sharp claws, the Shadow Dragon General lunged forward, aiming a lethal strike straight for the young master. But just as its claws were inches away from Lu Fan, a massive force slammed into the general from behind. A colossal pillar of light rained down from the heavens, accurately pinning the beast's body to the ground. Amidst a thick cloud of white smoke and dust, the Shadow Dragon General clutched its chest, letting out a pained groan. Before it could even process the devastating blow, a relentless barrage of attacks began raining down from every direction. Green fluid began oozing from the general's eyes, mouth, and ears as it let out a desperate, guttural howl. Suddenly, the hair on its head began to grow wildly. Its eyes glowed a sinister red as it let out a soul-piercing scream. Watching the one-sided massacre from above, Wu Xian couldn't help but offer her evaluation. The enemy couldn't even see who was attacking, forced to endure a one-sided beating. "This truly is a nightmare," she concluded. Lu Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he stared down at the chaos. Time to turn up the heat. He commanded the girl behind him to apply a soul cover to the black blade. Xiao Fei nodded, closing her eyes to focus her power. Jade Dragon 2, change form, Soul Light. Under the Jade Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are doubled for those with dragon blood. Soul cover applied. All attributes increased by 100 to 200%. Each hit taken will now absorb damage. After 10 stacks, it releases a devastating shockwave, dealing 10 times the total absorbed damage. Down below, the Shadow Dragon General forced its jaws wide open. Energy condensed into a glowing sphere before being fired with a roar toward the Jade Dragon. The attack screamed through the air, but the Jade Dragon stood its ground, completely unfazed and motionless. The moment the energy reached it, the attack simply vanished into thin air, leaving the Jade Dragon without a single scratch. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind. So, that's how it works. The Black Blade's concealment was so powerful it even hid Xiao Fei's form when she merged with it. The Shadow Dragon General glared up with a roar, firing off a volley of sharp black scales from its body. With eyes glowing with fury, the general unleashed a storm of dragon scales that filled the sky. Arching its neck, it poured every ounce of its strength into the barrage, aiming directly at Lu Fan. A dark void appeared before him, swallowing every single attack. The system announced, "Shadow Cloak activated." This cloak nullifies all forms of physical and magical attacks, bypassing even the strongest formation restrictions. Lu Fan grinned. A perfect defense that returns everything to nothingness. Black Blade, he commanded, his gaze turning cold. Show me the full extent of your power with one final strike. The general's eyes flared with killing intent as it lunged into the sky, desperate to tear Lu Fan apart once more. But mid-leap, the Shadow Dragon general froze, its eyes wide with confusion. The target had completely vanished. While it stood there trembling in confusion, another devastating strike caught it completely off guard from the side. Perched on the wing of Shadow Dragon King 2, the Jade Dragon delivered a single, crushing blow that ended the general. The system pinged, shadow assassination, target locked, moving to the enemy's blind spot for the kill. Weak point strike initiated, dealing 1600% bonus damage. Buff stripping effects cannot negate this power. Wu Xian had been watching the entire clash between the Jade Dragon bloodline and Lu Fan, her mind racing with disbelief. Terrifying. So this is the power of a level 95 boss. Lu Fan calmly explains that the Phantom Dragon King is the ultimate assassin of the Dragon Clan specializing in one-hit kills. With Xiaofei's buffs, taking down a boss is just business as usual. Wu Xian is stunned by his nonchalance. Business as usual? Are you serious? A level 47 just slaughtered a level 95 boss. I'm a level 96 battle mage with 8,000 points in my main stat, yet your attributes are completely breaking the laws of nature. A glimmer of hope shines in her eyes. In 2 days, I can finally stand tall in that duel. Having you here is my greatest hidden trump card. Lu Fan doesn't look at her, but his voice is unwavering. Don't worry. He slides his hands into his pockets, his gaze sharp and direct as he meets her eyes. As long as I'm here, no one will ever lay a finger on you. Wu Xian offers a soft smile in return. Good. To herself, she makes a silent vow. If he truly pulls this off, he will be the savior of the Ye family. Then, as a daughter of the Ye family, I shall prepare a grand reward for you. 2 days later, at the desolate western frontier, amidst the jagged rocks and withered trees, I finally arrive with my senior as promised. Perched upon the bone dragon, Lu Fan surveys the horizon and whispers a silent greeting. Western frontier, I've returned. The bone dragon spreads its massive wings, soaring toward a valley hidden within the towering peaks. From his high vantage point, Lu Fan observes the landscape. The environment here is pristine. No wonder it breeds such extraordinary figures. Wu Xian, sitting ahead of him, begins to explain the history. Because the Dragon Kingdom needed the great family's support, they granted them the resource-rich western frontier during the early founding days. They even avoided building cities here to ensure the family's seclusion remained undisturbed. Lu Fan smirks, catching the underlying meaning of her words. So, that's the hidden history. Wu Xian glances back at him, continuing her story as she brushes a stray hair from her face. In the West, the Ye, Huang, and Long families are merely bottom-tier Ding rank. Deeper inside lie the Bing, Yi, and Jia ranks territories of the fourth turn masters. As the bone dragon cuts through the clouds, her voice carries a heavy weight. In those ranks, families like ours are nothing more than background noise. Lu Fan is taken aback. He never imagined the western frontier held such deep, dark secrets. It seems his understanding of this world was only the tip of the iceberg. To those high-ranking Jia families, he must look like nothing more than an insignificant ant. But that's exactly why. He thinks, the moment the mask comes off will be even more thrilling. A call suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts. We're here. Wu Xian stands tall, pointing toward the ground below. Spread out beneath them is a colossal estate, an ancient palace of breathtaking luxury and grandeur, the Ye Mansion. Wu Xian leaps forward, landing gracefully. Lu Fan follows, descending from the bone dragon right behind her. They stand before the massive gates in silence until Wu Xian suddenly speaks. Lu Fan, are you truly prepared to shoulder all of this with me? If you want to turn back, this is your last chance. He doesn't give a direct answer, choosing instead to counter with a question. I'm already here. Do I look like the type to regret? If anyone's going to regret this, it'll be the Huang and Long families. Wu Xian reaches out her hand. Come, let me show you where I grew up. Lead the way, Lu Fan replies. Meanwhile, at another location, a wooden plaque bears the name, the Huang family. Within the Huang martial grounds, rows of gleaming weapons line the perimeter. In the center of the arena, 2 massive surges of fire and water collide, the sheer pressure warping the very air. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupts. The shockwave blasts outward, shaking the entire training ground to its foundations. A foot clad in a dark teal slipper skids across the stone, digging in hard to halt the backward momentum. Across from him, another figure in white footwear stomps firmly into the ground to stabilize himself. Yu Tian smirks, folding his hands to steady his breathing. As expected, the ancestor is still a level above me. He opens his arms wide, looking at the man before him with a self-deprecating grin. Even after a month of intense cultivation, I'm still falling short. The Huang ancestor replies humbly, You're level 98. Yet you wield the power of a level 99. That is an incredible feat. In 6 months, you will surely surpass me. His expression turns grave as he offers a word of caution. With talent like yours, you are the pride of the Ding rank families. Once you hit level 99, our family can finally ascend to Bing rank. Only then will we have the power to defy the Ning family. Yu Tian narrowed his eyes, repeating the words he just heard with cold conviction. A rank C noble family. I shall strive for it. The royal ancestor stepped forward, sharing news that Ye Wuxian had finally returned. He spoke as he walked, noting that she wasn't alone. A mysterious youth accompanied her. The two were riding a bone dragon. Could he be a dragon tamer? Yu Tian asked, his curiosity piqued. Isn't a bone dragon just a black dragon? The ancestor sighed, wary of a tamer who could raise so many dragons. Yu Tian shook his head with absolute confidence, assuring the old man, Ancestor, rest easy. I will bring this man under my wing to serve our royal house, and if he refuses to obey, he flashed a predatory, arrogant smile. In this western border, life and death are ruled by fate. Even if someone dies here, dragons tell no tales. The ancestor nodded, shifting the topic. Indeed. Currently, Long Erhu of the Long family has taken Long Xing to the Ye estate to demand their resources. Aside from reclaiming their pride, he wants Ye Wuxian's hand in marriage. We cannot yield an inch on this. Upon hearing the news, Yu Tian threw his head back and erupted into a mocking laugh. That Long Erhu, a leopard truly never changes its spots, he remarked with pure disdain. In 3 days, I'll arrive at the Ye estate alongside him. I'll suppress the Ye family while keeping the Longs in check. The royal ancestor beamed with pride as they walked together. Yu Tian, with you here. I believe the future of the western border belongs to our royal house. 3 days later, the sun blazed over the courtyard, casting shimmering light across the ancient stone tiles. At the Ye residence, a maid knocked urgently on the wooden door. Master Lu, it is time for breakfast. Her voice echoed into the room, but the space was empty, save for a fading spatial portal shimmering in the air. Simultaneously, at the shores of Blessed Heaven Island, system notifications flooded the interface. Lu Fan has reached level 48. The Black Dragon has also reached level 48. The Emerald Dragon is now level 42, the Star Dragon level 39, and the Azure Dragon level 31. Lu Fan clenched his fist, his heart racing with excitement. In just a few days, his dragons had evolved again. With this power, I could launch a lightning strike and challenge a family head in open battle. Wuxian's face flashed through his mind as he wondered if she was ready for the coming storm. The midday sun beat down, casting long shadows across the estate. A panicked voice suddenly shattered the silence. Young miss, it's a disaster. The Long family has breached the gates. Lu Fan straightened his robes, hearing the report from outside. It seems my timing is perfect, he whispered. The messenger gasped for breath. The Longs are waiting in the main hall. The royal convoy has also arrived at the ferry. Wuxian stood outside the door, giving stern orders to her guard. Understood. Secure the courtyard. Do not let them enter. She glanced at the figure who had appeared at her door. They are finally here. Lu Fan offered a reassuring smile. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one will ever bully you again. High above the rugged mountains surrounding the Yi estate, the clear sky glowed with a warm, deceptive peace. At the entrance of the reception hall, Lu Fan and Wuxian walked side by side toward the looming confrontation. Inside, a crowd of hostile faces awaited them. Long Xing crossed his arms, his expression twisting with impatience. Huh? You finally decided to show your face? He mocked with a sneer. The Ye family's hospitality is truly pathetic. We've been waiting here without even a cup of hot tea. Wuxian barked back. You should feel lucky. In the past, insolent fools like you would have been thrashed and thrown out already. Long Xing let out a sharp, hysterical cackle, laughing like a madman at her words. He leaned forward, sticking out his tongue and making mocking gestures like a deranged jester. That was then. Now, I could piss on your doorstep, and not a single soul in this house would dare to cough. Long Erhu, a level 98 Diamond Vajra monk and Long Xing's elder brother, finally broke his silent, brooding gaze. Lady Ye, he began, his voice cold and heavy. The 2-month deadline is up. We came to discuss how you intend to repay the resources your grandfather borrowed. But as it stands, it seems your family owes the Longs much more than just a simple explanation. He fixed his gaze on the man standing before him. Long Xing traveled 10,000 miles just to carve a path for your Ye family. Yet, look at you, paying back his kindness with blood and injury. Our patriarch is absolutely livid. He demands that your family pay a heavy price for this insult. Wuxian's fury erupted at his sheer arrogance. You shameless bastards, you never intended to return anything. Long Xing reaped what he sowed. Erhu smirked with a sinister glint. Don't be so tense. I have a perfect solution. He loomed over her, his voice dripping with dark intent. How about you just marry me instead? As my wife, You'd be Long Xing's elder sister-in-law. Disciplining him would be perfectly natural. With the Long family's protection, even the royals won't dare touch you. Wu Xian recoiled in disgust. You, Long Erhu. Long Xing stood by, snickering like a hyena, while throwing out filthy remarks. If you please my brother well enough, I might just let your little transgression slide. Lu Fan, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward, forming an iron wall between Wu Xian and Erhu. A mere toad dreaming of swan meat? Did you forget to look in the mirror this morning? Long Xing hid his face behind a fan, eyes narrowing in irritation. Humph. You dare speak to my brother that way? Lu Fan tightened his grip on her hand. Senior, don't worry. I won't let them bully you anymore. Wu Xian gazed at him, her lips curling into a radiant, confident smile. Lu Fan, she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in with playful vulnerability. Oh my, look at their numbers. Whatever shall a weak girl like me do? Lu Fan stood frozen, completely caught off guard by her sudden, theatrical display of helplessness. Did you hear them? She pouted, her voice dripping with mock distress as she continued her victim act. They don't just want our land, they want me too. Long Xing gnashed his teeth, fuming at the sight. Lu Fan went along with the play, his tone turning sharp. Understood. I'll take care of these pests for you. Erhu's brow twitched in annoyance. Handle us? You? You're just her boy toy. You have no right to meddle in the affairs of the great families. Wu Xian turned to face him, her eyes sharp. You're right. Family disputes require proper status and legitimacy. As the heir of the Ye family, I declare that Lu Fan represents us in all matters. Erhu stood dazed as Lu Fan walked toward the center of the room and claimed the high seat. He holds the absolute authority of the Ye family. Does he have the right now? System notification. Chairman's seat of the West. Region Ye family. The rules were absolute. Only the one holding supreme power in the Ye manor could occupy this sacred throne. This seat once belonged to Wu Xian's grandfather. Long Xing's jaw dropped in disbelief. Are you insane? Giving the family to this brat? Erhu raised a hand, silencing him instantly. Veins throbbed on Erhu's forehead as he forced a mocking laugh. So, Miss Ye is truly infatuated with you, huh? Lu Fan didn't flinch, his gaze icy and provocative as he stared Erhu down. That's none of your concern. Bring out whoever actually makes the decisions in the Long family. Long Xing whispered nervously. Brother, by the rules, we shouldn't involve the ancestor yet. To hell with the rules, Erhu roared, his patience snapping like a dry twig. Erhu's fists clenched until they turned white. Miss Ye, my affection isn't an excuse for you to humiliate me. A violent, crushing aura began to radiate from his body, shaking the very air. I'll teach you and your little pet a lesson. I usually cherish beauty, but if you insist on interfering, his eyes narrowed into slits of pure malice. I won't be able to guarantee that pretty face stays intact. Wu Xian moved to strike back, but Lu Fan's hand firmly stopped her. Senior, wait, he assured her with chilling calm. Meanwhile, Erhu's power reached a terrifying new peak. Since you're a junior, I'll give you a head start. Lu Fan just leaned back, crossing his legs. If you're still breathing after 3 seconds, I'll leave the West region forever. Long Xing warned from behind. Brother, be careful. His black dragon attribute is incredibly unpredictable. But Erhu just sneered, brimming with misplaced confidence. Absurd. I can finish him in a single move. Do you think his 4th turn diamond armor, with its 20,000 defense points, is just for show? Erhu swung a massive fist, roaring. Listen up, brat. If you survive this, every resource the Long family owes is yours. I'll even hand over Yunshui Mountain and my woman. Lu Fan leaned back casually in his chair, his eyes fixed on the man. Very well, then I won't hold back. He calmly raised 3 fingers and began the countdown. Long Xing gasped at the sheer audacity. Lu Fan remained seated, radiating an icy, arrogant calm. Wu Xian watched from the sidelines in silence, unable to grasp what Lu Fan was planning. One finger dropped as the count continued. Erhu braced himself, his mind racing. I once withstood 3 ultimate moves from the Imperial ancestor without a single scratch. If I can just survive this dragon strike, I'll tear this kid limb from limb. As Lu Fan's final finger lowered, his eyes ignited with a terrifying, cold light. A lethal aura erupted. A colossal wave of energy surged from his body, the sheer pressure forcing Long Xing to shut his eyes just to stay upright. Moments passed like an eternity, before Long Xing and his goons finally dared to open their eyes and scan the room. Seeing everything remained untouched, Long Xing burst into a mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, all that talk for nothing? Let's see how your precious Ye family survives this embarrassment. Huh, he sneered, waving a dismissive hand. And here I was, actually expecting some sort of legendary technique. Turns out you're just a coward whose legs turned to jelly. Wu Xian gritted her teeth, stepping forward in a rage. You bastard! But Lu Fan, still seated, reached out and firmly caught her wrist. Wu Xian paused, looking down at him in confusion. Senior, ignore him. Lu Fan said softly. Long Xing smirked, swaggering over to rest a hand on Erhu's massive shoulder. Isn't that right, brother? Suddenly, the prayer beads around Erhu's neck snapped. A thin crimson line bloomed across his torso. Lu Fan's voice was cold and detached. The battle is already over. Before Long Xing could even process the words, Erhu's massive frame suddenly gave way and collapsed. Shattered beads scattered across the floor like rain. Long Xing froze in horror as Erhu's body slid apart into two silent pieces. Terror gripped Long Xing as he collapsed, screaming hysterically. Brother, quickly, someone get a doctor, save him! The henchmen were in a frenzy of panic. It's no use, young master, he's gone. The second master is. He's finished. Long Xing's face drained of color as cold sweat drenched him. This is impossible. How could this happen? Lu Fan didn't even move a muscle. How did he cut down my brother from that chair? Lu Fan remained unbothered, interlacing his fingers as he watched the frantic scene with the detached interest of a spectator. You've got some nerve, the Long family guards roared, drawing their blades. You dare murder the second master? Men, seize him. Avenge the second master. Kill him. Blood for blood, this brat must die today. Long Xing, still paralyzed on the floor, looked back in horror. What are you fools doing? He screamed. Stop. Fall back now. Do you all have a death wish? But his desperate command fell on deaf ears as they charged blindly. Three-turn experts. Move in. Don't let them escape. Drag this brat and the woman back to the Long mansion. Wu Xian glanced back at the man in the chair. Lu Fan, we need a survivor to send a message. He gave a nonchalant nod. I'm well aware. Just sit back and leave the rest to me. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan snapped his fingers. An invisible shockwave erupted, forcing Long Xing to recoil and shield his eyes once more. When he finally dared to look, his heart stopped. Every single guard who had charged forward was now lying in two perfect halves. Long Xing's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated shock. They're all gone. It's a massacre. A pair of boots stepped calmly through the sea of corpses. It seems your servants didn't know their place, even by your family's own rules. Can't you even keep your own dogs on a leash? Lu Fan asked, hands in his pockets as he looked down with disdain. Tell me, young Master Long, who's the one with the jelly legs now? Long Xing looked up, trembling so hard he could barely breathe. Please, he wailed. Spare me. I was just following my brother. I'm innocent. Lu Fan's expression remained a mask of cold indifference as he spoke. Keep your filthy hands off me, he commanded. I won't kill you. I need a messenger to crawl back to the Long family. Realizing he had been granted a reprieve, Long Xing's face lit up with desperate joy. I understand. Thank you for your mercy. As Lu Fan turned to leave, he tossed a final, chilling ultimatum over his shoulder. Scram back to your hole. Tell them they have 3 days to return every stolen resource to the Ye family. Every inch of your territory now belongs to the Ye clan. We might leave you the scraps we don't need if we're feeling generous. From this day forth, the Long family will pay an annual tribute. You will bow, and you will serve the Ye family forever. Consider this a final warning. If I don't have your surrender in 3 days, I will level the Long family to the ground. Do I make myself clear? Long Xing kowtowed frantically, his forehead slamming against the dirt. Loud and clear. I'll deliver every word exactly as you've said, I swear. Seeing the matter settled, Wu Xian turned to her subordinates with a cold gaze. Throw this trash out. They bowed instantly. As you command. Seconds later, they hurled Long Xing through the gates like a piece of rotting meat. Get lost, you Long family mutt, they spat as he tumbled away. Watching him grovel in the dust, the Ye guards sneered with pure contempt. They had waited a long time to see the arrogant Long family finally face their demise. These subhuman beasts are a stain on our young lady's eyes, one guard muttered, his voice dripping with venom. As Long Xing scrambled to his feet, a wave of dread washed over him. Lu Fan had slaughtered his brother and an entire squad in a heartbeat. Who would even believe such a nightmare? He was haunted by Lu Fan's monstrous strength. How was such power even possible? What kind of monster were they dealing with? While he stood there shivering in shock, a Ye guard noticed him lingering near the entrance. The guard's patience had reached its limit. Are you deaf? I told you to scram, the subordinate roared, his hand moving toward his blade. Move it or die. Has the fear turned your brain to mush? Get out of our sight before I finish you myself. Suddenly, a primal chill ran down Long Xing's spine. Paralyzed by a nameless terror, he broke into a frantic run. Don't kill me. Someone, save me. The Ye guards erupted in mocking laughter at his pathetic retreat. That's it. Run like the dog you are. As he fled, Long Xing's eyes were wide with mania. Whispering to himself, I saw it. I finally saw it. He let out a blood-curdling scream of pure hysteria. It's been following me. It was the dragon. Lu Fan's dragon pet, a master of shadows, was stalking him from the void. Cloaked in an unbreakable veil of invisibility, the phantom stalker remained hidden even when probed or injured. It clung to his shadow like a death sentence. The realization shattered his mind. The creature had been there the entire time, watching his every move from the darkness. 30 minutes later, high above the western border, members of the Huang family soared through the clouds on rare, high-quality mechanical beasts. Young Master Huang, a subordinate, called out, his voice filled with hesitation. Are we really bringing enough men? The Long family is sending 10 of their elite servants. Huang Yutian sneered. Those level 60 weaklings? They are beneath my notice. This was Huang Yutian, level 98, the 4th-ranked peerless sword cultivator of the mighty Huang clan. Suddenly, a scout pointed toward the horizon. Young master, look, someone is approaching us from the front. Yutian narrowed his eyes. It was a familiar face, desperately fleeing on a trembling flying sword. It was Long Xing. The man looked like a walking corpse, pushing his sword to its breaking point just to stay in the air. The Huang guards erupted in jeers at the pathetic sight. Look at that coward. Has the family feud scared him out of his wits? To think a Jade Stream swordsman could fall this low. It's an embarrassment to the path of the sword. The Jade Stream style has always been trash. High levels mean nothing when your base attributes are so pathetic. Ha ha ha, a level 90 garbage pile could never compare to our young master. Suddenly, Yutian's expression shifted. Full speed to the Yi estate. Now. His men were caught off guard by his sudden urgency. Understood, young master, but why the sudden rush? Yutian stared at the filth and terror covering Longxing as they passed. A dark premonition gripped his heart. A shadow of worry crossed his face as he whispered to himself, this trip is going to be far more dangerous than I imagined. Half an hour later, at the Ye family courtyard, the guards bristled as the Huang family arrived. The Huangs are here to flex their power now? Keep your voice down, his partner hissed. Don't let them hear you. One of us needs to alert Lady Wuxian immediately, but they were too slow. Huang Yutian landed with a heavy thud, his presence overwhelming the area. He shoved the guards aside with lethal force. Don't bother with the formalities. I'll find Lady Wuxian myself. With a cold flick, he ended a guard's life instantly. Seeing his comrade fall, the surviving guard's eyes widened with fury and fear. You'll pay for this. He turned and sprinted toward the inner halls, screaming at the top of his lungs. Lady Wuxian, help! The Huang family is here. They've come to slaughter us all. Yutian's eyes turned cold as he prepared to silence the witness. Noisy pest, he muttered, moving to strike. But before he could, a whistling arrow tore through the air, aimed straight for his throat. With a disdainful hoo, Yutian effortlessly deflected the projectile. Attacking your guests in broad daylight? How uncivilized. A sharp voice echoed from the hall. Guests? You're nothing but murderers at my doorstep. Wuxian stepped into the light, her eyes burning with rage. Huang Yutian, your family has grown far too arrogant. If you've come here to shed blood, then there's nothing left to discuss. She signaled her men to retreat and charged forward like a phoenix. Anyone who dares violate the Ye family name shall die. Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a blinding crimson light. Skill activated. Flame runes. 7 layers of searing fire wreathed her blade, ready to unleash devastating double damage strikes upon her next 7 targets. 7 flame sigils burn bright, each strike unleashing a devastating 7-fold blow. Facing the inferno, Yutian merely scoffs with pure disdain. Kill without mercy? He parries her strike effortlessly. Severely wounded, yet you still hold such foolish bravado? Miss Ye, you truly never cease to amaze me. Suddenly, the system pings with his weapon's data. The White Jade Sword, a legendary level 90 blade of pure destruction. Its illusion-breaking aura reveals all hidden foes within range, stripping away their stealth and plunging them into total confusion. Trading blows with the immortal beauty, Yutian sneers mockingly. What a tragedy. It seems your scars have healed, but you've already forgotten the agonizing pain. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget, he bellows to his men. Kill them all. Show Miss Ye the price of defying the royal family. The royal guards charge like a wave of steel, screaming their intent to wipe the Ye clan from existence. Suddenly, Long Erhu explodes onto the scene, tearing through the guards like paper. What is this? Who dares attack us? They scream in terror. Recognizing their assailant, the guards gasp in shock. From above, a mysterious figure smirks and issues a cold command. Strike. Long Erhu crushes the skulls of 2 guards in his massive hands, growling his obedience. Status. Long Erhu, a level 98 corrupted corpse and diamond Vajra monk. A terrified guard turns to Yu Tian in a panic. Young Master Huang, what is the meaning of this? Yu Tian roars in disbelief. Long Erhu? Why side with the Ye family? Traitor! Another guard screams in fury. A dog of the Long family has turned his back on us. Atop the roof, the one pulling Erhu's strings watches with delight. Perfect. Another successful puppet in the collection. A system notification chimes. Map 1, synthesized. Total God-tier treasure maps now stand at 2. A guard spots the shadow on the roof and shrieks, "Who the hell is up there?" "Lu Fan, let me handle Yu Tian," Wu Xian declares. The man on the roof is, of course, Lu Fan himself. He looks down and replies calmly, "Senior, there's no need for you to soil your hands with this trash. I promise, you won't even need to lift a finger to defend." With 2 maps in hand, Lu Fan is in high spirits. Yu Tian looks up and spits in contempt. Nothing but a lustful brat and a little whelp. 100 helpers won't save the Yi family now, he roars, unleashing his ultimate technique, Peerless 9 Swords. His blade splits into 9 identical phantoms, each sharing the same devastating power and lethal effects. These 9 blades strike as one, dealing massive damage while automatically parrying every incoming counterattack. He lunges straight for Lu Fan. "Die, I'll send you both to hell." Unfazed, Lu Fan simply smirks and gives the order. "Black Blade, rise!" Instantly, his dragon pet manifests from the shadows to shield him from the killing blow. The Shadow Dragon Claw strikes with haunting precision, ignoring 90% of all defense and shattering the enemy's armor. Yu Tian's eyes widen in horror. He summoned it out of thin air? How is this possible? Was this dragon hidden here all along? The system pings. Peerless 9 Swords effectiveness has plummeted to 30%. In the heat of the chaos, Lu Fan issues a chilling challenge. "Try and hurt us now. Today, I'll make you pay back every drop of blood 100 times over." Yu Tian trembles as he stares at the beast. What is this thing? The ancestor never mentioned he possessed such a dragon. "Young master, save us!" The disciples wail as Erhu goes into a bloodthirsty frenzy. "Die, all of you!" They scramble to fire their bows, but Erhu is a blur of violence, punching straight through a man's chest. Instant death. As Yu Tian stands paralyzed, Wu Xian steps forward. "Lu Fan, leave him to me." They stand side by side as Lu Fan nods. "As you wish." She ignites her spirit, summoning a pillar of flame. "Yu Tian, today you pay for your crimes against the Ye family." The system announces, flame sigil activated. Her weapon glows with 7 layers of fire. The next 7 strikes will deal double damage based on current stacks. Each strike consumes a sigil, but with 7 active, her power is currently amplified 7-fold. Yu Tian lunges with his frost-covered blade. "You think a hidden dragon can stop me? Don't make me laugh." "Expanding Ice Blade," he bellows. But Wu Xian meets the strike head-on with her spear. System alert. The ice-infused attack creates a freezing zone for 30 seconds, slowing the target's movement by 20%. He puts his weight into the clash, snarling, "I'll show you the true gap between us. Exposing your pathetic stealth is child's play." The system flashes. Illusion-breaking blade requirement, met activation starting. The White Jade Sword, a level 90 weapon of legendary quality. Its skill, Delusion-breaking Swordlight, unleashes an area attack that automatically exposes any hidden units within range, stripping their stealth and inflicting a state of total confusion. Huang Tian summons a swarm of glowing blades. "Come forth, Delusion-breaking Swordlight," he commands as the weapons streak toward Ye Wuxian. This technique is known as the Delusion-breaking Swordlight. Upon impact, it scans the area to forcibly reveal hidden enemies and trigger a confusion effect. Huang Tian then drops to one knee, bracing himself. However, the results are not what Huang Tian expected. He stares at the dragon in utter shock, wondering what went wrong. His skill was completely unable to break the dragon's stealth. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly folds his arms. Standing atop a high roof, he maintains his spell over the dragon. "A commendable effort," he muses. "But, unfortunately, for you, your little tricks are useless against my dragon pet." The system confirms the skill. Shadow Hide, allowing the user to enter or exit stealth at will. Even when detected by senses or taking damage, the hidden state cannot be forcibly removed. Wu Xian seizes the moment to counterattack, but Huang Tian barely manages to block with his sword. "I thought you had more skill than this," she taunts. "You're far too overconfident." "Curse you!" Huang Tian screams in a fit of rage. "Ye Wuxian, don't you dare push me too far." She points her spear directly at him, her voice cold. "I'm pushing you? You're the one who stole the Ye family's resources. When you nearly killed me, did you care about being fair? Your royal family thinks they can just trample over everyone. Where do these rules of yours even come from?" She lunges forward, her spear finding its mark. "This strike is for everything you've done." Huang Tian crashes to the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder as he winces in pain. "Ye Wuxian, I never expected you to actually make me bleed." She stares down at him with eyes as sharp and cold as ice. "We aren't finished yet. I intend to see you die right here." Huang Tian grits his teeth, glaring at Lu Fan. "Damn it. If it wasn't for that kid's terrifying dragon, I wouldn't be in this pathetic state." He forces himself up, gripping his sword as a violent aura explodes from his body. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you both with me." Wu Xian freezes in realization. Wait. This technique. Huang Tian raises his blade high, channeling his ultimate power into a final strike. He is charging the Frost Sword Array. Slash. Wu Xian's eyes narrow. This is the exact same move that once left her at death's door. The system announces. Weapon merging sequence initiated. 3 weapons detected. Lu Fan watches with a calm, calculating gaze. Something is wrong. He's baiting Wuxian to force me into making a move. Die. Huang Tian roars, swinging his blade down. The system flashes. Frost Sword Array slash. It merges all weapons into a single, devastating blow, directed at the target's location. It deals massive damage based on the strength attribute, and if the target survives, the skill immediately triggers a second time. Wu Xian braces herself, spear held high. This time, I will overcome him with my own hands. Lu Fan decides to play along with the enemy's scheme. If that's the case, let's use his own plan against him. He commands, Black Blade, move out. The dragon lunges forward instantly. Huang Tian's eyes light up. I've got you now! He suddenly bites his finger, drawing blood. He smears the blood across his blade and screams, Blood Sword Imprisonment. The system confirms the Frost Sword Array slash has been interrupted. A cage of dark flames instantly engulfs the dragon. The system reports, Black Blade has been imprisoned. Release time, 29 seconds. Wu Xian gasps in horror. What? Huang Tian wears a look of pure triumph. I knew it. The moment I targeted Ye Wuxian, you couldn't help but reveal yourself. He is utilizing Blood Sword Imprisonment, a forbidden technique that uses blood to fire a gale of binding energy. The target is locked down for 30 seconds, bypassing all immunities. Wu Xian curses, Huang Yutian, you despicable coward. Huang Tian quickly leaps onto a mechanical bird, a rare-grade mount. Quickly, we retreat now, he orders. But Lu Fan strikes like lightning, slicing through the machine and sending Huang Tian crashing down. He hits the ground with a heavy thud. Before he can move, Lu Fan's blade is at his throat. Wait, who gave you permission to leave? Lu Fan questions him coldly. Did you really think only the dragon was a threat? Is my own strength a joke to you? Panic fills Huang Tian's voice. Wait, you can't kill me. This is a battle between great houses. You have to follow the rules. Wu Xian approaches, her spear ready. Lu Fan is now the one in control. Forget it. You won't be needing any rules where you're going. What? Huang Tian stammers, desperately trying to crawl away. Lady Ye, our families are old allies. I was just acting out of anger before. I never truly wanted your life. He turns to Lu Fan, trembling. Brother Lu, there's no real grudge between us. We don't have to do this. I'll tell the whole world I lost to you. Lu Fan sheathes his blade and turns to leave. Senior, you should be the one to end him. The coward begs for mercy. No, Lu Fan, the imperial family values you. Wu Xian charges forward, refusing to let his tricks fool her twice. The system ignites with ancient runes, imbuing her melee weapon with 7 layers of blazing fire. The next 7 strikes deal double the current fire damage. With every hit, 1 rune is consumed. 7 layers of fire, 7 times the devastation. He desperately grovels, claiming his ancestor invited her as a guest. It's true, Miss Ye, he babbles on. She won't let him utter another pathetic word. Wu Xian plunges her blade into his chest. The system counts 6 layers of flame remaining. Do you hear them? She roars. The souls of the Ye family who died by your hand. They are screaming for your blood. The system chimes. 6 layers left, 5 times the damage. It rings again. 4 layers left, 4 times the damage. She unleashes her full fury to incinerate him. Rot in hell, Huang Yutian. 3 layers left, 3 times the damage. 2 layers remain for double damage. 1 layer left for the final, soul-crushing strike. Wu Xian calls out to Lu Fan as he answers. She leans against him, whispering, We must report this to the imperial family. Lu Fan comforts her gently. It's fine. We'll leave one of Huang Yutian's subordinates alive to deliver the news. Erhu holds the hostage firmly. As you command. The captive trembles in terror, sobbing for his fallen young master. Lu Fan embraces Wu Xian. Has your rage finally been vented? She smiles softly. Yes, it has. Lu Fan summons his fallen holy dragons, using their dark magic to reclaim the shattered soul of Huang Yutian. He rises again as a loyal puppet. System. Huang Yutian. Level 98 Sword Cultivator, B rank. Scion of the Western Huang clan. Skill. 9 Peerless Swords. Transforms his weapon into 9 identical blades. 9 blades striking at once deal 900% damage, while automatically parrying all incoming enemy attacks. Frost Blade Expansion. His current attacks now carry a wide-range freezing element. For 30 seconds, any target struck has their movement speed slashed by 20%. Void Piercing Gaze. His AoE attacks automatically reveal hidden units, stripping their stealth and inflicting total confusion. Frost Array Execution. All blades converge with overwhelming force upon the target's position. It deals massive damage based on his strength attribute. If the target somehow survives the initial strike, the skill immediately triggers Bloodbind. Using blood to activate the blade, it traps the target in a gale for 30 seconds. This skill ignores all immunities, though it can only affect the same target once. Lu Fan studies the interface, impressed by the lethality of his new servant. Even reduced to ash, he can be reformed. This skill is truly broken. A fourth-turn puppet joins his legion. With Long Erhu for defense and Huang Yutian for crowd control and DPS, the ultimate squad is taking shape. Lu Fan looks toward the horizon, lost in cold calculation. When word of Huang Yutian and Long Erhu's deaths reaches their families, how will they react? In the grand hall of the Long Manor, Zhang Kong sits upon his throne, questioning the kneeling survivor. Xing, tell me, is every word you said the absolute truth? System, Long Clan Ancestor, level 98, Blood Knight. Long Xing looks up, eyes wide with fear. Elder, I swear it. Every word is true. That Dragon Tamer is too powerful. My brother died to one of his dragons before he could even move. The others were the same. Third-turn experts couldn't even withstand a single skill. In an instant, they were all slaughtered. That dragon's every move claims a life. Zhang Kong's voice turns cold. It seems that Ye Girl found herself a formidable shield. A clan member asks anxiously, Patriarch, now that the second master is dead, what do we do? That Dragon Tamer demanded we surrender all resources and territory within 3 days. Suddenly, the roof shatters. Elder Huang screams as he crashes through the ceiling. Long Zhang Kong. He lands with a thunderous impact. You will give me an explanation today. Zhang Kong scowls. Old man Huang, what is the meaning of this? You failed to crush the Ye family, so now you want to start a war with us? Your clan conspired with them. Huang howls. Long Erhu murdered my grandson, Yutian. I've come to collect your debt. Long Xing gasps in pure shock. My brother killed Huang Yutian? What kind of sick joke is this? He lunged at Qingming. I saw it with my own eyes. My brother was slaughtered by Lu Fan's dragon. How could he help Lu Fan murder Huang Yutian? Elder Huang asked coldly. Is this truly the truth? He glared at Long Xing. Lie to me, and I'll show you a fate worse than death. He trembled. I wouldn't dare. Chang Kong blocked his path. Elder Huang, this is House Long territory. Mind your tongue and your actions. He continued. Long Xing isn't lying. Erhu is dead. If he truly aided the Ye family, then there must be a dark necromancer hiding behind the Ye clan's shadows. Chang Kong raged. That Dragon Tamer sent a message. In 3 days, House Long must surrender everything. Bow or be destroyed. Elder Huang's killing intent flared. I received the same arrogant ultimatum. In 3 days, all resources belong to House Yi. How did they become so bold in just 2 months? Elder Huang questioned their confidence. Chang Kong vowed the Ye clan would pay for their sheer arrogance. He noted the most dangerous threat is that Dragon Tamer Long Xing warned them about. He commands 2 powerful dragons, one a lethal stealth assassin, the other a brutal physical attacker. Elder Huang calmed himself. Summoners are weak. Kill the master, and the pets vanish instantly. Only that stealthy dragon will be a headache to track down. Chang Kong smirked. Rest easy. Our family has a hidden ace. Our sun-piercing archer will lock on. Once marked, the dragon has nowhere to hide. Huang nodded, satisfied. If the Ye clan thinks one tamer makes them invincible, they are dead wrong, Chang Kong declared. We'll show them our true foundations. One tamer cannot shake our 2 great houses. He whispered, what a waste. I actually plan to recruit him into the Huang family. Chang Kong's eyes turned cold. I've changed my mind. At dusk, the Ye manor suddenly began to tremble. Did you feel that? The ground is shaking. Is this an earthquake? The guards shouted in fear. Suddenly, a shadow emerged. A massive wolf pack thundered toward them. Look, over there. The beasts howled fiercely. The guards screamed. A beast tied. Alert the young mistress immediately. Inside, Lu Fan and Wu Xian were interrupted by the violent tremors. Is it an earthquake? He asked. She sensed the danger. That sound. Could it be? A guard burst in. My lady, a beast tied. Wu Xian turned to Lu Fan in shock. A beast tied? He stood up. Let's go see. Outside, guards drew their steel against snarling wolves. In the sky, Elder Huang arrived atop a dragon. He roared in a blind fury. You dared to kill my Yutian, and then you demand our resources and surrender? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Chang Kong threatened. Our clans had history, yet you slaughtered our kin. You've brought this on yourselves. Today, House Ye is erased. He ordered his dragon. Sanctify this place with fire. Leave nothing standing. Their combined armies charged. The Ye guards cried out as they were surrounded. They're coming from everywhere. We're doomed. Someone, anyone, do something. Spells rained down, but a glowing barrier flickered to life, negating every single strike. Elder Huang's eyes widened. Impossible. Not even 10 legendary scrolls could block an assault like this. What kind of monstrous power is this? He hissed in disbelief. Chang Kong frowned. Did the Ye clan have such a hidden trump card? Inside, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Fei, eternal protection. A divine shield erupted, wrapping everyone in an unbreakable celestial light. The barrier's durability was tied to the Eternal's massive health pool and insane regeneration rate. Lu Fan spoke coldly. 4 fourth-job experts weren't enough to humble you. Your extinction is your own doing. Did you take my words for a joke? Wu Xian yelled. How dare you join forces against us? Chang Kong glared at the young man. So, you're the infamous Dragon Tamer? He replied calmly. That's me. Wu Xian snapped. Watch your tone. He's the head of House Ye now. Chang Kong let out a mocking sneer of pure contempt. A few tiny lizards gave you the ego to defy us? You truly don't know your place. So, the Huang and Long families are finally going all out? Let me show you what 1,000 years of heritage actually looks like. Lu Fan sneers. A mere beast tide, and some cannon fodder, combined with a few fourth-turn professionals. Do you really believe a simple numbers game can level the Ye family? How pathetic. It's laughable, really. He then commands with a chilling calm, summoning every single dragon within his arsenal to the battlefield. Chang Kong gasps in pure terror. How many dragons does this monster actually have? Elder Huang grits his teeth, his voice trembling. This is impossible. Finding even one dragon is harder than reaching the stars. So how can he command so many? System. Natural assimilation triggered summoning the fallen corpse, Saint Dragon. The power level of the fallen corpse, Saint Dragon, synchronizes perfectly with its master's current strength. Chang Kong wonders in disbelief. His dragon pet can actually summon more dragons? Elder Huang shudders, realizing Lu Fan's hidden power is bottomless. Lu Fan snaps his fingers with a dark smirk. Don't be in such a rush. I have a special surprise prepared just for you. He summons the souls of Erhu and Huang Tian. Chang Kong screams Erhu, while Elder Huang cries out for Tian Er. System. Corpse manipulation active. All puppets transformed by the fallen corpse Saint Dragon are now under his absolute command. They can be summoned or recalled at any moment. If a puppet falls, its energy returns to the Saint Dragon to fuel its power. Elder Huang stares at Lu Fan's monstrous lineup in despair. Even a single puppet is powerful enough to challenge an entire noble house. How are we supposed to fight this? The rumors were true. He really did take down the Jin family of Tai Chi single-handedly. The enemy's spirit shatters instantly. Chang Kong realizes with horror. We lost before the battle even began, but there is no turning back now. Lu Fan glares at them coldly. Let's see how many minutes these elites you're so proud of can survive against my wrath. His eyes ignite with a terrifying light as his body erupts with absolute power, transforming into a majestic and ancient golden dragon. Cold sweat pours down Chang Kong's face. Not only is he a dragon tamer, but he can actually manifest as a dragon himself? Elder Huang stands paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Lu Fan commands, Xiao Fei, Jade Mirror, and Xiao Fei instantly unleashes her technique. System. Jade Mirror selects an ally unit to create 2 perfect mirror reflections on the battlefield. These mirrors inherit every skill of the original unit, possessing 30% of their base attributes. Each unit can have a maximum of 2 mirrors. For the Dragon Tribe, this effect doubles for those carrying dragon bloodlines. Lu Fan lunges forward, breathing waves of fire that incinerate the front lines. Think you have the numbers? I've never been afraid of a crowd. Witnessing the devastation, Elder Huang trembles. Was attacking the Ye family the biggest mistake of our entire lives? Lu Fan roars, leave no one alive. He rains down scorching flames from above, turning the entire ground into a charred wasteland. Dragon Tongue mimicry copies the magic of the dragon pets and Feng Qi. Its destructive force is determined by Lu Fan's own attributes. Bursting lava. Violent explosions of fire erupt at the target location, creating a literal lake of molten slag. Enemies trapped in the lava lake sink into the molten rock, suffering continuous and massive damage as they burn alive. Elder Huang desperately uses a talisman to create a shield, while Chang Kong's dragon folds its wings to form a protective barrier. Xiao Ye switches to lightning mode and roars as heaven-shattering thunder strikes the target area, creating a devastating storm zone. Violent bolts of lightning rain down, dealing massive damage and leaving every enemy within the storm paralyzed and broken. She shows zero mercy, dousing the Elder in electric fury. Starfall activates, raining celestial light across the galaxy-like field of battle. While Starfall is active, other skills can still be cast without interruption, maintaining a constant barrage of cosmic destruction. Until manually cancelled, the Starfall will continue to rain down eternally. The Elder stares wide-eyed, whispering, This is a living nightmare. The fallen corpse Saint Dragons circle the sky, raining thunder down relentlessly. Then comes the ultimate strike, Doomsday Descent. Once the seal on this dragon tongue magic is lifted, It sacrifices the user's health to call down a cataclysmic strike. The damage is a staggering 2000% of the sacrificed health. The enemies scream in terror, "Save us, run for your lives." Xiaoye shifts into fire form, her flames consuming everything in sight. The wings of the great dragon bring absolute destruction. 4 massive fire tornadoes are unleashed, tearing through the battlefield and obliterating everything. Elder Huang turns to Chang Kong and bellows, "Are you really planning to hide? If we don't kill him now, our families are finished. Scheming against each other is pointless now." Chang Kong fires back, "And what about you? Don't think I don't know your celestial master strength is far greater than this." Chang Kong declares fiercely, "Fine. Today we combine everything we have to execute this Dragon Tamer once and for all. Once the Ye family is leveled, our houses will hold a 3-month truce. We will decide the division of resources after that." Elder Huang agrees instantly. He claps his hands together, activating a powerful talisman while chanting a forbidden incantation. "This is my strongest crowd control skill. Even an expert at my level will be paralyzed for at least 10 seconds. Chang Kong grips a scroll and charges toward Lu Fan. "Do it now. Don't show him even a single ounce of mercy. This Dragon Tamer must die." Long Jiang Kong growled, his knuckles white as he crushed the scroll. "I don't need you to tell me that." Forbidden power bled from the parchment, infecting the surviving wolves with a feral madness. Driven into a frenzy, they conjured a massive, searing fireball. Lu Fan didn't even blink. Suddenly, the orb detonated with a cataclysmic roar. Wu Shan screamed his name in a panic as the explosion consumed the area. Long Jiang Kong let out a hollow, arrogant laugh. A mere transformed fake dragon? He couldn't possibly survive a full-strength strike from Elder Huang and myself. The brat is finished. But as the smoke cleared, Lu Fan's draconic form stood immovable behind him. The predator had become the prey. "Are you so certain I'm the one who died?" Lu Fan's voice echoed coldly. "You've done nothing but shatter a mere mirror reflection of me." Pure terror etched itself onto Jiang Kong's face, his trembling image reflected in the depths of Lu Fan's narrowing eyes. "Is all this drama really necessary?" Lu Fan mocked. Jiang Kong spun around, thrusting his spear toward the boy's face the moment his true body appeared. "Then just go to hell, you little monster!" Wu Xian finished off the last wolf, crying out in horror as she saw the ambush. "Lu Fan, watch out!" Lu Fan moved with blinding speed, swinging a massive claw that sent Jiang Kong crashing into the dirt. "So this is your elite foundation?" Lu Fan sneered. "A mere clone of mine exhausted your entire spirit and strength. You're pathetic to even mention the word power." Slumping on his dragon's back, Jiang Kong wiped the blood from his face, his mind racing. Damn it, this can't be happening. That last desperate strike had drained the very last of his energy. He trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? A level 40, second awakening. How can he possess such monstrous strength? Lu Fan regrouped his forces and let out a deafening roar. "What will you use to fight me now?" The Jade Dragon's power surged to level 43, while the Starry Dragon ascended to level 40. Unbound by time and reaching its true celestial form, a new skill awakened, 17 million star annihilation. It summoned a core from the void. Inside the star, celestial matter collided with world-ending force. Triggered by the Starry Dragon, the resulting explosion promised absolute devastation. The initial barrage began with 17 million stars as the Azure Dragon reached level 32. Lu Fan looked down at his broken foes. "Will you fight with your shattered bodies, or do you have any more pathetic soldiers to hide behind?" Jiang Kong gazed at the mountain of corpses below. His entire force had been annihilated. Elder Huang's heart sank. The Huang family was finished. From this day forward, Lu Fan declared, his voice booming like thunder, "The Long and Huang families are erased from the western frontier. The Long family will never fall by my hand." Jiang Kong roared, his pride wounded. He ignited the forbidden soulfire art. The caster incinerates their very life essence, entering a terrifying state of soul-burning reckoning. Every second costs 5% of his health, but in exchange, attack power surges by 300% and crit rate jumps 50%. Betting everything on his final moments, Elder Huang pulled a ritual horn from his bag and blew a morning note. Using a guardian elixir, he instantly recovered 35% health, followed by a steady 15% restoration over the next 8 seconds. Jiang Kong funneled every drop of power into his spear. "Even if I burn my soul and lifespan to ash, I will not let you survive." Elder Huang erected a barrier of 10,000 talismans. Jiang Kong charged forward like a shooting star as Huang unleashed the scrolls. "Go." The system signaled the 10,000 talisman tribulation, launching waves of elemental charms every single second. Each talisman dealt 100% damage while stacking a 5-element seal that lasted 5 seconds. The talismans cycled through gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in a relentless, rhythmic assault. With damage doubling each wave for 60 seconds, Zhang Kong charged like a madman, only to be shredded before he could even swing his spear. "Long Zhang Kong!" Elder Huang screamed in horror. Steeling himself, he thrust his hands forward, commanding the final assault to continue. The swarm of talismans converged on Lu Fan, weaving into a complex magical circle that trapped him within. Spectral chains lashed out, freezing Lu Fan in a tomb of solid ice. "It worked!" Huang cheered. "He's finally been captured." "I really wanted to see the Huang family's legendary power." Lu Fan's voice echoed from within the ice. He shattered the prison effortlessly. "But honestly, I'm disappointed. He didn't stay trapped for even a second." Huang gasped, his face pale with dread. "This is bad. Very bad." "My turn," Lu Fan roared. His dragon tongue mimicry activated, allowing him to replicate and unleash his dragon's devastating spells with his own overwhelming stats. Desperate and trembling, Elder Huang scrambled to throw up his ultimate defense. Too late. The system announced the floating spirit shield, summoning 12 elemental talismans to orbit him defensively. Each charm could negate one attack, providing healing and crowd control resistance based on its specific element. The shield lasted 8 seconds, capable of expanding its range or being consumed for a devastating anti-magic counterburst. Lu Fan's eyes glowed with murderous intent. "Take this!" Volcanic eruption. Searing magma erupted beneath the target's feet. A lake of molten lava formed, dragging Elder Huang into the depths. Lu Fan breathed a torrent of fire onto him without mercy. The old man struggled to survive the inferno, his defensive barriers cracking under the sheer, unbridled intensity of the heat. Under Lu Fan's relentless flames, the defense finally shatters. Elder Huang is struck down, utterly defeated. Lu Fan reverts to his human form. Scorched remnants of talismans drift through the air like dying embers. Sprawled in the dirt, Chang Kong gasps. "Our clan's sun-piercing arrow. It can pierce even God-tier disguises. How did your dragon evade its gaze?" Lu Fan glances coldly at a fallen soldier nearby. "That insect hiding in the shadows?" He makes a throat-slitting gesture. "My dragon found him eyesore, so he's been dealt with. Understand?" Consumed by pure rage, Chang Kong coughs up blood, clinging to life. Lu Fan looks down at the two survivors. "I told you clearly before." He begins with chilling indifference. "Either hand over the resource transfer agreement or face total annihilation. It seems you've chosen the latter. The downfall of the Huang and Long families is your own doing. Explain yourselves to them in the afterlife." Chang Kong glares up, whispering a desperate threat through the blood. "Lu Fan, think carefully. The Huang family might be nothing to you, but the power behind us is unstoppable." Elder Huang points a trembling finger. "Behind us stands the Ning family, a C-rank noble clan. A level 100 expert could erase you with a flick." Lu Fan scratches his ear. "Are you finished yet? Think, Lu Fan. If you push us to the brink, the Ning family will never let you live." Activating his summoning circle, Lu Fan retorts, "Since you miss the Nings so much, why don't you head to the underworld and clear a path for them?" As his dragon emerges, Elder Huang screams in terror. He replies with calm finality, "Don't worry. The Nings will join you soon enough to hear your pathetic wailing." Chang Kong roars, "Kill us and you're an enemy to the world." Lu Fan smirks, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "That is exactly what I intended." His dragons begin to fuse together. "Actually, there's a skill I've been waiting to use for a long time." Elder Huang watches in horror as 5 dragons merge into Lu Fan's body, evolving into a supreme, celestial entity. "Might as well test this power on the two of you," he says, eyes glowing with divine light. System: Myriad Dragon Protection. The Dragon Tamer fuses with his pets to become the Myriad Dragon King, unleashing immeasurable destruction. As the transformation peaks, the Myriad Dragon King condenses pure, raw energy into a singular, vibrating sphere. The orb expands rapidly, warping the surrounding space into a vast, silent, cosmic void. Paralyzed by fear, the two can only watch as Lu Fan commands, "Die." The energy sphere engulfs them instantly. "Lu Fan, the Ning family will tear you apart." Their screams echo before being silenced. They are swallowed by the abyss. As reality stabilizes, a worried Wu Xian rushes over. "Lu Fan." He just shrugs. "Scared?" he asks. Wu Xian stares, stunned, having never seen him in such a terrifyingly powerful form. "My heart stopped when I saw you fall. But in the blink of an eye, you were not only safe, you had obliterated both clan ancestors." Lu Fan smiles gently. "Being your shield isn't just for show, you know." "Lu Fan," she whispers, her heart racing. Steeling herself, Wu Xian turns to address the aftermath. "The heads and elites of the Huang and Long families are dead. The rest are nothing. It's time to take control." Lu Fan nods. "Then I'll handle the Long family." Wu Xian takes flight, her body wreathed in spiritual flames. "Leave the Huangs to me." Watching her go, Lu Fan remembers the Long estate holds a God-tier treasure map. Wings unfurled, he soars toward the Long mansion. System: 17 million celestial stars. Summoning core initiated. Within the core, stars multiply and divide, their destructive potential escalating to a catastrophic level. The Void Dragon prepares to detonate the core, creating a world-ending impact. Initial star count: 17 million. System: Void Dragon has reached level 40. Astral form time constraints have been removed. Lu Fan marvels at the notification. The previous limit was merely a shackle of his growth period. Now liberated, he wields a catastrophic new power, as celestial energy surges through his dragon's veins. In this form, no one can stop me. System: Charging 17 million celestial stars. The core materializes once more, its internal stars dividing at a terrifying speed. The ultimate explosion is primed, ready to unleash a wave of absolute, world-ending destruction. With 17 million stars ready to burst, Longxing wanders his grounds, unaware his world is about to end. There is still no news from the great ancestor. As long as Lu Fan remains alive, this gnawing unease in my heart will not fade. Suddenly, a blinding radiance descends from the sky, forcing him to shield his eyes. Why is it so bright? A violent thunderclap explodes directly above Longxing's head. He lets out a terrified scream. What on earth is this? A torrential storm of lightning strikes down instantly, slamming into Longxing's body. At the Long Estate, Lu Fan hovers high in the air, surveying the destruction below. This power is truly terrifying. If he used the Dragon Command Resonance, he could likely level an entire city. The buildings of the Long Estate are reduced to absolute rubble. Satisfied with the carnage, Lu Fan descends back to the ground. Before Lu Fan sits a treasure chest, marking the location of the treasure map. He flings it open, and the system announces he has claimed the Dragon Slayer warrior's legacy. The Golden Dragon bracers hum with power, successfully activating the 3 of 5 set bonus for the Golden Dragon King set. He takes a step forward, shattering the remaining seals on his latent bloodline power. Transforming into the Golden Dragon King, he gains the Wings of Judgment and the Boiling Blood skill. His Golden Dragon dual claws ignite with a searing golden flame. His next 2 claw attacks deal massive bonus damage, while the bracers convert 20% of his durability directly into raw power. While in the Boiling Blood state, every attribute of the Golden Dragon King is surged by 150%. He gains a massive 600% boost to his durability attribute, along with the Blazing Dragon Rage skill book. Blazing Dragon Rage allows him to ignite the bloodline of an allied dragon unit, unleashing a wave of fire that incinerates all nearby enemies. Entering a frenzy for 10 minutes, he also obtains a rank 1 epic tier level suppression scroll. This epic quality item is a rare find. This consumable removes the level requirements for any targeted tool or equipment. Next, he obtains a quality upgrade scroll. He has acquired a rank 1 epic tier quality upgrade enchantment. This consumable increases the quality of a tool or piece of equipment by 1 rank, up to the legendary tier. Finally, he receives a pet enchantment scroll. He now possesses a single epic tier pet enchantment scroll. Once used on a pet, this consumable item can summon and grant them an additional passive skill. Shadow Raid is revealed, adding 20% extra true damage to physical attacks. He also obtains a summoning slot expansion scroll. This epic tier consumable can expand the capacity for pets, summons, constructs, or contracts by 1 slot. Lu Fan clutches the items, beaming with joy. He was just worrying about where to house his new dragon egg. In an instant, the system grants him the extra space, and the pet enchantment scroll can even grant Black Blade a powerful new skill. Even the Serpent's Lead can now be ascended to the legendary plus rank. This treasure chest was a massive haul. With his business finished, he spreads his wings and takes flight with Xing Chen to find his senior sister. Back at the royal estate, Wu Xian's people are busy confiscating every crate of the fallen family's assets. An Hang cries out desperately, "Miss Ye!" Throwing away all shame, he clings to Wu Xian's leg and begs for mercy. Although the core of the family has been dismantled, the outskirts still hold 500 to 600 men and dozens of resource points. I was the manager of the outer halls. Use me, and I can organize everything for you with lightning speed. Wu Xian asks coldly, "Can I really trust you?" An Hang replies frantically, "Rest assured, the family has fallen, and I have no intention of dying along with them, right?" He swears an oath of absolute loyalty to the Ye family. Just then, Lu Fan steps forward like a ghost. "Make sure you remember those words." He glares at the man with chilling eyes. "If you ever dare betray the Ye family, I will ensure you live a life worse than death." Wu Xian is overjoyed to see him. "Lu Fan, you're back." Meanwhile, An Heng is so terrified that he collapses onto the ground. The Dragon Tamer is here. Lu Fan notes that this man is not a combatant and is familiar with the family's affairs. He won't be able to stir up any trouble. Since the Ye family is currently short-handed and the workload is massive, they might as well put him to work. She replies gently, "I had the same idea." An Hang raises his hand to swear an oath. "Rest assured, sir. Starting today, Your word is my law. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to jump into the sea, I won't even look at a river. Lu Fan barks an order. Remember this. Organize all of the family's resources within 3 days. I want to see results. Now. Get out. The man scrambles away in a hurry. Yes, sir. I'll get to it immediately. Wu Xian asks him, is everything settled with the Long family? Recalling how he leveled their home, Lu Fan scratches his head. I suppose so. She then beckons him to follow her. Follow me. I have something important I need to tell you. Wu Xian places a thick stack of documents on the table. Lu Fan asks in surprise, you're handing management of all 3 families over to me? She smiles warmly. I decided long ago. If you truly won, I would consolidate the resources of all 3 houses and give them to you. Lu Fan quickly declines. I appreciate the gesture, sister, but he shakes his head. I really have no interest in business. I came here to help you, not to take advantage of the situation. Wu Xian giggles at his modesty. Fine then, I will manage them for you, but you can take them back whenever you want. Lu Fan scratched his head with a sigh of relief. So, this is the special gift you were talking about? Wu Xian's face flushed as she shot him a sharp look. What? Did you think I was going to offer myself to you? He quickly looked away, his face turning beet red. No, I never thought that. She playfully shoved a stack of documents into his chest. Keep dreaming. These are files on secret realms and rare resources. See if there's anything you need. Lu Fan scanned the papers, his eyes widening. This was it, the final piece of the treasure map he'd been searching for. He pointed to a specific coordinate. Senior, I want to go here. Wu Xian gasped. Wait, that's the ancient flying immortal temple. The next morning at the temple, Wu Xian asked, are you absolutely sure about this? Together, they soared through the clouds toward the towering spire. Wu Xian warned him solemnly, this secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime entry for everyone. Whether you're level 40 or 90, you only gain 1 level. Going now is a massive waste. But he just smiled. There will be other realms later, Lu Fan added mischievously. But if I see something I want and don't take it, I won't be able to sleep a wink. They touched down to 2 rows of guards bowing in perfect unison. Welcome, eldest Miss Ye. Welcome, young Master Lu. As Wu Xian walked past, she dismissed the formalities. No need for such greetings. From now on, listen closely. Stay loyal to the Ye family, and you'll be well rewarded. But betray us, and the price will be heavy. They shouted their loyalty in unison. They reached a glowing portal. This is the entrance to the ancient temple. I've already used my turn, so I can't follow you inside. She offered a soft smile. I'll be right here waiting for you to come back. Lu Fan shared a brief look with Wu Xian and nodded. All right. Suddenly, the portal surged, pulling him into the unknown. System, treasure map location reached. He approached an ancient statue, heart racing. Please, he whispered, just give me a dragon egg. Right there, nestled beside a weathered notebook, sat a glowing dragon egg. Yes, this is perfect. It had been ages since he'd seen one like this. System, poison dragon egg obtained. Lu Fan bowed to the statue. Thank you, Senior. One day, I'll have the royal family restore this temple to its former glory. He reached for the notebook. In his excitement over the egg, he'd almost forgotten the other treasure. The cover read, The Explorer's Diary. System, Explorer's Diary. Grade, good. This item belonged to a nameless wanderer who recorded everything he witnessed in the wild. He flipped it open. The pages were shredded and stained, a grim testament to the dangers the original owner had faced. Lu Fan leaned in, scanning the cramped, messy script. It was chicken scratch, but he could just barely make it out. One entry dated May 30th, year 589, read, Finally, I've seen the great dragon of Fallen Dragon Valley. There were 2 of them at the bottom. One is dead, but the other still breathes. But even the survivor is gravely wounded, with no signs of recovery. Lu Fan paused. So, he actually met a great dragon? The diary continued. May 30th, year 589. 1 year ago, at the bottom of the valley. We were ecstatic. Our fallen comrades didn't die for nothing. A dragon lay before us, and we were ready to subdue it. We planned to secure the dragon's corpse and harvest materials beyond our wildest dreams. I prepared the taming scrolls, thinking we were ready. I was so incredibly naive. Even though we were all rank 4 experts, and the dragon was on the brink of death, it was impossible. I ran as the others were vaporized by a sudden burst of toxic miasma. Their screams of agony still haunt me. To survive, I abandoned my friends. I escaped, but at a terrible cost. I inhaled the toxic fumes. I can feel the poison eating away at my insides, inch by inch. With the last of my strength, I'm writing this warning for anyone who follows. Never go to Fallen Dragon Valley. Do not wake the godlike dragon slumbering at the bottom. That monster is the abyssal mouth devouring demon dragon. Lu Fan closed the book. He remembered now. Long ago, at the Flying Dragon Cemetery, he'd received a hidden quest. Slay this very dragon. He pulled out a small seed. System. Seed of the divine flying dragon tree. It had been corrupted by the demon dragon's claws. The tree's divine power was fading. It needed a hero to save it from withering away forever. If he could slay the abyssal mouth, devouring demon dragon and offer its blood to the seed, he'd earn the favor of the great spirit of life. Lu Fan tossed the seed into the air, deep in thought. Back then, he had no clues and even less strength. Completing such a quest was an impossible dream. Lu Fan reaches out to catch the seed, though it's hardly necessary now. He then produces a mysterious scroll. Thankfully, he obtained this summoning expansion scroll back at the Dragon Mansion. Now, he can finally tame a poison dragon. One by one, Lu Fan summons his mighty companions. The core quartet appears behind him. Time to meet our new sister. System. Summoning expansion. Scroll activated. Everything is ready, Lu Fan declares with focus. The glowing contract slots manifest in the air. Black Dragon 2. Level 49. Emerald Dragon 2. Level 43. Starry Dragon 2. Level 40. Blue Dragon 1, level 32. One slot remains empty. Everyone, come closer. Our new member, the little poison dragon, is about to join us. Under their watchful eyes, he pours mana into the egg. Xiaoye. Abu no bullying the newcomer. All right? Xiaoye grunts in agreement. Suddenly, the shell begins to crack. System. Dragon taming art activated. Target. Dragon-type creature. Toxic smoke billows out. Xiaoye gasps, clutching her mouth in nausea. Lu Fan panics. Wait, why is there only gas? Where's the hatchling? He checks the interface. The contract notification confirms it. The taming was a total success. Contract info. Poison dragon. Female. Level 1. Stats. Strength 152. Agility 153. Intellect 859. Vitality 186. Skill. Myriad Poison Curse. She can absorb and manipulate any toxin at will. Skill. Underworld Venom. She releases a lethal mist, blanketing the battlefield in a shroud of death. Enemies trapped within the mist suffer stacking damage. The longer they stay, the more excruciating the pain becomes. There is no limit to the stacks. Her tail spikes can instantly inject 10 layers of lethal toxins into any target. Poison Dragon Bloodline. Upon taking fatal damage, her body decomposes and reforms. She is truly immortal. She is immune to all negative effects. Furthermore, any unit that touches her is instantly infected. Lu Fan murmurs. Her base stats are average. Even her best stat, intellect, is only 1,394 lower than Abu's birth stats. He stares at the screen, eyes widening. Wait, let me read those skills again. Decomposition, resurrection, and contact-based infection. These passives are insane, he exclaims. She's not just immortal, she's a walking bioweapon. Meanwhile, the blue dragon pokes at the egg with a curious claw. Lu Fan reflects on his other dragon's 5,000% regeneration rates. Theoretically, they are unkillable too, but this little one's direct resurrection is on a whole different level. Crack! The egg explodes, sending the blue dragon jumping back in shock. The hatchling lets out a soul-piercing screech. The blue dragon roars back defensively. Abu, stop that, Lu Fan shouts. She's your sister, not prey. Terrified, the tiny poison dragon scurries behind a nearby statue. She sounds like a frightened mouse, Lu Fan notes. The blue dragon huffs, essentially saying, "Found you." The hatchling lets out a timid squeak. Lu Fan smiles, lifting the tiny creature. She's so unique, like a little bean. She trembles in his hands. Lu Fan realizes his class traits allow him to resist her natural toxins. That explains why Xiaoye only felt nauseous from the gas rather than being lethally debuffed. He gazes warmly at the shivering hatchling. Since your voice is so high-pitched, how about I call you Ji? He offers her the broken shell. Eat up. You need this nutrition to grow big and strong. He sighs internally. I didn't expect a dragon to have such extreme social anxiety. Lu Fan hands Ji over to Xiaofei. Xiaofei, look after her. Make sure she eats every bit of that shell. Nearby, a grumpy Xiaoye thumps the blue dragon. Surprisingly, little Ji seems to take an immediate liking to Xiaofei. Lu Fan watches them. Aside from the shyness, Ji reminds him exactly of how Xiaofei was when she first hatched. These two are definitely going to be the best of friends. With her infinite poison stacks and ability to absorb new toxins, her future potential is absolutely terrifying. Falling Dragon Valley is full of venomous creatures, Lu Fan notes. In 3 days, Ji will finally show us her true power. Little Ji snuggles into Xiaofei's arms, looking perfectly content. Meanwhile, the others continue their playful bickering. 3 days pass in the valley. Not only did Lu Fan level up, but he also unlocked a new weapon mastery passive. System. Lu Fan has reached level 49. Sword Mastery Accuracy increased, enemy evasion reduced. As the lowest level, G is currently growing at an explosive rate. The system chimes as the poison dragon surges to level 13. A new skill awakens. Underworld Guardian. Lu Fan calls out to his newest companion, Little G. This little dragon is far from ordinary. Unlike its kin, Little G is timid and shy, lacking any thirst for battle or glory. It seems to suffer from severe social anxiety. However, the creature possesses an uncanny talent for stealth and lightning-fast escapes. After endless patience and gentle encouragement, the dragon finally lowers its guard. Little G begins to bond with Xiaofei at last. Underworld Guardian activated. The poison dragon manifests two suicidal sentinels from its very essence to serve as shields. These guardians unleash a constant stream of venom before detonating upon impact or death. The resulting blast leaves behind lethal poisonous remains. Having mastered Little G's new abilities, Lu Fan realizes 3 days have passed. It is time to leave this sanctuary behind. Waiting outside, Wu Xian spots him immediately. Her eyes widen at the creature in his arms. Lu Fan, what is that adorable thing? This is my new dragon, Little G, he explains. Wu Xian leans in, her curiosity piqued. Can I touch it? It looks as soft as jelly. As she reaches out, the dragon instantly recoils, refusing to let her near its head. Lu Fan chuckles, shielding the timid creature. Better not, she is incredibly shy, unlike the others. I should send her back. Lu Fan opens the portal, returning Little G to the waiting room. He turns back to his senior. Did you wait long, senior? I almost forgot. I have news for you, Wu Xian replies. She clears her throat, mimicking a stern voice. Principal mode. Engaged. Zhao Shengming called yesterday. The final exams at Dragon Capital Academy are being prepared as we speak, she says, imitating the boss. He claimed your skills make the exam unnecessary, but I disagreed. My students do not skip their duties. Lu Fan sighs softly. Senior, please, just speak normally. You do not have to channel the principal. Wu Xian grins mischievously, dropping the act. Principal mode, off. Now, it is just your senior speaking. Following her, Lu Fan reflects on his journey. Time has flown since she first invited him to join the academy. That is because you have been so busy, she smiles. From the northern border to the tight kingdom, you never stop. He closes his eyes for a moment. Senior, before the finals, there is one place I must visit first. His expression turns grave. Do you know the location of Falling Dragon Valley? Wu Xian's face instantly pales with dread. Falling Dragon Valley? Why on earth would you want to go to that cursed place? She asks, her voice trembling. She looks away, her eyes clouded with pain. Because that valley is where my grandfather met his end. 6 months ago, in the depths of that ravine, a Ye family disciple held a torch high. Master Ye, there is an opening ahead. Wu Xian recounts the tragedy. Her grandfather, the patriarch of the Ye family, led a high-stakes expedition into the unknown. Accompanied by 4 turn masters, they ventured deep into the abyss. Move forward, the patriarch commanded. Fueled by ambition, he believed his experience could conquer the valley and claim it for the family. He was tragically mistaken. The valley was no mere territory, it was a forbidden zone. Finally, some open space, a disciple cried out in relief. Suddenly, a monstrous boss emerged, its roots ensnaring them like vipers. The small team stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Realizing the danger, her grandfather ordered a desperate retreat. They needed a larger army to stand a ghost of a chance, but the escape was a nightmare. Master Ye, run, a guard screamed. Her grandfather survived, but he returned a broken man. He was plagued by a lethal toxin that even the greatest priests in Dragon Capital had never witnessed before. There was no cure. As the royal and Long families began their power struggles, the Ye family wept by his deathbed. Wu Xian's voice drops to a whisper. In his final moments, the old man gripped her hand with fading strength. He claimed that during their retreat, a bone-chilling dragon roar echoed from the deepest reaches of the valley. He dreamt of the Ye family owning that power. It is our family's greatest secret. Why do you seek it? Lu Fan. I have received a rare hidden quest, he replies firmly. I must slay a creature of Dragon King rank. Wu Xian gasps, her eyes wide with shock. Slay a Dragon King? Lu Fan. You truly are something else. It will be perilous, but I have the strength now, he says confidently. Senior, will you support me in this? She offers a warm, supportive smile. What a silly question. Of course I will stand by you. As a representative of the Ye family, she grants him the coordinates. Lu Fan beams. Then let us prepare to leave tomorrow. That afternoon, at the old royal estate, a guard's scream is cut short as a colossal fist smashes the earth. Ningdu sits atop a mountain-sized giant, his voice cold. 3 days. And still no progress in this conquest? He sneers at the royal elders, mocking their weakness. The system identifies the monster. A level 100 mountain breaker ghost general. The terrified guard stammers, backing away from the shadow. Please, stay back. This is no longer the royal family's domain, right? Ningdu asks in a low, chilling voice. The ghost general looms as another guard rushes out to investigate the disturbance. What is this? This territory belongs to the Ye family now. Scram, Fang Buhao, before things get ugly. Tell me. Ningdu replies coldly. Why hasn't my sister's Earth Core arrived yet? The guard's face pales as he realizes who stands before him. We're doomed! Run for your lives! The guard screams in terror. The Ning family's young master has arrived. We're all dead meat. The other guard remains oblivious, asking calmly. Slow down. What is the matter? Who is this Ning family master anyway? Ningdu reaches into his robe, his expression indifferent. I do not care if you are royal or Ye family. My tribute must be paid in full. He pulls out a bell and commands, Ghost General, kill them. Zhuang Meng's eyes ignite with madness as he triggers a devastating earthquake. The Ye family guards are instantly blasted backward by the sheer force of the shockwave. Zhuang Meng charges forward like a man possessed, obliterating everything in his path. The guards scream in horror. What kind of monster is this? Run! He is a killer. But Zhuang Meng is too fast, silencing their cries before they can even beg for mercy. Ningdu erupts into mocking laughter, watching them get crushed like insects. Far off, Huang Yingheng hears the chaotic commotion. He glances around nervously, wondering why it is so loud. Suddenly, a defeated guard crashes down right beside him, making him jump. What is happening? People scramble in panic, shouting to run. Zhuang Meng is now sprinting like a demon straight toward Yingheng. I am dead, Yingheng thinks, trembling as he spots the figure on Zhuang Meng's shoulder. Cold sweat pours down his face. Ningdu is here. What can he do? There is no time to warn the Ye family. Meanwhile, morning breaks over a lush forest where birds soar through the trees. Lufan adjusts his backpack while checking his system interface. He looks up and whispers to himself, Finally, I found it. Following the coordinates provided by his senior, the system announces, West Border, Dragonfall Valley, an unexplored level 90 territory. He stares at the maw of the valley. Is this truly the legendary Dragonfall Valley that the Ye family failed to conquer? Lufan sets his pack down and begins sorting through the gear his senior prepared for him the night before. Yesterday, Wu Xian handed him the bag with a serious warning. These tools were prepared based on my grandfather's journals. Take them. Inside were various consumables, scrolls, and rations. Lufan replied bashfully, You really did not have to go through all this trouble. No, she insisted. Grandfather said Dragonfall Valley is full of unpredictable dangers. You must be prepared for the worst. Lufan lowered his voice. I am sorry, senior. I cannot bring you along on this particular journey. She looked at him steadily. It is fine. I cannot help when it comes to dragons anyway. Besides, I must handle the affairs of the Long and royal families. He shouldered his pack and bid her a final farewell. Time is of the essence. I am heading out now. Wu Xian smiled, adding one last warning. Be extremely careful of that Dragon King. A maid soon arrived to report. My lady, the royal family has officially transferred the high-level limestone geocentric core realm to us. As Huang Yingheng organized the resources, Wu Xian turned to leave. Very well. I shall head to the geocentric core cave myself. While I am gone, assist Huang Yingheng with management. And make sure to keep a close eye on that coward for me. The maid bowed deeply. Understood. Back in the present reality, Ningdu sits in the old royal guest hall, resting his chin on his hand. So you are saying she is the leader of 3 houses, yet mine's personally? Yingheng bows his head, trembling. Yes, that is correct. Ningdu laughs. Ye Wuxian, she truly is an interesting woman. It is my first time hearing of a family head personally overseeing mining operations. And she even lets a former enemy manage her family's affairs? A maid nervously serves tea. Master Ning, please, enjoy some tea. He mutters that the Ding-Dang family at least knows the rules. Taking the cup, Ningdu's voice turns cold and sharp. I will grant her a few more days. Once she extracts and submits that geocentric core, I shall meet this interesting head myself. Yingheng bows frantically in relief. Thank you, Master Ning. Thank you for your immense mercy. The scene shifts to the entrance of Dragonfall Valley. Lufan pulls out a device. Found it. A high-intensity flashlight. Little Ji peeks out from the backpack. Lufan smiles warmly, telling the little creature to stay tucked away safely inside. He secures his gear once more, glancing at the small dragon. Thanks to you, I am immune to toxins. Now, let us see how a dragon truly fights. Lufan summons his formidable dragons. Xiao Ye. Clear the path ahead. Xiao Ye and the green dragon unleash a devastating assault. Lufan smiles, seeing little Ji hiding fearfully inside the bag. If you were the first dragon I had ever met, Ji, I might have doubted if your kind were truly the strongest beings alive. Suddenly, The green dragon senses a threat from behind. System alert. Level 85 toxic slime detected. It prepares a specialized venomous spit attack. Warning: if the target is struck, their physical defense will be reduced by 50% for 10 seconds. The rotten slime's regular attacks inflict a stacking decay effect, which intensifies further if the creature is struck. It slashes physical attack power by 70% while draining 2% of health every second. Lufan watches with excitement. This is a top-tier venomous creature. Little Ji, it's finally your turn to shine. Meanwhile, Xiaoye and Qinglong are busy tearing through the slime horde. Lufan issues a sharp command. Xiaoye, Qinglong, leave just one alive. He orders the rest to be completely wiped out. The duo swiftly incinerates the swarm, leaving only a single survivor. Seeing an opening, Qinglong lunges forward to finish it off. Qinglong, stand down! Lufan shouts. Frustrated, Xiaoye kicks the green dragon's head. He told you to stop, you big idiot. Lufan cradles little Ji, eyeing the final slime. Seriously, he kept this one specifically because even stronger enemies lay ahead. He gestures to the creature, telling little Ji it's time to go and consume its deadly toxins. Little Ji lets out a tiny squeak, yet the slime trembles in pure terror. In its eyes, Lufan looks like a world-ending demon, ready to devour its soul. The mere thought sends a cold shiver through the slime's gelatinous body. Once you absorb its poison, you'll grow even stronger. Lufan smirks. You're the mightiest of the dragon tribe. Don't be afraid, we're all watching. Lufan lets her go. Little Ji instantly expands her body, looming over the terrified slime like an inescapable shadow. She forces the creature inside her. Lufan watches intently, wondering if this is how her toxic absorption truly works. She just swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Poison toxin successfully absorbed. As the source of all toxins, the poison dragon can integrate any poison into its body and switch between them at will. Little Zhe reaches level 14. Current effect: inflicts lethal poison for 10 seconds, reducing enemy defense by 50%. Lufan lifts her up, thrilled by the level up. Well done, little Ji. He raises her high in the air, beaming with pride. Look at that. Isn't she the best dragon ever? When you grow up, you'll be just like your brother and sister, powerful enough to look down on all creation. Little Ji chirps happily in response. A new system alert flashes. Level 86 Hellfire Moth detected. It's releasing ghost powder. Its wings scatter dust that blinds targets for 6 seconds and boosts damage taken by 45%. The spectral flames are lethal. Wherever the moth flies, a trail of powder ignites, burning anyone it touches and robbing them of their sight. Xiaoye and Qinglong charge back into the fray, pushing through the chaotic battlefield. Lufan decides to spend 2 hours letting little Ji acclimate to combat before diving deeper into Dragonfall Valley. Notification: blindness and burning toxins absorbed. Little Zhe and Qinglong take the lead. She ruthlessly seizes every opportunity to drain even more toxins from her enemies. Another system chime rings out. New toxin successfully integrated. The Hex Armor Scorpion's venom inflicts paralysis for 12 seconds, followed by a 30% speed reduction for 20 seconds. Level 87 Hex Armor Scorpion. Its hardened skill mitigates 70% of all incoming damage for 60 seconds. There is a rare chance to trigger a deadly counterattack. Any target struck by its tail will be instantly paralyzed. The stun lasts 12 seconds. Once it wears off, the victim's movement speed remains crippled by 30% for 20 more seconds. Lufan leans down to pat Little Ji's head. Incredible. You've already mastered decay, burn, and paralysis. The system announces Little Ji has reached level 15. A new skill has been unlocked. Form change. He taps the screen, eager to see what this new transformation looks like. Lufan reviews the data. Unlike Qinglong's single form, Little Ji can transform into the underworld swamp. Legend grade. Level 15. Stats: Power 662, Agility 769, Spirit 4159, Durability 812. Skills: Source of 10,000 poisons, Underworld lethal toxin, Poison dragon spikes, Guardian of the underworld, Poison dragon bloodline, and form change. Having reached adolescence, she can now freely switch between 2 forms. The underworld swamp unleashes a surging tide of venom. This creates a massive AoE toxic attack against all enemies within her domain. Poison stacks now build twice as fast. Wraith Burst. Any enemy that dies within the swamp is reborn as a toxic wraith. These spirits launch suicidal strikes against remaining targets. Form 1. Hatchling Form. This reduces all stats and energy by 50%. Form 2. Underworld Swamp Form. She transforms into a living pool of toxic sludge, manifesting a deadly domain and gaining the Poison Surge skill. Wraith Burst. Lufan mutters. She transforms her very being into a toxic field to apply massive group debuffs. On the other side, Xiao Ye is affectionately petting little Ji. Suddenly, a noise draws their attention. Qing Long is frantically clawing at a blue mushroom. Lu Fan is speechless. Qing Long, why on earth are you picking a fight with a mushroom? System info. Fluorescent mushroom. A common material found deep in the valley. It glows in the dark, but it's highly toxic and inedible. Once harvested, these mushrooms lose their glow after 72 hours. He folds his arms with a sigh, totally defeated by the logic. Abo, however, finds it fascinating that a simple strike makes the fungi light up. It seems he'll need to find some actual toys for them later. Suddenly, little Chi lunges forward, devouring the mushroom whole. Lu Fan can only watch in disbelief. Even the little guy is now trembling and emitting a strange light. The system chimes in. Fluorescent mushroom toxin absorbed. Self-illumination has been activated. Wait, that actually worked? Lu Fan smirks. The mushrooms are toxic, but Chi's ability to adapt means he's now a living flashlight. Suddenly, a swarm of massive insects closes in. The system identifies them. Level 88 rotten tide insects, dripping with corpse rot slime. Everywhere these creatures crawl, they leave behind a trail of foul, sticky rot. Any contact with a target inflicts massive debuffs and extends the duration of existing status effects. The swarm begins to divide their prey. Every insect that latches on reduces all attributes and movement speed by 1%. Disgusted, Lu Fan scoffs. He prepares to let Xiao Ye burn these pests to ashes, but unexpectedly, little Qi volunteers. He leaps high into the air, soaring right above the disgusting mass. Is he not afraid anymore? Lu Fan wonders. The system announces, Poison Dragon Form 1 Shift, Underworld Swamp. Qi blankets the swarm in a dark marsh. A notification flashes. New skills unlocked. The Rolling Poison Sea is now at his disposal. Underworld Counterattack activated. Current Toxin. Phantom Moth, inflicting burn and blindness for 6 seconds. The Rolling Poison Sea surges within the Underworld Swamp, dealing massive poison damage to every enemy in the vicinity. Toxin stacking speed has doubled. Great job, Qi. Lu Fan cheers, his voice echoing with pride. This is exactly what he wanted. It's time to devour every last one of them. This is the true incarnation of poison, using the Underworld Swamp as his personal domain. The swarm is swallowed by the marsh as Qi begins to duplicate. The clones pounce, tearing the swarm apart. The system reports, Underworld Guard Poison Dragon splitting. 2 independent guards have emerged. These guards relentlessly spray concentrated toxin at the remaining enemies. Upon contact or death, they trigger a violent explosion, blanketing the area in a lethal toxic mist. Lu Fan shouts in triumph. Incredible. Qi has gained the confidence to fight without even waiting for orders. Lu Fan immediately follows up with a command. A bow, Xiao Ye. Let's end this together. Lu Fan summons his bow. The system triggers Phantom Shot. Under the Underworld Snake state, charging for 3 seconds, boosts the arrow's destructive power by 500%. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar as the Azure Dragon lunges forward in unison. We move forward once these bugs are dealt with. Lu Fan calls out. As Xiao Ye battles, the system tracks the charge. 1 second passed. He coordinates with the Azure Dragon. 2 seconds passed. Leave one for Qi, Lu Fan warns. 3 seconds. He releases the string, and a streak of light tears through the air. A massive explosion erupts, shredding the swarm into 1,000 pieces. As the dust settles, the threat is gone. Your turn, Qi. Lu Fan speaks softly. Go on. Enhance your toxins even further. Qi absorbs a fallen insect. System. Rotten Tide Toxin absorbed. Targets will now suffer 1% stat and speed reduction. Additionally, all existing debuff durations will be significantly extended. Lu Fan turns to his companion, truly impressed. He never thought his once cowardly Qi would evolve like this. His new form is terrifyingly efficient. The group pushes deeper into the forest, Lu Fan's blade clearing the thick roots in their path. Everyone, stay close, he commands. Ahead, a yawning abyss of a cave appears. He activates the tactical light on his gear. Xiao Ye, keep your senses sharp. Before them looms a gnarled ancient tree that feels alive. Lu Fan realizes they've finally reached the valley floor described by Ye Wuxian's grandfather. Suddenly, hundreds of glowing eyes snap open within the canopy. System, Myriad Poison Demon Vine, level 100. As they press on, Lu Fan brushes against a root clinging to the cliff. It twitches beneath his touch, instantly raising his guard. Xiao Ye, use perception, he barks. A sonic pulse ripples through the air as the system activates. Black Dragon Perception, the ultimate counter to hidden and camouflaged enemies. All stealth effects are instantly nullified. The roots begin to writhe and slither forward like hungry serpents. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. These aren't roots, they're the monster's reaching tentacles. He grips his sword tight. Perfect. We burn these, and they'll lead us straight to the heart of the beast. System. Black Dragon Chi detected. Xiao Ye unleashes a torrent of flames while Lu Fan follows suit, his blade wreathed in fire as he severs the creeping roots. The system alerts. Molten flames are incinerating the target while simultaneously siphoning health back to the host. Terrified of the heat, the vines pull back to their main body. Don't let them escape, Lu Fan commands, hot on their trail. If his hunch is right, he has finally found the source of these deadly vines. Staring into the dark abyss ahead, Lu Fan realizes this is the very monster that claimed the life of Ye Wuxian's grandfather. The scene shifts to the depths of Dragon Pillar Valley. Lu Fan is stunned by the sight. Rising before him is a colossal ancient tree, its canopy covered in a sea of blinking, sinister eyes staring right at him. The system identifies it, a level 110,000 poison demon vine. Its vine whip strikes with lethal force, inflicting a severe bleeding status. Then there is the demon eye. Any target currently bleeding will be locked by its gaze and fall under the demon vine's total control after 305 seconds. Poison spreads as the vines plant seeds inside the target, constantly draining their blood for a final vine explosion. Once those seeds sprout, they burst forth from the victim's body, dealing an instant death blow. With vine restraint, the parasitic seeds germinate into a cage of thorns within the enemy's flesh. The roots then anchor to the ground, pinning the enemy to the spot, with no hope of escape. As long as a single rootlet survives, the immortal demon vine can regenerate instantly. A level 100 boss? Lu Fan mutters, the stakes finally hitting home. The Titan tree lashes out. The system warns of the vine whip, a crushing blow that triggers the fatal bleeding effect. Xiao Ye and the Azure Dragon charge in without hesitation. Wait, you are going in that fast? Lu Fan exclaims. Lu Fan grips his weapon and yells, "Fine then, let us show them our full firepower." He summons every dragon in his arsenal, commanding them to uproot this ancient terror. The system activates mobile protection, granting a massive shield to the main character or an ally. It reduces all incoming damage by 30 to 60% for 5 minutes, while granting total immunity to all debuffs during this period. Xiaofei unleashes the Emerald Dragon bloodline, doubling the power of every skill for all dragons and those sharing a blood bond. Xiaofei transforms, triggering natural assimilation to summon 2 more legendary beasts. The Bone Flute echoes, calling forth the twin fallen Saint Dragons and the Flying Dragon King, both matching the Master's level. Through Shadow Contract, the Shadow Dragon King and the Jet Black Blade emerge, their power scaling to Lu Fan's own. Xiao Ye and the Azure Dragon lead the charge. The system announces, Black Dragon 2, shift to Destruction Giant Dragon form. Blue Dragon 2, initiate transformation. World-ending Thunder and Azure Thunder take hold. In this state, the form can be augmented with the Thunder Jade effect. The current Thunder Jade is the Radiant Emperor Jade. This Jade boosts the Blue Dragon's magic by 100%. Every lightning strike leaves behind a thunderous barrier that shreds enemies who dare to move within it. The ancient tree fights back, its massive roots sprouting razor-sharp thorns. Poison vines strike again, embedding seeds that greedily drink the target's lifeblood. Watch out for those seeds, Lu Fan warns. Xiao Ye, burn every single one of them to ashes. Xiao Ye breathes out a molten burst, turning the battlefield into a literal lake of fire around the target. Anything caught in this lava trap sinks slowly, suffering massive, continuous damage as they melt away. As the ancient tree roasts in the hellish heat, the fallen Saint Dragons launch their coordinated assault. The seal on dragon language magic is broken, replacing standard dragon breath with high-tier ancient spells. Forbidden dragon spells are now active. Lu Fan screams the order. Fallen Saint Dragons, Jet Black Blade strike now. Activate Dragon Morph and finish this. Shadow Ambush activates. They vanish into the darkness, reappearing behind the enemy for a lethal strike. Targeting the boss's vitals, the damage skyrockets by 1,600%, followed by a Shadow Infusion. This follow-up attack deals an additional 20% of the initial devastating blow as bonus damage. Lu Fan channels lightning into his blade and issues the final command. Xiaofei, it is our turn. The system confirms Dragon Chi level is currently Blue 2. Xiaofei triggers the Emerald Bloodline again, doubling the effectiveness of all allied abilities. Dragon Domain expands, a 100-meter radius zone where allies gain a 50% boost to every single stat. But for enemies, their stats are slashed by half, and they are completely paralyzed within the domain. Inside this zone, all forms of teleportation and summoning are blocked. There is no escape. The 2 fallen Saint Dragons lunge forward, tearing into the colossal tree with primal fury. The ultimate spell, End of Days, is unleashed. The dragon sacrifices its own lifeblood to soar into the heavens before crashing down like a meteor. The impact is catastrophic, dealing 2,000% of the sacrificed health as damage. The cost? 100% of the dragon's current health. A world-shaking explosion erupts, shredding the ancient tree into splinters. But the assault continues as the Azure Dragon rains down thunder. Lu Fan unleashes his finishing blow. The system notifies. A twin strike unleashed, empowered by the dragon's essence. When synchronized, 2 massive lightning bolts strike simultaneously. This is the power of the Azure Lightning, unaffected by lesser elements. With the dust settling, he calls out to little BZ, who is still tucked away in his backpack. "It's time, BZ! Absorb its toxins!" Suddenly, the little one squeaks in a frantic panic. "What's wrong?" Lu Fan asks, confused. A system alert blares. The undying vine can instantly regenerate as long as its roots remain. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock. This damn tree has infinite lives? He recalls his blade, his mind racing to find a solution. He commands his spirit to shift into its celestial form. The system confirms the transition into Black Dragon Chi. Level 100 skills are truly terrifying. No wonder the elders say a 5th rank master could control an entire nation. Such infinite regeneration is a nightmare. Suddenly, BG grows massive and lunges at the tree stump. "BG, get back. That's a level 100 boss." But the little dragon is already beginning its feast. Poison Dragon form shift. Underworld swamp. Lu Fan realizes the genius behind BG's strategy. Dragon Domain already halved the enemy's stats. Now, BG's Poison Sea is further eroding the monster's power. The system displays the skill, Poison Sea Surge from the Underworld swamp. It unleashes a localized toxin cloud, doubling the rate at which the lethal poison stacks on the enemy. The rotting toxin reduces all attributes and speed by 1%, while extending all active negative status effects. Lu Fan realizes the synergy. Poison Sea is doubling the effectiveness of the decay. This is the key. It's weakening the level 100 monster until BG can fully devour it. Xiao Fei, use your Jade Light on BG. She casts her spell, stacking 6 layers of blessings on the little dragon. The light purges all debuffs while boosting stats by 60%. Each layer acts as a shield against incoming damage. Jade Dragon Bloodline. All skills for both Dragon and Master are now doubled in power. The Vine's regeneration is finally halted. "Keep going, BG." Lu Fan cheers. "Take your time and rot it away." Despite being only level 15, BZ is relentless. The monster is paralyzed, forced to endure the agonizing absorption. BG is the ultimate predator for this creature. Every debuff is a nail in its coffin. Given enough time, even a level 100 god would fall. Lu Fan casually eats a burger while BG finishes the job. 15 minutes pass. The team relaxes, sharing a meal as the battle turns into a picnic. Lu Fan smiles. Only BZ possesses the unique power to permanently silence such an immortal nightmare. System notification. Toxin absorbed. Seeds of the Undying Vine have been successfully implanted into the target. These seeds will relentlessly drain the target's life force to fuel their own growth. They can be detonated to destroy the host or rooted into the earth to bind them forever. BZ cries out in joy. "We did it!" Lu Fan exclaims. "My little dragon just devoured the toxins of a level 100 boss." Xiao Fei pulls him into a hug, while Xiao Ye rubs his head in pure admiration. "Incredible. Maybe one day you'll even take down the Dragon King." System. Poison Dragon has reached level 2. The new ability allows BG to plant parasitic seeds that feast on the victim's very essence. He can command them to burst forth for a killing blow, or root the enemy in place, sealing their fate. Lu Fan studies the notification. This is clearly a gift from the remnants of the Undying Vine. This derivative ability is top tier. Its potential for future battles is absolutely staggering. Imagine using this to torture an enemy. The thought alone sends a thrill of satisfaction through him. He looks back at the clearing. It's a pity the vine was fully consumed. It would have made a legendary puppet. He lifts BG up proudly. "Look at you. You've grown into a dragon who can hold his own." Lu Fan gazes warmly at him. "From here on out, it's your turn to show us what you've got." The little dragon chirps happily, ready for the challenges ahead. You can't have everything, Lu Fan thinks with a sigh. But watching this little guy grow, that's worth it. All right, everyone, we can't linger. Let's head to the deepest part of Fallen Dragon Valley. LED light cuts through the darkness of the cavern as the path ahead finally clears. Xiao Ye unleashes a sea of flames to incinerate the insect swarm, using molten lava to heal herself while scorching the earth. The poison dragon's level surges to 22. Then comes the thunderous roar. A massive shockwave erupts at the target location, conjuring a violent electrical storm, raining down lethal bolts of lightning that paralyze every enemy trapped within the tempest's reach. The poison dragon's power continues to skyrocket, reaching level 23, then 24 in rapid succession. Lu Fan realized that no matter what beast appeared, his dragons could handle it. But the biggest surprise came from little Ji during an encounter with a massive serpent. Showing newfound courage, Ji lunged forward to paralyze the foe with deadly toxins. Lu Fan noted that Ji had evolved from a timid backline supporter to a brave frontline warrior. Suddenly, the system flared. The poison dragon's level hits 25, then 26, 27, and finally 28. Victory is absolute. In just 2 short days, their experience points overflow, and they miraculously reach level 30. After hitting level 29, the poison dragon finally achieves level 30, unlocking powerful new abilities. The dragon masters 2 devastating skills: Poison Cloud Downpour and the lethal Poison Finger Trap. Day breaks over the scorched cliffs of Falling Dragon Valley, a land consumed by eternal fire. From the ridge, Lu Fan spots their final destination, the bottom of the abyss. Tightening his gear, he gives the signal, "Everyone, prepare for the descent." On command, the Black Blade's Cloak of Shadows activates. Xiao Fei unleashes the Shadow Dragon Claw, shrouding the entire team in darkness. With 6 minutes of perfect stealth guaranteed, Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei to cast the Jade Bamboo Blessing. The Jade Dragon bloodline activates. Every skill effect doubles for those sharing the dragon's lineage. They gain total immunity to debuffs and a staggering 5,000% increase in HP regeneration through the Radiant Jade Light. The blessing grants 6 layers of protection, purging all negative effects and boosting all stats by 60%, while shielding against incoming strikes. They plunge into the darkness. Lu Fan warns them to mask their presence, sensing a strange aura lurking at the bottom. Below the cliffs lie jagged rocks and a treacherous river of glowing green poison snaking through the terrain. Staring at the toxic flow, Lu Fan realizes something unsettling. This place looks exactly like Z's underworld swamp. As they fly deeper, he wonders why there isn't a single guardian in sight. Suddenly, a bolt of venom strikes his armor. Lu Fan grimaces as the corrosive liquid seeps onto his skin. This poison is strong enough to pierce Xiao Fei's absolute defense. He immediately calls for Xiao Ye to perform an all-directional sweep. Xiao Ye channels her power, shifting into her majestic dragon form. With a deafening roar, she activates her sensory pulse. As a black dragon, she can detect any foe hidden by magic or shadows, forcefully stripping away their concealment. Suddenly, a pair of murderous eyes ignite in the dark. A colossal, terrifying dragon looms over Xiao Ye. She roars a warning as Lu Fan looks down. Is it below us? The toxic river begins to bubble violently. Massive pillars of poisonous water erupt like geysers, targeting the team. Lu Fan screams, "Scatter! Now!" He narrowly dodges the rising torrent, but the toxic fumes graze him. His team cries out in alarm. "I'm fine," he shouts back. "Get higher and stay away from that venomous spray." Turning back, Lu Fan locks eyes with the beast's cold, predatory gaze. It can see us. He realizes the monster has completely bypassed the Black Blade's stealth, watching their every move from the shadows. Could this be the Dragon King? He winces in agony. The poison's bite is absolutely excruciating. Despite sharing Ji's bloodline and having high poison resistance, his body is failing. The demon-eating Dragon King's toxins are far superior to anything Ji can defend against. Xiao Fei desperately casts the Spring of Life, enveloping the team in a continuous healing aura to keep them alive. Lu Fan summons his weapon, knowing that every passing second in this toxic air brings them closer to death. Aiming his bow, he prepares for a decisive strike. The system announces, "Phantom Arrow ready." By charging the Underworld Snake Bow for 3 seconds, the Phantom Arrow will deal 500% increased damage. 1 second of charging passes. The massive dragon whispers, "How intriguing." Its voice rumbles like thunder. "To think I'd encounter a Dragon Tamer here." Lu Fan freezes. "Who said that?" 2 seconds charged. The Dragon King sneers. "Lowly ants like you don't even know how to use conscious communication." Lu Fan is stunned. You can actually speak?" The Dragon King scoffs. "I heard rumors of humans who enslave dragons as their mission. I always thought it was just a pathetic joke." So, the rumors were true. The beast's eyes widen in shock. "Despicable human, where did you steal those dragon hatchlings from?" The system displays his bow's status 3 seconds to full charge. Lu Fan releases the string. "That is none of your concern." He realizes this monster is indeed the legendary devouring demon Dragon King. If it stays hidden, they will be slaughtered like lambs. He rains arrows down, forcing the beast to reveal its true form. Suddenly, the water turns deep azure as a massive pillar rises to intercept his shot, effortlessly nullifying Lu Fan's technique. He narrows his eyes, recognizing the move. It is using a mental skill, Spirit Shatter. The devouring demon Dragon King reveals its true form, a nightmare of jagged spikes and crimson eyes. It sneers at his audacity. A mere mortal thinks he can challenge a great dragon? The system identifies the threat. Devouring demon Dragon King. Maw of the Abyss. Lu Fan analyzes the beast. It matches the legends perfectly. It is severely wounded, the perfect chance to fulfill his goal of dragon slaying. He activates Emerald Bamboo Blessing, granting 3 stacks of Dragon Chi and massive damage bonuses for his next 3 strikes. With the Emerald Dragon bloodline active, his power begins to surge. Every skill effect is now doubled against Dragonkin or those sharing their ancient blood. The Emerald Blessing evolves, jumping from 3 to 6 stacks of Dragon Chi, multiplying the power of his next 6 attacks. Ready everyone, strike now. Jing Chen conjures a Star Shatter Orb, a massive area of effect blast fueled by her raw power. Xiao Ye unleashes a torrent of molten flame, drenching the battlefield in a sea of fire. The flames burn the enemy while healing her wounds. Simultaneously, the blue dragon summons a roaring thunderstorm. A devastating lightning bolt strikes, creating a localized hurricane of chaotic electrical energy. The massive shock deals heavy damage, leaving any enemy caught in the storm completely paralyzed. Xiao Fei triggers Shadow Burst, unleashing a whirlwind of wind blades that tear through the surrounding area. The resulting shock wave instantly purges all negative status effects from their surroundings. Lu Fan draws his bow. The Serpent Arrow skill fires 12 magic projectiles simultaneously. The team pours everything into one concentrated assault. Their combined powers collide in a cataclysmic explosion. Silence falls, but the devouring demon Dragon King just scoffs. Nothing but a mere itch. It remains unscathed, its murderous aura growing even more oppressive than before. Against the true might of the dragon race, all human effort is ultimately reduced to nothingness. With a thunderous roar, it conjures an elemental vortex, sweeping Lu Fan's entire party off their feet. 4 elements in a single strike? Lu Fan gasps. The Dragon King opens its maw, gathering a terrifying amount of mana. Perish, you who enslave my kin. A beam of pure destruction erupts. Lu Fan screams, Xiao Fei, use eternal protection. Xiao Fei activates her ultimate defense, shifting instantly into her majestic dragon form. The system confirms the activation of the Eternal Shield, casting a divine barrier over the entire team. The shield's durability scales directly with the Eternal One's health and innate defensive power. Emerald light swirls as souls resonate. An energy vortex implodes, leaving the Dragon King looming through the smoke. Dragon Tamer, even if these hatchlings fight for you, they are nothing before my throne. The majesty of a Dragon King is a power beyond the comprehension of any living soul. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widen in pure shock. You have transformed into a dragon? Lu Fan stands tall, bathed in a divine glow, having ascended to his golden dragon form. The golden dragon shield manifests, an absolute defense forged from the king's own scales. Damage is mitigated as his stats skyrocket, spirit rises 40%, and durability jumps by 200% for 20 seconds. At level 50, the Dragon Knight's stats explode. Strength hits 5,418, and durability reaches 15,612. The Dragon Slayer's will set effect triggers. With 3 pieces equipped, the first seal on his dormant bloodline shatters. As the Golden Dragon King, his strength, agility, and spirit all receive a massive 50% boost. His durability surges by 200%. In this state, he becomes an unstoppable force of nature. Further, unsealing the bloodline grants him 2 legendary skills, the Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood. This is terrifying, he mutters. Even at less than 1% power, the beast nearly shattered their ultimate defense. If he had not transformed, they would be dust. Jing Chen, prepare the 17 million heavenly stars. She obeys instantly, shifting into her dragon form and condensing world-ending energy into the palm of her hand. The system alerts. The star dragon has reached its second form. A celestial spectacle unfolds as 17 million world-ending stars begin their devastating charge. Lu Fan realizes this is the most lethal adversary he has ever faced. The energy surging from those 17 million stars is enough to vaporize an entire metropolis. But he refuses to yield, declaring that his unbreakable mental bond with his dragon will be enough to bring this beast down. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of Dragon Tongue Resonance, a forbidden harmony triggered when Dragon Knight and Mount chant the same spells. This synergy grants a 100% boost to their draconic magic, as the 17 million stars coalesce into a singular, blinding, stellar core. Within that core, atoms split in a chain reaction of pure destruction, ready to be detonated by the Star Dragon for a true extinction-level strike. The initial count of these celestial projectiles stands at a staggering 17 million units. With the might of 10 million stars, strike down the devouring demon Dragon King. Lu Fan roars. Be cast into the eternal void. The monster stands motionless, absorbing the barrage without a scratch, before calmly manifesting its supreme shield. This is the divine protection of the Golden Dragon King, a sacred barrier that grants absolute immunity to all damage for 5 agonizing seconds. Lu Fan's heart sinks in disbelief. How can this creature wield the legendary defensive arts of the Golden Dragon King? Malice swirls around the beast like a dark tide, its sapphire eyes glowing like twin abysses as it speaks with a voice like grinding stone. Your struggle is valiant. the devouring demon Dragon King sneers. But such efforts are meaningless before the true authority of a Dragon King. It boasts with sickening pride, revealing that it has already consumed 13 great dragons to fuel its dark ascension. Many of them were kings themselves. It adds with a cruel smirk. I must thank you for delivering such a pure-blooded hatchling to me. Lu Fan's expression darkens as he demands to know its intent, only to be met with the dragon's mocking, predatory laughter. A rare treasure I haven't tasted in eons, it hisses. Your dragon blood. I shall claim it all. In an instant, a flash freeze explosion erupts from the monster, the wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a sub-zero wave that petrifies everything nearby. The blast inflicts devastating damage while sapping the speed of its victims, leaving them helplessly encased in frost. The duration, lethality, and range of this glacial prison expand according to the caster's malevolent intent. Lu Fan watches in horror as the creature's mana pool remains an endless, bottomless pit, showing no signs of depletion. With Eternal Guardian still on cooldown, he realizes they have no choice but to brace for the incoming storm. Without a second's hesitation, Lu Fan invokes the Fountain of Life, bathing his allies in a desperate, rejuvenating light. But the cold is too fast within a heartbeat. A thick shroud of ice swallows them whole, sealing them in a crystalline tomb. The frost spreads at a terrifying velocity, synchronized with the bone-chilling roar of the devouring demon Dragon King. A frozen nightmare descends upon the battlefield as the beast waits mockingly to see if they can survive its icy clutches. Suddenly, the sound of cracking glass echoes as spiderweb fractures spread across the massive ice block. The Dragon King's eyes flicker with newfound amusement as the prison shatters into a million jagged shards. Gasping for air, a battered Lu Fan realizes that only their natural draconic resistance saved them from a frozen grave. Dread begins to settle in. The gap in their power is a chasm that seems impossible to bridge. If we keep trading blows like this, we're finished, he mutters before calling out to his companion, Shao-Chi. The dragon acts instantly, unleashing a sinister toxin that implants parasitic seeds within the target's flesh. These seeds are designed to drain the victim's life force until they burst forth, dealing a lethal, internal blow. Alternatively, they can take root in the earth, binding the enemy in a tangle of unbreakable vines that pin them to the spot. The devouring demon Dragon King raises an eyebrow, impressed by the hatchling's tenacity. However, with one thunderous roar and a casual sweep of its claws, the restrictive vines are reduced to splinters. Lu Fan watches in shock as his binding spell fails, just as a sphere of dark energy begins to form in the enemy's palm. Mimicking my own vine techniques? How entertaining, the beast mocks as it prepares its next move. It activates a terrifying void circle, source devouring, an abyssal matrix that grinds matter and energy into pure, destructive force. Lu Fan's brow furrows as the air grows heavy with the scent of impending doom. It's absorbing the world's energy. We have to stop it now, he screams, commanding Xiao Fei to deploy the dragon domain. A shimmering barrier erupts, establishing a sacred draconic territory with a 100-meter radius. Inside this zone, all allied dragons and those sharing their bloodline receive a massive 50% boost to all attributes. Conversely, any non-dragon intruder is weakened by 50% and trapped within, unable to flee or teleport away. As the trap snaps shut, Lu Fan prepares his final gambit, unleashing the true power of the Jade Dragon bloodline. All skill effects are doubled for the Dragon Clan and their bloodkin. A colossal magic circle ignites the sky, erupting with a light that devours every drop of spiritual energy within its reach like a cosmic vortex. He barks a command, Xiao Fei, Eternal Guardian. Lu Fan unleashes his ultimate Jade Dragon bloodline once more. Every ability is now doubled for the Dragon Clan, and all those linked by blood. Total immunity to all debuffs is granted, while his self-regeneration surges by 5,000%. That monstrous power fuses with her technique to forge an invincible defense, the Eternal Guardian Shield. Under this aegis, damage absorption scales directly with the Eternal One's health and massive recovery. Yet, the enemy's pressure is suffocating. Lu Fan shudders. This power is too immense to hold for long. Full attack! Lu Fan bellows. Under his call, the entire team undergoes a legendary metamorphosis. Black Dragon 2 transforms into the World Destroyer, while Green Dragon 2 becomes the world-shattering Thunder. 17 million stars charge their final strike. The Demon Dragon King sneers, activating its own divine skill. Supreme Shield. The holy barrier of the Golden Dragon King grants 5 seconds of absolute invincibility. Instantly, a titanic shield of light erupts, encasing its massive frame in an impenetrable glow. It deflects the rain of attacks effortlessly. Hellfire erupts forward, dealing devastating damage while healing the beast. The poison dragon's tail lashes out, injecting 10 stacks of lethal, bone-rotting toxin into the target. The Jade Phoenix Empress awakens, boosting the Green Dragon's power by 100%, Every lightning spell cast now generates a crackling thunder domain at the point of impact. Any enemy trapped within the domain takes extra damage for every single movement they make. Wind blades explode in a flash, dealing damage while stripping all status effects from surrounding foes. 17 million stars summon a cosmic core, condensing energy within the stellar mass to boost its power. Finally, the Star Dragon detonates it in a cataclysmic world destroyer explosion. 17 million stars ignite at once. Sensing its protection failing, the Demon Dragon King freezes. Its eyes widen in pure, terrified disbelief. "It's critically wounded," Lu Fan declares. "It won't last another second." The barrier spiderwebs and shatters. A deluge of lava immediately swallows the beast's giant body. In an instant, the Demon Dragon King is buried in a sea of roaring flames. The battle finally ends. Lu Fan gasps for air, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Ahead, only an empty, silent void remains. He frowns, his voice filled with doubt. Is it really gone? Suddenly, the water below begins to boil. A streak of light pierces the surface like a silver blade. Lu Fan twists mid-air, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Lu Fan's eyes narrow in shock. Still alive? He triggers the Fountain of Life to restore his team's vitality. "Stop hiding," he roars in fury. A barrage of moves follows. 17 million stars charge the dragon language mimicry. This skill copies and releases dragon magic, with power determined by Lu Fan's own insane attributes. The Demon Dragon King takes human form and surfaces weakly. Her voice is raspy yet remains drenched in arrogance. "I truly underestimated you, little Dragon Tamer. You and your pets are spent," she suggests slowly. "Why not make a deal instead of dying together?" Lu Fan glares down, his voice dripping with cold disdain. "A deal?" Suddenly, Lu Fan's mana explodes, radiating through the space. Spiritual energy swirls around him like a destructive vortex of light. He sneers mockingly. "I see you're just trying to buy yourself some time." She recoils in pure shock, trembling inwardly. "What is this power? I've never encountered anything like it." Lu Fan reverts to human form, his gaze icy. "Take your last breath. Revert to your dragon form so I can kill you." He activates the wrath of 10,000 dragons. The Tamer and all his dragons fuse into a single entity. They become the king of 10,000 dragons, unleashing a single strike of immeasurable, God-tier power. As the fusion ends, the Demon Dragon King trembles. An ancient, terrifying aura radiates from him, suffocating her. Lu Fan raises his hand, declaring coldly, "Your era is over. Now perish." Panicked, she screams, "Wait. I'll tell you the location of the dragon scale armor. Can we end this?" He narrowed his eyes, voice laced with suspicion. "The armored dragon egg?" The devouring Demon Dragon Queen continued. "That is the second gift. I can also form a contract with you. Unlike your other dragon pets, I will not occupy your summoning slots." Lu Fan remained skeptical, questioning her. "You truly won't kill me given the chance?" She explained calmly. "Once the contract is sealed, if you die, I perish as well." He waved a hand, letting his spiritual energy dissipate. "Fine. You better not be playing any tricks on me." Suddenly, the Dragon Queen lunged from the depths of the lake. She grabbed Lu Fan's collar with lightning speed, startling him. "What are you doing?" Before he could react, her next move left him stunned. Her soft lips were suddenly pressed firmly against his. In that instant, a violent surge of magic erupted, as a swirling green light engulfed them both. The Dragon King's contract was complete. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, the devouring Demon Dragon Queen immediately pulled back. Lu Fan felt as if his life force had been drained. Gasping for air, he demanded, "What was that for?" She crossed her arms, looking arrogant. "The ritual. See, I didn't lie to you. Did I?" His face turned deathly pale as he stumbled, his entire body trembling. Finally, it seemed the ordeal was over. Lu Fan struggled to keep his eyes open, his lashes fluttering as his vision blurred. So tired. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Fan lost consciousness and plummeted straight into the lake. Much later, at the bottom of the falling Dragon Valley, a faint light pierced through the rock crevices. The dim glow illuminated Lu Fan's face as he finally woke. Seeing him open his eyes, little Chit chirped in pure delight. Lu Fan sat up quickly, his head still spinning. He scratched his head, looking both confused and anxious. "Ugh, this is bad. How long was I out?" He rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a heavy fatigue that wouldn't fade. That battle with the Dragon Queen drained everything. A calamity-grade beast truly defies all human logic. He patted the little one's head, his lips curling into a faint, affectionate smile. All right, you little rascal, you're actually as strong as a tiger." Lu Fan turned pensive, his gaze darkening. Luckily, he had sealed the contract before collapsing. Suddenly, her voice made him jump. "You're awake already?" That was surprisingly fast. She toyed with the azure water, her voice sounding playful. "Care to join me, little Dragon Tamer?" Lu Fan snapped back. "Forget it. Why are you still here? The Dragon Queen stood up slowly, frowning. Why so guarded? I signed the contract. I cannot defy it. With this bond in place, if you die, I die as well, she added matter-of-factly. She grinned widely. So relax. As long as the contract remains, I am no threat to you. His cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. I still suspect you have some hidden scheme up your sleeve. She stepped out of the lake gracefully. A scheme? That hurts my feelings. Though, I won't say I have zero motives. As she approached, little Chit hid fearfully in Lufan's arms. Her eyes flashed with a cold, defiant light. I only lost to you today because my injuries were far too severe, she explained sharply. By contracting with you, I can use your dragon space to accelerate my recovery, she continued, noting that her full restoration would be his ultimate reward. Her voice echoed through the valley. This contract allows you to summon me 3 times to handle enemies you cannot defeat alone. She smirked, a hint of triumph in her eyes. A win-win deal for both of us, isn't it? Lufan agreed it was mutual, but countered, you must agree to 3 conditions. She scowled. Humph. Give an inch, and you take a mile. Lufan stared her down coldly. You offered this contract just to survive. Since I defeated you, I should be the one choosing the spoils. She stepped closer, her gaze icy, but Lufan stood his ground. Refuse, and I will never summon you. If I die, you vanish forever, never to taste freedom again. The Dragon Queen burst out laughing, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. She tilted his chin up. Fine then, little Dragon Tamer. What are your 3 conditions? Lufan brushed her hand away irritably. First, I want this poison lake. It shouldn't affect you much anyway. She nodded without hesitation. Fine. I only stayed here to use the toxins for healing. Compared to your dragon space, the recovery speed of this toxic pool is pathetic. She turned away abruptly. You want this place for that little dragon of yours, don't you? He replied sternly. I don't need to answer that. She waded back into the water. That skeleton was my former partner, the underworld's poison dragon king. This toxic lake was born from his very flesh and blood, housing the remnant traces of his royal power. The Devourer Dragon King gently caressed the skeletal remains, her voice dropping to a low whisper as she spoke of the legendary War of the 3 Dragons. In those ancient days, he and I stood together right here, locked in a brutal struggle against another sovereign, the Armored Dragon King. That carnage was so devastating it birthed a forbidden zone humans now call Dragonfall Valley. Lufan stared at little Chi in his arms, his mind racing as the pieces clicked together. So, the fallen dragon of this valley was actually the Poison Dragon King of the underworld. Was there a hidden bond between this ancient king and little Chi? The small creature tilted its head blankly, letting out a soft, confused chirp. Humph. After a heavy silence, a flash of unreadable sorrow crossed her eyes before she added, and then, I slaughtered the Poison Dragon King myself. Hearing this, Lufan's suspicion deepened. Stealing dragon eggs and murdering her own ally, this was a woman who could never be trusted. The Devourer Dragon King let out a chilling laugh, extending her hand like an invitation. Now then, tell me your remaining conditions. Lufan didn't hesitate. I want a single drop of your blood. He produced a mysterious seed, firmly demanding she coat it with her essence. This was a seed from the Flight Dragon Divine Wood. Ever since the abyss maw of the Devourer Dragon seized the tree, its divine power had been fading into nothingness. Only a hero who could slay the abyss maw and use this blood-soaked seed as proof could save the withered divine wood. Doing so would surely earn the favor of the wood's true master, the Spirit Dragon King, the very root of all living things. Catching sight of the seed, she erupted into mocking laughter. How pathetic, the Devourer Dragon King sneered. To think those lowly sub-dragon mongrels actually managed to seize the divine wood from the Spirit Dragon King herself. For a Dragon King to rely on a mere human for vengeance. How absolutely humiliating. She sharply bit her fingertip, crimson blood spraying out instantly. Fine. I shall grant this request as well. With a flick of her wrist, the Devourer Dragon King let her blood soak into the seed's surface. You can take this to the Spirit Dragon King, but who knows? Maybe I'll tear her flesh apart and devour her power when we meet. I won't let you stand in my way, Lufan declared coldly. She narrowed her eyes with a low growl. Huh. We shall see about that. Suddenly, the Devourer Dragon King pressed close to him, her voice turning soft and playful. Ugh. Well then, little Dragon Tamer, I'm exhausted after being with you for so long. Lufan's face flushed bright red as he shouted in shock. What are you trying to do now? She delicately licked the blood from her finger as a surge of spiritual energy erupted, swirling around her like a misty veil, while her eyes gleamed with mischief. I think I'll head into your pet space for a nice long rest. Lufan scrambled to stop her. Wait! You still haven't fulfilled my 3rd condition. Tell me where you hid the armored dragon egg you stole. In a heartbeat, the Devourer Dragon King vanished from sight, leaving behind nothing but a mocking echo of laughter. Don't be so impatient, boy. With your current strength, even with my help, You wouldn't survive a second trying to claim that egg. I'll come find you once I've finished my nap. Don't worry. I always keep my promises. Lu Fan looked at the seed in his hand and sighed. She could ignore his commands and vanish whenever she pleased. It seemed his earlier threats meant nothing to her freedom. Regardless, this hidden quest had to be completed. At that moment, system notifications began flooding his vision. Item obtained. Bloodstained Flight Dragon Divine Wood Seed. 1. Flight Dragon Divine Wood. Hidden quest updated. Current progress 1. Objective. Deliver the bloodstained seed to the Spirit Dragon King. Lu Fan quickly turned his attention back. All right, little Chi, hurry and absorb the Dragon King's toxins. Seeing the little creature trembling and looking around in fear, he gently reassured it. Don't be afraid. She's gone now. Lu Fan urged. You need to move fast. Once you're done absorbing them, we have to get out of here immediately. Little Chi chirped in response and took flight at once. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's eyes drifted toward the system interface hovering in midair. Suddenly, panic struck him. Damn it. This was the first time a battle had drained his team's durability to 0. Everyone except Little Chi and the Spirit were completely exhausted. Before his eyes, the system interface flickered with a barrage of urgent red warnings. Alert. Contracted Black Dragon Bone, level 49. Durability depleted. Remaining recovery time. 278 minutes. Alert. Contracted Jade Dragon, level 44. Durability depleted. Recovery time, 19 minutes. Contracted Star Dragon, level 41. Alert. Contracted Blue Dragon, level 33. Durability depleted. Recovery time, 278 minutes. Contracted Poison Dragon, level 30. Thoughts raced through Lu Fan's mind. Little Chi had relied on debuffs to support the team, avoiding total exhaustion, while the Spirit possessed the Indomitable Soul trait. This allowed her to maintain her strength indefinitely. As for the Jade Dragon's bloodline, Little Phi's recovery speed was 50 times faster than normal. No wonder her remaining recovery time was the shortest of them all. Lu Fan glanced up and called for Little Chit. It appeared right before him. Its belly was swollen as it burped in satisfaction. Lu Fan gasped. The poison is gone. Sudden dizziness hit him. Lu Fan rubbed his temples, groaning. Ugh, my head hurts so much. I need to rest. Flying back would be exhausting. Spiritual power surged in his palm. Under Lu Fan's command, his spirit materialized. Divine light erupted, ready to pierce the void. With one wave, a brilliant violet light shot out. It was the Starry Void shuttle. It tore through space, forming a rift that led directly to his target's location. The portal lasts 60 seconds and ignores all magic seals. The system notification chimed. 58 seconds remain, Lu Fan urged. Little Chit, let's go. Digest that energy at home. Before he finished, the scene surprised him. Wait, it's already finished absorbing everything? The underworld dragon's poison pushed Little Chit to level 17. It blushed and smiled shyly. System. Poison dragon reaches level 47. Absorbing the king's toxin drains the target's life. Drained life force will now automatically restore the dragon's own health. Contracted poison dragon level 47. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 29,000. Stamina, 9,000. Myriad poison origin, can collect and change poison types at any time. Underworld miasma, releases a toxic mist within range of the designated target area. Enemies in the mist gain poison stacks. More stacks cause higher damage per second. Unlimited stacks, poison spikes strike from the tail, inflicting 10 stacks of toxin immediately. Adult form metamorphosis, the dragon can now freely shift between two powerful forms. Poison dragon bloodline. After taking fatal damage, it reconstructs its body to resurrect itself. Immune to all negative effects. Any unit touching the dragon becomes instantly infected. Next morning at the Huang estate, an explosion shattered the peace. Zhuang Meng pulverized a wall, while Ningdu calmly ate snacks, looking like absolutely nothing was wrong. Huang Yingheng couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth, looking incredibly anxious and worried. Annoyed, Ningdu threw the snack bag at him. So noisy. Stop pacing around already. The bag hit Yingheng. Ow, he bowed quickly. Sorry, I'm just worried about the long wait. What if Miss Ye went home? Ningdu barked. Do I need your concern? I'll know the moment she leaves the secret realm. Outside, Zhuang Meng suddenly froze. He sensed something unusual. His muscles tensed as his gaze became cold and highly alert. He grabbed an apple, his eyes flashing with grim resolve. I can't wait any longer. Cold sweat poured down his face. Huang Yingheng stammered in shock. Wait, what? Ningdu took a calm bite. Your young lady has finally come outside. Scene change. At the geocentric mine, workers were laboring hard to dig for ore. Pickaxes echoed as carts of gemstones piled up like mountains deep underground. The system confirmed 1,057 cores collected. Ye Wuxian leaned against the wall, exhausted. Workers rushed over. One asked, "Miss Ye, are you okay? Let me help you rest." She waved them off, gasping. "No, I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Wiping sweat, she felt conflicted. Lu Fan's growth was terrifyingly fast. "I taught him once. Now, I must train harder, or I won't deserve to be his senior anymore." Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky, diving straight toward the mining site. She looked up, dazed. "Huh?" She rubbed her eyes. "Am I seeing things from exhaustion?" Instantly, Zhuang Meng and Ning Du closed in. Zhuang Meng flashed a wide, friendly smile. But in that moment, his fist swung like a thunderbolt, striking without any warning. The earth shattered. Workers screamed and fell as the ground shook violently. "What's happening?" Ye Wuxian was slammed down, pinned ruthlessly to the ground by Zhuang Meng. Ning Du greeted her with an icy tone. Level 96 elite, leader of a Tier 3 family. "Greetings, Miss Ye Wuxian." He smirked at her battered state, mocking her suffering within the mine. She struggled violently, her voice sharp with desperation. Who are you people?" Ningdu glanced at the figure beside him and introduced him calmly. "This is Zhuang Meng, head of the Zhuang family, or rather, my personal puppet." He continued coldly. "As for me, I am Ningdu of the Ning family. I've been waiting days for this encounter." Within the geocentric core mine, Ye Wuxian felt a cold shiver of dread at his words. "Are these C-rank noble families here to avenge the Huangs?" She wondered in terror. Heavy footsteps echoed through the cavern as Nanfeng Heihai rushed forward, pleading, "Lord Ning, please show mercy to Miss Ye." "Miss Ye must have collected enough geocentric cores by now," he cried out. "We can hand them over immediately, right, Miss Ye?" She trembled, her body failing as she let out a weak groan. "Ugh." Ye Wuxian glared at him. "You're after the geocentric cores?" Ningdu replied calmly. "Precisely. Since the Huang family merged with the Ye family, you've inherited their debts. Now, you will pay in their stead." He spoke with sickening arrogance. "Work for the Ning family. This is your chance to serve a C-rank noble house. Isn't that a blessing?" Huang Yingheng quickly chimed in. "Yes, exactly. Miss Ye, please just agree to his terms." She ground her teeth in silent fury. Curse it all. Her strength had been completely drained by the grueling days inside the core caverns. Ningdu reached out, his eyes glowing a terrifying blood red. "Surrender every last geocentric core you possess. Become my loyal dog in place of the Huangs. If not, one move from the Ning family will erase the Ye family forever." Yingheng panicked, urging her frantically. "Agree to it, Miss Ye. Don't let your pride destroy us." Despite the overwhelming threat, Ye Wuxian refused to break, her fists clenching tightly. "In your dreams, brat," she roared. "Why should I hand over what belongs to my family?" Zhuang Meng instantly slammed her into the ground. The sheer pressure shattered the earth, sending shockwaves through the mine. Yingheng wept, begging for mercy. "Lord Ning, please calm your rage. Give her one more chance." Ningdu snarled in response. "She dared to refuse me, and I despise those who defy my will." He hoisted her into the air with a single hand. Yingheng collapsed to his knees, trembling. "Let me talk to her again. I beg you." Ningdu's patience snapped. "If that's the case," he barked, "then you can die alongside her." With a wave of Zhuang Meng's hand, Ye Wuxian was hurled into the stone walls. A massive explosion rocked the cavern, burying her in dust. Yingheng clutched his head, screaming in absolute despair. "Miss Ye!" Ningdu laughed maniacally, ringing a chilling bronze bell. "Ghost General, go forth and crush her into dust." Zhuang Meng lunged forward, radiating pure killing intent. Amidst the rubble, a voice hissed with venomous rage. "Damn you!" Ye Wuxian burst from the debris, her weapon glowing as she channeled her ultimate skill. 7 layers of fire patterns ignited on her blade, promising double damage with every successive strike. As she swung, the system tracked each hit, magnifying her power 7-fold. "Die!" she screamed. But her spear was caught by Zhuang Meng's iron-like grip. System alerts flashed rapidly. 6 layers of fire patterns. Interrupted. 5 layers remaining. 5 times damage. 4 layers. 4 times. 3 layers. Interrupted. 2 layers. Double damage. Ye Wuxian spat out with pure hatred. "You're no different from the Huangs, just another bully preying on the weak." Ningdu's cold laughter cut through the ringing of his bell. "You think your spirit matters? It seems I was far too kind to you." Ningdu gestured mockingly. "This woman is actually entertaining. Ghost General, let's play with her a little longer." Another alert flashed. The final fire pattern was severed. His eyes turned murderous. "First break her legs." Her heart stopped. Her eyes widened in sheer terror as the end approached. A massive fist filled her vision. But just as death loomed, Lu Fan appeared, blocking the blow in a flash of power. Robbed of his fun, Ningdu roared in a primal fury. Who dares interfere? Ignoring the enemy, Lu Fan turned to her with concern. Are you all right, senior? I'm here now. She let out a ragged sigh. I hate that you had to see me in such a pathetic state, but thank goodness you arrived. Lu Fan tightened his fist, his aura exploding. I don't know the full story, but I saw what they did to you. And they're going to pay. Lu Fan glanced back, his gaze ice cold. Go rest for a bit. It's time I taught this brat the meaning of discipline. Earlier, at the Ye family courtyard in the western border, a maid rushed in frantically. This is bad. Something terrible has happened. Lady Ye is in danger. Lu Fan's face darkened with worry. What happened? The maid burst into tears. Lady Ye told me to watch Huang Yingheng, but the Ning family came to extort tribute. They've taken him and are hunting her down in the mines, she pleaded, trembling. Please, save her. Master Lu, please help her. Lu Fan comforted her gently. I understand. Don't worry. I'm going to save her right now. Back in the present at the mine, Ye Wuxian listened, stunned by the truth. So, that's what happened, she whispered. No wonder you arrived just in time. She caught her breath. I almost died. That brat ambushed me while I was exhausted. Lu Fan stepped forward. Let Xiao Fei heal your wounds. In a flash, Xiao Fei appeared. Lu Fan's voice was resolute. Leave the rest to me. She used Spring of Life to heal her, an ability that regenerates life force for all allies. Be careful, Ye Wuxian warned. That giant is his puppet, just like your fallen corpse. Ningdu rested his chin on his hand. So, you're the Dragon Master? You dared to wound my puppet? You clearly don't know the cost of crossing me. Lu Fan didn't hesitate, drawing his blade. Dragon Chi active. Black Dragon level 2. A crimson aura erupted, radiating overwhelming pressure. You hurt her, Lu Fan growled. Do you have any idea how this ends? The mine bells rang out. Magic beams shot forward like razor-sharp wires. Ningdu sneered. A mere low-rank family dares to be so bold? The severed limb on the ground reattached itself as his voice echoed through the tunnels. You're only fit to be my puppets. General Ghost, crush him to dust. Zhuang Meng roared and charged, his battle cry shaking the very walls of the mine. A thunderous punch slammed down, pinning Lu Fan, but then, a massive dragon claw caught the blow. Zhuang Meng froze in shock. What? Lu Fan sneered. Is your puppet only capable of this? Suddenly, the system flared to life. Dragon Warrior's Will. 3 of 5 pieces equipped. Bloodline Seal. 1/5 released. Hidden Power Awakening. Transformation. Golden Dragon King. Strength, Agility, and Spirit plus 50. Vitality plus 200. Golden Dragon Form. Mounted Combat disabled. New skills, Judgment Claw and Boiling Blood. Ningdu gasped. He turned into a dragon himself? This wasn't how Dragon Masters fought, Lu Fan commanded. Xiao Fei, support me. She moved like lightning, her spiritual energy exploding around her like a raging firestorm. Xiao Fei stood on Lu Fan's back. Emerald Dragon 2. Form Shift Soul Light. Emerald Bloodline. All skill effects doubled for Dragonkin and Bloodline-connected allies. Lu Fan launched his counterattack. Soul Protection. All attributes boosted from 100 to 200%. Each hit taken generated layers of Imperial Chi. At 10 layers, he unleashed Imperial Chi Shock. Damage. 10 times total absorbed damage, doubled. Zhuang Meng was sent flying, crashing deep into the rubble. Get up, you useless thing, Ningdu screamed in panic. One hit took down a level 100? Lu Fan mocked him, his voice dripping with venom. Where did all that arrogance go? You wanted to crush me? Make me your puppet? His mana surged like a tsunami. Swirling vortexes of light converged before him. They formed a massive fireball. Dragon Tongue Mimicry. Copying and releasing Pet's magic. Power scaled with his own stats. Explosive lava. Charging. Lu Fan roared, "Come here, brat." The system explained the devastation. Explosive lava. Triggers a massive fiery eruption within range. Creates a lava lake. Targets sink into the molten rock, taking massive continuous damage. Ningdu shook his bells frantically, laughing like a madman. Fascinating. This is too much fun. Ningdu grit his teeth, snarling with rage. Ghost General, get up for me right now. In an instant, Zhuang Meng surged up, muscles rippling like waves, as spiritual energy flared. His roar thundered, shattering the space around them. Lu Fan froze in disbelief. Ningdu's eyes narrowed, his face twisted with a mask of arrogant surprise. So what if you can't go dragon mode, he boasted. My puppet won't let you touch a hair on me. The system revealed Ningdu as a level 103 puppet master, controlling the level 100 mountain breaker, Zhuang Meng. Lu Fan lashed out with razor-sharp claws, his voice dripping with icy rage as he charged forward. The puppet counterattacked instantly, red spiritual energy erupting around him like a wave of pure killing intent. Lu Fan moved with blinding speed. activating his Jade Blessing as the emerald light surged from Tier 3 to 6. The Jade Blessing purified all debuffs, boosting every single one of his attributes by 30 to 60%. Each layer could nullify 2 hits. Thanks to his Jade Dragon bloodline, all skill effects were doubled for those with dragon lineage. Ningdu's lips curled into a sneer. Do you see it now? Lu Fan's other hand shot up, spiritual energy swirling violently within his palm. Oh? Is that so? With a roar, he unleashed the Judgment Claw, slamming his talons into the general as a deafening explosion rocked the area. The Golden Dragon King's Judgment Claws ignited with a holy, golden flame, ready to incinerate him. By sacrificing 20% of his durability, he converted it into power, ensuring his next 2 strikes deal massive damage. Claws sank deep into Zhuangmeng's shoulder, blood spraying as he shrieked. Ningdu spun around, horror and cold sweat drenching his skin. Lu Fan reached his hand forward. His eyes burned blood red, his voice a terrifying growl. Your turn. Ningdu frantically rang his bell, echoes vibrating through the air. Following the command, the general snapped awake, eyes blazing as he flexed his frame to burst free from the debris. Lu Fan leaped into the air, spiritual energy spiraling around his hands like a lethal storm. The system warned that 1 Judgment Claw remained. In that split second, Zhuangmeng lunged forward to shield his master. Lu Fan's serrated claws tore through the puppet's flesh, sending crimson droplets raining down upon the parched earth. Despite the danger, Ningdu laughed, eyes flickering with a defiant spark. How fascinating, Ningdu taunted. I love watching you struggle so hard, only to realize you can't even hit me. He reached toward Zhuangmeng with a sinister grin. Look at this. He ripped the puppet's cloth. My general is level 100. Instantly, Zhuangmeng's body began to warp, his muscles swelling and bulging like a rising tide of iron. 2 jagged, wicked horns sprouted from his skull, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated malice and savage power. Zhuangmeng slammed his heavy foot down, fracturing the earth into a crater. Ningdu watched on with pure arrogance. His level 100 divine skill is coming. The puppet's breath came in heavy gasps like a suppressed roar. Burning sparks of fury ignited in his eyes. Zhuangmeng roared, his overwhelming pressure flooding the entire area. The system analyzed. Zhuangmeng, level 100 Mountain Breaker Ghost General, has reached Stage 3. Mountain God Possession grants him the deity's armor, boosting his strength and durability attributes by 300%. Within the glowing geocentric core mine, Ningdu suddenly manifested a handful of ice-cold, lethal nails in his palm. With triple stats and the Mountain God buff, even heavy armor warriors would tremble. I'm not done yet. To ensure you die satisfied, I'll show you my ultimate level 100 skill, the triple soul-piercing nails. Each nail embedded in the puppet increases attack power by 100%. These can only be removed by the puppet master. With a blur of motion, he fired the nails, each one thudding deep into Zhuangmeng's massive body. Go, Ghost General, unleash your full power. Ningdu then launched himself into the air like a guided arrow. He landed on the puppet's shoulder, mocking, "Isn't it an honor to fight an opponent with 10 times your power?" Lu Fan remained silent, his cold, calculating gaze locked onto the monstrosity standing before him. Ningdu continued, "With 10 times the stats, I could take down 3 level 100 experts easily. Even a dragon is nothing before this." Seeing Lu Fan revert to human form, Ningdu laughed. "Giving up already?" Lu Fan spoke calmly. "Level 100 skill, 10 times power. Truly a pity." Ningdu's brow furrowed, his irritation boiling over. "A pity? Pity what?" Lu Fan shoved his hands in his pockets. "A pity that even 100 times power is still just trash." Lu Fan calculated his move. Zhuangmeng was all brute force, while Ningdu's control fueled the puppet army. He glared at them, his heart brimming with defiant arrogance. "I'd like to see exactly what kind of dragon you think you can summon against me." Suddenly, Little Squeak lunged forward like a bolt of lightning toward Ningdu. But the moment it saw Zhuangmeng, its fighting spirit evaporated into pure, unadulterated terror. The cowardly little dragon immediately turned tail and scrambled away in a total panic. Lu Fan coughed in embarrassment at the pathetic sight. Zhuangmeng doubled over in laughter. "You're kidding, right? Is this slug supposed to be your legendary dragon?" Lu Fan quickly scooped the little guy up. "Come on, Little Squeak." He gently poked its nose. "You've faced the myriad demon poison vine and the guardian dragon king. Are you really going to let a meathead and a dwarf scare you?" These words reignited the dragon's fire. "I'm not scared. I'll hit him and run," it squeaked back. Lu Fan urged it on. "Good boy. Now go show them what you're truly made of." Little Squeak took a deep breath, its eyes turning razor sharp as it hissed at the enemy with newfound hostility. Ningdu gritted his teeth in fury. "You seriously think this pathetic thing can take down my level 100 puppet?" Lu Fan smirked calmly. "I never said I only had one." Spiritual energy erupted violently as Xiao Fei materialized. "Xiao Fei, now, summon, Black Blade." Following her cry, a swarm of dragons descended, their forms merging into a singular, terrifying entity. Shadow Dragon King Contract. Summoning Black Blade. The summons level adjusted instantly to match the master's power. Ningdu stood frozen. That gaze. It was pure, chilling, killing intent. How many types of dragons did this kid actually have? Whatever it is, I can't let it make the first move, Ningdu realized, instantly launching his counterattack. Indestructible Nether Defense. A guardian bronze bell hovered above him, unfolding a solid barrier of light etched with ancient runes. This barrier provided massive damage reduction while inflicting a runic shockwave on anyone who dared to touch it. With a roar, Ningdu commanded his forces to charge. Ghost General, tear them apart. Zhuangmeng's fist, heavy with destructive force, swung like a localized hurricane. Yet Lu Fan remained unfazed. Suddenly, a thick, noxious fog erupted from the ground, completely swallowing the enemy. Lu Fan had set the trap long ago. The Netherworld Poison Dragon King's toxin began devouring the target's health rapidly. Every drop of life drained from the enemy flowed back into Lu Fan, replenishing his own vitality. Poison Dragon Form, Netherworld Swamp. The battlefield transformed into a roiling sea of venom, drowning every enemy in sight. The rate at which the poison stacked suddenly doubled, accelerating the inevitable end. Ningdu rang his bell frantically, his mind racing. When did we get poisoned? This is impossible. A pillar of spiritual light descended to buff Zhuangmeng, attempting to purge the encroaching toxin with high-tier skills. Clear Heart Mirror. A translucent glow washed over the target, meant to instantly vanish all negative status effects. For the next 3 seconds, it granted total immunity. Following that, Marrow Cleansing rained down light feathers to purge all nearby allies. Every passing second was supposed to strip away another layer of the deadly poison. Source Suppression Rejuvenation. This ultimate move forcibly suppressed and inverted the flow of negative energy within the body. It was designed to instantly sever all ongoing damage over time effects. Poison, bleeding, or burns, every interrupted stack was meant to restore 10% of the target's maximum health. Spiritual power surged as the blinding light intensified. Yet, despite the divine effort, the poison remained untouched. I can't clear it. How is this possible? Ningdu screamed. Lu Fan sneered with utter disdain. Give it up. My poison is beyond your league. The bronze bell rang desperately, as Ningdu's panic reached a fever pitch. Damn it, Ningdu barked. Retreat. Get out of there now. Zhuangmeng struggled to pull his legs from the swirling venomous mire. Suddenly, a flash of lethal light cut through the air, severing Zhuangmeng's body in two. His upper torso tumbled helplessly into the corrosive poison below. System. Shadow Assassination activated. Moving from stealth to the target's blind spot, a critical strike hit the weak point, inflicting 1600% power damage. Shadow Raid followed up with an additional 20% bonus impact. Lu Fan charged, his hand morphing into a jagged dragon claw that glowed with a sinister crimson light. With one explosive sweep, the poison sea erupted. Lu Fan's battle cry echoed as the system announced, Dragon Ruin. Dragon Ruin. Arm transforms into a dragon claw. It delivers 6 high-speed strikes and can be unleashed from a distance. Ningdu's face turned ghostly pale as cold sweat drenched his clothes. He's a monster. My ghost general was my strongest puppet. A moment later, at the summoning bell's ring, a phantom shadow emerges. Ningdu scrambles onto her back, his voice cracking with pure terror. Go, phantom shadow, move! They take flight like a shot. Ningdu glares back with venomous eyes, hissing a silent, bitter oath. You perverted Dragon Tamer. I'll make you pay for this. But Lu Fan and his pets are already in hot pursuit. He isn't letting this top-tier puppet material escape. Lu Fan lunges, his form a streak of lightning cutting through the air. There's no way he's letting his prey slip away now. Deep in the central mine, Ningdu steals a glance behind him. His face twists in fury. Shh, this persistent ghost just won't quit. With a snap of his fingers, another subordinate manifests. Ghost Guard, stop him! Lu Fan grips his blade, a mocking sneer dancing on his lips. You think these two can actually hold me back? Is that all you've got? In a flash, a blinding light erupts from his back. Massive dragon wings unfurl, radiating pure power. This is the void-severing art, infused with dragon chi for a devastating double strike. Lu Fan narrows his eyes in disdain. You can't block me. Xiao Fei, wipe them out, he orders coldly. Instantly, she channels her spiritual energy, a surge of magic exploding outward. The sky ignites as Xiao Fei unleashes her soul shock technique, illuminating the dark corners of the mine. While in her soul state, she channels dragon chi continuously. Every second gained grants 1 to 2 layers of devastating power. Upon impact, the target is hit by the full release of all dragon chi peaking at 360 stacks. The system flashes a warning. Soul shock is fully charged. The magical torrent instantly traps the enemies, leaving them absolutely no room for escape. The system display glows. Soul Shock, releasing all accumulated dragon chi for a killing blow. It's already at 8 stacks. Ningdu's mind races with venomous spite. Useless trash. They couldn't even buy me a second. I'm replacing everyone when I get back. He's so blinded by rage, he doesn't realize the Shadow Dragon King 2 has already closed the distance. In a heartbeat, razor-sharp claws tear through the air, bisecting both guards. Ningdu gasps, falling through the void as blood sprays in a crimson arc. He can't believe it. Defeat? Just like that? How? He gasps. 2 strikes of shadow assassination were all it took. Striking from the shadows, the skill teleports the user behind the target to strike a lethal weak point. It deals a staggering 1,600% damage, followed by a 20% bonus strike. Ningdu's voice trembles into a hollow echo. How? Is this possible? Moments later, his broken body slams into the dirt. Seeing Lufan standing over him, Ningdu reaches out a shaking, blood-stained hand. Save! Save me! Terror consumes him as he lies in a pool of his own blood. Please, I don't want to die! His voice cracks in desperation. Lufan clicks his tongue, his gaze overflowing with pure contempt. Look at you, whimpering like a pathetic dog begging for its master. Honestly, I preferred your arrogant side. Why don't you try acting tough again? Just for a bit? Ningdu continues to beg. Help me. I'm the young master of the Ning family. Save me, and the Ning family will give you anything you want. Lufan simply turns away, his voice freezing. Xiao Fei. Summon the corrupted corpse holy dragon. She obeys without a second's hesitation. A brilliant golden array swirls into existence, and from the explosion of light, the terrifying form of the corrupted dragon slowly emerges. This is the natural assimilation, twin summoning of the corrupted corpse holy dragon. The Dragon King's power scales perfectly with its master. Ningdu's face drains of all color. What? What are you doing? Lufan's voice is like ice. Turning you into my newest puppet. Hope shatters instantly. Ningdu screams in a final frantic rage. Are you insane? If you kill me, the Ning family will tear you apart. My sister will never let you live. But the dragon's eyes are already glowing a murderous red, locking onto its prey. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, ensnaring Ningdu within the corrupted corpse manipulation array. This forbidden art transforms targets into puppets that can be summoned or dismissed at the master's whim. When a puppet falls, its energy returns to the holy dragon. Lufan watches the transformation, his expression unreadable. In a gruesome display, Ningdu's severed limbs stitch themselves back together. Heavy footsteps echo through the mine, a sound of something that is no longer human. The ritual is complete. A new, high-tier puppet has risen from the grave. Ningdu, corrupted corpse puppet master, level 103. A fallen professional's corpse, converted into a loyal puppet that answers only to its master's call. Triple soul nails. Each nail embedded increases the puppet's attack power by 100%. These nails are permanent, removable only by the master. Clear Mind Mirror. Injects pure spiritual light into the target. It instantly purges all negative status effects and grants total immunity for the next 3 seconds. Bone Cleansing Rain. A downpour of spiritual energy that washes over and heals all nearby allies. Every second, a layer of negative status is purged from his body. Absolute Rejuvenation. It forcibly suppresses and reverses the flow of negative energy raging within him. Ongoing effects like poison, bleeding, and burns are instantly severed, converting their stacks back into vital life force. Examining the system interface, Lufan rubs his chin. Truly intriguing. It turns out every skill of a puppet master is meant to be channeled into their puppets. By strengthening these puppets and converting the elite army into shells, I can forge a specialized vanguard squad. Suddenly, a voice rings out behind him, making him spin around in surprise. Lufan's eyes soften as he recognizes her, his tone turning gentle. Senior, you're here. She leans in, examining the puppet. The scion of the Ning family? Slaughtered just like that? Junior, you really are decisive and ruthless. Lufan responds calmly. A level 100 powerhouse is too precious to waste. He reveals his plan to amplify the puppet's power. I'm testing if he can convert the fallen soldiers into puppets. If successful, our combat strength will reach a new level. Ye Wuxian smiles playfully and pinches his cheek. Impressive. Crushing a rank C family has been a long-time dream. Lufan asks with concern, how is your body? She responds serenely, I'm perfectly fine now. Ye Wuxian speaks shyly. Her injuries were severe, but Xiao Fei's healing was miraculous. She's just a bit exhausted, he continues. Then let's begin. I hope the results don't disappoint us. At his call, a brilliant golden light explodes. The fallen corpse Saint Dragon emerges from the radiance to summon the dead. It lets out a roar that trembles the very fabric of space, instantly releasing a horde of puppets. The system confirms corpse manipulation, allows the conversion, summoning, and recall of puppets at will. Energy returns to the dragon upon death. Lu Fan speaks with total composure. Take control of them. Instantly, tendrils of pitch-black spiritual energy surge from Ningdu's hands, ensnaring the puppets. This is puppet creation, a skill that turns the corpses of high-level classes into obedient, summonable puppets. Next, he raises his hand and rings a ritual bell. The sound waves ripple through the air like physical weight. Hearing the chime, the figures ahead snap to attention, standing as rigid as soldiers awaiting orders. They draw their weapons in unison, their hollow eyes igniting with a cold, soulless light. Ye Wuxian's eyes widen in shock. She gasps. It worked! This means you only need to command Ningdu to lead an entire puppet army into battle. He smirks with pride. It's more than just control. Watch closely. The bell tolls again, its low resonance echoing as waves of dark energy churn like a violent storm. The triple soul nails technique manifests instantly. Hovering in midair, they pulse with a dark magical glow before plunging straight into the puppet squad. Mana explodes in a golden tide, flooding the world with light. The system confirms the activation of triple soul nails. For every nail embedded, a puppet's attack power surges by 100%. These nails are permanent and cannot be neutralized unless removed by the master. Lu Fan boasts, "See that? Unless they are completely obliterated, those black threads will reconstruct them indefinitely." She sighs in awe. A legion of monsters on one side, and an elite squad of high-level puppets on the other. Anyone who crosses you is truly cursed. He replies confidently, no rank C family could ever match this power. Lu Fan smiles. Since you said I'm the one in charge of the Ye family now, then I'll ensure the Ye family becomes the undisputed #1 power in the West. Ye Wuxian smiles back. I believe you. Suddenly, a joyous voice interrupts their moment. Lady Ye, Master Lu, I finally found you both. Huang Ying Hengfei rushes over, clinging desperately to Lu Fan's leg like a lost child. My dear young ancestor Lu, you're finally back. That monster Ningdu went on a rampage, butchering everyone in sight like the king of hell. I was ready to prove my loyalty through death. I swore I wouldn't yield. But then I thought about the Huang family. No, I mean the Ye family, the legacy you just acquired. You weren't here to lead us yet. I couldn't let the Ye family be destroyed while in the hands of a useless person like me. I was forced to maintain a fake smile, using every trick to deceive that monster, while desperately praying for my two saviors to return. He knit his brows in a fury. Is that so? I thought you were still plotting something. Now, let go of me. With the Ye family's ship on the verge of sinking, their only hope was to cling to the powerful Ning family. He shook his head violently as tears streamed down, his gut-wrenching cries echoing with pure despair. I swear by the heavens and the earth, Lord Lu, my loyalty to you and the Ye family is purer than gold. I wouldn't dare betray you. I truly wish I had your courage, my lord. If I had chosen to fight back then, not a single tile of the Huang estate would remain before you two could return, she interjected, softly defending him. Against a titan like the Ning family, it didn't matter if he held a non-combat class. Even a fourth-turn expert would be forced to bow their head. He had truly given his all. Lu Fan swiftly pulled his foot away. I know exactly what you're thinking. I will give you 1 month, he warned coldly. If the old Huang estate is still in this dilapidated state and hasn't been restored, your days as butler are over. Panicking, he swore, rest assured, in 1 month, I will show you and the eldest miss a brand new estate. It will be 10 times more magnificent than its original glory. If there is even a single flaw, you won't need to act. I will pack my bags and disappear immediately. Suddenly, Ye Wuxian's head spun as the world blurred. She stumbled with a pained cry, but a powerful hand instantly caught her. Lu Fan swept her into his arms, his voice deep. If you are still exhausted, I will take you back to rest. Ye Wuxian's cheeks flushed crimson as a sweet smile bloomed, her eyes curving into delicate crescents. The two walked away, leaving the mines behind while Huang Yingheng continued to bark orders at the workers. That night, at the western border, a colossal volcano erupted with terrifying force. Explosions thundered as molten lava surged, consuming everything. Amidst the inferno, a woman with fiery hair stood screaming in rage. Who was it? Sensing her brother's life force vanish, she hissed through gritted teeth. Who dared to murder my brother? The agony was unbearable. She let out a piercing shriek of absolute despair that echoed across the peaks. Her spiritual power exploded, turning a deep crimson as it merged with the boiling magma. A deafening blast rocked the earth as smoke and dust billowed up, swallowing the entire mountain. The woman plummeted down, her heavy landing shattering the ground amidst the thick haze. She gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with murderous intent. Ningdu, my brother, I swear I will avenge you. This was Ning Chang, a level 109, undying bird warrior of the Western C-rank great families. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. She turned sharply as he commanded, "Ning Chang, calm yourself at once. You are currently breaking through to level 110. Why have you abandoned your training to come here?" The man was the head of the Ning family, a level 119 imperial blood warrior of the Western great families. He sat majestically atop a legendary divine phoenix bird mount. Ning Chang asked frantically, "Father, do you know where Ning Du went?" He might be dead." The Ning patriarch leaped down, snapping back, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She desperately held out a jade pendant. "Look at this, father. The puppet master's thread on this jade he gave me was always linked directly to him," Ning Chang explained with a trembling voice. "But now, the thread has snapped and vanished. His life has ended." The patriarch finally paled in shock. "Dead? How is that possible? He only went to retrieve the Earth Core for your breakthrough." Her gaze turned icy. The Earth Core. So it happened after he went to the Huang family. But her father immediately rebuked her. "Impossible. The Huang family alone could never harm Ning Du." Ning Chang remained resolute. "Lead or not, I will tear the Huang family apart to find the truth." He grabbed her shoulders firmly. "Ning Chang, your priority is reaching level 110. You must obtain those level 100 God-tier skills. 100 Ning Dus aren't as important as you." Hearing this, her heart sank. "I always knew you looked down on him," she growled. Her eyes filled with cold determination. Under the weight of her fury, Ning Chang's spiritual power exploded outward with terrifying intensity. "But to me, nothing matters more than my brother's life." The Ning patriarch sighed, seeing her unshakable resolve. "Fine, I understand." The head of the Ning family finally relented. "My father will dispatch spies to the royal palace for information. You must stay here and focus entirely on your breakthrough training." She scoffs, refusing to obey. Suddenly, a cold blade flashes through the air, stopping inches from Ning Shuang's face and forcing her to a halt. Ning Shuang narrows her eyes in defiance. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" He speaks with a voice of ice. "Whether Ning Du lives or dies matters far less than you, reaching level 110. Enter the divine ruins, and do what is best for our clan." The Ning clan head continues coldly. "In my opinion, it is for the best if Ning Du is dead." He remains chillingly calm. "Forget him. He was a distraction to your potential and a disappointment to this family's expectations." Those heartless words send a shiver down her spine. Rage explodes as she screams. "Is it always about the clan? Always the clan?" Ning Shuang charges forward, her heart heavy with resentment. "Is the clan more important than the lives of your own children?" She pulls back a powerful fist, ready to strike. "Father, forgive me, but I must do this." The clan head is stunned by his daughter's rebellion. His face darkens instantly as he swings his sword with lethal, cold intent. It happens in a blur. Ning Shuang fails to react in time, her hand is severed, and crimson blood sprays across the floor. The clan head sighs with a twisted disappointment. "You've certainly grown bold, daring to raise a hand against your own father." He draws a second blade with absolute resolve. "I will discipline you now, until you return to the obedient daughter you once were." Ning Shuang grits her teeth in agony, cold sweat pouring down. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Uncle Ning, please, calm your rage." A familiar figure appears in the distance, leaving the clan head frozen in genuine surprise. It is Luo Lixio. With the wind howling around him, he stands tall upon his mount, hands in his pockets as he slowly descends. He touches down smoothly. "I have come to take Shuang'er to the secret realm. After all, you two share a sacred bond of father and daughter." System notification, mechanical bird. Rare quality. Type, mount. The man asks with confusion, "Why such a violent confrontation?" This is Luo Lixio, from the C-rank Luo family of the West. The clan head sighs. "As Ning Shuang's fiancé, you are not an outsider. I will no longer hide the truth from you." This girl cannot see the bigger picture. She is defying the clan's direct orders, all because she is convinced Ning Du is dead. Pain flares from her wound, cutting the conversation short. "He is dead!" Luo Lixio gasps, rushing to pull her into a protective embrace. "Careful!" Ning Shuang shoves him away in a fit of rage. "Get off me! No matter the cost, I am going to the royal palace to find him. No one will stand in my way." Luo Lixio finally realizes the gravity of the situation. He removes his glasses and sighs heavily. "So, that's how it is." He rubs the bridge of his nose, his voice filled with helplessness. "I knew of Ning Du's death. I intended to tell you after your breakthrough." She breaks down, tears falling uncontrollably. "You knew? Are you saying my brother is truly dead? Did the royal family kill him?" He turns serious. "Calm down, Shuang'er." He looks her in the eye. "You know my family stands at the peak of the West's C-rank families, precisely because of our vast intelligence network. Ning Du was indeed murdered, but the royal family was not involved." Ning Shuang trembles, her voice desperate. Then who? Who killed him? He slides his glasses back on, speaking flatly. The Ye family's manager, the Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan. The clan head is puzzled. Who is that? I heard this Dragon Tamer is barely level 50. There is no way he could have killed Ningdu. Luo, you must not spread rumors. She stands frozen. Who is he? Luo Lixio crosses his arms, his gaze turning cold. Trust the Luo family's intel. This man is the one who helped the Ye family subjugate both the royals and the Longs. Our investigation shows he commands 8 dragons. He only used 3 of them to end Ningdu's life. She is paralyzed with shock, her eyes wide. How is that possible? Where did he get 8 dragons? Luo Lixio continues his report. The Luo family has tracked his history. He is arrogant, fueled by a streak of impossible battle achievements, but unfortunately, we still haven't discovered how he obtains his dragon eggs. The clan head nods. Even the Luo family can't find out? This Lu Fan is clearly no ordinary man, yet despite the warnings, Ning Shuang refuses to back down. I don't care, she screams in pure agony. He slaughtered my brother. I will take his life. Tell me where he is right now. The clan head points at her, his voice booming with authority. Stop this at once. You are going to the divine ruins, and nowhere else. I will handle the matter of Ningdu. Ning Shuang glares back with utter contempt. You'll handle it? You never cared about him. As the tension reaches its breaking point, Luo Lixio steps in to mediate. Amidst the erupting volcano of emotions, Luo Lixio speaks like a savior. I have a solution. After listening to the plan, the clan head nods slowly, a smirk appearing. I see. Your suggestion is quite brilliant, Luo. His voice echoes with cold intent. He plans to avenge Ningdu while ensuring Ning Chang reaches the divine ruins. A smug grin creeps onto his face as he asks, Chang'er, how do you feel about this? It's decided then, Ning Yang replies icily. I will be the one to claim the teleportation stone. A calculating glint flickers in her eyes. Before that, she intends to pay this Dragon Tamer a visit. 2 days later, at the Ye Manor. Lu Fan frowns, his voice laced with concern. Senior, are you really not coming back to Dragon Capital? Ye Wuxian shakes her head calmly. No. Ever since leaving the Earth Core, I'm on the verge of reaching level 97. I need to break through first and keep an eye on the Ning family. I can't leave for at least a month. She hands him a glowing scroll. Take this. Find the Quan family. Everything has been paid for. The system chimes. Epic teleportation scroll acquired. A consumable item that teleports the user to a designated location. Lu Fan is stunned. The Quan family? Ye Wuxian gently taps his forehead with a playful smile. You dummy. Traveling from the western frontier to Dragon Capital takes 2 days. A scroll alone can't bridge that distance. The Quans have an enhancement master who can enchant a 2-way permanent portal. As Lu Fan accepts the scroll, the air hums with magical energy. The system confirms the item is in his inventory. Ye Wuxian begins to walk away, her voice drifting back. If only my star portal could ignore distance, I'd have saved a fortune. Such a waste of gold. Even if the portal to the academy is opened, it'll be a month before you can return here. Suddenly, she spins around. Her cheeks are flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words as she gazes at him. Ye Wuxian reaches out, forcing Lu Fan to meet her eyes. In that heartbeat, the entire world seems to stand still. Her voice softens with rare tenderness. The family burden rests on me now. I can't afford to be idle. He offers a warm smile. A month flies by. By then, the academy will be on summer break. I'll visit Jianghai with my aunt. She smiles shyly. The usual icy warrior replaced by a young woman in love. I'd love to see your hometown. Lu Fan beams, his eyes crinkling. Then it's a promise. We have a deal. They share a light-hearted moment, laughing together, completely unaware of the shadow lurking nearby. From the darkness, Ning Chang watches their every move. Ye Wuxian adds, bring this gear to the others. It'll help with finals. Lu Fan hesitates, overwhelmed by her generosity. This is far too much. Senior. Nearby, Ning Chang narrows her eyes, her cold voice cutting through the wind. Found you at last. High above the Ye Manor, a golden feather bathed in divine energy drifts silently toward them. Suddenly, it erupts in a blinding light. The spiritual pressure surges violently. Lu Fan's eyes sharpen as he senses the threat. In an instant, the feather shatters into 1,000 shards of light. The light coalesces into a massive, terrifying beast, wreathed in roaring energy. It lets out a bone-chilling growl. Ye Wuxian stands frozen, her eyes wide with shock. What is this? How did a calamity beast sneak in here? Lu Fan narrows his eyes, his voice turning deadly serious. No, that's not a beast. It's an awakener's avatar. The golden beast's predatory gaze locks onto them, radiating a murderous intent that threatens to crush the ground. Such overwhelming pressure. Just from an avatar? Ning Chang's voice booms from the monster's throat, dripping with rage. Lu Fan, the Ye family's Dragon Tamer, get out here and face me. Lu Fan scoffs, a defiant smirk playing on his lips. Looks like she's here for me. Ye Wuxian grabs his arm. Wait, she must be from the Ning family, seeking revenge. Before she can finish her warning, massive dragon wings erupt from Lu Fan's back, unfurling with majestic power. Don't worry, senior. Lu Fan takes a deep breath, his eyes burning with confidence. Since she's knocked on my door, I'll handle her myself. Stay here and protect the manor. Tell the servants to remain inside, it's not safe. With a thunderous boom, he rockets into the sky. Ye Wuxian cries out in concern. Lu Fan! Be careful. Trust me, he replies calmly. Ning Chang sneers. So you're Lu Fan? I am Ning Chang, the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Tell me, did you murder my brother, Ning Du? Lu Fan meets her gaze with cold indifference. His voice is laced with pure disdain. That's right, I killed him. Do you have a problem with that? She screams in fury, her golden aura exploding like a solar flare. With that attitude, you're begging for death. Lu Fan's patience snaps. Your family's arrogance knows no bounds. You sent a mere avatar to die? You're the one seeking death. She snarled with venom in her voice. Behold, the true power of my incarnation. Immediately, massive wings unfurled as spiritual energy surged into a violent vortex, unleashing a magical storm capable of erasing Lu Fan and the entire Ye Manor. The sight left Ye Wuxian trembling with dread. This is bad. Her level is far too high. If her mere avatar can incinerate us, then her true self would be a nightmare. We're outmatched. I have to get Lu Fan to retreat immediately. Lu Fan spoke with a chilling calm. Senior, did you hear that? This puppet actually thinks it can wipe us out. She gasped, unable to voice her terrifying realization. Lu Fan, what on earth are you planning? Lu Fan locked eyes with the figure before him. Charging a skill for that long? In my eyes, it's time to destroy this puppet. In a flash, Xiao Fei was summoned to his side as his voice rang out with absolute authority. One strike is all I need. Seeing the dragon, Ning Shuang sneered inwardly. So this is the vanguard of his 8 dragons? Luo Lixu claimed it was just a support type. She roared with murderous intent. How pathetic. Now, pay for my brother's life with your own. At that moment, the system flared with a warning. Scorched World Inferno, fully charged. Ning Shuang unleashed her ultimate move with a deafening roar. Scorched World Inferno. It was a devastating attack that gathered the flames of the immortal bird, manifesting like a blazing sun to incinerate everything within range. This legendary skill requires a minimum charging time of at least 10 seconds. For every 5 seconds beyond the base charge, the final damage increases by 5%. Current total damage output, 100%. Lu Fan shouted his command, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Xiao Fei, go! Understanding instantly, she blurred into a streak of jade lightning toward the enemy. With a roar, Xiao Fei unleashed 2 consecutive skills, intercepting the massive wave of spiritual energy head-on. Eternal Guardian, a shimmering protective barrier erupted into existence. For all allies beneath the shield, the damage absorption is determined by the Guardian's health and their innate self-recovery speed. Jade Dragon Bloodline, all skill effects are doubled for those with draconic blood. It grants immunity to all debuffs and boosts self-recovery by 5,000%. In the blink of an eye, Ning Shuang's entire magical onslaught was swallowed whole, vanishing into nothingness. Her eyes widened in sheer terror as she stammered, "Impossible. My entire attack was completely neutralized?" Lu Fan calmly snapped his fingers, and a blinding light followed the motion. Suddenly, Shadow Dragon King Yi manifested directly behind Ning Shuang. Cloaked by the Shadow Ambush skill, it moved through the void to reach the target's blind spot while remaining completely undetected. It launched a lethal strike at her weak point, dealing 1,600% of its raw power as damage. Shadow Dragon King Yi lunged with its Shadow Strike. After the initial impact, the skill triggers an additional echo of damage equal to 20% of the total. The incarnation was sliced clean in half, sent spiraling through the air in total disarray. Too fast. He's far too fast, she thought in a panic. A chilling realization struck Ning Shuang. This was the very dragon Luo Lixu had warned her about, the one that killed her brother. Its eyes glowed a murderous crimson as it activated Shadow Stealth once again. This ability allows the dragon to vanish or reappear at will. Even if sensed or wounded, its hidden state cannot be forcibly cancelled. She managed a grim smile of respect. I see. The legendary Dragon Tamer truly lives up to his reputation. Lu Fan mocked her. You thought a mere puppet was enough for revenge? You've severely underestimated me. Ning Shuang's brow furrowed in a rage. Don't be so sure. My vengeance has only just begun. I will kill you, but not today. Lu Fan watched the sky with a cold, piercing gaze. In an instant, her avatar dissolved into light, leaving only a single stone falling toward the ground. Next time, I will end you personally, she vowed. Lu Fan reached out and snatched the stone from the air with lightning speed. At that moment, the system chimed with a notification. Acquired. Teleportation Stone for the Divine Ruins. Divine Ruins Teleportation Stone. Legendary grade. This consumable item grants the user instant passage to the entrance of the Divine Ruins. Time remaining until the Divine Ruins open: 68 days, 17 hours, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds. Simultaneously, at the edge of the western border, a golden feather suddenly drifted down and disintegrated. It vanished into nothingness under Ning Shuang's cold gaze. She stood up slowly, whispering, "A Dragon Tamer. You are indeed formidable." Ning Shuang walked deep into the heart of the volcano. The glowing magma flowed silently, mirroring the boiling hatred within her soul. She picked up a stone, her mind racing. Out of 8 dragons, he only summoned 2. Was that only a quarter of your true strength? This was the Earth Core Heart, a legendary material forged by the intense pressure of the western volcanic depths over countless years. Formed within the core of the Earth, it contains an incredibly vast and volatile amount of concentrated fire energy. Her aura swirled violently around the stone as she hissed, "I can't wait to tear you apart at the Divine Ruins." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the cavern. With a single powerful squeeze, Ning Shuang crushed the Earth Core Heart into dust. "You better show up," she mutters. Suddenly, the system flares to life, revealing the legendary God Ruins Teleportation Stone, a legendary tier consumable. This rare artifact grants the user instant passage to the entrance of the mythical God Ruins. The countdown to the opening is relentless. 68 days, 17 hours, 4 minutes, and 53 seconds remain. Lu Fan wonders if she intends for him to use this for their next encounter. Suddenly, Ye Wuxian rushes over, her face pale with worry. "Lu Fan, what's wrong? Is Ning Chang coming?" He reassures her. "Relax. She won't be showing her face here. Senior, do you know anything about the God Ruins?" She freezes the God Ruins? It's a legendary opportunity in the West that only surfaces once every 50 years. "I don't know the exact details," she admits, "but those stones only drop with an impossibly low chance from Western monsters." Lu Fan's gaze locks onto the shimmering stone in his hand. "Couldn't I sell this for a massive fortune?" He's stunned that Ning Chang would use such a treasure just to challenge him to a fight. Ye Wuxian warns him, "I wouldn't advise going. You'll face not just Ning Chang, but elite families nearing their 5th awakening." Suddenly, the guardian demon Dragon King's voice rings out, "Ignore her. You absolutely have to go." Lu Fan glances back and swiftly retreats into his inner pet space to confront her. "I need you to find the God-refining fluid in those ruins. Once you reach your 3rd transition, I'll reveal the location of the armored dragon egg." He asks coldly, "When did you wake up? Did you see everything just now?" The Dragon King stretches elegantly amidst the dim light. "Your pet space is quite cozy. I should be fully recovered in a few months." Lu Fan probes, "Why the God Ruins? What's so special about this fluid?" She explains it's the legendary graveyard of fallen gods, overflowing with priceless relics. But the God-refining fluid is the ultimate prize. Its power scales with your own individual stats. It can push your attributes beyond their limits, potentially even doubling your core strength. He muses, "Sounds like a professional-grade version of the Fountain of Fortune." If she's right, combining both would send his stats into the stratosphere. The Dragon King chuckles. "Oh, looks like someone's finally tempted, aren't you?" Lu Fan frowns. If she's offering an armored dragon egg in exchange, this fluid won't be easy to grab. She replies nonchalantly, "Obviously. That woman used her avatar just to lure you into the ruins' deadly trap." Lu Fan stiffens. The Dragon King continues, "Inside the God Ruins, weapons and summons are forbidden. You can only rely on your own raw power." Reality hits Lu Fan like a physical blow as the truth finally settles in. The puppet squad he painstakingly prepared is now useless. Entering those ruins means walking straight into Ning Chang's ambush. She leans in, lifting his chin gently. "Don't be scared. You still have the Golden Dragon King suit, and your transformation skills will still work. One more thing. I'm not bound by contract, but I can't be summoned there either. After all, I'm technically considered your pet, aren't I?" Lu Fan snaps back. "That crazy woman wants me dead. Forcing me to go is just suicide. Remember, if I die, you go down with me." The Dragon King takes flight with a playful smirk. "Aw, are you worried about me? Why would I ever lead you into a trap?" She channels her spiritual energy, giving one final order. "Don't forget the fluid. Once you hit the 3rd transition, I'll lead you to the egg." The armored Dragon King's lineage is far superior to any ordinary dragon for your growth. By then, that woman won't stand a chance. Lu Fan remains silent. Is an armored dragon truly that powerful? Wait, if summons are banned in the ruins, what use is capturing one there anyway? Lost in thought, Lu Fan doesn't hear his name being called. Questions swirl in his mind. What exactly is the Dragon King planning? "Fan." Ye Wuxian shakes his shoulder, her voice laced with worry. Lu Fan, Why are you zoning out? He blinks, startled. Huh? She reminds him that since Ning Chang isn't coming, they need to leave, or Lemi won't make it for the final exam. I'm coming, he stammers. As he walks, he starts crunching the numbers and planning his next move. Instead of asking questions, he must grind to level 60 and reach his third transition before the ruins open. Only then can he seize the fluid. Lu Fan's eyes narrow, his jaw set firm with grim determination. If everything goes according to plan, he might just have a shot at taking Ning Chang down for good. The next afternoon, Longdu Academy buzzed like a disturbed beehive. Crowds surged through the corridors, their footsteps and chatter creating a chaotic symphony of sound. Amidst the sea of people, Lu Fan sprinted breathlessly. He cursed himself for letting Ning Chang's interference nearly cost him his chance at the final exams. Suddenly, a snippet of conversation from nearby students caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks. It was another arena battle, just like the freshman trials, but this time it was 5-on-5. Where am I supposed to find a team on such short notice? The realization dawned on him. The finals this year required a 5-man squad to compete. As he calculated his chances on the arena rankings, Lu Fan's mind raced, and he didn't notice the person in front of him until he slammed right into Guhan. Eek! Watch where you're going, she cried out in shock. Lu Fan stammered an apology. Sorry, Miss Han, leaving her standing there with her jaw dropped. Lu Fan and Zhao Shengming stood frozen for a moment. I honestly thought you'd given up on the final exams, Zhao remarked. Lu Fan stepped forward, his voice softening with concern. How is your health, Miss Han? She offered a bright smile. I've made a full recovery. If it wasn't for you guys back in the Tai Chi Kingdom, I'd be dead by now. Zhao cut in, his voice tinged with impatience. Enough with the talk of bad luck, Zhao Shengming stated, shifting focus to the mandatory requirements of the competition. If Lu Fan intended to participate, he needed to finalize a 5-person team immediately. But Lu Fan's gaze shifted ahead. A man stood there with an air of arrogant confidence. Greetings, Sword Shadow. We meet again. I am the rank 31 dual swordsman. I hope you'll do me the honor of joining my team for the finals. She didn't hesitate for a second, delivering a cold, blunt rejection. Xiaoman's sharp critique followed, striking the man's pride like a physical blow. He had been pestering Sword Shadow since the start of the semester, and still hadn't taken the hint. Get lost, Qin Chu waved him off. Sorry, we already have a full squad. Catching sight of a familiar figure, she let out a joyful shout. Wait, everyone look, it's Lu Fan. Lu Fan waved back as he approached. Qin Chu spoke up. Long time no see. We really thought you weren't going to show up for the finals. Xiao Man pouted in mock annoyance. What's wrong with you? Returning without even sending us a message? In that heartbeat, the system flared to life, displaying their current power levels before Lu Fan's eyes. Qin Chu was level 35, a rank 2, Divine, Arbiter. Sword Shadow hit level 37 as a rank 2 sword dancer, while Xiao Man reached level 35 as a rank 2 Water Lotus swordsman. Lu Fan apologized profusely, explaining he barely made it back in time and wanted to surprise them. Sword Shadow noted that with Lu Fan and Miss Han, their 5-man team was perfect. Guhan nodded in agreement. Exactly. With Lu Fan on our side, we can definitely aim for the top scores. Lu Fan let out a long sigh. Wait, am I still going to be the team's porter? Zhao Shengming interrupted. I haven't finished explaining the rules yet. Guhan burst into laughter. Haha, go on then. Don't let me stand in the way of a youthful reunion. Xiao Man playfully elbowed Lu Fan. No more porter duties for you. While you were gone, Sword Shadow led us through grueling dungeon raids. We've grown strong enough to handle any challenge on our own now. Sword Shadow added proudly that Qin Chu and Xiao Man's strength now rivaled the elite Azure Cloud class. Lu Fan tucked his hands into his pockets, relieved. I see. That puts my mind at ease. Sensing Lu Fan's restlessness as he scanned the crowd, Qin Chu tilted her head in curiosity. You're looking for Jin Zhou and Chen Tianji, aren't you? She revealed that after returning from the Tai Chi Kingdom, they had vanished without a trace. Lu Fan's brow furrowed, a lethal spark flickering in his eyes. Whatever. Let them hide. One day, I'll be the one to end her. Xiao Man turned to leave, stretching her back. The exams start in 3 days. Let's go rest. My back is killing me. Qin Chu grabbed Lu Fan's hand and pulled him along. Don't overthink it. You must be exhausted from your journey, right? As he followed behind them, a calculated thought crossed Lu Fan's mind. Most peers were still level 20, with very few reaching level 30, and the traitors were nowhere to be found. It seemed his teammates could secure a victory this time, without him even needing to lift a finger. Suddenly, a booming, authoritative voice rang out, causing Lu Fan to spin around in surprise. Is there anyone else willing to join us? A man stood tall, shouting his requirements to the crowd. We aim for the top 10. We only need one more member. Who's in? Lu Fan blinked. Those two looked incredibly familiar. Xiao Man groaned in annoyance. It's the crew from Feng Yun Pavilion. Must they be so arrogant about recruitment? Those two were Jiang Fengyun, the level 35 rank 2 Shadow Ninja, and Xu Xing, the level 34 Forbidden Mage. Qin Qiu added that after their rumors were shut down, they stayed quiet for a long time. It was a surprise to see them acting so boldly again. Lu Fan shrugged it off, urging his friends forward. Let's go. They aren't the kind of opponents we need to worry about. But then, from the depths of the dense crowd, a resonant voice cut through the air. I'll join. A figure stepped forward with heavy, deliberate strides, his piercing gaze sweeping across the arena stands. But tell me, are you losers actually capable of taking first place? Meng Jia added firmly. If it's possible, I'll join. Then came his demand. I don't team with weaklings. I only want first place in this exam. Jiang Fengyun replied coldly. I formally invited you to Fengyun Pavilion once before. You rejected me then. Meng Jia's face darkened instantly. If it wasn't for these damn rules, I wouldn't even be asking you. But for the sake of the exam, I can join temporarily. Lu Fan asked curiously. Who is this? I didn't see him during the freshman trials. Tan Qiu answered immediately. That's Meng Jia. He's a transfer student who joined during the national trials. She continued. Rumor has it that Meng Jia comes from a legendary military bloodline. Raised with strict discipline, he's been in the army since childhood. While you were away, everyone believed his strength was absolute. Xiao Man chimed in. Also, he's been dominating the arena's point ranking stage. A 132 win streak. Even the third-ranked Jiang Fengyun fell to him. His next target is Jian Ying. Jian Ying spoke solemnly. I haven't visited the arena lately. He likely wants to use the finals to finally defeat me. He offered praise, replacing Jiang Fengyun at rank 3. The guy definitely has some real skill. Tan Qiu urged the group. We should head back. Jiang Fengyun was likely going to team up with Meng Jia. Lu Fan spoke calmly. I'll leave the rest to you guys. If you're strong enough, I won't even need to step in. Xiao Man exclaimed confidently. Relax. We'll give you a real surprise. Suddenly, Xu Xing pointed down, his voice trembling with panic. Brother Jiang, I just saw Lu Fan return. He gasped in shock. What? Jiang Fengyun cried out. Where is he? When did Lu Fan get back? Meng Jia asked curiously. Who is Lu Fan? Why is everyone reacting so intensely? Amidst the noisy crowd, a student wondered. Lu Fan is back? The person beside him just shook his head. I haven't met him, he sighed heavily, but he's the top Dragon Tamer of Qingyun class. If he's back, first place is gone. Hearing those words, Meng Jia furrowed his brows in pure annoyance. Veins popped on his face as fury blazed in his eyes. He roared, his spiritual aura surging like an erupting volcano. Ridiculous! How can you be terrified before the fight even begins? The crowd ahead cried out in terror. Ah, Meng Jia is pissed. I joined to help you take first. Where did your backbone go? Someone in the crowd suddenly pointed at him, voice cracking with shock. My God, that's the blood-clad army insignia. He stood stunned. The blood-clad army was the elite force among Long Nation's 4 legendary military branches. The student next to him gawked, unable to believe it. Is that for real? He's only 2 years older than us. How does he already have military merit? The man insisted he wasn't lying. Those 3 blood plum blossoms mean he can command 100 soldiers. Simultaneously, the system displayed his rank 3 blood-clad merit badge. It was a high-quality accessory. Meng Jia spoke lowly, his eyes flashing with pride and ambition. I grew up on the borders fighting beast tides, joining the blood-clad army. I awakened my class in a sea of blood. My goal is to become the youngest Great Protector General. The system notification continued to flash. Rank 3. Meng Jia, level 40. Blood-mad wolf swordsman. Rank 3, blood-clad soldier. The crowd erupted in whispers. He's actually a blood-clad soldier. Unbelievable. He spent his school years on a slaughterous battlefield. He decisively reached his hand forward towards his new ally. That's why I must take first in every exam to graduate early. Do you have the guts to crush Lu Fan? Jiang Fengyun hesitated, his gaze wavering as he stammered. I. Thoughts raced through his mind. If he had Meng Jia, a man who lived by the blade and licked blood from cold steel, then perhaps Fengyun Pavilion truly stood a chance to wash away their previous humiliation. In an instant, Jiang Fengyun made his choice. He reached out and shook Meng Jia's hand, sounding satisfied. I welcome your joining, Meng Jia snorted. Of course. The surrounding crowd broke into thunderous cheers. Whoa, Brother Meng is so cool. We're about to see the #1 spot change hands. Amidst the hype, Xu Xing froze, his expression turning pale. Ah, wait a second. He voiced his concern. Brother Jiang, did we pop the champagne too early? Lu Fan is a national hero from the trials. Jiang Fengyun brushed it off with arrogance. So what? Meng Jia's background is enough to make Lu Fan feel ashamed. Meng Jia rubbed his chin, a flicker of genuine interest crossing his face. The national trials? Now that you mention it, I remember. He's the one with quite a few dragons, isn't he? His lips curled into a predatory smirk, eyes burning with unbridled battle intent. Lu Fan hasn't tasted the true carnage of the front lines yet. I can't wait to see if his strength is real or just a myth. Moments later, Lu Fan and his comrades had finally returned to the hallowed halls of Longdu Academy. Inside the quiet Villa No. 2, Xiao Man's voice shattered the silence with a shocked scream. This is insane! The power is off the charts. Qin Qiu stood frozen, her eyes wide as saucers as she stared at the mountain of treasures neatly arranged on the table. Good heavens, did the senior sister really give all this to me? Her jaw dropped, a scream nearly escaping her throat. This is way too precious. These stats alone could carry us all the way to level 50 or 60. Lu Fan crossed his arms with a stern look, warning the group not to even think about hoarding the loot for themselves. Senior also included quite a few skill books. Beyond the enchantments, there are defensive skills meant for everyone she even thought of my needs. Hearing this, Hanke beamed with pure joy, her face lighting up like a child receiving a long-awaited gift. Xiao Fan, you must thank Miss Ye for us. Meanwhile, Xiao Man swiftly snatched 2 legendary grade items for herself, requiring level 60 or higher. They featured a level requirement removal enchantment. The stats were monstrous. Agility plus 290, Strength plus 57, and Stamina plus 305. Water-type skill power increased by 25% with a 90% hit rate. If an attack ever misses the target, the skill's cooldown resets instantly. She also donned the Epic Tier Water Control set, requiring level 35 and exclusive to the Water Lotus Swordsman class. The 2-piece bonus. Whenever a crowd control skill hits a target, it extends the duration by 20%. The 4-piece bonus. Every water-type skill released gains the water control effect, boosting final damage by 40%. Catching her reflection, she grinned triumphantly with sparkling eyes. Hehe, my first legendary weapon. I look so cool. Not to be outdone, Qin Qiu quickly grabbed the legendary grade weapon known as Raguen, which also required level 60 or higher. With the level removal enchantment, it granted agility plus 94, strength plus 672, and stamina plus 117. It featured the skill Light's Vengeance. If the gear's durability drops below 50%, it automatically triggers a free Holy Emperor Star Rain upon the current target. Furthermore, the damage and healing output of that Star Rain are amplified by a staggering 100%. She then tried on the Epic Quality Judgment set, level 35, designed for classes like Holy Light Judge and High Priest. The 2-piece set bonus. The Starfall Annihilation skill now deals 75% more damage over time to enemies. The 4-piece bonus. Light element magic damage over time effects are boosted by 50% and grant complete immunity to control effects. Qin Qiu squealed in disbelief. This is incredible. This set is way more valuable than the expensive ones my dad bought me. Jian Ying admired her new gear, her voice thick with gratitude. Thank you so much. Without these enchantments, I could never hope to carry this level of power. She was now clad in the legendary tier Sword Shadow set, which usually required level 55 or higher. But thanks to the level removal and quality ascension enchantments, it was perfect for her Golden Shadowblade class. The set bonuses were lethal, 100% EXP boost for exclusive weapons and a massive 120% damage buff when using them. The entire room erupted with excitement. Qin Qiu flexed her new power, shouting, "This is it! Everything is finally changing for the better. My attributes have literally doubled," Xiao Man cheered, throwing her hands in the air with unbridled energy. Jian Ying looked on earnestly. With Senior's help, we must dominate the upcoming exams. Lu Fan, you must invite her over. I want to thank her personally. Han Ke nodded in agreement. That's right, Xiao Fan. We can't just take this and be ungrateful. Xiao Man chimed in, emphasizing every word. Exactly. You better make sure she comes. Got it? Good. Lu Fan grew flustered, avoiding their intense gazes. Maybe in a month? Her family business is pretty chaotic right now. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door echoed, giving Lu Fan a much-needed escape from the awkward situation. Han Ke sighed, thinking it was just a delivery. By the time she's free, exams will be over, and we'll be on summer break. Lu Fan hurried to the door, but the visitor was a total surprise. Standing there was a complete stranger. Lu Fan tensed up, asking warily, "Who are you?" The man calmly removed his glasses. "Pardon me, but are you perhaps Mr. Lu Fan?" He greeted him with a tone that was both impeccably polite and professional. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Morozo, and I hail from the Snow Country. Young Master Andrea has commissioned me to oversee the construction of your new territory." After a quick briefing, Lu Fan was stunned. Andre's efficiency was legendary. He had moved even faster than expected. In such a short time, he had already dispatched the renowned Snow Country architect, Morozo, to find him. When Morozo presented the construction blueprints for Fuguang Island, Lu Fan's jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. The plans included epic-tier shadow magic crystal cannons encircling the island, covering the surrounding seas, and capable of obliterating Tier 4 experts with ease. What was supposed to be a vacation island was being transformed into a terrifying fortress of war. However, this surprise wasn't unwelcome. Morozo promised the teleportation array to the Shadow Island would be ready in 3 days, the exact day final exams would begin. Xiaoman and her squad stepped forward, their eyes burning with a hunger for battle. She pointed directly at Lu Fan, her voice ringing with absolute resolve. "Remember our deal, unless we face a true monster, you are not to lift a finger. During this trial, unless a catastrophic threat appeared, he was to remain a spectator." Xiaoman chirped, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "We'll show you the true power we've forged." Lu Fan gave a silent nod, his tone effortless. "Fine by me. I never turned down a chance to relax." He wanted them to reach their peak before the final exam, so he led them into a perilous secret realm for a hellish training regime. Deep inside, they clashed violently with a monstrous giant spider. Their skills fused in perfect harmony. Starfall annihilation, summon holy light. An explosion of arcane power decimated everything in sight, inflicting the devastating holy burn status on every foe. Burning enemies suffer relentless light damage every second, while their magic resistance is stripped away by 20%. For 6 seconds, the chaos reigns. Mountain Shaker slams down with 320% physical damage, shattering nearby foes with 32% splash impact. Water Splitter. The blade dances, unleashing 4 ethereal water chains that bind the enemy in an inescapable grip. Ensnared victims endure crushing water damage, while their movement and attack speeds are crippled. This torment lasts 8 seconds. Before long, Xiaoman broke through to level 38, and Qinchu's aura surged with newfound power. Reaching level 39, Han Ke wasn't far behind, rapidly ascending to level 30. Jian Ying's blade grew even deadlier as he hit level 40, but Lu Fan stood above them all as the team's ultimate pillar, reaching level 50. Dawn broke over the Longdu Academy arena. The official exams had arrived, and the stands were overflowing with an ocean of spectators. Deafening cheers shook the stadium. The air was thick with a mixture of wild excitement and suffocating tension. Staring at the slip in his hand, Lu Fan muttered, "Number 8. I wonder who we're up against." Xiaoman cracked her knuckles, her eyes igniting with a battle-hungry fire. "Who cares? We'll flatten anyone in our way." Suddenly, a voice from behind made Lu Fan jump. "Great God, Lu Fan," a young man stuttered nervously. "Could I possibly get a photo with you?" "Woo." He rushed over, beaming with excitement. "I watched your national trial livestream. You were legendary. I'm your biggest fan." Lu Fan gave a friendly nod. "Sure, why not?" The fan's eyes lit up as he fumbled with his phone, a massive grin plastered on his face. He was finally meeting his hero, noticing a shadow cross Wu He's face. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "Is something wrong?" The fan's face fell. "I'm number 8. My team has to fight yours." Wu, he suddenly bolted, yelling over his shoulder, "Don't worry, great God, I know when I'm outmatched. We forfeit." "Hey, don't you dare forfeit," Xiaoman shouted after him. She then turned serious. "The rumor is, they're grading combat performance, not just the win. If you run now, you'll probably fail, and have to retake it. Right?" "Wu." He stopped, looking utterly defeated. "I know that," he whispered. "But it doesn't matter if there are 5 of us, or even if we were 50 or 500 strong. We couldn't survive a single strike from you. It's a death sentence." Xiaoman slapped his shoulder encouragingly. "Relax, we won't wipe you out instantly. I promise you'll get your chance to shine." He blinked, stunned by her words. "Wait, really?" Encouraged, Team 8 stepped onto the stage. Wu He gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. "Seniors, are you sure about this?" "Wu," he stammered. Xiaoman's voice turned ice cold. "Enough talk. Move." He and his squad took a shaky breath and lunged forward. "Forgive us," Xiaoman grinned. "Now, let's show them what we've got." Qinchu nodded, her expression focused. "Understood." Golden mana flared around her in a blinding display. "I'll keep them contained." In a flash of light, Team 8 was snared. Divine Light Prison. 6 shimmering walls of pure energy erupted from the ground, locking them within a holy force field cage. Spanning a 7-meter radius, the field drags every foe into the center, leaving them utterly paralyzed. Xiaoman took flight, her body weightless as she spun her blade toward the trapped team. "Such a pity. You just missed your only window." Torrents of water transformed into massive, high-pressure lances. This was her signature technique, abyssal condensation. Myriads of needle-sharp water droplets materialized, raining down from every conceivable angle. The piercing water pressure shredded their defenses, while a crippling chill slowed their every movement to a crawl. Woo, he braced himself, raising his blade in a desperate guard. He heard Chin-Chu's soft, polite voice. My apologies. It's over. In that heartbeat, a blinding aura erupted from her form, bathing the entire arena in a radiant, golden glow. She unleashed Starfall Annihilation. Divine light descended from the heavens, dealing catastrophic magic damage to everyone caught in its wake. And as the light subsided, the true horror began. The searing agony of the holy burn. Enemies engulfed in these flames suffer continuous light elemental damage, while their magic resistance is shredded by 20% for 6 seconds. The arena falls into a stunned silence. A spectator leaps from his seat, gasping in disbelief. What in the world just happened? I only looked at my phone for a second. His friend stammers, eyes wide. He simply cannot process the carnage before him. Damn, a 5-on-2 advantage and they were still annihilated? Are the women in Lufan's squad truly this monstrous? First Jian Ying, and now these two? Even Lufan is momentarily paralyzed by shock, never imagining his companions had reached such terrifying levels of power. Standing beside him, Han Ke speaks in a low, admiring tone. It seems Jian Ying's strict guidance has truly paid off. Jian Ying humbly deflects the praise, attributing the victory to the team's relentless training. Inside the waiting room, Jiang Fengyun's voice crackles with excitement. Brother Meng, let's make this team permanent. He scratches his head with a nervous, awkward grin, hoping for a favorable answer. We've idolized the blood-clad army for ages. After graduation, our only goal is to follow in your legendary footsteps. Exactly. You're our ultimate role model, Brother Meng, Xu Xing adds kissingly. Building a legacy by your side now, that's what a real man does. Meng Jia lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Forming a team? Fine. But only if we crush Lufan in the finals. Do that, and I'll personally recommend you to the blood-clad army. As they step onto the field, the thunderous roar of the crowd shakes the stadium. Those two girls are in sync, one fan remarks. They're literally dismantling 5 opponents alone. The person beside him nods in fervent agreement. At this rate, Lufan won't even need to lift a finger to win this year's championship. Chin-Chu strikes, unleashing a holy binding zone that conjures a 6-sided wall of divine light, trapping all enemies within a 7-meter radius for 4.5 seconds. The battle unfolding on the stage is nothing short of a cinematic masterpiece. This is incredible, a fan screams. As cheers for Xiaoman and Chin-Chu erupt, Xiaoman swings her blade, her spiritual energy exploding into a lethal skill. With her overwhelming torrent, she summons a majestic veil of flowing water that launches a relentless frontal assault. This hydro barrier absorbs massive damage for 6 seconds before erupting into a violent surge that deals heavy damage and knocks back all nearby foes. Meng Jia's eyes narrow into slits, his expression darkening as his predatory gaze locks onto the figure standing across the arena. Lufan. Meng Jia sneers inwardly, his heart festering with hidden contempt. A second-rank fluke hailed as a god just because he stumbled upon a dragon. His fists clench so hard his knuckles turn white. Veins pop on his arms as one thought consumes him. True power is only forged within a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. His gaze turns ice-cold as he makes a silent vow. I will personally tear your pathetic halo to pieces. 6 days later, the atmosphere in the stadium reaches a fever pitch, the crowd's roar surging like a violent ocean wave. Place your bets now, someone shouts over the din. Who's it going to be? Lufan or Meng Jia? Is that even a question? Another scoffs. I'm putting everything on Lufan. It's a no-brainer. He's cleared national-level dungeons. How could he possibly lose a school exam? A voice immediately rises in fierce disagreement. Don't be so sure. Did you see yesterday's footage? Meng Jia went toe-to-toe with a third-rank professional. It was a total slaughter. In under 5 minutes, his opponent was nothing but broken bones. This win feels almost supernatural. The official match finally begins. Every eye is glued to the field as the drama unfolds. A commentator notes, it seems both sides are sending out their vanguards first. Both Lufan and Meng Jia remain on the sidelines. A young girl asks curiously, Jian Ying's team is strong, but a 3-on-4? Isn't that too much? Others murmur in confusion. They're at a total disadvantage. How can they possibly hope to win this? A man rubs his chin, frowning as he clicks his tongue. They actually put a life-class professional on the team? Isn't that just handing the enemy a blatant weakness? They're at a massive disadvantage. Outside the boundary, Lufan stands with arms crossed, exuding a calm aura of absolute control. Nearby, Meng Jia waits in eerie, silent anticipation. Still acting so arrogant? Jiang Fengyun taunts. If you don't play, do you really think you can keep your #1 rank? Then you better try a lot harder, Lufan replies dismissively. The comment hits like a slap, making Jiang Fengyun's blood boil with rage. Enough talk, Jiang Fengyun screams to his team. Crush them. Show them that the Fengyun Pavilion has returned to its former glory. Understood, his teammates shout in unison. Xiao Man just smirks mockingly. Ha, did you hear that? Apparently they've returned. Qin Qiu lets out a cold chuckle. Then we should probably get serious. We wouldn't want to hurt their feelings too much. Gu Han and Zhao Xingming stand as judges, their sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Let the match. Gu Han's voice thunders across the stadium. Begin. Xiao Man moves instantly, activating her specialized power. Abyss freeze. Countless crystalline water needles erupt from the void, converging on the targets from every conceivable angle. The skill deals massive water element piercing damage to everyone in range, while severely crippling their attack speed and defensive capabilities. Qin Qiu strikes fast, unleashing Starfall Annihilation. Beams of divine light erupt instantly from his palms. This skill summons Azure Radiance, dealing massive magic damage to all nearby enemies with a holy burn effect. Those scorched by the light suffer continuous attribute damage every passing second. Simultaneously, their magic resistance plunges by 20% for a full 6 seconds. Meanwhile, Sword Shadow draws her blade. The system identifies it as the Epic Tier Breaking Army Greatsword, a level 34 weapon. She immediately activates her specialized technique, Mountain Shaker. This move deals 27% physical damage while splashing 21% to surrounding foes. Elsewhere, Jiang Fengyun and his team prepare to engage. As storms of spiritual energy surge toward them, they raise their blades to parry, sparks flying with every clash. Seeing the energy waves closing in, Jiang Fengyun screams for his team to scatter. The collision is violent, triggering a massive explosion that blankets the area in thick, black smoke. It seemed they were finished, but as the dust cleared, the enemies had vanished. Qin Qiu hissed a warning about a potential ambush. Xiao Man gasped, realizing they'd fled. Suddenly, chains materialized out of thin air, binding Sword Shadow tightly as she cried out in shock. In that split second, a system alert flashed. Lockdown hex active. The target is immobilized and silenced, unable to move or use skills for 5 seconds. Xiao Man's eyes widened as she spotted an enemy archer aiming directly at her heart. Qin Qiu was also intercepted. A challenger blocked his path, sneering that he was the opponent now. Standing before the trapped Sword Shadow, the enemy gloated. Locked down and helpless, right? Capturing you means we've already won. Jiang Fengyun adjusted his mask and initiated his ultimate, Shadow Raid, Thousand Soul Sunder. He transformed into a burst of dark energy, leaving a perfect afterimage to decoy his foes, while he vanished into the shadows. Within the next 1.5 seconds, he split into 16 shadow clones. These phantoms launched high-speed strikes that ignored 30% of the target's physical defense. The lockdown timer ticked down. 4 seconds left. She simply shrugged with a defiant smirk. Is that so? Qin Qiu then retaliated with a brutal counterattack. Starfall Annihilation. The Azure Light returned, inflicting heavy magic damage and the Holy Burn debuff on everyone in range. Scorched enemies took continuous damage, while their magic resistance dropped by 20% for 6 seconds. Xiao Man didn't stay idle. She slammed her blade into the earth. Violent torrents of water erupted under her command as she channeled the water splitter technique. With a flick of her sword, she released 4 water lotuses, locking onto her targets and sealing their escape. In an instant, the aquatic trap tightened. No way out, he snarled in frustration. Cursed. Those caught in the lotus took continuous water damage while their attack and movement speeds were severely crippled for 8 seconds. Jiang Fengyun's eyes bulged. They were being suppressed. The system chimed. 3 seconds of lockdown remaining. He drew his sword with lethal intent. Fine, I'll deal with you first. But before he could move, a lethal rain of blades descended upon him from the heavens. This was the secret of the level 20 Manhwa grade sword. Special effect, Heavenly Sword Dance. It splits into thousands of petals, each dealing 10% of the original attack power. Once the AoE damage is dealt, the blades reform back into their original shape. The system flashed. 2 seconds of lockdown left. Panicked, Jiang Fengyun tried to retreat. His footsteps pounded desperately against the ground. He was baffled. How could she use a skill while under the lockdown hex? The sword rain continued to pummel him relentlessly. Cold light flashed everywhere. Amidst the chaos, the system announced, 1 second remaining. Jiang Fengyun cursed his teammate, Xu Xing, for being useless. Xu Xing had promised no mistakes, yet here they were. The timer finally hit 0 seconds. Far from the battlefield, Lu Fan and Han Ke sat calmly, sipping tea and enjoying pastries. They looked completely unbothered, as if the outcome was already decided. Lu Fan explained, they planned this. Sword Shadow isn't using a skill, she's triggering a weapon's passive effect. Han Ke smiled and offered a drink. I knew she'd be fine. Want some juice? I made your favorite blend today. Back at the fight, Meng Jia roared in fury. You absolute trash. What kind of pathetic performance is this? As the lockdown dissolved, the chains binding Sword Shadow shattered into pieces, and she finally broke free. His aura erupts, prepared for a devastating counterstrike. Sword Chi explodes around his body as his sharp gaze pierces through the enemy. Jiang Fengyun trembles in sheer terror, yet he desperately pours his spirit power into a final strike, clinging to his last shred of dignity. A blood-curdling roar rips through the air as the heaven-shattering, soul-slaying shadow technique surges with violent intensity. In an instant, a burst of shadowy energy leaves a realistic decoy behind to distract the foe, while his true self vanishes into the darkness. Ugh. Within 1.5 seconds, he splits into 16 phantom shadows, unleashing high-speed strikes that ignore 30% of the target's physical defense. In a heartbeat, countless clones charge toward her, their overwhelming killing intent threatening to swallow her whole. Sword Shadow scoffs with a cold, icy gaze. On the battlefield, she unleashes a strike that sends the approaching attackers flying back. Frigid Water Sword. Excellent quality, level 29 weapon with a devastating special effect. Icebone. Deals frost damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Weak opponents are instantly frozen and shattered. Xiaoman swings her blade, summoning the abyss to manifest countless water needles that rain down from every direction, creating a massive torrent of water attribute damage that pierces through every target in range, severely crippling their attack and defense. The water needles transform into chains, dragging the enemy violently to the ground. The audience gasps in shock. Heavens, the Sword Shadow team is too powerful. This is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Lu Fan still hasn't moved. Fengyun turns to his ally. Are you still not going to act? On the other side, Lu Fan remains relaxed, showing no interest in joining. However, as the enemy finally begins to make their move, he raises a curious eyebrow. A ferocious young man with a long scar over his eye steps forward. Lu Fan smiles, noting that they finally lost their patience. For the opposing team, the scarred youth is Meng Jia, a level 40 warrior and a rank 2 Bloodwolf swordsman of the Blood Armor Legion. He steps forward aggressively, brandishing his blade and barking at his teammates to get out of his way. Han Ke pulls out several food containers. Xiao Fun, eat something before you go. Lu Fan stands up, cracking his knuckles loudly. No need. After this test is over, I will take you out for a proper feast. Everyone deserves a great meal tonight. Han Ke giggles at his confidence. Lu Fan smiles back. Don't worry, tonight will be a grand victory celebration. Noticing the change on the field, the announcer shouts enthusiastically to the crowd. Lu Fan is standing up. Is he finally ready to join the fray? This is the moment we've all been waiting for, folks. At the judges' table, Gu Han and Zhao Shengming watch the arena with serious, focused expressions. Meng Jia swings his massive greatsword in a rage, cursing Lu Fan for looking down on them. He charges forward with explosive speed, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Dragon Tamer, get the hell out here! Suddenly, a level 40 sword dancer blocks his path. If you want him, you will have to go through me first. She immediately commands 2 blades to strike. Her frigid water sword slows the target by 30% with its icy attribute. Beside it flies the blood-shattering sword, an epic tier weapon, leveled at 34. Its armor break ability allows it to ignore 32% of the enemy's total defense. With her speed boosted by 42%, she clashes with Meng Jia's epic tier army breaker greatsword. His weapon triggers Mountain Shaker, dealing 340% physical damage and splashing onto nearby enemies. He swings coldly. I have no interest in you. He then knocks both of her flying swords away with a single heavy blow. Undeterred, she summons another weapon, the epic tier Karmic Hellfire Scythe, a level 34 blade that can switch its elemental strikes between fire and darkness. Every soul it reaps permanently increases its attack power by 0.1%, currently sitting at a 14.6% boost. She then launches her Myriad Flowers sword, a level 20 blade that can split into thousands of fragments. Each fragment carries 10% of the original's power before reforming back into a single blade after the area of effect attack. However, the Myriad Flowers sword is intercepted mid-air by Fengyun's sudden interference. Your opponent is me. The sound of clashing steel rings out as Meng Jia glares at the battlefield. Xiaoman attempts a sneak attack, but fails as he easily parries her strike with his heavy blade. You think you're worthy of fighting me? He pushes her back. She hisses, damn, this guy is tougher than he looks. Qin Qiu suddenly appears by her side. Let me help you. But before she can act, a hand rests on her shoulder. No need. He wants to fight me, so I will give him exactly what he's looking for. Lu Fan steps forward, nodding to his team. You all did well. If this were a true life and death struggle, the Wind Cloud Pavilion would already be history. Across the field, Meng Jia pins Xiaoman down, his voice dripping with venom. Look at you, hiding behind a woman. Is that all the talent you have? Xiaoman struggles against his weight, her strength fading fast. Suddenly, A streak of crimson fire, a flaming arrow blasts directly toward Mengjia's face. He recoils in shock, releasing his grip and leaping back to avoid the searing heat. These are Lu Fan's serpent arrows, a deadly long-range technique. Even without drawing his bow, he can fire 12 magic bolts, each dealing 20% damage. Lu Fan lowers his bow and barks an order. Jian Ying, Tao Zi, fall back. Protect Auntie alongside Qinqiu. Mengjia lets out a mocking, guttural laugh. Ordering your team around, eh? Jiang Fengyun, you guys back off too. If you get caught in my crossfire, I won't be held responsible. A buzz of excitement ripples through the crowd. Wait, is he finally summoning the great dragon? But winning with a dragon feels like cheating. Don't be so sure, another spectator counters. Lu Fan might have his dragon, but Mengjia won't go down without a brutal fight. Behind the lines, the girls urge their friend to safety. Tao Zi, get over here quickly. Don't distract Lu Fan from the battle. Mengjia hoists his massive heavy sword, his eyes burning with bloodlust. Watch closely, Lu Fan. I am a survivor of the horrific beast tides. He delivers a crushing horizontal sweep, but Lu Fan effortlessly leaps over the blade. Lu Fan channels his inner dragon energy, Black Dragon Stage 2, and prepares a counterstrike, Spatial Rift. Infused with Dragon Ki, he delivers 2 consecutive devastating slashes that tear through the air. Mengjia barely manages to block the impact, his muscles straining against the force. He snorts coldly, acting as if the heavy blow was nothing but a breeze. Weren't you supposed to be a Dragon Tamer? Mengjia bellows. Where's that legendary dragon of yours? Bring it out. Lu Fan touches down gracefully, beckoning with a single finger. You want to see my dragon? Then you'll have to actually wound me first. Rage explodes within Mengjia. Veins bulge across his face as he lets out a primal roar, his body twisting and warping into something monstrous. He transforms into a ferocious werewolf right before their eyes. The team's healer gasps in terror. Brother Jiang, he's in his wolf form. Mengjia growls a deadly warning. Jiang Fengyun pales as the realization hits Mengjia has finally unleashed his ultimate werewolf transformation. This is the Berserk Bloodwolf Swordsman, a rare class that can shift between human and beast forms at will by igniting the ancient werewolf bloodline. In this state, his physical attack and defense power surge by a staggering 750%. But the power comes with a price. Every passing second increases his final damage output by 1% as the bloodlust takes over. Slowly, he loses his sanity to the beast. Once his stamina hits 0, the form will break. But for now, Mengjia towers over Lu Fan like a demon. I'll tear you into bloody pieces, the beast roars. Lu Fan unfurls his dragon wings, narrowly dodging a lethal claw swipe that shatters the ground. Soaring high to create distance, Lu Fan gazes down at the monster. So, this is the true nature of your hidden power? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan strikes again. Serpent arrows. 12 magic bolts rain down, but they barely scratch the beast's toughened hide. Mengjia snarls, his eyes glowing with an icy, murderous light. High above the Longdu Academy arena, Lu Fan hovers like a silent judge, while below, Mengjia's vision turns completely crimson with rage. I'll shred you. I'll rip your heart out, the werewolf bellows, his voice no longer sounding human. Lu Fan realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. He draws his bowstring tight. This is bad. His fury is making him lose all reason. Mengjia can no longer tell friend from foe. Lu Fan holds his draw. 1 second has passed. Phantom Strike, charging. If he holds the serpent arrow for a full 3 seconds, the Phantom Strike will trigger, boosting its total damage by 500%. Mengjia claws wildly at the empty air, his ear-piercing roars echoing through the stadium. Lu Fan shouts a final plea. Stop now. If you stay in that werewolf form any longer, you'll become a mindless beast that kills everything in its path. 2 seconds have passed, but Mengjia's mind is already gone, replaced by the primal hunger of a predator. The beast suddenly turns, grabbing his own teammate Jiang Fengyun and slamming him into the dirt. Tear, destroy, kill. Jiang Fengyun is knocked unconscious instantly. The team's mage frantically casts a spell to protect the survivors. Shield wall, activate. A massive barrier erupts, creating an absolute defense that no physical entity can penetrate for 15 seconds. Panic surges through the audience as the match turns into a bloodbath. Mengjia has gone insane. He's attacking his own teammates. Someone stop the fight before Jiang Fengyun is killed. Guhan turns to Vice Principal Zhao, his face pale with urgency. Principal, we have to stop the exam. He's completely lost control. The Vice Principal frowns, his eyes locked on the arena. Wait a moment. Lu Fan is still making his move. Finally, the 3-second charge is complete. Lu Fan whispers to himself, I have no other choice then. Before the werewolf can fully descend into madness, Lu Fan releases the bowstring. I'll be the one to stop you. Lu Fan's hand ignites with crackling blue sparks. Dragonic echo. Leaping lightning. Dragon Soul Replication mimics the dragon's magic skills, unleashing them with power tied to the user's own stats. Leaping Lightning fires a devastating bolt, chaining 10 consecutive strikes through the enemy's ranks. Every jump amplifies the next strike's damage by 30%, with the blue dragon acting as the ultimate conductor. Lightning tears through the armored werewolf, sending high-voltage shocks through his body. Ah! He screams in agony. Leaping Lightning, combined with shadow arrows. A bolt erupts, chaining 10 times and stacking 30% damage with every hit. The shadow arrows amplify the blue dragon's mental energy, boosting the power of Leaping Lightning by 500%. Feng Yun coughs up blood. Seeing the lightning surging toward him, he screams in terror, "Somebody save me!" He isn't the only victim, his entire team is caught in the chain. First jump, damage increased by 30%. Screams of agony echo through the arena as the electric surge ravages everything in its path. Arha. Second jump, damage up 60%. Even the mage is helpless, unable to do anything but scream. No, please. Third jump, damage climbs to 90% as the storm intensifies. Fourth jump, damage hits 120%. Terrified spectators scramble for safety, fearing the collateral destruction. Run. If that electricity reaches the stands, we're finished. These two are absolutely insane. Zhao Ming grabs the microphone, shouting desperately, "Lu Fan, stop this. Are you trying to kill them?" Lu Fan lands gracefully with a calm, composed smile. "Relax, Vice Principal Zhao. I have no intention of taking lives." He looks at Meng Jia, who has been scorched back into human form. But they'll definitely be bedridden for a while. The werewolf transformation reaches its limit as his stamina hits 0, forcing the beast back into a human shell. The brave few who stayed witnessed a masterclass. One single skill wiped out the entire opposing team. Lu Fan is number 1. I told you he was a god. Gu Han steps forward, officially declaring Lu Fan the winner. The victory belongs to Qin Qiu, Dao Xiaoman, Han Ke, and their unstoppable ace, Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you were incredible. You're still the best. Han Ke rushes over, worried. Are you exhausted, Xiao Fan? Let's go celebrate our win. But Lu Fan turns and walks toward Meng Jia's broken team, leaving Han Ke confused. Xiao Fan? Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei, who appears in her beautiful, adorable fairy spirit form. The crowd gasps. Is that the human form of the black dragon? No way, the colors don't even match. She's so cute, I want to hug her. Me too. But wait, remember Lu Fan's battle against Chen Tianji? Is he summoning her for a personal vendetta? Is there about to be a murder on stage? Meng Jia groans, forced awake by the lingering pain. He struggles to sit up, his body trembling. Your dragon. What are you planning? He rasps. This isn't a battlefield. Why push me to the brink of death? Lu Fan doesn't answer with words. Instead, he signals Xiao Fei to cast a healing spell on his fallen rivals. Fountain of Life. A divine aura of restoration washes over every member of the opposing team. As his vitality returns, Meng Jia stares in utter disbelief. You're actually healing us? Feng Yun clutches his head, groaning as the pain fades. With the healing complete, Lu Fan turns to walk away. A word of advice, Lu Fan says coldly. Stop playing games with amateurs. Feng Yun's group will only hold you back. Meng Jia's fist trembles. He slams the ground in bitter, soul-crushing frustration. I don't accept this. Why? Every day I fought monsters and pushed myself to the absolute limit. I'm the one who broke the record, Meng Jia screams. The fastest to reach rank 3 in the blood-clad army. Feng Yun's face darkens with shame as he listens. How can a mere student defeat me so easily? Meng Jia refuses to accept the reality. This isn't fair. It's just not fair. Lu Fan stops and nods calmly. I understand. You think I'm just a lucky guy who hit the jackpot with dragons, but I seized every opportunity. I pushed my dragons to face terrifying foes every single day. My effort is no less than yours. Xiaoman chimes in. You really don't understand who he is, do you? Lu Fan earned military merit at the northern border. He holds the Lion Division's gold medal. He has the recognition of the 3 elders. If he wished, he could command the entire blood-clad army. Han Ke steps forward to comfort him, while Meng Jia freezes in shock. The Lion Division gold medal? Impossible. You're a freshman, just like us. The entire crowd erupts into a frenzied buzz of disbelief. The Dragon Nation's 3 elders have dispatched an inspector. This national trial is truly special. Chaos has erupted in the Tai Te Kingdom. Could Lu Fan be the one behind this upheaval? It's highly probable. A Lion Corps gold medal outranks even a blood-clad army commander. Sheng Ming is retreating, so no more blood will be shed. Gu Han, let's move out. Lu Fan isn't one for petty revenge. He assures them, relax, I won't abuse my power. Keep striving until your strength matches your ambition. With that, his team departs. Qin Qiu cheers, Xiao Fei, we're having a feast tonight. Xiao Fei beams. Hey. Xiaoman tugs Han Qi's arm. Hurry, sister. I need that victory party. Feng Yun's mage helps. Brother Jiang, let me help. He shoves them away. Move, I can stand by myself. Meng Jia sits alone. He looks at his proudest medal and suddenly starts laughing. Ha ha ha. It was me all along. My strength never matched my status. That night, Lu Fan heads upstairs. Phew. Auntie's cooking is truly elite. I'm so satisfied. He smiles, imagining the new recipes Auntie will learn. I'll definitely get even stronger. He opens the door and freezes. Jian Ying is in his bed wearing pajamas. He panics. He tries to stay calm. Why on earth is Jian Ying sleeping in my bed? And dressed like that? I must be hallucinating. Those mushrooms Auntie cooked were definitely suspicious. Longdu Academy, Villa number 2. Lu Fan steels himself and re-enters the room. Jian Ying wakes up, rubbing her eyes. Lu Fan, what are you doing? He stammers awkwardly. Wait, why are you in my room? She stands up, blushing. I'm sorry for barging in. She hesitates, face turning red. Actually, I was waiting for you. I wanted to talk. Lu Fan feels the room getting hot. You wanted to talk about what? She innocently explains. About the summer break. Sister Han said you're leaving Longdu soon. He scratches his head, relieved but embarrassed. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're heading to my hometown, Jianghai, for 4 months. Jian Ying shyly asks, can I come? Lu Fan blinks in surprise, then laughs. Haha, is that all? Of course you can. But why? Jian Ying looks down. The truth is, I have nowhere else to go. She shares her past. Her family was once a powerful clan in Yunbei province, but then the beast tide came. Her entire city was turned into a graveyard. Her family died fighting the monsters until the very end. No one else made it out. She sighs, the pain still fresh. This all happened just 2 months before school started. I'm Yunbei's top scholar, but I have no home left. She fears being a burden. She turns to leave. I shouldn't bother you. Staying here to level up is fine. Lu Fan stops her. Forget that. No one should be alone. Come to Jianghai with us. That will be your new home. Jian Ying is moved to tears by his kindness. Thank you, Lu Fan. Meanwhile, in Taitei's Shenggu forest, a terrifying power cracks the earth. With a thunderous boom, a skeletal white hand claws its way out of the ground. A dark whisper echoes. The divine bones reform. The Dragon Tamers must be destroyed. At the airport, emergency alerts flash. A massive beast tide has struck the Taitei kingdom. All flights to Taitei 301 and others are now suspended indefinitely. Passengers scramble for info. Han Ke mutters. Is Taitei finally facing its doom? Lu Fan frowns. The news is being heavily censored. Something is very wrong. What happened? The Liu clan replaced the Kim clan, so his bounty should be gone. But what about the secret organizations Senior mentioned? Are they finally moving? Han Ke turns to Jian Ying with a grin. Whatever, it's not our problem anymore. It's been forever since I've seen Jianghai. Let's go check out our new home. Influenced by her warmth, Lu Fan brushes aside his worries. Why fret over nothing? Enjoying this vacation is what truly matters. Tianshou City has been reduced to a smoldering graveyard. All thanks to the bone dragons. They slaughter the innocent, tearing through the ruins as if hunting for a hidden prize. Lord Liu offers a pathetic, groveling smile. I have brought the one you seek, Great One. He trembles before the murderous aura of the ancient bone god, pleading for mercy. Please, spare us. Have pity on our lives. Bitterness fills the Lord's heart. It's clear those from above have utterly abandoned them to this nightmare. If these calamities aren't satisfied today, the Liu family will be erased. He barks an order to his guards. Bring them forward, now. Heavy footsteps echo from behind. Handcuffed and broken, Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou are dragged forward like common criminals. Terror grips Jin Zhou at the sight of the ancient bone god. What? What is this monster? My family is already ruined. What more do you want? Lord Liu frantically explains to the deity. In the entire Taichi kingdom, there is only one Dragon Tamer left. Is this the man you desire? Tianji narrows his eyes. They're searching for a Dragon Tamer? Suddenly, he is shoved directly before the ancient bone god. Staring into its hollow gaze, he feels nothing but pure despair. His body freezes. Even the thought of resistance is paralyzed. Cold sweat pours down his face as dread sinks in. He has to escape. He must find a single opening to run. In a desperate split second, Tianji makes his move. He summons his loyal companion, the Scorpion Dragon. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabs Jin Zhou. Princess, run! But before his dragon can strike, a devastating force cleaves it apart. Violent energy erupts in every direction. Explosions thunder through the air, sending jagged debris flying straight toward Tianji. The shockwave sends Jin Zhou tumbling back. Panicked guards scramble to shield Lord Liu from the lethal shards of stone. The ancient bone god scoffs in disgust. To him, That creature was a mere sub-dragon trash unworthy of the title dragon. This is not the one I seek. With a flick of power, he had effortlessly butchered the sub-dragon. He speaks with a chilling tone. If you cannot deliver him, you are all worthless. The guards quickly drag the trembling lord away. Lord Liu, we must retreat. Amidst the god's wrath, Tianji is pinned beneath massive boulders, a pained groan escaping his lips. Jin Zhou gazes at the sky in horror, desperately screaming for her protector. Chen Tianzi, bone dragons close in on them. Jin Zhou shrieks, "Get me out of here, you useless fool." Tianzi's heart burns with sudden, bitter resentment. Why? He snarls. We are both dragon tamers. So why am I the one rotting in the dirt? He bellows. Is it because of you again, Lu Fan? The ancient bone god looms over Jin Zhou, then suddenly halts its advance. Jin Zhou peeks through her fingers, shocked that the monster spared her. But for Tianji nearby, his luck has officially run out. A surge of dark energy seizes him by the throat, hoisting him into the air. The agonizing pressure forces a blood-curdling scream from his lungs. The bone god stares into his soul. Do you know where he is? Desperate to live, Tianji stammers. You mean Lu Fan? He's a student at the Dragon Capital Academy in the Dragon Kingdom. It's summer break, he won't be at school. He must be back in his hometown. The ancient bone god nods in grim satisfaction. Excellent. You will lead me to him. He slams Tianji into the ground, the impact jolting him awake. Obey, and I shall grant you the forbidden power of an ancient god. The monster tempts. Refuse, and you will end up like that heap of trash. He gestures to the mangled remains of Tianji's dragon. Trapped, Tianji pleads with a voice full of venom. Give me any power, as long as I can kill him. Tianji bows low, his entire being consumed by malice. I accept. The bone god unhinges its jaw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Yes, I can feel your beautiful hatred. Under the god's influence, jagged white bones erupt from the earth, encircling Tianji. Panic flares in his eyes as the skeletal shards begin to fuse with his very flesh. Rotting bones encase his body completely. His eyes bulge in terror, dreading whatever monstrous transformation awaits him. A sphere of bone forms, rattling with the sound of grinding marrow. From within, a sinister purple light begins to pulse. The skeletons mold and twist his form. Finally, a suit of bone armor erupts from his skin amidst his agonized wails. The system flickers to life. Chen Tianji has surged to level 110. He feels an overwhelming tide of power surging through his veins. Level 110. Is this the true might of an ancient god? But his humanity is gone. Chen Tianji, bone god slave, level 110. The ancient bone god looms over him. From this moment you are my puppet. Your life is now mine to command. I shall reside within your pet space until we find that boy. Fail to find him, and I will crush you like a bug. Tianji drops to his knees, bowing in submission. I thank the great bone god for this rebirth. I will lead you straight to Lu Fan, no matter what. Jinzhou crouched behind a boulder, her heart racing as she watched Tianji. It was over. He had actually been granted the power of the ancient god. Terror gripped her soul. She had treated him like a mere puppet before, and now, he would surely seek her life in cold-blooded revenge. The bone dragon thralls surrounding Tianji vanished into his pet space. Power surged through his veins in relentless waves, igniting a sense of absolute superiority. From this moment on, he vowed silently, I am the world's ultimate powerhouse. No one will ever dare to look down on me again. As the ritual concluded, the bone armor encasing Tianji began to fade. The king, waiting impatiently, barked out, What did the ancient god say to you? The old fool remained oblivious to the looming danger, maintaining his arrogant tone. Why has the beast tide vanished? Answer me. Tianji frowned at the king's insolence, but replied coldly, I have agreed to help it achieve its divine purpose. It has signed a blood contract with me, and we are now one. The crisis facing the Tai Chi kingdom is finally over. What? King Liu gasped in shock. Does that mean you can now wield the ancient god's power? Tianji turned to leave, but the king blocked his path. That entity nearly annihilated our nation. If it resides within you, you cannot leave. You belong here, under my control. Tianji's gaze turned razor-sharp as he glared at the old man. A pathetic worm like you thinks he can block my path? He turned back, unleashing a suffocating aura of pure suppression. As it happens, it's time we settled our debts once and for all. The king recoiled in fear, stammering, What are you doing? Suddenly, a crimson mist erupted, and a voice echoed from within. Brat, don't get too cocky. Tianji leaped back, his eyes narrowing in caution. Who's there? A mysterious masked man stepped out from the swirling haze. I am from the Dan family, sent to support King Liu. Upon seeing him, the king desperately cried out for salvation. Great lord, This man is Dan Xiangwu, a level 105 shadow hunter and a legendary assassin of the Dan clan. Tianji recalled the legends of the Dan family. Jin Zhou had mentioned them, a clan that vanished a century ago. They hadn't weakened. They were hiding in the shadows of the elite. Xiangwu spoke with a chilling, detached calm. From that look on your face, you've realized King Liu is nothing more than a mouthpiece for the Dan family, haven't you? Join us. Let the Dan family study the ancient god's power, and the throne of Tai Chi could be yours to sit upon. Tianji let out a cold snort of disdain. Seeing his refusal, Xiangwu's killing intent flared as he prepared to strike. Stubborn fool. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. So be it. He summoned glowing crimson hell chains, lashing out violently. That power within you belongs to the Dan family now. However, Tianji evaded the first strike with supernatural grace. Xiangwu stared in disbelief. How is he this fast? In that split second of hesitation, Tianji lunged forward, driving a Godbone spear straight through the assassin's chest. Utilizing the Godbone dragon spear, he channeled his inner divinity into a strike of absolute devastation. He withdrew the weapon as Xiangwu collapsed, gasping in denial. How is this possible? Xiangwu fell lifeless. The king stumbled back, his face pale with terror. This can't be. Behind the rock, Jinzhou trembled in sheer horror. He had just one-shotted a level 100 powerhouse. Tianji curled his lip in a mocking sneer. Is this the best the Dan family can do? Ants like you dare call yourselves level 100 experts? He marveled at the immense spiritual energy swirling in his palm. So this is the sensation of true power. It's absolutely divine. The king continued to retreat, screaming hysterically, "He's dead! The Dan family's envoy is actually dead." His screams only served as a reminder that Tianji hadn't finished his business. Now, Tianji whispered, "It's your turn." He began to recount every atrocity the king had committed against him with burning resentment. You destroyed the Jin family, threw me into the dungeon to be tortured, and offered me as a sacrifice to the god. The king panicked, shifting the blame. It wasn't me. It was the Dan family's orders. You heard him. I'm just a puppet, a mouthpiece. The king was too paralyzed by fear to even run. Tianji ignored the pleas, his arm morphing into a monstrous dragon bone. Godbone Dragon Claw. This technique's lethality scaled directly with his newfound, overwhelming strength. Within Thousand Hand City, King Liu reached out, caught between a desperate plea and a futile attempt to bargain. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Tianji, if it weren't for me, you would never have gained this power. For that alone, spare me. I swear I'll never trouble you again. Please, I beg of you, have mercy. Tianji ignored him and struck from above, the impact shattering the ground and sending debris flying in a violent explosion. He landed gracefully, as his left arm extended like a dark shadow, ruthlessly hunting down the fleeing soldiers. The king is dead! A soldier wailed in retreat. Tianji's expression remained cold until a sharp scream caught his attention. Ah! His arm retracted to its original form as he slowly turned his gaze toward the source of the noise, Jinzhou. She was shaking uncontrollably, her legs giving way as she collapsed into a desperate kneel. I'm sorry, Tianji, please. I was wrong, please, just spare me, I beg you. Chen Tianji remains cold, watching the pathetic display in silence. Terror paralyzes Jinzhou as the silence grows heavy. Without a response, he can't even find the strength to move. Chen Tianji takes flight, his wings echoing in the distance. He never looks back, leaving the shell-shocked Jinzhou behind. Later that afternoon in Jianghai City, a car tears through the streets, racing toward a new destination. Sunge breaks the silence. Lu Fan, it's been a while. You've certainly become more formidable than before. He smiles warmly. I haven't missed a single match of yours. You absolutely crushed those opponents. And those legendary dragons. Acquiring a whole swarm of them is truly an incredible feat. Lu Fan humbly scratches his head. Sun Ge, the level 29 warrior and Qin family's chief butler, continues with a grin. You led my first dungeon run. It's good to see you again. Han Ke turns to Jian Ying, excitement in her eyes. Don't worry. We're staying at Jiangshan Flower Garden. It's Lu Fan's top-tier prize, a place we've never seen before. Xiaoman sighs softly in the back. It's been so long. I wonder if my parents even missed me. Qin Chu teases her playfully. Oh, stop it. Your dad already called, saying he's preparing a grand feast today. You heartless girl, she laughs. Suddenly, a radio broadcast catches Sun Ge's attention, shifting the mood instantly. Urgent news. The massive beast tide threatening Taichi State has officially been suppressed and cleared. However, the ruler of Taichi died heroically while protecting his citizens. Xiaoman blinks, clearly unimpressed. Wait, it's over already? How boring. I honestly thought this beast tide would actually wipe that entire country off the map. Han Ke looks surprised. Taichi's rulers change so frequently. That throne must be cursed with terrible luck. Lu Fan ponders silently. Could his own actions have triggered some sort of curse? A single tide shouldn't be that devastating. His gaze turns cold. A legendary fifth transfer expert is supposedly hiding there. Something is definitely hidden in the shadows. The car pulls up to the Grand Qin Villa. Young lady, we have arrived home, Sunga announces softly. Qin Chu's eyes sparkle with joy. I see my father, and Uncle Dao is here as well. 3 figures stand at the gate, beaming with pride. They're all waiting for us. She rushes forward, shouting happily. Dad! Xiaoman cries out, jumping into her father's arms. Daoshan's eyes well with tears. My little peach. Lao Qin gently pats Qin Chu's head. You've changed so much in 6 months. I almost didn't recognize you. She hugs him tight, her voice full of warmth. Stop joking, Dad. Meet Qin Haishan, level 57, rank 2 knight. Lao Qin looks up to greet the others. Lu Fan, Miss Han Ke. It has been far too long. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Qin, Han Ke replies politely. It was no trouble at all, he beams. He gestures toward the man standing behind him, waiting for his own daughter. Let me introduce you. This is Dao Shan, Xiaoman's father and the wealthiest mogul in Jianghai City. He practically controls the city's resources. Meet Dao Shan, level 27, rank 2. Appraiser and augmenter. Oh, ignore Lao Qin's nonsense. Dao Shan laughs. Monopolizing? I just handle a few small things. He's the real tycoon here. Lu Fan steps forward and extends his hand. It's an honor, Uncle Dao. Dao Shan shakes his hand vigorously. Young man, you are truly a once-in-a-century talent. My daughter told me everything. You looked after her, helped her level up, and even shared your gear. Xiaoman's face turns bright red as she spins around. Dad, stop it. Don't say another word. Lao Qin claps Lu Fan's shoulder. I never dreamed you'd help my daughter reach level 40 so fast. Dao Shan nods in agreement. And helping Xiaoman unlock a hidden class? We both owe you a great debt. Lu Fan rubs his neck, embarrassed. Please, you're overpraising me. We were just helping each other out. Xiaoman huffs, pointing an accusatory finger. I got that hidden class through my own hard work, okay? Don't think I was bragging about you just because I mentioned you once. Lu Fan smirks. Whatever you say. Dao Shan chuckles at his daughter's obvious embarrassment and teases her further. She's just shy, he laughs, making her scream in frustration as Lao Qin turns his attention back to the guests. The sun is setting, and you've had a long journey. It's time for everyone to get some rest. Tomorrow morning, Dao Shan and I are hosting a banquet. Lu Fan, you must give us the honor of attending. Lu Fan waves back as they part ways. Don't worry, I wouldn't miss it for the world. See you then. The trio departs together as he shouts, We're heading out. See you tomorrow. Old Qin turns to Sunga. I'll have to trouble you for this trip then. Take them back to Jiangshan Garden. He flashes a smile. Understood. The car rolls away, while Zhao Man waves enthusiastically from behind. Qin Chu softly whispers her thanks. Dad, thank you for looking after my friends. Old Qin smirks. Don't you dare call your father slow anymore. Inside the car, Lu Fan quickly offers an apology. Sorry, Sword Shadow. I should have introduced you to them earlier. Sword Shadow chirps back. It's fine. I'm still a stranger to this city anyway. Han Ke pulls her close. Don't worry. Once the house is ready in a few days, I'll show you everywhere. You'll get used to it in no time. Sungi looks back and interjects. No need to wait 2 days. Jiangshan Garden was prepared long ago. He hears this and blinks in confusion. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he continues, Oh, you didn't know? Every week, Mr. Qin sends a team to Jiangshan Garden to guard and clean the place. It must be ready for move-in at any second. As they enter the villa, Lu Fan smiles gratefully. This is a massive help. Please thank Uncle Qin for me. Sun Ge lets out a boisterous laugh. Haha, you'll have to thank him yourself at tomorrow's banquet. Han Ke calls out to Sword Shadow. Look, Sword Shadow, this is our new home. She gazes at the villa, stunned by its sheer magnificence. Early the next morning, at a 5-star hotel in Jianghai New City, Lu Fan finds himself sandwiched between 2 elders. Master Dao throws an arm over him, face flushed from wine. Beside them, Old Qin pushes a glass toward him, urging him to drink. Regret hits him instantly. I was too careless. I shouldn't have agreed so easily yesterday. Master Dao bellows happily. Old Qin, can't you see? This kid Lu Fan is a perfect match for my little peach. Old Qin sets his glass down, refusing to back down. I disagree. My Xiaoqiu is beautiful and talented. She's clearly the better fit. Lu Fan can only think. How on earth did it turn into this? He shoves the glass closer. Peach is lively, while you're mature, you'll balance each other out. Right, Lu Fan? Lu Fan holds up a hand to block him. Ah, thanks Uncle Dao Shan. But I really shouldn't. Old Qin rests a heavy hand on his shoulder, face red with intoxication. Don't be like that. Old Dao just hasn't noticed that you speak much more softly to Xiaoqiu, right? Lu Fan tries to keep up. Right, right, Master Dao shouts, spinning his daughter around who was busy eating to face him. What do you mean? Right? Lu Fan, look closely. My little peach has zero hidden agendas. Ha ha ha. This proves she's pure-hearted and won't cause drama. Xiaoman is left dazed. What? Player number 2 forced into the fray. Dao Xiaoman, the lively daughter of the New City tycoon. Old Qin scoffs, pointing at his own daughter. Old Dao, what kind of nonsense are you babbling? My Xiaochu has eyes only for Lu Fan. Childhood sweethearts are destined to wed. This sends a deep blush across Qinchu's face. Dad, please, just stop. Player number 1 enters the long game. Qinchu, the elegant childhood sweetheart and daughter of Jianghai's wealthiest man. Suddenly, the two elders erupt into another argument. Master Dao points a finger at Old Qin. We'll see whose son-in-law Lu Fan becomes. Stop dreaming. Old Qin fires back in a rage. Remember your words. When they get married, don't you dare come to the wedding crying. Seeing the tension peak, Lu Fan rushes to intervene. Uncles, please. Everyone, just calm down. Han Ke leans in to tease him. Lu Fan, you're quite the lucky guy, aren't you? Beside them, Sword Shadow continues eating in silence. She gently sets her chopsticks down. Both elders freeze, their eyes shifting toward her. Sword Shadow calmly wipes her mouth. Player number 3, the wild card. Sword Shadow. A mysterious and elegant potential threat. The beautiful girl living under the same roof as Lu Fan. Both elders fall silent, thinking, there are more rivals than we anticipated. A temporary truce is called. They have work to do. After the chaotic banquet, they stroll through the garden. Han Ke sees Lu Fan sprinting ahead and calls out, Lu Fan, slow down! Why the rush? She follows close behind, giggling behind her hand. Is it because of what those two gentlemen said at dinner? Sword Shadow joins in the teasing. Maybe he's secretly celebrating in his head. Lu Fan can only sigh from the front. Give me a break, just drop it already. Suddenly, Lu Fan freezes at the sound of a familiar voice. Lu Fan, long time no see. He turns to find Principal Bai and Mr. Li standing there. Principal Bai, and Mr. Li too, he waves back. I was worried you'd forgotten about us. Principal Bai approaches slowly, a radiant smile lighting up his face. You worry too much. Lu Fan is our school's top scholar, he'd never forget his roots. Li Kun, teacher at high school number 3. Bai Hongjian, principal of high school number 3. Back at Jiangshan Garden, Principal Bai slowly steps into the residence. Everyone gathers to welcome him warmly. What a surprise. I never expected a visit from Principal Bai and Mr. Li. My aunt hurriedly ushered the two guests inside. After some warm hospitality, they finally revealed their true purpose. They wanted me to return to my alma mater for a special speech. Soon, the 4 of us were gathered around the table, diving into a deep, heartfelt conversation. The principal explained that this year's awakening ceremony was fast approaching. He hoped the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, the pride of high school number 3, would return to inspire the next generation. It felt like they were trying to bask in my spotlight, but they had always been kind to me in the past. So I readily agreed. Of course, I had one strict condition. I had to stay focused on reaching level 60. With my 3rd class advancement due in just 2 months, I couldn't afford to let a speech waste my precious time. Teacher Li shook Lu Fan's hand with a beaming smile. I can't believe your goal is already level 60 as a freshman. That's incredible. Most graduates barely even reach level 30. Lu Fan replied humbly. You flatter me, teacher. I just ask that you keep this a secret. This goal is tied to a very important personal agreement. Principal Bai Wen-kun stroked his long beard and gave a knowing nod. Of course. Consider our lips sealed tighter than a vault. The 3 of them said their goodbyes at the gate. But Teacher Li left me with one final, cheerful reminder. See you at school in 3 days. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn broke, Lu Fan's phone began to ring incessantly. Still half asleep and groggy, he fumbled for the phone and answered. Hello? On the other end of the line, Elder Dao's voice boomed with excitement. Little Lu, I know everything. How could you keep something this important from me? Do you see me as an outsider? Lu Fan froze in confusion. Wait, what? Elder Dao finally noticed Lu Fan's sleepy mumble. Oh, did I wake you up? I'll keep it short then. You're getting a delivery soon. Make sure you use every bit of it. Before Lu Fan could respond, Elder Dao hung up, leaving him stunned. Receive what exactly? Suddenly, the phone began to blare once again. Glancing at the caller ID, Lu Fan let out a long sigh and muttered, Another one? He hit answer. Uncle Qin, it's early. What's going on? Elder Qin's voice crackled through. Lu Fan, the experience crystals are on their way. Don't worry about the grind. The Qin family will ensure you level up. Lu Fan's mind raced with doubt. Experience crystals? Those things were notoriously expensive and provided very little experience. In reality, They weren't even as efficient as clearing a high-level dungeon. Item: Experience Crystal Consumable Grants, 150 experience points upon use. Realizing the scale of what was happening, Lu Fan bolted upright in bed, his voice sharp and urgent. Wait, do you and Uncle Dao both know I'm trying to power level? Elder Qin sounded genuinely furious. That damn Dao Shan. He beat me to the call? Get me Dao Shan on the line right now. Anyway, don't let those crystals go to waste. I'm hanging up now. The line went dead, leaving Lu Fan staring at his phone in total disbelief. The sharp chime of the doorbell snapped him back to reality. Then came a booming voice from outside. The delivery man shouted, "Hello, is Mr. Lu Fan home? I have 2 massive shipments of experience crystals here that need a signature." Lu Fan roared in frustration. Is this what Ji Changkong meant by keeping a secret? The delivery man jumped, startled by the sudden outburst. Meanwhile, Xiaoman and Qin Qiu were scrolling through the news, their eyes widening in absolute shock. Information about my leveling spree had spread like wildfire overnight. Uncle Qin and Uncle Dao had instantly bought every single experience crystal in the city just for me. Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly. We were on good terms, but I couldn't just accept such a massive favor for free, especially since they were clearly trying to play matchmaker with their daughters. I sent purple gold cards to Qin Qiu and Dao Zi, effectively paying for every single crystal myself to keep things fair. Over the following days, I consumed crystals non-stop while leading my team back to Shadow Island to purge the newly spawned monsters. Having reached level 53, Lu Fan collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He was surrounded by a literal mountain of drained crystal husks. Finally, the day before the speech arrived. After clearing every last monster we had saved on Shadow Island, I finally absorbed the very last crystal. It's finally over. All those crystals only gave me half a level? This system has to be kidding me. Now at level 54, Lu Fan arrived at high school number 3. Thousands of students were packed into the courtyard, creating a sea of faces. Whoa, is the entire school here today? One student whispered. This is insane, another replied. I heard they invited a legendary powerhouse to speak. A third student chimed in. Powerhouse? That's our legendary senior. It's Lu Fan, the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, the legendary Dragon Tamer. No way. Move over, let me see. Principal Bai stepped up to the podium to restore order. Settle down, everyone. Before we begin the awakening ceremony, we have a very special guest, a world-renowned alumnus. He gestured toward Lu Fan standing beside him. Please give a thunderous welcome to your senior, Lu Fan. He's here to share his legendary journey with you all. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Roars of applause and cheers echoed through the entire campus like a physical wave. It really is him, the Dragon Tamer. Where's the dragon? Amidst the cheers, a cold, predatory voice cut through the air. So, this is Lu Fan's hometown? In the old district of Jianghai, Chen Tianji walked through the streets, scanning the area with disdain. It's as dull as Qingzhou, nowhere near as lively as Longdu, Shengu asked coldly. Are you certain he's in this city? I'm positive. If we level this place to the ground, he'll have no choice but to crawl out. Shengu narrowed his eyes. If he's not here, you know the consequences. Chen Tianji drops to one knee and replies with an eerie calmness. Success grants me your legendary power, while failure means joining Jia Long in the abyss. I have etched it into my soul. He glances up with a twisted smirk. Excellent. I'm growing quite fond of you. Now, answer one final question. Chen Tianji bows his head in deep respect. Ask anything. My lord. Divine Bone continues, his gaze freezing the air with a look of absolute, lethal seriousness. This fragile city cannot possibly withstand my divine wrath. This is the Dragon Nation, and you are one of its sons. If I unleash a massacre here, what will you do? Shall I show mercy to these insects? Chen Tianji closes his eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't care. A few extra deaths will only make it easier to drag Lu Fan out of hiding. Divine Bone falls silent for a heartbeat before erupting into a manic laugh. A perfect answer. Suddenly, thick white smoke surges from his body like a volcanic eruption. He rockets into the sky, dragging a suffocating shroud of fog that blankets the horizon. Let the carnage begin. Below, the crowd erupts in terror. What is that? Look at the sky. Why is it so hot? Run. Everyone, run. Panic consumes the streets as desperate screams echo from every corner. The heat is becoming unbearable. What's happening? Get out of the way. We're going to be roasted alive. Chen Tianji stands like a statue amidst the screaming chaos. He sneers inwardly. Indeed, they're just ants. Let them burn. Above, Divine Bone begins his monstrous transformation, hungering for even greater power. He unfurls his massive, terrifying wings. Whether from Taizi or the Dragon Nation, everyone watches in pure horror. Dragonkin or humanity, none are safe as Divine Bone descends upon the earth. Jinzhou or Lu Fan, they are nothing to him now. Behind him, A swarm of dark shadows lunges toward the helpless citizens. Jianghai City descends into a living nightmare. People scramble for answers amidst the wreckage. Is this an earthquake? A voice cries out from the mob. Everyone, look at the sky. Countless divine bone clones emerge, blotting out the sun itself. This is the true face of absolute, overwhelming power. Lu Fan gazes upward, his eyes narrowed with suspicion and doubt. Is that the man from Taizi? No, something is different. Chen Tianji's eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent. I shall stand above all of humanity. Come, Lu Fan. Face the true might of an ancient god. Air raid sirens wail across the city, fueling the mass hysteria. This is an emergency air defense warning. The crowd tramples each other to escape as screams blend with the roars of the divine bone clones. Run! The monster tide is here. Save yourselves. Principal Bai's voice crackles with desperate urgency. The monster tide has arrived. All students, evacuate the shelters immediately. Move, now. Without a second of hesitation, Lu Fan summons his dragon wings and takes flight. His gaze is locked onto a familiar silhouette etched against the burning sky. He never expected this monster to return from the grave. Lu Fan watches as soldiers on white-winged beasts charge the divine bone clones to engage the ancient god. Urgent commands echo through the air. Faster, move faster. We cannot let it reach the residential zones. A stern voice barks at Lu Fan. Kid, get to a shelter. Don't interfere with the city defense force's mission. Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. Wait just 1 second. The soldier spots the shimmering gold medal in Lu Fan's hand and gasps in shock. The Golden Lion Legion badge? My deepest apologies, Lord. Lu Fan issues a sharp, authoritative command. Everyone, disperse and follow the evacuation protocols. Leave this battlefield to me. Evacuate the civilians and alert the other squads. Do not cluster together, spread out so you don't become easy targets for the enemy. The soldier salutes instantly. Understood. We will follow your orders, my lord. Lu Fan pulls out his phone, his mind racing with strategy. He calculates the risks. The Nine-Realm Demon's physical form is simply too massive for this urban area. Summoning it here would cause catastrophic collateral damage. Better to deploy the puppet squad to dismantle them one by one. Anxiety tinges his voice as he makes a call. Principal Bai, until this monster tide is suppressed, you must stay inside. Do not come out. The principal's voice crackles back from the other end. I understand. You be careful out there, Lu Fan. A shadowy figure emerges, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. How did the divine bone clone find a new vessel so quickly, and why did it target this place? Fury boils within Lu Fan as he prepares for battle. This is unforgivable. He roars. Xiao Fei. Summon the fallen corpse holy dragon. System notification. Assimilating the bone dragon flute. Summoning the fallen corpse holy dragon. Warning. The fallen corpse holy dragon's power level will synchronize with the user's current level. The dragon's roar shatters the heavens. Puppet squad, deploy. Lu Fan commands. Take down those flying bones and contain the destruction. Lu Fan's voice thunders. Do you hear me? A chorus of loyal voices answers in perfect unison. By your command, Master. Skill. Corpse manipulation activated. Can summon, transform, and recall undead puppets at will. Notice, defeated puppets return their energy to the holy dragon. As the army deploys, the command echoes, spread out. Puppet squad attack. The very air trembles under the suffocating pressure of a god's presence. As the true battle begins, this oppressive pressure is unlike anything before. I fear the true physical form of the ancient bone god has finally descended. Amidst the crushing dread, Lu Fan's iron will blazes. Whether it is the true body or not, he refuses to let Jianghai City fall to ruin today. Spreading his wings, he leads a thunderous legion of dragons straight into the heart of the raging inferno. Follow me. Suddenly, Lu Fan's face drains of color as he barely maneuvers past a lethal spear thrust from Chen Tianji. Shock paralyzes him for a split second. Standing before him is the man he never expected to see here, Chen Tianji. Chen's voice drips with icy venom and long simmering spite. It has been a long time, my old friend. Transformed into a draconic nightmare, his eyes burn with a sinister light as his arrogant laughter echoes through the heavens. Dragon Tamer, it really is you. I raised 4 cities just to finally drag you out of hiding. Lu Fan's blood boils with righteous fury. So the beast tide in the Tai Chi kingdom was your doing? You actually dared to bring that carnage to this place? Lu Fan swings his blade in a desperate strike against Chen Tianji. Have you completely lost your mind? Chen's eyes only burn hotter with hatred. Lose my mind? I cannot afford to go crazy until after I have tasted your blood. Chen's voice bellows like a thunderclap from above. Lord Bone, God has personally descended upon this world. There is no escape for you now. You and Jianghai City will be buried together in the same grave. Every breath he takes reeks of deep-seated resentment and loathing. I told you I would return to destroy everything you hold dear. Today, you shall pay me back 100-fold. Lu Fan's voice remains stern yet carries a flicker of pity. Chen Tianji, the blood of the dragon country, still flows through your veins. Regardless of the grudges between us, how can you bring yourself to slaughter your own innocent countrymen? Chen erupts into a twisted, agonized laugh. Countrymen? Did a single one of them ever treat me like a human being back then? I was given the weakest class and became the laughingstock of the entire world. But now, I possess the power of the Bone God. No one will ever look down on me again. His voice drops to a menacing growl. Lu Fan, I have thought of you every single night. I remember every shred of humiliation you forced upon me. I remember how you leveled my family home and took the Jin family from me. I have lived for the moment I could kill you. Lu Fan frowns, his voice calm but steady. You have chosen the wrong path. I only wanted you to finally wake up. This power. Has Chen Tianji truly become a bone slave? Chen's scream of rage shatters the very atmosphere around them. Shut your mouth. You have no right to hoard the prestige and benefits of a Dragon Tamer for yourself. Hatred flashes in his eyes as he thrusts his spear with pure contempt, despising everything Lu Fan represents. Xiao Fei, deploy Dragon Domain and Jade Mirror. Lu Fan commands. Xiao Fei responds to the order instantly. Spiritual energy warps the space as the Dragon Domain expands, spanning a 100-meter radius. All allied Dragon-type stats and bloodline resonances within the field are boosted by 50%. Conversely, enemies without Dragon bloodlines suffer a 50% stat reduction and are trapped, unable to move or teleport. The Jade Mirror allows for 2 perfect reflections of an ally to be summoned into the fray. These mirrors possess every skill of the original at 30% power, with a maximum of 2 units per dragon. This effect is doubled for those with Dragon bloodlines. But suddenly, Xiao Fei's power fails to activate. Lu Fan grits his teeth in frustration. Both Dragon Domain and Jade Mirror have been completely neutralized. The fate of Jianghai City now hangs by a single, fraying thread. Chen Tianji's mocking voice echoes. Did you really think I would fall for the same trick twice? Within the Bone Domain, the ancient Bone God's power incinerates the sky, sealing all territory skills, arrays, and illusions. Chen wears a sadistic grin, his eyes wild with madness. I am going to savor every second of your pathetic, hopeless struggle. Lu Fan's gaze sharpens into a blade. Then let us see who is truly the one destined for despair. Chen laughs maliciously as he parries the strike. Lord Bone God, allow me to handle this trash myself. I will show him just how deep his ignorance goes. Lu Fan watches in horror as Chen's body begins to warp. A suffocating black aura explodes. Chen Tianji has ascended to a level 110 Bone Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan cannot believe his eyes. A level 110 Bone Dragon Tamer. He really has become the ancient god's lapdog. Suddenly, a system notification blares. The world-destroying roar is unleashed upon the battlefield. This frenzied roar deals massive damage to all targets in range, while inflicting a severe weakening effect. Then comes the 3.3 million world-destroying thunders, a dragon tongue curse that summons a storm of millions of lethal lightning strikes. This skill resonates with the power of thunder's clarity, yet remains completely untouched by the primeval lightning source, stellar annihilation. Gathering the ancient power of the stars, he unleashes a devastating laser beam that deals immeasurable damage. It pierces through all enemy defenses and cannot be blocked, its lethality scaling with raw power and level. A mocking laugh echoes through the air. A lowly dragon dares to challenge a god? The divine bone shield holds firm, still maintaining 89% of its absorption capacity. The divine bone shield, a celestial barrier forged from pure skeletal energy. Its defensive power grows with every bone fragment orbiting the user. Lu Fan freezes, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. How is this possible? A coordinated dragon assault and not a single scratch? Another jeer cuts through the chaos, dripping with pure malice. Still worried about your pets? Look at me, your true nightmare is right here. His mind races. Damn it. The power of an ancient bone god at level 110 is in a completely different league than before. Lu Fan glares at Chen Tianji, now a twisted bone slave. There is something deeply unsettling about this transformation. Every attack launched so far has been completely useless. Chen Tianji is nothing like the mindless bone slaves he faced in the past. He erupts into a manic laughter, a sound so cold it seems to vibrate through the very fabric of space. Lu Fan, the man you knew is dead. You are nothing but a speck of dust before the might of the ancient god. Taste the power of a grade A god, a skill a weakling like you isn't even worthy of witnessing. Silver glow bone armor. He manipulates the surrounding skeletal fragments, weaving them together to forge a terrifying suit of divine bone plating. Total immunity to all control effects and a massive 250% attribute boost. Lu Fan's pulse quickens as the enemy's power skyrockets. Xiao Ye, we have to intercept him. Lu Fan commands his dragons to coordinate. Emerald Dragon, switch to Soul Light form immediately. Xiao Fei, support me. As a level 54 Dragon Knight, Lu Fan unleashes a double Void Slash infused with lethal Dragon Chi. In perfect harmony, the dragon strikes with its claws as Lu Fan's own arm transforms into a draconic talon, striking 6 times with blinding speed. Utilizing long-range synchronization, the dragon unleashes 6 waves of devastating magical damage in a single breath. The dragon saddle pulses with energy, infusing every standard strike with ranged dragon chi to overwhelm the target. Chen Tianji's roar booms across the battlefield, heavy with killing intent. I'll make you feel the weight of true despair. The two warriors collide in a spray of sparks. Emerald Bloodline double the effects of all dragon skills and soul-linked buffs. Suddenly, a system notification flashes brightly before his eyes. Soul Guardian. It boosts all attributes by up to 200% for allies under the Soul Light while building defensive stacks from absorbed damage. Upon reaching 10 stacks, a massive shockwave is unleashed, dealing double the total damage absorbed back at the enemy. Lu Fan barks an order to his team. Don't worry about me, focus everything on the ancient bone god. The air swirls into a violent vortex as lightning tears the sky asunder. Heaven's Judgment Shadow Flash. He teleports instantly across the field, delivering a devastating 800% normal damage strike to every target in his path. Shadow Invasion. Following the initial impact, a secondary shockwave hits for an additional 20% of the total damage dealt. The bone dragon snorts in derision. The lightning flickers and dies instantly. Heaven's judgment has been forcibly interrupted. A thunderous roar of pure arrogance erupts from the bone dragon's throat. Enough! You are all nothing but insects beneath my feet. A Bao's primal scream echoes through the space, challenging the divine authority of the beast. A new alert appears, Shadow Lurk. The ability to vanish into total invisibility at will, remaining undetected even under attack. The bone dragon charges, obliterating everything in its path. Lu Fan's voice rises above the screams of the dying. A Bao, protect yourself! He channels his inner energy into a new strike, Black Dragon's Skeleton. Brilliant blades of light rain down, tearing the atmosphere apart with a double Void Slash infused with concentrated dragon chi. Their movements synchronized, the dragon lashes out with its talons, each strike dripping with lethal, draconic energy. From the distance, Lu Fan commands, Starlight, surround him. Ah! A toxic green mist begins to spread like a shroud of death. Netherworld toxicity. A cloud of bone-corroding venom erupts, forcing the enemy to accumulate lethal poison stacks with every passing second. The more stacks, the more agonizing the death. There is no limit to this power. This is the pinnacle of 10,000 demon toxicity. Parasitic seeds are planted deep within the target's flesh, germinating instantly to drain their very lifeblood. The bone dragon moves with an unnatural, terrifying lightness. He's coming in fast. I have to go all out now. Divine Bone Dragon Spear. He channels every ounce of power into a catastrophic strike. Suddenly, a Bao lunges forward. Jaws open wide, it bites down hard, crushing Chen Tianji's spear into splinters. The villain sneers with cold arrogance, Bone Dragon Claws. His arm morphs into a massive skeletal talon, fueled by pure divine malice. He lunges to seize Lu Fan, who lets out a sudden, piercing cry. Seizing the opening, Dulong lunges forward, activating his second form to pierce the heart of the netherworld. Reality itself trembles as A Bao unleashes his ultimate technique, Shadow Assassination. He teleports behind the target in stealth, striking weak points for 1,600% damage plus Shadow Invasion. A secondary shockwave follows for 20% bonus damage as A Bao gathers every ounce of his strength. The heavens ignite with Shattered Star, summoning and crushing a celestial body to unleash massive area-wide destruction. This devastating explosive power scales directly with his raw physical strength. He hurls the attack as the poison sea erupts, doubling toxic stacks on every enemy caught in the tide. Agonizing screams echo through the void while Chen Tianji shrieks in terror. Lord God Bone! A colossal surge of energy detonates like thunder, releasing an aura shockwave to sweep away everything in its path. This technique unleashes 10 times the total damage absorbed previously, creating a massive counterattack zone. Corrosive green liquid eats away at his form as toxic vines erupt, binding the helpless Chen Tianji. The myriad poison demon vines plant deadly seeds within the target, forcing them to sprout from within. These roots either obliterate the body entirely or anchor the victim firmly to the cursed ground. Heaven's judgment descends as silver bolts and golden light tear through the shattered void. Heavenly punishment tribulation locks onto the target, raining down high-speed lightning strikes with lethal precision. The air vibrates as Chen Tianji is scorched by lightning from the Imperial Jade. The Imperial Jade doubles the Blue Dragon's power, generating a lightning barrier around the target with every spell. Any enemy caught moving within this electrified cage suffers relentless additional damage. The bone dragon's eyes flare with murderous rage as he roars. Enough, ants! I will grind you to dust. Divine chi surges violently, igniting his massive body in gold flames as spiritual energy swirls into a vortex. I'll crush Jianghai City along with you, he screams, activating the searing god bone. By burning his divine form for 6 seconds, he deals catastrophic damage based on the surrounding fragments times 1200. Damage doubles in the god bone zone. Fragments currently total 86,437. The poison dragon is incinerated by the heat, vanishing as the final blow deals 207,488 damage. As the poison dragon's form dissipates into nothingness, Lu Fan cries out in a panic. Little Qi! Chen Tianji breaks into a crazed, chilling laugh. Exquisite. Does seeing your precious pet die hurt that much? But this is only the beginning. Lu Fan's head drops, his voice trembling amidst the battlefield's aftershocks. Little Qi, you did a great job. Go rest now with the puppet squad. In the rare silence, something stirs, though everyone thought the poison dragon was erased by that strike. The poison dragon's bloodline triggers a miraculous rebirth, regenerating the entire body. After receiving a fatal blow, it purges all negative effects while immediately infecting any nearby units with lethal toxins. Lu Fan, the Dragon Slayer. The ancient god's power is terrifying, but I won't let you run wild here. His voice is steady and laced with killing intent. Even if he must fight alone, he will not retreat. Chen Tianji snorts, extending a massive hand toward Lu Fan. Then I'll slaughter every dragon and make you a loser again. He manifests the God-Bone Dragon Claw, its destructive power fueled entirely by his immense strength. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Jianghai City's 3rd district, desperate cries ring out from the rubble. Nonsense. What can kids like you do? Get back here. Wait for me. Save me. Xiaoman's voice rings out with unwavering resolve. Uncle Qin, we know those creatures. They are Lu Fan's summons. At the heart of the city in Jiangshan Garden, Han Ke turns to Jian Ying with a worried expression. Jian Ying nods firmly, her gaze sharp. Yes. The god bone from the Taigi Kingdom is here fighting Lu Fan. A heavy, suffocating tension fills the air as Han Ke's face pales with deep concern. What should we do if Lu Fan is in danger? Jian Ying's voice drops. Sister Han, stay here, do not go out. Han Ke asks with a look of hesitation. Jian Ying, are you going to help little Fan? Elder Dao grits his teeth, his voice a low growl. You fools, we must wait for reinforcements, not rush toward death. Old Qin adds his voice to the protest. That giant beast is leveling the city. Why must you go? Tan Qiu's voice rings out with conviction. He's right. Even if we only have a shred of strength left, we have to help Lu Fan. Xiaoman's voice trembles, yet stays fiercely loyal. Because we are comrades, their voices unite in a firm, heartwarming vow. We will never let a teammate fight this battle alone. Elder Dao and Old Tan stand frozen by their resolve. Han Ke smiles and nods. I understand. Without hesitation, Tan Qiu and Xiao Man mount their dragons and take flight. Dao Zi, hold on tight. Old Tan watches their retreating figures, his expression deep with thought. They've really grown up. They can carry the burden now. Elder Dao shouts toward the sky. Xiao Dao, don't push yourself. If you can't win, run immediately. His eyes are filled with a final, unspoken plea. Be smart, children. Don't throw your lives away. Elsewhere, a deafening explosion rocks the earth as buildings crumble into clouds of white smoke. The tower has collapsed. Follow me. Move. There's a dragon behind us. Old Tan stares at his phone in disbelief. He never imagined Lu Fan could face such a horrific monster solo. If this is truly an ancient god, the city's defense force won't stand a chance. His voice crackles urgently through the comms. Teacher, requesting immediate emergency reinforcements. The Bone Dragon and Lu Fan collide in a brutal exchange of blows. Suddenly, a familiar cry pierces through the chaos of the battlefield. Lu Fan! He looks up in shock. What are you all doing here? A confident smile is the only answer. We're here to back you up. Don't forget, we're a team. Just tell us what to do. Suddenly, a cold, metallic laugh grates against the air. How touching. Then go to hell together. Chen Tianji activates the divine Bone Dragon Claw, his arm warping into a lethal weapon powered by his own soul. The monstrous arm of Chen Tianji swings violently toward Lu Fan. A roar shakes the heavens. Black Dragon. Second form Calamity Dragon. Emerald Dragon. Second form the Eternal One. Lu Fan immediately shouts a desperate warning to Zhao Man's group. Stay back. Don't let the divine bone target you. The Bone Dragon speaks with a chilling, familiar voice. My fragments remember you. My servants, slaughter them all. Tan Qiu's face turns grim. There are too many. Xiao Qiu, get ready. I'll handle this side. Chen Tianji laughs like a maniac. Do you hear that? The great divine bone wants your heads. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before Lu Fan's eyes. Will of the Rending Dragon Warrior activated. Current equipment count, 3 of 5. Dragon Chi erupts in a massive surge, level 1 of 5. Ancestral bloodline unlocked, transformation, Golden Dragon King. Agility and spirit multiplied by 50. Stamina multiplied by 200. While in Golden Dragon King form, dragon riding status is disabled. Level 3 of 5. Additional bloodline power unsealed. New skills acquired during transformation. Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood. Lu Fan, now a towering dragon, bellows a command. It's too dangerous. Everyone, retreat to the ground immediately. Go help Sis deal with the bone wyverns, determined voices echo back. Sword Shadow, follow us. On it. Dao Zi, dive towards Sis. A final chilling order echoes through the dark void. Let none of them escape alive. Amidst the suffocating darkness, Chen Tianji sneers with pure contempt. You can't save a single soul. Lu Fan's divine bone avatar begins charging massive energy. His eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light. Allow me to show you true power. Lu Fan can't believe his eyes. The bone dragon is evolving. Level 100. God rank. My second asset, divine bone fragments. Current count, 59,724 pieces. Divine bone incarnation. Fragments coalesce around the host to form a colossal, godlike entity. Each fragment gathered grants a point of strength and amplifies the final damage of every attack. Its horrific voice vibrates through the air. None shall leave this place alive. Sword Shadow warns her friend. Don't look back. Fly at maximum speed. Something is horribly wrong. Sensing the danger, Lu Fan lunges forward to shield Tanchu and Xiao Man. I'll hold him back. Go regroup with Sis. Through the swirling smoke, the bone dragon glares down with utter disdain. You think you can stop me? Even in that dragon form, you are nothing but an insect. Pure dread washes over the battlefield as Lu Fan struggles to hold his ground. Suffering heavy damage, Lu Fan's dragon form shatters. He screams with everything he has left. Spirit! Xiao Ye! Abu! He barks out his final orders. All units. Full-scale assault. Volcanic burst. Energy charging complete. 3.3 million for world-destroying thunder. 17 million for world-destroying starfall. The dragon's roars slice through space like jagged blades. Volcanic burst erupts at the target location, unleashing a hellscape of intense flames that forms a massive lava lake. Any target caught within the lake will slowly sink into the magma, suffering continuous, catastrophic damage. Azure Lightning Mastery. Imperial Jade Thunder. All Blue Dragon skill power is now boosted by 100%. Every strike of lightning magic summons a devastating thunder barrier around the target. Trapped within this electric prison, any movement inflicts lethal bonus damage on the enemy. 30,000 world-ending thunders summon a raging storm, raining down the Dragon Sovereign's forbidden curse. Empowered by Azure Lightning, these skills ignore all interference, erupting into a whirlwind of lethal wind blades. After shredding nearby foes, it purges all enemy buffs and triggers a relentless shadow raid. Each strike on the target inflicts an additional 20% explosive damage. The atmosphere cracks as a massive star core emerges. 10 million world-ending stars gather their power within. This core fuels a terrifying surge in strength. When it collides or detonates, the destruction is absolute. Did it work? Sword Shadow asks, hope flickering in his voice. Lu Fan grips his weapon, ready. Lu Fan stares into the chaos with iron resolve. Thanks, Xiao Fei. It has to be wounded now, right? Through the swirling dust, the bone dragon's lethal gaze glows. Enough. Its divine power blazes like hellfire. My patience for you gnats has run dry. Divine bone chains. Forged from ancient divine power, these chains manifest to ensnare every soul marked by the god. For 60 seconds, the targets are paralyzed. No movement, no skills, no items, and no gear effects. All status buffs and passive abilities are instantly neutralized by this overwhelming divine force. Glowing chains tear through space, locking everyone down. Even Lu Fan is caught, his hidden shadows forcibly dispelled. How can this be? Despair sinks in. Is the ancient bone god truly an invincible nightmare? The bone dragon coldly commands Chen Tianji to finish him. Chen Tianji bows, eager to obey. It is over. Shadow Cloak and pet immunities are gone. Every advantage has been stripped away. Worried whispers fill the air as panic sets in. What can they possibly do now? Xiaoji is no match for him, and Lu Fan refuses to let Qinchu or Sword Shadow be dragged into this. Chen Tianji sneers with arrogance. Lu Fan, the end is here. I will make you realize with your final breath that I am the ultimate Dragon Tamer. A dark aura surges as he prepares to devour the young dragons. Facing certain death, Lu Fan's eyes ignite with a fierce gamble. He has one final card to play. His voice cuts through the air like a blade. Take your pathetic pride and rot in hell. The sky erupts in blinding light as a roar shakes the heavens. Don't fail me now. Come forth. Devouring Demon Dragon King. The king manifests instantly, shielding Lu Fan and crushing Chen Tianji's massive arm. An eerie, suffocating pressure fills the battlefield. Chen Tianji gasps in horror. What is this power? The Dragon King sighs in disappointment. So you only call me when death is knocking at your door? A system prompt flickers. Dragon King contract. Only 2 summons remaining. Pride glances at the battlefield. Hello there, kid. You sure know how to pick a fight with an ancient god. A heavy, ancient laugh echoes. Little Tamer, after today, only 2 chances left. Can you handle this god? The devouring demon dragon king's voice is calm, yet dripping with lethal intent. It might take a moment, but remember who I am. Light explodes as the true power of a king awakens. Cries of disbelief ring out from the distance. What kind of monstrous dragon is that? The crowd watches in awe. Is there truly a dragon in this world that they have never seen before? The Dragon King scoffs at the filthy power before him. His presence ripples through space like a thunderous roar. You actually think your puny strength can repel my absolute power? Back in Jianghai City, Old Qin stands amidst the ruins, watching the horizon with a glimmer of hope. The sky clears and the heat vanishes. Mr. Dao cheers. This is it, Old Qin. Lu Fan is winning. Feeling his bonds shatter, Lu Fan is stunned. He didn't expect the Dragon King to dispel the curse so easily. Xiaofei roars as she is finally freed. A notification flashes. Divine bone chains have been destroyed. The devouring demon Dragon King opens its massive maw, preparing a final strike. It sneers as it unleashes a searing fireball. A mere shadow, without a soul. You are nothing before me. A final warning flashes. World-ending incineration. Storm charging energy to maximum. Chen Tianzi, in his draconic form, watched in disbelief as he struggled to maintain his 4-elemental assault. To think a legendary Dragon King would fight beneath Lu Fan. Your pathetic imitation ends here, the devouring demon Dragon King bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens. Seeing the impending doom, the cloud-body Godbone could only gasp in terror. This is bad. Suddenly, a catastrophic force surged from the sky. The system alerted. Heaven-searing world-ending storm, a fusion of celestial fire and raging snow. This concentrated strike deals massive damage via world-ending dragon breath, creating a lethal zone of destruction for 12 seconds. Standing behind his creation, Chen Tianji was sent flying by the shockwave, letting out a guttural scream of pain. Even Lu Fan and his dragons were forced back several paces by the sheer intensity of the blast. A strained voice echoed from the heart of the smoldering ruins. Impossible. This power. It rivals my own. The Godbone clone stammered, unable to comprehend the reality. Why? Why would a supreme being like you submit to a mere human? With its horns shattered and arm crushed, the clone's status screen flickered wildly. Godbone shield, 2 charges remaining. It desperately channeled the power of the divine bone to manifest a final barrier. The shield's strength depended on the scattered bone shards nearby. Meanwhile, the Dragon King looked down with predatory eyes. Our contract is none of your concern. With a thunderous roar, he slammed a massive claw down, pinning the Godbone clone's head to the dirt. System notification. Abyssal Maw and Shadowblade fearsome abilities stolen lure from the dragon race. A single claw strike now ignores 90% of enemy defense, inflicting a devastating armor break effect. Drenched in cold sweat, Chen Tianji trembled. How could the great Godbone be handled so easily? This Dragon King's aura far surpassed even the ancient gods. Suddenly, a cold voice whispered in his ear. Are you really in a position to worry about others? Lu Fan taunted as a volley of arrows pierced through Chen Tianji from behind. Shadow Snake arrows. Under rapid fire mode, 12 magic arrows are unleashed, each dealing 20% damage. Lu Fan stood enveloped in the spring of life, a radiant aura shimmering around him. The skill granted massive health regeneration to all allies. Drawing his bow back, Lu Fan glared. You should worry about yourself. The system flashed. Shadow Lurk allows the user to enter or exit stealth at will. This ultimate concealment cannot be broken by detection skills or even by taking direct damage. Chen Tianji spat on the ground, his eyes burning with spite. He is not my master. The Godbone and I share one goal. Your death. But internally, panic set in as Lu Fan's dragons closed in. Lu Fan raised his bow, eyes locking onto his target with lethal precision. There's no escape for you now. System alert. Shadow Snake arrow charging. 1 second. Once the charge reaches 3 seconds, the arrow's damage multiplier skyrockets to 500%. Don't think a Dragon King makes you invincible, Chen Tianji roared, refusing to accept defeat. He lunged forward, claws bared. I hate that arrogant look of yours. Take this, Godbone Dragon Claw. His arm morphed into a terrifying skeletal claw, its power fueled by his very soul. Suddenly, the Shadow Dragon King flickered behind him, claws tearing through his flesh. Shadow Ambush. A strike from stealth aimed at vital points. This lethal blow deals 1600% of total strength as damage. Following the initial impact, a secondary shockwave inflicts an additional 20% damage. Chen's armor shattered like glass, his face pale as he coughed up a spray of crimson. I hate you. You reached the top effortlessly while I crawled for the Jin family, trading my talent for scraps. Lu Fan remained silent, his bowstring pulled taut. The system chimed, charge time 2 seconds. The devouring demon dragon king conjured a massive inferno, engulfing Chen Tianji in a sea of flames. 4 fiery cyclones erupted, incinerating everything in their path with overwhelming destructive force. Still burning, Chen Tianji struggled to his feet amidst the debris, his voice a hoarse whisper. You don't understand my struggle. Jin Zhou was the only light in my hopeless life. What was so wrong about reaching for it? He looked up, a mocking, twisted grin on his face. How high is your throne, Lu Fan? You have everything. So you judge my dignity. High above, the Spirit and Shadow Dragon Kings prepared their final move. 3.3 million world-ending thunders. The sky screamed as a localized storm of divine lightning converged. At the same moment, 3.3 million Dragon Tongue forbidden curses from Lei Mieshi rained down. This lightning-aspected skill remains unhindered by the star-destroying light of the lightning source. Channeling the starlight energy from his entire body, he unleashes a concentrated laser beam. It inflicts unpredictable devastation that ignores all defenses. It is completely unstoppable, with damage scaling directly with his raw power and level. As the bolts strike home, Tianzhi screams in agony from below. I hate you. Thick white smoke shrouds the area as he collapses. I will never forgive you for this. Tianji's hand reaches out toward the figure in the sky, calling out. Before Lu Fan, a notification appears, 3 seconds remaining on his charge. At that precise moment, he releases the arrow he has been holding since the start of the encounter. I understand everything, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong path. The arrow streaks forward with lethal speed, piercing through Tianji. Under a 3-second charge, the Snake Shadow arrow releases a spectral strike that amplifies total damage by 500%. His eyes roll back, turning completely white. His head snaps back as blood sprays from his mouth. From the wound in his chest, a crimson fountain erupts, painting the air red. Finally, his limp body begins its final, freefall descent toward the earth. Lu Fan remains silent, staring at the spot where Tianji fell for a long time. Suddenly remembering something, he glances back. In that direction, the shattered remains of the Divine Bone Avatar lie scattered across the ground. The Demon Dragon King asks, Little Dragon Tamer, is it finally over? Are you ready to finish this? Lu Fan looks over. The ancient god is clinging to its last breath. With your strength, do you really need me to deliver the final blow? He asks. She explains, while that's true, I don't want to exhaust my energy and delay my recovery period. Besides, you wouldn't want to miss the chance to find the armored dragon egg, right? The divine bone. Avatar's head taunts them. Interesting dragon. Do you really intend to destroy me? Its eyes flicker with cunning as it begins to tempt her. You live to devour power. I can grant you the true strength of an ancient god. Join me. The Demon Dragon King ignores the offer, merely staring. Nearby, Qinqiu turns back in a panic. Little Ji! Tianji's physical form was being slowly consumed and sucked away. Recalling all his dragon pets, Lu Fan commands, Demon Dragon King, remember our contract. Strike now. She chuckles, igniting her internal power. Little Dragon Tamer, are you actually worried I might betray you? She declares, I have no interest in the power of a mere subordinate. Then, the Demon Dragon King merges her essence with Lu Fan. Together, they unleash the world-destroying Inferno Storm, a cataclysmic fusion of skyfire and frozen snow. This concentrated blast inflicts massive world-ender dragon breath damage on the target. Over the next 12 seconds, it creates a wide-range zone of devastation. Lu Fan, acting as the Myriad Dragon King, fuses himself with every one of his dragons. Transforming into the Myriad Dragon King, he unleashes one final, peerless strike. Once the fusion attack ends, the form dissolves. The Divine Bone, Avatar's head sighs. I was careless. I never imagined a Dragon King would side with a human. As it speaks, the combined might of the Demon Dragon King and the Myriad Dragon King slams into it, triggering a colossal explosion. A violent gale erupts, forcing the survivors to brace themselves with everything they have. The Avatar's voice echoes through the chaos. Don't think my death is the end. Inside the building, Old Qin and Master Dao feel the shockwave as the voice reaches them as well. Aside from me, 35 other ancient gods remain. Sooner or later, they will all awaken. The Avatar's eyes glow a sinister red. When they do, you will all be erased from this world. With those final words, it vanishes into nothingness. Chinchu raises his staff to continue the fight, but the sword phantom beside him stops. The monsters, they are all retreating. Xiaoman points toward the horizon and shouts, "Look, everyone!" Seeing only the Demon Dragon King and the Myriad Dragon King remaining, Chinchu smiles with relief. Lufan won. Xiaoman cheers wildly. "We're safe. We actually survived." Lufan's boots touch the ground as his aura fades. He sighs. It's finally over. Ancient gods are truly on another level. A notification pops up. Lufan has reached level 59. Standing behind him, the Demon Dragon King stretches and turns to leave. Watching her go, Lufan realizes he still had to rely on her power. Though exhausted, he is just a step away from his third job advancement. The system status reads, Black Dragon Contract, level 52, status, exhausted. Recovery time, remaining, 4 minutes 43 seconds. Level 49 Emerald Dragon, exhausted. Essence Dragon, level 48. Level 46. Blue Dragon, exhausted. Level 47. Poison Dragon, exhausted. Cooldown remaining, 23 minutes 55 seconds. Suddenly, the demon-devouring Dragon King appeared behind Lufan. "How do you plan to reward me?" she whispered. Lufan glared back. "Don't forget our pact. You're the one who told me to summon you." The Dragon King let out a playful, teasing laugh. "So cold. You truly lack any sense of romance." She leaned in, resting a hand on his shoulder. 35 more ancient gods are stirring. You only have 2 summons left. What will you do then? Lower your guard, and I might just favor you. He coldly brushed her hand away. The fight is over. Go back and rest. I don't want people mistaking you for a monster. Are you worried about me? Besides, humans love cosplay. I'll fit right in. Suddenly, a strange glowing cube manifested in the air. It pulsed with a sinister purple light. System notification. Ancient God origin acquired. Lufan stared at the artifact in his palm. The ancient god origin. Do you know what this is? System. The core of the bone god. It contains the supreme undying power of divinity. The Dragon King's expression turned to one of pure disgust. That filthy thing is its heart. Give it a few millennia, and the bone god will be reborn. Lufan's heart sank in realization. So it's not truly dead? This is its seed? She rested a hand on her hip. Ancient gods are eternal. Death is just a temporary state. The origin cannot be destroyed or sealed. It will grow, and nothing can stop it. A ticking time bomb. If this falls into the wrong hands, the world is doomed. She playfully flicked his nose with an enigmatic smile. But for you, it's a divine treasure. In anyone else's hands, it's a catastrophe. For you, it's a miracle. Lufan looked at her, bewildered. The Dragon King began her analysis. Your drakes once guarded the divine tree. My former generals slaughtered them long ago. Now they reek of that nauseating ancient god aura. You used god essence to rewrite their very DNA, transforming them into the undead azure dragons. But essence is just a byproduct of crystals, and crystals come from the origin, she concluded. She tilted his chin up with a smirk. Feed them this core. Repeat your miracle. Give them the power they truly need. Let them reach their final evolution, the Dragon Kings. Lufan stood frozen in shock. Undead essence created demon dragons. Holy mountain essence birthed the holy dragons. But previous god essence lacked the raw energy to push them further. With the origin, they can evolve? But won't the bone god take over their bodies? The Dragon King laughed at his hesitation. My dear Dragon Tamer, you are worrying about absolutely nothing. For the living, it's a parasite, a slow divine takeover. But your dragons are already dead. They are mere shadows summoned by your skill. Once you perish, their existence ends. The god will have no vessel to claim in the future. Lufan gripped the origin tight. So you're just afraid of being possessed yourself? Her form began to dissolve into shadows. I've taught you enough for today. Use it or throw it away. I'm going back to sleep. Bye-bye. As she vanished, familiar voices broke the silence. Lufan looked down to see his allies. Elder Dao and Old Qin were sprinting toward him. Sword Shadow glided through the air. Qin Chu arrived on her giant bird, with Xiaoman waving. Lufan, I knew you'd pull through. Xiaoman cheered. Old Qin rested a hand on his hip, scanning the horizon until his eyes landed on his grandson. Look who's finally here. Lufan followed his gaze. It was Du Jing, pulling the reins of a massive bird with a bright smile. Kid, it's been way too long. Lufan's eyes widened as the name escaped his lips. Senior Du. Stepping off the beast, Du Jing extended a hand and let out a hearty laugh. He'd heard a Golden Griffin Legion medalist had quelled the beast tide. I knew it had to be you. Lufan shook his hand, offering a humble nod. It was me. It happened so suddenly, and since this is my home, I couldn't just walk away. Du Jing leaned in, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Word is, this was caused by the awakening of an ancient god's bone in the Tai Chi kingdom. Is that right? Lu Fan didn't hide the truth. Yes, it destroyed 4 cities in Taiki just to hunt me down for revenge. More importantly, 35 more ancient gods are about to awaken one by one. Du Jing froze, his face pale with shock. 35 of them? Old Qin suddenly cut in, interrupting the heavy conversation. Master, forgive the intrusion. He pointed out that thanks to Lu Fan, the beast tide was suppressed in record time. He urged the master to head to the city guard to receive the official report. Du Jing nodded. Understood. Nearby, Qin Chu anxiously grabbed Lu Fan's arm. Good heavens, what happened to your hand? Lu Fan remained calm, trying to soothe her fears. It's fine. Xiao Fei already healed it, so please don't tell my aunt. Du Jing closed his eyes, but before leaving, he had one last thing to do. Old Qin asked curiously, Master, what else is there? Du Jing laughed loudly, pulling all 3 of them into a massive bear hug. He intended to report Lu Fan's heroic defense of Jianghai City to the 3 elders immediately. He was determined to get this kid the reward he deserved. Lu Fan, squeezed tight, could barely gasp out a thank you to the senior. Qin Chu's face flushed bright red in silence, while Old Qin struggled to break free. Master, let us down first. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan waved as Du Jing, Old Qin, and Qin Chu soared into the sky. Stay safe out there. Xiao Man also waved a cheerful goodbye. Jian Ying, sitting on a nearby rock, glanced over. We should get moving too. Lu Fan turned to her. Sorry, Jian Ying, I kept you waiting. She stood up, brushing off her clothes. It's nothing. I was just thinking. What if I were as strong as you? She ran a hand through her hair, looking at the clouds. Could I have stopped the tide in Yunbei and saved my family? Lu Fan pondered this. Fate had truly favored him. Thanks to the super treasure system, he had ascended to godlike heights despite starting with the weakest class. The dying words of Tianji echoed in his mind. You don't understand my struggle. The golden bead was the only light in my bottomless despair. Was I wrong to grab it? You're so noble because you have everything. Why was it wrong for me to take what I needed? Go ahead and judge me. Lu Fan questioned himself. Did he really have the right to judge the path someone else chose? If he had met Chen Tianji before the golden bead, or Jian Ying before the disaster, would their lives have been different? Jian Ying's voice snapped him back to reality. But then I realized, no matter how much power you gain, you never lose your heart. You fight for others. Even at the risk of death, you stand at the front to protect everyone. With a radiant smile, she added, I'm glad I met you, Lu Fan. You changed my life. Lu Fan smiled Ben back. Thank you. Jian Ying turned to walk away. Let's go. It's time to go home. Lu Fan's eyes caught something on the ground. He stared silently at a lingering fragment of the Godbone clone's corpse. Turning away, a final intelligence crossed his mind. If I'd met you before the madness, maybe we could have been great friends. As he walked into the distance, the fragment dissolved into nothingness. Under the shimmering sun, a tragic fate was finally laid to rest. 3 days later, at Jiangshan Garden, Han Kei's voice rang through the house. Xiao Fan, time for breakfast. She knocked gently on the wooden door while calling out to him. Mr. Qin and Mr. Dao are busy rebuilding, but they sent over some snacks. Get up and eat with Jian Ying. Receiving no answer, Han Kei turned the handle. I'm coming in. The door creaked open, revealing a massive spatial portal inside the room. At that exact moment, inside the ruins of the palace on Tianfu Island, Lu Fan stood before a pool, murmuring about the core essence of the ancient god's immortality. He realized this power was so terrifying that even the devouring demon dragon king didn't dare touch it. Glancing at the ancient god's essence in his hand, he surmised the Dragon King simply feared being possessed by the god's will. Xiao Fei watched with wide eyes. Lu Fan turned to the fallen corpse holy dragons. Only you can endure this experiment. The fallen holy corpse dragon could only let out a low, guttural growl in response. Lu Fan raised his hand, issuing a final, solemn instruction. Xiao Fei, if anything goes wrong, if the ancient god's bone awakens. He precisely hurled the ancient god's origin core into the dragon's gaping maw before instantly recalling it. Xiao Fei clenched her fists and nodded. Catching the fragment, the fallen holy corpse dragon tilted its head back and swallowed the divine essence whole. Suddenly, an overwhelming power surged through them. Both dragons erupted into soul-shattering screams of pure agony. Lu Fan watched them intently, his mind racing. Every time they consumed the essence of an ancient god, it brought unbearable torment, yet that pain was the crucible of evolution. Their eyes flared with light as their bodies began to merge. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed in shock. He realized they weren't just transforming, they were becoming one. A moment later, the two dragons had fused into a single mass, sprouting long, shimmering golden whiskers from within. Lu Fan shouted a command. Watch out. Xiao Fei, use emerald light. Obeying instantly, she lunged forward. She raised her arms, activating her Emerald Dragon bloodline, which doubled all skill effects for both Dragonkin and their soul-linked masters. It granted immunity to all debuffs and boosted natural recovery by 5,000%. This was the power of Emerald Light. The skill generated 3 to 6 layers of divine protection, cleansed all negative status, and boosted all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing could nullify a single attack. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, forcing Lu Fan to shield his eyes from the flying debris. As the thick white haze finally cleared, he opened his eyes, coughing through the dust and grit. "Dragon, how are you?" he called out. He stood frozen. The system interface showed the final evolution would take 24 hours. He pointed at the colossal gray mass that had appeared across the room, whispering to himself in shock. The dragon. It's reverted to its original twin-soul Wyvern King state before its awakening. Lu Fan scanned the interface of Emerald Dragon Contract 2, level 49, featuring the skill Source of Life. Other skills appeared: Emerald Light, Emerald Blessing, Emerald Dragon Domain, and Liquid Mirror Guard. Natural assimilation could consume gear to internalize its traits. Through the Dragon Call Bone Flute, it summoned the twin fallen Holy Corpse dragons. The dragon's level now matched the user. It also granted the Thread Seeker ability for tracking targets. Once activated, it provided an unerring path to the chosen target's location after a short duration. Natural assimilation. Shadow Dragon King Contract. This allowed for the summoning of the Shadow Dragon King. The level of the Blade of Darkness now scaled with the user. Lu Fan realized the Dragon Call Bone Flute was currently sealed. The Guard Demon Dragon King hadn't mentioned anything about the success rate when using the ancient god's origin. Preparing to step through the portal, Lu Fan glanced back. "Xiaofei, they won't wake up easily. Let's head home for now." She was tentatively touching the giant gray mass. Hearing his voice, she softly replied, "Understood." Lu Fan was already calculating. If evolution failed, he would use the Morozo magic crystal cannon to annihilate the newborn godbone immediately. He took one last look at the gray cocoon. He hoped that even if summoning failed, he could still reclaim the ancient god's origin. But what would the final result be? Hands in his pockets, Lu Fan stepped out of the portal. Only time would tell. Outside his room, Hanke happened to be passing by, carrying a basket of supplies. "Oh, Xiao Fan, you're back," she exclaimed. "The city guard was looking for you. The commander wants you at the headquarters immediately. Seen your due? Then I'll head over right now," Lu Fan replied, his focus already shifting to the next task. Hanke called out after him, "Wait, at least eat the breakfast Mr. Chin brought." Lu Fan waved dismissively. "I'll eat when I'm back." He knew Senior Du wouldn't call for him unless it was urgent. Hanke could only sigh at his relentless drive. That boy. Always so busy. She looked over at Jian Ying on the sofa. "What's on the news?" "The Tai Te Kingdom election," he answered. The news anchor's voice filled the room. Public support for the Liu family hit a record low. Recent scandals had eroded all sympathy for the late King Liu. The people were now demanding the family step down from power. It was a complete downfall. The beast tide that nearly destroyed Tai was wiped out by a small, long kingdom city in a single day. The Liu family was a global disgrace. Hanke looked at the TV. "Right. The Godbone beast tide hit Tai first before coming here, didn't it?" Jian Ying tilted his head, thinking silently. Tai only survived because the ancient god's bone was actually hunting Lu Fan. Elsewhere, inside a meeting room at the Jianghai City Defense Headquarters, Du Jing sat waiting. Hearing a knock, he called out, "Enter." Lu Fan stepped inside, ready to face whatever came next. "Elder Tu, did you call me regarding the ancient gods?" Tu Jing rubs his brow, exhaustion etched on his face. "Indeed. Fate seems to bind you to them." He sighs, activating a classified file on his laptop. One has fallen, but 35 more are awakening in the Great North, according to the latest reports. Tu Jing reveals the grim news. The fallen ancient god is finally stirring. A massive earthquake triggered an avalanche last night. He stares at Lu Fan with a heavy, serious gaze. A second blood moon has appeared in the sky. Lu Fan freezes, processing the impossible information. "So, the giant beast beneath the snow has opened its second eye?" he asks, his voice trembling. Tu Jing takes a swig of wine, noting the mountains are shaking so hard the camps feel the tremors. "It's as if the mountain itself has a beating heart," he describes the terrifying scene. Drinking deeply from the bottle, Tu Jing continues his report. "The beast's breath has summoned an endless blizzard. All missions are halted. The camp has retreated 50 kilometers. Lu Fan recalls his time with Squad 78. That blood moon beast is just a servant. The true fallen ancient god still slumbers within the black coffin at the ruins." Tu Jing nods. "Correct. Even the early awakening bone god reached levels 110 to 120. He slams the bottle down, wine splashing violently across the desk. "If just a servant causes this much terror, the actual god is a nightmare." His face darkens with dread. If the fallen gods awaken, the Dragon Kingdom will face its final days. Suddenly, he turns to Lu Fan. But we have you, the Dragon Tamer, who slew a god. With you, there is hope for our nation's survival. Tu Jing states with absolute certainty. Lu Fan remains humble, but Tu Jing is already reaching for something hidden under the desk. This isn't just my opinion. Elder Han of the Great Three insisted on this. He convinced the others of your worth. Lu Fan listens, intrigued by the Elder's secret plan. Tu Jing slams a black briefcase onto the table. The three Elders have finalized the extermination plan. The combat, enhancement, and life masters have chosen you to lead the counteroffensive. He slides the case toward Lu Fan, the only man to ever kill an ancient god. The state will provide every resource. You will be our spark, our ultimate weapon. Lu Fan gazes at the contents. Tu Jing makes a formal offer. The Spark Project. Will you join? A status window appears. Spark Metal, Legendary Plus, increases all attributes by 25%. The room falls silent as the weight of the proposal hangs in the air. Within the Jianghai Defense Center, a voice echoes. This is the Spark Project. Will you join? You are the key, Lu Fan. But the burden is immense. Take your time to decide. Lu Fan stares down in silence, his hair casting shadows over his eyes as he deliberates. Time seems to slow to a crawl in the quiet room. Finally, he looks up. How could I refuse the duty of protecting our home? Tu Jing beams. He claps Lu Fan's shoulder. Excellent. I knew you had the spirit for this. I expected you to hesitate, given the terrifying weight of this responsibility. Lu Fan smiles, offering a rare moment of pure, unfiltered honesty. If there were anyone else, I'd just protect my friends and family. But if the Elders say I'm the only hope, then I have no choice. He tosses the medal in his hand, a look of grim resolve on his face. I'll be the shield that saves them all. Tu Jing erupts into satisfied laughter. We didn't misjudge you. You truly deserve the nation's full support. He opens another compartment. A gift for our new protector. He points to a glowing yellow jade. Heavenly Thunderstorm, Legendary Plus Territory item. Summons lightning clouds to monitor and defend the entire territory. In its autonomous mode, it surveys the entire domain, exposing every hidden threat. No prowler, lurker, or disguised intruder can escape its gaze. Once manual mode is triggered, it unleashes a devastating lightning strike the moment an infiltrator is detected. Lu Fan gripped the artifact, his heart racing with excitement. Senior Du, are you really giving this to me? Du Jing, his face flushed from the wine, offered a warm, tipsy smile. Of course, it was custom forged by Elder Lu himself, specifically for the kindling plan. Lu Fan scrutinized the item, running the numbers. Between the magic crystal cannons and the fortifications on Heavenly Fortune Island, he could already repel any level 90 4th job class. But with Elder Lu's Sky Dome Thunderstorm, even a level 120 5th job master might be powerless against him. Du Jing's voice drifted closer to his ear. The success rate for forging this is a mere 0.1%. Not to mention, the materials required are legendary rarities. Elder Lu only ever crafted them for himself, Elder Han, and Elder Z. He set his wine jar down. You are only the 4th person to ever possess one. Does that mean? Lu Fan marveled, looking at his hands. My territory's defense is now on par with the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation? Du Jing pointed a finger at him in warning. Exactly. But remember, this is for your eyes and use only. Keep it hidden. Only Elder Lu holds the blueprints. This is a state secret. Lu Fan nodded, his eyes locked onto the glowing golden jade. Understood, Senior Du. You have my word. A notification pinged. Received Sky Dome Thunderstorm ×1. He folded his hands, his expression turning deadly serious. Before you depart, let me reiterate your rights as a protector of the Dragon Nation. Du Jing began the list. You have unrestricted access to all of the nation's resources to maximize your strength. Your authority is second only to the 3 elders. When the war against the ancient gods begins, every legion will bow to your command, including my own Griffin Legion. He extended his hand toward the young man. There is no turning back now. Everything is for the victory against the ancient gods. Lu Fan didn't hesitate, reaching out in response. I understand. Their hands locked in a firm grip as Du Jing made the declaration. Then, the kindling plan officially begins. The following morning, at Heavenly Fortune Island, amidst the ruins of the palace, Lu Fan stood with the golden jade in hand, surrounded by the construction crew. He tightened his grip, crushing the golden jade with explosive force. Instantly, 2 blinding pillars of light intertwined, erupting from the earth and piercing the heavens. The lights fused in the sky, swirling into a massive, shimmering vortex. What is that sound? A worker shrieked. Are we under attack? Morozo, adjusting his dark shades, turned his head frantically, searching for the source of the disturbance. A system prompt flashed. Sky Dome Thunderstorm activated. Lu Fan gazed up at the towering pillar of crackling lightning and muttered, "Truly magnificent." So this is the legendary defense used by the three elders of the Dragon Nation. The status window updated. Territory: Heavenly Fortune Island. Level: 2. Area: 43,800 square kilometers. Location: Sector 3. Outer Sea. Defense systems: Storm Clouds, Toxic Miasma, and Sky Dome Thunderstorm Autonomous Mode. Morozo approached from behind, his curiosity piqued. "Young Master Lu Fan, what kind of defense system is this?" Lu Fan turned to him with a serious look. "Forgive me, Morozo, but this is highly classified. I must keep it a secret." Morozo didn't push. He lowered his shades to inspect the pillar. "I understand. I can sense it. This is a legendary plus item, far surpassing any magic crystal cannon. With my expertise, I know only a national-level master could forge such a masterpiece. You are right to keep it secret." Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the foot of the distant mountain. Morozo squinted toward the smoke. "There's no construction happening there. Could there be a glitch in the defense system?" Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked in that direction. He realized exactly what was there, the cocoon of the fallen holy dragon. He blurred into motion, sprinting toward the site at lightning speed while shouting back, "I'll handle it. Everyone else, stay away." "What's going on?" a worker asked, trembling. A powerful, pulsating wave of energy surged from the campus grounds. Morozo reached out, tempted to touch the crackling pillar. "Young Master Lu Fan, can I at least study this for a moment?" "No!" Lu Fan roared over his shoulder, still running. Morozo let out a long, defeated sigh. "Fine, fine. But I can guess. Only that legendary class enhancement master could create something this terrifying." As Lu Fan reached the site, waves of brilliant blue energy were erupting from the fallen holy dragon's cocoon. Something within the cocoon was on the verge of bursting. The sheer pressure of the energy bleeding into the air was becoming overwhelming. Lu Fan's world suddenly blurred. In an instant, he was pulled into an entirely different dimension. The system interface flickers as the palace ruins tremble. A massive energy surge erupts, forcing him to shield his eyes and scream. The wait is over. The ultimate evolution of the fallen holy corpse dragon has finally emerged. The system blares. The final evolution is seconds away. Lu Fan commands, "Xiaofei. If the fallen undead dragon is possessed, deploy the dragon domain immediately." Notifications flash rapidly. Evolution countdown, 5 seconds, 1 second. Xiaofei stands ready, her eyes igniting with a vibrant emerald glow. A violent torrent of raw energy erupts from the cocoon of the fallen undead holy dragon. Xiaofei unleashes her emerald power, stacking 6 layers of protection. All debuffs vanish as attributes surge by 60%. Each blessing layer nullifies 1 attack. The Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for both dragons and soul-linked masters. Enveloped in protective light, Lu Fan and Xiaofei remain untouched as the energy storm swallows everything. As the vortex dissipates, Xiaofei retracts the barrier. Lu Fan waves away the dust, coughing through the haze. His eyes widen in pure shock at the entity emerging before him. Still stunned by the spectacle, a notification confirms his success. Evolution complete. Divine Bone Dragon King, Armor of the Falling Mountain. Strength, 224,336. Agility, 195,000. Spirit, 189,000. Endurance, 499,576. Skill Divine Bone. Dragon Breath. Unleashes Dragon Tongue Magic, dealing massive magical devastation to all targets. Skill Divine Bone Ambush. Encased in Divine Bone armor, the dragon charges forward at lightning speed. Deals colossal physical damage to everyone in its path. Skill Absolute Bone Prison. Traps enemies in a bone cage. Range expands by 100 meters every second. Note, movement is impossible during this skill. Divine Bone Armorization. Reduces damage by 75% and grants debuff immunity. Recovery increased by 500%. Upon reaching Dragon King rank, level converts to grade. Every star doubles all existing attributes. Lu Fan whispers the name. Divine Bone. Dragon King. Armor of the Falling Mountain. Xiaofei chirps in agreement. He analyzes the fusion, the fallen undead and the puppet have become one. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. All stats converted and merged into a single transcendent Dragon King. He smirks. With attributes in the hundreds of thousands, Xiaofei's buffs will push them past 1,000,000. This evolution was worth it. Lu Fan stares at the screen, awestruck by the power of a Dragon King. Before him, the Divine Bone Dragon King lets out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the world. Levels are now grades, he muses. And according to this, every star doubles its power. Standing amidst the white smoke, he continues his analysis. The basic Dragon Breath has ascended to Dragon King level. Dragon Tongue magic is fully unlocked. The destructive potential is beyond anything he imagined. Beside him, Xiaofei closes her eyes in a moment of peace. Humming a soft melody, she reaches out to stroke the massive claws of the divine Bone Dragon King. Sensing her touch, the Titan lowers its head, its glowing eyes fixed intently on the girl. The terrifying beast turns docile, nuzzling against Xiao Fei's palm as she giggles with delight. Lu Fan scrolls through his interface, crunching the numbers. Though the fallen puppet is gone, the trade-off for these legendary new skills is undeniable. He barks an order, Divine Bone Dragon King, show me your new power. With a roar, the dragon's massive form dissolves into white mist, surging toward Lu Fan. In an instant, his arms are encased in fierce armor shaped like dragon claws. Notification: Divine Bone Armorization. The Dragon King transforms into a divine gauntlet for the user. The wearer inherits the Dragon King's full attributes and the skill, Divine Bone Descent. Lu Fan examines his arms. Divine Bone Gauntlets. Not only is this top-tier gear, but I've gained every bit of its power. Xiao Fei stares at his transformed arms, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Occupation: Dragon Rider 2nd Advancement, level 59. Strength: 452,000. Agility: 394,000. Endurance: over 1 million. Lu Fan strikes a pose. Every attribute is in the hundreds of thousands. And my endurance has broken the million mark. I can't wait to find a monster to test this godlike strength on. Xiao Fei cheers and jumps for joy. Notification: New skill acquired, Divine Bone Descent. God Bone Descent can only be triggered when the God Bone Vambraces are equipped. Activating this skill summons the God Bone Armor without occupying any equipment slots. All attributes are boosted by 300%. During the day, the sky above was a tranquil, clear blue, dotted with drifting white clouds. Suddenly, a notification panel materializes, displaying the territory's name and details. Blessed Island. Level 2 territory, spanning 43,800 square kilometers. Location: Sector 3. Foreign Seas. Defense mode: Storm clouds off, miasma off, sky lightning set to auto. Lu Fan presses a button on the screen featuring 2 opposing red and blue arrows. The bright sky instantly plunges into total darkness. A nearby worker looks up in shock. What's happening? Why did it turn so gloomy all of a sudden? Morozo looks up as well, his eyes filled with confusion. The panel announces, Blessed Island has shifted to Shadow Island mode. Defense systems, storm clouds on, miasma on, sky lightning set to auto. Lu Fan scans the area, satisfied. All right, everything is prepared. Xiaoman asks in a daze. What's this? Did you call us here just to watch you change the weather? Tan Qiu, standing beside her, marvels at the sight. But I have to admit, this is the first time I've ever seen the Shadow Island state. Right before their eyes, 2 massive black dragons emerge, their maws hanging wide open. A new panel flashes. Shadow Dragon General, level 95. Skill: Night form the Dragon General battles in a humanoid state. Every strike inflicts both physical and shadow damage, increasing the spirit attribute by 25%. In dragon form, the general fights as a true dragon. Every strike deals physical and magical damage while boosting strength by 25%, all while releasing shadow miasma. When the dragon general's health drops below 25%, it condenses shadow miasma to continuously drain the health of nearby enemies. Lu Fan turns back to warn the 2 behind him. Be patient. Just like before, stay right here and don't get any closer. Xiao Man frowns, clearly annoyed. Hey, if you want us to see something, just spit it out already. Tan Qiu smiles, trying to calm her down. It's okay, just wait a little longer and we'll see. Across from them, Lu Fan unfurls his wings and soars into the air. Now that I think about it, I haven't named you 2 since I tamed the twin flying dragon kings. It's time to give you proper names, isn't it? He pauses for a moment, a sharp smirk playing on his lips. I've got it. The system announces a new skill acquired, God Bone Descent. Simultaneously, another notification appears, God Bone Armorization. The God Bone Dragon Kings transform into a pair of God Bone Vambraces that attach to his forearms. The user gains the attributes of the God Bone Dragon Kings and the God Bone Descent skill. Intricate armor pieces manifest on Lu Fan's arms. He shouts a commanding order, Xiao Zuo, Xiao Yu, activate God Bone Armorization. The system screen blurs as it updates his class stats. Dragon Knight 2, level 59, strength, 4,257, plus 448,672. Agility, 3,505 plus 391,482. Spirit, 4,063 plus 379,726. Stamina, 4,191 plus 999,152. Lu Fan rockets toward the 2 dragons. He puts his full weight into a devastating punch, striking the Shadow Dragon General squarely in the head. Tan Qiu's jaw drops. Lu Fan. Did you just get new gear? Xiaoman observes closely. That looks exactly like the style of the ancient god bone, doesn't it? Jian Ying, who had been silent with her eyes closed and arms crossed, finally speaks up to correct them. No, Lu Fan is giving orders. That looks more like a dragon-specific skill. Tan Qiu turns to her and asks, is it that new dragon Lu Fan summoned during the god bone battle? Xiaoman turns back, pointing toward the scene in disbelief. I thought dragons only transformed or possessed their masters. How can a dragon literally turn into wearable equipment? Jian Ying looks at her, sighing. Dao Zi, were you daydreaming during lectures again? Our combat theory professor mentioned it. Certain rare summoned beasts possess unique skills like this. Caught off guard, Xiaoman can only stammer. Sorry. Back in the fight, Lu Fan pulls his fist back, leaving a massive hole in the Shadow Dragon General's chest. Jian Ying continues her explanation. This allows the summoner to wear them as gear without using up any actual equipment slots. Tan Qiu gasps as it clicks. Oh, right. If it's a dragon, having a skill like that isn't so strange after all. Xiaoman concludes, so Lu Fan has basically become a humanoid dragon now. Jian Ying nods in agreement. You could say that. He's using a human vessel to unleash the true power of a great dragon. Meanwhile, Lu Fan touches down on the ground, standing defiantly before the two Shadow Dragon generals. He curls his fingers into tight fists. Xiao Zuo, Xiao Yu. Let's give this new skill a test run. The system panel glows. God Bone Descent. Only usable when God Bone Vambraces are equipped. Activating grants God Bone armor without using equipment slots, increasing all attributes by 300%. He raises his fist and roars at the sky. God Bone Descent. The status screen flickers wildly as his Dragon Knight 2 stats surge at level 59. Strength. From 452,929 to 1,587,877. Agility from 394,978 to 1,084,961. Spirit from 383,789 to 1,151,367. Stamina from 13,343 to 31,029. Suddenly, the earth beneath the girls begins to tremble violently. A piercing scream shatters the silence. Steady yourselves! Xiaoman's voice trembles as she bows her head, terrified. Jian Ying's heart races at the sight of such world-ending pressure. This level of power must involve hundreds of thousands of attribute points. She watches as a figure leaps from the heavens, landing firmly upon the shattered earth below. Did you fuse every dragon into those gauntlets? She gasps. A notification rings out. Lu Fan has reached level 60. Not exactly, Lu Fan clarifies. This is the Dragon King's divine bone, forged from the ancient god's power. I can still summon normally. He offers them a confident smile, though his presence alone feels heavy enough to crush the atmosphere. In fact, with the divine bone's passive effects, all my attributes have already surpassed 1 million points. Qin Qiu's eyes bulge, his voice reduced to a stutter. A tier 11 expert only has 10,000. You're 100 times stronger? Xiaoman tilts her head, unable to stop a string of curses from escaping her lips in pure disbelief. A human-shaped dragon, she mutters. Are you even human anymore, Lu Fan? The most important thing, he announces, is that at level 60, I can finally take my third job advancement. That same afternoon, Lu Fan leads his party deep into the heart of the palace grounds. Fortunately, Morozo built a teleportation gate on Shadow Island. It links directly to Longdu Academy, saving them weeks of travel. Seeing him return, Morozo waves urgently. Lord Lu Fan, there was a massive explosion just outside the city walls. Lu Fan doesn't slow his pace. It's fine. Just make sure the workers stay inside. It's dangerous out there. He reaches the hall and slides his black identification card into the verification slot. Unlike the second advancement, the third tier offers no branching paths. It is a direct evolution of one's current destiny. A glowing holographic screen flickers to life before his eyes. Verification complete. Longdu Academy student, Lu Fan. Level 60 requirement met. Initiating advancement sequence. Warning. No historical records found for the current progression path. Lu Fan ignores the prompt and steps onto the pedestal. His status screen remains a mystery. Current class. Dragon Rider Tier 2. Stage 3. Unknown. He almost forgot that Longdu Academy's database has zero information regarding the elusive Dragon Tamer lineage. Even if he searches the global system, there is only one path forward. There is no choice to be made. Lu Fan slams the start button. I'll complete the advancement first and worry about the details later. A mechanical voice resonates through the chamber. Ritual initiated. Longdu Academy wishes you a successful advancement. The pedestal erupts in blinding light, lifting Lu Fan into the air. I can feel it, he whispers with a smirk. Suddenly, a phantom figure manifests behind him, draped in a sinister and seductive aura. The devouring magic dragon king leans in close, her face flushed as she presses against his back with a wicked grin. You! Lufan gasps, startled. Why are you showing up now? Don't interfere with the ritual. She meets his gaze playfully. I was going to take advantage of you while you couldn't move, but I'll be serious. Since you've started the third tier, I'll reveal the location of the armored ninja dragon egg. The words echo in Lufan's mind like a thunderclap. An armored ninja dragon? She leans into his ear, whispering, the desolate Godlands. On the very edge of the Sakura Empire. Before he can ask for more, the system chime cuts through the air, signaling the end of the ceremony. Ritual complete. Congratulations, Lufan, on successfully reaching the third stage of your professional journey. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. Tier 3 is achieved. His next objective is finally clear. The screen updates. Class evolved from Dragon Rider Tier 2 to Saint Dragon Knight. Level 60. Strength, 5068. Agility, 4213. Spirit, 4805. New skills unlocked. Dragon's Encouragement boosts all stats by 30%. Dragon Slayer transforms his arm into a lethal claw. He can now unleash 6 rapid-fire strikes from a distance, perfectly synchronized with his dragon's movements. Void Cleave allows him to strike twice in instant succession, weaving his aura with his companion's power. Weaklings disperse. A massive shockwave that ignores all enemy defenses. Damage scales with the gap in total attributes. Dragon Master Aura grants various buffs by tapping into the bloodlines of his contracted dragons. Contract slots increased from 5 to 6. Lufan leans over a 3D map, focusing on a blinking red coordinate. His phone vibrates, the screen illuminating the dark room. It's a call from Heizi. On the other end of the line, the contact leans back comfortably, pressing the phone to his ear. Reporting in, Boss Lu. The files and evidence have all been cleared. If you need backup once you arrive, just call me. I have connections there. Lufan listens intently before responding. Thanks. I've already transferred the payment to your account. Hanging up, a sharp smirk plays on Lufan's lips, his mind consumed by icy determination. The stage is set, the dragon egg and the armored ring. I will claim them both. 3 days later, the sun blazes over the city. Inside the bustling airport terminal, a cold mechanical voice echoes through the halls. Flight to Dao City, Sakura Country, is now boarding. All remaining passengers, please proceed to the gate immediately. At the check-in counter, the attendant slides a ticket toward Lufan. As he moves through security, he thinks, the coordinates from the devouring demon dragon king lead deep into the Godfall wilderness. Once on the plane, Lufan rests his hand against the window. Thanks to Black Rat, I've secured the map data. Below the clouds, the silhouette of an island emerges. He begins reviewing the intel he gathered. The reports are grim. The Godfall wilderness is crawling with elite monsters and tyrannical bosses. Time blurs until he finally arrives. Stepping out of the Dao City airport, Lufan shoulders his massive pack. With one hand tucked in his pocket, he moves forward, silently analyzing everyone in the crowd. The outer perimeter holds hundreds of reclaimed resource points, allowing awakened classes to farm and level up. But the real nightmare, Lufan notes, is hidden much deeper. He glances toward a green bus idling at the curb. According to Black Rat's files, this is the only way into the Godfall wilderness. Lufan boards and mutters a brief, thanks. He thinks to himself, this is the one. Most of the seats on the left are already taken. In the front row, Xiao Mei stares out the window, while Lu Zhu mutters beside her, what a waste. Our senior Wu Zongtian went abroad for a match, only to meet his end in a foreign land. Behind them sits Dai Mao, his face shadowed by a conical hat. Further back, Jin Yang rests beside a massive blade. Lufan finds an empty spot on the left and settles in. Lu Zhu's voice echoes through the cramped bus. If we bring back rare resources this time, the instructors will finally have to acknowledge us. I'm tired of them praising that Dragon Tamer from the Dragon Kingdom. Our Sakura geniuses won't be outdone. Lufan ignores the chatter, resting his head against the glass with his eyes closed. When he opens them again, lush green fields are blurring past at an incredible speed. The journey stretches on. Afternoon fades, and the world begins to darken. The sky is painted in hues of orange and violet as streetlights flicker to life along the road. The bus charges through the twilight. After what feels like an eternity, the vehicle finally slows to a halt. Station 137, the driver barks. An old woman sitting near Lufan departs into the night. The driver glances back. The next stop is the end of the line. Are you all sure you're not getting off? Jin Yang looks up with a predatory grin. We're going to station 138. That's where the real loot drops, Xiao Mei adds confidently. Don't worry. We're all level 60, third-tier professionals. Together, we can handle anything. Lu Zhu crosses his arms impatiently. Just focus on driving, old man. The The driver's cold, unfriendly eyes reflect in the rearview mirror. Third tier, level 60. Very well, let's go. The black tires scream against the pavement, sending gravel flying as the bus accelerates violently. Soon, total darkness swallows the world. The bus veers off the main road and onto a rugged mountain trail. Xiaomei gasps, pressing her face to the window. Wait. The terrain out there. It's wrong. Luju panics, shouting, Driver, did you take a wrong turn? Daimao leans in close to the glass. This isn't the route we studied. This isn't the way at all. Lu Fan watches the shifting shadows outside, his instincts screaming that something is off. According to Black Rat's map, this bus should be heading to the wilderness. But this driver, he's hiding something sinister. Lu Zhu lunges forward, slamming a hand onto the driver's shoulder. Wrong way, old man. Turn this bus around right now. Xiaomai rushes up behind him, her voice rising in a panic. Stop the car. We need to re-verify our route immediately. Ignoring them, the driver slams his leather boot onto the accelerator. The bus roars, vibrating violently as it surges forward. Thrown off balance, Xiaomai screams in terror. Her hands instinctively reach out, grabbing the person standing nearest to her. Out of patience, Lu Zhu draws a razor-sharp dagger, pressing it against the driver's throat. Pull over, or I'll end this right here. The brakes screech in a deafening protest. Tires smoke against the asphalt, kicking up a thick white cloud of dust. The yellow bus skids to a halt in a desolate mountain clearing. Lu Zhu's blade remains pressed firmly against the driver's neck. I won't say it again. Lu Zhu growls, his eyes cold. Turn this damn bus around. That's an order. The driver remains silent, calmly peeling off his white gloves. Slowly, he extends a hand toward Lu Zhu. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle ignites before them. Lu Zhu's eyes widen in shock. A teleportation array? Meanwhile, Lu Fan sits calmly in the back. His arms are folded as he watches the chaos unfold with indifference. Space itself begins to distort. Lu Fan narrows his eyes as a blinding light erupts, completely swallowing his entire body. In a heartbeat, the scenery shifts. The group finds themselves standing in the heart of a suffocating dark forest. Da Mao collapses to the dirt, gasping for air. My stamina. It's draining. Xiao Mai. Where the hell are we? Heavy footsteps echo through the trees. A cold voice cuts through the dark. Your guard is laughably low, children. Xiao Mai stares at the looming shadow in the distance. Who are you? Lu Fan watches silently, realizing the truth. His gaze turns sharp. So, that's it, he thinks. This driver's true class is far from ordinary. A masked figure emerges, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Welcome to my personal hunting ground. A status window flickers to life. Hirata Jime, level 71, space mage. A monster in human skin. Clutching a staff and a swirling orb of dark energy, Hirata Jime looms over the terrified group like a god. In these wild lands, I love arrogant brats like you, he sneers. Easy prey makes for a quick harvest. Material hunters Lu Fan realizes. They're rogue awakened who prey on rookies for their gear and loot. He remembers falling into a similar trap long ago. Back then, he had nearly lost everything to these scavengers. Xiao Mai draws her weapon, her hands trembling. She never expected to face a material hunter on her first trip. Jin Yang steps forward, raising his massive blade to reassure them. Relax, he's probably just a fake using flashy illusions. Hiratajime scoffs, swinging his dark orb. The air grows heavy with the scent of impending death. Trapped and still barking, he mocks. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the orb, saturating the air. How adorable. A system prompt appears. Ring of Destruction. An unstable sphere of pure, chaotic energy. The ring expands, trapping everyone within its radius. It siphons mana and life force, fueling the dark orb's power. Jin Yang grunts, leaning heavily on his sword just to stay upright. His strength is being ripped away. Damn it. My body. I can't even move my limbs anymore. He gasps through gritted teeth. Damao screams in agony. My mana, it's disappearing. This bastard is literally eating our energy. Lu Zhu and Xiao Mai fall to their knees, their bodies convulsing as they lose the strength to stand. Only Lu Fan remains standing, hands in his pockets. He watches the scene with a chilling, detached calm. Lu Zhu looks up, desperate. He tries to use their status as a shield against the inevitable. Stop! We are students of the Capital Academy, he shouts. Starting a war with us is a mistake. Kill us, and the Academy will hunt you down. Take our valuables instead, just let us live. We'll keep quiet. We'll swear never to mention this day if you just let us walk away. Hiratajime points a finger, laughing coldly. Let you go? And trust you to keep your mouths shut? Don't be naive. With a flick of his wrist, he exerts a magnetic force, dragging the four students together into a heap. I worked hard to steal that driver's identity, he growls. The students scream as the pressure intensifies. Lu Zhu tries to rally the others. We have to fight. If we work together, we might stand a chance. Jin Yang roars, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength to shatter the energy bindings holding them. Let's do it. Xiao Mai reaches out toward Lu Fan, calling for his help, but she freezes mid-sentence. What she sees next changes everything. Behind Xiao Mai, an axe flies out of nowhere and buries itself deep into Jin Yang's forehead, sending a spray of blood everywhere. As Jin Yang collapses onto the cold earth, a pair of glowing red eyes glares menacingly from the dark canopy above. Harada Jamel stares at the fallen man and sneers. Who told you I was alone? The wolf-cloaked figure mocks. Did these level 60 weaklings really take this long to handle? Harada roars, hefting his massive axe. Today, every single one of you. With a sudden burst of violence, the wolf-cloaked man hurls his axe straight at Lu Fan. No one leaves this forest alive. Lu Ju screams a frantic warning as Xiao Mai, paralyzed by sheer terror, tightly shuts her eyes and shrieks. The razor-sharp blade reflects the light, stopping mere centimeters from Lu Fan's face, yet he remains deathly calm. Both Harada and the wolf-cloaked assassin grin with sadistic anticipation, waiting for the killing blow to land. Suddenly, Lu Fan's arm blurs into motion, manifesting a jagged set of cactus-like bone armor. With a casual flick of his wrist, he bats away the heavy axe as if it were nothing but a bothersome fly. His system display flickers, God Bone Armor. This skill transforms his forearms into divine shields of indestructible bone. It grants the wearer the absolute power and defensive stance of the Bone Dragon King. Everyone watches, frozen in utter disbelief. The wolf-cloaked man stands frozen, his jaw dropping as his confidence instantly shatters. That axe is forged from titanium and backed by my full strength. Not even a fourth-rank master could block it. Harada gasps. Lu Ju grits his teeth in shock. He stopped that with his bare hands? Xiao Mai can only murmur about how terrifying he is. A violent surge of power erupts from Lu Fan, his eyes burning with murderous intent. You dare attack me? You seek death. A new notification appears. Weaklings Dispersal. He unleashes the crushing weight of a dragon's killing intent. The skill inflicts massive true damage and violently repels any enemies within its devastating range. It completely ignores all defenses, scaling its power based on the gap between the caster and the fool who dared to strike. A hurricane of raw force slams into Harada, blowing the hood right off his head as the ground trembles. The wolf-cloaked man tries to shield himself, but it's futile. Both men are sent flying like ragdolls by the invisible pressure. Massive trees are leveled by the shockwave as a thick cloud of white dust slowly begins to settle. As the air clears, the mangled corpses of the wolfman and Harada lie nearby. Lu Ju and Da Mao are left paralyzed with fear. Xiao Mai covers her mouth, trembling violently. They're not breathing. They all turn to stare at the man standing behind them. Lu Fan says nothing, simply leaping into the air and vanishing into the sky, leaving the three of them behind on the forest floor. Xiao Mai watches his receding shadow. He didn't even break a sweat. In an instant, 2 level 70 elites were erased. Da Mao wipes sweat from his brow, his voice shaking. This strength is monstrous. Lu Ju wonders, just who exactly is he? After catching his breath, Lu Ju makes a decision. Whatever the case, we've kept our lives. We have to leave this place immediately. Xiao Mai nods frantically in agreement. I just want to go home. I won't stay in this cursed place for another second. I regret ever setting foot in here. Da Mao groans, his face pale with exhaustion. He slashes through the thick vines blocking their escape. Xiao Mai whispers, the darkness is so eerie. It was light just 10 minutes ago. Stop scaring yourself. Lu Ju snaps back. I'm turning on the navigation beacon. He taps his wrist, summoning a glowing magic circle that pierces the gloom with a sharp beam of white light. Lu Ju gestures for the others to follow. All right, let's keep moving. Stay close. High above in the branches where they cannot see, dozens of serpent heads emerge from the darkness, flicking their tongues. Xiao Mai freezes as a strange slithering sound echoes. Did you hear that? Something is moving above us. Lu Zu's face pales as he senses the looming threat. Listen to me. On the count of 3, we split up and run. 1. Da Mao grips his staff tight. 2. Xiao Mai crouches low, every muscle tensed for a desperate sprint. Lu Ju bellows the final command with all his strength. 3. Go! They barely take a few steps before massive snakeheads lunge from every direction, spitting explosive fireballs from their maws. A thunderous explosion rocks the forest, and a sea of orange flames erupts, swallowing the trees in a hellish glow. Not far away, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black cloak sits perched atop a giant serpent. Their faces hidden deep within the shadows of the hood, eyes gleaming as they watch the burning inferno below. Meanwhile, Lu Fan beats his wings, soaring through the night at breakneck speed. By dawn, he arrives before a towering stone mountain, but as he attempts to fly deeper into the range, a shimmering barrier ripples into existence, blocking his path completely. Sent flying by the barrier's recoil, Lu Fan lost his balance completely. Plunging headfirst into a freefall, he quickly regained composure, twisting midair to right himself. Bracing with his legs and one hand against the grass, Lu Fan executed a perfect three-point landing. Standing tall, he narrowed his eyes at the invisible wall, blocking his path. A powerful seal was at play. Suddenly, the abyssal dragon queen leaned in, whispering directly into his ear. "Flight is forbidden here. The gods left a restriction before they vanished." Startled, Lu Fan covered his ear and jumped back. "Why did you come out so suddenly?" She tossed her hair back with supreme confidence. "I go as I please. Our contract doesn't limit my freedom." Lu Fan watched the drifting leaves, pondering her words about the ancient restriction. He snatched a leaf etched with magic runes. So, who were these gods exactly? Are they anything like the ancient gods? She didn't hold back. Those so-called gods were just thieves who stole the power of laws. Closing her eyes, she added, "As for the ancient gods, even I don't know their true origin." "And you?" Lu Fan asked. "How do you rank against human powerhouses?" She smirked. "At my peak, I surpassed the 6th rank. Killing gods was as easy as a finger snap, if not for my old wounds. A brat like you wouldn't be worthy of seeing my face for another century." Lu Fan broke into a cold sweat after hearing her legendary past. Luckily, she had less than 1% of her strength during their fight. "Can all dragons reach your level?" He grinned inwardly. "If they can, I will be truly unstoppable." Thwack! She flicked his forehead hard, shattering his daydream. "Stop dreaming. Dragons take ages to mature." Lu Fan winced in pain. Her expression turned serious. "For your pet to reach Dragon King status, it needs to reach the human 6th rank equivalent. Only then could it challenge a god." Lu Fan took a deep breath, accepting the reality. It seemed the road to the top was still miles away. "Instead of daydreaming, you should watch your step," she advised sharply. Leading the way into the woods, she warned, "These mountains have a taste for human flesh." She grumbled about his choices, mentioning his god-bone armor could have taken him straight to the ruins. "Why didn't you just level up there before hunting for the armored Dragon King?" Lu Fan closed his eyes calmly. "Because I want the hatchling to absorb this realm's energy and level up instantly." She called him a cunning little man. Suddenly, 3 arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at their backs. Sensing the lethal intent, Lu Fan and the queen turned simultaneously. They leaped back, narrowly dodging the projectiles as a crystalline figure appeared atop a boulder. "Who dares defile the sacred temple? Death to all trespassers." A system screen flickered. "Crystal Race Believer, level 95. Spearmaster." Channeling energy into its stone spear, the Guardian prepared a devastating pierce. It was a high-penetration physical strike, designed to shatter armor and inflict a fractured debuff. Then came the Earth Splitter. The Believer slammed its spear into the ground. A massive shockwave erupted in a fan shape toward Lu Fan. This area attack dealt heavy physical damage and stunned anyone caught in the blast. The shattered earth would also create a persistent slow zone. The queen glanced at him. "Need a hand? Consider it our second transaction." Lu Fan smirked. "Why use a dragon-slaying blade on a chicken? Save your strength for the armored dragon." She burst into laughter and leaned back lazily in midair. "Fine then. Show me your performance." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. "Time to test my new toy." Lu Fan crouches low, his voice a low growl. Shadow Dragon King's halo. The system blazes to life, confirming the activation of the Shadow Dragon's regal aura. Dark energy surges through him as he taps into the primordial bloodline of the Shadow Dragon King. With the Shadow Dragon's halo active, his speed skyrockets by 300% while granting him perfect concealment. Every strike now bypasses 55% of the enemy's defense. Lu Fan coils his strength and lunges forward like a predator. He's eager to test the true limits of his new third awakening skills. The Starstone Zealots raise their jagged weapons, bracing themselves for the human's assault. They unleash a torrential rain of arrows at Lu Fan, but he flickers through the battlefield with godlike speed. He weaves through the projectiles with effortless grace, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Lu Fan appears right before a Starstone cultist's face. With a thunderous roar, he delivers 2 lightning-fast slashes. The Void Seaver skill activates, infused with Dragon Chi to deliver a devastating double strike. The Starstone Zealot takes the full force of the dual blades. Its body is instantly cleaved in 2, the shattered remains hitting the dirt in a heap. Lu Fan glances at his hands, a smirk playing on his lips. The Dragon Halo's power is the real deal. As he looks up, a sea of Starstone cultists has already swarmed him from all sides. Lu Fan doesn't say a word. His eyes ignite with a piercing white light as dozens of phantasmal clones erupt from his body. He stands perfectly still at the center of the chaos, watching as his afterimages systematically dismantle the Starstone Zealots. Moments later, the clones vanish, merging back into Lu Fan's form. He closes his eyes and clenches his fist as the butchered remains of the Starstone army rain down from the sky like morbid hail. The system notification flashes again, Void Seaver, infused with dragon essence, granting a double strike bonus to all dragon familiars. The Abyssal Dragon King crosses her arms, strolling over from the shadows. To think you could master the Shadow Dragon clan's signature technique so quickly. Little Dragon Tamer. You truly never cease to surprise me. Lufan flexes his hand, feeling the raw power. The more I use it, the more I realize your dragon bloodline possesses power far beyond human comprehension. He thinks to himself that being able to command the Dragon King's power at will makes this third awakening worth every bit of the struggle. The Abyssal Dragon King throws an arm around his shoulder, leaning in. It seems the job of clearing these pests along the road belongs to you then, my little dragon boy. Lufan shoves his hands into his pockets, letting out a weary sigh. You never planned on lifting a finger, did you? Suddenly, the lush green forest around them begins to shift as golden sunlight filters through the canopy. Lufan squints against the light, a puff of white mist escaping his lips as he speaks. Strange. We were just in the middle of a dense jungle a second ago. He wraps his arms around himself, shivering as the landscape instantly transforms into a frozen wasteland. Lufan wonders if this is some kind of high-level illusion or a barrier trap. The Abyssal Dragon King narrows her eyes at the horizon. Well, looks like things are about to get lively. Suddenly, a violent blizzard erupts, whipping through the air. Lufan shields his eyes from the biting cold, shouting, "Where did this sudden gale come from?" Once the wind dies down, he slowly opens his eyes to take in his new surroundings. Out of nowhere, a massive beast lunges toward him, swinging a heavy club with murderous intent. Lufan remains calm, drawing his blade in a flash. The collision of white and black energies sends a shockwave through the snow. He skids back across the ice, realizing this is much more than just a change in weather. Looking at the monsters surrounding them, he realizes they've walked right into an ambush. The system identifies the threat, the Frost Giant Ape, a level 95 elite beast. It possesses the Glacial Pillar skill, summoning massive ice shards to crush its targets. This creates a frost domain, dealing continuous ice damage and inflicting a freezing debuff on anyone trapped within. It also uses Rage Impact, a heavy leap that shatters the frozen ground upon landing. The impact deals massive area damage and leaves behind a freezing aura that radiates intense cold. The Abyssal Dragon King analyzes the situation. The ice barrier here grants these monsters a thick layer of frost armor. Your sword won't be able to cut through that. Lufan clenches his fist, his gaze hardening. A normal blade wouldn't, that's for sure. A vibrant orange glow begins to radiate from his body. He looks up and adds, "But if I wrap it in the searing heat of molten lava, that's a different story." The system pulses with new energy. Dragon Halo transformed into the Black Dragon aura. By channeling the Black Dragon's bloodline, all extra attacks now deal explosive fire damage and inflict a powerful weakness debuff. Lufan grips his sword and charges headlong into the fray. Now I'm certain of my victory. He swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of roaring flames. The Void Sever skill activates once more, empowered by the dragon's breath. The firestorm consumes the frost apes, their screams of agony echoing through the wasteland as their icy armor melts away. Whoosh! The scenery shifts back. The dense forest returns to its original state. Lufan speaks up. He activates his dragon control aura, perfectly countering the monster's elemental weaknesses. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The results are far beyond expectations. The Bane Dragon Queen crosses her arms, lost in thought. She realizes this kid's grasp of Dragon Clan magic is terrifyingly deep. He's much more talented than she first assumed. Lufan gestures toward the path ahead. The environment has stabilized. It's time to move out. As they press on, the duo encounters even more bizarre mountain god disciples. The dangers of the peak are only beginning. Crimson Bees. These level 95 disciples guard lethal lava hives. They summon hives that crash into the earth, birthing pools of molten lava. It deals massive continuous damage while crippling the enemy's speed. Their solar focus skill creates a searing ring of fire. After the initial blast, a burning core remains to incinerate anything left standing. But with his dragon control aura active, Lufan doesn't even need to summon his pets. He counters their unique traits with ease, dismantling every threat in his way. Vicious beasts swarm them endlessly. Yet, surprisingly, not a single high-level boss appears to challenge them. The system notification flashes. His aura shifts, channeling the ancient power of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Blue Dragon aura acquired. Every extra attack now crackles with lightning, paralyzing his enemies on impact. The Bane Dragon Queen explains a dark truth. Most gods here fear their own disciples might revolt, so they secretly suppress their growth. Lufan engages another mountain god disciple. System windows pop up one after another as the battle heats up. The Wandering Fish disciple. Level 95 with magic immunity. It summons an elemental vortex, pulling enemies into a vortex of blinding light damage. Then comes the Phantom Light Scatter, Piercing beams of light erupt in all directions. One hit is all it takes to plunge the enemy into a world of hallucinations. Once again, the aura shifts. Channeling the blue dragon bloodline, he unlocks the star dragon aura. Every 10 seconds, his elemental power surges by 100%, but he has to use it fast. This boost doesn't stack for the next turn. During this trek, a grim realization dawns on Lu Fan. These so-called gods are no different from humans. At their core, they are vain, selfish, and incredibly foolish. 3 days later, at the summit of Heavenly Peak, the Bane Dragon Queen flies ahead, her eyes widening. We've finally arrived. Lu Fan stares at the massive palace looming before him. So, this is what's hidden at the summit? Doubt clouds his face. Is this palace a relic left by the god of Heavenly Peak? The queen closes her eyes and shakes her head. Hardly. She opens her eyes with a smirk. Allow me to introduce the ring armor dragon king you've been searching for. Lu Fan is stunned. What did you say? His jaw drops as he looks at the structure. This is the Dragon King? You've got to be kidding me. The Bane Dragon Queen lets out a long, weary sigh. She looks at him with pure disdain. There are over 30 types of dragons. Not all of them rely on brute force and claws. Stop looking so inexperienced. Lu Fan recalls his past experiences. That's true. Even Little Ji's true dragon form is made entirely of liquid. If this mountain-like palace before them is a Dragon King, it actually starts to make sense. He draws his blade, his gaze sharpening. But what's its current state? Is it awake? Or just sleeping? She shuts her eyes again. Impossible to tell. It's in a total defensive state. Even those at a higher level can't peer inside this fortress. A defensive state? Lu Fan repeats, intrigued. The queen begins to explain the mechanics. In this form, its healing speed is accelerated. More importantly, it becomes completely immune to all outside attacks. Lu Fan scratches his head in frustration. If that's the case, aren't we completely stuck? The queen rests her chin on her hand, a cunning smirk spreading across her face. And who said we were out of options? I allied with the Venom Dragon King of the Underworld for a reason. Its very nature is the ultimate counter to this ironclad defense. Lu Fan pictures Little Ji's clumsy, innocent face. You mean, Little Ji is the key to breaking this? The queen puts her hands on her hips. Even though it's still in its infancy and lacks true power, don't forget that our target inside is also heavily wounded. She glides closer to Lu Fan. Besides, I've recovered rapidly while resting in your pet space. Today, I'm not just going to help you secure those dragon eggs. She leans in, her voice a chilling whisper against his ear. There might even be a chance for me to devour it whole. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts beneath their feet, blinding them with light. The earth tremors violently. Lu Fan grits his teeth, bracing for the unknown. Has the armored Dragon King awakened? The guardian demon Dragon King narrows her eyes. Wait. This isn't his magical signature at all. Across the way, a massive mound of snow erupts from the palace grounds, revealing a pair of menacing crimson eyes lurking within the frost. Without warning, a colossal 8-headed serpent bursts from the icy depths, lunging toward the sky. Their jaws unhinge, exposing rows of razor-sharp fangs. From the shadows, a cloaked figure barks an order. Yamada no Orochi, go. Appraise that target. One of the serpentine heads snakes forward, its glowing eyes locking onto the palace with an intense, piercing gaze. A system window flickers to life. God Slayer sent appraisal. Result: unknown. Standing atop the beast, the mysterious figure pulls back his hood, revealing a cold, calculating face. If even the great serpent cannot identify it, the origin of this beast must be beyond legendary. My thanks to you, Dragon Tamer of the Dragon Nation, for leading me straight to such a rare God Slayer. Behind him, the guardian demon Dragon King tilts her head, her interest piqued by his bold claim. God Slayer? Now that is a provocative term. Lu Fan looks up, his voice echoing, "You know who I am? Just who the hell are you?" The stranger spreads his arms wide in a mock apology. "Forgive me. I forgot my manners. Even in the Sakura Empire, only the elite nobility know my face. Behold my God Slayer, Yamada no Orochi. It is quite similar to those dragon pets of yours." The status screen flashes. Yamada no Orochi, level 119, rank 4 God Slayer. The man then declares his own title. "And I am its master, Yin Mazi." His profile appears, Yin Mazi, level 119, on Myoji rank B. He looks down with disdain at Lu Fan, who is trapped within a magic circle. He begins to recount, "I witnessed your power during the national trials. You are far superior to Wu Zongtian, a true rank 1 powerhouse." Lu Fan frowns, questioning his motive. "So you followed me all the way up this mountain just to steal the armored Dragon King? For a noble, aren't you worried about being caught?" He shakes his head dismissively. The only ones on this path are insignificant ghosts. Even level 100 experts leave no traces when I'm done with them. Yin Mazi reaches out toward the palace, his voice filled with awe. So, this is the legendary armored dragon king. Lu Fan, following you here was the best decision I've ever made. Lu Fan simply closes his eyes, offering a chilling warning. If you wake that thing up, you're signing your own death warrant. Yin Mazi's hand freezes, inches from the palace walls. He lets out a strained laugh. Haha, you have a point. You fought your way up this mountain with ease, accompanied by such powerful and stunning dragon pets. Caution is indeed a necessity. Hearing this, the guardian demon dragon king giggles behind her hand. Heh, stunning is a detail I don't mind hearing more about. Yin Mazi pulls his hand back and pivots to a new strategy. Unfortunately, we don't have time for flattery, Lu Fan. Let us strike a bargain. He smiles, his voice dripping with temptation. I've watched you fight. I know I'm no match for you in a direct clash. But if you join forces with me, you will become an honored guest of the Sakura Empire. Wealth, fame, and power will be yours for the taking. Just hand over the armored dragon king, and we shall be allies. What do you say? The guardian dragon watches with curiosity, while Lu Fan remains silent. After a tense silence, a sharp smirk spreads across Lu Fan's face. He exposes the man's true scheme. Allies? That's a bold word for someone who just wants a servant. Yin Mazi's fake smile instantly vanishes. What did you say? Lu Fan's eyes burn with mockery as he glares upward. Who do you think you are, asking me to just hand over my dragon pet? Yin Mazi's face twists in rage, a curse escaping his lips. You arrogant brat. He tilts his chin up, his voice turning lethal. Don't forget that you are currently my prisoner. Inside the magic circle, Lu Fan's dragon-armored hand slowly reaches out, shattering the barrier like fragile glass. He raises an eyebrow, mocking the Onmyoji. You mean this array? I almost forgot you were trying to keep me inside. The guardian demon dragon king leans in, teasing, what a pity. If you were a bit sweeter, I might have enjoyed being tied up with you. Yin Mazi recoils in shock, his confidence wavering. Damn it! Don't think for a second that I'm afraid to fight you. I have more than enough confidence to take the armored dragon king and leave this place alive. Lu Fan launches himself into the air, barking a command to his pet. Just stay back and watch. I'm not wasting a contract on a loser like him. The dragon king yawns and stretches. Fine by me. I think I'll go take a nap instead. Yin Mazi's eyes gleam, his pets have left him exposed. A thick, purple haze begins to spew from the serpent's multiple maws. He sneers at Lu Fan. I tried to avoid a messy end, but you just wouldn't listen, would you? Xiao Fei suddenly appears, fluttering at Lu Fan's side. The boy scoffs. Look at you. Looking like you're on your deathbed and you still want to keep playing? Yin Mazi freezes in horror. What? Immune to serpent flame? Lu Fan raises his fist to the sky, ready to end it. Xiao Fei, go. With his sister's aid, the spiritual halo shifted. The system flared with a brilliant emerald light. A massive buff was applied. All negative effects were purged, while all attributes surged from 30 to 60%. Each layer of blessing can negate up to 2 instances of damage. More system notifications flooded the screen. Soul protection triggered. With the companion's soul light, all attributes skyrocketed from 100 to 200%. Every hit taken absorbs damage to generate chi layers. At 10 stacks, a devastating chi shockwave is unleashed. The shockwave's destructive power is 10 times the total damage absorbed. The dragon aura evolved into the Starry Sky Dragon. By channeling this celestial bloodline, attribute power is boosted by 100% every 10 seconds. Warning: unused buffs do not stack and will reset for the next cycle. Lu Fan's eyes turned deathly white. He raised a glowing fist. Let's see if you can leave here in one piece. System: Level 61 Dragon Knight. Black Dragon Contract. Strength: 145,209. Agility: 166,550. Spirit: 130,793. Endurance: 321,340. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Yin Mazi screamed in absolute terror. Yamada no Orochi, get away from him, do something. But it was too late. A blinding slash tore through the great serpent. The beast's massive body was carved into pieces. A new alert flashed. Godbone descends, available only with the Godbone Gauntlet. Upon activation, the Godbone Gauntlet manifests without occupying an equipment slot. Attributes surged by another 300%. The Starry Sky Dragon aura blazed as the level 61 Dragon Knight unleashed his full power. Strength: 8,717,214. Agility: 399,650. Spirit: 392,379. Endurance: 9,639,000. 120. Yin Mazi collapsed to the ground, howling in pure disbelief. No, impossible. My god slayer was. He gritted his teeth, realizing the danger. I have to retreat immediately. Lu Fan blurred into motion, weaving through the severed remains of the Orochi to intercept him. You're not taking that dragon anywhere. Yin Mazi clasped his hands together in a frantic ritual. If it's in the Sakura Kingdom, it belongs to us. You're the thief here. His eyes glowed with a sinister light as he chanted a forbidden incantation. Yamada no Orochi, serve your master one last time. See God's purification, activate. Instantly, the scattered remains of the serpent surged with dark energy, converging into a single point. The flesh reformed into a gargantuan phantom. System. See God's purification. Summoning complete in 4 seconds. By sacrificing the current God Slayer, a phantom of Susanoo is summoned with a Totsuka sword, inheriting 350% of the sacrifice's stats. This divine phantom will persist on the battlefield for 30 seconds. Sacrificing Yamata no Orochi replaces the blade with the Kusanagi sword, doubling all of Susanoo's attributes. Lu Fan smirked, unfazed by the titan. A phantom? Is that serpent really the only trick you have? Yin Mazi pointed a trembling finger, roaring in fury. How dare you look down on me? I'll make you regret those words. Deep within the Orochi's lingering resentment, a hidden fragment of its flesh crept toward Lu Fan's blind spot. As the system signaled the final second of the Sea God's purification countdown, that cursed fragment latched onto Lu Fan's back. Yin Mazi's eyes narrowed with a cruel smile. Perfect. It's done. Lu Fan ignored it and lunged forward. A level 100 God class? I don't have time to wait. System. Starry Sky Dragon Aura cooldown complete. Lu Fan charged like a meteor, muttering 2 cold words. Totally useless. He delivered a world-shattering blow to the Sea God Phantom. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across its massive face. A violent explosion rocked the area as the Sea God's Phantom was utterly obliterated into nothingness. As the acrid smoke cleared, Lu Fan stood alone, his expression cold. He scanned the horizon and scoffed. Ran away already? Fast as a rat. Above him, the sky bled into a deep orange sunset. Somewhere far away, Yin Mazi doubled over, coughing up thick, dark blood. Master, I'm sorry, he whispered, clutching his chest. Deep within a swirling black mist, 2 menacing eyes snapped open. A voice boomed with terrifying rage. Preposterous. A level 61 foreigner destroyed the Yamada no Orochi, and my Susanoo Phantom? Cut down like paper without even putting up a defense? The dark mist turned cold and oppressive. I have no time for your failures. Yin Mazi prostrated himself, trembling in the dirt. Master, every word I've said is the absolute truth. He looked up desperately, pleading, You must avenge me and the 8-headed serpent. Yin Mazi's face twisted into a hideous mask of rage as he let out a frantic, guttural scream. The culprit is a participant in the national trials, Lu Fan. The swirling black mist paused, its voice echoing. Lu Fan, killed Wu Zongtian? Malicious light flared within the eyes of the black smoke. Tell me everything, the shadow commanded with cold authority. Recount every single detail of what just transpired. Yin Mazi bowed again. Please, master. As a 5-rank expert, you can surely tear him to pieces. He whispered the name with trembling reverence. Great Master Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi replied coldly. If your words are true, Lu Fan's power might already rival my own. Your defeat was inevitable. The system interface flickered, confirming Yin Tianzi's identity as the master began a cold, calculated analysis. A level 61 Royal Dragon Knight. Catching him would reveal the secret of his many dragon pets. Yin Mazi looked up. Exactly, master, he added excitedly. With that power, you could trample every other 5-rank expert beneath your feet. Yin Tianzi probed further. Did you leave a tracking mark? Yin Mazi smirked with arrogant, newfound confidence. Don't worry, master. When the 8-headed serpent died, it cursed him with an indelible mark of pure resentment. As long as I attempt to summon, I can pinpoint his location. The master warned him to stay sharp. This required a long-term scheme. Yin Mazi bowed deeply, thanking him for the help. Then, he looked up with a flicker of sudden anxiety. Master, without the great serpent, I have no powerful summon left. I was wondering if you could. Yin Tianzi exploded in fury, hurling insults at his student's pathetic incompetence and disgraceful failure. Yin Mazi cowered under the overwhelming pressure. The master glared down. Giving you that serpent was my greatest mistake. That top-tier god beast was one of a kind. I don't have a second one to give. Do you still dare to ask for more? Yin Mazi slammed his head against the ground. I'm sorry. I won't ask again. The white smoke began to dissipate as the master left one final, stinging reprimand. Stop shaming my name out there. Before the mist vanished, His final command echoed. Return to the Yin Heaven Palace, immediately. Understood. Yin Mazi replied. Clutching a black stone, he hissed under his breath. Lu Fan. You'd better enjoy your final days. Veins bulged on his face as he ground his teeth. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, but yours is coming sooner. Meanwhile, atop the golden sand peak of Celestial Mountain, Lu Fan asked, Dragon Queen, are you ready to begin? The queen looked down at Xiao Fei and Lu Fan, who was already in a fighting stance with fists raised. She smirked. Oh? So impatient? She warned him. But without my suppression, you won't stand a chance of reaching that dragon egg. The display showed 1-star Dragon King Godbone armor of the Falling Mountain. Lu Fan wondered, with this Godbone, my attributes have soared into the millions. Can I still not beat the armored Dragon King? The queen placed a hand on her hip and let out a boisterous, mocking laugh. Ha ha! My adorable little Dragon Tamer. It's not that simple. She held up 2 fingers for emphasis. Your Godbone is only at 1 star. When I fought that beast, it was nearly at 4 stars. If you value your life, stay back. She began the briefing. Once awakened, it will drop its defensive form. I'll use everything I have to pin it down. Summon all your dragons to cover you. Once you grab the egg, we must retreat instantly. Lu Fan tightened his grip, his eyes focused. Understood. It seems even you aren't sure of a total victory. The Dragon Queen stepped forward, her expression turning grim as she admitted the harsh truth. Correct. We both exhausted our very lives during that brutal clash at Dragonfall Valley. I'm still far from my peak. If that monster has recovered faster than me, we have no chance. Lu Fan closed his eyes, absorbing the gravity of the situation. I see. Suddenly, 4 spatial rifts tore open behind him. His dragon companions soared out, ready for war. Hands in his pockets, Lu Fan finalized the plan. Distract it. I'll strike. Once we have the egg, we warp out. He stared ahead, his resolve hardening into steel. Everything is set. Let's do this. Approaching the jagged black stone, he declared, it's time to wake him up. He raised a hand surging with raw power. Xiao Ye and Xing Chen watched intensely, tracking Lu Fan's every move with bated breath. Qing Long waited in silence. Zhao Fei clutched the small creature tightly, her face a mask of nervous anticipation. Lu Fan descends deeper, closing the distance to the massive boulder, while the Demon Dragon Queen watches his every move. After what feels like an eternity, Lu Fan's hand finally makes contact with the stone. And in a flash, the mountain stirs, and the space around them begins to tremble violently. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock. What's happening? This energy. It's completely different. The Dragon Queen stands frozen, her jaw dropping. How can this be? Where is this overwhelming power coming from? Suddenly, 2 emerald dragon eyes ignite on the rock face as a voice echoes through the void. The armored Dragon King. The beast unleashes a world-shaking roar, and the queen gasps. He's returned to his absolute peak. A system notification flashes. Armored Dragon King, Black Steel Pillar, rank 3-star. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, his mind racing. Wait, the situation has changed. If this fails, we'll use Star Shift to retreat. Suddenly, the Demon Dragon Queen behind him lets out a thrill-seeking laugh, her wings unfurling as she takes to the sky. Ha ha ha, she exclaims, surging forward with a wild look in her eyes. Incredible. This reminds me of our ancient, glorious battles. She shoots a sharp glance at Lu Fan. Dragon Tamer, let's gamble everything. High atop the golden sand peak, Lu Fan's mind is in turmoil. If they flee now, the armored Dragon King's legacy falls straight into the hands of the Yin Demon. A smirk tugs at his lips. He grits his teeth, the decision escaping like a gunshot. Fine. Lu Fan raises his dragon-armored fists. When it comes to the Dragon Kings, he'll trust her. One last, desperate gamble. On the flank, the spirit readies its strike. The system screen blazes. Star Crusher is charging at full capacity. Xiao Ye ignites its power as Heaven's retribution begins to pulse. The Demon Dragon Queen assumes a lethal offensive stance. The interface glows, Molten Inferno charging. She signals the rest of the battle-hardened pets to move. Xiao Ye, Ah Bao, Spirit, get ready. The Queen's voice thunders across the peak. Strike while there's a chance. In a flash, every dragon pet and Lu Fan himself launch a coordinated assault. It's all or nothing on this one hit. A barrage of devastating attacks rains down, yet the armored Dragon King remains eerily still, offering no reaction. Its eyes remain fixed on a single point. The Queen lunges for a strike, but her claws pass straight through its massive frame. Lu Fan freezes in shock, his eyes searching for answers. What? Is this not his physical body? The Queen spins around, doubt clouding her face. A hollow presence? Armored Dragon King, are you no longer among the living? Slowly, the Titan's image begins to dissolve into the thin mountain air. Lu Fan rushes to her side. What's going on? Is the real body hidden elsewhere? No, she whispers. He's truly dead. Lu Fan stands stunned, the word echoing in his mind like a funeral knell. Dead? The queen looks at him, analyzing the scene. This defensive form was merely a lingering phantom of his past self. He chose to burn his life essence rather than recover. He's been gone a long time. She watches the floating embers, these metallic shards. This is all that remains of the armored Dragon King's body. Lu Fan asks softly, so after the Great War, he hid here, sacrificing himself just to guard his dragon egg? The queen frowns in confusion. Perhaps, but with his strength, he could have recovered. Why choose this end? Lu Fan enters the cave. Regardless, the egg must be inside. I'm going to find out for myself. The demon dragon queen waits outside, arms crossed in silent, somber contemplation. After a tense silence, a voice rings out from the depths of the cavern. I found it. Inside, with Xiaofei and Zhu by his side, Lu Fan's light illuminates a pitch-black egg nestled between two glowing cores. He gasps, his heart racing against his chest. It really is. The armored dragon egg. Two screens flash. Armored dragon egg rank unknown. Withered divine core legendary grade. A core born from the power of gods, though its essence has been almost entirely drained by its original master. Lu Fan picks up the two jade-like spheres. I've never seen gems quite like these before. The system notes the absorption of toxins from luminous fungi, allowing his own body to cast a faint, eerie glow. He mutters the words appearing on the screen, divine, core. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen appears behind him, her eyes locked on the gems. A divine core. So that's what it was. A treasure formed only by true gods. A level reached by humans only at the 7th turn, level 180. One must slay a divine being just to obtain a single one. The residual power of a god ascender. Even a fragment is unimaginable to those below the 6th turn. She begins to piece it together. It turns out the ninja-armored Dragon King encountered two demigods upon arriving here. Dragging a severely wounded body into battle against them must have been an agonizing struggle. Yet, the ninja-armored Dragon King ultimately slew them for their cores, using its final breath to create a protective illusion for its egg. It clearly could have devoured those two cores to heal itself, but chose to leave them for its child instead. Lu Fan stares at the two cores in his hand, reflecting on the story. After battling two Dragon Kings, it still fought two demigods. Leaving the cores for the egg to absorb, the ninja-armored Dragon King sacrificed everything for its legacy. The Phantom Demon Dragon Queen suddenly asks, "Hey, little Dragon Tamer, what are you thinking about?" Lu Fan glances at her and replies, "Oh, it is nothing." He lowers his head, moved by the Dragon King's immense greatness. A pair of high heels clicks against the cold ground as she lands. The Phantom Demon Dragon Queen warns, "I suggest you drop that human compassion. You came here to claim this egg." She fixes her gaze on the dragon egg. "And do not view me as a villain. Life and death are choices we cannot make," she concludes. "I only know how to fight and devour. The strong prey on the weak. That is the unchanging law of this world." Lu Fan watches her warily as she mentions devouring the egg. The Phantom Demon Dragon Queen smirks with hidden meaning. "What is it? Are you afraid I will break our contract and swallow this egg?" She closes her eyes. "Vigilance is good, so I will be honest." Without hesitation, she admits, "I truly did intend to devour it at first, but the ninja-armored Dragon King anticipated that. By letting the egg absorb divine cores, it tainted it with a non-dragon aura. Her physical form flickers and vanishes, leaving only her voice echoing through the cavern. I am only interested in pure dragon bloodlines. This egg is simply a lucky windfall for you." Lu Fan exhales sharply. She really intended to use him to steal the egg, then snatch it for herself. He smiles, realizing the ninja-armored Dragon King knew the Phantom Demon Dragon Queen would never give up. That is why it left the cores for the egg to absorb, right? Lu Fan then picks up the dragon egg with both hands. "All right, time is of the essence. Xiaofei, go call the others. It is time to welcome a new sibling." Xiaofei raises one hand while holding little Qi, cheering enthusiastically. Inside the cave, Lu Fan double-checks. "Good. Everyone is here except for Star Spirit, right?" Outside the cave, Star Spirit stands with eyes closed and arms crossed, uninterested. Inside, everyone stares intensely at the egg. "Since you are all ready, I will begin." Lu Fan closes his eyes and recites the dragon taming art. A status screen flashes. The dragon taming art can subdue dragon-type creatures. The egg in his hands erupts in a blinding light. Xiao Ye and Green Dragon gape in shock. Even Star Spirit, standing outside, glances toward the commotion within. Xiaofei and Little Qi are dazed by the spectacle. After a long glow, the shell finally shatters into pieces. Lu Fan shouts with joy, "It is a success." Atop the broken shards, a tiny dragon hatchling appears. He introduces it to the group. "Everyone, come meet our newest member." The spawn of the ninja-armored Dragon King. Xiao Fei stares wide-eyed. Little Qi watches intently. Xiao Ye beams with pure excitement. Green Dragon looks on curiously, but the little ninja-armored dragon ignores them all, flapping its wings and flying away. Lu Fan observes it carefully. It does not seem very friendly, but its emotions appear stable. Below, Green Dragon stomps its feet in anger, barking out a series of roars. Hey, what is with that attitude? The baby dragon chuckles happily as it flies out of the cave. Star Spirit, waiting outside, watches it pass by. Moments later, Lu Fan and the others emerge from the cavern. He stares at the scene before him, bewildered. The little ninja-armored dragon is curled up next to a fragment of the illusion, sleeping peacefully. Seeing the mother dragon's fading image surrounding the hatchling, Lu Fan realizes it misses its mother. Lu Fan lowers his head in thought. All of his dragon pets were obtained through the system. He looks at Xiao Ye and Green Dragon, realizing they have no memory of their parents. He then turns to Xiao Fei, holding little Qi. But this little dragon is different. Its mother sacrificed her very life to protect it. Star Spirit stands silently to the side, eyes closed in a quiet vigil. Lu Fan remains lost in thought. Even before it was born, the hatchling must have known everything from within the egg. Lu Fan eyes the armored Dragon King on the ground, weighing his next move. Let it mourn its mother a bit longer, he thinks. There is no rush to leave. Remembering something, he pulls up the status window. He hadn't checked the armored Dragon King's stats yet. What he sees leaves him absolutely speechless. What? How is this even possible? Cold sweat beads on his forehead as his eyes widen. Level 1, Steel Dragon. Gender, genderless. This can't be real. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 3000. Stamina, 3000. Blade of the Armored Shell. A rapid piercing strike that shreds all nearby targets. It ignores 45% of defense and reflects 99% of damage. In Scythe mode, it launches lethal blades to pull targets in. Armor Possession. The dragon transforms itself into a physical suit of armor. Manifesting as a chestplate, the user inherits every single attribute and skill of the Steel Dragon. Breath of the Gods. Utilizes dual divine cores to switch between light and dark armored forms. Steel Dragon Bloodline. Reduces all incoming damage by 50% and reflects it back at the source. Immune to all debuffs, though it can only regenerate health outside of active combat. Lu Fan's jaw drops. Level 1 and every stat is already at 3000? Unbelievable. He pulls out the 2 spirit cores he retrieved from the cavern. The core left by the queen didn't just save its life, it granted it God-tier stats from birth. It even inherited the legendary Breath of the Gods skill. System. Depleted Divine Spirit Core. A legendary item containing God-tier energy, though nearly exhausted. Lu Fan watches the dragon sleeping peacefully. He realizes armor possession is exactly like the Divine Bone Dragon's skill. Both turn into equipment, granting the user their absolute power and techniques during use. A smirk plays on his lips. Divine Bone Gauntlets. And now, the armored chestplate. He dismisses the screen with a confident wave. Now, Ning Cheng stands no chance in the Divine Void Realm. Nearby, Xiao Ye and Qing Long are bickering as usual. Lu Fan turns to quiet them down. All right, knock it off. Let's rest, he commands. We wait until the little one wakes up. He glances back at the sleeping hatchling. Let it stay by its mother for just a while longer. In its dreams, the little dragon plays with its mother. Then, Lu Fan realizes something. Wait. It has no gender? The next morning, Lu Fan emerges from his tent, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long yawn. After a night of waiting, the armored Dragon King finally decides to follow him. Though he knows its innate power is monstrous, Lu Fan notices a problem. He crouches beside it, concerned. Its movement seems a bit clunky. He pats its head. Hey, why don't you use armor possession? I'll wear you, and we can move together. The dragon nods. It stands tall, focusing its spirit to ignite the skill deep within its core. Instantly, the dragon dissolves into white mist, swirling around Lu Fan's chest. System. Armor possession activated. Transforming into chestplate. User inherits all attributes and skills of the Steel Dragon. As the mist clears, a shimmering, radiant suit of armor manifests over his heart. Status. Level 61 Dragon Riding Holy Knight. Strength. 5084 plus 3000. Agility. 4315 plus 3000. Spirit. 4897 plus 3000. Stamina. 4000. 923 plus 3000. Lu Fan raises his arms. This power. It's incredible. He can feel every fiber of the dragon's strength merging with his own. Notification windows flood his vision. Blade of the Armored Shell acquired. Scythe of the Armored Shell acquired. Breath of the Gods acquired. He flexes his wings. Since you've chosen me, Lu Fan roars, taking to the skies. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Scythe of the armored shell. Bladed chains erupt from his chest plate, lashing out like lethal vipers. The scythes accelerate with terrifying speed, piercing the air and dragging everything toward him. They slam into a massive boulder. A deafening explosion rocks the area. Xiao Fei clutches Xiao Ji, screaming in pure terror. The massive rock shatters into a million pieces. A hailstorm of jagged debris flies straight back at Lu Fan. Lu Fan stood perfectly still amidst the chaos and shouted, "Blade of the Ring armor!" Lethal spikes erupted from his suit, pulverizing the surrounding boulders as the system flashed. Blade of the Ring armor, rapid piercing strike activated. The skill unleashed devastating piercing damage to every enemy within his immediate melee range. It ignored 45% of the target's defense, while reflecting 99% of received damage back at the attacker. Lu Fan smirked. It was the ultimate balance of offense, defense, and counter-control. Incredible. Now, for the final masterpiece. The interface displayed Breath of the Gods, a skill using divine cores to shift between the light ring armor and dark ring armor. He clenched his fists and roared toward the heavens. Breath of the God, light ring armor. The system chimed, confirming the transformation into the light ring armor state. Lu Fan watched his body erupt in a holy glow. I can feel an overwhelming power surging through me. Now, his basic attacks carried the same divine attribute as Qin Chu's. The light ring armor also restored 1% health every second while buffing standard strikes. This bonus damage scaled with his spirit attribute as he tightened his grip, feeling invincible. But the power didn't stop there. The continuous healing perfectly covered the Dragon King armor's only weakness, its inability to regenerate during the heat of battle. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he commanded the shift to dark ring armor. The notification rang. Breath of the Gods has transitioned to dark ring armor. He analyzed the dark energy pooling within him every second, amplified by the Dragon King's million-point attributes. With every standard swing, he would now unleash a catastrophic burst of additional dark damage. The status window showed the dark ring armor accumulating 1% dark damage per second. That stored energy would explode in his next basic attack before building up once more, scaling directly with his spirit. He landed gracefully as the armor retracted into his body, disappearing beneath his skin. The plan was flawless. Once he leveled up the Dragon King armor, he'd be ready for the Divine Void Realm. Turning to his dragon companions, he called out, "Get ready, everyone. I'm opening the portal. It's time to go home." Xiao Ye cheered with pure excitement while Xiao Fei gave a happy, high-pitched chirp. Using the Marzus portal from Paradise Island, Lu Fan made a swift return to Jianghai. Inside the house, Han Ke beamed with a bright smile. "Xiao Fan, you're finally home." She rushed over to embrace him, having grown accustomed to his constant travels. No longer the worried woman who cried at every departure. Han Ke smiled at the group and suggested, "I've bought so much food. Why don't we invite the young lady over for dinner?" Jian Ying chimed in. "Today is Tao Zi's designated free meal day, so she'll definitely show up. Just call Qin Chu." Lu Fan nodded to both of them. "That works perfectly. I actually have something important to discuss with everyone." Later that afternoon, at the Jiangshan Garden Villa, Xiaoman's voice echoed in shock when she heard his plan to walk all the way west. She looked at him, puzzled. "Is that really necessary? Why go looking for trouble like that?" Han Ke nodded in agreement from across the table. "Exactly. Xiao Fan, it's too dangerous. Just use those teleportation scrolls Lady Ye gave you." Qin Chu urged him with deep concern, suggesting he fly or use a Godbone clone instead. Jian Ying added his logic, noting that traveling on foot wasn't just perilous, it would take months to reach the western regions. Lu Fan looked at them with a reassuring smile. "I can't summon the fallen puppets anymore. But please, don't worry." The corrupted Saint Dragon absorbed every single puppet, evolving into the Dragon King God Bone with God-tier stats. He gave his solemn word to everyone sitting before him. "With this new armor and millions of attribute points, I'll be perfectly safe. Nothing can stand in my way." Xiaoman gasped, her mind reeling. "Millions? You mean millions of attribute points?" Lu Fan nodded calmly. "I plan to level up the armor inside the secret realm, but since it doesn't open for another month, I decided to use this time to trek across the west. By the time he reached his destination, his armor would be evolved, his experience would be higher, and the realm would be ready." Jian Ying and Qin Chu fell silent, stunned by his ambition. Han Ke asked softly, "So, you're leaving immediately?" "Yes, I'll set out at dawn tomorrow," Lu Fan replied. The next morning, he bid them all farewell. Setting off for the west, he journeyed through 14 treacherous regions alone, battling every monster that dared to cross his path. A level 95 roaring lion beast erupts with a deafening, bone-shaking cry. It unleashes a fan-shaped sonic blast, leaving targets dazed before following up with a searing ground strike. Its razor-sharp claws slam into the earth, sending a devastating shockwave ripping forward. It deals massive physical damage to anything in its path. But Lu Fan has already slaughtered countless elites, like the level 95 Great Crown Bird. That beast's high-speed dive is lethal, delivering fatal strikes and instant paralysis to its prey. Then there's the Wind Spirit Feather, whose massive wings beat with terrifying force. It rains down energy-infused feathers across a massive area. Lu Fan even soloed a nightmare-rank secret realm. Next up, the level 92 Spore Demon Mushroom. Its numbing clouds spread slowly, paralyzing any who touch them. It relentlessly drains mana while preparing for its final, violent explosion. When its health drops, it detonates, coating the entire area in toxic spores. The blast releases tiny mushroom offspring. While hunting these elites, Lu Fan also dealt with greedy hunters who dared cross his path. One by one, the team grows stronger. The Little Armored Dragon King reaches level 57. The Spirit Dragon hits level 64, and the Steel Dragon reaches level 57. The Black Dragon is now 65, the Poison Dragon 63, and Lu Fan himself reaches level 65. The Emerald Dragon hits 65, while the Blue Dragon reaches level 60. Above them, the sky is vast and clear. 1 month later, at the western border, a pair of black sneakers finally comes to a halt. Lu Fan has reached his destination. He shields his eyes from the scorching sun, letting out a long, weary sigh. Only a few days remain until the Divine Void Realm opens its gates. The countdown shows just 7 days left. Lu Fan flexes his wings and mutters, "Time to head back." Suddenly, a massive, dark shadow looms over him from the sky. Lu Fan looks up and instantly recognizes it. The level 94 Golden-Winged Peng, a legendary mount unique to the West. Its shocking dive ability is terrifying. It slams into the earth with wings like iron plates. The impact unleashes a circular shockwave, blasting all enemies back with sheer force. With its hurricane afterimage, it summons wind clones to relentlessly hunt down its target. Every strike shreds through armor like paper. Lu Fan grins. Its rare materials are far too valuable to pass up. He activates his armor skill, encasing himself in a formidable defensive shell. Serving as a chestplate, this form grants the user all of the Steel Dragon's attributes and skills. Information flashes. The sickle armor fires chains at blinding speeds, piercing and dragging targets in. Chains erupt from Lu Fan's back. He decides this beast would make the perfect gift for his senior. The sickles strike true. They bite deep into the Golden-Winged Peng's talons and feet, anchoring it. Using the chains as a tether, Lu Fan launches himself into the air. The Peng tries to flee, dragging him along. After a moment, he releases his grip and leaps even higher above the beast. Lu Fan's brow furrows as he launches another set of sickle chains. This time, the chains loop tightly around the Peng's neck, forcing a pained shriek from its throat. Gripping the chains tight, he vaults onto the creature's back. A sharp pull forces the beast to roar in agony. Lu Fan's expression darkens with a cold, threatening glint. "If you want to live, you'd better behave." The Golden-Winged Peng stops struggling. Its eyes shimmer as it yields, flying silently forward. Lu Fan smirks in satisfaction. With a low grunt, he commands the beast through the sky, his voice echoing across the vast expanse. A premium mount indeed. Lu Fan adjusts his grip, thinking that at this speed, he won't be late. Suddenly, a hail of arrows erupts from the ground. Lu Fan's eyes narrow in ambush. Voices scream from below. A direct hit. Get the nets ready, now. A crimson energy net surges upward, instantly ensnaring the Golden-Winged Peng. The attackers cheer wildly. "We got it. Don't let it cut the net. Freeze it. Don't let it struggle." High above, Lu Fan manifests heavy armor over his forearms. With a powerful swing, he tears the net to shreds. But the momentum is lost. Both he and the beast plummet toward the earth. The greedy crowd below was buzzing with excitement, rushing toward the fallen golden feather rock. But they had only moved a few steps before a massive explosion erupted, blasting them backward. Ah! The leader slammed his hand down to steady himself, drawing his heavy axe in a flash. What's going on? As the thick white dust settled, Lu Fan emerged, standing defiantly before the massive golden feather rock. The lackeys stared in pure horror. He fell with the bird. He looks like a solo material hunter. Gripping his axe tight, the leader charged forward with murderous intent. "If he's not from a noble family, kill him. Don't blame us, kid, blame your bad luck." Lu Fan smirked with cold disdain. News travels slow in these western mountains. These so-called nobles didn't even recognize the Ye family representative. Tension hung heavy across the western border as the battle reached its peak. System: Divine Bone Awakening. He unleashed the gauntlet's full power, boosting his attributes by 1000%. The enemies were blasted back. A new notification flashed as he switched weapons. Armored Scythe. In its armored state, the Dragon King gear fires high-speed scythes to pierce targets and drag them to the user. In an instant, heavy chains lashed out, sending the terrified opponents scrambling backward. "Stop! Don't come any closer." Suddenly, A familiar voice called out to him. Lu Fan! He looked up in surprise to see Wu Xian. Junior, catch me! She cried, arms wide. He reached out and caught her perfectly. Senior Wu Xian? What are you doing all the way out here? She wrapped her arms around him. A month apart, and you look like a wild man. Did you come just for me? He teased. Landing softly, Wu Xian smiled. I knew you'd be returning around these 2 days. I've been waiting at the outskirts every day for you. But what's with all this massive commotion? I caught this rock as a gift for you, Lu Fan sighed. But these thugs intervened and even shot down my ride. Wu Xian's gaze turned icy. Is that so? So that's how it is. Fury radiated from her like a storm. Stealing from Ye Wu Xian, you people must have a death wish. They trembled in fear. Ye Wu Xian, the nightmare of the Huang and Long families. It's a misunderstanding, a huge mistake. We're from the Jia family. Spare us, and the Jias will ensure you're handsomely rewarded. We'll apologize at your door. She drew her weapon. I don't care who you are. If you strike, you pay with your life. If you want revenge, come find me anytime. Just then, Lu Fan grabbed her wrist. Wait, senior. She looked confused. Why stop me? These small fish aren't worth your time, he replied calmly. Lu Fan knew the leader was finished. A simple lesson for the rest would be more than enough. He unleashed his aura. System. Weaklings begone. Dragon intent bloodlust activated. Pure, true damage rippled outward, knocking back every enemy within his range. Ignoring all defenses, the damage scaled with his overwhelming power. The weaker they were, the harder they fell. The thugs writhed in absolute agony, their screams of pain echoing through the forest. I'm the one who crushed you, Lu Fan declared coldly. Tell the Jias to come for me. Satisfied now? Wu Xian pouted. You ask me after the job is done? Lu Fan swept her up into his arms. Too late for regrets. Blushing, she protested. Put me down. You're covered in sweat and you stink. Hold still, or I won't be responsible if you fall, he teased as they flew. By nightfall, they returned to the Ye Manor. Wu Xian was still buzzing with curiosity. Hurry, summon the Dragon King armor. I want to see it. A newborn dragon must be so adorable. I can't wait to give it a big hug. Lu Fan chuckled. I'd advise you to drop that dangerous thought right now. Why? Is it going to bite me? She teased. A brilliant light flared on Lu Fan's hand, leaving her eyes wide with wonder. This is the Dragon King gear, Lu Fan said casually. Don't let its small size fool you. Its defense is absolutely insane. Even someone like Xiao Ye would struggle to leave a scratch on it. Wu Xian leaned in close. Are you sure you can control it? It's looking at me like I'm just a pebble. Lu Fan gave the order. Of course. Shake. The armored dragon obediently placed its claw into his palm. Watch closely now, Lu Fan smirked. At his command, the legendary beast lay down, following his every move. Lu Fan knew its nature better than anyone. It might look intimidating, but its absolute loyalty made it the perfect vanguard for any battle. Wu Xian placed an apple on the table, testing its edge. Could it even slice through this? The razor-sharp scales instantly halved the fruit. She cheered in excitement. This really is the ultimate tool for travel and, well, targeted robbery. Lu Fan turned his focus to more serious matters. I've been gone for a month. Has the Ning family caused any trouble? Wu Xian shook her head. On the surface, things were quiet. But many great clans were secretly hoarding resources, likely preparing for the divine ruins. Don't worry, he reassured her. I'm far stronger now. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room, and she instinctively leaned into him. What was the noise? A subordinate rushed in with urgent news. A dormant volcano at the western border had suddenly erupted. Wu Xian realized that was Ning family territory. Lu Fan urged her to move. This explosion was likely linked to Ning Shuang. Near the erupting peak, thick pillars of obsidian smoke billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun. This was the massive volcanic cavern at the edge of the western border. A fiery phoenix took form amidst the flames, soaring high. Upon arrival, Lu Fan felt a crushing, terrifying pressure in the air. The atmosphere was so hot it felt ready to ignite. Lu Fan glanced toward the flames. It was her, and her aura had surged tenfold since their last encounter. Wu Xian frowned, sensing the shift in power. The Ning family. What kind of storm are they brewing this time? Lu Fan offered a rare word of praise. Such rapid progress. This C-grade family truly possesses some hidden depth. Wu Xian added, they're training like their lives depend on it. They plan to kill you in the divine ruins while you can't summon your dragons. Lu Fan let out a cold laugh. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint her once again. Even though her strength had reached a new level, in his eyes, it still wasn't enough to be a threat. Don't underestimate them, she warned. Ning Shuang is engaged to Luo Lixio of the Luo family, another powerful C-grade clan. This man is a legendary talent, rumored to be even more formidable than Ning Shuang herself. He possesses the hidden class of the eight-eyed demon envoy, a master of transformation. They will undoubtedly join forces to hunt you down. Other clans will likely fear the combined might of the Nings and the Luos. They might all side with your enemies to eliminate you. Lu Fan smirked and pulled her close. Are you really that worried about me? Wu Xian's face turned bright red. You're the leader of the Ye family now. Of course, I don't want to see you die. He gave her a confident look. Rest easy. I am 100% certain I can handle them. Everyone in that ruins will fall before me. Wu Xian wasn't convinced. You can't be this careless. It's too dangerous. Even if you can bring your scale armor and divine bone into the realm, the combined strength of several C-grade clans is no joke. He looked at her and asked, how high do you think Ning Shuang's attributes go after she transforms? She analyzed the numbers. My total attributes have only just surpassed 10,000, but Ning Shuang has the backing of a C-grade clan and a transformation-type class. At her peak, her attributes are likely 10 times mine. Lu Fan shrugged. 100,000? That's not actually that impressive. Wu Xian stared at him in pure shock. What did you just say? He smiled. It's time I opened your eyes to my true power. The system interface flared to life. Scale armor possession activated. His body merged with the armor, equipping it to his chest slot. He gained every single attribute and skill of the steel dragon. Then came the divine bone armament, manifesting as lethal gauntlets on both wrists. He now wielded the raw power and descent skills of the divine bone dragon king. Lu Fan's fist glowed with metallic intensity, sending ripples through space. He spoke with absolute conviction, with just one punch. Under the dual boost of the Bone King and the Steel Dragon, my attributes exceed 1 million. Can Ning Shuang survive even one strike? Wu Xian was speechless. In just 1 month, his growth had reached a level that defied all logic. 1 million attribute points. Lu Fan turned to leave. In that ruins, they aren't hunting me. I'm hunting them. Wu Xian watched him go, her worry shifting into a different kind of fear. Now, she could only pray those elites wouldn't provoke him. If he wiped them all out, it would spark a total war between the clans. The next day, in a high-level meeting, Ning Ke addressed the room. Listen up, Ning family. In the Divine Ruins, our family and the Luo family must cooperate fully. We must support each other at all costs. We cannot allow any other clan to seize the Divine Night Dew. Luo Lixio nodded. Don't worry. Ning Shuang is my fiancé. The Nings and the Luos are one. I won't let anyone stand in the way of our absolute victory. At that moment, a voice rings out. Father, I've returned. Ning Ke asks with anticipation. Was your breakthrough a success? Ning Yang reports his triumph. I've reached level 110 and mastered the Crimson Sun Fire. My second level 100 skill is ready. This time, I'll show that arrogant Dragon Tamer the true meaning of power. Ning Ke beams with pride. Excellent. At 18, you already rival a rank 5 expert. No one in the grade C families can match you. I believe that with enough time, you will lead the Ning family to become a prestigious grade B powerhouse. Lixio approaches Ning Shuang with a smile. With your current strength, the championship of the Shengshu secret realm is practically yours. She cuts him off irritably. Spare me the useless talk. I only want to know if everything is going according to plan. Is that Dragon Tamer really preparing to enter the Shengshu secret realm? He reassures her. Rest easy. Our intelligence from the Luo family confirms the brat is returning to the Ye family today, specifically for the realm. Ning Yang sneers. Good. I was afraid he'd run away. Lixio frowns. However, that kid somehow obtained a new dragon pet in Sakura country. Her eyes widen in surprise. A new dragon pet? He explains. It's a special breed that can transform into equipment for him to wear. He likely anticipated the rules of the Shengshu secret realm and prepared this as a hidden trump card. Ning Ke interjects. Even with an extra dragon, he still can't summon his others inside. His raw power won't change much. The Ning and Luo alliance still holds the winning hand. She muses. Does he really think a single equipment dragon is enough to challenge this realm? Is it truly that simple? Lixio comforts her. There's no need for concern. No matter what cards he holds, he's still just a level 5 class user. Our combined forces will surely crush him. We should worry more about Murong Sheng from the grade B families and the divine fluid. Ning Yang's voice rises in shock. Murong Sheng? The young master of the Murong family is actually participating in the Shengshu secret realm? Ning Ke argues fiercely. Impossible. Grade B families never bother with this place. Even the precious divine fluid shouldn't interest them. Lixio continues grimly. 2 years ago, Murong Sheng had already reached level 119. Uncle Ning, he's only half a step away from rank 5. He hesitates. But for 2 years, the western border has heard nothing of his breakthrough. According to what our Luo family has gathered, he's been preparing for his 5th transition for 2 years, and he needs the divine fluid to perfectly max out his attributes. His goal in the Shengshu secret realm is to secure that fluid and finally reach rank 5. Ning Ke is fuming at this unexpected variable. Ning Yang maintains that since he hasn't reached rank 5, they still have a chance. With our two families working together, we aren't necessarily inferior to him. The elder recalls, I met that man once, 2 years ago, during a chance encounter. He fought an elite from another grade B family over a treasure. Murong Sheng killed his opponent with just a single skill. That battle taught me that even at the same level, the gap in our strength is like heaven and earth. If he wants the divine fluid, our chances are nearly zero. Ning Yang sits back, his mood stabilizing. That might not be entirely true. She analyzes the realm's many restrictions. Since he isn't a transformation-type class, the outcome is still uncertain. Lixio adds, don't be discouraged, uncle. In the Shengshu secret realm, luck is often more important than raw strength. Perhaps Shuang'er and I will find the fluid before him. Ningke sighs. Forget it. Your lives are more precious than any treasure. If you truly can't win, just focus on returning home safely. He lets it go, willing to concede to Murong Sheng. But Shuang'er growls. In this realm, I only want that Dragon Tamer's life. Suddenly, Ning Ke turns to Lixiu. Once you two return, we should arrange your marriage as soon as possible. He responds, I'll follow your lead, uncle. I promise to keep Shuang'er safe throughout this entire journey. 3 days later, Lu Fan and Wu Xian enter the western border, stunned by the desolate, barren landscape. So, this is the heart of the western border. I've lived here so long, yet I've never ventured this deep. Lu Fan follows behind. This place is only 2,000 miles from the Ye family. How have you never been here? She answers, this territory is guarded by the grade C families. To outsiders, it's a forbidden zone where no one is allowed to enter. He's amazed. Are these families really that arrogant? So, wouldn't the rank A and rank B families be even more insufferable? Wu Xian laughed weakly. Who knows? That's a world far beyond my reach. Lu Fan frowned, silently observing the shifting emotions on her face. He stepped forward, his voice steady. That was then. She scanned the horizon. Look, that massive crater is the entrance to the divine ruins. As they touched down, Wu Xian gasped at the overwhelming size of the crowd. I can't believe there are this many people. The competition will be a bloodbath. Suddenly, all eyes turned toward them. Look, it's the Dragon Tamer from the Ye family. He actually dared to show his face. Mocking whispers spread. He's just cannon fodder. Does he think killing 2 rank D families makes him a god? He really is just a delusional frog at the bottom of a well. I heard the Ning family sent him that teleportation stone, specifically to bury him inside the secret realm. Ignore them, Wu Xian whispered. A level 65 reaching this place is enough to make them burn with jealousy. Lu Fan remained cold and unfazed. It's fine. I've realized that I'm quite used to being the center of attention. She pointed into the crowd. Over half the people here are transformation class users. Look there. That's Yuan Jinggang, level 110. A giant ape warrior from a rank C Western family. He's a monster who transforms into a colossal ape in battle. Wu Xian gestured toward another figure. And then there's that one. That's Qing Feng, level 110, a crane mage from the rank C Western elite. He hails from the Li family. His combat form is the legendary Divine Crane. Aside from the Nings, those two are your deadliest rivals. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed from the heavens. Lu Fan watched as the new arrivals descended. It's Luo Lixio and Ning Chang, someone shouted in awe. Ni Yang and Lixio landed with an oppressive aura. Her eyes narrowed in pure irritation the moment she spotted them. Lu Fan's group braced for a confrontation. Suddenly, a pillar of light erupted. Look, the secret realm is opening. The western desert sinkhole, Wu Xian cried out. The divine ruins are finally revealing themselves. Yuan Jinggang's eyes blazed with hunger. I've waited a lifetime for this day. Lu Fan drew his artifact. The teleportation stone is ready. A system notification flashed. The Divine Ruins secret realm has opened. Divine Ruins teleportation stone, legendary quality. Consumption item. Teleports the user directly to the secret realm's entrance. Lu Fan smirked at his rivals. You lot better be careful. Everyone inside is just another loser I've already beaten. He glanced at the ring on his finger. It's time to move. Wu Xian pointed at a streak of light in the sky. Lu Fan, look, someone else is coming. The new arrival landed with world-shaking pressure. Lixiu remarked. The true masters always know how to make an entrance. The women in the crowd were instantly captivated. Who is that? How can a man be that handsome? He's breathtaking. I'd gladly accept defeat at his hands. The man stealing the entire spotlight was Murong Sheng. The men stood frozen in shock. That's Murong Sheng, level 119. A scion of the rank B Murong family. Why is a rank B family scion here? Wu Xian wondered. Who does he think he is, showing off like that? Just another competitor, Lu Fan noted. You don't recognize him? She shook her head. I've never seen him before. I know every rank C family capable of entering this place. Is he a hidden recruit? Lu Fan's gaze sharpened. This man was leagues stronger than Ning Chang. Qing Feng sneered. Typical rank D ignorance. You seriously don't know who Murong Sheng is. He's preparing for his 5th job advancement. He is the rightful heir to the rank B Murong family. Wu Xian was stunned. Murong Sheng? You have to be joking. Why would a rank B powerhouse come to rob a rank C realm? Lixio laughed. The Ye family's intelligence is truly pathetic. Lord Murong is here for the divine fluid to power his advancement. With him here, no one else stands a chance. Qing Feng interjected. He isn't a transformation user. Under the realm's laws, my Li family might still have an opening. Murong Sheng isn't a transformation user? Lu Fan thought, his mind racing. Lixio bowed deeply. Please forgive these commoners for their rudeness, Lord Murong. Rank C families are full of such brutes. Only my Luo family knows. True class. Murong Sheng vanished into the portal. Lixio sighed. I didn't even get to make an impression. Everyone is inside. It's time for us to enter the divine ruins. Seeing her look of distress, Lixio called out. Wu Xian apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know a rank B would show up. Be extremely careful in there. Lu Fan's eyes crinkled into a confident smile. It's all right. I won't be the one losing. You should leave before other families target you. She knew her place. I understand. With my strength, supporting the Ye family is a heavy burden. But trust me, it won't be long. I'll reach level 100 and elevate the Ye family to B rank status. Lu Fan takes her hand. It's a promise. Wu Xian shyly agrees. A promise it is. She vows to be his shield and waits for his triumphant return. Lu Fan vanishes into the light of the secret realm. Shuang'er watches him go, while Li Shu urges her to enter. She coldly brushes him off. Get lost. You're annoying. Let's move. Stepping inside, the teleportation stone crumbles to dust. There is no turning back now. Lu Fan accelerates. In the Divine Ruins, it's either absolute victory or a desperate crawl for survival. The Divine Ruins are officially open. 13 warriors have entered the fray. Each participant must memorize the rules. Attention, the trial begins now. The ultimate prize is the Divine Liquid. Once the Key of Divinity is used, the realm will close. Participants remaining, 13 of 13. Shards remaining, 26 of 39. Keys, 0 of 1. Each key requires 13 shards. Everyone starts with 1 shard, while 26 more are hidden throughout the realm. The first to gather 13 shards completes the key. The final reward will then be revealed. Lu Fan acquires his first shard. Interesting, he muses. 12 more to go. He can scavenge for them or simply rip them from the hands of his enemies. Warning. Once the key is forged, the holder's location is broadcast to everyone. Without true power, having the key is just an invitation for others to hunt you down. I'm ready. Bring it on. The countdown echoes through the gateway. 3 seconds to impact. 3, 2. A blinding pillar of light descends upon Lu Fan. 1. It's time. The brilliance intensifies, forcing Lu Fan to shield his eyes. He lands in a dense mountain range. This rugged terrain is a nightmare for those who can't fly. Lu Fan scans the heights. Non-flyers are in for a rough time here. A voice sneers from behind. Talk about luck. Dropped right next to a brat from a D-rank family. It's Tianlang, a level 105 Beastmaster. He's hungry for an easy kill and a quick shard. Lu Fan smirks. Lucky? You're absolutely right about that. But unfortunately for you, you're the one who walked into a slaughterhouse. Tianlang scoffs. I'm a veteran here. Miasma erupts as he activates the Purgatory Lord armor. The Purgatory Lord, a shape-shifting relic that adapts to any combat form. It grants the wearer the raw power of a level 100 juggernaut. So, your blade is actually part of your armor, Lu Fan notes, unfazed. I thought you had some special weapon skill. A veteran participant. How amusing. Tianlang lunges with a punch packing 12,000 points of raw strength. Strength surges from 105 to 110, but Lu Fan catches the massive fist with one hand. Tianlang freezes in horror. Lu Fan yawns. Is everyone in this realm as pathetic as you? Impossible! Tianlang screams internally. He's only level 65. How can he stop my full power? Lu Fan's grip tightens. Thanks for delivering your shard right to my doorstep. Tianlang realizes he's hit a wall. One counterpunch sends him screaming through the air. The impact is devastating. He's blasted across the mountain range like a broken doll. He gasps. I'm still alive? Suddenly, chains wrap around his leg. I saved you for a reason. System alert. The sickle hook chain has snared the target. Tianlang is dragged back, his legendary armor shattered like glass. Is his strength really over 100,000? He's a monster on the same level as Ning Chang. Lu Fan yanks the chain tight. Listen up, Flea. You have exactly 2 choices. Option 1. Since you've been here before, you're going to be my guide. Hand over the fragment and lead the way. Or, I'll simply let you experience a free fall into the void. My gear is trashed, and these wounds make flight impossible. One slip into this bottomless abyss, and I'm finished. As the chains slacken, Tianlong screams in terror. No, have mercy. I'll give you the fragment and guide you. Lu Fan stops, satisfied with his compliance. He hauls the chains back, dragging Tianlong safely onto solid ground. You know the price of desertion, don't you? Lu Fan's voice is cold as ice. Trembling, he bows. I wouldn't dare. Please, take this fragment as a sign of my loyalty. Thank you for sparing my life. I'll be your perfect guide. Lu Fan eyes him. Are you that certain? You explored this place before. How much do you really know? I know where the treasure chests and guardians are. In this divine ruins realm, those Yang treasures are the key to everything, he explains eagerly. They hold key fragments and rare items, but the 3 legendary artifacts are what truly control this realm's fate. First is the Secret Realm Amulet. It's a consumable that grants an automatic resurrection if you die inside these ruins. Second is the Silent Stone Seal, which deploys a powerful suppression domain. Everyone within that zone becomes unable to cast any skills. It forces a brutal close-quarters struggle, though a second use can dispel the field immediately. The third and deadliest is the God-hunting heavy crossbow. It's unlike anything else in this world. Only one exists. It's the ultimate weapon, capable of insta-killing anyone with less than 2 million durability. Most scavenge for fragments, never realizing the God-hunting crossbow is the real prize for survival. Lu Fan considers this. It's new information, but can he really trust a man pleading for his life? Still, the man knows the treasure locations. If it leads to fragments, it's worth the risk. Taking the fragment, he nods. Tianlong, was it? Start walking. Tianlong beams. Right away. Young master, trust me, young master Lu. I'll help you claim the divine fluid. They set off through treacherous, monster-infested paths. Naturally, the guardian beasts are no match for Lu Fan's power. It seems Tianlong was telling the truth. Lu Fan uncovers the first artifact. The Divine Ruins Amulet shimmers with a legendary, golden light. It's a consumable item tied to the Divine Ruins realm. If the holder dies, it automatically restores 100% health. Outside the ruins, however, it vanishes instantly. Despite the find, Lu Fan stays alert. Tianlong's strange behavior keeps his hand near his blade. They trek deeper into the pine forest. Tianlong is suspicious, but his utility as a guide buys him time. Lu Fan is certain the man is hiding something big. Tianlong, meanwhile, continues his sycophantic praise. Young Master Lu, your strength is breathtaking. Choosing to follow you was the best decision of my life. Cut the chatter, Lu Fan snaps. I haven't seen any fragments yet, let alone that god-hunting crossbow. Do you still doubt me? Every word I say is the gospel truth. There are many treasures here. We must move faster than the others to secure the fragments and the crossbow. As Lu Fan opens the next chest, a brilliant radiance erupts. Tianlong gasps in excitement. You're incredibly lucky, young master. The second artifact is ours. The god-hunting crossbow must be close. Item info. Silent Stone Seal. Quality. Legendary. This consumable item generates a massive suppression domain within a 5-kilometer radius. Within this field, all skills are sealed. Using the seal again is the only way to deactivate the effect. Just like the amulet, this powerful tool will disappear once the user exits the Divine Ruins. Suddenly, another golden glow catches Lu Fan's eye. There's more? A mysterious scroll floats toward him. He catches it mid-air. It's a weapon breakthrough scroll, designed for legendary armaments. Legendary quality. This consumable can evolve a legendary weapon, though the success rate is only 25%. Success will ascend the weapon to a whole new level of power. A rare scroll, Tianlong fawns. Most masters can't even reach 20% success. You truly are heaven-blessed. Lu Fan contemplates his options. Both his sword and bow are legendary tier. He's been relying on Godbone armor, but upgrading the Serpent Lead won't hurt. After all, failure costs nothing. Upon activation, notifications confirm enchantment and weapon breakthrough. He cheers in triumph the evolution is a success. The system reveals, Submerged Dragon Breaker. Legendary quality with no level requirement. Enchantment applied. Level limits removed. Quality ascended. Strength doubles to 1,182, plus 315 from enchantment. Agility leaps to 1,512, plus 213 enchantment. Sub-weapon attributes boosted by 30%. Special effect. Dark Snake arrows become Dragon Cry arrows. These magic bolts are infinite, requiring no physical ammunition. Basic attacks now ignore defense, dealing 45% bonus true damage based on your total agility and strength. Charging for 3 seconds unleashes the Dragon Cry, magnifying damage by 500%. Lu Fan analyzes the data. The weapon's base attributes are now hidden, completely replaced by this overwhelming new power. A 30% attribute boost makes his God Kingdom armor invincible. Dragon Cry arrows now carry massive armor penetration. These elite families would never dream a weapon could rival the legendary Godslayer heavy crossbow. A sharp chime rings, filling him with anticipation. The treasure map system. Could it finally be that? Lu Fan taps the chest icon. A message appears, "Congratulations, your latest treasure map has been distributed." He realizes it's the long-lost God Snatcher map. Meanwhile, Tianlang stealthily reaches for a wooden chest behind him. He swiped an item from the crate, quickly tucking it behind his back to hide his theft. "Young Master Lu, it's late. Should we camp?" Lu Fan dismisses him. "No rest. We collect fragments tonight." Tianlang is stunned. "No sleep?" The map points toward the Divine Ruins, a level 100 danger zone. Lu Fan commands, "Stop wasting time. Tell me where the Whitebone Lake is in this realm." He reports, "I know the place, but it's a 2-day trek. You've already progressed faster than anyone. Usually, it takes weeks to find a winner in the Divine Ruins. There's really no need to rush." Lu Fan won't wait. They're moving now. He leads the way, leaving his companion with a stern warning. "If you spot any chests on the path, tell me immediately." Tianlang scrambles to keep up, gasping, "Young Master Lu, wait." 2 days later, they finally arrive at the mysterious designated coordinates. Along the way, Lu Fan reflects. Since the ancient god battle, he's hoarded 3 god-tier treasure maps. Even the Black Rat, a veteran realm hunter, didn't know these locations. He must claim this treasure now. Tianlang can't fly, forcing a long hike. But his sharp eyes were useful during the journey. He helped locate dozens of chests, securing 5 more fragments. "Young Master Lu, we've finally arrived." Before them lies the Bone Lake of the Divine Ruins. It's an exact match for the treasure map. Lu Fan orders, "I'll handle the rest alone. Stay here. If you try to run, you know the price." The man collapses in exhaustion. "Understood. I can't fly, and you'd catch me in seconds. I'm staying. I can barely stand, let alone run." As Lu Fan nears the water, the system confirms the treasure's location. Suddenly, he freezes. Strange sounds of combat echo from the mist just ahead of him. A violent clash is erupting. "You stupid ape, die already. Someone shut that beast up and finish it." Data flashes. Bone Lake Giant Crocodile, level 120. Skill, Fatal Bite. The beast lunges, snapping its jaws 30 times. Each hit deals 10% damage and inflicts bleed. Death roll. When the crocodile strikes a bleeding target, it triggers its most lethal and devastating maneuver. Each rotation shreds 20% of the target's HP, while constantly refreshing the deadly bleed debuff. Ironclad defense. The beast's scales harden, boosting defense by 100% for 1 full minute. Every incoming attack extends this buff. Qingfeng shouts, "The Ye family's Dragon Tamer is here. End this." He is currently in his crane form, acting as a level 110 crane mage. Beside him is a level 110 Great Ape Warrior. "I'll tank the croc. You two stop him. Weren't you the one who wanted to cooperate with us? Eliminate that Ye brat, and our alliance is sealed." Liang Cheng, the level 65 Black Mage, agrees. "So, they want my head as a peace offering?" Lu Fan thinks. He's clearly crashed their party. He's dealt with Qingfeng and Yuan Jinggang before. But this Black Mage is an unknown variable. Liang Cheng gathers his dark mana. At level 65, a summoner is usually fodder. Bone reconstruction. System notification. The reconstructed remains are channeling the raw power of dark magic. These bones reanimate under the caster's absolute control. Higher mental stats allow for an even greater skeletal army. Qingfeng warns his ally, "Big Gorilla. Look, I knew that Dark Mage was hiding a trump card." Jin Gang snorts, "So what? If he tries any tricks, I'll crush him." Meanwhile, Lu Fan realizes the truth. For a moment, he thought a divine realm creature had been summoned. It's just simple bone mastery. No wonder he needed allies. Liang Cheng sneers, "Brat, witness power beyond any mere summoner." He commands the skeletal tide to charge. Lu Fan's eyes light up with sudden interest. "Let's see how pathetic your allies really are." In the Divine Ruins, Liang Cheng feels a sudden, chilling dread. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Fan's gaze turns sharp and murderous. The skeletons are blasted apart instantly. Liang Cheng screams as Lu Fan's fist pierces straight through his chest. System alert. Godbone Descent. This legendary skill activates through the Godbone Gauntlet. Once unleashed, the Godbone Gauntlet grants the user a massive 300% attribute boost. Liang Cheng coughs up black blood as the others watch in horror. Even the sleeping Tianlang feels the earth tremble. Lu Fan declares coldly, "Alliances are useless. In the end, I am the only one who will stand victorious." Blood sprays from Liang Cheng as he collapses. Dust clouds billow as his lifeless body hits the dirt. Jin Gang is frozen. Is he really dead? Qingfeng immediately takes flight. "This kid is a monster. Retreat now." Speechless and trembling, they flee. As a beast closes in, Jin Gang curses his absolute rotten luck. Lu Fan tracks Qing Feng's escape path. Thinking of running, he launches his lethal chain scythe. System: Chain Scythe Gauntlet. The hook pierces the target, dragging them back to the user's feet. He hurls the blade toward his next target. And you? Don't think you're getting away either. Qing Feng is yanked violently from the sky. Jin Gang watches in disbelief as his ally crashes down beside him. Qing Feng panics, his voice trembling. It's over, big gorilla. Run for your life while you still can. Lu Fan closes the distance instantly. Jin Gang reverts to human form, clutching his leg in pure agony. Stop. Have mercy. We promise not to run anymore. Lu Fan replies, mercy is earned. Surrender your shards and fight for me. Tianlang rushes to the scene. Master Lu, what happened? The two captives glare at Tianlang with pure contempt. Tianlang, where is your pride as a prince? Tianlang snaps back. Who are you to judge me? Look at yourselves. Do you still not understand the sheer gap in our power? He isn't level 65, he's at least level 119. Lu Fan scoffs. Levels don't tell the whole story. Qing Feng asks, if we hand over the shards and help you win, you'll spare our lives? Jin Gang points frantically toward the shadows. Look out, something is coming. A massive crocodile lunges from the depths. System: Fatal Rend triggered. The beast strikes 30 times with bleeding effects. Jin Gang screams that Hu Cheng's giant crocodile has arrived. Of course, as the representative of the Ye family, my word is my bond. The crocodile is torn in half instantly. System: Fatal Rend interrupted by Godbone descent. The Godbone gauntlet remains active, providing a devastating 300% stat multiplier. Jin Gang turns pale with shock. Beside him, Qing Feng is paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Tianlang gloats. I warned you, didn't I? Lu Fan mutters. Almost forgot about this overgrown beast. Since you were hunting it, where's the treasure chest it was guarding? They realize Lu Fan killed a beast they struggled with in one punch. Was he just playing with them before? Jin Gang kowtows instantly. It's in the lake! Master Lu, please forgive our pathetic ignorance. Tianlang is shocked to see the fierce warrior submit so quickly. He looks at Qing Feng. Lu Fan asks, and what about you? Qing Feng quickly offers his shard. I understand perfectly. Master, Li Chengfeng's shard now belongs to you. Take my shard too. We will serve you just like Tianlang to win this trial. You hold 3 fragments, a wise choice. Had you joined the Ning family, you'd be fish food like that crocodile by now. System: Second fragment of the Divine Envoy's key acquired. Divine Ruins Realm. Fragment 7 of 13. Keys 0 of 1. Lu Fan frowns. Wait, where did Tianlang disappear to? A chilling laugh echoes as Tianlang emerges from the shadows. He levels a heavy crossbow at them. Calling you young master was a farce. Did you truly think I'd submit to you? Item analysis. Legendary Godslayer heavy crossbow. Remaining bolts, 3. Passive. Within the Divine Ruins, each bolt instantly kills any target with durability under 2 million. Warning. This weapon vanishes outside the realm. Tianlang sneers. Shocked, aren't you? I knew about the divine artifacts all along. I was just using you to clear out the beasts for me. Notification. Godslayer heavy crossbow fully loaded. With 2 bolts left, he doesn't hide his arrogance. Luck favors me. From now on, I rule this realm. The others tremble in fear. Between that guardian beast and the Godslayer, this is a nightmare. If they had only arrived sooner. Yet Lu Fan remains unfazed. I knew you'd betray me. I thought you might join the Ning family, but I was wrong. You're just a pure idiot. Do you honestly believe a crossbow makes you the master of this realm? I have more than enough power to crush you. Tianlang roars with pride. Dragon Tamer, you're far too conceited. Did you think I followed you without a backup plan? Thon Fong pales. He only had 3 bolts. Why is he so confident? Is Kim Chong backing him? Realized it yet? Tianlang tosses 5 fragments. I gathered these from the very chests you opened. Every treasure chest contained hidden components for the Godslayer weapon. I've planned this moment from the start. Notification. Godslayer heavy crossbow final assembly complete. Remaining bolts, increased from 2 to 61. Thunfong panics, even a stray shot now means certain death. With 60 bolts, the pressure is suffocating. Lu Fan finally understands the traitor's strange behavior. While he checked the maps, Tianlang was looting the components. The crossbow is aimed straight at his heart. I lied about many things, but not this weapon's power. 2 million durability, and your history. Nothing can stop this. A bolt erupts with overwhelming force. Lu Fan blurs, narrowly dodging the strike. Thunfeng trembles. No one should have survived that. Yet Lu Fan stands calm. Tianlang, you've made a fatal mistake. Unfazed, the traitor readjusts his aim. Just die already. Notifications flash as he fires. Godslayer remaining bolts, 58. A lowborn brat will never look down on me. Lu Fam dances through the lethal rain of bolts. A bolt grazes his armor, turning the metal red hot. An explosion rocks the area, sending flames spiraling high. Kim Kang grunts in pain. Thunfong, we have to run. Lu Fam can't survive this. He's wounded. No one can withstand this firepower. Tianlong laughs, pulling the trigger relentlessly. I have all the bolts I need. Another glowing shot screams through the air as he gloats. The God Slayer lives up to its legend. Lu Fam, you'll be nothing but ash. With this divine weapon, even a powerhouse like Mu Rongsheng wouldn't stand a chance. Tianlong lands, turning his murderous gaze toward the others. As for you two, you've outlived your usefulness. Thunfong, you knew about the chest components too, didn't you? That makes you a liability. They desperately plead. Brother Wang, Tianlong, please just calm down. He points the cold steel at them. Let's see if your corpses are hiding any extra bolts. I only followed him out of fear. I never truly served him. They cry out in terror. We can help you fight the Ning and Murong families. Please, have mercy on us. Suddenly, Lu Fam's icy voice cuts through. You hasn't even killed me yet. Why switch targets so soon? I told you before. You are a complete and utter idiot. Give yourself 100 more bolts. You still won't scratch me. System. Divine Aura detected channeling dual God core energy. As the Radiant and Shadow Ninja armors resonate, a divine aura surges forth, evolving the Radiant gear into a higher state. Tianlong gasps in shock. You're still alive? You dared to damage my armor now. You'll pay for that grudge with your life. The system notification flashes. Radiant Ninja armor now grants 1% health regeneration per second. Standard attacks now deal additional holy damage, scaled directly by the user's spirit attribute. Tianlong levels his heavy crossbow, sneering. Pure luck. No one survives the god-hunting crossbow. This bolt will be your end. Just as the arrow is about to pierce Lu Fan, he snatches it out of thin air, stopping it inches from his face. This impossible feat shatters Tianlong's sanity. What? The two onlookers stand frozen, their minds completely blown. Lu Fan mocks him. Is this all? You were my guide for days. Did you really think my durability was below 2 million? Item info appears. The Star Space Dragon Taming Halo harnesses the primordial power of the Star Space Dragon bloodline. With the Star Space Halo active, every 10 seconds grants a massive 100% boost to all elemental attributes. Note that unused stack effects will not carry over to the next cycle. Tianlong still can't believe his eyes. With his bare hands? Impossible. Lu Fan reminds him. In this dungeon, I am the one who dictates the rules, not your crossbow. He summons a new weapon, the Divine Bone Descent, which can only be activated when the Divine Bone Gauntlets are equipped. Once deployed, the Divine Bone Gauntlets provide a massive 300% attribute boost without taking up an equipment slot. Lu Fan adds coldly, only I receive the update notifications. Star Space Dragon Halo. Activate. It's over. Tianlong stares blankly as an icy bolt screams toward him. My luck is truly cursed. A massive explosion erupts, leaving only a deep crater and a single dropped item. Lu Fan walks over and picks it up. He flips through a journal found on Tianlong's remains. It seems the man found more than just the god-hunting crossbow in the Sun Treasure. Lu Fan suddenly stops at a specific page. The entry reads, May 20th, year 211. Scouting the far north frontier as usual. On the endless white tundra, there was only bone-chilling frost and wind until I encountered a dragon from the legends. This massive beast appeared from nowhere, and with a single breath, it wiped out all life in the vicinity. It turned this wasteland into a forbidden zone where no human can tread. Lu Fan is stunned that this journal records a dragon's location. Based on the description, the magic used is identical to the Ice Dragon King's wrath. It must be an ice dragon. If I can track down the ice dragon mentioned in these records and tame it, my overall power level would skyrocket to an entirely different dimension. After this dungeon, I'll take a trip back to the far north. Lu Fan then descends to face the two survivors. He summons his chains, the Ninja King's sickle. In its Dragon King armor state, it enters the mantle form. The armor can fire high-speed grappling hooks at a designated target with lethal precision. They deal piercing damage and instantly drag the victim directly in front of the user. Chains coil tightly around Jin Gang's neck, and Qing Feng cannot escape either. Lu Fan asks coldly, Any last words? Qing Feng tries to bargain. We'll give you all our key fragments and supplies. Just spare us. A corpse has no value to you, right? He continues desperately. Lu Fan, today I, Jin Gang, admit defeat. Kill me or spare me, it's your choice. But if you let me live, the Jin family will owe you a debt. I'll follow you through hell and high water without hesitation. Lu Fan remains unimpressed. Do you really think those pathetic offers are enough to move me? Qing Feng counters. Taking our lives is easy for someone of your caliber. But if you show mercy, We might be far more useful to you alive than rotting in the dirt. Lu Fan grows interested and asks for their terms. Regardless of your reasons, if we survive, we will obey your every command. When the crossbow is handed to Qing Feng, Jin Gang is baffled. He's giving this back to us? Isn't he afraid of a betrayal? Qing Feng snaps back. Do you think he's like you, thinking only with your muscles? The fact that he dares to give us the god-hunting crossbow only proves he holds a power far more terrifying. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Jin Gang sighs. Fine, I get it. No need to nag. When will this suffocating wait end? What is that guy even doing in the middle of the lake? Qing Feng concludes. Whatever it is, he's certainly not worried about us. Meanwhile, Lu Fan opens a golden treasure chest at the map's coordinates. Notifications flood in. Obtain the Dragon Slayer's Legacy and the Golden Dragon King's Greaves. Activating the 4-piece Golden Dragon King set. All attributes increased by level, multiplied by 50. Also obtained 1 follower contract skill book. Acquired level removal scroll X1. Obtained weapon breakthrough scroll X1. He sighs in disappointment. No dragon egg again. But these common rewards drop every single time. The item info appears. Level removal, epic quality. A consumable that completely erases the level requirements of any target or gear. He notices that tucked within the scroll is yet another hidden map. Enchantment. Weapon breakthrough. Legendary plus quality. This legendary consumable evolves high-tier weapons. With a 25% success rate, the weapon will transcend into something far more powerful. Lu Fan realizes he can finally evolve his main blade, the flowing fire Starfall sword. Without a second thought, he decides to risk it all. The blade in his hand erupts with a devastating aura. The system alerts. Obtained Radiant Essence, X1. Lu Fan is stunned. His blade has transformed into an invisible sword, allowing him to strike with total unpredictability. Seeing a book hovering nearby, he exclaims in surprise, Follower Covenant. A rare skill book for the Tamer class. Upon use, it forces the target to become your loyal servant. The duration of the contract is determined by the total stat difference between the caster and the target. The greater the gap, the longer they remain bound. Lu Fan claims it, planning to turn both beasts and hunters into his pawns. This skill is absolutely broken. He wonders just how effective it will be in a real fight. Lu Fan returns to the group. Qing Feng immediately senses the shift and asks if they are ready to depart. He makes an offer. Before we leave, I will grant you both a buff to make you invincible. Do you accept? Jin Gang is shocked. What kind of buff is that powerful? Lu Fan's lips curl into a smirk as they both agree. The brutal slaughter begins. After clearing the field, Jin Gang grumbles in frustration. That damn Lu Fan, treating me like a servant. Once my leg heals, I will settle the score with him in a real duel. Qing Feng sighs at his companion's ignorance. Even if your leg heals, he could still crush you like an insect. Save your energy and focus on surviving. Lu Fan asks, Servant, why so harsh? This is a strategic alliance, far more reliable than the fragile pacts of the Black Mages. Look at yourselves. Since the contract, your value belongs to me. In just a few days, I have reached level 70. Only one key fragment remains. Jin Gang scoffs. Of course there are benefits, but you took them all. Lu Fan critiques them. Your efficiency is lacking. Qing Feng killed 7, so why did you only manage 5? He nearly snaps. I am a melee fighter. If you think it is so easy, do it yourself. Lu Fan turns to Qing Feng. And you, why hunt weaklings? Not a single one over level 100. Is your ability really that poor? He explains it was just bad luck. Lu Fan realizes high-level beasts are simply rare in this sector. Fine then. I will summon a level 120 boss for you both to save you the trouble of searching. Jin Gang refuses instantly. No thanks. We will find our own. I will prove my level is higher. Qing Feng politely declines as well. Do not worry about us. We will handle it ourselves. He agrees. Suit yourself. I just hate seeing people struggle. Lu Fan opens a chest, hoping for the final fragment. As he spots the key inside, he beams with joy. Luck is finally on his side. Nothing can stop him now. Acquired Divine Pond Key Fragment X1 from the Divine Ruins. The set is complete. 13 out of 13. Lu Fan exhales in relief. The Divine Pond Key can finally be forged. Suddenly, the earth trembles. A massive shockwave hits from the distance, making Jin Gang scream, "What is happening?" A pillar of light pierces the sky. A teleportation is underway. Lu Fan tenses up. Someone else has synthesized a key first. He mutters to himself, I must find the Divine Pond before they do. Lu Fan commands, go toward the northeast pillar. I will investigate the closest one. He vanishes instantly. Stay in touch and report any unusual movement. The two obey his command immediately. 2 hours later at the desolate valley, a stranger is already there. He sneers at Lu Fan. Where did this brat come from? This place is off limits. Scram, or I will cut you down where you stand. He reveals the weapon. The divine pawn key is in his hand. The man is stunned. The key? You have some luck, kid, finishing the key. But now, it belongs to me. The stranger transforms into a beast. Lu Fan hurls the key toward the magic seal, shattering it instantly. The man lunges forward in a frenzy. Leave that key! Lu Fan sighs deeply, realizing the divine pool is nowhere to be found in this area. Now, Lu Fan turns his gaze toward the troublemaker. Caught in the judgment claws, the Golden Dragon King's talons erupt into each subsequent dual claw strike deals massive bonus damage, converting 20% of durability into raw, destructive power. Turning his back with total indifference, Lu Fan arrives at his true destination, the Samsara Lake within the divine ruins. As his feet touch the water, Lu Fan is stunned to find the surface solid. He recalls Qingfeng's cryptic warning about this place. This secret realm hides unique zones, like the Shadow Forest, where all skills are forbidden by an ancient seal. Then there's the Samsara Lake, where the dead continuously respawn at the bottom. Only death itself can trigger the lake's mystical flow. An intrigued smirk plays on his lips. Drawing his key, Lu Fan knows there isn't a single second to lose. Suddenly, brilliant embers flare up behind him. A violent blast of fire strikes, sending Lu Fan flying backward from the impact. Niyang emerges, her eyes burning with hatred. I finally found you, Lu Fan, he groans of all people. It had to be her. Niyang screams, today, your blood will be the ultimate sacrifice for my brother's soul in the heavens. She unleashes her ultimate fire skill, Burning Feather Dance. Hundreds of razor-sharp feathers ignite into divine flames, launching from her wings. These lethal feathers track their target relentlessly, triggering a chain of devastating explosions upon impact. Raging infernos erupt from her body, turning the entire surroundings into a suffocating sea of blistering heat and flames. Yet Lu Fan remains unfazed. Is this all the heat you can manage? This cold remark sends Ning Shuang into a murderous frenzy. Die, you bastard! She compresses the immortal fire into her wings, unleashing two massive, intersecting crescent slashes with terrifying speed. This strike possesses lethal piercing power, capable of obliterating everything within its massive radius of destruction. Lu Fan draws his ominous scythe, instantly transforming into a blur as he charges directly toward his vengeful foe. Dodging with supernatural grace, Lu Fan cuts through the heat like an arrow. His icy aura surges, tearing her flames to shreds. Niyang retreats in panic. Seeing his blade descending for a killing blow, she lets out a desperate scream for help. Suddenly, a massive web, the Luo captivity net, descends. It tightens around Lu Fan, but he immediately recognizes this sinister technique. Poison silk! Luo Lixio's voice echoes from the shadows. I've got you now! A monstrous, jointed leg slams into the earth. This is Luo Lixio, the level 100 Prajna demon god from a prestigious West Territory clan. Clutching her bleeding arm, Niyang gasps. To think he achieved such monstrous strength all on his own. After a moment of dark contemplation, she stands tall. No. I will be the one to end his life personally. Lixio stops her, noting that killing in the Samsara Lake is futile. Fine, she snarls. Drag him outside. I want him dead permanently. Lu Fan remains calm. Such a perfect place. Why would I ever want to leave? In one motion, he shreds the web. Lu Fan lunges, seizing Niyang by her throat, as a panicked Lixio prepares to strike. Younger, watch out! Lixio fires the heaven-covering poison silk, unleashing a swarm of webs laced with deadly neurotoxins. The webs engulf everything in range, instantly slashing the target's movement speed by 70%. My toxin erodes the victim's life force over time. It's a natural poison status, bypassing direct defense mechanisms entirely. Flames erupt around her as a pillar of fire towers before Lixio. Lu Fan walks out unscathed. Trying to burn me alive? You're not even warm enough to be a heater. Suddenly, Lu Fan's blade flashes, slicing through Ning Shuang's neck. Lixio screams in horror. A sudden whirlpool forms beneath the surface as her lifeless body plunges into the dark depths of the lake. Lu Fan sees right through her plan. She's using the lake to reconstruct her physical form. A fascinating law of nature. Indeed, Lixio breathes a sigh of relief. Without this lake, the Ning family would have his head. Suddenly, a hand breaches the water's surface. Reborn and vengeful, Ning Shuang surges from the depths, unleashing the blistering crimson sunfire directly at him. By compressing the inferno within her, her flames intensify by 300%, dealing 200% pure, unmitigated damage. The burning effect is amplified, inflicting agonizing damage over time while slashing the target's recovery by 50%. Despite her power, another crushing blow from Lu Fan strikes home. Lixio watches in disbelief. She can't even withstand a single strike. Niyang is sent crashing back into the lake, her body erupting in a violent, desperate aura of fire once more. With another ruthless swing, she falls unconscious into the water. Lu Fan smirks. I admire your persistence, just like a moth to a flame. However, I'm truly curious. How many deaths will it take before your spirit finally shatters into pieces? Unable to witness any more of this brutality, Lixu roars, "That's enough!" He thrusts his palm forward, launching the heaven-covering poison silk, a web saturated with lethal, nerve-paralyzing toxins. The massive web snares the target, slowing their movement by 70%. Spider toxins begin eroding their life force. It's not a direct strike, but a relentless, natural poison that eats them alive. Lu Fan suddenly remembers. He almost forgot there was still someone left. The razor-sharp scythe tears straight through the man's body. The chain scythe launches at high speed, piercing the target and dragging them helplessly toward the user in a heartbeat. Luo Lipu's face turns ghostly pale. Cleaved in two, his broken body plunges into the dark lake below. Lu Fan lets out a cold, mocking smirk as bubbles begin to churn on the water's surface. The two of them emerge, gasping for air. From above, Lu Fan sneers. "No need to thank me. I'm just standing here so you don't waste energy trying to escape." Furious, Ning Shuang barks back at the insult. Lu Fan isn't finished. She is struck again. The hidden blade ignores 45% of her defense, dealing devastating piercing damage to everyone in range. While wounded, the source of the attack gains a staggering 99% boost to their power. He reminds them coldly, this is only the beginning. Li Pu cannot escape his grim fate. Hooked repeatedly until despair takes over, he finally groans. "Enough! We surrender. We'll do whatever you want, just stop." Flushed with rage, Ning Shuang screams, "You literal devil!" Lu Fan looks disappointed. "I thought you'd last longer, but you've already reached your limit? How boring." She grits her teeth. "What will it take for you to stop?" He replies calmly. "Spare you? Sure, I can do that. Hand over your keys, and I'll allow one of you to leave this place alive." Ning Shuang is stunned. "The key? We don't even have a complete one." Li Pu confesses they only have 6 fragments and were just testing their luck. Lu Fan frowns, realizing he hunted the wrong prey. Li Pu offers the fragments with trembling hands. "Here, take them all. Just please, let us live." In the distance, 2 lights vanish. Lu Fan murmurs to himself, 2 more gone, time is running out. He uses his hooks to hoist both of them into the air. Terrified, Li Pu shouts, "What are you doing?" They hurl insults, calling him a despicable liar. "Are you going back on your word?" Lu Fan retorts, "I keep my promises, but between the two of you, only one can go." He forces them into a cruel choice. Who stays and who goes? Ning Shuang glares at her partner, recalling his earlier vow. "Uncle Ning, I'll follow your lead. Don't worry. I'll ensure Shuang'er's safety throughout this secret realm." Lu Fan's voice turns icy. "If neither of you speaks, I'll just send you both to the afterlife. It's only fair." Sweat pours down Li Pu's face as the pressure mounts. He has to make a life or death decision. "Let me go! I can't die here," Li Pu begs. Ning Shuang's face darkens as she hears his instant betrayal. "So, you've made your choice," Lu Fan notes. Li Pu looks away in shame. "If I die, the Luo family is finished. Shuang'er, I'm sorry. Besides, it's your Ning family that has a grudge with Lu Fan. My Luo family never wanted to be part of this mess. Shuang'er, you understand, right?" She cuts him off. "Enough. Luo Li Pu, the luckiest thing in my life was never marrying you." Lu Fan sneers. "So much for your grand alliance. It's nothing but a scrap of paper. Now, it's time to fulfill my promise." The chains snap open, and Li Pu begins a terrifying freefall. Clinging desperately to a link, he screams, "Lu Fan, you said you wouldn't kill me. You can't break your word." Li Pu points at Ning Shuang, blaming her again. "It's her fault. She's the one who wanted revenge. I was forced to help." She seethes at the coward's words. Lu Fan adds salt to the wound. "This is the man you chose as a fiancé? Your taste is pathetic. You have terrible eyes." Li Pu grinds his teeth, forced to endure every stinging insult. Lu Fan continues, "I promised I wouldn't kill you, but if you fall to your death, that's hardly my fault, is it?" He plummets into the abyss, beyond any hope of rescue. His figure shrinks until it's nothing but a tiny speck. Ning Shuang feels the chains tighten around her waist, dragging her backward as Lu Fan dives down with her. They hit the ground with a bone-jarring impact. Still gripping the chain, Lu Fan turns to her. "Next, it's your turn." Pushed past her breaking point, she snarls, "Lu Fan, I'll make you regret." Flames erupt around her in a desperate blaze. Lu Fan decides to break her spirit once and for all. Before she can resist, a massive magic array slams down upon her. The servant contract. Once activated, it forcibly converts the target into the user's loyal puppet. The duration of the transformation is determined by the caster's stats and the target's distance. The greater the power gap, the longer she remains enslaved. Agony consumes her as her very soul is rewritten. Niyang finally submits, trembling as she asks, "What have you done to me?" The subordinate contract is now active, binding her for the next 3 years. Lu Fan approaches coldly. All you have left is that pathetic glare. Why act tough? No matter what I do, you're powerless to stop me. Ning Chang's face flushes with pure humiliation and rage. You beast! What do you intend to do with me? She shuts her eyes tight, begging for a swift end. Just kill me. Do it now. Lu Fan simply retracts his chains. Relax. I have zero interest in you. He turns to walk away. Stay here and rot in this wasteland. Niyang is stunned. Did he really just abandon her like this? She realizes the terrifying truth. If she returns now, Luo Lixio might have survived that fall. He will surely twist the facts to discard her and save himself. Her father has always blindly trusted the Luo family above all else. No one will believe her side of the story. The entire Ning family will turn against her. She must survive to protect her honor and expose the truth. Midday, at the Shengshu secret realm. Deep within the toxic forest of shadows, Lu Fan finally arrives. He spreads his wings, soaring over a landscape of colossal, venomous mushrooms, emitting deadly spores. He swerves mid-air to dodge a cloud of toxins. Suddenly, tentacles erupt from below to snag his legs. He instantly deploys his grappling hooks. The tentacles are shredded into nothingness. His armor ring blades strike out with lethal, mechanical precision. Within melee range, his attacks ignore 45% of the target's physical defense. While taking damage, his counterattack power surges by 99%. Lu Fan lands just as the Pillar of Light finally appears. He ignored every beast on the way here to save time. Pulling out the key, he eyes the 2 pillars with a 50% success rate. Lu Fan prays for a hit. Shards of energy explode violently across the Shengshu secret realm. The first location is a miss. Only one final chance remains. He glares at the distant pillar. This is it. If this fails, every effort they've made will vanish into thin air. A system alert blares. Subordinate Jin Gang's health is at 10%. Imprisonment status: 7 years. Subordinate Qing Feng is also at 10%. Imprisonment status: 7 years. Lu Fan is shaken to the core. How could their health drop so dangerously low? Imprisoned? Someone must have defeated them. At the Shengshu Plains, Jin Gang throws a desperate punch at the barrier and curses. Damn it, this cage is absolutely unbreakable. Qing Feng slumps down, complaining that Lu Fan is taking too long. Murong Sheng stands before them. He's almost here. Right on cue, Lu Fan lands. Lu Fan frowns at the sight of Murong Sheng. He greets him with cold politeness. I've heard much about your reputation. Dragon Tamer Lu Fan meets Murong Sheng. Level 119, Star Envoy, Grade B Powerhouse. Lu Fan spots the crossbow on the ground. His comrades shout a warning. Murong Sheng's starlight magic is strong enough to withstand even the god-hunting crossbow. Its durability is at least over 2 million. My fists are numb. This guy isn't human. Lu Fan is baffled. With such power, why would he even need the god fluid to reach the 5th transition? Murong Sheng smiles, reading his mind. I know what you're thinking. I haven't officially reached the 5th transition, but I've already met all the requirements. Lu Fan asks, then why fight for the god fluid? He replies, I'm not here for the fluid. I'm here for you. Lu Fan wonders if the Murong family is backing the Ning clan. Murong Sheng gestures for a challenge. Fight me. One match to decide everything. The winner takes the god fluid and your friend's freedom. Lu Fan hesitates. I need a better reason than that to draw my weapon. He scoffs. Defeat me, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. The Starsea domain activates. A cosmic field swallows the entire battlefield. Inside, enemy movement speed drops by 50%. Attack power is slashed by half as starlight begins to erode their very essence. Murong Sheng can now manipulate starlight to launch devastating omnidirectional attacks at will. He gains the Star Shield state, converting 60% of damage into energy, while reflecting 40% back at the attacker. Lu Fan is stunned. Is this the true power of a star dragon? Murong Sheng unleashes Meteor Fall, summoning a barrage of stars. Each falling star deals 180% magic damage upon impact. As the meteors rain down, Lu Fan brandishes his signature armor ring scythe. Murong Sheng gestures in the air, manifesting a star fortress. Multiple rotating shields instantly surround his body. Each star shield can automatically deflect and negate one direct frontal attack. Even if shattered, a shield regenerates perfectly after just 1 second. Lu Fan is truly impressed by this defense. He activates his armor ring's hidden ability, unleashing a burst of God-speed strikes to shatter the cosmic barrier. Within melee range, he unleashes a piercing strike that ignores 45% of the target's defense. Damage surges by 99% as Murong Sheng mocks Lu Fan's supposedly low-tier talent. Utilizing countless astral barriers, Murong Sheng taunts his opponent, asking if this pathetic level of power is truly all he has. Lu Fan counters firmly, stating his starlight is eternal, and his body remains unyielding. In this domain, Murong Sheng is simply outmatched. Carefully analyzing every clash, Lu Fan notices a pattern. His enemy's first instinct is always to retreat and widen the gap. It's clear that Murongsheng needs time to condense his starlight. If that's the case, Lu Fan must stick to him like a shadow and never let him breathe. He activates God Bone Armament. The Dragon King's remains morph into dual wrist protectors, a specialized gear that transforms Lu Fan's very essence. This equipment allows the wearer to inherit the legendary attributes and combat stances of the primordial Dragon King himself. Murongsheng looks on with amusement, mocking the external armor. But Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He instantly deploys his hook sickles. Two blades whistle through the air toward his foe. With a gaze sharp enough to kill, Lu Fan charges headfirst at Murongsheng. Murongsheng's eyes widen in shock. He's too fast. A fist wreathed in overwhelming power is already flying toward his face. Lu Fan strikes. But is the enemy really shattered so easily? Murongsheng realizes too late that his starlight condensation can't keep pace. The system flares, a God Bone strike. This specialized move can only be executed while the God Bone gauntlets are fully equipped. Once unleashed, these gauntlets bypass standard equipment slots and boost all attributes by 300%. Murongsheng screams in agony as the blow connects. As Lu Fan concludes his assault, a massive cloud of dust veils the battlefield. He stays alert, wondering if the struggle is truly over. Jin Kang asks in disbelief, "Is Murongsheng actually dead?" Suddenly, Murongsheng's hand emerges from the void, clapping mockingly at the performance. The trio turns toward the sound. Murongsheng offers cold praise, admitting he has never encountered anyone as formidable as Lu Fan. If not for the Rebirth Stone, that last strike would have been fatal. The system identifies the item, a legendary treasure from the Divine Ruins. This consumable item triggers upon death within the ruins, granting the user an immediate resurrection at the site of their demise before vanishing forever. Fanfong realizes the trick too late. Murongsheng smiles dangerously, confirming that Lu Fan is indeed the person he's been searching for. He invites Lu Fan to a true battle. Lu Fan senses the power of the starry sky dragon, realizing the Murong family hides deep draconic secrets. Murongsheng warns that the previous exchange was merely a warm-up. From here on out, things won't be so easy. Lu Fan matches his intensity, vowing to grant his opponent the fight he craves as he prepares his next move. Without a moment's delay, Lu Fan lunges forward with a raised fist, but the moment his foot touches the ground, a brilliant light erupts. System information flashes across the vision. Stellar Corridor. The user designates a zone to instantly deploy a spatial transport field made of pure starlight, affecting anyone who steps inside. Allies, enemies, or neutral parties are all forcibly warped to a preset coordinate determined by the user's strategic will. Lu Fan gasps in surprise. Murongsheng speaks calmly, revealing he knows the lethal power of those gauntlets and won't let Lu Fan get close again. Murongsheng crosses his hands, weaving a complex circular seal of light that vibrates with immense magical energy. Meteor Storm. He summons a torrential rain of dense falling stars to annihilate the area, each meteor dealing 180% magic damage. Lu Fan quickly retrieves his sickles, slinging the heavy chains over his shoulder with practiced ease. He hurls them forward, shattering the incoming meteors. He realizes that since weapons are restricted here, he must rely on his trump card. Lu Fan erupts with the devastating wrath of the Ice Dragon King. This aura explodes with absolute zero cold, dealing massive damage while inflicting severe slows, freezing effects, and skill silences. The damage and range scale with the duration of the freeze as frost begins to encase Murongsheng's lower body. Murongsheng is paralyzed with shock. He's witnessing true dragon language magic. Lu Fan exhales, asking if the arrogant noble can still dodge now. Surprisingly, Murongsheng seems unfazed by the biting cold. He scoffs that these mere ice shards aren't enough to imprison him. Suddenly, the system notification repeats. Stellar Corridor. The user designates a zone to instantly deploy a spatial transport field made of pure starlight, affecting any target. Any being within range, friend, foe, or neutral, is forcibly teleported to the user's backup coordinates in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan throws his hook sickle again. Has Murongsheng walked right into another trap? The chain wraps tightly around Murongsheng's waist. Stunned, he wonders when he was caught as the chain yanks him downward. Lu Fan's fist is already waiting. One devastating punch connects, and half of Murongsheng's physical form seemingly vanishes into thin air. System alert. Stellar Spirit Form. The caster ignites their starlight origin, allowing their body to fluctuate between a physical and energy state. While transformed into this starlight entity, the user gains a unique defensive property against standard physical strikes. Physical attacks are converted into starlight damage, and all damage dealt to targets is amplified by a staggering 100%. In his starlight form, standard physical strikes pass right through him, yet he remains vulnerable to the sting of external magic. Just as Lu Fan grows frustrated by his evasiveness, Murongsheng reappears like a ghost right behind him. Condensing his power into a sphere, He unleashes the star-shattering beam, a concentrated laser blast packed with unfathomable energy. This strike ignores all defenses and cannot be blocked, its devastating power scaling directly with the user's level. Lu Fan recognizes the Starry Sky Dragon's signature technique as a miniature galaxy of blinding light surges toward him. Refusing to back down, Lu Fan charges directly into the fray, his fist closing in on Mu Rongsheng once again. Mu Rongsheng flips backward to evade, but Lu Fan's hooks shoot out from the shadows, relentlessly hunting their target. The thrill of battle peaks as Lu Fan relies on raw strength, both warriors trading a torrential rain of blows. Data flashes as a starry citadel barrier instantly manifests around the user, fortifying their position in a heartbeat. Each stellar orb within the barrier can automatically deflect a single direct assault, providing a near impenetrable frontal defense. Destroyed orbs regenerate in a mere second, while sharp armor blades snap forward to retaliate against any intruder. In close quarters, these blades deal piercing damage that shreds 45% of the target's defensive capabilities. Under pressure, damage against the source increases by 99% until a massive energy collision forces them apart. Deep within the plains of the Divine Ruins, a heavy pressure suddenly rolls toward Thanfang's position. Mu Rongsheng gazes in shock at his own fading form. Was that punch truly enough to end this? Lu Fan unleashes his trump card, the Descent of the Divine Bone, sending shockwaves of residual energy rippling through the air. As Mu Rongsheng's body dissolves into light, even his eyes begin to vanish. Yet laughter echoes from behind Lu Fan. He gestures toward the Pillar of Light, conceding defeat and handing over the rights to the Divine Pond. Lu Fan demands answers, but Mu Rongsheng insists that some secrets are too dangerous to speak of in this place. He promises a full explanation once they exit the ruins, even as a mysterious dark mist begins to swirl. Lu Fan turns the key in the lock, and the system announces the grand opening of the Divine Ruins Pond. Glistening shards drift through the air as Lu Fan discovers the legendary divine liquid bubbling from the spring eye. This legendary consumable grants a permanent 50% boost to all current attributes, though its magic works only once. Reaching into his pack, Lu Fan pulls out an empty vial. Luckily, he's always prepared for a rare find like this. He carefully dips the bottle into the spring, collecting the glowing essence of the gods. A 50% boost is utterly broken. Having secured 160 units, he finally understands why the elite families fought so desperately for it. The ruins begin to tremble as the exit warning flashes. Only 10 seconds remain before the teleportation sequence initiates. With a final call to his allies, they vanish, reappearing at the exit where a crowd of subordinates awaits. "Young master, you've returned." The servants scramble to clear a path, allowing the exhausted survivors to catch their breath. Lu Fan announces he's ready to dissolve their servant contracts, leaving the duo in a state of pure shock. "Is this a joke? Are you actually serious?" They stare at him, unable to believe their sudden stroke of luck. Nearby, Li Tu struggles to face Ning Shuang, while the others frantically question their subordinates. "Anyone who knows purification, get over here and break this contract immediately," they shout in desperation. Lu Fan watches the spectacle, sensing a betrayal drama unfolding. This is turning out to be quite the show. Li Tu awkwardly approaches the girl, but she shuts him down with a cold, venomous scram. Fire blazes from Ning Shuang's orange hair as she shoots a final, piercing glare toward Lu Fan. She flies off to escape the chaos, leaving Li Tu trailing behind. Lu Fan just scoffs at the pathetic display. "What are you waiting for? Go after her." Lu Fan sighs, thinking about how truly pathetic the man had become. Mu Rongsheng approaches, formally inviting Lu Fan to visit the prestigious Mu Rong estate. Lu Fan declines for now, needing to check in with the Ye family first, suggesting Mu Rongsheng tag along. Mu Rongsheng agrees, and as they prepare to depart, Lu Fan calls out to his former servants. Just as they celebrate their freedom, Lu Fan's voice chills them to the bone, mocking their apparent fondness for him. They jump in terror, wondering what the monster wants with them this time. "Relax," Lu Fan says, tossing them 2 vials. Their terror instantly turns to pure, unadulterated excitement. It's the legendary divine liquid. A single drop will permanently boost their entire power grid by 50%. Lu Fan smiled. "We're partners now, so here is your rightful share." The two stared in shock before bowing deeply. "Lu Fan, you're a true friend, no longer enemies, but brothers. We shall never forget this massive favor," Jin Gang vowed, his voice full of respect. "The Yuan family doors are always open to you," Qing Feng added. "Come drink with us soon. Until next time." Mu Rongsheng watched with admiration. Brother Lu has a grand spirit, turning foes into allies effortlessly. "They meant no harm," Lu Fan replied calmly. "Now, it is time for us to depart." By dusk, they reached the Ye residence. Wu Xian's eyes sparkled as she rushed to hug Lu Fan, waving at Mu Rongsheng. They gathered in the lounge over steaming tea. Lu Fan listened intently to the legend before speaking. "So, 400 million years ago, Your Mu Rong family encountered a starry sky giant dragon. Mu Rongsheng nodded. Back then, they were a lowly D-tier clan until they discovered a starry sky map. Using it, they summoned a creature of legend, an ancient, battered, starry sky giant dragon. The dragon sought sanctuary from the stars, while the family craved power to rise in the hierarchy. A pact was sealed. The dragon would reside within the clan, becoming their ultimate celestial guardian. Generation after generation, the family's elite inherited its cosmic power as starry sky envoys. They ascended from C-tier to a prestigious B-tier family, but that ancient glory is now fading. The dragon is dying, he sighed heavily. And I am the very last starry sky envoy. The Mu Rong ancestor grew desperate, searching every corner of the world for a way to save their protector. A prophecy revealed that only the champion of the divine ruins could save the level 120 ancestor. And the only one who can save the dragon is you, Lu Fan. Steam swirled from the tea between them. Mu Rongsheng's voice trembled. If the dragon falls, our entire legacy dies with it. We will lose our B-tier status and everything we've built. He turned toward Lady Wu Xian. You know how brutal the family hierarchy is. Without Brother Lu, the Mu Rong clan faces total extinction. Lu Fan sighed. It's not a matter of choice, Mu Rong. I simply don't know how to help. As a Dragon Tamer, this legend fascinates me, but I have no clues on how to heal it. Mu Rongsheng's heart sank as the gravity of the situation set in. My father said the ancestor saw your arrival, but not the specific method to extend its life. But please, come to our estate. Perhaps a face-to-face meeting will reveal a miracle. Lu Fan looked at his hands, then nodded, accepting the heavy responsibility. I'll go, but I can't promise a miracle. Mu Rongsheng beamed. That is all we ask. If you save the starry sky giant dragon, you will be the eternal benefactor of our clan. Upon success, the Mu Rong family will be at your absolute command forever. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lu Fan warned. Give me 2 days, then we set out. Wu Xian tilted her head curiously. 2 days? Brother Lu, do you have other plans? I need to settle my affairs and say my goodbyes first. Please, host Master Mu Rong until then. Mu Rongsheng bowed. I am deeply grateful for your hospitality, Lady Ye. Noon arrived at the Shadow City, standing tall and imposing before the ancient ruins. From Tianfu Island, people stared at the massive battery of cannons. Simply magnificent, someone shouted. Unbelievable, 3 girls whispered in awe. This place was a pile of rubble just days ago. Wu Xian smiled, realizing Lu Fan's delay was to witness this incredible cinematic transformation. Exactly like the blueprints, Lu Fan remarked. Morozo's engineering crew truly works wonders. Don't forget to invite Andreas for dinner, she reminded him. He misses your aunt's cooking. Of course, Lu Fan chuckles. That meal is exactly why we became such fast friends. Shadow Fortress is nearly complete. The automated monocrystal cannon lines will be ready within a month. Excuse me, everyone, a voice called out from the gates. Do you have a moment? I'd love to show you the interior of the fortress. Lu Fan grinned. Lead the way. Hurry up, I can barely contain my excitement, Morozo exclaimed with a wide grin. Please, everyone, follow me inside. He took the lead, ushering them forward. This central corridor links the command center to every other functional wing. If you envision any additional designs, just say the word. Welcome to the leisure zone. From the library to the bar and cinema, everything is fully stocked for your absolute comfort. Xiaoman sank into a chair, beaming with joy. It's perfect. This is my room now, her friend teased. Tao Zi, don't be so greedy. Morozo gestured toward a sleek, modern space. Behold, the heart of the home, the kitchen and dining area. Master Andreas noted Miss Hankei's passion for culinary arts, Morozo explained. I poured my soul into this kitchen. Hankei smiled. I'm eager to test it. Lu Fan nodded decisively. I'll order the finest ingredients immediately. I've truly missed my aunt's legendary home-cooked meals. Morozo continued the tour, guiding them deeper into the private quarters of the palace. Here are the sleeping quarters. They're a blank canvas for your personal touch, Morozo noted. 10 rooms in total, each with a private bath. Even your guests will find luxury here, Mr. Lu Fan. The girls felt a wave of warmth. This was the perfect place to stay close to him. He swung open a heavy door. Beyond the lounge lay the breathtaking gardens of the Tancheng Palace, stretching out in emerald beauty. Lu Fan stood speechless at the sight. I've completely reimagined these grounds, Morozo explained, with a sense of pride. The hot springs are ready for a soak, and I've even opened a path to the pristine coastal beach. However, these gates seal once the city activates. Lu Fan grinned. This is exactly the sanctuary I needed for some rest. I'm diving in first. Xiaoman squealed in excitement. Qinchu sighed. Taozi is always so restless and in a hurry. The air is so crisp, Wu Xian lamented. Too bad I didn't bring a bikini along. Xiaoman nodded. I should have known to prepare. Have no fear, Morozo chimed in smoothly. Check the wardrobes in your private changing rooms within the lounge. I've provided a selection of swimwear and fresh clothes for everyone. Their eyes widened in shock. Wait, you even thought of that? He looked toward Chinchu with a confident gaze. The fit will be absolute perfection. As a master territory designer, my eyes are as precise as any measuring tape. She flushed deep red. After thanking Morozo, they gathered in the lounge to unwind. Laughter echoed through the halls as they relaxed. Ha! Another victory for me. Chinchu apologized for her earlier outburst. Morozo waved it off. Nonsense. I was the one who spoke without thinking. They gathered in the dining hall to feast. Wu Xian couldn't stop praising Han Kei's incredible and refined culinary skills. This is heavenly. Even Morozo stared in shock as Xiao Man devoured her plate with mountain-like speed. Lu Fan just chuckled. You'll get used to her appetite. Soon, they realized Morozo's clothing choices were indeed a flawless fit. Lu Fan shook his head in disbelief. Seriously, how did that old man get the measurements so right? They lounged in the steaming water. Is the temperature all right? It's perfect. Sister Han, come join us. Lu Fan watched, holding a mysterious vial. This divine fluid only works once. But what if I infuse it into the Fuguang Enhanced Hot Springs? Divine fluid. Quality. Legendary. A consumable that boosts all attributes by 50% after use. The effect only triggers once. Chin Chiu, step back for a second, Lu Fan called out. I'm going to test this liquid. She watched him intently. Are you pouring that directly into the Fuguang Spring? Lu Fan nodded firmly. If I only get one shot at this, I'm going all in. Perhaps I can push the enhancement beyond a 50% upgrade. As the fluid merged with the water, a notification chimed. A 1% increase. It was actually working. By stacking the fluid with the Fuguang Spring, the potency would skyrocket. The system window updated. Fuguang Hot Spring. Divine Tempered Fuguang Spring. Quality. Legendary Plus. Effect. Dramatically enhanced by divine fluid immersion. All current attributes will increase by 31%. Warning. This effect only applies to the initial use. Lu Fan glanced at his stash. 157 bottles remaining. The final result would be absolutely legendary. What's he tinkering with now? Xiao Man whispered. Chin Chiu hushed her. Let him focus. Something big is happening. Lu Fan finally exhaled, the task complete. Wu Xian gasped. Wait, are you actually stacking the divine fluid's potency? Exactly, he replied. The returns diminished slightly, but the hot spring now grants an 80% attribute boost. Her voice trembled. Doesn't that make it even more powerful than using the fluid alone? System alert. Divine Tempered Fuguang Hot Spring. Quality, Legendary Plus. Imbued with the essence of stacked divine fluid. All attributes will increase between 30 to 80%. This effect applies only to the first immersion. Xiaoman stepped into the water and shared her experience. I can feel it. My strength is surging. Even the Shadow Blade's resonance confirmed it. This surpassed the original spring entirely. Hurry up and dive in. This is the Plus's version of the Radiant Spring. You can soak in this luxury for as long as you like. What was once a rare, limited, divine fluid is now available in abundance, and its healing potency is even more powerful than before. Next, Lu Fan headed to the Mu Rong Manor, as promised to meet the Star Void giant dragon. 2 days later, Mu Rongsheng noticed Lady Ye seemed uneasy and asked Lu Fan about her. You can bring her along, Mu Rongsheng offered. The Mu Rong family will certainly welcome her with the utmost hospitality. Lu Fan explained that she was focused on breaking through to a Grade C household. Since the mission to save the Star Void dragon was still shrouded in mystery, he didn't want to involve her in the danger. Deep down, he remained vigilant. Although Mu Rongsheng seemed like a decent man, Lu Fan knew nothing about the Mu Rong clan and had to stay on guard. If everything Mu Rongsheng said was a lie, bringing his companion would be like leading her straight into a death trap. Mu Rongsheng called out, Brother Lu, we're almost there. They came to a halt before the towering Red Peak mountain range. A defensive domain? Lu Fan muttered. Mu Rongsheng reassured him. Exactly. Don't worry. That mist is just a security check. It won't harm you. Follow me. He gestured toward a vast expanse. This is my home. Lu Fan froze as the landscape below revealed the magnificent western region, Mu Rong Manor. Mu Rongsheng bowed politely, welcoming him to their ancestral grounds. The place was grander than Lu Fan imagined, resembling a small, fortified city. As they landed, Sheng introduced him. Allow me to introduce my father. He pointed toward a man of immense presence, Mu Rong Bai, head of the Mu Rong clan. He was a level 115 star Envoy 4, ruling over a Grade B household. Father, I have brought Brother Lu. The patriarch's face lit up with joy. Splendid, truly wonderful. Mr. Lu Fan, I have waited a long time for this moment. I feared we were running out of time. Lu Fan looked around, curious about the crowd gathered nearby. Mr. Mu Rong, Why are there so many people? The patriarch sighed. They are all members of our clan. Ever since my son sent word that he found you, everyone has been waiting in anxious hope. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Is he really the savior from the prophecy? Can a youngster like him actually do it? The great ancestor wasn't specific back then. Do we really have a chance? Did the young master find the right person? I heard he's a legendary dragon tamer. If anyone can handle a dragon, perhaps it's him. Mu Rongsheng patted Lu Fan's shoulder. The atmosphere is getting quite grim. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll have them dismissed. Lu Fan remained calm. No need. Take me to the Star Void giant dragon, Li. Mu Rongbai shouted. Men, open the Star Void seed. He led the way into a hidden cavern within the Red Peak Mountains, the resting place of the Star Void giant dragon. Unless it is a matter of life and death, the Mu Rong family never disturbs the great dragon. This is our absolute forbidden zone. Mu Rongbai bowed deeply toward a flickering soul remnant. Great ancestors, my son and I have brought the man of destiny to see you. Lu Fan gasped inwardly. Before him lay the legendary guardian of the Mu Rong clan. It was the Star Void ancestor, level 120. A Star Envoy 5 Li Dragon, the pillar of this Grade B Western household. High above, Lu Fan noticed another figure lost in a deep slumber. Mu Rongbai explained. The one sleeping in the sky is the human Mu Rong ancestor. He sacrificed nearly all of his life force and spirit to perform a prophecy. A divination that guided me to find you. After completing the ritual, he fell into a terminal coma. We placed him beside the great dragon, but we have no idea when or if he will ever wake up. The Star Void giant dragon is also an ancestor to us. We call it the Star Void Patriarch. It has been dormant for years, but lately, its breath has grown faint. Its very body is beginning to turn into starlight and fade away. Father and son bowed their heads in unison. Mr. Lu, we beg of you, please save it. The Star Void ancestor is the very foundation of the Mu Rong family. We are willing to try anything. We place our fate in your hands. Brother, Lu, please. At least try. You are our last hope. Lu Fan let out a long breath and nodded. I will do my absolute best. If this doesn't work, we'll have to find another way. The patriarch's eyes filled with relief. Thank you so much. Is there anything you need from us? We will provide whatever is necessary. Lu Fan shook his head. Not for now. He summoned Xiao Fei to attempt a healing ritual. The two Mu Rong men watched breathlessly, whispering, a dragon's prosperity can last for centuries. Mr. Lu has so many dragons, there must be a way. Even in the God ruins, where summoning was blocked, he was invincible. The ancestor's prophecy must be true. Rows of system notifications began to flood Lu Fan's vision. The life vein skill activated, surging with emerald light and jade blessings toward the target. The stacking effects doubled and then quadrupled, while the source of life attempted to trigger a continuous regeneration cycle. Under the Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects were doubled for fellow dragon kin. But then, the alerts turned red. Source of life, nullified. Life vein, ineffective. Xiao Fei looked visibly distressed. Lu Fan reached out to support her. It didn't work? I know you tried your hardest, Lu Fan whispered. Mu Rongbai's face turned pale with despair. It failed? How can this be? Even a dragon's healing power can't save it? Mu Rongsheng slumped in despair. Could the divination our ancestors sacrificed everything for truly be a lie? A mocking voice echoed through the chamber. Giving up already? And here I was, waiting for you to beg for my help. Lu Fan turned toward the surging aura as a hand emerged from a dark vortex, accompanied by that familiar, arrogant tone. Shimo, the abyssal demon dragon king, finally manifested. This was a crisis far beyond any human's comprehension. Mu Rongbai roared in fury. You dare trespass into the Mu Rong forbidden grounds? Guards, seize her at once. Mu Rongsheng froze in shock. Was this a human or a beast capable of such high-level spatial teleportation? The ground trembled violently, paralyzing Mu Rongbai. His body refused to move under the sheer weight of her presence. Mu Rongsheng trembled as the truth hit him. Her power, it's far beyond ours. She isn't human, she's a dragon. She sneered at their weakness, but Lu Fan stepped in. Relax, she's with me. She might be the only one who can save the starry sky giant dragon. Shimo scanned the dying beast with cold eyes. This dragon is a walking corpse. It has a year at most, perhaps only 3 months. However, I do have a way to save it. The Mu Rong duo gasped, their voices trembling with hope. Is that true? Please, tell us. If you can save our starry sky ancestor, the Mu Rong family will grant any wish you desire. Lu Fan watched silently, sensing Shimo's hidden agenda. She smirked. Even if I only save it so I can devour it myself later? The patriarch recoiled in horror, but Shimo burst into laughter. Relax, I'm just messing with you mortals. I have no appetite for a withered old lizard. Besides, I've already tasted starry sky dragons before. they've lost their appeal. Lu Fan's expression hardened as the tension rose. Stop playing around. Do you actually have a solution or not? Shimo placed a hand on the dragon's scales. Birth, aging, and death are absolute laws even for legendary beings like us. The starlight flickered. Its starry sky energy was hemorrhaging into the void, vanishing into the cold darkness. That very energy is the fundamental source keeping its soul tethered to this world. The fix is simple. Have another starry sky dragon replenish its lost essence. The father and son's faces fell instantly. We've tried gathering the scattered energy for years, they lamented. Nothing we did could stop the decay. Lu Fan stepped forward, his eyes resolute. If that's the only way, then let me try. Mu Rongsheng was stunned. Lu Fan questioned her sternly. Will this truly wake him? She nodded. As long as you pump in enough starry sky energy, but keep in mind, this isn't a permanent cure for its fading life force. One infusion grants 5 years. Even with repeated attempts, you can only delay the inevitable for 30 years total. Lu Fan turned to the patriarch. Mu Rong, the choice is yours. Mu Rongbai hesitated, his heart heavy with conflict. He had hoped for a miracle to fully restore the great dragon. A temporary extension felt like a cruel mercy. Mu Rongsheng spoke up with newfound determination. Brother Lu, proceed. If it can wake our ancestor, I will take that chance. Father, perfection is a myth. With Lu Fan's help, we must act now. No more hesitation. The patriarch finally nodded. I understand. Mr. Lu, we place our ancestors' fate in your hands. Lu Fan commanded. Everyone, step back. Astral manifested in a burst of light. Lu Fan barked the order. Form change. Prepare 17 million heavenly star world destruction. The system hummed as the skill initiated, summoning a massive, dense star core above the ritual chamber. The core gathered massive energy through fusion, rapidly escalating in power. A single misstep could trigger a catastrophic explosion. Mu Rongbai stood back, awestruck. A real starry sky dragon. Its presence is even more overwhelming than the ancestor. Its power eclipsed even their ancestor's prime. He realized the prophecy was right, he just lacked the vision to see it. With Lu Fan commanding such a legendary beast, the impossible was finally within their reach. Lu Fan focused intently. Astral, maintain the core, keep accumulating energy, but do not let it detonate. Radiant energy surged from Astral's claws. The 17 million heavenly star world destruction was fully charged and ready. Now, transfer the core's essence into the giant dragon. Astral obeyed, funneling the raw power forward. The Mu Rongs watched, breathless. A torrent of blue celestial flames enveloped the dying dragon's massive frame. Lu Fan waited as the atmosphere vibrated with power. Slowly, the starry sky ancestor's ancient eyes flickered open. My strength, it's returning. What is this sensation? The duo cheered wildly. He's awake. He's actually awake. Great ancestor. You have slumbered for far too long. The Mu Rong family welcomes your return. The dragon rumbled. This familiar power. It belongs to my kin. Thank you for sharing your life force with me. Then, the ancestor's gaze landed on the girl, and his voice trembled. Shimo? The abyssal demon dragon king? Why are you here? Rest easy, Starsky ancestor. We are not alone, Mu Rongsheng declared. Our savior, the Dragon Tamer Lu Fan, is the only one with the power to truly save you. Mu Rongbai stepped forward, his voice heavy with conviction. The Mu Rong family swears an oath to you, Mr. Lu. We shall be your blade and shield, never to betray your trust. Ancestor, now that you have returned to us, please acknowledge this pact. We must assist Mr. Lu and his allies with everything we have. The old dragon gazed at them, his voice trembling. Since he asks, I have one selfish plea. I wish to walk this world in a new life. Please, allow this old soul to be reborn. The father and son gasped in shock. Reincarnation? Is such a miracle actually possible? If you had this way, ancestor, why keep it hidden until now? I did not mean to deceive you. The Starsky ancestor sighed. I hid this secret to protect the Mu Rong lineage, even as I clung to the hope of survival. The requirements are grueling, he emphasized. But seeing the Starsky and Emerald Dragons by Mr. Lu's side, I knew then that destiny had finally arrived. Lu Fan's mind raced as he processed the revelation. To trigger a dragon's rebirth, the combined essence of an Emerald and Starsky dragon was essential. You've certainly caught my attention, Lu Fan remarked. Don't stop now, tell me everything. The Emerald Dragon's domain is a gateway, the ancestor explained. But what you may not realize is that the true dragon realm is a physical world that actually exists. System notification. The dragon realm manifests a legendary sanctuary spanning a 100-meter radius. Effect. All allied dragon-type units and those with shared bloodlines within the domain receive a massive 50% boost to all attributes. Effect. Non-dragon enemies suffer a devastating 50% attribute reduction and are physically bound to the area. Restriction. All forms of teleportation, summoning, or spatial movement into or out of the domain are strictly prohibited. This skill bridges our world to the true realm, the ancestor continued, and the celestial warp of a Starsky dragon is the only force capable of tearing that bridge open. The celestial warp shatters the fabric of space, creating a stable rift that leads directly to the designated target location. This portal remains open for 60 seconds, completely bypassing any magical seals, forbidden curses, or high-level barriers. By piercing through the domain, one can finally set foot upon the soil of the true dragon realm. Lufan interrupted, his eyes wide. Wait, are you saying their combined powers can open a door to an entirely different dimension? But something is wrong. The celestial warp requires a specific target. If her spirit has never seen the true dragon realm, how can she open a rift to it? In her current state, she cannot, the ancestor admitted. However, once a dragon reaches the rank of a dragon king, everything changes. At that level, the celestial warp can shred any spatial layer in existence, including the walls of the dragon realm itself. Once inside, I will surrender my life essence to her. The mother of dragons, the life dragon king, can then gestate my soul and grant me a second chance at life. Lufan's brow furrowed as the weight of the plan hit him. The mother of all dragons. The ancestor confirmed. Suddenly, the demon eater let out a chilling laugh, her eyes glowing a predatory crimson. The life dragon king. How fascinating. Lufan realized the connection. This was just like the blood-stained divine wood. He had to find her to complete his mission. So, she has been hiding within the true dragon realm all this time? Mu Rongsheng's voice shook with hope. A chance for the ancestor to be reborn. Mr. Lu, I beg of you on behalf of my entire clan, please, you must agree. Mu Rongbai knelt. If the Starsky ancestor lives, the Mu Rong family thrives. We will follow you through fire and death, Brother Lu, for generations to come. Please. Lufan looked conflicted. It's not that I'm refusing. I need to find the Life Dragon King myself. But Little Star is only level 64. She is nowhere near the Dragon King rank, and her warp isn't strong enough to reach that realm yet. The ancestor spoke with calm authority. Do not let that trouble you, young tamer. I shall bestow my remaining life force upon this young Starsky dragon. It will be enough to force one of her skills to evolve to the Dragon King stage. Lufan was stunned. Is that truly possible? Mu Rongbai cried out in worry. But if you give up your power, won't you fall back into a death-like slumber? It is a price I am willing to pay, the ancestor whispered. Mu Rongbai clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. Then the Mu Rong family will guard your body with our lives until Brother Lu returns from the dragon realm. Lufan nodded, his gaze turning sharp. If you're willing to bet everything on me, then let's not waste another second. Little Star, it's time. The young dragon soared into the air, her scales radiating waves of brilliant, cosmic light. A thunderous roar shook the chamber. The ancestor thundered. Disciple of the Starsky clan, your physical form is but a vessel for the cosmos. Feel the galaxy coursing through your veins and accept my legacy. As Little Star absorbed the ancient energy, a system alert flashed. Skill evolved. Celestial Warp Dragon King, rank. The rift now tears through the void for 60 seconds, ignoring every restriction, seal, and secret boundary in existence. Incredible, the ancestor rasped, his eyes fading. Young Starsky Dragon, you have shattered the limits of space. As his body began to collapse, Mu Rongsheng cried out in panic, but the ancestor only whispered his final command. Take my essence, find the mother. She will reward your bravery. Item obtained. Starsky Dragon Core. Quality, legendary. The gateway to the unknown was finally open. This is the Starry Sky Source, a remnant of the giant dragon's consciousness, used to verify the Dragon Core's power. It warns him. Through this source, I can speak, but I will soon fall into a deep slumber. Lufan grips the pulsing essence. A notification confirms, Starry Sky Dragon Source has been successfully acquired. It urges the Dragon Tamer to move quickly. Lufan agrees, while Xiao Fei prepares to enter the Dragon Realm. New quest. Rebirth of the Starry Sky Giant Dragon. It shares a life bond with Murong of the West, whose time is fading. As a legendary Dragon King and offspring of the root of all creation, the giant dragon hopes to return its essence to the mother for a final chance at rebirth. Objective. Obtain the essence, one of one, and return it to the Life Dragon King at the root of all creation. The reward is immense. Starry Sky pets will inherit the raw power of the Starry Sky Giant Dragon. Every skill will ascend to Dragon King rank. Nearby, Shimo watches Lufan with a predatory interest. Before they depart, Murongsheng reports, Brother Lu, the area is clear. No one will be caught in your skills. Then let the hunt begin, Lufan commands. Xiao Fei takes flight as the mission officially starts. Lu Fan remains wary. Shimo once tried to devour the Life Dragon King. What is she plotting in the shadows? Xiao Fei acts. A notification flashes. Dragon Realm deployed, creating a domain 100 meters wide. All allied dragonkin and those with linked bloodlines receive a 50% boost to all stats. Enemies within are weakened by 50%. Movement, teleportation, and summoning are now completely sealed. Murong Sheng gasps in awe. So this is the legendary Dragon Realm? Such terrifying power. Release the Starry Sky Shuttle. Lu Fan orders. Jing Chen manifests, executing the command with perfect precision. System update. The Starry Sky Dragon Wave is evolving into a new form. The Starry Sky Shuttle tears through reality, creating a rift that leads directly to their target. This rift lasts 60 seconds, bypassing all barriers and forbidden arrays. Wait for my signal, Brother Murong. We're counting on you, Brother Lu, Murong replies. Lu Fan leads his team into the void. Jing Chen, follow me. They emerge at Dragonhead Mountain. Lu Fan stares. This world is vast and endless. Standing amidst the peaks of Dragonhead Mountain, Starry Sky speaks with a heavy voice. This is the true world of dragons. We are near the Mother's Life crevice. No time for rest, Lu Fan decides. We press on. But Starry Sky pauses, sensing a chilling void. Something is wrong. This place should be swarming with dragons. Where has everyone gone? Even the weakest dragon here is level 150. Each territory belongs to a different, powerful king. I've been gone too long. I remember 11 dragon kings avoid their forbidden lands at all costs. 11 dragon kings. All above level 150? If Lu Fan could conquer them all, it would be legendary. Starry Sky stops. We are here. Before them stands the colossal gateway to the Life Crevice. Mother resides behind these doors. Lu Fan gazes up at the massive stone gates in silence. Lu Fan lands, frowning at the seal. The door is shut tight. How do we get inside? Starry Sky ascends. Leave it to me. My essence is the key. Once it sinks, the gate will open. A brilliant light erupts from the essence. Notification. The Starry Sky Dragon Source has been consumed. The heavy gates groan as they slowly open. Starry Sky whispers. From here, everything depends on you. Lu Fan clenches his fist. Finally. The Life Dragon King. As the gates vanish, they see the truth inside. Lu Fan's heart sinks. How can this be possible? The life crevice is decaying, eroded and hollow. There isn't a single trace of life force remaining here. This is no place of life, he warns his team. Stay close. We're going deeper into this nightmare. Suddenly, globes of thick, viscous slime hurl toward them. System warnings scream in the air. Skills transform. Galaxy. Emerald Dragon Wave. The Eternal One. Ambush. Prepare for battle. The slime slams into a shimmering barrier. Eternal Guardian. Defense shield has been activated. The shield's power scales with the Eternal One's health and recovery. They are safe, for now. Jing Chen raises a hand, unleashing a blinding starfall. The shadowy attackers are instantly vaporized into nothingness. Starfall cascades from the galaxy's reach, raining starlight down upon the battlefield. This skill persists indefinitely until cancelled, allowing Lu Fan to chain other abilities seamlessly. Lu Fan glares at the encroaching ooze. He erupts with Repel the Weak and unleashes Dragon's killing intent. It deals devastating true damage and knocks back all targets within a fixed radius. Ignoring all defenses, the damage scales with the attribute gap between the user and the victim. The monsters collapse, yet Lu Fan remains wary. To his shock, they begin to stir once more. How is this possible? These unknown corrosive entities refuse to die. Are they spawns of an ancient god? They might not even be living beings. If this becomes a battle of attrition, he's in trouble. Suddenly, a massive wave of slime erupts from ahead. Look out! Dodge it! Lu Fan warns. The trio soars high to evade the grasping ooze. Lu Fan leads the way, seeking a deeper path. He ventures further, his heart sinking. If even the Dragon King's home has fallen into this state, could the Dragon King be dead? Suddenly, Xiao Fei turns back with a terrified scream. The corrosive masses merge into a single entity, relentlessly pursuing them. Lu Fan is stunned. His only choice now is to shake them off. He pushes his speed to the absolute limit. They activate the Shadow Dragon King's aura, swapping their blades for dark energy. Drawing from the Shadow Dragon King's bloodline, Lu Fan gains 300% speed and shadow stealth. His attacks now ignore 55% of the target's defense while cloaked in shadows. He can enter stealth at any time. Even if detected or wounded, his hidden state will not break. He thinks, surely that unknown horror can't keep up with this insane speed, right? But the slime lunges forward. At triple speed, it's still catching up. Is there no way to lose it? A gate of roaring flames appears ahead, radiating intense, blistering heat. In an instant, the portal transforms into an impassable wall of raging fire. Lu Fan braces against the heat. This fire is more terrifying than Xiao Ye's. Even the slime charges in. A shocking notification flashes. Shadow stealth has been forcefully cancelled. As the flames and slime vanish, Lu Fan is left speechless. Something actually destroyed that unknown corrosion. A booming voice echoes. Corrosion cannot be killed. Only temporarily contained. A flame giant dragon emerges. A mere human dares enter the dragon realm with 2 hatchlings? Lu Fan demands, "Who are you?" "I am a Dragon Tamer," he declares. "I bring urgent news for the Dragon King regarding an outland dragon." A notification appears. Starry Dragon Essence. This legendary essence, left by a starry giant dragon, serves as the ultimate proof of identity. The flame dragon pauses. This familiar aura. It truly comes from the life rift. A dragon tamer? I never expected such a forbidden profession to still exist. What exactly happened here? Lu Fan asks. Where is the Dragon King? The flame dragon leads them away. Follow me. This place isn't safe. Leaving the scorching heat behind, Lu Fan follows the dragon through the gate. They enter a hidden cave. This is a pocket dimension built by Mother, the flame dragon reveals. The life rift in the dreamscape has been fully consumed by corrosion. It's no longer habitable. This is our final sanctuary. Lu Fan looks around, seeing nothing but dragon remains. Suddenly, another voice snarls. Stop! Bringing a dragon tamer to Mother? Have you lost your mind? Before them stands the bronze giant dragon, Root of the Wings. Another beast steps forward. Exposing this place is treason. It is the cloud giant dragon. Finally, the strength giant dragon appears, ordering their immediate execution to protect Mother. The flame dragon snaps back. I am no traitor. This man was entrusted by an outland dragon. The cloud dragon sneers. An outland dragon? Do our brothers and sisters still remember us? Lu Fan presents the starry essence, the final legacy of a dying starry dragon. Rebirth is possible. The starry sky colossal dragon believes the spirit dragon king holds the key to its resurrection. The spirit dragon king interjected. To begin a new life, the seed of life is an absolute necessity. I recognize my children's essence within this dragon tamer. From this moment, he is our sworn ally. System alert. The spirit dragon king, origin of all things, 5-star rank. Mission updated. Rebirth of the astral dragon. Objective 1 of 1. Astral essence obtained. Objective 1 of 1. Deliver the essence to the spirit dragon king. Objective 0 of 1. Retrieve the seed of life. Suddenly, the phage demoness's voice echoed, dripping with predatory joy. Finally, I've found you, spirit dragon king. Your greedy desire to hoard power ends here. It all belongs to me. Lu Fan stepped in her path. I told you, I won't let you interfere. Move, she screamed, or I'll devour you along with her. Lu Fan remained cold. Are you prepared to violate our sacred contract? Do not forget, if I perish, you fall with me. The spirit dragon king is vital to the dragon race. If you want mutual destruction, then come try me. The demoness hissed, her murderous intent suppressed by the bond. Little brat, you've become far too cunning for your own good. Lu Fan smirked. I had an excellent teacher. She finally relented. Fine, I won't touch her for now. But once your 2 remaining summons are spent, you can no longer stop me. Lu Fan's expression didn't waver. By then, I will have more than enough power to keep you in check. The crisis was finally averted. A soft whimper pulled him back. Xiao Fei called out in worry, searching her master's eyes. Flame Dragon tilted its head. Dragon Tamer, what happened to you? I'm fine, he reassured them. Just exhausted. I lost focus for a moment. Twin-headed dragon turned. Mother, why have you awakened? Liu Yun's voice was heavy with concern. Your roots haven't drawn nutrients in ages. Without rest, this secret realm will surely collapse. It is all right, the spirit dragon king replied softly. I must speak with our new companion. Mu Longsu, tell me, how did the dragon of the Li realm live this life? Lu Fan spoke of its legacy, a century of glory serving a great clan. Even at the brink of death, its loyalty to them remained unshaken. Absurd, Bronze Dragon barked. Humans only crave our strength. Look at how you enslave those young dragons. You are the proof. The spirit dragon king silenced him. No. I saw the genuine fear in those hatchlings' eyes when their master faltered. They truly love you, Dragon Tamer. For that reason alone, I choose to believe your words. I will grant you the seed of life, but I need time. Lu Fan frowned. The astral dragon has no time left. What is the delay? Is it because of those unknown corrosors occupying the fissures outside? Silence fell over the king. Flame Dragon answered in her stead. So, you have seen it too. Our life fissure has been corrupted. It is no longer a place where any living thing can survive. Lu Fan was stunned. It is better if you see the truth for yourself, the king whispered. Touch my branch. Lu Fan reached out. Suddenly, his consciousness was pulled into the past, into the spirit dragon king's memories. The sky bled black as corrosive slime rained down. It exploded upon impact, melting the flesh of every dragon in the sky. Their screams were deafening. The king watched helplessly as her children were slaughtered. She looked up to see lightning tearing through the void. Dragons were sucked into the heavens like helpless prey. The black sludge swarmed them instantly, dissolving everything. A green light flared in the king's eyes, and Lu Fan was jerked back to reality. He gasped for air, his heart racing. That wasn't a war, it was a massacre, he choked out. That power in the rift, it felt like an ancient god. You recognize that energy? She asked. Are they awakening outside the dragon realm as well? Lu Fan nodded grimly. We call them ancient gods. They possess the power of absolute annihilation. They seek to erase all life. If not for the Crystal Dragon King's protection, the king revealed, we would be dust. Flame Dragon continued the tragic tale. This entire secret realm is a fortress formed from the Crystal Dragon King's own body. He hid us here, sealing us away from the corruption. Lu Fan realized the truth. The magnificent dragon he saw in the memories had sacrificed its very existence to save them. Mother has no combat power, Flame Dragon explained, but she can drive her roots into the earth to purify it. This realm exists solely because she pumps her own life force into it. But outside, the dragon realm is dying. Now, the situation beyond the gates was far more dire than Lu Fan had imagined. Liu Yun trembled. We have waited for reinforcements, but the corrosion only grows. It is beginning to consume this sanctuary. Twin-headed dragon added the final, crushing blow. Every dragon who left to find help is dead. Not a single soul has ever returned. We must retrieve the nearby bodies immediately, or the corruption will consume their remains. Lu Fan finally understood. So you're trapped here. Qingtong sighed. The Void Dragon failed to mention this. Only 4 healing dragons remain. Mother has no source of energy left to absorb. Her life force is fading, and the secret realm is collapsing. They were powerless against the ancient god's rot. If Lu Fan didn't act now, the Spirit Dragon King would surely perish in this wasteland. He gripped the Dragon Kingdom's Fire Seed Medal, a legendary item that boosts all stats by 25%. He knew the ancient god would soon seize the entire dragon realm. Do you truly trust me? Huoji nodded firmly. Of course we do. But why ask that so suddenly? Lu Fan stepped forward. Then I will be the one to save you from this corruption. Spirit was shocked. You'd take us away? Won't the corruption follow us to the human world? Lu Fan countered. You won't last much longer here anyway. Follow me and live. Lu Fan raised his armored hand. Besides, I've already slain an ancient god before. My nation trusts me to win. System. Dragon King's God Bone, Fallen Mountain Armor, 1-star rank. The 3 dragons recoiled in shock. The aura of a Dragon King resonated from a human. The scent was strange, part dragon, part corruption. Lu Fan explained it was a fusion of both powers. I defeated that ancient god. Now, its power belongs to me. Even if this realm falls, I'll protect you. My island is a safe haven for everyone. Spirit realized the depth of his plan. He had considered everything for their survival. No wonder the hatchling loves you. Huoji asked Mother. Can we really leave with this Dragon Tamer? She looked around. This realm is hollowed by rot. There is nothing left for us here. This is our last chance. We are in your hands, Lu Fan. The young tamer took charge. All right, everyone, prepare to move. He activated the Starry Sky Shuttle, his mana surging. The Starry Sky Dragon transformed, tearing a rift through space to create a massive portal. The spatial crack stabilized. They had exactly 60 seconds before the portal collapsed. It bypassed all barriers and seals. Lu Fan roared. Target locked. The Sovereign's territory. System. Territory portal linked. The Lord can now toggle the gate to his domain at will. Warning. Only 1 territory portal can be active at any given time. Move, now. We only have 60 seconds left. Lu Fan urged the massive dragons through. Meanwhile, on Tianfu Island, Han Ke had prepared a feast of all Lu Fan's favorite dishes. She waited patiently for his return, but suddenly, the very air began to tremble. Spirit stepped out, inhaling deeply. The air is so pure. Thank you, my friend. Lu Fan stood tall. We've arrived. Welcome to my territory. Your new home. Han Ke rushed out, relieved to see him. But she froze at the sight of the beasts. Xiao Fan. Are these your new dragon pets? The dragon's eyes flared with rage. Pets? Insolent human. I'll devour her. Lu Fan quickly intervened. Stop. She's my family, not an enemy. Han Ke's heart nearly stopped. Oh my god. They can actually talk. Lu Fan sighed. Auntie, be careful. These are powerful allies I rescued, not pets. Han Ke chuckled nervously. You sure bring home the most extravagant friends, Xiao Fan. Qing Tong called out to Mother, his voice filled with wonder. The life energy here is overwhelming. Even my battle fatigue is vanishing. Spirit agreed. With this energy, I can condense the seed of life and reincarnate the Void Dragon. She turned to Lu Fan. Dragon Tamer, you brought us to a paradise. Does this mean? Exactly. I want you to stay and help me protect this land. Spirit finally nodded. Until I am fully recovered, we shall serve as the guardians of your territory. Lu Fan knew their stay was temporary. 5 great dragons. A force that could change the world. But what if he revealed a hidden trump card? I entrust this to you. Will you change your mind? The screen flashed. Blood-stained seed of the flying dragon world tree, a legendary item dropped from slaying the devouring demon dragon king. It was the ultimate proof needed to enter the abyss. Delivering this seed to the original master of the world tree, the life dragon king would surely earn her eternal favor. Quest name: Seed of the Flying Dragon World Tree. Progress: deliver the blood-stained seed to the life dragon king. 1 of 1. The life dragon king gasped in shock. What? You actually managed to slay the devouring demon dragon king? The 2 dragons behind her realized the truth. You've completed the hidden trial our mother left behind. This is truly her blood. Lu Fan began his tale. After the legendary Battle of the 3 Dragons, the devouring demon dragon king was mortally wounded. I tracked her down to Dragonfall Valley and seized the chance to strike the final blow. Internally, Lu Fan sighed in relief. He had successfully deceived them. The life dragon king must never discover that the devouring demon dragon king was actually still alive. The system interface updated, delivering the blood-stained seed to the life dragon king status, complete. I had long since abandoned all hope, the life dragon king admitted. I never imagined a mortal could actually end her reign of terror. Dragon Tamer, you have finally brought justice to my children who perished at the World Tree. You didn't just come to save the abyssal dragon. You fulfilled my lifelong vengeance. Tell me, what is it you desire? Huoyan and Qingtong stepped forward. Whatever we can give, it is yours. You removed the thorn from our mother's heart. This reward is rightfully yours. Lu Fan smiled calmly. I ask for nothing more than for all of you to remain here, within my territory. The simplicity of his request left her stunned. You humans are truly fascinating, she remarked, and incredibly clever. After all, Lu Fan replied, I am a dragon tamer. My very soul is meant to be shared with the dragon clan. Most humans only crave a dragon's raw power for themselves. But true strength isn't just about subduing or seizing. By becoming allies and friends, our bond grants me a power far greater than any contract. The Life Dragon King made her choice. After everything you've done, we truly have no reason to refuse you. As she began to take root in the soil, the system chimed. Quest Seed of the Flying Dragon World Tree complete. The Life Dragon King and the Root Dragons had officially joined the territory. She buried her roots deep into the earth to anchor herself, drifting into a profound slumber. Immobile and silent, she entered an auto-absorption state, drawing in massive waves of life force to replenish her reserves. Let us live peacefully together from now on, she whispered before fading. As she slept, Lu Fan beamed with joy. Without even needing a formal contract, he had successfully recruited the Life Dragon King and 4 great dragons. Who could have guessed that the hidden quest Little Faye picked up would reward him with 5 legendary dragons in a single move? Suddenly, a surge of emerald energy washed over him. I'm being healed, Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yun explained. After taking root, Mother sleeps to recover, but she continuously radiates the breath of life. The breath of life is miraculous. It heals wounds, and even grants a steady stream of experience points. Lu Fan's eyes widened. You mean I can level up just by standing near her? Qingtong nodded in confirmation. However, Mother is currently very weak. Over the next month, you'll probably only gain 7 or 8 levels. He was floored. That was still incredible. It was essentially a passive level-up system while doing absolutely nothing. He did the math, lounging on the beach, soaking in hot springs, and gazing at the sea while leveling up. It was a dream come true for any player. The 2-headed dragon chimed in. The growth is a bit slower for class holders like you, but for the monsters on this island, it's much faster. They're all over level 90, aren't they? Mother can easily help them break through to level 100. Even his monster army would become God tier. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yun's voice from the spring. This water is amazing. My stats are rising rapidly. Lu Fan's face darkened as he shouted, What do you think you're doing? Get out of there right now. I thought you hated getting wet? You almost boiled my entire hot spring dry. The dragon grumbled back. And here I thought we were friends. So stingy. Sudden movement stirred behind the Life Dragon King as a glowing fruit sprouted from her branch. It was the Seed of Life, the key to saving the Starry Sky Great Dragon. Seed of Life. Stage 1. Quality. Transcendent. A consumable essence crystallized from the Life Dragon King's own vitality. At this stage, using it could trigger a miraculous rebirth for any dying soul. Lu Fan rushed toward it. He thought it would take longer, but the energy absorption had catalyzed its growth. Qingtong quickly blocked his path. Dragon Tamer, Wait, Mother trusts you, and so do we. But regarding the Seed of Life, we must establish the rules first. Lu Fan stood frozen. Establish rules? Liu Yun explained that the Seed of Life was the very flesh and blood of the Dragon Mother. Only one could be produced each year. Its first stage was its most potent, newly formed state. It granted a second life, a true rebirth. Lu Fan was stunned. There's a second stage? Huo Yan cut in. Indeed. If the seed continued to grow, it would reach the second stage. That is when new brothers and sisters would break their shells and be born. Lu Fan realized the truth. So, all of you were born from these seeds? Liu Yun didn't deny it. Before the dragon domain was corrupted, Mother had 237 children. Now, only 4 remain. The corruption prevented Mother from absorbing energy. No new dragons could be born. Lu Fan finally understood. This seed was essentially a dragon king's egg. He never expected his own territory to produce such a treasure every year. If this just continued, could he one day command an entire legion of giant dragons? Qingtong set a condition. We won't stop you from taking the Seed of Life. However, every 10 years, you must leave one seed behind. It must remain to hatch a new dragon of the abyss. Lu Fan agreed instantly. I understand. I want the dragon clan to flourish as well. I won't harvest them without reason. Qingtong beamed. Very well. Take this one to the abyssal dragon. Lu Fan grasped the seed. System. Seed of Life. Acquired. First stage. Progress. 1 Seed of Life obtained. The Starry Sky Giant Dragon quest could finally be completed. Liu Yun urged him on. Go quickly. Mother's life force is fading. This seed will wither in less than 3 days. Meanwhile, Huo Yan stepped into the spring. This water is incredible. Come taste it. Lu Fan snapped at him. Why are you drinking that? Stick to seawater. Don't touch the spring water. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from behind. A voice challenged Lu Fan. Do you remember me? You stole the Sakura Kingdom's dragon and slaughtered my Yamata no Orochi. No matter where you hide, I will find you. Lu Fan frowned, turning to face the uninvited guest. It was Yin Mazi, a level 119 illusionist and disciple of Heavenly Sound Palace. My master and the 4 great lords are here. You're a dead man. What? Scared? The giant dragons glared at the newcomer in unison. Yin Mozi thought the silence was out of fear. Lu Fan replied flatly, Your skill is trash. You can transmit sound, but you can't even see me. Yin Mazi hissed back. Sound is enough for now. I have no desire to see your pathetic, nauseating face anyway. Lu Fan shrugged. If you're here for revenge, stop wasting my time. Yin Mozi took the bait. Still so arrogant? Fine, let's be blunt. You murdered a godslayer and stole my dragon. My master, Yin Tianzi, is leading the 4 great lords to settle the score. We arrive in 3 days. If you're not a coward, stay put. Of course, you can't hide from us anyway. Lu Fan dismissed him. Is that all? You ran fast last time. This time, bring your master and all your nobles. I'll take them all on. Yin Mozi threatened. My master and the lords are all 5th turn experts. If you want to live, surrender your dragon pets. Lu Fan tightened his fist. Not a chance. You have 3 days, the villain warned, to decide how you want to die. Lu Fan stood tall, fearless. I'll be waiting for you in the Sakura Kingdom. Inside the Heavenly Sound Palace, Yin Mozi roared. He dared to cut me off. Lu Fan, I'll ensure there's nothing left of you to bury. Yin Tianzi approached. Enough. You're a disgrace. The disciple immediately bowed low. Master. Yin Tianzi spoke coldly. He's young and possesses power beyond his years. It's only natural he's arrogant. I've seen many like him. Once our 5th turn warriors stand before him, he'll learn his place. Yin Mozi nodded eagerly. Exactly. Once you and the 4 lords appear, those dragons will be yours, master. The master snorted. Mind your manners before the lords. Do not embarrass me. The primary goal of this journey was to scout the Tai Chi Kingdom. If the Dan family behind them didn't react, they would seize the kingdom in one move. Taking revenge on Lu Fan was merely a convenient side task. Everyone was curious how the dragon pets would be divided. Don't think you're important enough to command me or the lords. Yin Mozi cowered. I understand, master. I truly do. Before vanishing, the master warned, this mission is a secret. Not even the king knows. Keep your mouth shut. As his master left, Yin Mozi smirked with hidden malice. He knew his master's true authority already eclipsed the king himself. Killing Lu Fan to seize his dragon is just the start. Crushing the Tai Chi Kingdom will truly expand our empire. Simply perfect. Nearby, Flame and the 2-headed dragon are whispering. That human sounds like a complete fool. Should we just end him now? I still crave the taste of human flesh, one growls. If your enemies arrive, we might just lend a hand. Flame calls out, Dragon Tamer, take this. We are allies now, and we will appear whenever you call. It is a flame giant dragon scale. This legendary grade item is a testament of absolute trust from the flame giant dragon itself. The bearer is recognized as a blood ally of the Wingroot dragon tribe, granted their protection in times of dire need. Lu Fan is stunned. You'll appear when I'm in trouble? But are you all still planning to leave this place? Next is the Cloud Drifting Dragon Scale, another legendary proof of trust forged in Dragonfire. This mark binds the holder to the Wingroot dragon tribe, ensuring their aid is only a summon away. We must depart to find our kin, the dragon replies. The other dragons are scattered across this vast world. We must unite against the dragon realm's encroaching corruption, Bronze adds. We cannot stay here forever, but we will teleport to your side instantly if summoned. With those words, Lu Fan receives the Bronze Giant Dragon Scale as well. Another legendary grade artifact, signifying an unbreakable bond with the Bronze Giant Dragon. The bearer is officially a brother to the Wingroot dragons. Suddenly, the two-headed dragon rips out one of its own scales. Take it. In 3 days, we return to help. Whether you can handle them or not, I'm eating those fools. The two-headed dragon scale appears a legendary proof of trust from the twin-headed beast. Its possessor is a sworn ally of the Wingroot dragons, entitled to their devastating power upon request. Lu Fan accepts the gifts. Then I shall humbly accept your strength. A flurry of system notifications erupts before him. Items acquired: Flame Giant Dragon Scale, Bronze Giant Dragon Scale, and the Cloud Drifting Dragon Scale. Finally, the two-headed dragon scale is his. Lu Fan is ecstatic. Summoning 4 dragons means he never has to worry about betrayal again. That 3-day death warning is intriguing. But first, I must head to the west to complete the Starry Giant Dragon's trial. The first light of the next morning breaks over the horizon. In the west, Ye Fu Wuxian beams with joy. Incredible. I meant to help the Murong family, but you've returned with a dragon mother and 4 giants. At this rate, your entire territory is going to become a massive dragon hatchery, she teases. Lu Fan remains humble. It is not that simple. These seeds of life will take a long time to hatch into true dragons. By the way, did the Ning or Luo families stir up trouble while I was gone? Wuxian blinks. Right. I almost forgot to tell you about the Nings. She explains that since the Shengshu Ruins incident, Ning Chang has been relentlessly seeking him out. She's like a leech! Lu Fan groans. Didn't the Murong family see her making a scene? Wuxian sighs and shakes her head. You can't blame them for not stepping in. Ning Chang always comes here completely alone. She just looks for you and leaves when she fails. It doesn't feel like a vendetta at all. Even Murong Sheng is in the dark. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes from outside. Lu Fan, show your face right this instant. Speak of the devil, Wuxian sighs. It's Ning Chang again. Outside, the girl screams, I know you're home. Come out now. If you don't show yourself, I'm never leaving. Lu Fan steps out, rubbing his temples. Good grief. Ning Chang, is that really you? Ning Chang is dressed in her finest silks. Don't you dare act like a stranger. You've finally decided to face me. Lu Fan is speechless. Dressed like that for revenge? I'd almost think you were here to marry me. Her expression doesn't waver. That is exactly why I am here. I'm going to marry you. Lu Fan is stunned. Are you insane? Ning Chang points an accusing finger. It is all your fault. I've lost the trust of both the Ning and Luo families. You must take responsibility. Wuxian watches in disbelief. I've seen forced marriages before, but using a death threat to get hitched? That's a first for my doorstep. Don't get the wrong idea, Lu Fan protests. I didn't do anything to her, but Ning Chang shouts, you ruined my life. You can't just walk away. Her ultimatum is chilling. Lu Fan, you have 2 choices. Take responsibility for my future, or kill me right here. Wuxian shakes her head in disappointment. And here I thought you were actually working hard in that secret realm. Clearly, I was wrong. There is absolutely nothing between us. Lu Fan barks. Ning Chang sneers. If I die on your property, how will the Ye family answer to the Ning clan? Get lost! Lu Fan snaps. If you want to die, don't do it at the Ye mansion. Wuxian, however, still looks incredibly skeptical. The proud eldest miss of the Ning family throwing away her dignity for you? Wuxian asks. Do you honestly expect me to believe your innocence? Trapped between a crazy woman and a suspicious friend. Lu Fan decides his best move is to simply avoid the question entirely. This mess is too deep to untangle now, and things are only getting more chaotic. The Murong mission is calling, and duty must come first. Whatever you want, she snaps back. Lu Fan stands before Ning Shuang, then suddenly takes flight, wondering what kind of nightmare he's wandered into. He needs to let her cool off. He'll deal with the drama later. But Ning Shuang isn't letting go, trailing right behind him in the sky. You can't hide from me, Lu Fan. He reaches the Murong mansion at the Red Peak Mountains, where Murong Bai is already waiting. Master Lu Fan, you've finally returned. Tell me, was the journey to the Dragon Realm a success? He confirms the mission is complete. Murongsheng urgently beckons them inside. Quickly, come in. The ancestor has been waiting for your news. But as they reach the inner sanctum, Murong guards block the way. Ning Shuang is an outsider. She doesn't miss a beat, boldly claiming, I'm Lu Fan's wife. I'm going wherever he goes. Lu Fan is caught in the crossfire. Fighting for his life in the Shenshu realm was easier than this. She's definitely not my wife, he clarifies. Murongbai orders the gates shut. Furious, Ning Shuang screams, You think you can just kick me out? Dream on, Lu Fan. With a heavy sigh of exasperation, Lu Fan enters the grand hall to face the great Xing Kong. Murongsheng bows deeply. Ancestor, Master Lu Fan has returned safely with the item you desperately required. Lu Fan presents the treasure. This is it, the seed of life you were looking for. Xing Kong's eyes widen in disbelief. The life force is so faint. It has something happened to Mother. Lu Fan's expression darkens as he reveals the life rift is gone. The news hits Murongbai like a lightning strike. Murongsheng is paralyzed, and Xing Kong gasps, What did you say? He describes the horror. The life rift is now a graveyard, with the Life Dragon King and her survivors trapped in a secret realm. Beyond that realm lie immortal monsters, creatures that refuse to die and constantly regenerate. Great dragons are rotting where they fall. The source of this nightmare, with an ancient god, has awakened. Xing Kong falls into a grim silence. This debt to the ancient god will be paid in blood. At the Murong mansion, Murongsheng worries, can this seed truly grant the ancestor a second life? Xing Kong explains that while the life force is thin, it's enough for a rebirth at 80% power. The rest will take a decade to recover. Murongbai exhales in relief. A second chance at life is all that matters. The rest can wait. Xing Kong swallows the seed of life, and a surge of primordial energy floods through its massive form. A blinding radiance erupts from the ancestor. Power is reborn, and Xing Kong's presence feels more formidable than ever. Dragon Tamer, the dragon speaks. Summon your starry sky dragon immediately. A portal tears open as Lu Fan obeys. Xing Kong approaches him with a gift. This is the reward we promised. The stats appear. Star Essence boosts power by up to 1000%, allowing a 60-second transformation that can tear through space. The Star Shatter technique, condensing the power of a literal star into a single strike. It deals catastrophic AoE damage fueled by 39 million points of power, summoning a core that shatters reality itself. The power scales until the Starry Sky Dragon triggers a world-ending explosion. The scale of destruction is unimaginable. 39 million stars. Lu Fan is stunned by the sheer scale of a Dragon King tier skill. A system notification chimes. Mission complete. The Xing Kong giant dragon's request. The reward grants his dragon pet the full might of the Xing Kong lineage, evolving all skills to the devastating Dragon King rank. Murongsheng watches in awe as Xing Kong makes one final request of his savior. Benefactor, I wish to travel to your lands, to pay my respects to the Life Dragon King, my mother. You're leaving? Lu Fan is surprised, but his mind shifts to the Sakura Empire's invasion of Tianfu Island in 3 days. The Murong family offers their blades, but Lu Fan politely declines. He won't drag them into this war. This battle is his alone. He promises to return Xing Kong safely after the meeting with the Life Dragon King. With the arrangements finalized, the stage is set for the coming storm. Lu Fan studies the adventurer's journal from the Shenshu realm, waiting for his enemies to knock on death's door. Over at Tianfu Island, Xiaoman rushes in, breathless. Lu Fan, huge news, the internet is exploding. The headlines are grim. The 4 pillars of the Sakura Empire have emerged, all 5th realm peak experts, rivaling the Dragon Kingdom's best. Their target is clear. They want the Dragon Tamer's head on a silver platter. Lu Fan smirks. This massive show of force isn't just for him, it's a psychological strike to force a surrender from the surrounding nations. If they're looking for me, they've found me. I'll make sure this is an experience they'll remember for the rest of their lives. Night falls over the Black Sea Region 3. 1 day later, a massive vessel looms through the dark waves. On board are the elite Tier 5 guardians of the Genbu Pavilion, legendary warriors reaching level 120. They are joined by Archmage Lei Ming of the Underworld Pavilion and the Moonlight Rogue, Kazama, both level 120. Sword Saint Yagyu Munetoshi and level 130 Yin-Yang Master, Yin Tianzi, Lord of Heavenly Yin Palace, lead the fleet. Beside him stands his loyal disciple, Yin Mozi, a level 119 Yin-Yang Master. Yin Mozi points into the distance. Master, the trail of resentment ends there. Lu Fan must be hiding just ahead. Yin Tianzi smirks, thinking the Dragon Tamer is cornered. That giant dragon will soon be mine. Little do they know, they are being watched. Lu Fan smiles at the monitors. Our guests have arrived. System data displays. Level 2 territory. Heavenly Blessing Island. 43,000 square kilometers. Location, Black Sea Area 3. Defense status, storm and thunderclouds on. Toxic miasma toggled off. Heavenly thunderburst, auto mode. A glowing sigil ignites the night sky as thunderous bolts crash down upon the invading ship. Panic erupts. The storm is too fierce. Soldiers scream as the surging sea forces the ship's hatches to slam shut. The joint fleet's shields flare to maximum power, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Xiaoman sighs, looking a bit disappointed. "Aw, they actually blocked that?" Lufan chuckles softly. "Patience, Taozi. That was merely the appetizer." Yin Tianzi's forces finally reach the shore. Yin Mazi reports, "Master, the storm took 40 lives, mostly low ranks. Our core strength remains intact." He surveys the treacherous landscape, realizing this place is a perfect, deadly, natural fortress. The brat has some skill, Yin Tianzi admits, before barking an order to advance deeper into the unknown. Lufan adjusts the settings for his massive 43,000 square kilometer territory on the command interface. He toggles the toxic fog to on. Outside, the sky blackens as lightning strikes, now carrying a sinister, dark miasma. A soldier hesitates as the air grows heavy. "This fog isn't normal. We should be careful." Yin Tianzi remains arrogant. "Let's see what he's hiding. Show me everything you've got, boy. The more extraordinary this land is, the higher its value when I seize it." Suddenly, soldiers collapse, vomiting violently. "The fog is poison. My life is draining." Yin Tianzi scoffs at the weaklings and activates his healing art. Purification. System. Life. Resonance activated. From the caster, 3 ripples of restorative energy expand in an 8-meter radius. Each wave instantly restores 15% of maximum HP to allies and grants a powerful natural regeneration buff. Just as they recover, a sudden flash of steel cuts through a soldier's throat. Enemy attack. They scream in terror, but there is no one in sight within the thick fog. A leader laughs, a fascinating, welcoming ceremony. Is he trying to scare us into a panic? Skill. Moonlight secret art. He weaves his spiritual power into an invisible mind net, covering a 500-meter radius. Within this domain, every life form, energy source, and hidden trap is instantly marked as a glowing signal. Movement trajectories and power levels are fed directly to the caster's mind, exposing the invisible battlefield. He realizes the grim truth. This fog is actively devouring our energy. It's not a natural phenomenon. In the shadows, Yin Tianzi uses an illumination spell while triggering his bone ring. Underworld lead. Any hostility or spatial fluctuation within 3 meters of the wearer will be instantly locked onto by the ring. The bone ring activates automatically, forcing a prediction of the attacker's true location without needing visual confirmation. An underworld ice arrow condenses at his fingertip, designed to pierce the void and ignore all illusions or spatial jumps. The dark mist is pushed back. "Stop playing games, Dragon Tamer. Come out and face your end." The illumination spell erupts with blinding light, stripping away all mid-tier invisibility and illusion effects in the area. Lufan remains unfazed. If you're that eager, get ready to enjoy a very special performance. Near the ruins of the Shadow Island, an enraged warrior prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. "Coward, show yourself." He summons the Eye of Lightning, a 3-second vortex of pure electrical fury. Pulses of high-voltage current surge through the area, shocking hidden entities and forcing them to manifest. One by one, the invaders unleash their most devastating skills to reclaim the momentum. IAI slash. With a blur of blinding speed, a horizontal strike ignores all physical defense to cleave through enemies. Earth shatter. A massive greatsword slams down, sending a violent shockwave forward to crush and repel all foes. The impact craters the ground, blasting back everything in its path as the real battle finally begins. Heart-piercing shadow arrow. This projectile, infused with spectral energy, deals massive physical damage to single targets and bonus damage against shadow creatures. An undead soldier sneers. "Trying to hide? Too bad I've always known exactly which closet you pests crawl into." They form a defensive perimeter, shielding the Yin Emperor within their ranks. Lufan watches the chaos through his screen as a mage casts illumination. The intense light bursts forth, dispelling and suppressing all illusions and stealth effects in the vicinity. This mid-tier dispel radiates 3 healing ripples within an 8-meter radius from the caster. Each ripple restores 15% of an ally's maximum health and applies a natural regeneration buff. The Yin Emperor bellows. "We can't stay here. All units, advance toward the ancient city. Full speed charge." But his soldiers are flagging. In the distance, the castle finally looms. The Yin Emperor smirks coldly. "Hide all you want. You're still just a fish trapped in my bowl." Lu Fan, who had been waiting for this prey, finds them slower than expected. "Welcome to my personal hunting grounds." Massive skeletal hands erupt from the earth as a legion of the Shadow Dead rises to meet them. System alerts flood the air. Shadow Wraith Singer level 95, Shadow Earth Digger level 90. Shadow Soul Reaper level 85. The soldiers are butchered. Sonic waves ripple out, tearing through their ranks in agonizing screams. He was waiting for us? I'll crush you, insects. Qingyu activates the Heaven's Bright Thunder domain. This skill weaves a lethal, three-dimensional electrical web within a 100-meter spherical radius. Every airborne unit, spectral entity, and shadow creature takes 200% lightning magic damage per second. Level 95 Shadow Dragon Generals appear, but Qingyu blasts them aside. Lu Fan watches the display with genuine interest. A fifth-turn master personally handling my pawns? The Yinghua Kingdom's ace was forced out early. He swipes his screen, locking onto the targets. Magic crystal cannon energy at 100%. Fire. A volley of beams obliterates the soldiers, sending them flying. The Yin Emperor is shaken. This power, it's easily epic tier. Qingyu is stunned. Magic crystal cannons? How did Lu Fan get his hands on Snow Country military gear? He unleashes a lightning orb but coughs up blood from the overload. The dragon generals remain unscathed as a massive fireball turns the earth into a crater. One survivor stumbles, horrified. His second brother's body wasn't even left behind. Activate the Fearless Shield, the Yin Emperor commands. Regroup, the system confirms. Fearless Shield fully deployed. Centered on a divine artifact, the Fearless Shield creates a 50-meter semi-spherical sanctuary. While active, it grants an absolute shield to every ally within its range. The shield possesses 10,000 points of independent durability. All incoming damage is absorbed by the shield first. Durability, 10,000. Now 8,821. Lu Fan taps a button, activating the Level 2 Sky Ceiling Lightning Blast on Tianfu Island. Area, 43,800 square kilometers. Sector 3, Black Sea. Storm Defense. On. Thunderclouds. On. Poison Gas. On. Fog. On. Shield Durability. 6,135. Hold the line. Fireballs rain down like a meteor shower. The shield's durability plummets to 4,135. 2,135. Then 0. The shield shatters. Fire and lightning consume the soldiers. The shield-bearer flees in terror, desperate to reach the command ship and initiate a warp. But as the lightning strikes him, he realizes there is no escape. Master, I failed you. Nothing remains but bleached bones. Yin Mazi speaks. Everyone is gone. Master, the 4 great Liao have been wiped out. Another adds, it seems we were just puppets in his play. What a terrifying scheme from a mere level 70 Dragon Master. The Yin Emperor is livid. He dared to sacrifice centuries of Yinghua heritage. This debt will be paid in blood. Full assault, we must win. He draws a talisman-covered doll and retreats from the god-slaying lightning zone. This is the underworld substitute. It triggers automatically when faced with fatal damage or unavoidable locked-on attacks. The underworld substitute activates on its own, consuming a massive amount of yin energy and a portion of the caster's life force. A god-slaying puppet of the Yellow Springs is born. Bound to his very life essence, this puppet will forcibly absorb every ounce of lethal damage in a single strike. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. His body shatters into 12 shadows, each carrying 20% of his power as they vanish in different directions at blinding speed. Infinite Shield Prison activates. He instantly enters the transcendent state of Swordheart Clarity. In this state, his perception and reflexes surge by 500%. He can now foresee every attack trajectory a full second before it even lands. Shadow Moon Ghost Path. A specialized shadow arrow is unleashed, bending through the air with lethal, supernatural precision. This isn't a direct strike, it's a tactical detonation at the designated coordinates. A shadow singularity manifests, warping the battlefield for 2 critical seconds. Within this zone, all energy attacks are violently pulled off course by a massive gravitational force. Junfeng glares toward the castle, aiming straight for that cannon. You dared to kill the Dragon Tamer, my second brother? I will tear out your soul and refine your spirit as an offering to the heroes of our Hua nation. As the healing light descends, Yin Tianzi gasps in shock. His wounds are closing before his very eyes. Even his shadow-corroded meridians are being fully restored. Unbelievable, he mutters, breathless with realization. This isn't mere magic, it's a divine blessing from the source of life. Somewhere nearby, a being radiates the very essence of ultimate rejuvenation. Qin Yi's eyes narrow with greed. If he could seize that Yin Tianzi divine relic, why would he ever bow to another soul again? At that point, what would a mere Yin Tianzi even matter? Lu Fan sneers as he watches them. Their naked greed burns brighter than his own magic crystal cannon. Even Yin Tianzi is consumed, lusting after the divine tree and the entire island. He lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Arrogant hunters always think treasures are theirs for the taking, but crushing their dreams with my own hands? Now, that's the real entertainment. His hands blur into complex seals. Ancient power erupts as a flood of system notifications flashes before his eyes. God-slaying summoning. A ghost god requires a massive surge of yin energy and century-old remains to manifest. The ghost god descends upon the battlefield, using skeletal remains as its vessel. Its domain pressure instantly crushes the entire area in a suffocating grip. God-slaying summoning. Withered feather, consuming medium yin energy and blood, soaked bones. The Yubume bird appears, her umbrella hiding a lethal blade. Her strikes are fast as the howling wind. Next, God, slaying summoning. Tengu's windright, it consumes medium yin energy and a single black Tengu feather. The great Tengu descends, his massive wings woven from raging gales. He dominates the skies, tearing through enemy formations. Yin Mazi panics, reporting to his master that something feels terribly wrong. The boy is far too calm. Is it a bluff, or does he hold a hidden ace? Qin Yi sneers. Today, I reclaim the honor of the Yagyu clan. Junfeng steps forward, bow in hand. A decent entrance. But being buried in this place is the only honor he'll receive. Lu Fan scoffs. Over 1,000 men, and only 4 survivors? Yet you still act so high and mighty. Kill him. Yin Tianzi roars the command. They lunge toward Lu Fan as one, but suddenly, a devastating volley of fire rained down from the heavens. Qingtong descends, his massive claws snatching an enemy right out of the air. Yin Tianzi trembles. He's never seen a dragon this powerful. Qin Yi stands frozen. Impossible. Terror washes over Junfeng. That overwhelming pressure. Yin Mazi gasps. Master, it's rank. It's even higher than yours. The ground shatters in a violent explosion. Qingtong seizes an enemy by the throat, letting out a roar that shakes the very earth as his claws tighten. Qingtong calls out, Hu Yan, come on out. This spicy little morsel actually tastes quite good. Qin Chu watches from inside in disbelief. Who knew great dragons had such unique tastes in snacks? Henki bites her lip, her eyes filled with worry. Is Lu Fan going to be okay? A swirling vortex of flames tears through the sky, and Huo Yan emerges. It looks edible, he muses. A little high heat roasting should bring out the flavor. Too bad his body won't last long under my true flames. Yin Mazi turns to flee in a panic. Where the hell did this Dragon Tamer come from? Huo Yan's icy gaze locks onto him. His massive tail slams down like a meteor, and Yin Mazi's screams are swallowed by the roaring inferno. Yin Tianzi's heart nearly stops from sheer terror. The moment Huo Yan turns his head, the coward is already scrambling to escape. Lu Fan shouts from behind. Don't let them get away. They're retreating. Relax, Qingtong says with a smirk. With Lu Yun spreading his wings, there's nowhere to hide. A single flap of those wings summons a violent hurricane, sweeping the fleeing cowards into the sky. Curse you! One yells in frustration. Lu Yun scoffs. Those two can't even keep track of a few measly ants. Huo Yan retorts. We just found a tasty snack, that's all. Shut up. Lu Yun snaps back. Stay away from me. Qingtong sighs, lecturing them. Eating isn't a hobby, it's a biological necessity. The lead dragon joins the feast, eating with surprising elegance. It seems he finds us a bit redundant. He doesn't intend to leave even a single scrap behind. Looks like it's up to you two to sweep up the remains. Lu Fan swoops down toward them with a smirk. Sneaking a snack again, are we? These pests were never a real threat to begin with. Lu Yun stands ready for orders. The defensive sweep is complete. Not a single secret from this island can be allowed to leak out. Dongtu acts instantly on the signal. Understood. Yin Tianzi screams in terror as a violent cyclone ensnares his body. Wait! Mercy! He wails. Trapped. I can be useful to you. I only came here to help my foolish disciple. He's already dead, there's no reason for me to follow. Lu Fan tilts his head. And what exactly can you offer in exchange for your life? He pulls back his hood, desperate to negotiate. Set me free, and I will grant you entry into the highest circles of Sakura country. I can give you the resources of an entire nation. I will be your loyal puppet. You will be the secret sovereign of Sakura country. His two disciples stare in utter horror. Master, is this the resolve of the great lord of the celestial Yin Palace? Wagging your tail for the enemy and selling out your own blood. How truly pathetic. We knew you were ruthless, but we never imagined you lacked even a shred of a warrior's soul. You've discarded the last ounce of human dignity. He bellows back. Shut up. What do you fools know about survival? Only the living have a future. What good is pride to a rotting corpse? Qin Yi, Junfeng, can your precious honor block the breath of a great dragon? Standing beside a coward like you is my life's greatest shame. Qin Yi spits. Junfeng sneers with cold, biting contempt. Lord Yin Tianzi, looking at you now, you're not even fit to be a loyal dog. Idiots. I sacrificed everything to reach the summit of Sakura country. He rages. If you want death so badly, then rot. Lu Fan watches the pathetic display. Is this the reality of the fifth awakening? As power nears godhood, does the heart turn this fragile? Yin Tianzi grovels at his feet. Great lord, you heard them. They're just stubborn fools. But I I only want to live. Treat Sakura country as your footstool. Spare me, and you will become the true master of the realm. Lu Fan nods slowly. You make a compelling point. Hope blazes in Yin Tianzi's eyes. So, you agree? One thing though, Lu Fan whispers. Do you know what I despise the most? Yin Tianzi stammers. What is it? You remind me of an old friend, Chen Tianji, a man who sells his soul and his country for a scrap of profit. The winged prime dragon prepares to send them to their final destination. Qin Yi stands tall, facing the end. A loss is a loss. At least I fought this battle with everything I had. Junfeng adds coldly, we are merely the first wave. Sakura country's successors will eventually claim that great dragon. Only Yin Tianzi shatters, trembling in terror. No, I don't want to die. Dongtu unleashes the ice-fire purgatory. The twin dragon heads manifest absolute frost and primordial flame, converging into one devastating strike. Bone-chilling frost and searing hellfire collide. Within the chaos, every enemy unit is torn apart by the relentless elemental fusion. He stands at the center of the raging storm, his power single-handedly purging the entire battlefield. To the left, a frozen wasteland. To the right, a sea of flames. Lu Fan wonders, could they have used a fake death skill to escape? Lu Fan asks cautiously, are they truly gone? Is there any chance they could resurrect? Dongtu responds firmly, our current power rivals a human's sixth awakening. No matter what trick they use to return to life, they cannot hide from our senses. We've ground them to dust and reduced their souls to ash. Lu Fan finally breathes easy. Behind him, Han Kei and the others rush forward. Xiao Fan, are you all right? That explosion was massive. Lu Fan reassures her. I'm fine. Everything is settled. The nuisance has been dealt with. Jian Ying surveys the scorched earth. It seems the battle is truly over. Lu Fan turns to the group. Could you all help me clear the field? There should be plenty of spoils to collect. Xiao Man's eyes sparkle at the loot. So many high-tier items. Meanwhile, Lu Fan gazes out at the 12 warships anchored in the bay. If I could refit these into Sea Emperor-class magic battleships like Andrea's, I'd have an invincible fleet. But the Yi and Murong families are based in the western mountains. They have no use for a navy. Morozo will likely only refit one for me. Keeping the rest guarded would be a headache. Unless. Lu Fan pulls out his phone. He has the perfect person in mind for a grand gift. Tu Jing. At the northern border base, Tu Jing slams his desk in shock. What? You wiped out the entire Sakura country invasion force and seized 12 warships? Lu Fan confirms calmly. 11 are for you. I'm keeping one to customize. How does that sound? Tu Jing's face lights up with pure excitement. Excellent. This is beyond magnificent. I will dispatch a team tomorrow to Long Capital Academy to finalize the transfer with you. The next day at Long Capital Academy, a spatial rift tears open the sky. A squadron of riders on majestic flying beasts descends through the portal under the watchful eyes of the students. Leading them is Commander Zheng Gong of the Lion Legion's Golden Wing Unit. His power level remains a mystery as he and his men touch down. Lu Fan steps forward to greet them. Did Senior Du Ting send you? I've been expecting your arrival for quite some time. Zheng Gong dismounts with practiced ease. Greetings, Lu Fan, he says, acknowledging the young hero. I am Zheng Gong of the Lion Legion. By the order of the Marquis of Zhenbei, I've come to secure the spoils of war. Lu Fan recognizes him as the Golden Badge officer who handled the cultist raid in Tai Chi. He holds out a spatial storage ring. Commander Zheng Ying, thank you for your hard work. All 11 standard Sakura magic warships are inside. Please, begin the inspection. The ring's data flashes, revealing an independent spatial pocket. Zheng Gong examines the artifact closely. The display reveals Firmament-class strategic warships, each bristling with 36 holy magic cannons and a comprehensive shield system. Their primary weapon, the Meteor Judgment Cannon, can vaporize entire mountain ranges once fully charged. Each vessel features the AN Tactical Hub, allowing a single pilot to command the entire ship's combat systems effortlessly. Zheng is visibly impressed. Top-tier firepower and defense superb. Comrade Lu Fan, all 11 ships are in pristine condition. This will provide an incredible boost to our nation's research into foreign naval technology. For such an outstanding contribution, you deserve the highest military honors. May I see your medal? Lu Fan grins and hands it over. Zheng presents a sleek box. This is the Lion Legion's Golden Merit Medal Legendary grade. However, the Golden Tier is the pinnacle. It cannot be upgraded further. Therefore, the Lion Legion has prepared a unique honor specifically for you. Every one of your achievements is etched within this exclusive badge. It is the Special Merit Badge of the Lion Legion, a legendary accessory marking him as a national hero. Lu Fan accepts the golden medal and pins it to his chest. To him, it is a mere formality. The opportunity to serve his country is far more precious than any medal. As Zheng prepares to leave, Lu Fan calls out, Commander Zheng, wait! There is something else. Lu Fan leans in and whispers, Beyond these ships, I have an idea, one that might be terrifying. It is so critical that I fear even Senior Du might not have the authority to decide this alone. Jung's eyes widen in shock. Not even the Legion commander? Then who exactly do you need to see? I need a direct audience with the 3 elders of Long Country. Commander, can you arrange this for me? Jung nods solemnly. The commander said to take your words seriously. I will report this immediately. Follow me. 2 hours later, in the high-security district of Long Capital, Jung leads Lu Fan to a private office. Please, enter, Jung says. Inside, Han Feibai, one of the legendary 3 elders, is calmly sipping tea. The elder looks up with a faint smile. It has been a while, hasn't it, young man? I heard you gifted the Legion a massive haul, and now you have a terrifying idea. Greetings, Elder Han. Once the tea is finished, Lu Fan concludes his presentation. And that, Elder, is my plan. Han Feibai sets his cup down with a heavy thud. Follow me. Outside, the corridor is lined with elite guards. Han barks an order. Seal the perimeter. Let no soul approach this room. Lu Fan is stunned by the reaction. Even the 4 peerless swords, the personal bodyguards, remain outside. His proposal is being treated with ultimate gravity. The heavy doors seal shut. Han points to a chair. Sit. Your idea isn't something we haven't considered, but we lack the right timing. Lu Fan's gaze is sharp. The Sky Sound Palace invaded my home. My life was threatened. The time is now. This isn't just a grievance. It is our perfect opportunity to strike back. Han Feibai agrees. It is a rare chance. But if we strike, we must wipe the slate clean. Sakura Kingdom is a nest of vipers. Given the Tai Chi precedent, only you can pull this off. Rest assured, the nation will not let your efforts go unrewarded. If you succeed, Sakura Kingdom will be integrated into Long Country's map. At that point, I will grant any request you have. Lu Fan's eyes light up with excitement. Is that a promise, Elder? Any request at all? Han smiles firmly. If you can end the Eastern threat forever, your request becomes the nation's priority. Lu Fan clenches his fist, a determined smirk on his face. Perfect. Consider it done. I need a massive amount of materials containing pure life energy. The higher the grade, the better, Lu Fan thought. The Life Dragon King produces life seeds, currently fueled by the Fountain of Light and high-level enemy corpses. The natural limit is just 1 seed per year. However, with enough life-rich materials to stimulate the process, that could change. I'll mobilize the national reserves and resources from every noble family, Elder Han promised. You'll have everything you need until you're satisfied. Lu Fan shook his hand. A pleasure doing business with you. Elder Han, let's begin the specific details of our plan. Please, take a seat. Let's make this partnership a success. We must plan our first move and identify the locations of these rats. Lu Fan looked at the handshake that marked a new beginning. They spent the afternoon strategizing. A storm was silently brewing in the east because of this secret meeting between youth and elder. As he left, Lu Fan carried a set of classified documents. Elder Han's intel was shocking. The Sakura Kingdom had many hidden experts besides the Heaven Sound Palace. This couldn't wait. At the Shadow Fortress on Tianfuk Island, little Han urged, Sister Han, please eat more. You're exhausted from clearing the battlefield and cooking for everyone. She wondered, where's Xiao Fan? He just got back and vanished again. Qinthu replied, I saw him heading out just a moment ago. Outside, the 2-headed dragon confronted him. You want us to wipe out the Sakura Kingdom? Are you using us for your war? Just because our mother acknowledges you doesn't mean you can do as you please. Humans are truly insatiable. Lu Fan corrected them. This isn't a whim. It's a strategic move after our private discussion. Once it's done, the entire country's life energy materials will be supplied to the Life Dragon King. Lu Yun was stunned. Is that the truth? He replied. The 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom agreed. Why would I lie? Elder Han guaranteed the delivery within 3 days of the mission's completion. The 2-headed dragon agreed. For Mother's sake, I accept. But if you betray us, I will raze your territory to the ground. Lu Fan produced a map. I never break my word. These targets in the classified file need your special attention. The locations of 13 Sakura Kingdom experts. They are eyeing the Dragon Kingdom and must be eliminated in one fell swoop. The Dragon Kingdom needs stability, and the dragon race needs to endure. This benefits us both. Lu Yun accepted. Anything for Mother's recovery, I'll do it. Lu Fan noted the routes were marked. 2 days. Is that enough? Qing Tong scoffed with overconfidence before they took flight. The hunt had begun. Kill them all. Lu Fan knew the upcoming Sakura Festival would be anything but peaceful. 2 days later, during the Sakura Festival, the capital, Tendai, was bustling. Inside the Imperial Palace's meeting hall, the sovereign, Gen Sonjin, was demanding answers. Where on earth are the 4 great lords? The whole nation is celebrating their rank 5 promotion, yet they've vanished. A subordinate reported, Yin Tianzi led them to the Dragon Kingdom to expand our borders. The sovereign was unaware of their fate. I hope that's the case. We'll wait for their return. Suddenly, A massive dragon shadow passed the window. Songjin rushed over. It was a dragon, a real dragon. At that moment, the two-headed dragon unleashed fire and ice. The Capital Defense Force panicked. "Captain, can we actually stop that thing?" The captain barked. "We have no choice. Hold the line." The dragon descended, crushing everything. At the sacred shrine, the priest screamed, "Focus! This is our last chance." Huo Yan's massive tail swept through the crowd, crushing many enemies instantly. Inside, an official cried out, "My lord, the cities are falling to the great dragon. You must retreat immediately." Songjin punched the wall in a rage. "Why is a dragon attacking us? Who can stop it? Those damn four lords. Where are they when I need them most?" The subordinate replied, "The lords and the Heaven Sound Palace are in chaos, but hidden masters still remain among the people. There is still hope." Meanwhile, in a serene garden, Nakamura Yuki, level 125 God-tier hidden master, sat in council. Two subordinates arrived. "The sovereign demands your return to the capital." He scoffed. "Now he remembers us? Doesn't he usually rely on his four lords and the Heaven Sound Palace?" Just then, Ching Tong soared overhead. "Found you." Its massive body crashed into the Nakamura estate. An official stood up, enraged. Who dares challenge the Nakamura clan? But as he looked up, terror took over. A dragon? Why is there a massive dragon here? Ching Tong narrows his eyes at the target. A fifth-tier class changer. "We found him." Claws crush the earth. News breaks. The sovereign and the Nakamura, Akata, and Sorimachi clans are annihilated. Su Ren laughs hysterically. "Sakura is finished." Xia Chen pulls him away. "Lord, it's not safe here." Lu Yun locks onto the target. He beats his wings, sealing the very fabric of space. Wind pressure ignites within the target. The internal structure detonates with violent force. Everything is reduced to elemental dust. A vortex consumes the house, while dragon fire incinerates the rest. Mission complete. The hit list is cleared. Every target has been permanently erased. The dual heads snarl. "Already dead? I'm still thirsty for blood." The other snaps. "Quiet. We return." Next day, Taegi War Council. Grand Commander 5, a level 128 God Controller, takes the lead. He delivers the grim report. Great dragons attacked Sakura. Their sovereign is confirmed dead. Their leaders are gone. Sakura is in total chaos. "This is our moment to seize control. Listen," he continues. "That arrogant son of heaven's true target was always our Taegi nation." Byung-hyun agrees. "Sakura has undermined our economy and military for years. They are our sworn enemies. They even conspired with global syndicates to overthrow our government from the shadows." The commander nods. "As long as they breathe, Sakura's undying ambition remains a threat to us. We strike now." The dragon raid conveniently eliminated Sakura's strongest hidden powerhouses. The council roars in unison. "We follow the Grand Commander's orders to the end." He orders a 7-2-hour preparation. "The best warrior in this conquest will be named Sakura's new ruler. You will replace me and govern that land. Do not disappoint me." Level 117 Curse Master, and Byung-hyun smirks. "That throne, it will be mine." Suddenly, light erupts above the commander. A colossal bird materializes, casting a terrifying shadow. The generals scramble back. "A three-legged sun crow? Who dare enters here?" The bird shifts into human form. "Long time no see, Commander," says Shu Ming of Dragon City. The commander trembles. "Elder Shu, what brings a legend like you to our doorstep?" Inside, he fumes. "Damn it. How did he infiltrate our high-security sanctum?" He subtly reaches for his remote, desperately activating his personal energy shield. Shu Ming scoffs. "You really think that little toy can stop my strike, boy? I heard everything. You plan to invade Sakura and take it for yourselves?" The commander freezes. From the meeting's secrets to his hidden hand movements, Shu Ming saw everything. "Is this city even ours?" "Every inch of this land belongs to him." He stammers. "Sakura's lords intended to conquer us first. Their downfall is a strategic miracle. With their high command gone, it's a rare opportunity we cannot ignore." Shu Ming's finger glows with power. "Opportunity? Let me tell you 3 things. 1. The situation in Sakura is strictly under the Dragon Nation's control." Byung-hyun gapes. "The entire collapse was orchestrated by the Dragon Nation?" 2. "The Son of Heaven and his lords? All dead, completely erased." Shu Ming's gaze turns cold. 3. "Abandon your greed. You won't get a single scrap of Sakura." The commander shouts. "How can I verify this? Is this just a lie for resources? Do you expect us to forfeit everything based on your word alone?" Zhu Ming raises a sphere of fire. "Don't believe me? Then go ahead and try." His silhouette fades. "If you march on Sakura, the dragons will march on you next. Think carefully. Your government is weak and exhausted from the recent power transition. Can you truly survive the wrath of a great dragon a second time?" Sweat pours down the commander's face. "He infiltrated our house like it was nothing. This is the Dragon Nation's true power. If I had acted, we'd be ashes by now. Rank 112, Holy Oracle YV pleaded. Commander, the Taiki Nation cannot endure the Dragon Kingdom's vengeance. Please, reconsider your decision. He had no choice but to yield, issuing an immediate order to cease all military operations. A gag order was enforced. 1 week later, at the Sakura Nation's Imperial Palace, the Dragon Kingdom's High Diplomat, Chu Zhenghua, presented the final accord. This agreement dictated that the Sakura Nation would accept economic aid and renounce independent security in favor of the Dragon Kingdom. Takasun, the interim sovereign of Sakura, picked up the document with trembling hands. He gasped in horror. The terms demanded the permanent dissolution of the 4 great bureaus and the Heavenly Sound Palace. Inside the meeting hall, Zhenghua reminded him that this foundation was the only way to guarantee a future. Sign this, and you will become the supreme leader of the Sakura region under the Dragon Kingdom. Our reconstruction and relief efforts will begin immediately. He watched calmly as Takasun sealed the deal. Zhenghua extended a hand. The pact was forged. From this moment on, the Sakura Nation would be integrated into the Dragon Kingdom, advancing together toward a new era. The news spread rapidly without resistance, a complete and seamless transition of power. The transfer of authority and the establishment of the provisional government were executed flawlessly. Stability returned as order was restored. The Sakura Nation was now a ghost of the past. The Dragon Kingdom's map grew even more. Given the gravity of the annexation, I decided to remain on Heavenly Blessing Island to monitor the situation. Once everything is fully stabilized, I will head to the far north realm to search for a great dragon like the Frost Dragon King. True to his word, Elder Han sent daily shipments of materials overflowing with life essence to the island. Thanks to these vast resources, the Dragon King's spirit has recovered significantly. The growth rate of the life seeds has accelerated beyond all expectations. Within just a month, seeds that normally required a year to ripen began showing signs of full maturity. At this rate, the miracle will happen soon, perhaps in only 3 months. The life seeds will fully mature, and in 6 months, new dragon hatchlings will be born. These massive resources also triggered a series of power updates. The blue dragon surged to level 68, with all things incinerate unlocked. The destruction dragon can now unleash 4 roaring flame tornadoes with a single flap of its wings. It deals devastating damage to any target. Meanwhile, the black dragon reached level 70, gaining thunderous roar. A massive lightning strike descends, creating a localized storm zone. It deals heavy electrical damage and leaves enemies paralyzed. Even the experience gain on the island has tripled. Evil karma erupted, shifting the attack attribute to fire. Every life taken grants a permanent 0.1% boost to hellfire damage. The current bonus has already reached 14.6%. To bolster our strength, Sword Shadow and Qing Chu have both reached level 50. Starfall Annihilation summons Holy Light, dealing massive magic damage to all enemies while inflicting a burning radiance. Burning enemies suffer continuous light attribute damage every second. Furthermore, their magic resistance is shredded by 20 points for 6 seconds. Every day, the team hunts shadow creatures. The Jade Dragon hit level 70, while Lufan reached level 74. The Steel Dragon reached level 63, the Poison Dragon level 68, and in just 1 month, the Starry Sky Dragon reached level 69. Hanka and Dao Xiaoman have both climbed to level 15. Everyone's power was skyrocketing. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Sakura's situation finally stabilized. Lu Fan finally set off for the far north. The next day, he soared over the far north Lion Legion's new barracks. He looked down at the landscape below. Upon entering the realm, the pulse of the Blood Moon true body became violent, like a great beast slowly awakening. According to Senior 2, because the Blood Moon's activity was rising, the Lion Legion had to pull back their defensive line. Below, soldiers drew their bows, ready to strike any intruder. Lufan produced his medal. Relax, I'm an ally. They immediately snapped to attention. Salute. Greetings, Golden Glow officer. He landed and spoke. I'm here to see Senior 2 Jing. I even brought some fine wine for him. There, he reunited with familiar faces. Chang Kong called out in joy. You actually came. Standing there were level 76 Holy Shield Knight, Chang Kong, and Captain LaFei, a level 82 God's Punishment Knight. He stands frozen in shock. The gold insignia is a rare, elite honor, yet the captain offers a sharp salute. Forgive my lack of etiquette, Commander. Lufan quickly waves it off with a smile. Captain LaFei, don't be so distant. Even with this insignia, aren't I still the rookie you once led? LaFei sighs with weary pride. My squad just returned from a mission yesterday to rest, and here you are already. Zhang Kong wasn't exaggerating. Exactly, we're all family here, Zhang Kong adds, beaming. Kid, you're incredible. In such a short time, your promotion speed is like a rocket. He nods firmly. It seems our fates are truly intertwined, and there's no stopping it now. Lufan suddenly remembers someone. By the way, Captain, Senior, where is Sister Shen Tai? The atmosphere feels a bit heavy. The air turns cold as Zhang Kong delivers the grim news. She fell in battle 3 months ago. Lu Fan's heart stops. How? What happened? La Fei recounts the tragedy, his voice trembling. They were on a routine patrol along the mission route when the nightmare began. The Blood Moon's true form suddenly mutated, unleashing a massive wave of black miasma. The corruption invaded Shen Tai's body instantly, her wounds festering before their eyes. Zhang Kong had screamed for them to rush her back to the barracks for treatment. But Shen Tai, her voice fading, whispered, "It's too late." La Fei's eyes cloud with pain. Before she lost consciousness, she begged me to end it. The corruption was turning her into a monster. "The darkness is swallowing me. Kill me now," she had pleaded. "Before I become a corrupted. Captain, let me reunite with Li Luo, please." Faced with her agony, La Fei had no choice. He gripped his blade, whispering, "Forgive me." Guilt weighs heavy on his soul. Everyone says she doesn't blame me, but her death, it was by my own hand. Zhang Kong places a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't torture yourself, Captain. We all took the same oath. We swore that we would never, under any circumstances, let a comrade turn into a corrupted." Lu Fan looks down, his voice low. "I want to visit her. Can you take me?" That afternoon, they arrive at the graves of Li Luo and Shen Tai. Zhang Kong leads him to the headstones. "Shen Tai, look who's come to see you today." La Fei steps back to give him privacy. "Talk to her for a while. We'll be waiting over there." Lu Fan nods. "Thank you." Lu Fan kneels before the grave. "Sister Shen Tai, Brother Li Luo, I'm here. I never thought our last goodbye would be forever." His fist clenches in rage. "If not for the ancient god, so many wouldn't have died in vain. You would still be here. If only I could end everything before that monster fully awakens." Lu Fan calls out to the darkness within. "Answer me. If it hasn't woken up yet, can we kill it now?" The devouring demon Dragon King scoffs. "You want to slay a god while it slumbers? Stop dreaming, boy. It's impossible." Lu Fan counters defiantly. "We killed the god's bone together last time. Why would this be any different?" The Dragon King explains. "Ancient gods have 2 states, slumber and awakening. During slumber, they are absolute, invincible entities. They cannot attack or move, but they are completely immune to any form of damage. The only reason that God's bone died was because it woke up prematurely." Lu Fan's hope fades. "So we just wait for it to wake?" The Dragon King warns. "Once it awakens, it will be far more terrifying than anything you've faced. Its power is fully gathered. By then, only a Dragon King-class great dragon could even hope to stand against it." Lu Fan searches for any opening. "Is there really no other way to stop this?" The Dragon King muses. "We can't kill the god yet, but I can find a way to slaughter its mount." Lu Fan is puzzled. "Its mount?" "Yes," the dragon replies coldly. "The thing you humans call the Blood Moon. If I deal with the mount while the god slumbers, its strength will be severely diminished upon awakening." Lu Fan's resolve hardens. "In that case, I beg you kill the Blood Moon's core before it's too late." The Dragon King growls. "Don't think it's that simple. That mount is no ordinary beast. If it truly awakens, even your 4 territorial dragons combined wouldn't be able to hold it back." Lu Fan is stunned by its power. The dragon sneers. "Of course, it wouldn't be worthy of a god otherwise. Only a Dragon King can slay it. I have the strength, but I haven't recovered. If I fight it now, I might lose." Lu Fan's heart races. "Then what do we do? How do we win?" Looking at the Blood Moon now, it and the god will awaken soon. Once they do, there will be no stopping them. The dragon's voice turns sharp. "I can kill it, but only if I return to my full peak strength. The life seed has finally ripened. If you get one for me, my wounds will heal instantly. Then, that mount is dead." Lu Fan grows wary. What is she really calculating this time? The Dragon King senses his hesitation and taunts him. "What's the matter? Don't you want me to stop fighting the other Dragon Kings and help you slay a god instead? You won't even part with a single seed of life, will you?" Lu Fan realized that only the demon-devouring Dragon Queen possessed the power to slay the Blood Moon's true form. Left with no other choice, he had to rely on her dark strength. Finally, Lu Fan relented. "I'll give you the seed of life, but only on one condition." The Dragon Queen leaned in, her interest piqued. "A condition? Let's hear it." Lu Fan's gaze remained steady as he replied. "We wait until my final 2 summoning opportunities are spent. Once our contract is nullified, you are forbidden from harming humans, and especially my dragon pets." Hearing this, she burst into a fit of mocking laughter. "Do you truly think my word is enough? How naive," the Dragon Queen sneered. Lu Fan didn't flinch. "It's not naivety, it's a cold calculation. This trade is a necessity for both of us." The Dragon Queen fell silent, weighing his demand before finally nodding. "Fine. I accept. I agree. But whether you can actually trust a demon's word, that's another story." With a flash of light, she vanished. Lu Fei approached, asking, Is it settled? Everything's ready, Lu Fan replied. Zhang Kong nodded, leading the way. Come on, it's time you met the commander. He led Lu Fan to the heart of the camp. Seeing him, Du Jing grinned and threw a heavy arm around his shoulder. Kid, why didn't you give me a heads up you were coming? Lu Fan offered a clever smile. I figured a surprise visit would be far more memorable, sir. Besides, I brought a gift century-old wine. Drink it sparingly. Without a second thought, the commander popped the cork and took a deep, satisfied swig. Exquisite! Now that is the good stuff, Du Jing roared. Did the boys take you to see Shentai yet? Lu Fan nodded softly. I've already said my goodbyes to her. The commander patted his shoulder, offering silent comfort regarding the cycle of life and death. In the military, such partings are all too common. At least things are quiet. For now. But if the fallen corp's ancient god ever awakens, tragedy will only become more frequent. I just hope you haven't let it weigh you down. Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp resolve. I'm not affected. If anything, it's fueled my desire to grow strong enough to wipe that ancient god from existence. Seeing such fire in the young man's eyes, Du Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. I'm relieved to hear you say that, kid. That's exactly the spirit we need right now. Lu Fan pulled out a worn notebook. I found an adventurer's diary mentioning an ice dragon. I need your help confirming these coordinates at Starfall Ice Lake. The commander scanned the pages, his expression turning grim. Starfall Ice Lake. That's one of the deadliest zones in the north. The unique meteor showers there deal devastating, defense-ignoring damage. Lu Fan frowned at the description. Is there no way to bypass such a dangerous area? The lake is vast and endless, Du Jing explained. A frontal breakthrough is the only way. But I have just the person to help. Expert, get in here. A young man stepped inside, saluting sharply. Commander Du. Officer Lu. Reporting for duty. This is Zhang Kong, Du Jing introduced. Our premier scouting expert. He's successfully guided multiple squads through the treacherous Starfall Lake before. It's an honor, Zhang Kong said politely. Du Jing then gestured toward Lu Fan with a grin. And this is Lu Fan, the hero who secured victory for the Dragon Kingdom. He needs to reach the lake, and you're going to lead the way. But a journey like this requires a proper escort. Squad 78, assemble. Among the elite ranks stood Zhang Kong. Squad 78, ready for orders. Your mission is simple, Du Jing barked. Escort Lu Fan and ensure his safety until you've cleared Starfall Ice Lake. The squad looked at Lu Fan, treating him like a new junior. Mission understood, sir. We'll protect him with our lives. Zhang Kong turned to Lu Fan with a wide grin. Did you hear that? This time, I'll be the one watching your back, junior. Lu Fan chuckled. I can live with that. Du Jing raised a hand. I await news of your triumphant return. A day later at the Lion Regiment's camp, Lu Fei approached. Everything is prepared, Lu Fan. We can move out whenever you're ready. I appreciate the help, Captain Lu, Lu Fan said respectfully. Lu Fei waved it off. Don't mention it. Helping you is an honor. Looking back at when we first crossed these snowfields, we all thought you were just some privileged kid here to show off. Lu Fan let out a nostalgic sigh. Time really does fly. It's been almost a year already. Zhang Kong stepped up beside him. Who could have guessed that the little Dragon Tamer, who had just completed his second awakening, and would become a legendary hero we can't even touch now? Lu Fan nudged him. All right, senior, stop teasing me already. Zhang Kong laughed heartily. Hey, I'm serious. I'll never forget how you saved me in Shentai back then. The younger soldiers leaned in, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. A story about Senior Lu? Please, you have to tell us. Yeah. Was Senior Lu's palms sweating from nerves during his first mission, just like ours are now? Zhang Kong stroked his chin, recalling the past. If he was nervous, he hid it well. He was more intensely focused. We were completely surrounded by monsters. Not even a drop of water could escape. We thought it was the end. But then, this kid hops on his dragon and dives straight into the horde. He just looked at us and said, if we kill every single one of these frost monsters, then there won't be a crisis anymore, right? Only a second awakening and he was already that monstrous? Truly a legend. The recruits cheered. Lu Fan felt his face heat up in embarrassment. Senior, please, that's enough, Lu Fan muttered. Lu Fei gave Zhang Kong a playful smack. All right, save the storytelling for the long trek ahead. His expression turned stern as he ordered the departure. The team mounted their flying beasts and soared away. By that afternoon, they reached the extreme northern border high above the clouds. Laffy warned everyone to stay alert. This area was infested with invisible snow moths and beasts hiding within the mist. The formation tightened as tension rose. Lu Fan took the lead, telling Captain La to leave the vanguard to him. His sudden move surprised many. Lu Fan took control, guiding his mount through the sky with focused determination. The beast let out a deafening roar that sent ripples through the air. Everyone realized it was Senior Lu's dragon. Its overwhelming energy and presence were simply unbelievable. A notification appeared. Dark Dragon's perception active. It could pinpoint any enemy hiding under the shroud of camouflage. Actively using this skill would strip away all stealth and deception from every enemy in the vicinity. He spotted them instantly. Try hiding now, Xiao Ye. The dragon exhaled a torrent of flames, turning everything to ash. As the destruction dragon flapped its wings, 4 massive fire tornadoes erupted. They tore through the sky, dealing devastating damage to anything caught inside. Then came everything burns too. The dragon gathered all the flames and cyclones, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Level 85 snow moths were instantly vaporized in the sea of fire. Even the elite sky-hunting lions stood no chance against the inferno. Lu Fan reported that the path was clear. Luffy stood frozen in shock. A single strike had wiped out everything. Chung Kong spoke with pure admiration. As expected of my junior, a year has passed, and your power is more terrifying than ever. By nightfall, they arrived at the edge of Starfall Ice Lake. Lu Fan gazed down at the legendary sight in amazement. Below them lay massive spheres wreathed in crackling lightning. It was a beautiful but deadly obstacle. A teammate explained that the air above the lake was filled with stardust turbulence. Any form of flight would lead to mana depletion and mental corruption. Flying across was impossible. Their only choice was to traverse the frozen surface of the lake on foot. These were starfall crystals, and they were highly unstable. If someone got too close, they would detonate instantly. A single blast would trigger a chain reaction, leaving no survivors. Lu Fan realized that clearing this path would be a massive headache. System data confirmed his fears. These crystals were condensed star energy. They had a high chance of exploding whenever a living creature approached. The resulting explosion would ignite every nearby crystal. For anyone caught in the blast, the damage would be fatal. The explosion rate can be analyzed, Captain Luffy noted. Now, it was time for Specialist Hao Ji to lead the way. Hao Ji stepped forward, activating his professional skill. He could analyze the explosion probability of each crystal to find a safe route. His matter analysis skill allowed him to see the true nature of any object. He could read structural integrity and energy states with perfect precision. From material composition to hidden traits, nothing escaped his gaze. It was the perfect tool for handling non-living hazards. It was most effective on stable structures or items with high energy activity. Chung Kong pointed toward him with a smile. Specialist Hao Ji had safely guided teams through here many times. He could tell which sphere was a bomb and which was a dud. He could distinguish them at a glance, ensuring absolute safety even if it was a bit slow. But Lu Fan wasn't satisfied with such low efficiency. He wondered if he could simply detonate all the unstable crystals at once. If he could clear the path in one go, they would move much faster. He called upon Xiao Fei to use the Emerald Mirror Image to scout ahead. Xiao Fei followed the order. The Emerald Mirror Image could clone an ally, creating 2 projections with all the original skills and 30% of their stats. Each unit could only maintain a maximum of 2 mirror images at once. Interestingly, the skill seemed to have a doubled effect on members of the dragon race. Emerald light surged as the dragons began to transform. Suddenly, 5 massive dragons appeared, their roars shaking the entire area. The team watched in awe as Senior Lu's dragon multiplied into 5. The sight was absolutely breathtaking. "Attack the spheres," Lu Fan commanded. The 5 dragons unleashed a barrage of lava flames, healing themselves while dealing heavy damage. To his disbelief, the flames were instantly neutralized. The attack had no effect on the crystals at all. Lu Fan tried a different approach. If magic didn't work, then he would try brute physical force. He ordered the dragons to use their claws and teeth to crush the spheres. They lunged forward, biting and tearing, but the spheres remained completely unharmed. Hao Ji spoke up to warn him. "It's no use. Mirror images and summoned pets won't work." He explained that summoned entities simply couldn't trigger or damage the starfall crystals. Lu Fan finally understood. "I see. I'll have to rely on you to defuse them the old-fashioned way." Huji explained that there truly were no shortcuts here. Perhaps this was the world's way of maintaining balance. Combat wasn't the answer to every problem. There were some fields where non-combat specialists like them were indispensable. Lu Fan realized that power came in many forms. Every individual had their own unique strengths that made them essential to the journey. It's not just about combat. Losing your purpose is where worth truly fades. A day later at the Luoqing camp, Lu Fei reports the air is finally warming. Hao Ji rests, grateful for the smooth path but praying they avoid any meteor showers. An ambush at the lake heart leaves no escape. Zhang Kong mutters, glaring at the sky. "Specialist Hao, you jinxed us," he gasps. The stars fall. Lu Fan orders the shield. The Eternal Guardian's Aegis activates, manifesting a shimmering and powerful protective barrier. Within, the shield absorbs damage based on the Eternal One's health and rapid recovery. "Stay inside and protect the specialist," Lu Fan shouts. "I'll handle the chaos outside." He aims his bow, but the barrage is overwhelming. Which targets are the priority? Huji rushes forward. "Commander Lu, front left and back right, hit those immediately. And the third one from the top," Hao Ji shouts, using his material analysis skill. He sees through the stars, analyzing their structural integrity and hidden energy fluctuations perfectly. This skill dissects non-living matter, proving deadliest against stable structures or high-energy cores. Lu Fan breathes a sigh of relief. This intel is a massive game-changer. Specialist Hu, watch. He unleashes Dragon's Cry arrows, infinite magic bolts seeking their prey. Every strike carries a 45% armor-shredding effect, fueled by his immense agility. A 3-second charge triggers the Dragon's Cry, boosting his destructive power by 500%. The meteors shatter. His arrows pierce their cores, triggering blinding explosions that shock the team. Senior Lu only fired a few shots. How did the entire shower just vanish? Zhang Kong realizes Lu Fan targeted the unstable crystals, triggering a massive chain reaction. Yet, the real miracle was the seamless synergy between these two unlikely partners. Hu Ji identified the volatile crystals amidst the chaos in a mere few seconds. Lu Fan instantly grasped the plan, hitting every micro-target with impossible, pinpoint precision. Their first collaboration was flawless, as if they had trained together for an eternity. The second wave is here, Hu Ji warns. Commander Lu, there are even more. No problem, Specialist. Just point them out, and I'll handle the rest. Let's go. Hao Ji reactivates all-thing analysis, while Lu Fan and Xiao Ye unleash a devastating barrage. 3 hours later, dawn breaks. The battle ends, and the crew rushes to celebrate. You and the Specialist are legends. How did you stay so calm under pressure? My idols, Zhang Kong exclaims. Tonight's display of power has truly opened his eyes. To dance through meteors without a scratch. I'm humbled. Hu Ji bows to Lu Fan. We survived only because of your decisive power and leadership, Commander Lu, he says. Without you, our hard work would be erased and our lives lost in seconds. I couldn't move on this ice without your vision, Lu Fan replies with humble gratitude. Hao Ji leads the way. Let's move out. The far shore is finally in sight. 7 days later, they reach the edge. Hu Ji lets out a weary sigh. The group cheers, they finally made it. Zhang Kong turns to his junior. Mission complete. We'll escort Hao Ji back now. Lu Fan smiles. Thank you all for everything. Lu Fei pats his shoulder. Ahead lies the uncharted territory, where real danger lurks. Beasts there are level 90 and above. You're strong, but don't get reckless. Don't worry, Captain Lu, Lu Fan assures him. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've done all I can, Hu Ji notes. Lu Fan nods. Your help was invaluable. Specialist Hao, thank you. They bid him a safe journey as Lu Fan waves goodbye. The Ice Dragon ruins are still 2,000 miles away. Lu Fan summons Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye activates Shadow Sneak, entering a perfect stealth that remains unbroken even when injured. 2 hours later, we arrive at the desolate ice plain, a level 100 uncharted territory where hope goes to die. Lu Fan glances down at the frozen ground, where the ice looks eerily alive, as if time itself was paralyzed mid-breath. It seems the very snow here is cursed, capable of flash freezing any living soul in an instant. I see now, he mutters. His Dragon Soul bloodline grants him total immunity, explaining why the Lion Squad never dared to venture this deep. Standing his ground, Lu Fan faces a level 100 Icefield White Ghost as it winds up its giant snowball throw. The monster hurls a massive sphere of ice, dealing heavy physical damage and triggering a violent knockback effect. Upon impact, the snowballs shatter into a freezing explosion, slowing down every enemy within the blast radius. Suddenly, its bloodthirsty rage ignites. Once its health drops below 60%, the beast enters a state of pure frenzy. With attack speed surged by 200% and 5% true damage added, this is clearly a lethal evolution of the standard snow monster. Let's see how tough this level 100 zone really is. Lu Fan smirks, ready to harvest some massive experience points. His interface flashes a warning. The Star Destroyer beam is currently gathering energy for a devastating strike. This skill focuses astral power into a singular laser that ignores all defenses and obliterates anything in its path. Nothing can block this strike, as its power scales directly with Lu Fan's level. A blinding beam of energy roars toward the ice. The snow monsters vanish instantly as the laser carves through them. Lu Fan nods in approval, the efficiency is top tier. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye take to the skies, soaring over the frozen wasteland while packs of monsters prowl far below. System alerts chime as the 39 million celestial stars skill charges, resonating with the Starry Sky Dragon Taming Halo. Tapping into the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline, he manifests a divine halo that refreshes its power every 10 seconds. This grants a staggering 100% strength buff, while summoning a stellar core that endlessly divides its internal mass. The destructive potential continues to climb, reaching its final, terrifying evolution. The Starry Sky Dragon triggers a world-ender explosion. Amidst the 39 million stars, Lu Fan's level skyrockets to 75. The Starry Sky Dragon climbs to level 70, while the Steel Dragon powers up to level 64. The landscape below is a white void, until a level 110 Icefield Red Ghost emerges, readying a giant ice throw. This variant deals crushing physical force infused with a searing burn effect, all while fueled by bloodthirsty rage. Once its life force drops below 60%, the creature descends into a terrifying, uncontrollable fury. With a 300% speed boost and 10% true damage, Lu Fan is stunned. Is this an upgrade of an upgrade? They launch massive frozen boulders that burn with a supernatural flame, dealing both physical impact and fire damage. Lu Fan counters with Starglow scales, coating his armor in astral light to absorb every incoming hit for 60 seconds. The moment the skill ends, all that stored energy will explode, obliterating every enemy within melee range. Flaming ice slams into his shield, leaving him puzzled. How can an ice-type skill inflict such intense fire damage? Suddenly, the monsters scatter in a blind panic. Lu Fan looks toward the horizon. Something has them absolutely terrified. Could the Ice Dragon ruins be nearby? Driven by curiosity, Lu Fan flies toward the source of the carnage. He finds the ground littered with fresh corpses. Something is still out there hunting, and the blood hasn't even cooled yet. These aren't dragon wounds. It's likely a rare elite or a hidden boss. Lu Fan signals for his team to enter total stealth. Activating Shadow Stealth, Lu Fan vanishes from reality, gaining the ability to slip through the shadows undetected. Even detection spells won't break his shroud. From a high ridge, he spots an ice crystal beast leading the monster horde. It's a level 120 ice crystal beast. It charges its Aurora Spiral Slash, focusing frost into its lethal, twisted horn. This high-speed piercing strike deals massive ice damage and inflicts a deep freeze status on anyone caught in its path. It then deploys its ice crystal domain, a persistent aura of absolute zero that freezes the very air. Within this field, enemy movement and attack speeds are crippled, with a high chance of their skills being interrupted. While inside the domain, the ice crystal beast continuously regenerates its health and gains massive damage reduction. Legend says these beasts are naturally drawn to humans, specifically those of exceptional beauty. Once tamed as a mount, the ice crystal beast grants its rider a massive 70% boost to all attributes. Lu Fan's eyes gleam with excitement. This is the ultimate prize, the perfect mount for any elite warrior. As the snow monsters howl, the beast unleashes a barrage of Aurora Spiral spikes from its glowing horn. It concentrates the raw essence of the frost, launching a lethal, high-speed piercing strike that threatens to shatter the world. Any enemy crossing its path will suffer devastating frost damage and a deep freeze effect. Lu Fan realized that even though he could fly and Xiao Ye had a dragon saddle, he lacked a dedicated mount. The ice crystal beast warily eyed Lu Fan and Star. He immediately ordered Xiao Ye to block its escape. Star gave chase as Shadowlurk faded. Together with Xiao Ye, they cornered the beast as fire gathered in Xiao Ye's maw. He unleashed a bursting magma breath, creating a massive explosion of intense flames at the target's location. A pool of lava formed, dragging the target into the molten rock while inflicting massive, continuous burn damage. Using Star Annihilation Light, he focused his entire body's stellar energy to fire a devastating laser beam. It deals unpredictable damage that ignores defenses and cannot be blocked, scaling directly with his level and strength. Two waves of ice and fire surged toward the beast. Lu Fan marveled as it dodged both dragons, a true level 120 beast. To end the hunt, Xiao Ye shifted into his terrifying World Destroyer form. He unleashed a crushing aura to suppress the creature and bring it under control. While gathering fire, the black dragon radiated a localized pressure, inflicting fear, root, and stun effects on all nearby enemies. With a deafening roar, the aura expanded. System notifications flashed. Stunned, feared, and rooted effects successfully applied. Only when the beast was paralyzed did Lu Fan land. He approached slowly, one careful step at a time toward victory. Lu Fan whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. Be a good boy and follow me, become my mount." Suddenly, the system warned. Stun and fear have expired. As the rooting effect ended, the beast screamed and bucked its hooves. Lu Fan dodged back, barely missing the strike. It's supposed to have an innate affinity for humans, so why did I fail? Is it because I'm a man? It likes humans, especially beautiful women? Fine then, I'll take you to meet some. Power gathered in his palm. A portal shimmered into existence. Territory teleport. A lord can open or close a gate to his domain at any time. Requiring 10 seconds of channeling, only one territory portal can exist at any given time. Without hesitation, the ice crystal beast charged straight through the portal and into his territory. At Heavenly Bliss Island's beach, the girls played volleyball. Hankei brought fresh fruit, inviting everyone to have a taste. She turned to check on Xiaoman. "You went after Sword Shadow again? Did that fall hurt?" Xiaoman sighed. "I'm fine, but Sword Shadow is just too strong. I haven't won a single match." Suddenly, the portal opened. The beast burst through with Lu Fan hot on its heels. "You won't escape this time." He threw his chain scythe to capture it, snagging the beast's legs mid-stride. Hankei and Xiaoman looked on in confusion. "Xiao Fan, what's going on? Why bring a fierce beast here?" Chinchu stepped closer to observe the creature. It's so beautiful. Surely it's not a monster, Lu Fan agreed. This ice crystal beast is a rare creature that can be tamed as a mount. It naturally loves humans. Han Ke reached out to touch its face. It looks just like a unicorn, so gentle and calm. Lu Fan laughed. I couldn't tame it. It prefers beautiful women, so I brought it here for you to try. The girls gasped. It has such a perverted trait? Let me show my charm. I want a special mount. He invited her to try. Han Ke laughed as the beast nuzzled her. You naughty thing, you're drooling everywhere. Xiaoman pouted, realizing she was one step too late to claim the beautiful creature. Qin Chu marveled at its puppy-like behavior. Sword Shadow joked that it was a horse-dog hybrid. Lu Fan sighed. Beauties win. As the creature's body began to glow and fade, Han Ke gasped. The system notification flashed. Taming successful. She cheered. Xiao Fan, I think it chose me. The ice crystal beast now belonged to Han Ke. Lu Fan was shocked. Really? Auntie, try summoning it right now. A light shone on Han Ke's forehead. Good boy, heed my call. As the beast materialized, she praised its incredible spiritual connection. As it carried her into the sky, Han Ke laughed. Easy there, good boy. Lu Fan watched with satisfaction. Auntie finally had an exclusive mount. Not only for fast travel, but with the stats of a level 120 beast. She'd never have to fear monster attacks again. Xiaoman watched enviously. I want to fly too, Lu Fan promised. If you all like them, I'll head back to the frozen desolation to find more. The girls were ecstatic. Really? Those rare beasts must be hard to find. You're the best, Xiao Fan. Lu Fan is deeply moved. Don't sweat it, he reassures them. The trek to the dragon's remains is still miles away. There won't just be one ice crystal beast. Once I track more down, I'll bring them to Tianfu Island so everyone gets one. What's the matter? Could there be another slumbering mountain giant nearby, Xiao Ye? Several beasts suddenly emerge from the frozen pit. Lu Fan stares, his mind racing with excitement. A hidden nest, right beneath the frost. It turns out these creatures carved their lair deep inside the cavern. Lu Fan dives toward them, grinning. He'd been worried about finding enough mounts for the team. This is all thanks to that mountain giant. Xiao Ye, stay sharp, Lu Fan shouts. Wait here and don't startle them. Lu Fan touches down near the beasts. He reaches out, voice calm. Relax. I'm just taking you to meet your new masters. The two adults growl in defiance. Meanwhile, the little ones behind them just stare at Lu Fan in pure confusion. Lu Fan flashes a sly smirk and tries to soothe them. There's nothing to fear. Suddenly, his sickle chain armor snaps forward. The hooks bite in, piercing the targets and dragging them toward the caster. As the system alert fades, Lu Fan binds them with chains. I told you, I won't hurt you. A second later, he tosses them through the portal with a laugh. Off you go. Cut to the hot spring beach on Tianfu Island. In just one day, he's captured 2 adults and 3 cubs. That's 5 ice crystal beasts in total. After meeting Jianying and Qing Chu, the 2 large beasts are quickly tamed. The system chimes. The ice crystal beast now belongs to Jianying. Another alert. This beast now belongs to Qing Chu. They both tame the adults and take to the skies. The trio soars through the clouds, laughing. Down on the ground, only Dao Xiaoman remains without a mount. She crouches in the sand, pouting. Everyone but me? That's totally unfair. Do I seriously have 0 feminine charm? Lu Fan just facepalms and sighs, completely speechless. Just then, a tiny cub wobbles over to her. It lets out a soft cry, begging for her attention. Xiaoman blinks, her voice softening. Hey little guy, do you want to play with me? The cub nuzzles her leg affectionately. She blushes as the system flashes. Ice crystal beast tamed. Lu Fan watches in disbelief as the cub submits to her. Wait, it was really that easy? Xiaoman is over the moon. She scoops the tiny fluff ball into her arms, unable to contain her excitement. I did it. I finally have a mount. Or rather, a pet. The ice crystal beast now belongs to Dao Xiaoman. Lu Fan walks over, hands on his hips. That thing is way too small to ride, Xiaoman. Treat it like a little pet for now. You'll have to put your heart into raising it. Cuddling the cub, she beams. Don't worry, I've finally got a cute companion of my own. Han Ke, Qin Chu, and Jian Yingland. They notice 2 cubs lying exhausted in the dirt, drenched in sweat. Lu Fan, look, Qin Chi calls out. The other 2 look sick. I think the heat is killing them. Lu Fan frowns as he examines them. The climate on Tianfu Island is too warm. They can't survive here. Qin Chu bites her lip. It looks like heat stroke. This is bad. Han Ke kneels beside the suffering beasts, her eyes filled with worry. What do we do? Lu Fan, we can't let these poor little things suffer like this. Lu Fan pulls out a shimmering scale. Relax, I've got a plan. This is a legendary twin-headed dragon scale. It's a physical manifestation of the dragon's absolute trust. The holder is recognized as an ally of the winged dragon, capable of summoning its aid at any time. Lu Fan closes his eyes, calling out mentally. Twin-headed dragon, I need your ice and fire powers at Tianfu Island immediately. The twin-headed dragon bursts through a portal instantly. Seeing Lu Fan, it lets out a booming laugh. Finally realized how powerful I am. Brat, as promised, I have answered your call. Lu Fan thrusts the scale high into the air. Use your ice elements. Transform the Shadow City plains into a frozen tundra. Hearing the request, the great dragon rumbled a reply. Reshaping this land with my frost element is a mere trifle. As soon as it finished speaking, one massive head exhaled a devastating storm of ice and snow. The second head turned to Lu Fan, its voice like grinding stone. And for the rest, I shall transform it into a sea of surging lava. A world of ice and fire? Lu Fan immediately waved his hands in refusal. Wait, no, that won't be necessary. Within moments, the terrain blasted by the twin-headed dragon's breath froze over, buried under layers of eternal ice. Suddenly, a notification flashed as the new biome stabilized. System: Territory Heavenly Bliss Island has reached level 2. Area: 4.38 square kilometers. Location: Black Sand Sea, Sector 3. New zone: the frozen plains have been established. Qinchu and Xiaoman stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape. It really turned into a glacial tundra. The dragon smirked, pride radiating from its scales. Child's play. Night falls over the desperate ice plains, a land of haunting shadows and jagged peaks. After settling everything for the group, Lu Fan set out toward the mountains, accompanied by Xiao Ye and Xing Chen. Soaring through the midnight sky, Lu Fan gave a sharp warning. Xiao Ye, stay alert. Danger is lurking. She responded with a confident thumbs up. He recalled their departure earlier that afternoon, when Qinchu and Han Ke were still joyfully soaring through the clouds. Sister Han, wait for me. Qinchu had laughed. Below them, Xiaoman cradled a baby ice crystal beast, her face beaming at Lu Fan. Leave these little ones to me. I'll take good care of them, she promised. Even the Sword Shadow had offered a final warning. The Dragon King's ruins are treacherous. Watch your back. Fueled by the warmth of his comrade's trust, Lu Fan felt a surge of resolve. He accelerated, cutting through the freezing wind with purpose. Once I clear this desperate ice plain, the Ice Dragon's legacy will be mine. Determined and unyielding, Xiao Ye and Xing Chen followed closely behind, three shadows racing against the horizon.